The peerless female war god married a frail scholar, becoming the biggest joke in the entire capital. Even their 6-year-old daughter was mocked to the point of hanging her head in shame. All because the emperor, fearing her achievements might overshadow his own, decreed her marriage to you, a seemingly useless scholar. Yet who could have guessed that in this world where martial arts reign supreme, you would draw upon the experience of your past life and immediately begin cultivating? Now, beneath the pavilion, you gaze at your daughter's confused eyes, somewhat at a loss for words. Little you err, your mother is indeed the revered great general who protects the nation, but you can't use her to belittle scholars. How else can one understand truth without studying? How can one distinguish good from evil? Your lofty lecture leaves Lu Yuer's little head buzzing. Daddy, I miss mommy. When will she come back? Her words plunge you into silence. Since their marriage, Lin Chaoyan had been stationed at the border. Except for the year she was pregnant with Yuer, the two of you lived respectfully yet distantly, like strangers. The way she addressed you as young Master Lu and you called her great general left the guards and maids utterly dumbfounded. The next morning, at the Duke's residence, an armored guard galloped in frantically. In the main hall, the old Duke Lin Hong was meditating with his eyes closed when the guard rushed in and knelt. Urgent news from the front. The great general has been poisoned with Hua Wusan. The Liuli dynasty is amassing troops, planning to seize the southern sea past the moment the poison takes effect. Lin Hong shot to his feet. What? At that moment, the steward, Li, hurried in and waved the guard away. Lin Hong stood frozen, his entire body trembling. My lord, it's not yet beyond saving. Let me lead the Black Dragon cavalry there, Li implored without hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Hong shook his head tearfully. No. The court has countless eyes on us. Deploying the Black Dragon cavalry rashly will only invite trouble. Li grew frantic. My lord, silence. Not another word. Lin Hong's eyes reddened, his voice choked. Old man, why didn't you come find me for chess today, you quipped as you walked in. And old Li, why are you kneeling here? Seeing you, Lin Hong quickly masked his grief, but before he could explain, Steward Li blurted out, Young master, Miss Yen has been poisoned with Hua Wusan at the southern sea pass. With a loud slam, Lin Hong struck the table and rebuked him. Steward Li, the young master is a scholar. Why trouble him with this? Hua Wusan, you murmured, narrowing your eyes before casually asking, is her life in danger? Your question stunned both the furious Lin Hong and the bewildered Li. Seems it won't be fatal, just stripping away her martial arts, you mused aloud. Li hastily added, Young master, Miss Yen is the great general of our great Xia dynasty. With her pride, how could she accept becoming an ordinary person? And the enemy is watching closely. Lin Hong sighed helplessly, resigned to the fact that his son-in-law was just a scholar. Old Li, prepare a fine carriage for me, you said before turning to leave. Only after you were gone did Lin Hong snap out of it. Did that boy just ask for a carriage? Where is he going? Li shook his head, equally puzzled. Perhaps he is going out. In all these years, the young master has rarely left. The next day, Steward Li arrived early with the carriage, waiting outside the main gate. In the front courtyard, Lin Hong looked slightly angry. This is absurd. You're just a scholar with no martial arts skills, how can you go to the front lines? Even 8th rank experts could lose their lives there. You pressed your lips together, silently listening, but your unwavering gaze had already given him the answer. Are you even listening, you brat? If you leave like this, what about your daughter? Finally, Lin Hong had no choice but to bring up Xiaoyer. You were prepared for this and calmly replied, yesterday, I had oldly sent word for Xiaoying to return. She should already be on her way. Hearing this, Lin Hong was momentarily speechless. He sighed bitterly and said, though you're just a scholar, you've always suited my tastes these years. This time, let Qing Yun escort you there. As his words fell, a graceful figure walked over from the distance with a green-colored longsword behind her. As she stepped forward, she was valiant, and at a glance, one could tell that she was of the female variety. A royal face full of charm and astonishment. Lady Qing meets your aunt. Hands clasping fists and kneeling on one knee, she respectfully and incomparably shouted. Seeing this, Lu Ziyan's complexion was slightly stunned, then he came back to his senses. Most of this Qing knew came out from the women's army, otherwise it was impossible to be this respectful to himself. As expected. The old master opened his mouth to explain, Qing female grew up with Xiao Yan, and there is absolutely no problem with her loyalty. He nodded indistinctly and slowly walked behind Qing daughter, looking at the longsword that was being carried on her back. Following closely. Without any further ado, he pulled it out, and the longsword was gripped tightly in his hand as he softly said, Good sword. Then, with a cold gaze, he raised his head and looked towards the southeast direction, carrying the sword in his right hand. He faintly swung it, and a seemingly weak sword she split out. At this moment, in the eyes of the old man and the green woman, he was merely casually playing with his sword. At the same time, inside the great summer palace. Whoosh! 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 3 extremely fast silhouettes flashed and appeared on the walls of the palace in a hurry. What a strong sword it's coming towards the palace. Great Summer Sword Pavilion. The current pavilion master Qin Haoren, dressed in a clean white long coat, immortal-like appearance, stood in the air, his brows locked as he spoke. The remaining two figures, respectively, are the Martial Arts Academy, the Dean Chen Panpan as well as the Imperial Palace Grand Eunuch Weian. These three people represent the strongest fighting force of the Grand Xia dynasty. Sword Immortal Qin Haoren, famous 30 years ago, a rotten iron sword, had killed a bloody road from the 100,000 troops, thus proving the sword immortal way. Then there is Chen Panpan, single-handedly founded the Martial Arts Academy. His own cultivation has long reached the perfect innate realm. Weian, the eunuch of the Xia Emperor, grew up with him. Nowadays, he is in charge of all the internal affairs of the palace. Coming. Just this one sword Qi has passed the 9 products on, I do not know which stage sword fairy out? Chen Panpan's expression was shocked beyond words, his heart had already turned over. Above the 9th grade, sword Dao experts would be called sword immortals. And the sword immortal was divided into 4 stages of amazing, extreme, extreme generation, and extreme peak. Qin Haoren's expression was unprecedentedly grave at this moment, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "Above me." Upon hearing these words, both of them were shocked. This was an astonishingly powerful sword immortal perfectionist. To be able to have sword skills above it. Extremely worldly. Swish. A white sword Qi swept across the sky, and when the three of them saw this, they were instantly shocked and hastily urged the power in their bodies and flew forward to fend it off. Who knows, just in a single glance, the three were sent flying out by the sword Qi. Boom! 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 One after another, they hit the ground with a sound explosion, and the sword Qi still carried an invincible attitude towards the Shun Tian temple. Click! A huge plaque with golden characters and mahogany bottom was just chopped into 2 halves right in the middle of the sword Qi and fell to the ground. Your Majesty, be careful. For a moment, the entire palace was incomparably agitated, and the guards quickly gathered. Chapter 3, Protectorate Great General Lin Chaoyan. In the middle of the Imperial Palace. An extremely terrifying news spread. The 3 people of the Great Xia battle ceiling actually suffered different degrees of injuries today. According to the people in the palace, it was a peerless sword immortal who struck, and with just a single sword Qi, he heavily injured the 3 experts. Shen Gui Gongfu. Lucian slowly put away his sword, then handed it to the green woman, smiling. The person is beautiful and the sword is good, many thanks to the old master. Without any excuses, it was clear exactly why the old master had this intention. In order to reassure it, accepting it openly was not a bad thing. Go! Go! Lin Hong's face was despondent as he raised his hand and waved it, then turned his head away, his body trembling. Unwilling to give up. Difficult to accept. These emotions were naturally there for him. However, deep down inside, he was more happy, feeling that this wrong marriage seemed to make his granddaughter find the right person. A scholar, without fear of life and death, had to go to the front line. That was a battlefield where even an 8th grade expert could lose his life at any time. He didn't even think about it, didn't even hesitate. He was so decisive and determined to go. The spirit of not being afraid of life and death was exactly what their Lin family aimed for. For the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people of Daxia as well as the future, what was personal life and death? If a person's death was meaningful to the future development of the dynasty, then that person's death was definitely a worthy and valuable death. Lu Ziyan was very decisive, turned around and stepped out. Outside the royal capital city. A luxurious carriage sped along, dust and smoke rolling, and in a short while, disappeared at the end of the official road. Outside the Duke of Jin's mansion. Ta, ta, ta. A series of rapid hoofbeats came, followed by a valiant figure, dressed in a silver armor and riding a blood-red horse. A touch of eagerness as well as anger surged out on that exquisite face carved out of powder and jade. When the gate guards saw the visitor, they hurriedly went up and respectfully said, "Second miss. Get out of the way, don't provoke this young lady." Lin bowing rolled over and dismounted, angrily rebuking the guards. Her figure hurriedly ran inside. In the front yard, housekeeper Li was ordering some subordinates to do something. At first glance, seeing his second young lady walk in furiously, he hurriedly went forward. "Miss Ing, how is this fussy?" Lin Baoing grunted, her pretty face slightly angry. "Grandpa Li, don't think I don't know that you're in league with the poor scholar. If anything happens to Xiaoyuer, I won't give your old face and directly beat up the kid." While saying this, he stepped towards the lobby. Although the voice was not loud, it had already reached the ears of the old man who was drinking tea inside the lobby. "What poor scholar? How many times have I told you, that's your brother-in-law?" Before he could see the visitor, the old master was the first to exit and rebuke. For this little granddaughter, there was nothing he could do. Back then, he was extremely opposed to His Majesty's bestowal of marriage, and several times he had beaten Lu Ziyan to the point of serious injury, lying in bed for half a month. It wasn't until the birth of little Yuer that Lin Baoing had tempered himself. "Brother-in-law? Tell him to beat me before he says it. A weak scholar who doesn't even have the talent of Wen Dao and is effeminate. What kind of brother-in-law is he?" As the voice fell, her figure stepped right into the lobby, and all of a sudden the grandparents and grandchildren locked eyes. "Where's little Yuer? How is she?" Although Lin Baoying did not recognize Lu Ziyan as her brother-in-law for her sister Lin Xiaoyan's daughter, she was absolutely good to no second thoughts. The old master waved his hand, slowly took the teacup and sipped it unhurriedly. Alright. Ziyan asked you to come back, but it's just for a trip out on his own. What? Lin Baoying's face was full of disbelief, with an expression like seeing a ghost. That weak scholar who had been bringing up his daughter at home and teaching her to read, actually went out? Not right. Soon she realized that something was wrong. Being able to make that guy go out, she was afraid that something had happened. With that, her expression was incomparably serious. Grandpa, is it possible that something happened to sister? Hearing this, Grandpa and Butlerly looked at each other, both shocked that she was so intelligent that she instantly associated it with her own sister. Lin Baoying had been paying attention to her grandfather's expression, and when she saw the eye contact between him and Housekeeper Li, her heart couldn't help but thump. She had guessed correctly. Old Li, you say it. The old master put down his teacup, his face full of sadness, as if he had aged a lot all of a sudden. 5 days later. South Sea Pass. The military camp in the south of the city. Inside the large tent. Sitting in a white armored woman, heroic, white-skinned and beautiful, like a heavenly fairy. She was none other than the great Xia dynasty's protectorate general, Lin Xiaoyan. Miss, the poison on your body must not be delayed. If you don't return to the royal capital immediately, perhaps the master will have a solution. Jinshu's eyes were full of worry, trying to persuade his own young lady. It's useless, this kind of poison so far, even the poisoner himself can't lift it, there is no antidote in the world at all. From the moment she was poisoned, she had already thought of many possibilities. A martial arts cultivation would be reduced to nothingness, and then she would suffer the assassination of many enemies and eventually die. However, in front of her, her martial arts cultivation was still alive, so there were some things that she had to do, and she had to do them. Their Lin family was full of loyalists, and in order to guard the great Xia, they did not have enough to die. Nowadays, Liuli dynasty gathered a large army, raging, coupled with their own poisoning. You can imagine that this matter behind the involvement of a lot. Digging deeper, the people involved, I'm afraid I will dig into the people in the dynasty, and even one side of the vassals is not surprising. She doesn't want to care too much about the things that are involved in the fight. Right now, after the poisoning, the only wish is to do their own modest efforts to guard the South China Sea Pass, do not allow the Liuli dynasty to break through. She raised her eyes, gazing at the Jinshu in front of her. This since childhood is her own personal maid, in a flash, have become the Women's Army Eastern Red, one of the 10 generals. Although the first into the 8 products not long, but also a long time in life and death battles. In the battle, killed in the rise of the 8th grade experts, by no means ordinary people or family children to cultivate this realm can be compared. The difference between heaven and earth. Miss, the letter from the king's capital, yesterday has returned. Just Jinshu was a little difficult to speak, not knowing how to open his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyan looked slightly stunned, but was a bit surprised to watch her. According to reason, this girl is never this kind of twisted nature. Could it be that something happened in the royal capital? At once, she quickly stood up. Jinshu looked at this appearance, immediately realized that his own young lady misunderstanding. Hurriedly explained, Miss, you can rest assured. It's not a big deal, it's just that Mr. Ant heard that you were poisoned, and has already set out to come here, and should be here in the next 2 days. Avoiding her own young lady's wild thoughts, Jinshu could only speak out the news that her aunt had already come. As an attendant since childhood, she was naturally able to observe words and colors, and could easily comprehend Lin Xiaoyan's meaning just by her every move. What? Say that again? She stared with wide eyes, her pretty face full of disbelief, obviously full of incredulity and hard to believe for this one result. The self-same aunt is coming? It wasn't. Mr. Lu was just a scholar, without any martial arts cultivation. What was he doing here? He also did not derive any talent from the literary path to imbue his body, and was categorized as a scholar outside of the martial path and the literary path. In a flash, Lin Xiaoyan's mind had already surfaced Lu Ziyan's silhouette, and could not help but be stunned for a while thinking. Miss, it's true, Auntie will arrive in the next 2 days. Jinshu explained extremely seriously. This time, finally made Lin Xiaoyan's whole body paralyzed with powerlessness. Really? It's actually true. Nonsense. How could Grandpa be this nonsensical and allow Mr. Lu to be so capricious? Lin Xiaoyan came back from his disorientation and immediately slapped the table angrily, letting a scholar come to the front line of the battlefield. There was no need to think much about what would happen next. But Auntie will be arriving soon. Jinshu spread his hands and explained hopelessly. By the way, Miss, there's one more thing. Not long ago, our Grand Xia offended a supreme sword immortal, and those few were injured by a sword chi. This matter was rumored by the Dechu dynasty, so I'm afraid it won't be false. A peerless sword immortal? Those few were all heavily injured by a sword chi. Hiss. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze suddenly condensed, his expression incomparably grim. This matter was not simple. What's the response to this matter? Jinshu sighed and responded, when the Liuli dynasty heard this news, they have already joined forces with the Golden Horde Imperial Court next to them and the Great Barbarian Dynasty to discuss plans to attack Grand Xia. Unexpected. For the surrounding dynasties to react, it was definitely about 8 or 9. Only one thing that she did not expect was that the Great Xia dynasty had been in the midst of suffering for so many years. Growing up in adversity. Experienced 8 major dynasties, invasion war, the country cut-off war and so on. It is not easy to grow to today. When the world is really unpredictable. Chapter 4. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, I will walk towards the tiger mountain. Report. Outside the tent, an urgent voice came. Immediately after, a general hurriedly ran in and knelt on the ground, his voice terrified, reporting to the great general, a quarter of an hour ago, traces of enemy troops were found outside the city 10 miles to the east. General Qin led the city guards out of the city in pursuit and was trapped in the locked Dragon Ridge. Simple and concise, as soon as the generals came in a few words, they had already clearly put the ins and outs in a clear way. Hearing Lin Xiaoyan, Jinshu, two people frowned tightly, into deep thought. In the middle of the day, Jinshu shouted angrily, "What is he, Qin Feng? A mere vice general of the city watch, he also dares to lead troops out of the city, it's simply nonsense to the extreme." To the thunderous Jinshu, Lin Xiaoyan appeared extremely calm. His eyes kept scanning the general who came in to report. His fingers gently tapped on the desktop in front of him, making a dong, dang, knock sound. What kind of character Qin Feng had? She had been here for half a year and already knew it very well. Arrogant and arrogant, with no one in sight. Immediately, on second thought, her eyes flashed with cold light and a touch of hopelessness appeared on her face. What a way to lure snakes out of their holes! This trick played by the Liuli dynasty is really brilliant. There was no need to say more. One only needed to think deeply to understand the reasoning behind it. The city guard vice general simply didn't have that much power to be able to order all the city guards to leave the city. Obviously, this was all directed at himself. Miss, could it be that all this? Cut the crap, Jinshu, stay behind to guard this place, the rest of you follow me to the Dragon Locking Ridge. Lin Xiaoyan stood up with a swish and commanded while stepping out of the tent. Not long after, 8,000 generals were assembled. 1,000 of them were made up of women, all of them were the most outstanding generals from Dongfang Hong. Dongfang Hong, a women's army created by Lin Xiaoyan 3 years ago, 50,000 6th and even 7th grade martial artists combined. Over the past 3 years, it has been invincible and has made great achievements for the Grand Xia. At the same time, this women's army has also become an existence that many dynasties are afraid of. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, they will go towards the Tiger Mountain. Confidence. At this moment, she believed that no matter what conspiracy or trickery, in front of absolute power, there must be nothing to hide. Sigh, 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 sigh. Da, da, da. The sound of horses' hooves flying. Soon, it disappeared again. Only leaving behind outside the tent, the both stunned and bewildered Jinshu, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Next to the tent, a petite figure galloped out, stepped in front of Jinshu, and angrily questioned, "What's going on? Where is the great general?" Su Luoling was extremely depressed and angry at the moment, as the most loyal member of the great general's command. As the most loyal member of the great general's command, she actually had to avoid herself when going into battle. He definitely didn't treat her as one of his own. Great General, you are very chilling. Already traveling to the Dragon Locking Ridge. Jinshu spread his hands, his face full of speechlessness plus a sigh, as if saying, "There's nothing I can do about it." Nonsense. Simply nonsense. General Jinshu, it is very necessary for me to tell you that at this time, the great general has already been poisoned. At such a critical moment, how can you be assured that she will go out alone? In case something happens, what can we do? Su Luoling immediately shouted, accusing Jinshu of following the great general's orders in this matter. Completely joking with the great general's life. Jinshu helplessly rolled his eyes, and immediately explained, "I stayed here, all because my aunt will be arriving soon, as well as some people who are not very obedient. I'm sure that at this time, they will definitely jump out to incite people's hearts, and at that time, the South Sea Pass will definitely be very lively." At those words, Su Luoling's expression was slightly stunned, then her eyes widened as if she had heard something unbelievable, and she exclaimed, "You're saying that someone is behind all of this? Or an inside ghost? Inner ghost?" As soon as the word left her mouth, she immediately realized something and hastily covered her mouth. Eyes swept around in a circle. And so on. Soon, Su Luoling realized something. Auntie? The great general's idle, unproductive, weak little scholar at home in the royal capital? With a small body like that, one could slap a dozen of them to death. That wasted talent who made the great general suffer from all the jokes dared to come to the borderland? For a moment, it was as if she had heard some of the world's funniest jokes. The district's weak scholar. Nothing. Also dare to come to this dangerous and incomparable borderland. Do not want to die? Or do you think your life is too long to stay home and be bored out of your mind? Shut up. Don't slander my aunt. Jinshu's face was extremely ugly, her beautiful eyes contained anger, and she just stared at Su Luoling. There was a great tendency to go out and fight. However, Su Luoling was not afraid of the other party's anger at all, not to mention ignoring it sharp enough to kill eyes. Clearly aware of Jinshu's diehard nature, he naturally didn't dare to be too reckless. 1 hour later. Urgent report. Urgent report. The Great General is trapped in the locked Dragon Ridge and is in critical condition. The Great General is trapped at locked Dragon Ridge, in critical condition. But he saw a general on horseback dashing into the military camp, shouting loudly along the way. Jinshu stepped out of the tent and looked around at the terrified generals. He couldn't help but change his complexion slightly, a cold light flashing through the depths of his eyes. Damn it, Cheng Zijie, Jin Xian too are really good tactics. Earlier obstructed mist to take over Nanhai City by all means, and now they are playing this out. Thinking of this, her face gradually turned ugly as her anger rose. Not good. The next second, a flash of aura flashed across her heart, instantly causing her to come to a realization. Qin Feng was Qin Xian's son, and he was the vice general of the South Sea City's defense, so when she thought about it carefully, she was afraid that the so-called going out to chase the enemy was a trap. Sister Su, take this person and kill him on the spot. Originally, when she heard that the great general was trapped in the dragon-locking ridge, Su Luoling was first stunned, then shocked, and then incomparably angry. Before she could explode, she heard Jinshu give a commanding tone. Yes. With a promise, she immediately stepped forward and rushed out, holding a silver longsword in her hand, leapt up in the air, and swung her sword at the general. Puff! The head flew away, blood gushed, and that general fell on the spot. Suddenly the scene immediately let the surrounding noisy generals instantly quiet down. The next moment. Murder! General Su, under the Protector General's command, indiscriminately killing generals, is really chilling. This is a general who has just returned from the front line to report a message. In a flash, several unknown generals secretly shouted at the same time. With just 2 short sentences, it was immediately like a 10-step hurricane blowing through the military camp. Indiscriminately killing generals who came back from the front line to report their news. This alone was enough to cause Su Luoling to be doomed. General Su, how can you be so reckless? This is a reporting general who just returned from the front line. Don't you think this is excessive? A vice general took the lead in launching the questioning, glaring angrily at Su Luoling with eyes that were itching to go up and kill her. In response, Su Luoling was filled with confusion and hurriedly turned back to Jinshu, sending a pleading look for help. After all, this person was the one that Jinshu had asked himself to grill, and out of trust in Jinshu, he did it without any hesitation at all. Now, thinking back carefully, he was indeed a bit impulsive. How is it possible to kill a general inside the barracks without any reason? Now I'm afraid that jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. General Su, if you can't give a reasonable explanation today, we may not be convinced. Even if we sue to the king's capital, we must seek justice for the generals under us. Another vice general walked out, impassioned and loud, glaring angrily at Su Luoling. In all directions, tens of thousands of generals gathered around in unison. Chapter 5, Caught in a Deadly Situation. South of the city. Cheng Zijie's home. Over 100 years old, with gray hair, dressed in an aristocratic Chinese dress, squinting his eyes and leaning back in his chair. Below, the guards were reporting quickly. Master, everything is going according to General Qin's plan. General Su has already made his move to kill, and several vice generals have also snapped. At this time, the great general is trapped in the locked Dragon Ridge. General Jinshu will definitely transfer troops to support him, but once this reinforcement doesn't go, the great general is in danger. Hearing this, Cheng Zijie's face was full of red light and laughed loudly. Not bad. This bureau, Old Me and General Qin have been planning for a full 2 months. Even if she, Lin Xiaoyan, has heavenly skills, she will not be able to escape. Within his eyes, a cold light shot out. For this plot, there was absolute confidence. After all, there was a huge involvement behind it. Inform Vice Admiral Shi that no matter what, that girl Jinshu must be blocked this time. The guards hurriedly responded, yes. Master. Then he slowly retreated. Outside the city. 50 miles away to the east. Locked Dragon Ridge. The surrounding area was in a mess, filled with smoke, obviously left behind after the battle between the armies. Half an hour ago, Lin Xiaoyan led the 8,000 generals of the Eastern Red to arrive and saw Qin Feng as well as 20,000 generals under siege. Without saying a word, straight to the front, is a fight. Who knows? The 20,000 generals led by Qin Feng suddenly turned their guns and shot at them. Caught off guard. 8,000 generals, after the fight. Only a few hundred people were left, and almost every general was seriously injured to varying degrees. On the open lawn, the Protectorate General Lin Xiaoyan, who was dressed in white armor, had already been dyed crimson with blood. Behind them were hundreds of female generals, none of whom showed a look of fatigue. Obviously, this battle had already brought them extremely huge physical exertion. Great General, if this continues, I'm afraid we'll all have to account for ourselves here. Oriental read 10 vice-generals of one of the Qijing Sea opening, looking at the black pressurized encirclement in front of him. In the eyes, the killing intent has never retreated half a point. Beside her, there is a small body, looking a lowly face, very playful and cute. This woman is also one of the 10 vice-generals of Dongfang Hong, exhausted bamboo. She was also one of Lin Chaoyan's accompanying maids. Growing up with her since childhood, she was the same as Jin Shu. Don't worry, miss, if they want to harm you, unless they step over my corpse. A white armor, valiant. Holding a silver spear in her hand, her battle intent was monstrous. She looked proudly in front of her. Like locusts, the densely packed enemy army was closing in. On a chariot, the Liuli dynasty's main general this time, Tuo Bahao, was in high spirits, and behind him stood two black-robed men. Rumble. As the chariot pushed, the excitement in Tuo Bahao's eyes grew more and more enthusiastic, the thought of immediately ending the legendary protector general of Daxia. He just couldn't hold down that excitement swirling up inside. The Great Xia dynasty is really talented, even this kind of backstabbing thing can be done, it's really heaven helping me. At the back of the chariot, the corpse of a young man was dragged forward. I've heard that the Great Xia dynasty has a great land and people, and many top martial arts powerhouses have appeared. General Tuoba treating his allies like this, I'm afraid that it will incur the displeasure of some people. One of the black-robed people wearing a silver ghost mask with a hoarse voice, unable to tell if it was a man or a woman, slowly opened his mouth. The other black-robed man, with a handsome face, was a middle-aged man. Eyes like knives, slightly evil. Disgruntled? Joke, this guy collaborated with the enemy, death is not enough. This king is the king of the Liuli dynasty's dependents, and even more so, the main general of this attack on Daxia. But if there are any dissatisfied voices, just behead him. Tuo Bahao smiled blandly, not putting such a small matter on his mind in the slightest. Right now. The most important thing is to surround and kill the Great Xia's protector general. That was the top priority. Soon. Tuo Bahao and Lin Chaoyan were separated by 100 meters, looking at the figure that was so spirited in the past, killing the good sons of Liuli dynasty. At this moment, that valiant and able to fight, using the army like a god, the Great Xia generation of the great general of the protectorate. He was surrounded by his own 60,000 huban. It's a pleasure. Incredibly painful. So, he stood tall and shouted, Great General Lin, long time no see. Last time, when this king was fleeing, he already said that in time, he would definitely make you suffer. I never thought that this day would come so quickly. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly like a wanton voice, this moment could be described as unrestrained. The hatred that had been pent up for a long time could finally be released openly and honestly. Tuo Bahao, a defeated general, also dared to speak loudly here, really eat this general not? Lin Chaoyan asked with a cold smile, his gaze was cold and stern like a knife, sweeping over the surrounding enemy troops. Deadlock. Right now, for them, it is already a certain death situation. Hateful is that Gai Qin Feng, obviously as a member of the Grand Xia. However, he had secretly communicated with the enemy army, causing them to be in a dead-end situation. Looking at Lin Chaoyan, who was still talking tough at the end of his life, Tuo Bahao was also interested. Great General Lin, you and I are already old acquaintances. Twisting and turning is not that necessary, to be honest, you are indeed outstanding, even if today in order to set up a trap to kill you. This king still invited the third-ranked Yui Sanyang of the Dark Tower, as well as the ninth strongest disciple on earth, one sword immortal. How should you break this deadly game? As an old rival for many years, he didn't hide much and bluntly said the two top experts invited this time. Hearing Lin Chaoyan, as well as the crowd of generals behind him, all of them had a huge change in color, their eyes filled with horror. Yu Sanyang. One sword immortal. These two were both long-famous ninth-grade experts. There were even rumors that the one sword immortal had already set foot in the sword immortal. Only sword Dao experts above the 9th grade could call themselves sword immortals. One sword immortal's strength, until now, is still a mystery. After all, the title of one sword immortal is enough to prove its strength. What is a sword immortal? It is that the world has never seen its second sword. That was why there was the title of one sword immortal. How could it be these two great gods, great general, this time, we are afraid that we will be accountable here. Shi Jingxi was unwilling, his eyes staring dead ahead at the body of Qin Feng behind Tuo Bahao's chariot. If it wasn't for this guy secretly designing and hooking up with the enemy army. Just at this moment. Poof. Lin Chaoyan violently threw his head back and spat out blood, a cloud of blood mist spraying out, his complexion gradually turning pale. Not good. Anxiety attacked the heart, causing the toxins in the body to take hold prematurely. Exhausted Bamboo's delicate lowly face was filled with worry, a look of anxiousness. It really called out to me that I felt sorry for her. Seeing this, Tuo Bahao pretended to be surprised. I almost forgot that your great general was poisoned, or the extremely rare Huanwu scatter. Shut up. Tuo Bahao, don't think that this general doesn't know that behind all of this, it's definitely you, the sinister villain, who's behind it all. Exhausted Bamboo was furious beyond words, pointing straight at the other party's nose and roaring. Unexpectedly, Tuobahao didn't half hide his meaning, and spoke out frankly, "That's right. It is this king who told someone to poison. This king is fond of an idiom called infallible. If we don't use some unseemly means, how can we deal with you? Sons and daughters, these pussies in front of you, if you catch them, they are all yours." With a shout from him. Then, "Nymphets! Pussies!" A burst of chants responded, and the surrounding army, in an instant, had a high morale. Tuobahao was satisfied, even raised his hand, and suddenly there was silence all around. The situation in front of him must die. Since this is the case, Great General Lin, in the past, you repeatedly defeated me, in order to avenge the past shame. Today, this king gives you a chance to fight the 3 generals under this king. Win one, and I'll give 10 of you the chance to leave alive, but not including you. Dare? Hearing these words, Shi Jingxi, Exhausted Bamboo, and the 2 of them were instantly furious, and the group of female generals behind them were even more tightly gripping the weapons in their hands. Knowing that the great general's toxin attack, at this time if you are fighting with people again, will definitely accelerate the time of the poison. They are forcing the great general to die. The generals were clear about this, but the situation in front of them. This general will take it. She stepped out, her body's white armor, bloodstained, and that exquisite and stunning face was all pale. Fearless. Carrying a silver-colored spear, standing proudly in front of 60,000 enemy troops. Not a bit of retreat. There is a great momentum of a man who can't be stopped. Worthy of being the great Summer's Protectorate General. At that moment, Tuobahao could not help but think in his heart. Chapter 6 No Martial Virtue, Secret Killer. Above the chariot. One sword immortal, who possessed a handsome and incomparable face, saw this action of Tuobahao. He couldn't help but open his mouth coldly. "King of the Reliance, the enemy is weak and we are strong. At times like this, we should give an order and directly behead them. Don't give any chance for the spring breeze to blow again, if you're dragging your feet like this. When will it end?" For an expert at his level, if he could resolve the battle in a second, he would definitely not wait for half a second more. Because the battlefield was ever changing, a blink of an eye could lead to changes. There is no harm. Now that the situation is clear, there are 60,000 huban of this king. A mere remnant, not enough to worry about. Hubris has always been the style of Tuobahao, in front of this situation. If you do not properly humiliate some of the great Xia Protectorate General, and how to come out from the shadow of past defeats. What's more, the last person to strike on this king's side is naturally Mr. Hearing this, One Sword Immortal instantly snorted and couldn't help but look at Tuobahao twice more. How insidious. Lin Chaoyan stepped forward, her beautiful eyes flashed a cold aura, and she carried a long spear dyed red in her hand. "Come and fight." The proud bones clanked and the voice was like thunder. That one delicate to the extreme figure stood there, straight and proud. Very good. Tuobahao couldn't help but praise a sentence and clapped his palms. Who will battle her? As soon as these words came out, a strong figure walked out from the army. I'll do it. That person had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, but his figure was extremely strong, as he walked forward with a dragon stride. Running Thunder Fist Du Chong. Authentic 9th grade expert, once defeated a long-established 9th grade expert with the Running Thunder Fist when he was halfway to the 9th grade. Tuobahao, you're really brazen, actually finding a 9th rank expert. Exhausted Bamboo pointed at Tuobahao and roared in anger. No martial virtues. The word bullying the small with the big was really for him to utilize to the extreme. A 9th grade expert who was over half 100 years old and had been famous for more than a decade. My own young lady's cultivation time is also more than 10 years. The gap on the surface, at a glance. Chutzpah? Ha ha ha. Miss, are you praising me? Duchong laughed wildly to the sky, very satisfied with Exhausted Bamboo's reaction at this moment. When he looked at those Eastern Red generals again, he couldn't help but grunt coldly in his heart. Women, I've seen quite a few of them, but this is the first time I've seen such an energetic woman, and there are still so many of them at once. Cut the crap. Lin Chaoyan sensed that extremely evil gaze of Duchong and immediately shouted coldly, how dare he covet these generals behind him who had given everything to guard Daxia. Damn. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, a terrifying yellow air wave immediately rippled through his body. Chant. A sound of a dragon's roar accompanied the sound, and one could see 5 yellow dragon shadows of more than 1 zhang rising up from around her body. Yellow Quartz Scripture. One of the rare and extreme techniques, cultivating its technique, one could condense the yellow dragon's chi. Cultivated to the extreme, it could condense 9 yellow dragons wrapped around the body, almost invincible at the same level. Just at this time, on the chariot, the masked black-robed man, looking at the 5 yellow dragon silhouettes, his body slightly trembled, and his eyes flashed a trace of confusion. But very quickly, deep within his eyes, a flash of black light flickered, then returned to normal. The realm of 5 dragons. What a demonic talent. If I let you grow further, I'm afraid that you will surpass your family's old thing. Tuobahao was shocked beyond measure, then a cold light surged in his eyes, already moving to kill. So far, Lin Hong was the most outstanding representative among the people who practiced the Yellow Court Scripture, the realm of the 7 dragons. Once in the 9th grade. With his own strength, solo battle 13 of the same 9 products of martial arts powerhouse, and finally succeeded in killing 11, seriously injured a person, crippled a person. It can be seen that this Gong method is frighteningly powerful. However, even if it is powerful, it is not something that everyone can cultivate. One needs to be born with dragon chi to be able to cultivate this technique. So far, the only people in the Lin family were born with a trace of dragon chi. From this, only people from the Lin family could cultivate the Yellow Court Scripture. Yellow Court Sutra? The realm of the 5 dragons. Come on. Du Chong looked incredibly excited, waving both fists. His body was like a ghost, drifting and flashing out instantly. Running Thunder Fist. A low drink, immediately followed by, is the roaming fist shadow, rapid as running thunder. Fist shadows that covered the sky, came face to face. The corner of her mouth rose, pulling out a cold smile as she looked indifferently at Du Chong, who was attacking this way. With this move, the running thunder fist, an ordinary 9th grade martial cultivator would probably suffer defeat as a result. Break! The white and tender jade like small hand raised, 5 dragon shadows instantly coalesced, boom! The 2 forces collided, creating a shocking explosion. Dust flew up. Lin Xiaoyan and Du Chong were more than 10 meters apart, and a huge deep pit appeared in the middle. It was obviously created because of the power collision just now. Blocked? Du Chang's expression was stunned, somewhat incredulous. This move could be enough to kill a 9th grade martial cultivator. Actually, it couldn't take down the person in front of him? Tuahu Hao's eyes exploded with essence, secretly thinking, it's true. Huang Tingjing can cross the level of challenge, this woman can't stay. Immediately, his eyes looked at a general behind him and nodded. The next moment, that general, understanding, took a step towards the front. Blocked. It's really blocked. Long live the great general. The great general is invincible. Shi Jingxi, exhausted bamboo, and those Eastern Red generals behind them shouted in succession. A half step of the 9th grade against a 9th grade expert, and he easily resisted his opponent's attack. This can be seen. The strength of his own great general, powerful and extraordinary, take this one, no matter what. Very good. Du Chang's eyes flashed a hint of haze, and immediately roared, she like mountains and rivers, fists like running thunder. The aura on his body soared once again, a powerful aura that was close to the 9th grade grand circle. So strong. Lin Xiaoyan let out a dark shock in her heart, but she did not have the slightest intention to retreat. What this battle meant, she knew very well. Death in front of her was already inevitable. Even if she, who had experienced 100 battles and used the army like a god, at this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Death. It seemed to be slowly closing in on them all. 5 dragons gather. Gun out of the shocking dragon. A dragon shadow flashed as the long spear in his hand crossed, finally counteracting some of the pressure from the other side. Realm-wise suppression. Die. Just as everyone was concentrating on the 2 of them exchanging blows, a bellowing cry rang out. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed to come behind Lin Xiaoyan, carrying a long sword with a fierce and terrifying expression, quickly striking out and stabbing at her. Sneak attack. At such a juncture, someone actually made a sneak attack. Miss, be careful. Exhausted bamboo reacted at the first opportunity. Her figure was like electricity, and she hurriedly swept out. In the twinkling of an eye. Arrived behind Lin Xiaoyan. When it was too late, the long sword had already arrived, with a stern cold aura, chilling one's body through and through. Pooh snort. The long sword directly pierced through exhausted bamboo's heart, the tip of the sword revealing half of it from behind. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Exhausted bamboo Lin Xiaoyan turned back and looked at the body that had been pierced through by the long sword. Her eyes turned red all of a sudden and her body trembled. General exhausted bamboo. General exhausted bamboo. General exhausted bamboo. Those female generals, all of them were crying in pain and shouting General exhausted bamboo. On the other side. How did you kill this girl? Tuobahao was also surprised by this scene. One sword immortal looked a bit regretful. What a beautiful girl, it's indeed a pity to die like this. The eyes of the masked black-robed man next to him fluctuated slightly for a moment, then fell into a daze, and finally returned to indifference. Matters of no concern attitude. Deceiving people, Tuobahao, you barbarians, are really deceiving people too much. Shi Jingxi's reddened eyes pointed angrily at Tuobahao. The sudden change of events instantly distracted Lin Xiaoyan. Turning back her head. Looking at the pale and delicate face, and the tip of the sword dripping with blood. Boom! In an instant, the brain went blank. Miss, be careful. Exhausted bamboo opened her mouth with difficulty, because behind Lin Xiaoyan, Du Chong, a 9th grade martial cultivator, was carrying a blazing killing chance and impacting. Fighting me and still dare to be distracted, looking for death. Du Chong laughed coldly, quickly darting closer, followed by, running thunder fist. Boom!
Huge power hits Lin Xiaoyan's back, poof.
Blood mist billowed, his figure flew out more than 10 meters rapidly.
Pump.
Heavily smashed on the ground, to which she was oblivious, still with her beautiful red eyes, staring dead on at the petite figure of the exhausted bamboo. This is both a maid of honor and a younger sister in general. But she is one of the closest people.
Chapter 7, My Aunt is an Immortal. Sneak attack.
Such a despicable and unsavory means just so blatantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The barbarians of the Seychelles, really insidious and cunning.
Only a pity. Until this moment, they only came to their senses.
The other party is not giving them a chance to live, just humiliating.
Black-handed guest shameless man.
Xi Jingxi couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she saw the appearance of the person who had sneaked up on her.
Ha ha.
Shameless man let out a wild laugh as he drew back his longsword and grunted coldly, "You're honored to die under my shameless man's shameless sword." With sarcasm and cold mockery, these words completely enraged Xi Jingxi and the other Eastern Red generals.
Put.
Exhausted bamboo once again spat out blood furiously, and his entire body appeared to be wilting. The breath on his body was also getting weaker and weaker, and it seemed that at any moment he could.
"I'll fight you guys."
Xi Jingxi couldn't bear it and roared, about to charge up, and those generals behind him were also dumbfounded.
Whoosh!
A green-colored long sword, carrying a sword light, flickered and appeared in front of Xi Jingxi, blocking the way.
"Watch well, it's not yet time for you guys."
A cold snort sounded out, and they saw the one-sword immortal on the chariot, eyeing them intently, watching their every move.
As long as there was a next move.
That green-colored long sword could blast them at any time.
Great General of the Protectorate? Nothing more than that.
After Du Chong blasted Lin Xiaoyan with one punch, he could not help but start to be arrogant, thinking that this whatsoever great general of the Protectorate was completely in vain. However, he didn't realize that this move caused the exhausted bamboo that was already dying to hear.
Instantly,
she stood up, her gaze flickering with a certain persistence, as well as an incomparably strong will being supported.
"Bullying my lady? What kind of thing are you?"
Icy cold words, in an instant, swept through the surroundings, and at that moment, everyone gazed towards this person who was about to die. A sword through the heart, certain death.
How is it possible?
Everyone looked at the exhausted bamboo who stood up, and exclaimed in shock, full of disbelief. Exhausted bamboo. Lin Xiaoyan raised her hand, wanting to grab the exhausted bamboo in front of her, in her eyes, full of heartache, more sadness. She knows very well that at this moment, the exhausted bamboo is already about to die, but with a strong willpower to support.
One of the most important point, that is to protect themselves.
Fearless of life and death, how loyal does that have to be able to do that?
Still able to stand up? Tuoba was stunned. Impossible.
Shameless man's eyes were horrified, his expression was terrified, and he appeared unusually agitated. This situation was really too bizarre. It caused him, a 9th-grade martial cultivator, to be fearful.
Impossible?
Exhausted bamboo's face, which was as white as paper, flashed a trace of sarcasm, shaking his head and laughing coldly. "My aunt is an immortal, everything in the world is possible."
This statement came out.
Lin Xiaoyan, Xi Jingxi, and the hundreds of Eastern Red generals who survived, all looked odd.
After all,
these words, it wasn't the first day that exhausted bamboo said them. From the day she entered the military camp, every time she made a close friend, she would talk about the matter of her aunt being an immortal. Even this had been said quite a few times with Lin Xiaoyan. Everyone listened to her words as if they were stories. Lu Ziyan's reputation, the whole of Dixia, who knows, a scholar who can't even do the literary and martial arts.
How could he be an immortal?
Lin Xiaoyan explained several times in front of people that due to the exhausted bamboo still being young, following her own husband for several years, led to saying some nonsense.
Immortal? After Tuobao heard this, his expression froze, then he laughed out loud, "Ha ha." Laughing to death of this king, "This girl is so funny and will joke, it won't be the heavenly teasing star coming down to earth, right?" Even one sword immortal couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Xi Jingxi and Lin Xiaoyan both held their foreheads, their faces full of helplessness. Here we go again.
This girl, day in and day out, she just knew how to say confusing things.
Immortal? Du Chong was extremely disdainful. "Just that scholar in your family who can't write or fight? Funny. Shut up. You are not allowed to slander my aunt." Exhausted bamboo immediately shouted angrily.
The image of her own auntie still had to be maintained by her.
It was absolutely not allowed for outsiders to say anything bad about my aunt. Because he was an immortal. Cut. Nonsense, in this world, where is there any immortal?
The shameless person also snorted and opened his mouth, the fear he had just now disappeared all of a sudden.
Damn you all.
Exhausted bamboo reached out from his neck and took down a red rope with a small cylinder hanging from it. Opening the cylinder, a rolled-up yellow talisman appeared in front of him.
Does it matter whether you believe your aunt is an immortal or not? Not important.
In this world, as long as I believe that auntie is an immortal, that's already enough.
As for you people, clowns only. She flicked open the yellow talisman, which was inscribed with complicated runes, except for the word lay, which was clearly visible in the center. The word echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone was curious about what she would do next. There was no way. That's how people are, once their curiosity is aroused, they can't help but seek knowledge. Hurrah! She turned around and smiled faintly at Lin Xiaoyan, then she spoke, borrow a drop of essence blood from Mississippi. Here. Lin Xiaoyan barely hesitated for half a second as she raised her hand and a drop of bright red blood flew out. The blood flew into mid-air and stained the yellow talisman. In a split second, a shadow flickered, and the yellow talisman was fixed in the air. Such a scene surprised and amazed everyone. Your Highness, today, there are people from the dynasty who secretly communicated with the barbarians outside of the Seychelles, causing heavy deaths and injuries to the generals, and the young lady has been assassinated by the small-minded, and is already in a dead end. The maidservant, exhausted bamboo helpless, is already about to die. Having obtained a talisman from your aunt, I implore you to grant me a way to break the situation. I beg Auntie to grant it. Exhausted bamboo looked unusually serious and focused, kneeling down towards the suspended yellow talisman, reciting the words. Seeing this. Ha ha. Tuobahao hilariously laughed, laughing my king to death. You guys see this tiny cutie, kneeling and worshipping at that thing. And your aunt is an immortal, yuck. Very funny. All around, 60,000 human, all of them were laughing. For the exhausted bamboo at this moment, as if the clown general behavior, unbridled in ridicule. However, she for all this, turned a deaf ear, after some talk. Eyes incomparably firm, slowly turned her head, looked at where Lin Xiaoyan was, and loudly shouted, Miss. This moment. Lin Xiaoyan understood the general, ghostly response, aloud. Thank you Auntie for granting the law. Exhausted bamboo respectfully bowed towards her and said something that confused everyone. It was clearly Lin Xiaoyan who was responding to her, so why was the object of her thanks? Whoosh! With the sound of the granted, the yellow talisman transformed into a white light that flew towards exhausted bamboo's brow and finally disappeared. In an instant, a lightning pattern appeared on her brow. Until this moment, exhausted bamboo finally understood what the yellow talisman was. A lightning talisman. One that could allow one to completely master the power of summoning lightning inside half an hour. I see, Auntie is worthy of being an immortal. Turning around, she looked at her own young lady, Lin Xiaoyan, her eyes turning red all of a sudden. Next she was going to leave this world forever. Leaving Miss forever, and those Eastern Red sisters. Pouncing. Exhausted bamboo knelt down, her voice trembling. Miss, thank you for taking care of me all these years, letting exhausted bamboo have a family. At this time, Shameless Man's figure retreated extremely fast before the crowd could react. It had already left completely. Ha ha ha. Exhausted bamboo laughed out loud, then her face was filled with ridicule. Each and every one of them is making fun of my aunt, not realizing that they are the clowns themselves. Slowly standing up, she snorted at Tuobahao. Then, locking her gaze on Du Chong, she sneered, entering the 9th rank can be called an expert. Do you all feel that you have already won? Do you think that my young lady will have no way of escaping today? A bunch of jumping clowns, today will let you and the others gain a little insight. An icy coldness permeated from her body, and in just an instant, it swept across 100 miles in a radius. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. Thunder comes. Rumble. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, the sunlight was instantly obscured, black clouds rolled, and a silver-white thunder snake hovered high in the sky. It shook the hearts of the people. Ka-ching! An arm-thick thunderbolt descended from the 9 heavens above, appearing alive on the right hand of the exhausted bamboo. Snort! Everyone was dumbfounded and stupefied when they saw this scene. The next second, that thunder and lightning transmitted a rigid to extreme aura, as if it could instantly destroy the heavens and the earth. It caused the hearts and minds of the crowd to quake as a terrifying aura of death struck them. This is stunned. Completely stunned by the sight before them, summoning thunder and lightning with their bare hands and still holding it in their hands. What an incredible and terrifying thing that was. It just happened in front of him. How could it not be shocking? Exhausted bamboo Lin Xiaoyan quickly stood up, her beautiful face full of disbelief. Summoning thunder and lightning, holding thunder in his bare hands. What kind of shocking means was this to the world? Miss, Auntie is an immortal, omnipotent. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the sentence that exhausted bamboo had said the most in the past, which had always been treated as a joke by her. Nowadays it seems. Chapter 8, Sailing Thunder to Kill the Enemy. Immortals? Could it be that what exhausted bamboo said was true, and that Mr. Liu was not an immortal? No. It's too ridiculous to believe. Duke Liu has studied for many years and knows his books. How could he possibly be associated with an immortal? I must be overthinking it. Lin Xiaoyan shook her head, thinking that she must be overthinking. General Exhausted Bamboo is actually so powerful that he can summon down thunder and lightning. Coincidence? The Eastern Red generals exclaimed, staring intently at the petite figure, under the flashes of lightning. It appeared incomparably taller. Du Chong, you dare to insult my lady, bullying the small with the big, granting you a lightning strike and death. Exhausted Bamboo raised his hand and waved. The thunder and lightning was like a dragon coming out of the world. Between the lightning and flames, it had already struck on Du Chang's body. Looking at the thunder and lightning in front of him, as well as that destroying the sky and destroying the earth like a berserk power aura, Du Chong did not have the will to escape. Boom! The entire person exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ninth grade expert Du Chong, killed with a single blow. What? Tuobahao's eyes widened as he gazed at the scene in front of him in depth, his face turning deathly gray as a flash of deep fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. There was someone in the world who harnessed lightning to kill. It was simply unheard of. Terrifying as hell. General Exhausted Bamboo really summoned lightning to kill the ninth grade expert Du Chong. General Exhausted Bamboo is so powerful and domineering, it's just too handsome. Could it be that the scholar at the general's home is really an immortal? It can't be. Mr. Liu failed in literature and martial arts, how could he be an immortal? It must be that it just happened to thunder just now, and General Exhausted Bamboo was just killing people with the power of thunder and lightning. Dongfang Han's group of generals were all whispering and started communicating. Obviously. For the matter of Lu Ziyan being an immortal, maintained an absolutely skeptical attitude. But Lin Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of lucidity, and at that moment, she had clarity in her heart, and smiled faintly as if it were a spring breeze. Regardless of whether you're an immortal or not, it's your own father-in-law who has been married for 10 years, little Yuer's father. This alone is already enough. Exhausted Bamboo's gaze looked around in a circle and frowned. Shameless people actually ran away, it's really a pity. Thereupon, she directly locked onto the chariot, Tuobahao, Yusan Yang, and one sword immortal. Next. It's your turn. The corners of her mouth lifted up, with a bit of unruly and arrogance. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the same as a god. Thunder come. Raising her hand again, several more thunderbolts descended around her. Go! Reaching out with a push, the thunderbolts impacted out, carrying an unrelenting and terrifying aura. Just when everyone thought that the lightning would completely obliterate the three people, Tuobahao was also screaming in terror, thinking that it was impossible to escape. Snort! The next second, when those thunderbolts were about to hit the trio, they only saw a faint yellow aura surging from Yusan Yang's body, which disappeared in an instant. That's... Exhausted Bamboo stared wide-eyed for a long time, unable to return to his senses, as if he had seen something horrifying in that moment just now. The lightning that General Exhausted Bamboo attracted actually couldn't harm them, how could it? The Eastern Red generals were uncertain and were all puzzled. Miss, she. Boom! Exhausted Bamboo was just about to open his mouth to say something when he suddenly felt the vitality in his body rapidly draining away. Not good. The time was coming. Sister Jingxi, take Miss back. Lei come. She turned into a white light and rushed up into the rolling black clouds, accompanied by a furious shout. In an instant, countless thunderbolts poured down. Boom! 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 At that moment, for 100 miles in a radius, the lightning flashed more than once, and there was constantly a thunder snake striking amongst the 60,000 troops led by Tuobahao. In an instant, woe and blood flowed into a river, and everywhere smelled of charcoal after the lightning struck. A deep black pit appeared. However, what was surprising was that Lin Xiaoyan and the Dongfang Han generals standing behind him, none of them were bombarded by lightning. On the other side, Tuobahao was on the chariot. From time to time, a trace of light yellow gas flickered out and wrapped around, causing them not to be bombarded by lightning. Go! One sword immortal's eyes narrowed, and he made an instant decision to turn the chariot around and quickly flee. People, how could they be so powerful? A long time passed. The clouds opened up and the thunder and lightning dissipated. The surrounding area was scorched black, with countless deep pits, thick smoke, and corpses everywhere. An Eastern Red general asked himself in a disbelieving whisper, this was all too unbelievable. Exhausted Bamboo. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were red. In the haze, in the distant sky, it was as if she saw Exhausted Bamboo looking down at herself with a smile. Echoing in her ears, Miss, for the next dasha, Exhausted Bamboo can't accompany you for protection. Shi Jingxi pulled her hand, extremely calm. Great General, we must leave here as soon as possible. Tuobahao and the others are not dead yet, and will definitely make a comeback again. City Center. Qin Mansion Hall. Xin Xian, who was sitting on the upper seat, heard the report from the generals below, and was instantly furious, then threw the teacup in his hand out, dang-clang. Tea splashed everywhere. Wastes, a bunch of wastes, good for you Liuli dynasty, good for you Tuobahao, how dare you not speak of martial virtues and kill my son. Incoming. He bellowed at the outside and quickly ran in a boy. Tell General Chang to proceed with the second step of the plan. The essence of Qin Xian's eyes gushed out, all with a ferocious and venomous color. Things have come to this. A mere son, if he dies, he dies. For the sake of the grand plan, not to mention sacrificing his son, even if it was the sacrifice of the entire city of Nanhai Pass, he would not hesitate to do so. Less than half an hour. the entire South Sea Pass began to spread. The Protectorate General secretly colluded with the Liuli dynasty and intentionally led the generals out of the city to meet the enemy, leading to the deaths of tens of thousands of generals. When this news came out, regardless of whether it was true or false, it immediately caused the entire South Sea Pass to be hotly debated. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, some were skewed by this news and were convinced, and some were convinced that the Protectorate General would not do such things that jeopardized Daxia. Unfortunately, the families of those generals led by Qin Feng, as soon as they heard that their own men couldn't come back, and still died because of the Protectorate Great General, indiscriminately, to help abuse, began to all sorts of incitement, denigrating the protection of the Great General. Just half a day. The people of the entire South Sea Pass, unified that the protector of the country is a betrayal of Daxia's spy, everyone must be executed. Inside the military camp, Jinshu, Su Luoling was surrounded by tens of thousands of generals. The incident is getting worse and worse, facing a variety of questioning suspicion voice. Not waiting for them to respond, Chang Zijie led 300 of his personal guards and walked in with great vigor. The Protectorate General is secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty, causing tens of thousands of generals to lose their lives as a result. His behavior is abhorrent to the extreme. This general has come here to arrest the deputy general beside Great General Lin, General Jinshu, General Su. You two take a trip. I came in, full of justice, generous anger at Lin Xiaoyan, all kinds of nonsense. Great General is not you can slander. Su Luoling pointed at Chang Zijie, his eyes surging with killing intent, as if he wanted to skin him. The Protectorate Great General Lin Xiaoyan, that was the person she admired the most. How could he possibly do something about secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty? Furthermore, Jingui Gongfu Lin family, full of loyalty, in order to protect the mountains and rivers of Xia, one by one not afraid of life and death, died in battle. Then Lin Xiaoyan, military horses for many years, countless times on the edge of life and death, made great achievements, in order to protect the Daxia, do their best, do their duty. Chang Zijie smiled coldly. Now, the entire South Sea Pass knows, you still want to resist death? Hearing the words, Jinshu's complexion changed drastically, then he laughed bitterly. After all, it's you people who are shameless. The matter has come to this. Everything seemed to be clear. The fact that Qin Feng had led his troops out of the city earlier was already a trap. From that moment onwards, my own young lady had already entered the trap, or a dead end. Cut the crap. General Qin is organizing the Accountability Forest General Assembly in the square, and has already invited the holy relic of the Academy of Literature, the Junzi Bamboo. The great general can't come back, and you guys just happen to be the target of accountability. Chang Zijie's eyes flashed with a cold light as he finished speaking. This matter had been planned for a long time, and there would never be a mistake. Jinshu, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him out. Su Luoling waved the long sword in her hand and made a move to strike. However, Jinshu laughed and reached out to hold her down. Since you invited Jun Zizhu, then I would like to see how you can convict my lady. Jinshu, shut up and go. Chapter 9: The Accountability Assembly. The city square gathered the entire South Sea Pass people, hundreds of thousands of people. The center of the square, high platform. Qin Xian looked around and smiled in his heart. These people usually defend and worship the Protectorate General. After planning for so long, it's finally time to pull that woman off the altar. General Qin, is this accountability of the Protectorate Great General really true? Daxiao Wen Yuan Zhuming, a Confucian temperament, quite a bit of immortal bones, said. Behind Zhuming, also followed by a woman and a man, respectively, his disciples Shangxue, Zhu Jun. Wen Dao has 9 realms. Childhood, heavenly descent Wen Qi, not Qi into the body, bright-eyed night vision. Shoukai realm, ink does not stain the skin, words resonate. Candidate realm, the exit, tongue bloom spring thunder, heavenly flowers. Scholar realm, the words of the sword, the body of the literary Qi protection. Hanlin realm, body not stained with dust, step by step, lotus flower, empty space to generate words, kill the enemy in space. University scholar realm, full of wisdom, walking in the clouds, full of flavor, compounds with words. The realm of the great sages, the literary spirit is restrained, and the words are pearl-like. Great scholar realm, the sound of his voice surrounds the beams of his voice, his words and ink become bones, his pen falls to frighten the wind and rain, and his poem becomes a poem that weeps the ghosts and the gods. Sage realm, the mouth contains heavenly words, words follow the law. Mr. Zhuming, this matter is absolutely not false. My son and many generals, not long ago has followed the general out of the city to chase the enemy, did not want a Qin Shen body slightly shaking, a look of pain. What the hell is a Protectorate Great General? I think it's a spy. Right. Pity my doggy, only 31 years old this year, has not yet married and had a child, he can still be a child If it wasn't for her secret communication with the Liuli dynasty, how could she have caused my son to die as a result? She must give us an explanation today. Right. Account. All around, the people's grievances grew deeper and deeper, gradually converging into a force of will. Buzz.
Suddenly, a cut of dark green bamboo at Zhu Ming's waist quickly flew out, transforming into 2 meters long and blossoming into a powerful and vastly righteous aura. Gentleman's bamboo. As the crowd watched the scene, they were all startled, and at the same time, they gradually began to become overwhelmed with anticipation. Come on, people. Bring up the 2 female demons under the great general's command. Not a moment later. Jin Shu, Su Luoling and the 2 of them were brought to the high stage. Jun Zizhu. What are you guys doing here? Jin Shu only glanced at them and immediately looked gloomy. No one knew better than her what exactly these people in front of her were going to do. The reason for inviting Jun Zizhu. It was feared that they were going to sit on the fact that they were secretly communicating with the Liu Li dynasty. Didn't General Jin Shu see that? The corner of Qin Xian's mouth rose with a hint of smugness. The Junzi bamboo is the most treasured holy relic of the Academy of Literature, possessing the ability to discern good and evil, and to understand loyalty and righteousness. The great general has yet to return due to his secret communication with the enemy. I am afraid that she has already gone to the Liu Li dynasty to eat and drink. As her accomplices, you will naturally be held accountable by the gentleman's bamboo, if you can resist the 12 questions. This matter will have nothing to do with you, and this general is willing to kneel down and kowtow to apologize for his mistake, and cut himself on the spot. Hearing these words, Jinshu couldn't help but sneer and laugh. What a kowtow and admit fault, what a self-cancellation on the spot. Junzi bamboo 12 questions, so far, except for the previous dean of the Academy of Letters. No one can resist the 12 questions anymore. You guys are trying to put us to death. Stop. A furious shout, followed by Lin Chaoyan, Qi Jingxi leading hundreds of bloodstained generals, walked out from the crowd. The one who spoke up was Qi Jingxi, who took quick steps and rushed up to the high platform. Standing in front of the Jinshu duo, she laughed coldly. General Qin is so bold that he dares to hold my General Dongfang Hong accountable. However, Qin Shen did not bother to listen to what she said. His eyes were dead set on the figure of Lin Chaoyan. Back alive? How was it possible? Unbelievable. All of this was just too unbelievable for him. Damn Tuo Bahao actually couldn't even keep this woman. Although he was surprised in his heart that she was able to come back alive, but on second thought, nowadays, it was an accountability conference being held. Wouldn't it be boring if the protagonist didn't make an appearance? At that moment, he hurriedly rebuked angrily, everyone, look at them, how did they have the face to come back alive? Must have made a deal with the Liu Li dynasty to come back this unharmed. My poor son. A single word came out and immediately caused the families of those generals who were let out by Qin Feng to question them. Great General, where is my doggy? Why hasn't my family's Sanlang returned? And my husband? My husband? For a while, 7 mouths were talking, all of them were asking questions loudly to Lin Chaoyan. Quiet. Qi Jingxi operated her martial qi and shouted as if it was a lion's roar, echoing around. In a split second, an unprecedented silence fell. All of your phallic husbands, sons, and family members have had their lives cut short by Qin Xian, this son, who is bent on arrogance. Impossible. General Qin said that you guys would frame his son. I didn't expect it to be true. Yes. You guys have disappointed the people too much. There was another flurry of group sentiment, biting out that it was because of them that those generals had lost their lives. Seeing this, Lin Chaoyan felt an incomparably huge pressure that came from the force of the people's will all around. Great General, today I was ordered by His Majesty to invite Jun Zizhu, with the will of the people, to hold you accountable. Do you accept or not? At this time, Zhu Ming walked out and spoke with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Between conversations, he gave people a feeling like spring breeze. White cultural chi surged around his body, instantly affecting the people around the entire square. Give people a kind of mind and tranquility. Slowly stepping out, every time he stepped out, a lotus flower bloomed underneath his feet. Every step creates a lotus flower, easily affecting other people's state of mind. Lotus flower with each step. This is the Hanlin realm. Great General, listen to my words. Today Jun Zizhu came here, has made clear the will of all the people. If you are not subject to, I'm afraid that it will really be the name of a traitor on his back. Lin Chaoyan shook his head and took a deep breath. The name of a traitor? Beautiful eyes quickly scanned a circle, looked at those people's eyes, resentment, sinister, hate to kill their own eyes. For some reason, there was a hidden pain in his heart. This was the people of Daxia that he had sworn to die to protect. Just, why would they treat themselves like this? I have no shame in my heart. As for the little people who are evil, what is there to fear? She stepped over and came to the center of the high platform, standing straight and looking around proudly. In order to protect the mountains and rivers, she joined the army, became famous at a young age, and made great achievements. For more than 10 years, through life and death, killing countless enemy troops. Never thought that today, he would be held accountable by the people he was protecting. This is very good, then I will respectfully invite Jun Zizhu. Xu Ming arched his hand and bowed to her, and after saying that, he was about to ask Jun Zizhu to perform the punishment of accountability. Wait! Shi Jingxi, Jin Shu, Su Luoling and a group of Eastern Red generals rushed forward to protect her. She's a great general of the Protectorate, you can't treat her like this.
Stand back. It is said that the Junzi bamboo is a holy relic of the House of Wen. It has been nurtured by the vast and positive qi of the sage of Wendao, so as long as you ask your heart and mind, you won't be harmed by the vast and positive qi. Lin Xiaoyan patted Qi Jingxi's shoulder and signaled for them to step back. Great General. Miss. What? You all don't listen to my words? Yes. The crowd retreated. When Qin Xian saw this, he was slightly disappointed. If these people had fought hard, maybe he would have been able to find an excuse to cause trouble again. Pity. The 12 questions of the gentleman's bamboo are the 12 rods. If you can withstand the 12 rods and remain unharmed, you will be able to prove your innocence. After Zhu Ming finished speaking, a white Wenqi surged from his body. Buzz. The Junzi bamboo began to tremble. Slow down. An untimely voice rang out, and an extremely handsome and extraordinary man dressed in green, with a face like a crown of jade, was seen striding out from the crowd. In front of him, the green woman was dressed in black with a veil, carrying that green-colored long sword. With the green lady in front of him, he opened the way. Accountability, my wife. Have you all ever had my opinion? Lu Ziyan came to the high platform and smiled gently at Lin Xiaoyan, showing the elegance of a scholar. Stranger's face is like jade, and the gentleman's world is matchless. What a fluttering gentleman. The moment the crowd saw Lu Ziyan, they all marveled in their hearts. Your Excellency is? Xu Ming stopped, looking puzzled, while his mind began to think fast. Not a moment later. A name appeared in his mind and he couldn't help but be surprised. The aunt of the Jingui Gongfu, Lu Ziyan? Not bad. It is precisely my family's aunt. Jinshu was filled with joy and quickly walked behind Lu Ziyan. Auntie, you're finally here. You girl, you've grown quite tall. He reached out and rubbed Jinshu's head. His eyes carried a hint of doting. After all, he had followed by his side for several years. Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling saw him like this. Their faces showed displeasure. It was only that it was not good to snap at the moment. Humph. Qin Xian coldly snorted, and then said in a conspiratorial manner, it is said that the great general married a small scholar, a mediocre talent who was not capable of writing and not capable of martial arts. At first, this general did not believe. Today I saw, it is true. At first glance, good guy, diaphragm people still have to be him. Chapter 10, A Song of Righteousness, shocking everyone. Everyone's gazes were united on Lu Ziyan. The surrounding people began to talk. This little white boy is so handsome, but it's a pity that he doesn't know martial arts, and he doesn't know the way of literature and talent. It's a pity that a great general with such a stunningly beautiful face has this husband, a stain. This kid is nothing but handsome, unrivaled in looks and outstanding in temperament, nothing, no highlights. Dude, are you sure? Should, might, maybe, right? Cut. Lin Xiaoyan's tender white stunning little face was surprised, for his arrival, not expecting it. Mr. Lu, why did you come? Lu Ziyan stepped forward, came in front of her, reached out and slowly removed that white armor. Green lady. Calling out to Qing daughter. The latter hurriedly took on a white tunic. Haven't been home for a long time, little moon misses you. Lin Xiaoyan froze for a moment, not knowing how to reply, allowing Lu Ziyan to put on her outerwear. Looking at this gentle and elegant man in front of her, she was silent. After all, the marriage between the two was given by His Majesty. How the intention is, everyone knows. Only, many years down to get along, plus have a daughter. Emotions between each other is also become subtle. Qin Xian is not used to seeing this scene, and hurriedly strange, so lovey-dovey. Why don't you Lu Gongzi give the great general a gentleman's accountability? How? Xu Ming sniffed and immediately looked serious. No, if you want to catalyze the gentleman's bamboo, you must be a gentleman. Those who have a high moral character and are harboring a righteous spirit can catalyze it. Those with a righteous heart, who have never done anything wrong, who are not ashamed of the world, of heaven and earth, can also catalyze it. The last one is one who has achieved something in the way of literature and borrows the vast and righteous qi to catalyze it. Hearing this, Qin Xian immediately became interested. Oh? There is also this saying, this general looks at Mr. Lu should be feasible. All of you do not know, in addition to the above, other people, even if the 9th grade experts want to catalyze, will suffer backlash. Lightly bruised all over the body, heavily dead. After listening to Zhu Ming's explanation, Qi Jingxi and the others finally realized that Qin Xian, the old fox, was afraid that he was going to make a joke of his aunt. Knowing that he doesn't practice martial arts and doesn't have a civilized way. Still twice and thrice let him come to perform the gentleman accountability. How the intention is, it's clear as day. Good. Lu Ziyan turned his head and agreed. If you and the others had not come with the will of all the people, as a result of this, death would not be enough. In that moment just now, he moved to kill. Not just to Qin Xian alone, but the entire crowd of the square. Even if it was hundreds of thousands of people, he wanted to kill them with one sword. Auntie, how can you? Jinshu spoke out in panic, wanting to stop, but Lu Ziyan shook his head. Just follow Mr. Lu. Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand, signaling Qi Jingxi and the others to retreat. Xu Ming was about to go forward to persuade him, when Qin Xian pulled him back and whispered, Mr. Zhu, could it be that you have forgotten the agreement with my lord? A single sentence made him silent, allowing Lu Ziyan to walk in front of the Junzi bamboo. In the depths of Lu Zian's eyes, golden light was surging, and an incomparable force of terrifying will coalesced before him. Even someone like him could not interfere with this will. The will of the 10,000 peoples. No wonder these people were emboldened to organize the accountability conference, it was this that they relied on. Similarly, how could he not be aware of what the people in the shadows were thinking? In that case, Jun Zizhu. He raised his hand and clenched it, boom. A powerful force rushed to the sky, and the flashy light flowed in such a way that one could not look directly at it. Immediately following, that cut of dark green bamboo was just grasped in his hand. What? Xu Ming's pupils dilated violently, horrified. This person was able to not be revolted by the Junzi bamboo. Could it be that? Only to see a white light similarly blossoming from Lu Zian's body, echoing that Junzi bamboo. A high wind in righteousness, and a vast and righteous aura protects the body. After surveying for a while, Xu Ming finally came back to his senses from the shock, and at the same time, he also issued an explanation for that white light on Lu Zian's body. In response, Lu Zian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's with that? It's just some small means. As an immortal cultivator, or a Jin Dan great perfection. District Junzi bamboo, take it in minutes, not a difficult task. Heaven and earth have positive qi, miscellaneous endowed with flowing form. Below is the river and mountains, above is the sun and stars. In the people is said to be vast, Pei Hua Sei Pang Wei. The royal road when the Qingyi contain and spit Ming Ting. The time is poor and the festival is seen, one by one, hanging down the color of the sky. Boom! An incomparably strong and vast righteousness rose up to the sky, and in an instant, enveloped the entire high platform. In the depths of the dome of the sky, a huge vortex formed, as if it was a bottomless pit, bizarre, mysterious and unpredictable. This vast and righteous aura, how is it possible? Xu Ming felt a wave of heaven and earth, incomparably pure vastness qi, and was once again deeply shocked. Even the vast and righteous qi on the dean's body could not compare to this moment. How could a small scholar produce such a terrifying Haoren qi? Not right. This vast and righteous qi was not from him, but was bestowed by heaven and earth. That poem just now. Heaven and earth have righteousness, what a heaven and earth have righteousness, great talent. Xu Ming savored it, and was immediately surprised and praised. No wonder Tianxi was so surging with horrifying vastness, so it was all because of this poetry. This. For a moment, Lin Chaoyan's head was blank, looking at that figure bathed in the vast and righteous qi, like an exiled immortal, she was actually a bit dumbfounded. Behind her, Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling, and Jin Shu were also dumbfounded, having never seen such an absolute person. However, not waiting for the crowd to react, Lu Zian looked solemn, his voice was like a lion's roar, echoing all around. The first question, you young man left home and joined the army, ignoring the pain of your family's longing, only to kill the enemy in the sand, can you be ashamed? This statement, the words shocked the 4 seats, so that everyone did not expect. The first question of the accountability conference will be this. Qin Xian froze, everyone was stunned, puzzled. Said that the responsibility of blaming her for secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty, leading to the death of a number of generals and soldiers. We can't let him ask like this, otherwise our purpose won't be achieved. Qin Xian quickly reacted and immediately cast a glance at Xu Ming. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. It's too late, once the Junzi bamboo is started, there is no way it can be stopped midway. If you want to force it to stop, the only way to do so is with external forces. As far as I know, even the once popular sword immortal powerhouse had difficulty stopping it, and even suffered a backlash from the vast and righteous qi, and ultimately met his death. Everything can only go with the flow. Hearing this, Qin Xian was silent for a moment. After all, even a sword immortal powerhouse couldn't stop it. Right now, he was afraid that something was going to change. Guilty. Lin Chaoyan responded without thinking. Who? A stern air-breaking sound rang out. Lu Zian raised his hand and Jun Zizhu sent out a white light that blasted on her body. The huge power impact caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood pff. Blood mist flew horizontally, and that peerless face instantly paled a few points. Great General! Miss! Everyone could not bear to look at this scene, especially Jin Shu, who was filled with heartache. His own young lady had paid so much for Great Xia, she shouldn't be treated like this. Second question, family and country. You chose to protect the country and abandon your family. Do you feel guilty? Yes. The third question, you have been married for 10 years, but get together less often. Say a throw away your husband and daughter is not too much, can have a shame? Yes. Fourthly, your grandfather is old, but you can't enjoy the happiness of your family. Do you feel guilty? Yes. Fifthly, I've been on the battlefield for more than 10 years, but I don't know who I am, and I've been poisoned by Huan Wuzhen. Is that a fault? Yes. At that time. Once the fifth question came out, all the people, generals and soldiers fell silent at once. Until this moment. Only then did people realize that the great general of the protectorate, who was dedicated to protecting the country and abandoning his small family for the sake of the country, had already been poisoned. Even so, when the enemy attacked, he still charged into battle at the first opportunity without complaint. Can such a person really be a spy? Could he be a spy? Many people began to secretly doubt it. The sixth question, to do one's best for the faith of Disya and even give one's life, do one ever have any regrets? If faith has a color, it must be the red that belongs to the East. That touch of red is where our faith lies. To fight for the rise of Dasya, to fight for peace, to die without regret. Whoosh! With her incomparably firm reply, the Junzi bamboo swung once more. Bang! The terrifying force blasted at her. Another spray of blood flew, and that one white garment had long since been stained with blood. Auntie, stop it, if this continues, Miss will die. Jinshu cried out in pain, wanting to rush up, but was stopped by Qi Jingxi on the side. Once Jun Zizhu started, there was no such thing as stopping in the middle. Regardless of the outcome, she would have to suffer on her own. Lu Ziyan, if the great general dies, I will be the first to kill you. Su Luoling's eyes were red and her expression was hideous as she roared in anger. Chapter 11 Signs of a Pending Death, Can't Live More Than 7 Days. As soon as the sixth question came out, Zhu Ming gradually began to realize that something was wrong. Where was this accountability? This pile, piece by piece, is clearly in the counting of the great generals past. One by one, it is an ordinary person who has worked hard all his life. I'm afraid that he cannot do things. And then there is unswerving will to protect the country, protect the faith of the mountains and rivers of Dasya. These alone should not be held accountable. Eighth question, can there be any secret communication with the enemy army and mutilation of the great Xia generals? No. She snapped her head up, and on that stunning and overwhelming face, because of the extra pallor, it gave off an indescribably magnificent look. At this time, the Junzi bamboo in Lu Ziyan's hand instantly bloomed with an incomparably powerful and vast qi, instantly enveloping Lin Chaoyan's body. The next second, the righteous qi disappeared, and when Lu Ziyan waved the Junzi bamboo, there was not the slightest surge of white light. There wasn't the slightest white light surging. At this moment, all the people, the generals and soldiers came to their senses. Junzi bamboo asked for her heart, she asked for her heart. That means the so-called secret communication with the Liuli dynasty is simply something that is not true. For a moment, Zhu Ming's mind was a bit out of control, and his body's when she gradually became disorganized. Ninth question. The 10th question. The 11th question. Mr. Lu, this last question is extremely powerful, let's stop here. Qin Xian threw a look to Zhu Ming, who hurriedly walked out. When Jin Shu, Qi Jingxi and the others heard this, they hurriedly asked, can we stop? Zhu Ming's eyes flowed with white light as he glanced at the sky above, the will of the 10,000 people coalescing into that tens of feet gigantic scaly dragon silhouette. As these 11 questions came down, that will-augured dragon gradually became somewhat illusory. From almost as if it was substantial at the beginning, to this situation right now. He was also aware that he was afraid that this will was rapidly dissipating. Since this was the case, stopping it was not impossible. Normally, it can't be stopped. If the people request it together, then I will have a way to stop it. No need. Lu Ziyan faintly swept a glance at him and placed his gaze on that will-augured dragon again. Lu Ziyan, who are you to make decisions for the great general? Su Luoling was instantly upset in his heart and shouted angrily. Lin Chaoyan endured a full 10 rods, his body's martial qi was incomparably chaotic, his body was extremely weak and shaky, and he could collapse at any time. Faced with Lu Ziyan's insistence at this moment, she didn't ask for the reason, and spoke softly, according to Mr. Lu, even if I die, I have no regrets. Qin Xian looked a little anxious and asked Xu Ming in a low voice, are you sure that there is also a palace imperial physician who came along with the holy decree? As much as I would like her to die under the Junzi bamboo, this would be detrimental to your excellency's plan. Don't worry, even if you suffer the final blow, with the great general's current condition, at most your cultivation will be lost, your life should be fine. Xu Ming was distracted and opened his mouth. For some reason, he always felt that the state of affairs in front of him was beyond expectation. The 12th question, the people here misunderstand you, vilify you, distrust you, is it really worth guarding? Everyone did not expect that for the last question, Lu Ziyan would ask such a question. For a moment, everyone placed their gazes on her in unison, all waiting with anticipation for an answer. Lin Chaoyan closed her eyes and pondered for a while. As long as it's the people of Disya, it's all worth it. As for them, if I have the ability, I'll protect them. If I can't do anything about it, all of you should seek your own blessings. This moment. Countless people were shocked by this reply. Good. Without giving the crowd time to regain their senses, Lu Ziyan wielded the Junzi bamboo and blasted her with a blow. Boom. An incomparably terrifying force rushed straight through. Boom. Powerful martial qi raged, and in an instant, the 5 yellow dragon silhouettes let out a mournful roar and dissipated immediately afterward. Wow! Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Lin Chaoyan's entire body appeared depressed. A martial arts cultivation had been reduced to nothing, his tendons and veins had been broken, and his heart veins had ruptured. Impossible! On the other side, as Jun Zizhu landed the final blow, Zhu Ming's mind shook violently, followed by his Wen Qi storming out, as if he had suffered some kind of heavy blow. Blood continued to spill out from the corners of his mouth. Reversal. It's actually the Hao Ran Zhang Qi backfiring. Wrong. It was all wrong. Teacher. Xiang Shui, Zhu Jun rushed forward to support Xu Ming. There's no harm. Just then, the holy decree has arrived. A feminine voice came out and gradually began to separate amongst the crowd. Lu Ziyan picked up Lin Chaoyan. Puff. In a flash, a large swath of people knelt down in unison, except on the high platform. Lu Ziyan was holding her like this. Eunuch Chen, who was holding the holy decree, saw this scene and was immediately furious, coldly humming, "What's wrong? Great General still not kneel down quickly to receive the decree?" Lin Chaoyan bitter, "Eunuch Chen is joking, only because I am seriously injured. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Forgive me for not being able to accept this imperial decree." In fact, how could she not be clear about what the arrival of the holy decree, at this moment, really meant? First, there was the Accountability Assembly, where the will of all the people held themselves accountable, followed by the arrival of the holy decree. If one were to say that behind all of this, there was no meaning from the one from the royal capital, who would believe it? What? Eunuch Chen's expression changed, somewhat incredulous, and he shot a glance at an old man in his 60s beside him. The latter hurriedly stepped forward. 9 officials have met the great general. The Chinese robed old man, with a head full of silver hair and eyes of God, rushed Lin Chaoyan and bowed respectfully. Palace Grand Imperial Dr. 9 officials, I didn't expect even you to come. In that instant, she was incredibly depressed in her heart, as if some belief was suffering destruction. Raising her hand out, the 9 officials saw this and hurriedly took her pulse. As soon as she touched her pulse, Zhou Guan's pupils suddenly dilated several times, her expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "The tendons and veins are all destroyed, the heart vein is ruptured, it will be an omen of death. In this state, the great general will not live more than 7 days. What? The surrounding people were stunned, and Eunuch Chen and the others were at a loss for words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, you quack, nonsense. Su Luoling instantly became anxious and rushed up, grabbing the collar of the 9th official and roaring in hysterical rage. Shi Jingxi, Jin Shu, and the 2 of them rushed forward, shedding tears and just looking at her. Great General, the Liuli dynasty, the Golden Horde Imperial Court, and the Great Barbarian Dynasty's 3 major kingdoms have gathered 1,000,000 troops to commit an offense. His Majesty's imperial decree came here to ask the Great General to defend the South Sea Pass to the death, and the reinforcements will not arrive until some time later. Eunuch Chen blurted out some words that immediately caused a large area of agitation. Millions of troops to come. South Sea Pass, afraid to suffer. Great General, you must protect us. Yes. It's said that the Great General uses his army like a god, he'll definitely be able to defend the South Sea Pass. Many of the people began to think of the Great General Protector's mighty name. Great General, as the Protectorate Great General, now that the enemy army is coming to attack, shouldn't you lead the generals in a deadly defense? Qin Shen jumped out at this time, pointing at Lin Chaoyan with a pained look. Defend to the death? Lu Ziyan coldly swept a glance at him. Haven't you already gotten the result you wanted? What? She only has 7 days left and she can't even accompany her husband? Can't go back to see her family? Great General of the Protectorate, after protecting you for so long, you still have to bear the name of secretly collaborating with the enemy's spies. A few words were spoken, causing everyone to be speechless, not knowing where to speak for a while. Right now, the 3 kingdoms have gathered millions of troops to attack the South Sea Pass. I'm afraid it's in danger. Jinshu, prepare a carriage to leave the South Sea Pass. Anyone who blocks, kill. Lu Ziyan hugged Lin Chaoyan, striding down the high platform, in front of the Green Lady, Jinshu, Shi Jingxi, and others to open the way. The Dongfang generals were escorting them. The surrounding people, Eunuch Qin, Qin Xian, Zhu Mingyi, and the others were all at their wits' end. The state of affairs in front of them was far beyond their expectations. General Qin, Mr. Zhu Ming, what should we do now? Eunuch Chen looked anxious, pacing back and forth with the imperial decree in his hand, clearly at a loss. Qin Xian, Zhu Ming, and the 2 of them glanced at each other, similarly revealing helplessness. In the original plan, even if the Great General receives 12 strokes from the Junzi bamboo, it will only be the exhaustion of his cultivation, and it is definitely not possible to jeopardize his life. At that time, it would be the hand of the imperial physician 9 officials to cure him, and then borrow an imperial decree to make him die defending the South Sea Pass. There are 300,000 vanguard armies of the 3 great royal dynasties, and currently the entire South Sea Pass has a combined strength of at least around 120,000. If Great General Lin is here to die defending, he can at least hold out for 7 days. Qin Xian purposely raised his voice, causing the surrounding people to also clearly hear these words. Great General Lin, you still want to leave just like that? He laughed coldly in his heart. The moral kidnapping hadn't been used yet. How could one easily let her go? Everyone go and beg the Great General, she will definitely not disregard us people. As a Protectorate Great General, she is meant to protect us people. Even if her martial arts cultivation is gone, the big deal is that we won't let her go into battle. It's fine to line up the troops. Such a voice rang out from the crowd. In a split second, it caused the group to resonate, and one by one, they began to talk and start finding various reasons to convince themselves. His Majesty gave her the position of Great General of the Protectorate, but let her guard our people. Normally majestic and lofty, but she can't just hide and not dare to meet the battle once there is a war. The big guys go to her, she must be allowed to stay and guard this place. This is our home, we must not let the Great General go. Chapter 12. Please let the Great General stay. South of the city. Densely packed, a large, blackened mass of heads, hundreds of thousands of people crowded together. High walls, rooftops, both sides of the streets. The city gates. Eunuch Chen, Qin Xian, Cangjian, and Zhu Ming stood here. At this time, on the street in front, a carriage drove slowly. Behind the carriage, hundreds of clear white armor Oriental Red generals followed. A blood-red flag flew in the air. Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling rode a warhorse and drove in front. Jin Shu drove the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lin Chaoyan was dressed in a clean white shirt, just like an untainted fairy, with a little more pallor on her stunning face. The whole person is slightly fatigued, relying on Lu Ziyan's lap, quiet, sleeping. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. These years has been outside to run around the sand field to kill the enemy, maintain the mountains and rivers. In the end, but forgot about her husband as well as her daughter at home. Nowadays, even more so, he was slandered. As a person who cultivates immortality, he does not understand such a dynasty, but also guard it for what? Those who do not know the right and wrong people, those who collude with the officials in the dynasty. This kind of dynasty has long been corrupt to the extreme, they should be left to fend for themselves. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Lin Chaoyan, who was originally sleeping, her embroidered eyebrows moved slightly and tightly opened her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? She was a little puzzled. The three great royal dynasties are united, millions of troops are assembled, and 300,000 troops will be coming to commit crimes in the next few days. The South Sea Pass is an important pass for Xia. Please ask the great general to stay and guard the city. Eunuch Chen's body was surging with martial qi, his voice sounded like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. Please great general stay and defend the city. Please stay and defend the city, great general. Please stay and defend the city. The people all around kneeled down, and for a while, the shouts rushed to the sky, and it seemed that even the clouds were rushed away by the shouts. It echoed for a long time, like the sound of thunder. Deafening. Hundreds of thousands of people, on both sides of the street, above the city wall, above the roof, all knelt down in unison. That moment. Extremely shocking. Jin Shu, Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling, three people see this scene, is also in the heart was greatly shocked. Stopped there, no longer advancing half a step. The green woman coldly watched, for these things, as if she did not care. Dongfang Hong, those generals, heard the people shouting, cannot help but tighten the hands of weapons. They are very clear, the great general has always been to guard the security of the great summer first. Now the three great king dynasties come to violate. According to the general's nature, even if he dies in battle, it is impossible to retreat half a step. Inside the carriage, Lin Chaoyan's brows were tightly locked, her body couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes gradually became firm. Stay? She stared at Lu Ziyan and spoke tentatively. However, Lu Ziyan did not answer. Instead, he rushed outside and shouted at Jinshu, go back to Lingzhou City, anyone who stops behead. Yes. Auntie. In the face of such an order, while the others were still torn and hesitant, Jinshu was already the first to rush ahead. My aunt is going back to Lingzhou City, if you and the others obstruct, kill without pardon. Riding a horse and carrying a long sword in his hand, his expression was ice cold, and his body's 8th grade aura was released. The team slowly walked towards the city gates. Great General Lin, do you really not intend to stay? The Lin family is full of loyalty. Over the years, only those who have died in battle, not those who have retreated. Could it be that Great General wants to be a shrinking violet? Eunuch Chen, under his exasperation, couldn't help but point angrily at the carriage and cursed. Seeing this, Qin Xian and Chang Zijie could not help but simultaneously raise the corners of their mouths as they glanced at each other. Although things did not develop as expected. However, in front of them, Lu Ziyan's actions did not disappoint them. It was just a pity that the people of the South Sea Pass. The king has become a success or a failure, and a general has become a success. If you have achieved great things, why do you care? Jin Shu, kill him. Light words came from inside the carriage, and at that instant, everyone froze. Eunuch Chen had come on behalf of the royal family. Carrying an imperial decree in his hand was the face of the royal family, and killing him at this juncture was definitely not a wise thing to do. It is definitely not a wise thing to kill him at this juncture. When Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling heard the command, the first thought in their minds was that Lu Ziyan was crazy. Even people who represented the royal family dared to kill, that was to be labeled as a rebel at any time. Then, something that shocked them even more happened. Jinshu turned back and arched his hand at the carriage. Yes, auntie. Immediately, the entire person turned into a stream of light and rushed Eunuch Chen to kill him. Plop! A sword chopped through, the head flew up and a column of blood gushed out. After Jinshu beheaded Eunuch Shen with a sword, he flew back to his steed as if nothing had happened. The few attendants around Eunuch Shen, for a moment, did not know what to do. They were all looking at me and me at you. Go! Jinshu took the brunt of the situation and was the first to walk out of the city gates. After a long time, Qin Xian, Chang Zijie, and Xu Ming looked at the backs of Lu Ziyan and their departing party from afar. Still younger and more impulsive after all. This place will soon be invaded by a large army, it's better for us to leave quickly. One day later. Lingzhou City. At the entrance of the city. The city lord, 800 miles, was 80 years old, his figure was on the thin side, his head was full of white hair, and he wore a blue tunic, looking extremely refined. Like a teacher. He brought along several of the city's main generals, as well as the entire city's people here to greet him. The Protector General is returning here to recuperate from his injuries. Such an important matter. It could not be ignored. City Lord, how much longer until the great general arrives? We've been waiting here for more than 2 hours. General Wang Sun, one of the 3 main generals, had thick eyebrows and a stout figure, showing off his bravado. After waiting for 2 hours, he couldn't help but complain a little. The other main general, chasing the wind, very handsome looking, with a modest gentleman's appearance, stroked his chin. According to reason, from the time we received the news until now, the great general should have arrived here. Could it be that some accident happened on the way? What accidents can there be? I think you guys are just blindly worried. A gentle and melodious voice interrupted Chasing Wind's words. Among the 3 main generals, the only female general, Jade Bridge, snickered at the matter discussed by several people. Jade Bridge is right, you guys are just blindly worried. The great general has many experts around him. What accidents can happen? 800 Miles stroked his chin beard and said with a smile. At this time, a team appeared in the distance, a blood-red flag flying. Coming! Quickly, get ready to meet it. 800 Miles' eyes lit up, his old face filled with joy and excitement. On the other side, Jinshu saw from afar that the entrance to the city was filled with people, as well as above the city wall, a dense crowd. It's really different. At the South Sea Pass, when has my lady ever had this kind of treatment? How ironic. At the South Sea Pass, those people could listen to the wind and slander at will. In the Lingzhou city in front of them, before the people even came, there were already a whole city of people waiting to greet them. Sure enough. A city of the people's hearts. How human nature. In the final analysis, it still depends on the dominant. South China Sea Pass, more special no city master, for many years are the 3 main generals to dominate all affairs. Furthermore, it is that it involves the people of the court. My humble servant, 800 Miles, along with all the people of the city, would like to welcome the great general to Lingzhou City. Welcome the great general to Lingzhou City. Welcome great general. Welcome, great general. The shouts were heavenly, deafening, and extremely impactful, causing Jinshu and the other generals to be unable to help but feel proud in their hearts. As under the great general's command, the people loved as well as embraced the great general. Inside the carriage, Lu Ziyan gently patted Lin Chaoyan's shoulder. Exhausted bamboo will be watching over us from the sky. As for the word of immortal, does the great general believe in it? On the way, she had already told Lu Ziyan about the death of the exhausted bamboo. Speaking of this girl, he couldn't help but show a touch of regret. During these years in the Wengong mansion, from the beginning, she kept reading, condensing Wen Qi and expanding the Wen Palace in her body. Continuously strengthening himself through cultivation. Since having Lu Yuer, in addition to reading and cultivating, more of his time was spent teaching his daughter to read and write, and to understand reason. And during that time, it so happened that the 2 girls, Exhausted Bamboo and Jinshu, were not too old, one was 12 and the other was 13. They followed him around to read and write, as well as practicing martial arts. 4.5 years. Both of them were very competitive, and both of them entered into the 6th grade martial artist. Then they were taken away by Lin Chaoyan and threw themselves into the military, and in just 1.5 years, they were promoted to become one of the Eastern Red main generals. If there really are immortals in the world, then how could the exhausted bamboo possibly die? Chapter 13, City Lord 800 Miles. Lingzhou City. On both sides of the street, there was a bustle of people standing around. A carriage was traveling slowly. Lin Chaoyan lifted the curtain and looked at the people outside who were overflowing with surprise, excitement, and happy looks. Mr. Lu, I have a matter I want to discuss with you. Lu Ziyan was similarly sizing up the people outside. Hearing this, he did not hesitate. There is no discussion. This time you have lost all your martial arts cultivation, so feel free to go back to the royal capital with me. Little Yuer is still waiting at home. But my current physical condition. Her voice slightly paused, then she became bitter. Her tendons and veins were broken, her heart veins were broken. It was already a sign that she was going to die. Even the Imperial Dr. 9 officials had already come to a conclusion. She could not live for more than 7 days. With such a short period of time, I am afraid that there is not even enough time to go back to the royal capital. Regret? What? If I hadn't executed the Junzi bamboo, perhaps that last stick wouldn't have fallen, and you wouldn't have lost your martial arts cultivation. Lu Ziyan wrapped his arm around her shoulder and gently patted it. I was hit by the transformation martial scatter in my body. Turning her head instantly, she directly met Lu Ziyan's star-like gaze. Even without that stick, after another 5 days, the same cultivation will be gone. If you do this, you are also heartbroken for me, in order to prevent me from enduring the pain of transforming the martial scatter again. While saying that, his head couldn't help but lean towards his shoulder. At this moment in time, he finally had something to rely on, and it was still his husband. More than 10 years of military service. Today this feeling, it's so good. Mr. Lu, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Can you help me take care of my grandfather as well as my little sister? And little Yuer, our daughter. Suddenly, her nose turned sour and her eyes turned slightly red, because in that instant, she realized that she still had loved ones waiting for her to return to take care of them. It was only a pity. For so many years, it had been all about guarding the Grand Xia. Shame on the loved ones who loved him, as well as the people he loved. Lu Ziyan's complexion did not change in the slightest, as if he was not at all anxious about what his wife had said, much less half sad. Let's get your body better first. But I. Just as she wanted to continue saying more, Lu Ziyan rubbed her head. There's still me in everything. The short sentence warmed her heart greatly. Mr. Lu, I'm happy that you can have such a mindset, even if I'm not around one day. I don't want to see a crying you either. City Lord's Mansion. Doorway. Great General, it's here. 800 Li's old face was filled with a benevolent color, like a kind little old man. Behind them, the 3 generals, Wang Sun, Chasing Wind, and Jade Bridge, looked at the carriage with anticipation. All of them were waiting for the Protectorate Great General to get off the carriage. 800 Mile City Lord has a heart. Nowadays, I have lost all my martial arts cultivation, but I am just an ordinary person. As he spoke, Lin Chaoyan got down from the carriage. 800 Li's eyes were red, very sad, and choked. Great General, your matter, my humble servant has already heard about it, those white-eyed wolves at the South Sea Pass. Even because of some small things misunderstanding, slander the Great General. Great General, you are my idol, the woman is not a hero. Yu Chao finally saw the idol of his heart. For many years, the most worshipped person, at this moment is standing in front of the living. While excited, there was also a lot of nervousness. This is Mr. Lu, right? Eyes like stars, face like a crown of jade, gentle and elegant, a talented person. The first time 800 Miles took a look at Lu Ziyan, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wang Sun skimmed his mouth, his face full of disdain. A little scholar who can't do anything in literature or martial arts, he's just good looking, he's not worthy of a great general at all. Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling both looked at each other and quickly gave Wang Sun a thumbs up, high opinion. Seeing this, 800 Miles immediately grunted with a cold face. General Wang Sun, it is not for you to discuss the matter between Prince Lu and the great general. Get lost and go back to reflect. Yes. City Lord. Wang Sun retreated somewhat unwillingly. Next. Lin Chaoyan and his group were arranged to live in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion. 3 days later. Backyard. In the center of the small pavilion, Lin Chaoyan sat at the stone table, examining the medicine in the bowl in front of her. Her delicate little face collapsed. Sir Lu, what kind of medicine is this? It's too bitter, and I get sleepy every time I drink it. For these 3 days. She had been drinking the medicine that Lu Ziyan had personally boiled. Every time she drank it, she became sleepy and then fell asleep without realizing it. Good medicine is bitter, hurry up and drink it. Lu Ziyan favored patted her shoulder. These individual medicinal herbs can be considered extremely precious. Collecting herbs for a full 5 years, originally intended to refine a foundation building dan, convenient for Lin Chaoyan to build her foundation in the future. I'm not sure if I can find a suitable furnace, but I'm not sure if I can find a suitable furnace. And met the matter of her poisoning, as early as in the South China Sea Pass, he had already thought well, completely remove her that a martial arts cultivation. Then use these medicinal herbs to help her enter the path of immortal cultivation. In this world where the martial arts path is honored and the literary path is supplemented, the cultivation of immortality definitely belongs to a different category. The path of immortal cultivation definitely belonged to an alien category. Lin Chaoyan bitterly hardened her head and drank it down. Not long after, familiar with sleepiness came, directly relying on his shoulder to fall asleep in the past. Then, Lu Ziyan placed his palm on her back. A golden spiritual energy quickly entered the other party's body through his palm. It began to continuously nourish the strange meridians and veins, and even though those tendons were broken, they also coalesced through the spiritual energy at this time. Becoming tinged with light golden tendons, the 8 meridians at this moment, even an innate above the 9th grade would find it difficult to detect the slightest abnormality. In the eyes of outsiders, she was still in a situation where her tendons and veins were still broken. At the entrance of the courtyard, 800 Miles happened to be passing by. Looking at the 2 people snuggling together from afar, she couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. The great general has spent her entire life paying for the great Xia, and it's a good thing to have this husband to take care of her. It's a pity that auntie can't. As soon as he thought of Lu Ziyan being just a young scholar, he couldn't help but sigh. Even if it was only a scholar, it would be good. At least being able to enter the dynasty as an official, a future position of greatness is also possible. Half an hour later. In front of the main hall. City Lord, the 300,000 vanguard army of the three great king dynasties has already marched to the South Sea Pass, and as of now, I'm afraid that they will be able to kill in our Lingzhou city in less than 2 days. Wang's son looked flustered, jogging in quickly from outside, having just received an urgent report from the front line. Not daring to have any delay, he rushed over it the first time. 800 miles in a blue plainclothes, revealing the elegant style, but there are a few immortal style appearance. Picked up the teacup, brows locked together, sip. 2 days ago, I have already made Jade Bridge arrangements for the evacuation of the people. What about you? City Lord. This old bone of mine was born in Lingzhou, labored for half of my life, and I am still in Lingzhou. Perhaps this is the last place I will return to. Da. A rush of footsteps, chasing the wind came in a panic manner. City Lord is not good. The army gathered by the three great king dynasties has long since broken through the South Sea Pass, and will arrive at Lingzhou city in a day at most. What? A day later to Lingzhou city? Dang Lang. The teacup in the hands of 800 miles fell to the ground, the tea splashed, his face full of disbelief. This news was too shocking and unexpected. Nanhai Pass, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if there were only more than 100,000 generals, it would be enough to resist for a decade or so. If there is a general who knows how to organize his troops, defending it for half a month will not be a problem. How could it be so fast? Waste of talent. A bunch of useless talents, all they know is to swindle all day long, and they are so useless in the face of the incoming enemy. He was so angry that he was trembling, his eyes were killing. If those wastrels were his subordinates. Definitely a sword to cut it. A powerful aura filled the air. Wang's son and Wind Chaser glanced at each other, both in shock. 9th grade Grand Circle aura. The City Lord was indeed extraordinary. Wind Chaser, you immediately go and see how the evacuation of the people is progressing. Make sure to evacuate the people out as much as possible within a short period of time. Yes. City Lord. Wang's son, immediately gather all the generals. I will now go to the great general to report this matter. The end of the road, this battle is inevitable. Chapter 14, Soldiers are coming to the city. Backyard. The center of the pavilion. Lu Ziyan gently stroked Lin Xiaoyan's back, a golden spiritual energy continuously surging into her body. It nourished her strange meridians. Half an hour later. She woke up leisurely. I fell asleep again? Even though she already knew that she would fall into a stupor every time she drank the medicine, she still couldn't help but ask. Just slept for a little while. Mr. Lu, you actually didn't have to do all this. Because I might. The last few words, not have long to live, made her hesitate to speak, her eyes full of apologies looking at him. Over the years, she had been traveling all the time. For the daughter care, even more incompetent. Lu Ziyan did not answer, but stood up, looking into the distant sky. Whispering softly, I am a person who has always believed in only one sentence, and that is that all possibilities are born in the midst of impossibilities. Hearing the words. His petite body shook, and his beautiful eyes were filled with shock, never imagining that he would be able to say these words. Everything possible was born out of the impossible. What a good adversity to find a turnaround, turning the impossible into the possible. Because my existence is itself an impossibility. As soon as the words were finished. Then an urgent sound came from outside. Great General, it's bad, something big is wrong. 800 miles turned 3 steps into 1 and ran in with a worried expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jin Shu, Qi Jingxi and the two of them flashed out. Standing in front of the gazebo. Obviously they had been hiding in the shadows before. What is it? Lin Xiaoyan raised her eyes and looked. At this moment, the 800-mile city lord was no longer half immortal. His expression was panicked and worried, like a helpless old man. The frontline scouts report that the South Sea Pass has been lost. The army will arrive at Lingzhou city in a day at most. Qi Jingxi heard this. Immediately some anger cannot be described, rushed up, grabbed the other side of the collar. Old man, this will respect you are the master of a city. If it is nonsense, do not blame, this will beat you up. Jin Shu saw this situation, rushed forward and pulled Qi Jingxi. Let go first, have a good conversation. For this girl's temperament, it was too clear. She was the one who would make a move at the drop of a hat. Even when facing a party of princes, she still dared to wield a sword against them. Behind such a hot temper, there is an extremely powerful and deep background. His grandfather Qi Sangming, the Daxia dynasty protector of the state. Father Qi Sanglong, the great general of Jinbei. It is said that her aunt is married to a great sword immortal. Her uncle was even a top heavenly pride who had stepped into a sword immortal. Jingxi let go. Lin Xiaoyan held his forehead, quite speechless at this little ninny, her nature was just too impulsive and fiery. Yes. Great general. Qi Jingxi reluctantly let go of her hand, this scene, but it shocked 800 miles to the core. This lord's reputation was not something that he had heard much about. 2 years ago.
In the royal capital, from the royal prince, princess, down to the noble people, which one of them had not suffered from its poisonous hands? Not to mention that even the king of Yangzhou, Xiaoshen, was beaten up by her on the street. That is the king who has hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. How noble is his status? After being beaten up, the matter was still left unsettled. From this, it could be seen that there had to be a background behind the sightlessness. Then, 800 Li's gaze focused on Lin Xiaoyan, worthy of being a great general. Even this one can be suppressed. City Lord, don't be offended, this girl has a somewhat wild nature, it's inevitable that she's a bit impulsive. No harm done. The loss of the South Sea Pass is absolutely true. I have ordered the people of the city to evacuate as soon as possible. There was too little time, simply not enough for all the people to evacuate. Not enough? Lin Xiaoyan's embroidered brows knit tightly, her face full of worry. There is simply not enough time for the people to evacuate. There are still many people who are unwilling to leave, they are all outside begging to see Great General. Under several struggles of thought, 800 Miles finally managed to voice out the requests of those people who were unwilling to leave. In fact, in his opinion, the Great General has paid too much for the dynasty. The matter of the South Sea Pass. And how can not see, those courtrooms, certain people in the suppression of the Great General. The depth of the involvement behind the scenes, dare not imagine. Today, Lin Xiaoyan has lost his martial arts cultivation, and his days are numbered. This kind of situation, 800 Miles also couldn't bear to trouble her anymore. Lu Ziyan swept a glance at him and said thoughtfully, you are planning to defend Lingzhou City to the death, and even more so, you want the Great General to die with you, is that right? One said. The old man's face turned red, being directly nailed through his mind. He was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Old man, do you really think so? Shi Jingxi's fiery temperament immediately could not hold back and was about to rush up to beat him. Jinshu hurriedly pulled back, not in a good mood. Miss will have her own judgment, why do we need to be in a hurry? So saying, she gradually calmed down. Lin Xiaoyan was quite surprised to see Lu Ziyan actually able to break the 800-mile city lord's mind with a single word. An ordinary person couldn't do that. That was a 9th-grade great perfection martial artist. Exhausted Bamboo had said that he was an immortal. Could it be true? It can't be. It must be that I'm overthinking it. Secretly shaking his head, he shook off the unreal thoughts. Mr. Lu, I want to go out and take a look. With a pleading general tone, she carefully inquired about Lu Ziyan's meaning. A few people took a look at the scene. Shi Jingxi's fists couldn't help but tighten. Jinshu was not surprised and looked at her own young lady with an aunt's smile. 800 Miles back and forth on the two of them, slowly falling into deep thought. As you wish, it's too noisy outside, so I won't go. Lu Ziyan stood up, picked up the medicine bowl and stepped out of the courtyard. Shi Jingxi snorted, thinking that he was being a wimp, not daring to show his face. It was also true that a person as dazzling as the Great General, how could he be followed by a little scholar? After seeing Lu Ziyan out of the courtyard, Lin Xiaoyan turned back to 800 Miles and said, let's go out. Outside the city lord's mansion. On the streets, densely packed heads were surging as far as the eye could see. All of these people were unwilling to leave, wanting to stay and die defending Lingzhou City. LOL. The gate opened and Lin Xiaoyan walked out under the gaze of all the people. The Great General has come out. I implore the Great General to stay and fight the enemy with us. I beg the Great General to stay. I beg the Great General to stay. The sound was like thunder, and it shot up into the clouds. Swish! 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 More than 100,000 people knelt down in unison, pleading for her to stay and fight the enemy together. Deafening chants echoed in her ears for a long time. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes reddened slightly and she was a little teary-eyed. Only at this moment did she feel that everything she had done in the past for Xia was worth it. The scene of more than 100,000 people kneeling down, how spectacular, how shocking. Just at this moment. Report! The army has arrived outside the city. What? 800 Miles' figure flickered and appeared in front of that general, his pupils wide with disbelief. Not long ago, the scouts had sent back news that the army would not arrive at Lingzhou City for at least another day. In less than an hour, the army was already at the city. How ironic. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed, his expression was solemn and cold as he shouted, "Follow me." The crowd immediately made way for a passage. The crowd walked towards the city wall. Outside the city, a large black crowd, like locusts, densely packed with human heads. This was the 300,000 troops assembled by the three great royal dynasties. It was less than 5 miles away from Lingzhou City. Standing on the city wall, looking ahead at the large army, the people's complexion was incomparably grave. However, at an unknown time, not far to the right of Lin Xiaoyan, a young figure suddenly appeared, standing at the head of the city wall with his hands in the air, his long hair like ink, flying without wind, his feet stepping on silver-rimmed boots with white soles, and his waist wrapped in a superb white jade belt. Smiling with a spring breeze, plump and handsome, just like an exiled immortal transcendent. Great General Lin, how do you solve the situation with the soldiers under the city?
The young man's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, shaking everyone's heart. Everyone looked at the voice. To their eyes, there was that lonely, arrogant, extraordinary figure. This person was extraordinary. When everyone saw him for the first time, they couldn't help but think this deep inside their hearts. Chapter 15, Sword Dao Top Li Bai. Lin Chaoyan had already concluded that the person in front of him was not ordinary with just one glance. Especially with that transcendent aura on his body. I'm afraid that not even the innate realm powerhouses have this terrifying aura. I'm afraid that even a powerful person of the innate realm would not possess such a terrifying aura. Your Excellency is? Not important. The youth didn't answer her question, instead, he was interested, promised by an old friend, I came here to kill you. These words came out. What? The crowd was shocked, while one looked at him angrily. Unbridled. Who are you to try to kill our great general? Xi Jingxi's eyes flared with anger, making a move to charge up and fight for his life. 800 miles, chasing wind, Jade Bridge, and those city generals behind him. They all looked as if gunpowder had been set on fire, looking furious and vicious as they stared at that person. Lin Chaoyan pressed down on the stupid Xi Jingxi and asked with a smile, even though I have lost all my martial arts cultivation, I can still feel that you are very strong. If you want to make a move, I think no one here will be your opponent. Hearing that, the white-clothed youth nodded with a look of satisfaction, not bad. What? The crowd was shocked again, the person in front of them was this terrifying. To know. 800 miles was a solid 9th grade great perfection, and the remaining few were also 8th grade perfections. Jinshu, Su Luoling, and Xi Jingxi were also late 8th grade. So many 8th grade experts, plus the city lord of the 9th grade great circle. But they were no match for the person in front of them. How could this be possible? If someone else had said this, they would have been laughing. But the person who said this was Great General Lin Chaoyan. Then there was no need to doubt the degree of credibility. Try moving her. Suddenly, an extremely domineering to the extreme voice rang out, even though the person had yet to arrive. City wall steps, wearing a green shirt, holding a scroll in his hand, his eyes revealing transcendent peace and depth, gentle and elegant. Chest hidden literature in ink virtual like bone, belly with poetry from the Hua. With the breath of a book on his body, he steps on the ladder. Breezy, elegant. Mr. Lu, why did you come? On Lin Chaoyan's exquisite face, a touch of surprise appeared. Why did Mr. Lu come? Didn't he say he didn't like noise? 800 miles was a bit puzzled, and the others were also at a loss. Jinshu happily smiled and rushed at Lu Zian respectfully, Auntie, you're here. He nodded blandly and smiled gently, giving people a spring breeze feeling. A white coat on the earth, a jade sword wrapped around his waist to break 10,000 enemies, his feet stepping on silver pattern flowing cloud boots, Li Bai at the top of the sword Dao. Mr. Li, you've come. Li Bai. In an instant. Everyone's pupils dilated violently, as if they had seen a ghost-like expression. The person in front of them was actually the world-famous, the third strongest on earth, the absolute peak realm sword immortal Li Bai, Mr. Li. Hiss. The crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hearing the other party break his identity with a single word, Li Bai couldn't help but be moved and was quite surprised. How dare you recognize me? Truly. Eunuch Lu was really right. The other party was really the supreme sword immortal Li Bai. That existence that was known as the absolute peak of the sword Dao for 200 years. Lu Zian smiled and handed the volume of books in his hand to Jinshu, then spoke without being overbearing. I originally came here to wait for you. Wait for me? How is that possible? I have been reading in the Jingui Gongfu since I got married, and I have been reading all kinds of secret scrolls, strange writings, magazines, and so on. From the secret books of martial arts, down to the miscellaneous essays of folk ditties, after reading more books, naturally I have to know more than others. Being behind closed doors doesn't mean that you don't know anything, and it doesn't mean that you're ignorant and have less insight. A few words came down, putting Li Bai on the spot. What's more, it caused 800 miles and the others to secretly admire the fact that Duke Lu had read so many books. Shay. What's the use of reading even more books? The two girls, Xi Jingxi and Su Luoling, disdained in unison. Walking slowly to Lin Chaoyan's side, he reached out and patted his shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. When Mr. Li was young, he had a love affair with the princess of the Liuli dynasty. It is for her that I came here this time. Casually mentioning it. Li Bai was immediately taken aback, not expecting the other party to even be clear about this. Was it really from reading many books? Not bad. He nodded his head without denying it, then his body was filled with sword chi, swish. In a flash, a huge sword wheel surged behind him. In a split second. As the sword wheels appeared, a vast, overbearing sword aura quickly swept through. Buzz. For 100 miles in a radius, the long swords, knives, guns, mace, axes, and other weapons in everyone's hands sent out a tremor, as if they had encountered their supreme king. Puff. 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 A figure couldn't help but start kneeling, being pressurized by the powerful sword chi to kneel down. Looking behind Li Bai, huge sword wheels surged up, and under the detailed count, there were 15 sword wheels in total. The sword light was like the sun, dazzling and dazzling, one did not dare to look directly at it. 15 sword wheels. 800 miles half-kneeled, forcibly enduring the feeling of oppression, raised his head and glanced. This glance. It really scared him. It was rumored that the Sword Immortal series was 4 stages: astonishing, absolute, absolute generation, and absolute peak. 3 of these sword wheels were 1 stage. 12 sword wheels of the absolute top Sword Immortal was already the limit of the world's cognition. Moreover, so far, never heard anyone say that someone could reach the 12 Dao sword wheel level. And Lu Ziyan side of Lin Xiaoyan, Jinshu 2 people. However, they were not affected by it. Lin Xiaoyan turned back and glanced at the people behind him, more than 100,000 people as well as generals, all kneeling on the ground. And then looked outside the city. 300,000 enemy troops, also because of that vast sword chi as well as the influence of the sword intent, all of them were kneeling on both knees. Why am I? She snapped her head up, her beautiful eyes looking at Lu Ziyan with doubt that her husband was able to fight against Li Bai, who was at the top of the sword Dao. How could he? Qi Jingxi knelt on the ground, looking at Lu Ziyan in horror, her heart extremely shocked as she thought. How could a poor scholar? Su Luoling was also shocked, kneeling on the ground, trembling. If he was considered a wasted talent, then what were they and the others? They are not even as good as a wasted talent. The 2 women secretly thought inwardly. Facing the strongest third on earth like Li Bai, he was able to stand in front of them without ever bending his knees for half a second. Whoosh! Li Bai raised his hand and waved, the sword wheel behind him disappeared into thin air, the crowd felt that the huge mountain pressing down on them disappeared, their bodies lightened and returned to normal. Jingua Gongfu Aunt Lu Ziyan, rumor has it that you're just a wasted talent who can't write and can't do martial arts. After you got married, you have been studying at home in shame. The rumors are wrong. Even I'm not sure I can beat you. It looks like you guessed that I would come here a long time ago, no wonder you, who haven't been out of the house for almost 10 years, would come here. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Lu Ziyan had come here, thinking that he must have already anticipated all of this today. In that case, it seemed. This person was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lu Ziyan's eyes are full of doting looking at Lin Xiaoyan. When the great general was poisoned, I have guessed today's matter, so I came here from the royal capital. I originally thought that you would show up at the South Sea Pass, but I didn't expect it to be today. Mr. Lu, Lin Xiaoyan for a moment did not know what to say, her eyes gradually reddened. He came here from the royal capital, actually to protect himself. What's more, he actually possessed the strength that even the 3rd strongest on earth, Li Bai, was afraid of. What kind of strength was that? No wonder the 2 girls, Jinshu and Suizu, kept saying that he was an immortal. With this performance, even if he's not an immortal, I'm afraid he's not far away. Li Bai is a person who has been famous for 100 years. No one knew exactly how high and deep his strength was. Very well. Li Bai shrugged his shoulders before looking out of the city. General Lin can't be killed, but the army is arriving today. Duke Lu might be able to stay out of this, but your wife is the protectorate general. If these more than 100,000 people as well as the generals die, if only you and General Lin survive, what will happen in the future? I'm sure you guys know better than me. At this moment, it was as if everyone was dreaming. Li Bai had actually regressed. That was the absolute pinnacle of the sword Dao. Chapter 16. With this son, the way of literature shall flourish. Li Bai was at the top of the sword Dao. The 3rd strongest on earth. He actually gave in just like that? In addition to being incredulous, the crowd was more incredulous. Are you kidding me? Li Bai is a character full of legends. Born with a sword body, cultivated at the age of 5. At the age of 11, he surprised the world with his sword and achieved the world-shattering sword immortal. At the age of 30, he was invincible. Achievement of a peerless sword immortal. At the age of 60, on top of the Canghai Mingxi, he killed the previous 3rd strongest person on earth and became the 3rd strongest person on earth in one fell swoop. At the age of 120, in the southern prefecture, in the sky above Tiannan City, he fought with the 2nd strongest mountain monarch on earth, relying on this battle to achieve the highest sword path. Because in that battle, he realized a sword called Feng Chun. It means that a withered tree springs to life. Because of this sword, since then, the world has only seen Li Bai in his early 20s. It was rumored that the sword Feng Chun restored Li Bai's energy and blood to his youth. Li Bai has not responded to such rumors. Sir Lu, can you really beat Mr. Li? Lin Xiaoyan's voice was trembling with incredulity as she asked these words. She hadn't heard much about the legend of Li Bai, who was at the top of the sword Dao. Or rather, she had already heard about it since she was a child. Such a legendary existence had long been hailed as immortal-like by the world. He can live all because he has no killing intent towards you. Lu Ziyan didn't think twice and didn't even look at Li Bai when he said this. The latter sniffed. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. After all, among his perceptions, the person in front of him was absolutely dangerous. Even when he was facing the strongest 2nd mountain monarch on earth, he didn't have this kind of palpitation.
When Lin Xiaoyan heard this, his face darkened. He always felt that Duke Lu was talking big, that belonged to a legendary figure.
It's hard to believe that you can still kill him?
It wasn't just her, the 800 miles, Shi Jingxi and the others on the side thought the same.
But there is one thing, his courage is definitely admired by the crowd.
Facing the third strongest person on earth, Li Bai, he still dared to speak out like this.
It was definitely the first person. Brother Lu, I have to remind you that the display of my sword will just now was a signal for them to successfully kill General Lin. If nothing goes wrong, in half an hour, the army will attack. At that time, how should you respond?
This Brother Lu address, directly straight away, the crowd would not be able to hold, and had already been shocked beyond compare. Lu Ziyan indifferently swept a glance at him, then said, with me here, there will be no hindrance.
At this moment,
he felt that in his dantian, that magnificent atmospheric civil official, tightly closing the two gates, but it was slightly trembling, and a wave of vast civil chi overflowed from it.
In an instant,
a hint of enlightenment flashed across the heart. Looking at the black pressurized enemy army in front of him, in the underworld, there seems to be a certain kind of correlation that is happening.
Turning back his head,
giving Lin Xiaoyan a reassuring look, immediately, raising his hand, a white light surged into Jinshu's brow.
Jinshu, beat the drum.
With a loud shout, the latter's body instantly shook and immediately dashed to the war drum.
Dang! Dang! Dong dong! Dong dong dong!
Stirring, surging, earth-shattering drums sounded. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the armor light opens to the sun with golden scales. The horns are filled with the sound of autumn colors, and the swallow's fat on the plugs is condensed in the purple of the night. The red flag is half rolled up and facing the easy water, the frosty drums and cold voices do not sound. Reporting the intention of the king on the golden platform, carrying the jade dragon to die for the king. With the sound of the drums, Lu Ziyan looked up to the sky and took a step, and a white lotus flower was immediately born in the void under his feet to hold it.
Step by step, a lotus flower was born.
When he chanted out the first line of black clouds pressing down on the city, the originally bright sky immediately dimmed, seemingly with the momentum of dark clouds pressing down on the top of the city. The sound of the war drums went from slow and light to fast and furious.
Especially after a poem.
In an instant, the day turned into night, completely confirming the phrase black clouds pressing down on the city. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene.
The pen falls to frighten the wind and rain, the poem comes out to weep the ghosts and gods. This kind of ability can only be achieved by the Great Confucian realm. Is it possible that this person is already in the Great Confucian realm? Impossible. He doesn't have any literary aura on his body, it's really strange. Li Bai savored it and couldn't help but brighten up, exclaiming, what a great poem. The next second,
seeing that the heaven and earth produced such a phenomenon, it was even more so that his pupils contracted violently, horrified.
A poem, causing the sky to produce a vision, this great talent, how can he be obscure?
Growing on, the future of the literary Tao saints can be expected. Exiting the mouth, the sky is in a mess, and he can produce lotus flowers in his steps, and even more visions are produced. Hiss.
Strange.
An old man with a full head of white spots appeared beside 800 miles, TSK's king at this scene. Chasing the wind, Jade Bridge. Several people saw the old man arrived, have respectfully bent over. See Mr. Sitting Hidden.
There is no need for these, the old man is just an ordinary person nowadays, if not for the incoming enemy army.
Thinking of doing my small part, only then did I arrive here. Sitting Hidden old god, stroked his chin beard, looking into the distance, already walking in mid-air Lu Ziyan. Especially the lotus flower under the other party's feet, it was by no means a fake. Being able to walk with a lotus flower, yet not having half a bit of Wen Qi to protect his body. Lin Xiaoyan smiled and nodded, greetings, sir. Even Li Bai also crossed his sword fingers across his chest and bowed slightly in salute, greetings to Mr. Sitting Yin.
To this,
the crowd was secretly taken aback, not expecting even the third strongest on earth to be this respectful to Mr. Sitting Yin. You brat, back then, letting you follow the old man from literature, preferred not to, had to take the sword path. Mr. Sitting Yin's old face had a few points of helplessness and regret. Li Bai's face darkened, couldn't help but shrug his shoulders, then incomparably serious. Back then, I was young and exuberant, the sword heart was unstable, thanks to Mr. Months of care, only then did I stabilize the sword heart.
This favor, Li Bai has never dared to forget.
It was no exaggeration to say. If it wasn't for Sitting Yin taking care of him in the first place, the world was afraid that there would be no legend of Li Bai at the top of the sword Tao. It's just that I didn't expect that Mr. Sitting Hidden would live here in seclusion.
Need. No need.
Sitting Yin hastily waved his hand and refused, even though there had been a favor of taking care of him in the beginning. Old me is now curious as to what exactly this son is going to do.
Lu Ziyan stepped into the air with the war drums, and under a poem.
A vision fell from the sky. It had already managed to draw the attention of Sitting.
I am also looking forward to it. Li Bai rubbed his nose, his eyes flashed with a trace of uncertainty, ultimately curious.
The person in front of him was not at all the same thing as the scholar who was rumored to be a waste of talent.
Just this movement alone, I'm afraid that he could kill a bunch of literary Dao experts. What on earth is that His Majesty of the Grand Xia dynasty thinking? Looking at Lu Zian again, his green shirt was fluttering without any wind, his long, pitch-black hair flying recklessly as he stood with his hands in the air. When the moon is bright in Xin time, when Han time passes, 10,000 miles of long march people have not yet returned. But make the Dragon City flying generals, do not teach Humadu in Shan. Magnificent words rushed to the sky, roaring along with the war drums. Sidin heard this poem. His body trembled dramatically, and his cloudy eyes shot out streams of light. With this sun, the way of literature should flourish. On the other side, the Liuli dynasty's king of Leaning Mountain, Tuobahao, the Golden Horde imperial court's great general Jin Guan, and the great barbarian dynasty's general Han Yun. The three of them sat in unison on the chariot. They were looking at the not too far away Lingzhou city. Jin Guan was in golden armor, with a stout figure, his eyes were like eagle's eyes, hiding a sinister meaning, and he opened his mouth carelessly. Brother Tuoba is really in a good state of mind. The more frustrated he is, the more courageous he is. I heard that not too long ago, he just led 60,000 troops to besiege over 10,000 people of great General Lin, and finally fled. Pulling out something ridiculous like an immortal being in the world and summoning thunder with his bare hands. Chapter 17, The Revival of the Ying Spirit. In the middle of the army. On the chariot. As the golden official's sneering unfolded, Tuobahao's complexion became more and more gloomy. Last time, he himself witnessed that girl summoning thunder to kill. In the end, even the 60,000 Huban were killed by lightning. There was absolutely no mistake in this matter. This time, if he didn't have 1,000,000 troops to press the bottom, he definitely wouldn't dare to come again. They are all allies, so brother Jin Guan will say less. With only a tiger skin wrapped around his body, the dark-skinned, brutally muscular Han Yun eyed the distant Lingzhou city. Soon, he then saw the terrifying image of 15 sword wheels rising. Immediately, he excitedly shouted, "That's Mr. Li's success, generals, charge!" With a command. Kill. Charge. Rong dong dong. Rumble dong dong. The 300,000 strong army launched an attack, the sound of chariots advancing. When Qin time is bright, Han time is closed, 10,000 li long march people have not yet returned. But make the Dragon City fly, don't teach the horses to cross the Yinshan mountain. A long, long voice, with some kind of magic. In an instant, it resounded throughout the sky, echoing in people's ears for a long time. But make the Dragon City flying general is here, do not teach the Hu horses to go to Yinshan. Immediately, there seemed to be tens of thousands of people chanting these two lines of poetry. Swish! Deep in the sky, a beam of white light swung down and shone at the entrance of Lingzhou city. Wind! A gale was rising. The white light shone on the place. Sigh! Sigh! Da! 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 The sound of neatly organized footsteps, which seemed like 1,000 armies. It was coming out from inside the white light. A person with eyes emitting a ghostly light, dressed as a general, riding a ghostly blue warhorse, stepped out. On the city wall. Sitting in saw the figure coming out of the white light and immediately exclaimed, the first person in all of history, General Hua Laishu. Hua Laizi. That was one of the great Xia's most famous generals of all time. Immediately after that, another figure rode out on horseback. Jingzhongshan Yu Xiaofei, General Yu. Sid Yin's voice trembled, as someone who had seen a lot. Just one glance. He recognized the identity of the person who walked out in white light. However, where that beam of white light shone, figures continued to walk out. Going backwards. One silhouette after another appeared, all of them shocking the world. Xiang Duoyu, who holds the title of Overlord. Soldier Immortal Han lost faith. The supreme sage of soldiers, Sun Dao. Zhao Ritian, who took the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 troops. The god of killers, Bai Tuki. Su Debu, Li Gangjing, Wang Scissors, Zhang Song Liang, Guan Yunshou. Along with Mr. Sitting Hidden, a voice exclaimed. These are the famous generals of our Grand Xia who once died in battle, each one of them was an existence that glorified an era. How could their heroic spirits come here? Many people began to get curious. Li Bai raised his head, his gaze locking onto Lu Zian. His mouth murmured, but make the flying generals of Dragon City present, and do not teach Huma to reach Yinshan. The next second, he seemed to have some realization that these famous generals and spirits were afraid that they did not choose to revive in order to guard the great Xia. Posterity, for what reason are you summoned? A deep and distant, slightly hoarse voice spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. It was as if it was not the voice of a single person. Rather, it was the sound of millions of people shouting at the same time. Shaking the heavens. Shaking the earth. Taking in the hearts of the people. It echoed for a long time and was slow to dissipate. Only to see Lin Chaoyan rush forward, arching his body, his voice like a bell. Today, there are foreign barbarians with an army of 300,000 coming to invade. Lingzhou city is shaking. I implore you seniors to help us against the foreign enemy. In mid-air, Lu Ziyan stood with his arms folded, his body's green shirt unable to automate itself, his long hair fluttering wildly. With a hint of approval in his eyes, he looked at Lin Xiaoyan. Jin Shu. He lightly called out, the latter immediately understood, and immediately beat the war drum once again. Dang dang. Drunkenly picking the lamp and watching the sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the camp. 800 miles to split the banner and scorch it, 50 strings to turn over the sound of the plug, and the sands to count the troops in the fall. Swish. 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 Those Yingling immediately stood solemn and neatly organized, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Looking high above the city walls. Lin Xiaoyan quickly took a flag from one of the generals, the flag that belonged to Daxia. Where are the Eastern Red generals? In. A roar responded, and immediately after, several hundred people quickly built a high platform with each other that was 30 meters high. These individual generals were well aware of the great general's intentions at this moment. Therefore, the heart understood the general, and built out by virtue of themselves, a high platform composed entirely of people. She, holding the demonic red flag, came to the very top of the high platform. Qi Jingxi stood at the highest point of all the generals. Come, great general! The words were spoken. With one hand, Lin Xiaoyan was held high above his head. Immediately following, a splash of red fluttered high in the sky, resembling a throbbing flame. More like a touch of blood flowing. In the gale, it swayed randomly. Hunting sound. This splash of red belonged solely to the faith of the great Xia generals. Below, Huo Lizi's first-class spirits quickly half-kneeled. Huo Lizi with 200,000 general spirits revived, will definitely fight the last battle for great Xia. The faith of my generation. Born in Xia, loyal to Xia. If there is a war, the call will come to be able to fight, the war will be won. I wish to use my body to build the high wall that protects the Grand Xia. 200,000 heroes looked up to the sky and shouted, their voices shaking the sky and the earth. Even the dark clouds above the 9 heavens were all washed away in an instant in general. On the city walls, 800 miles as well as a group of people in Lingzhou city, generals and soldiers, each and every one of them heard their blood boiling. Lin Xiaoyan was high in the sky, looking down on those famous generals and spirits below. This oath completely shocked her and could not calm down for a long time. As a great general of the Protectorate, originally, I thought that my own faith was already remarkable. But at this moment, compared to these famous generals, far from enough. In an instant, she couldn't help but shout, my faith. Born in Xia, loyal to Xia. If there is a war, the call will come to be able to fight, and the war will be won. I wish to use my body to forge a high wall to protect the Grand Xia. Long live Daxia. Behind them, the generals in the city, the people, similarly shouted. The cries shook the sky. On the other side, Han Yun, who had just initiated the order to attack, suddenly heard such a huge commotion. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Tuoba Hao and Jin Guan. If we can't overthrow the Grand Xia in this battle, the situation in the 9 states will change drastically. In the dark, he seemed to see a long sleeping eastern dragon that was slowly reviving. The golden official's expression was also very grave, and he nodded with approval. Such a bloodthirsty nature, even if he died in battle for many years, he can still reflect the present day. Especially that person who caused the revival of the Ying spirit with just a poem. Great Xia is truly full of talents. I can't help but begin to believe Brother Tuoba's words not long ago. It wasn't until this moment. Only then did he recall that the 60,000-strong army led by Tuoba Hao was summoned by one man to be blown away by thunder earlier. When he first heard about it, it was unheard of and naturally treated as a joke. In terms of the matter in front of him, when he thought about it carefully, a poem led to the revival of 200,000 Ying spirits. Between the two things, there seems to be a fundamental impossibility. A cold sweat appeared on Tuoba Hao's forehead, and his mind clearly recalled, my aunt is an immortal. That sentence shouted out by that petite figure. If he was not mistaken, that person seemed to be Great General Lin's husband, Lu Ziyan. No matter what, our purpose this time is to overthrow the Grand Xia. Don't forget that there's still 700,000 troops coming behind us. Even if he is more powerful, what can he do if he resuscitates 200,000 spirits? Since they've already died once, what's the harm in asking them to die once more? Han Yun's gaze flickered with a hint of madness as he spoke coldly. The appearance of 200,000 Ying spirits was unexpected. However, this gathering of an army to attack Grand Xia was a must for the 3 great royal dynasties. No matter what obstacles appear on the road ahead, go forward and push across everything. Chapter 18, The Window Bestows Blessings. The sound of war drums urged for advancement, and flags hunted as they embarked on the journey. Accompanied by the sound of war drums, the generals, their blood boiled. They can't wait to go up and charge into battle, killing the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. Huo Lixian pulls out the sword on his waist and raises a finger. Charge! In an instant, shouting and shouting rushed to the heavens as 200,000 Yinglings rushed forward. It collided with the 300,000 enemy troops. The fight unfolded. Jin Shu, Lu Ziyan spoke out again, and the latter immediately understood. The sound of the war drums began to change. Jin Shu, at this time, even beat the march, and the sound of the drums became more and more urgent, as if a mountain torrent was erupting, calling people's hearts to be excited, blood boiling to the extreme. Looking at the scene of the two armies fighting, Lu Ziyan's eyes flashed through a hint of hesitation, immediately opened his mouth, angry hair, by the fence, dashing rain. Lift up your eyes, look up to the sky, and shout with great vigor. 30 merits and fame, dust and earth, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Don't wait to be idle, you've wasted your youth, you'll be sad. The shame of Wengong has not yet snowed. When will the hatred of my subjects be extinguished? I'll drive a long car and break through the lack of Helan Mountain. I'll eat the flesh of the captives and drink the blood of the Huns. From the beginning, I'll clean up the old mountains and rivers, and face the heavenly palace. I don't know why. Looking at those revived spirits in front of him, he couldn't help but recite the song Man Jiang Hong. Immediately, swish in the sky, a white literary chi fell down, and the spirits that were fighting on the battlefield. All of them were covered by the white chi, and in an instant, it was as if those spirits had been pumped with chicken blood. They became unusually excited and agitated. Their strength also soared exponentially. This is? Sitting Yin's eyes stared, his expression first froze slightly, then he shouted excitedly, the Wendo bestows blessings. This is the once-in-a-century Wendao bestowal of blessings. This poetry is definitely a rare encounter in the ancient times, it can induce a vision of the Wendao and bestow blessings, it deserves to be an absolutely great poem. Not far away. Li Baiyi's expression was stunned as he looked at the mid-air, Lu Ziyan's back. At this moment, that single figure gradually began to grow taller, as if it was a peak that could not be crossed. Hiss! He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A poem had led to the revival of 200,000 Ing spirits. Now another poem had caused Wendao to bestow blessings, causing those Ing spirits to increase in strength and morale. What kind of demon are you? For a long time, he looked bitter, unable to calm down inside for a long time. As the absolute pinnacle of the sword Dao, the third strongest on earth. Thinking that he had seen many extraordinary things. Unfortunately, today, the things that happened one after another were all unheard of, much less seen for a word. Kill. Generals, charge. A mere foreign state, but a rabble, not much of a problem. On the battlefield, Huo Laixiang shouted excitedly after killing 2 8th-grade consummate enemy generals. Lin Chaoyan raised her flag high, her beautiful eyes rippling with excitement as she looked at the charging heroes below. Especially the image of Lu Ziyan's poem that drew blessings. It immediately made her surprised, but more than that, she was happy and excited. Eunuch Lu, you've really opened my eyes. The hands that tightly gripped the flag couldn't help but tremble from excitement. Eunuch Louis 800 miles was trembling, the scene in front of him was so shocking that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Unbelievable? Nah. More than that, it was unbelievable. Su Luoling, Shi Jingxi's 2 daughters, were shocked like never before. All along, they had all decided that Lu Ziyan was just a poor scholar who was not worthy of the great general. Once upon a time, countless times, they had wanted to secretly resolve him in secret. However, the Lu Ziyan they saw today gave them an illusion. Was he still that scholar? It was already remarkable for a person to face the third strongest on earth alone and not back down. Right now, using poetry to revive the Ing spirit, fighting against 300,000 enemy troops in order to guard Lingzhou city. This kind of thing, how can I think of it, is not real. But it was actually happening right now. There were constant sounds of killing, screams, wails, and bodies flying. The battle situation is very tragic. However, the word grueling can only be said about the enemy army. On the other hand, on the side of Granxia, there are some dead spirits. To put it bluntly, that is to fight with you, killing is not human. How can you cope? Originally, the number of people, the advantage, 300,000 troops against 200,000. No doubt about it. Definitely belongs to the crushing game. Damn. These guys can't be beaten at all. Obviously only a 7th grade medium, how can he defeat a 7th grade great circle? Giving him a slash and still being able to return it with a grin, what the hell? On the battlefield, the armies assembled by the 3 great royal dynasties, the more they fought, the more frightened they became. The more they fought, the more confused they became. Resulting in a 300,000 strong army that was being pressed by 200,000 Yingling. In less than half an hour. Half of them had already fallen, leaving only more than 100,000 enemy troops resisting. Can't win at all, run. Finally, someone couldn't resist their inner fear and turned their head to run. Immediately after, many people saw this situation. One after another began to throw away their armor and ran. Rear. On the chariot, the 3 main generals who were always watching every move on the battlefield. Unbridled. How can you and the others be deserters? Kill back for this general. Han Yun indignantly drew his sword and stepped forward to kill the fleeing generals. Nay. Fear of death is something that comes in twos. More than 100,000 generals fled. With the three of them, they couldn't stop them at all. Forget it. Let's just hurry up and evacuate those guys, they're not human at all. How will you let the generals fight? Tuobahao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling slightly, with a look of palpitations. Da Xia. It is still really mysterious and unpredictable, even with the long-dead generals, they can be revived. It looks like this time to go back. Have to properly talk to the King Lord about the situation. Is it necessary to retreat to the Great Xia, so as not to suffer in the future? On the city wall, 800 miles looked out at the fleeing enemy troops and excitedly shouted, "Victory! We won! Definitely win! Definitely win! Da Xia will win!" The generals, the people couldn't help but chant. Lin Xiaoyan was as dumb as a chicken, looking down at the battlefield like he was lost in thought. Fearless will to fight, unyielding will. Until this moment, only then did he realize that the oath, not just a simple oath. Along with the responsibility. The responsibility of defending and guarding the Great Summer. If there is a war, the call will come to be able to fight, the war will be won. The true meaning of this sentence was embodied to the fullest by those Yingling armies in front of them at this moment. Fight for the integrity of the dynasty. Fight for the tranquility of the dynasty. Fight for the rise of the dynasty. Fight for the future of the dynasty. This was what it meant to be a general for the Grand Xia. After thinking about this, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter, and a certain seed within her heart became more deeply rooted. Lu Ziyan turned back, just in time to see Lin Xiaoyan's faith in her heart become unshakable. He couldn't help but bitterly shake his head. It looks like wanting to bring her back to the royal capital. It was already an unrealistic thing. Mr. Lu thanks all seniors. He turned towards the group of Ing spirits and bowed slightly. The battle was settled. 200,000 Ing spirits came to the city gates, neatly organized, with Huo Laixiang at their head. There was a delay in leaving. A long time passed. The young general has a matter to implore you, sir. I have one thing to ask of you, sir. I have a plea for you, sir. Pound. All the Ing spirits half kneeled in unison and shouted at Lu Ziyan. The sound was deafening and monstrous. In the city, those generals, the people, all came back from their joy. Looking at the Yingling who fell on their knees. A time. Do not know what to do. Even more so, they did not know why they were like this. Eyes were unified to look in the direction where Lu Ziyan was. Why would the Yingling revive and plead with him after the great battle? Such doubts could not help but appear in everyone's minds. After Lin Xiaoyan landed on the ground, she handed the flag to a side general, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of doubt. Gazing at that figure, her mind became complicated. Chapter 19, The Requests of the Spirits. This battle, won. As a member of Xia, no one would be unhappy. Just the image of 200,000 Ing spirits kneeling down in unison to plead with Lu Ziyan. It caused everyone to be astonished, incredulous, dismayed, and confused. Lu Ziyan was also frowning with a puzzled expression. What is the matter with all of you? My wife is the Great Xia Protectorate General. If what you all are asking for is within my power, I will certainly go through fire and water. Thinking for a moment, he responded loudly, and a group of Yingling, immediately overjoyed. Many thanks, sir. The words were spoken. A huge force of intent quickly attacked Lu Ziyan. In an instant, the ins and outs were clear. We bid farewell. Those Ing spirits turned towards the white light, and in the next second, one by one, they disappeared. Only Lu Ziyan froze in place. For a long time, he could not come back to his senses. That force of intention just now had completely shown the Ing spirits' demands clearly. Xia dynasty. On the surface, it appeared to be prosperous, but in reality, it was corrupt. The children and grandchildren of those Yingling's descendants had been oppressed, beaten, and killed. Some of them have been poor all their lives. Some have been slaves and maidservants all their lives. Their forefathers, those were the generals who rushed to the forefront for the sake of Da Xia. Even at the expense of their own lives and deaths, they had to fight for a peaceful future. It's really given me a good problem. Lu Ziyan sighed, extremely helpless. Originally, he thought that in this life, he would just properly cultivate his own immortality and achieve the future great Tao. Who had thought? He who didn't want to get himself into the situation, now he has long been in the situation. You guys aren't afraid that I won't be able to finish? Lu Ziyan was very clear about one thing, those spirits must have seen their own abnormalities. Otherwise, how could they beg him? Turning back, and then looking at Li Bai's location, it had long been empty. Running really fast. Couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Mr. Lu, those spirits. Lin Xiaoyan walked quickly, and was very concerned about the spirits' request. Those were the ancestors who had once died for Xia. Even after death, they could still be revived because of their beliefs. For these heroes, no matter what kind of request, should be completed on their behalf. This matter has nothing to do with you, since I promised them, I will definitely fulfill it. Rubbing his nose, he was slightly helpless.
Originally, I wanted to get up and properly cultivate an immortal. Now. The request of 200,000 Ing spirits. Lu Ziyan had a premonition that if he didn't accept these Yingling requests, he was afraid that his conscience would be uneasy in this life. It would lead to an unstable state of mind. From then on, the path of immortal cultivation could only permanently remain in the realm of Jindan perfection. Immediately, his gaze was placed on Lin Xiaoyan, and after a moment, he laughed uncontrollably. An extremely crazy idea was brewing in his heart. Since cultivating to Jindan perfection, over the years, there had been a delay in breaking through to the next realm. Wen Palace has been closed since the completion of Wenqi. This current state, if it didn't go and change, I'm afraid that it will continue until an unknown time. In that case, she has identified for the sake of guarding, defending Daxia as the only, so strong faith, is also her dream. That day you lost all your cultivation, then this cultivation will be given to you, also let me go north without fear. Eyes flickered through a glimmer, Lu Ziyan thought with determination. Because of the request of the Ying spirits, the matter of going north is imperative. Because of today's incident, Lin Xiaoyan's heart became incomparably determined. I'm afraid that even if he dies, he will have to die protecting Daxia. The bright moon hangs high. Night color is hazy. City Lord's mansion, backyard. Pavilion. Lu Ziyan sat at the stone table, drinking tea. In front of him, a general held a crystal-clear spirit stone and handed it to the stone table. Mr. Lu, this is what Lord Qian ordered me to send. The general bowed, then quickly retreated. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the side, was quite interested and carefully examined it before speaking. Isn't this just a glazed stone? Glazed stone? Lu Ziyan's expression was slightly stunned, and immediately cheerfully, it's not a glazed stone, but a rare treasure. What to say at the moment, you won't understand, you'll know later. Picking up the spirit stone, the aura on it was overflowing. Finally found the spirit stone. It looks like that guy, Qian Sen, didn't let himself down. He couldn't help but think inwardly. Qian Sen. Once a teacher in the Duke of Jin's mansion. 6 years ago, the old master sent him to the backyard to teach Lu Ziyan. Unexpectedly, Lu Ziyan took out a set of formation book, as well as some knowledge of science and technology above the blue star to conquer. Since then, followed by his Sai for half a year, is also Lu Ziyan teach the first contact cultivation immortal people. Finally, he left the royal capital and traveled to Tongzhou. Once gone, it was 6 years. I don't know how this guy is doing. Lu Ziyan picked up the spirit stone and a spiritual energy was infused. Swish! In a flash, a white light rose from above the spirit stone. Then a virtual shadow appeared. Immediately after, an incomparably clear silhouette appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he immediately exclaimed, "Projection?" Next to him, Lin Xiaoyan covered her small mouth in surprise, and within her eyes, shocking colors flickered non-stop. Good fellow. This put was completely shocking him. Auntie, when you see this, it proves that the spirit stone has already reached you. My subordinate has lived up to his responsibilities and has come to Tongzhou for 6 long years. During that time, I have continuously researched formations, and 5 years ago, I realized that Heavenly Palace plan, a formation terminal at a height of 100,000 meters. During the 5 years, 5 Heavenly Palace stars were sent up into the sky, building an incomparably stable formation terminal. And, by placing the formations, it has now covered half of the 9 states. It was also possible to localize through the connection between these individual formations. I believe that in less than a year's time, the entire 9 states will be covered. I named this terminal Heavenly Star because it is far up in the sky and resembles a star. When Lu Ziyan heard this, his entire body went numb. The Heavenly Palace project? Heavenly Star? This is not when I was bored, to this kid about the past of the blue star. Listening to a story is listening to a story, you damn well moved the story into reality. 3 years ago, we successfully refined steel, and gunpowder manufacturing are very successful. The grade of refined steel has been greatly improved through the inscription of the array. We are currently working on the next step, the East Wind project. East Wind plan? Lu Ziyan's expression froze, then thought back. Remembering a certain day. It was once said that if Great Xiao were to rise, relying on martial artists alone would not be enough. If one had a powerful sharp weapon, one that could change the battlefield in an instant. Definitely belongs to the exotic. More so, it was the key to being able to speak amongst the major dynasties. So, he talked about the once East Wind Express. Who knows? Qian Sen, this kid, really had ideas in this regard. Even so, have been successfully carried out. Think carefully. If Heavenly Star succeeded and the East Wind program was completed, at that time, wouldn't there be no more rivals in the 9 states? He can talk? Lin Xiaoyan retreated a few steps back, looking at the shadow in panic and shouting in horror. The heavens were full of dreams. A silhouette appeared above a rock and could still speak. Unprecedented. Chapter 20. The old minister thanks your majesty for not killing him. Royal capital.
Shun Tian Palace. Your Majesty, the Protectorate General has gone too far this time, not even accepting the imperial decree. If it wasn't for her retreating, the South Sea Pass would definitely not have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of people, just massacred. In a matter of days, it will arrive at Lingzhou City, and at this rate, even the king's capital may be in jeopardy. The great general is bent on having no one in her sight. I implore His Majesty to smite her. Yes. If we don't punish her, it won't be enough to calm the people's anger. Inside the hall, there was a lot of noise, just like a food market. Lin Hong stood in front of him with an old spirit, squinting his eyes as if he was asleep. Above, Xiao Wuji's expression was cold, his gaze like a knife, sharp. Listening to the clamor of the group of ministers below, did not choose to speak out to stop them. Instead, he cast his gaze on Lin Hong. He was waiting for the other party to take the initiative to speak. After all, this matter involved his granddaughter. Xiao Wuji did not believe that he could be indifferent, letting these ministers go about planting charges. However, at this moment, Lin Hong, who kept his mouth shut, was also waiting for His Majesty to take the initiative to speak. There were some things that, as a minister, the moment one jumped the gun, the difference would essentially occur. Another long time passed. Seeing that Lin Hong did not have the slightest intention to open his mouth, Xiao Wuji finally raised his hand, and there was silence below. Does Lord Jinhua have something to say? The moment he opened his mouth, he was directly asking the other party how he felt about the opinions of the 100 officials. Hearing the words, the crowd all set their gazes on Lin Hong. The old minister would like to ask you all, if you lose all your martial cultivation and only have 7 days left, would you accept the decree and then die defending the South Sea Pass? He did not choose to answer directly. By asking this way, everyone was stumped by the question. Even though the Protectorate General resisted the decree, remembering that his grandfather, Duke Shen, worked hard for Xia, he will take back the title of Protectorate General, demote her to Lingzhou City as a partial general, and expect her to think well in the future. Surprisingly to all the officials, His Majesty directly withdrew the title of Great General of the Protectorate, not to mention, he also demoted her to a city general. To know, before she was demoted, she was a second-ranking general in the court. A partial general in the city, that is not even a 6th-grade general. Lin Hong trembled, his lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, but he realized that Xiao Wuji had been watching himself from above. To the edge of the mouth words, because of this action. He could only stop there. I thank Your Majesty for not killing me. Seeing this, the 100 officials understood, and all clearly understood that there seemed to be something unusual about His Majesty today. One by one, they fell into silence and were secretly thinking. Soon, several ministers realized that the ones who usually stood at the front, today, actually none of them came. The protector of the state, the left minister, the right minister, and other people's positions are empty. Things out of the ordinary must be evil. Some old fox has smelled unusual flavor. Prepare the holy decree. Xiao Wuji waved his hand, signaling Wei Yan, the big eunuch who was holding a duster on the side. I have heard that Duke Lin's ancestry is in Yunzhou, and in half a month, it will be the custom of the Yunzhou area, the ancestor sacrifice. You've been with Lone in the war for many years and have remained in the royal capital. In these 2 days, then go back to pay homage to your ancestors. The seemingly caring words curbed Lin Hong's goosebumps all over his body. First, he took back his granddaughter's title of Great General of the Protectorate. Then he was told to leave the royal capital and go back to Yunzhou. Hiss! Finally came. Inside secretly bitter, accompanied by the king is accompanied by a tiger. This sentence has long been heard 1,000 times. To this day, I can't help but feel a little sad. Still can't help but feel a little sad that His Majesty has finally come to this. Jinhua order, Black Dragon Rider. Even so, do not have to guess, already understand Xiao Wuji this purpose. At first, after experiencing the period when the feudal lords dominated and the 8 dynasties suppressed, he and Xiao Wuji, 2 people, hardly fought a newborn dynasty. If at that time Lin Hong had the intention of becoming an emperor, then Daxia would have been a situation of 1 dynasty and 2 emperors. It was his righteousness. Xiao Wuji was so touched that he gave him the order of Jinhua. On the front, it is engraved with the words, as a lone person, and on the back, a public official will conquer the country. This order is unique. Back then, in order to stabilize people's hearts, he announced to the world, holding this order can be the emperor, 10,000 troops are from, otherwise the military order execution. The Black Dragon Riders are the most outstanding regiment in Daxia. Every soldier is brave and capable of fighting, and their strength is amazing. They were once able to fight off millions of soldiers. You should know that the Black Dragon Riders only had 50,000 men at that time. Xiao Wuji stared straight at Lin Hong. His patience was gradually draining away. Impatient, could it be that Duke Lin is unwilling? The 100 officials were shocked and quickly spoke. Your Majesty is so concerned about Duke Lin, don't be ungrateful. Don't know what's good for you? He sneered inwardly. Why was His Majesty so this time? It had been clear as day long ago. in the past. Thought that His Majesty would use all sorts of plots and tricks to take back the Xinguo order. Never thought it would be such a simple, rough, and direct target. It seems that the aunt of the Duke of Lin's family is still in Lingzhou City. What do you guys think will happen to a scholar if something happens to him? Xiao Wuji finally lost his patience, his right hand clenched his fist a bit and pretended to be concerned about Lu Ziyan. Upon hearing this, Lin Hong, who was still pondering over it again and again, immediately had his heart tighten, his eyes relax and full of despondency. The old minister thanked your majesty for your concern and will depart for Yunzhou tomorrow. After the words, the surrounding ministers were secretly alarmed in their hearts. His Majesty was forcing Duke Lin to leave the royal capital. What are his intentions? Imperial study room. Xiao Wuji turned his back to a dark shadow and commanded, "Tell them that Lin Hong is leaving the royal capital tomorrow." Yes. The black shadow respectfully agreed and exited the imperial study. Duke Jin's mansion. Dang. A vase flew out and smashed hard on the ground, breaking in pieces. Damn it, I've said that poor scholar is of no use at all, and he even made Grandpa threatened by His Majesty. Lin Baoying looked shocked and angry. The vase in the square was her doing. Lin Hong, who was sitting at the top of the hall, with a face of lost soul, he supported himself on the table with one hand inside darkly. Butler Li hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down, respectfully saying, "Master, His Majesty is targeting us in such a way, it's really chilling. Why don't we kill our way out of the royal capital?" Upon hearing this, Lin Baoying, who was in the midst of his anger disappeared, and then concern emerged. Carefully inquiring, "Grandpa Li, this isn't too good, is it? After all, our Lin family has always been loyal. Second miss, what do you know, His Majesty is trying to put his lordship to death." Steward Li was a bit furious, and his mouth was full of words, his head was hot, and he said it all. What? His Majesty is trying to deal with Grandpa? Using the aunt to threaten his lordship to leave the royal capital. This is a long journey to Yunzhou once his lordship is assassinated. At that time, the Black Dragon Riders, the Xinguo order, will be taken back by His Majesty. For so many years, His Majesty has been making small moves in secret. This time it's already coming out in the open. Steward Li was extremely pained, old tears streaming down his face, in unworthiness for Lin Hong. Single-mindedly paying for Xia. In the end, he had gotten back such a result. Enough! Lin Hong angrily rebuked, his body sitting upright all of a sudden, angrily glaring at Housekeeper Li, as if he was scolding him for talking nonsense. Lin Baoying's petite body shook violently, her beautiful eyes shocked, her mind going blank. A certain belief seemed to be collapsing. It was difficult to accept. Really? She gritted her silver teeth and asked as if she had used all her strength to ask. Chapter 21, Thousand-Year Legend, Black Jiao Transition. The color of the moon was hazy. Lingzhou City. City Lord's Mansion, West Courtyard. Inside the compartment, the candlelight was bright. 800 miles and sitting hidden were drinking tea and looking out into the night from time to time. For a long time. It's already approaching the third hour of the night, why is there still no movement? 800 Li's cloudy eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. The two had waited for several hours. Only for a legend. It was rumored. Outside the city of Lingzhou, 10 miles to the east, there is a river, the Heilongjiang. Historical records. The reason this river is called the Black Dragon River. Entirely because there is a black scaly dragon hidden in it. Evolved from a python. 100 years into the auger, 1,000 years into the dragon. Now the legend says that the 1,000-year period has arrived. If it were usual, they would have scoffed at such a legend. But Li Bai, the third strongest on earth, the absolute peak of the sword path, appeared here. A superlative sword immortal with 15 sword wheels. Really simply came here to kill the great general? And so it was. Sitting hidden through some clues, after analyzing the cocoon, he was shocked to find that Li Bai came to Lingzhou City for this purpose. Extremely likely to be the Black Dragon River that a black auger. 15 sword wheels, I'm afraid that is already the limit of the sword road. Want to go further? You need a strange thing between heaven and earth to help it. That black auger so far has become auger 1,000 years. It will be able to transform into a dragon in a matter of days. Such a strange beast is definitely a great opportunity. Don't worry, tonight is the once in a century swallowing the moon, and it's also the 1,000th year since the black Jiao became a Jiao. It will definitely transform into a dragon at this time. A beast that has existed for 1,000 years is bound to cause anomalies in heaven and earth. At that time, we only need to trace the place where the visions are located to find Li Bai. Sitting in picked up the teacup that was steaming in front of him, savored a sip, and then put it down. Getting up, he slowly walked to the entrance of the compartment. Looking at the bright white moon, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. What I'm most worried about is Li Bai's unwillingness to put out his sword. The words just fell. Rumble. In the distant sky, a thunderbolt flashed through. Immediately following, the moon was swallowed by a black shadow. Rumble. 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 Thunder continued to roll in the sky. Splat. Rain slapped on the ground.
800 miles rushed out and saw the vision in the distance, immediately revealing a look of surprise.
Southeast. Go! The duo quickly stepped into the air and flew, and in an instant, their figures disappeared into the dark night. Black Dragon River. The edge.
A white-clothed figure, standing there proudly, as if a sharp sword. The sharpness was revealed.
Overbearing to the extreme.
On the surface of the river, a tens of feet huge-bodied black jiao, on top of its head, two tiny fleshy horns. It, glaring angrily at the sky above, where a streak of lightning was brewing.
Dragon Transformation Tribulation. If the augur wanted to transform into a dragon, it had to cross the tribulation. 39 Jiao Dragon Tribulation. 69 True Dragon Robberies. 99 Golden Dragon Robberies.
1,000-year-old black scaly augur, if I can obtain its inner Dan, I will definitely be able to ascend to 16 sword wheels. At that time, in the world, I can claim to be invincible.
Li Bai gazed out at the huge black scaly figure in the distance, unintentionally revealing a touch of excitement. Stuck in this realm for a little too long.
Some days ago, but a sudden thought occurred to him, wanting to verify the legend.
Really? The legend was surprisingly true. Suddenly, the black jiao's head slightly inclined, and its gaze was right on Li Bai. A human?
It flashed a trace of doubt, never imagining that at such a time.
There was actually a human appearing here. Ignorant human, quickly retreat to this father, or there will be no bones left.
Underneath the huge body, a flirtatious imperial voice actually appeared. Spitting out human words, when it's really already a psychic exotic beast, the matter of the inner elixir, it's done.
Li Bai's eyes surged with a touch of excitement, whispering excitedly to himself. Spiritual exotic beasts generally only existed in legends. Rumble. Thunder clouds in the air rolled crazily, and immediately after, an arm-thick thunderbolt blasted down.
The first robbing thunderbolt had come.
The black jiao had no time to care about Li Bai and quickly looked up to the sky, roar. Opening its bloody mouth wide, it roared into the sky.
A black light flashed and turned into a pillar of light, impacting the robbing thunder.
Boom!
A huge explosion wave, like a shocking wave, surged out towards the surroundings. One ripple after another rippled around the space.
Thud!
The terrifying power tore through space, and black cracks continuously appeared.
Rumble! Ra-oo! Ra-oo!
Inside the calamity cloud, it was once again boiling, as if it was dissatisfied that the black augur below was able to withstand the first calamity thunder.
A second terrifying calamity thunder was madly brewing. Come on! The black augur's huge pupils flashed with the color of madness, riveted his strength, and flew up into the sky. Boom! The robbery's thunderbolt carried the momentum of a thunderclap and descended down. The black jiao charged upwards without any hesitation. Immediately following,
the bloody mouth opened and spewed out a cloud of white cold ice, bubbling with a gust of cold air.
Rumble!
The two forces collided with each other, and in an instant, the ground shook, and on the river, 100 feet of huge waves rolled up. In a radius of 1,000 miles, thunder continued to roar and heavy rain poured down.
For the average person, tonight was nothing more than a night of thunderstorms. City Lord's mansion. Backyard. Pavilion.
Lucian put away the spirit stone and gently patted Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder, pacifying, nothing, just some small tactics of the Gui Dao.
Gui Dao?
She immediately froze, then suddenly realized that she had heard a lot about the Guile Dao.
Rumble.
A shocking sound of thunder came from the distance as thunder descended from the sky. Lucian quickly raised his head to gaze over, and a golden light flowed in the depths of his eyes.
Great General, I have something to go out, you go back and rest first.
The words were finished. He stepped out, taking one step into the air, and like raindrops, half a meter from his circumference, he evaporated and dissipated. Looking at the distant back, Lin Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes were filled with strange colors.
If this still of yours is used to protect the Grand Xia, how good would it be? Hey Longjiang. Overhead. The black jiao resisted the second lightning bolt with its own strength. The third robotic thunderbolt came immediately after. Rumble. Bull-thick lightning coalesced, resembling an enraged thunder dragon, looking down at the black jiao from above. Ka-ching!
The lightning flashed down. It rushed up, carrying a terrifying aura of destroying everything. The black jiao felt the power of the last lightning bolt. A hint of despair flashed in its eyes.
In its opinion, this power was terrifying enough to destroy itself in an instant. Since this is the case, let's fight.
In a flash of thought, it was too late to think. Opening its mouth towards the sky, an egg-sized golden dan was spat out from its huge mouth. It turned into a golden light rushing towards the lightning.
Boom!
It shook the sky and the earth, as if it was going to engulf a 10-mile radius of the sky. Berserk power swept around, causing the river to roll up 10,000 feet of huge waves, lapping towards the surroundings. The mountains and jungles were all submerged.
A long time.
The sky and earth returned to calm, and the black clouds in the air retreated.
The river returned to tranquility.
If it wasn't for the submerged mountains and jungles in the surroundings, it would be impossible to see the scene.
The tribulation has succeeded? Li Bai looked out curiously as the huge body was rapidly descending. Rumble, it ruthlessly smashed inside the river, and another huge wave rolled over. Chapter 22. The district sword immortal doesn't deserve to die in my hands. By the river. Li Bai had been paying attention. Delayedly, he chose to make a move. Being able to survive for 1,000 years, the strength of this black Jiao had long been unfathomable. Especially the party's last moment of the tribulation, choosing to utilize the inner Dan to fight against the last tribulation thunder. The current situation. It should have successfully passed the lightning tribulation. As expected, a deep dragon's roar rang out, and immediately after, a 100-foot scaly dragon with 2 black ink-like dragon horns on top of its head appeared, particularly eye-catching. Not a moment later, the large body changed into a size of only about 3 meters. The breadth of the body was extremely chaotic. The black scaly dragon slowly ascended to the sky above the river, turning its head to look at Li Bai. This human, long before it crossed the threshold, had already appeared here. Earlier. In order to single-mindedly transmigrate the tribulation, it was kindly persuaded to leave. The other party did not seem to appreciate it. It looked like it was coming from a bad place. Looking from afar, that white figure was like an overwhelming divine sword standing in the heavens and earth, connected to the sky above and grounded below. The huge sword chi seemed to be destroying mountains and breaking streams. With just a glance, it seemed to be locked by a supreme rigid and strong sword intent. Suddenly, he moved, taking a step into the air. A white sword chi coalesced under his feet, becoming ladder steps that continuously extended out towards the front. Behind him, Miso, 15 sword wheels, resembling a huge wheel of light. Inside each wheel of light, countless long swords were spinning. The powerful sword light was as blinding as the sun, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. A white dress, untainted by dust, as if an earthly immortal. At this time, not far from the jungle, 800 miles, sitting hidden, 2 figures flashed rapidly. A moment has already come to the riverside. Raising their eyes, they saw a shocking scene in front of them. 15 sword wheels emerged behind them, terrifying sword chi as well as sword intent, constantly tearing the surrounding space. Terrifying. Terrifying. Shocking. He's really here. 800 miles was pleasantly surprised. Then he shouted at Li Bai, Mr. Li, I, Lingzhou City Lord 800 miles, implore you to save the great general's life. Saying that, quickly kneeling down on one knee. Li Bai, who was strolling in mid-air, heard these words. His body lurched and slowly turned his head, his gaze resembling a sharp sword, scanning 800 li from afar. With just this glance, 800 li's body shook, and in an instant, it seemed like there were millions of sharp swords surrounding him. At any moment, they were going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Splat! On his forehead, cold sweat flowed and dripped onto the ground. I originally came here to kill her, and you guys are actually so delusional that you want me to save her? Li Bai snorted, disdainful of 800 miles. Finally, his gaze rested on sitting hidden. Seemingly in consideration of the other party's kindness to him in the past, his tone instantly became a bit more moderate and unhurried. I'm not a doctor, I can't save your family's great general. Sick, have to go to see a doctor, save the dead and help the wounded. That is the responsibility of the doctor. I, on the other hand, will only use my sword to kill. Finished. No longer paying attention to the two, continued to step out. Li Bai, I heard that you have a sword named Fengchun, which can make dead trees spring. Sitting in stood with his arms folded, his right hand stroked his chin beard, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but open his mouth. In a split second, Li Bai's figure paused once again. Only this time, he didn't turn back. Mr. Sitting-in doesn't need to say much. The sword, I can't come out. Decisive, resolute, there was no room for negotiation at all. It's just one sword. For you, Mr. Li, isn't it just a matter of lifting your hand? Why are you unwilling to make a move? 800 Li's eyes were red and he couldn't help but roar angrily. Lin Chaoyan's current situation, not many days left. If there was someone in the world who could still save her. I'm afraid that the only person left in front of me is Li Bai, the pinnacle of the sword Dao. But he was reluctant to make a move. At that instant, 800 Li finally couldn't tense up, associating it with the great general's dedication to Xia over the years. I only came here for the Jiao Long Inner Dan, a mere 9th rank is not worthy of dying under my sword. Li Bai, dressed in white, hunted with the gale. As a 9th grade great perfection, 800 Li, at this moment, was subjected to incomparable humiliation. Yet, he didn't dare to attack. All because the other party was the 3rd strongest Li Bai on earth. Only. If the other party could not be allowed to make a move, that would mean that the last chance of the great general being alive was gone. Jiao Dragon Inner Elixir? You are also worthy? In a flash, a gentle voice rang out. Before the silhouette arrived, the voice had already come. The crowd sought the source of the voice to look over. They saw Lu Zian, who was dressed in a green shirt that showed off his elegant demeanor, similarly stepping and walking high in the sky. The rainwater automatically evaporated and dissipated at a distance of less than half a meter. Mr. Lu? Why are you here? 800 miles stood up in surprise, his expression frozen. Sitting made a thought, secretly thinking, could it be that he also came here to beg Li Bai to make a sword? Just this appearance attitude. I'm afraid that it's giving people an extremely bad impression. Li Bai sniffed, and after seeing the visitor again, he could only smile lightly. Brother Lu came here. I think it must also be for the matter of your wife. It's just a sword. When I get the Jiaolong inner Dan, I will go with you. For this person, Lu Zian, he had a lot of scruples. Even though he was an absolute peak sword immortal with 15 sword wheels, he still couldn't see through the person in front of him. Then recall the scene over Lingzhou City earlier. A poem that awakened 200,000 heroes. Why does my wife need you? Lu Zian's expression was indifferent, not even looking at him. Then he raised his hand and a golden power blasted out. Suddenly, an unprecedented cohesion appeared on Li Bai's cloudy expression. Because in that instant, the threat of death was felt. How could it be? The first thing that surfaced in his mind was disbelief. The other party just raised his hand and struck. How could he produce a threat of death? The next second. Not good. Caught off guard, there was no time to react. I'm afraid that the force blasted on his chest. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the entire person flew backwards a dozen meters towards his back. What? Sitting Yin was shocked and alarmed. His right hand couldn't help but exert a force, directly tearing off a handful of beard. 800 miles completely dumbfounded. The expression is as dumb as a wooden chicken, a long time to react. The strongest third on earth, 15 sword wheel of the absolute peak of the sword immortal, almost invincible existence. How could he be injured by a wave of Lord Lu's hand? Fake, right? A mere sword immortal, to die by my hand, you're not worthy. Without turning his head back, Lu Zian continued to pass towards the black scaly dragon, his light words echoing between heaven and earth. At that moment, 800 miles, the sitting Yin duo completely came back to their senses, and at the same time, their hearts boiled within. Hearing these words, Li Bai's body shook, and his eyes looked incredulously at that green shirred back. Madness. Unbridled madness. Overbearing. Hegemony that leaves no room for error. Thinking back to what he did just now, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Compared to the one in front of him, it was as if the series of actions he had just taken was a clown's behavior. Chapter 23. What are you looking at? Collecting you is coming. Over the river. Gusty wind, fine rain. Lu Zian stepped, walking in the void, a golden ripple continuously emerging under his feet. Without looking back, he passed towards the direction of the black Jiao dragon. Edge. 800 miles was completely and deeply shocked by that lofty to the extreme back shadow. Only one move. He flew away the absolute top sword immortal Li Bai, this kind of legendary level expert. It's extraordinary. It's a big deal. Is that person really the great general's son, Mr. Lu? Sitting Yin reacted only after a long time, his tone filled with many doubts. It was too unbelievable. In that moment just now, there was clearly not the slightest fluctuation of literary qi. In other words, the means used when flying Li Bai was not Wen Dao at all. Hiss. Neither was it martial qi. Then what kind of power was it that was so terrifying? Strange. This power doesn't belong to the way of literature, one of the martial ways, yet it's extremely overbearing and overpowering. How could it be like this? Li Bai's jaw dropped as he realized it afterward. Watching from afar, that back figure gradually began to rise infinitely. In the end, it formed a huge peak that could not be climbed over. At this moment, he lowered his head and smiled bitterly. The world is so big that there really is a heaven beyond the heavens and a man beyond the man. Who could imagine? Being as powerful as he was, there was actually a day when he was defeated by someone with a single move. On the other side, Lu Zian came in front of the black scaly dragon, the corner of his mouth pulled, and he coldly said, "What are you looking at? Collecting you has come. I know you are already psychic and can understand human speech. Follow me and you can live. Insist on not following, die." Obviously the voice wasn't loud, but it made the black scale dragon feel like it was deafening. Especially that last word death caused it to tremble and chill all over its body. "I'll go with you." Without the slightest hesitation, cleanly agreed. Just now that human with a sword, already let it have a feeling like falling into a cold pool, death enveloped. Even that kind of person, were a move second. Hearing. Lu Zian nodded with satisfaction, turned his head back to 800 miles, sitting hidden in front of the two. "It's late at night, go back to rest early." After speaking, ignoring the odd reaction of the duo's expression, he stepped into the air and left. From the beginning to the end, neither paid any more attention to Li Bai. The latter, quickly coming over from his frustration, looked at the other parties departing back, fists clenched, and whispered, "In this world, it's finally not that boring, and you've managed to get my attention." City Lord's mansion. Backyard. Inside the compartment, Lin Chaoyan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. In her mind, she kept recalling the figure of Lu Zian when he left earlier. The strength that was displayed definitely belonged above the 9th rank. Since he had never seen him make a move, he had always been cognizant of his realm of strength. There had been an incomplete cognition of his realm of strength. How should I open my mouth to make him agree? Her head was in turmoil, unable to be still at all. Learning that her own time was running out. Then she thought about whether she could let Lu Ziyan replace her and continue to guard the great Xia dynasty, as well as her own family. But for a moment, she didn't know where to open her mouth to convince him. Cluck! The sound of pushing the door rang out. Lin Chaoyan immediately closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look in the direction of the doorway. Nervous as if a child who had done something bad. Shortness. Uneasy. Great General, asleep? After Lu Ziyan came in, he carefully opened his mouth, his voice gentle and subtle, as if he was afraid of disturbing the other party. Not yet. Lin Chaoyan subconsciously spoke, spinning around and sitting up. That's good, here's a good thing for you. He walked over to the edge of the bed, then grabbed her right hand, and with a swish, a black shadow flashed. Immediately following, the black auger dragon transformed into a black snake with a stark black body, only half a meter and the size of a thumb. On the small head, there were still 2 small horns. Ah! Lin Chaoyan was startled by the sudden small black snake and hurriedly screamed. Don't be afraid. Lu Ziyan grabbed the black snake in his hand and smiled softly at her. This is a rare spiritual snake, it is already psychic and can understand human speech. I gave it a very nice name, called Black Nun. Saying this, with a gentle stroke, a golden light flashed, a blood mark appeared on Lin Chaoyan's finger, then a drop of blood fell on the top of the black snake's head. White light flashed and a burst of strange runes surged. In an instant, she felt that there was some sort of connection between herself and the black snake. This is recognizing the master, and from now on, the black girl will guard your side instead of me. Lu Ziyan smiled brightly and rubbed her head with a face full of favor. Upon hearing this, she was a bit anxious and couldn't wait. Guarding me instead of you? What does that mean? Couldn't figure it out. It was clearly that his days were numbered. How did he make it seem as if he was the one who was about to die? I know you've always wanted me to guard Daxia, but this matter, it's not negotiable. That is your faith and your hope. In the future, it is still due to you to guard it. Saying that, Lu Ziyan directly struck her with a hand slash, knocking her out. Go out and guard. Instructing the black girl, the latter quickly turned into a black light and disappeared inside the room. Liang Long. Lu Ziyan's eyes gradually became stern as he reached out and waved his hand, a golden light surging through his body. Immediately afterward, the entire person stood up upside down, head to head with the seated Lin Chaoyan. The next second, a vast surge of spiritual energy continuously surged into Lin Chaoyan's body. Spiritual energy infusion. This was a decision he made after some deep thought. At the time of agreeing to the plea of 200,000 Yingling, underworld, it had already made him realize one thing. In this world, if one went to rely on cultivation, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to progress any further. To submit to the will of heaven with the way of literature. Perhaps it is possible to walk out of an extraordinary path. In that case, his own Jindan cultivation will be given to his wife, Lin Chaoyan. Previously, Jun Zizhu removed her cultivation, but her days are numbered. With this cultivation plus, do not worry about that at all. After the spiritual power enchantment lasted for several hours, Lu Ziyan quickly changed his posture, and the two of them touched their lips together. Very quickly, a golden elixir flew out of his mouth and finally entered Lin Chaoyan's mouth. Near the moment of dawn, Lu Ziyan's face was pale, his body weakly stood by the bedside, raised his hand to point at his own eyebrow, then quickly dotted at Lin Chaoyan's eyebrow. After absorbing the spiritual energy, you will properly comprehend the 9 heavenly thunder skill. Jindan stage cultivation, together with the 9 heavens thunder skill, and the presence of the black girl, it's enough to make you invincible in the world. After saying that, he staggered out of the room. Outside the chamber, Jin Shu, Shi Jingxi, and Su Luoling came here early. Creak! The door to the room opened, and the three of them looked over in unison. Only to see Lu Ziyan's complexion as white as paper, very weakly holding the door and walking out. Auntie? What's wrong with you? Jin Shu saw that it was his own aunt, and was quickly shocked to come forward to assist him. I'm fine, guard this door, anyone who approaches, kill without pardon. Lu Ziyan waved his hand and commanded to Jin Shu with extreme seriousness. Okay, auntie. Jin Shu hurriedly nodded his head in response. He staggered towards the outside. At this time, Su Luoling's tiny voice came from behind him. A poor scholar's body just doesn't work, it's only been one night and he's been tossed around like this by the great general, no contest. Puff! A stagger, Lu Ziyan directly fell to the ground, truly shocked by the other party's words. Qing Nu, help me back. Look, you still need someone else to help you, it must be that your kidneys are not working. Chapter 24, the auntie has orders. Outside of Lingzhou City, on the official road, a gorgeous carriage sped away. Just as the sunrise breaks, the shadows lengthened. Very beautiful. On the city wall, Sitting in stared at the direction the carriage disappeared inside softly. Duke Lu just left. The armies assembled by the three great king dynasties are afraid that they will make a comeback. The great general is again. Aside. 800 miles, Jade Bridge, Wind Chaser, Wang Sun and a few others. Hearing these words. What a Wendao immortal, just a coward, sneaking off on his own like that. Wang Sun swung his fist in anger, boom. A fist smashed into the wall with tremendous force, immediately smashing out a dent. Obviously. He was extremely displeased with Lu Ziyan leaving early in the morning without even saying a goodbye. Yu Chao slightly propped up her forehead and also secretly sighed. Such a good person as great general has found such a husband, a bitter fate. Alright. 800 miles hurriedly voiced out to stop, fearing that these guys would still say something bad. In his mind, he recalled last night the strength that Duke Lu had displayed. Even Li Baiyi was easily defeated. With this kind of strong strength, why would he leave? Furthermore, didn't he come for the great general? Go back to the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, 800 miles' eyes flashed with a glint as he quickly flew back. Sitting Yin's expression was stunned, and then it dawned on him that he also followed him over. The remaining three people, Jade Bridge, looked at each other in disbelief, completely puzzled. Outside the chamber, Jinshu stood in front, holding a long sword in his hand, pointing it horizontally at Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling's two daughters. My aunt has orders, before the great general comes out, no one is allowed to approach, or else they will be killed without pardon. Her delicate face was filled with seriousness, and her eyes were even more determined. Jinshu, you crossed the line. Su Luoling immediately burst into a rage, pointing at Jinshu and making a gesture to rush up. Shi Jingxi frowned tightly and slowly said, "Get out of the way, I want to go in and take a look at the great general." Just now. The three women had called Lin Xiaoyan several times, but none of them had gotten a response. Therefore, the two of them had the idea of going in to find out what was going on. Naiha. Jinshu blocked in front of them with his sword, not allowing them to go in at all. Swish. Swish. 800 miles, Sitin and the two of them flew to the front of the doorway. General Qi, General Su, General Jinshu, where is the great general? As soon as they arrived, 800 miles looked eager and couldn't wait to inquire. After all, by this point, he wanted to corroborate a suspicion within his heart. That was that the great general had. Otherwise, Duke Lu could never have left in such a hurry. I'm afraid that he had gone for revenge. It had to be said that his imagination was extremely rich and had all been associated to this level. If Lu Ziyan knew that he was thinking this way, he would definitely be furious and give him another talent na. Sitting Yin's gaze was firmly fixed on the door of the compartment with a complicated expression. Such a bizarre scene. Immediately attracting Su Luoling's attention, she immediately questioned loudly, "What do you two mean?" Several generals, Great General Shi, Mei said 800 miles, his voice gradually choking up, his face full of grief and anger, his eyes misty with tears. What do you mean? Shi Jingxi was first stunned, then thought back to the fact that the imperial physician, 9 officials, had taken the great general's pulse only earlier, asserting that she would not live for more than 7 days. A careful calculation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her body shook and her eyes went black, almost falling straight down as she kept muttering on her mouth. Jinshu waved his sword and pointed at 800 miles, furiously saying, "Less demonic talk here, there is absolutely no way that anything can happen to my young lady." Then why did Mr. Lu leave early and head towards the southwest? That's where the Liuli dynasty is, what else could it be if not to take revenge? Outside the courtyard, Wang Sun walked in angrily. Before the person arrived, his voice had already arrived. He's gone? Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling looked puzzled, glancing at each other, both shocked by this news. Right now at this kind of time. Lu Ziyan had left alone, and just now, they had been calling out to the great general without getting a response. It's hard not to. Jinshu gazed at the crowd with a cold gaze, his tone once again icy cold. "Auntie has orders, no one is allowed to approach, if you want to go in, unless you step over my dead body." Demonized, completely demonized, that dead scholar. In the end, what kind of mesmerizing soup did he give you? Now he even disregards the great general. Su Luoling completely gave this girl dead brain to the whole speechless, really want to rush up to pry open her head, see what is loaded inside. General Jinshu, just back off. We also want to see whether the great general, Sitin said at the end, for some reason, the remaining still alive a few words, but can no longer speak. No retreat. The attitude was incomparably strong, causing the crowd to be at a loss as to what to do for a moment. Could it be that they were really going to make a move against her? 800 miles was a 9th grade great perfection, and dealing with Jinshu was just a matter of raising his hand. But he couldn't do it that way. Jinshu wasn't just one of the Eastern Red's main generals, she was also the great general's personal maid. In terms of loyalty, I'm afraid that no one in the room was more loyal to the great general than her. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoyan was sitting on the bed, golden light surged around her body, and between her eyebrows, there was some kind of power that was rapidly fusing. This Tao of mine is called immortal cultivation. It is not part of the way of literature or the way of martial arts, but is above both of them.
In his mind, images of Lu Ziyan's preaching flashed continuously.
For a long time.
Thoroughly absorbing the cultivation knowledge, he also thoroughly comprehended the first 6 levels of the 9 heavens thunder skill. Opening his eyes, 2 thunderbolts flickered in the depths of his eyes. The surrounding golden light quickly converged back into the body.
In that instant, it returned to an ordinary human state. Mr. Lu, so this is your strength.
She clenched her fist, crackling powerful force directly pinched the air, producing a loud sound.
In fact, Lin Xiaoyan hadn't completely absorbed the power of the Jin dance stage at all.
It had only absorbed a third of it.
The time was too short, plus there were too many things to digest.
Even with the help of Lu Ziyan, he had only absorbed 1/3. The remaining power coalesced in the Jindan within his body.
6th Foundation Establishment.
Feeling the power within her body, Lin Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction.
You gave me all your cultivation and renewed my life for me, what about you?
Shoo! A black light flashed, and Hei Nui transformed into a miniature little black snake and appeared on her shoulder.
Black girl, so you're a spirit beast.
With the knowledge of immortal cultivation passed on by Lu Ziyan, the moment she looked at the black girl, she had already come to a clear realization.
Right, aren't you able to spit out human words? Due to recognizing the master, Lin Xiaoyan instantly felt that it was friendly and couldn't help but ask curiously.
A white light flashed out of the black girl's head and flew into her brow.
A sudden realization dawned on her.
It turns out that it has just finished a robbery and was heavily injured, and is now in a weakened stage, unable to spit out human words. The voice of Jin Shu confronting the crowd came from her ears.
At this time, you chose to leave, could it be?
Lin Xiaoyan's eyes flashed through a brilliant light, as if she already knew what Lu Ziyan intended to do with this move.
Outside the compartment,
while the people were arguing,
Jin Shu, come in. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyan's voice rang out. In an instant, the crowd immediately quieted down.
Yes, miss. Jin Shu put away his long sword and pushed the door and walked in.
Chapter 25 Heart Chill.
As Lin Xiaoyan's voice rang in the ears of the crowd,
in an instant, everyone immediately quieted down. The 800 Li who had some expressions of grief and anger before. At this moment, the expression was all of a sudden excited and joyful. The great general is fine.
Qi Jingxi glared at 800 miles, killing intent revealed, clearly blaming him for his nonsense just now. If it wasn't for his nonsense, how could he himself have thought wrongly? Sitting burst into a frown and smiled, learning that the great general was fine, the gloom in his heart dispersed at once.
Inside the compartment, Jin Shu walked in. Miss, are you alright?
In fact, earlier outside, she heard those people speculating. She also had no bottom inside.
Nonetheless, the aunt's order could not be disobeyed. Silly girl, what can I have? Don't you trust auntie? Lin Xiaoyan sat down and poured herself a cup of tea.
I believe in auntie, but the 9 officials asserted that Miss won't live more than 7 days.
What kind of person is Jiu Guan?
The heir to the Divine Healer Valley, the only one to enter the world. His medical skills are so superior that no one is out of his league in the world today.
Since 30 years ago,
there has been a saying that if the 9 officials say you're going to die on the 3rd night, the king of hell won't dare to keep you until the 5th night. It was evident that these words were terrifying.
Really nothing?
Jin Shu is still a little bit not daring to believe. Lin Xiaoyan smiled helplessly and spoke at her, attack over with your full strength.
This.
Jin Shu immediately had a dumbfounded expression, wondering if she had heard it wrong. For better or worse, she herself was also an 8th grade martial arts cultivator, and a full force attack that destroyed gold and shattered rocks was simply not a matter of concern.
What's the point of dawdling? Why don't you quickly strike?
With the sound of urging, Jin Shu could only harden his head, his body's martial energy condensed. The figure rushed out in a hurry, and his whole body's strength condensed into a fist.
Seeing this,
Lin Xiaoyan had already seen her concern and raised his hand. A golden light flashed.
Boom!
Jin Shu, who had just rushed out a few steps, was jerked out by a huge force. It ruthlessly crashed into a side pillar. This. Ignoring the pain on her body, her pupils dilated several times, her expression shocked.
Miss, you.
Shu. Lin Xiaoyan hurriedly made a silencing gesture towards her. Eunuch Lu has already poured his entire cultivation into me to renew my life.
For Jin Shu, this girl. She did not choose to hide it. Cultivation infusion?
Miss, I have read in an ancient book that this kind of cultivation infusion matter, which is very dangerous, the slightest carelessness, there is the possibility of suffering a backlash.
Lightly, the tendons and veins will be broken, and heavily, one will die violently on the spot.
Jin Shu covered her small mouth, her eyes full of shock and admiration.
Auntie was truly a real man.
In order to renew Mrs. Life, he even disregarded his own life. Lin Xiaoyan felt the same way. Duke Lu was just too good to himself.
Duke Lu has left? Well, already left, what next? Jin Shu's expression became a little agitated.
Don't act rashly for the time being, spread the word and say that Duke Lu has begged an immortal pill from the Divine Healer Valley to extend my life for a month. Remember, make sure to let them know that the elixir only renewed my life, and that I am still an ordinary person.
In that case, I believe that many people will come here to kill me.
Maybe even the Black Hand of the dynasty can be lured out in one fell swoop.
In fact,
the moment she woke up, she already had this opportunity, taking advantage of this incident to lure those enemies, one by one.
At that time,
with this cultivation, it would definitely be possible to get them all in one go.
Yes, miss. Jinshu quickly comprehended what her own miss meant. At this time, City Lord's mansion.
Doorway. A eunuch, with a few golden armored guards, walked in quickly.
Not long after,
appeared outside the doorway of the compartment where Lin Xiaoyan was.
When 800 Miles saw the visitor, he hurriedly went forward and politely said, "Eunuchly this is?"
That eunuchly looked indifferent and did not even look at him. Instead, he smiled at Qi Jingxi and said, "General Qi, I wonder where the great general is?
Please come out to receive the decree."
This look of worshipping the high and stepping on the low caused Wang Sun, Jade Bridge, and Wind Chaser to be very irritated. Nay, the other party represented His Majesty.
"I'm coming."
Lin Xiaoyan was dressed in white, as if she was a dusty fairy, due to becoming an immortal cultivator.
There was an extra air of transcendence on her body. As soon as he came out, eunuchly opened the holy decree and hurriedly recited it.
There is hereby Protector General Lin Xiaoyan, who disregarded the lives of the people at the South Sea Pass and disobeyed the imperial order. Remembering the great achievements of his grandfather, the Duke of Jin, therefore, remove him from the post of Great General of the Protectorate and demote him to the position of a general of Lingzhou City. I hope that he will do his best for Daxia in the future.
Shin this. After the imperial decree was read, the crowd froze in place.
Jinshu was the first to react, and immediately became furious, removing the great general's post. How could His Majesty do this? I'm not convinced. The great general has always done her best for Daxia, if it wasn't for her this time,
I'm afraid Lingzhou City would have already fallen.
Qi Jingxi immediately stood out and pointed at eunuchly and angrily rebuked him. General Qi, when His Majesty made such a decision, Duke Jin was also present. Eunuchly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fearing that the other party would suddenly strike, to give himself and the others a violent beating.
After all, people's names in trees' shadows.
In the middle of the royal capital, who didn't know the great name of the little witch Qi Jingxi? If it wasn't for being brought into the army by Lin Xiaoyan, I'm afraid that today, I don't know how many people in the royal capital will suffer.
The Duke of Jin was there? Hearing,
the crowd looked a bit incredulous. If Lin Hong was present, how could he possibly allow His Majesty to remove the position of the Protectorate General?
General Lin, since you are already fine, I will take my leave first.
Sitting in observed Lin Xiaoyan for quite a while, sensing that the other party's body was extremely vigorous in terms of qi and blood. It was not at all like a person who was dying. It must be that eunuch Lu had already found a way to renew his life.
In that case,
there was no need for him to stay here. The matters of the imperial court had nothing to do with him.
Take your time, sir. Lin Xiaoyan nodded and smiled at him as an apology. At this moment,
to be able to appear here, one would think that it was all for the purpose of finding a method to renew his life for himself. Plus, through the connection between her and Black Girl, it made her clear about what happened last night. Jinshu, bring out the Protectorate General's token as well as the official seal and official uniform. Soon, everything that belonged to the Protectorate Great General was all handed over to eunuch Li.
Several people came and went in a hurry. In the end,
only Lin Xiaoyan, Jinshu, Qi Jingshi, and the others remained.
Great General, what's right now?
800 Miles was extremely unwilling, feeling that the Great General had always been bent on doing this for the sake of Grand Xia. For so many years, he has worked so hard. Now to get such a result. It was really calling people's hearts cold. Don't call me Great General, now that His Majesty has demoted me to the position of a partial general. Please be careful with your words in the future, City Lord. Lin Xiaoyan was quick to accept this result.
Even if she didn't accept it, what could she do?
Putting it before, I'm afraid she would still have a hard time for a while.
It was a pity. The current her had already accepted Lu Xian's immortal cultivation. To the worldly people,
she is the immortal general existence.
The rights of these things, at their fingertips. However,
Lin Xiaoyan's dream is very simple, guarding the Grand Xia, guarding the people of the Grand Xia.
That's all. Chapter 26, intercepted in the middle of the road. The royal capital. Imperial study room.
A black-robed man knelt in front of Xiao Wuji.
Your Majesty, Duke Lin has left the royal capital.
The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and his head was lowered.
Informed them?
He stood up and turned his back, a huge scroll with the 4 big words, Great Expansion, clearly written on it. The black-robed man hurriedly responded, already notified. The other party responded, the person who intercepted and killed, is on the way.
Satisfied, he nodded, and waved his hand, signaling the other party to retreat. Liang Long. Inside the imperial study. Xiao Wuji was the only one left, looking forlorn and lost in thought as he looked at those 4 big words. Once upon a time, he and Lin Hong could be described as brothers in arms, comrades in arms. Unfortunately, long lived in the emperor's position. Everything has changed. The power of speech and Disya can only be in the hands of the emperor. When the sun sets in the west, on the old goat road, a carriage was traveling slowly. In front of the carriage, Steward Li was concentrating on driving the horse. Inside the carriage, Lin Hong squinted his eyes, pretending to look asleep. Lin Baoying was holding Lu Yuer, teasing her from time to time. Little Yuer, there are many delicious snacks in Yunzhou, fragrant scallion pancakes, scallion chicken. Like counting his family's treasures, he kept counting the Yunzhou delicacies. Listening to little Yuer happily, her mouth watered. Auntie, I want to eat, I want to eat. Don't look at the fact that she was only 6 years old, but she was also a snacker. For delicious food, there was even less resistance. All of this. It was all because Lin Baoying was too spoiled. From the time little Yuer was 4.5 years old, she had been bringing her back all sorts of delicious food. Gradually, she was raised to be a foodie by nature. Twilight Land. Whoosh! A sharp sword broke through the air and arrived, carrying the momentum of destroying mountains. Be careful! Steward Li reached out and a long dark spear appeared in his hand. Raising his hand, the spear came out like a dragon, traveling like a cloud and flowing like water, leaping up and striking a sweeping blow, surging martial chi surging out. It collided with the air-breaking long sword. Boom! The 2 forces exploded apart, flying sand and stones. The raging power transformed into a terrifying gale. It blew the surrounding trees, uprooting them. Lin Hong fiercely opened his eyes, a cold aura flickered under his eyes. Take care of little Yuer. With a command, he lifted the curtain of the car and walked out. Swish! 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 3 silhouettes, from far and near, appeared in front of them in an instant. After seeing the comers, Butler Li was secretly surprised. Dark building killer Yusan Yang, the personal disciple of the 9th strongest on earth, one-sword immortal. Then he looked at the person at the head. Full of white hair, but with a face of horizontal meat, blue robes, in addition to a stout body some, but also show mediocre. Lei Li of the Liuli dynasty's Thunderbolt twin elders. With just one glance, but Butler Li was shocked. How could he not have imagined that it would be this one who would come? When they set out from the royal capital, they had long anticipated that this trip would definitely attract many people's thoughts. Especially the one from the royal palace. Never expected. The one who appeared here would be one of the 2 C-pins of the Liuli dynasty. To know. Thunderbolt double old man, Lei Li, Fengxing 2 people, but the entire dynasty in the only 2 innate realm powerhouses. Cultivating a Thunderbolt combining art. Able to combine with each other through the 2 people to form a terrifying technique that doubles their combat power. It is for this reason. It was what allowed them to have a place amongst the innate realm powerhouses in one fell swoop. This place is only tens of miles from the royal capital, and Lei Li appears here, Your Majesty. It really can't wait. Tears welled up in Lin Hong's eyes, filled with grief and disappointment. He did not understand that in his life, he had been loyal to the Grand Xia, but he would end up in such a state of imperial suspicion. A blue-robed Lei Li, full of smiles, rushed at Lin Hong. Duke Lin, didn't expect it. 30 years ago, when you personally killed my son, you should have thought about it. One day, I will definitely take your life personally. Unfortunately, the timing is just right. Inside the carriage, Lin Baoying covered little Yuer's ears just by listening to the commotion coming from outside. It had already shocked her to the point where she was a little hexed. Yusan Yang, the 2 one-sword immortals. They were already first-class experts who had become famous in the world in the past 10 years. As for Lei Li, it was even more remarkable. Among the innate realm experts of the major dynasties, it was also ranked in the top 10. This point alone, already quite remarkable. Under the innate, a gun in hand, dare to call the invincible overlord Gun Li who, I can't imagine that you, who had been out of sight for many years, would actually work as a housekeeper for the Duke of Lin. Lei Li's gaze sized up stewardly for a while. Then, it dawned on him that his identity was revealed in a single word. Grandpa Li is actually Bully Gun Li Hu, an existence that dares to be called invincible under the innate. Lin Baoying's pretty face was astonished and surprised for a moment, regarding Steward Li's identity. It wasn't clear at all. Only knowing. From the beginning of remembering, Grandpa Li was the family's housekeeper. In the past, I thought that he was just an ordinary housekeeper. Now it seems. Let's cut the small talk, you guys have only come here to kill old man. Lin Hong stepped forward and gazed at the trio with a haughty expression. For their purpose of coming here, it was clear as day. As for who was behind all of this, and who was manipulating it, not important. Although he was also in the innate realm, but due to the war that year, he had fallen into some after effects. The result is that his cultivation has regressed a bit. Nowadays, can only be considered above the 9th grade, below the innate. Half-step innate. If it wasn't for the master stopping me from gathering the Black Dragon Riders 3 times, with the 3 of you, you would have dared to come here to show off. Butlerly regretted that if he had informed the Black Dragon Riders earlier, it would have been impossible for this halfway interception to happen. Lin War God, let me meet you. A sword immortal, raising his hand, a long sword shot out in the air. Whoosh! A sharp air-breaking sound rang out, carrying a terrifying sword chi that tore everything apart. It came straight at Lin Hong. Sword 9's sword control technique, no wonder he can be called the one-sword immortal, this hand of sword control skill. Under the 9th grade, no one can match it, under the innate, there are very few who can dodge it. Lin Hong recognized at a glance that what the other party was performing was none other than the strongest 9th on earth, Sword 9's imperial sword skill. The figure flashed rapidly, transforming into a white light. In a flash, it had already retreated tens of meters. Clang! The long sword stabbed at where Lin Hong had just been, and a deep pit immediately appeared in the ground. The art of the imperial sword was divine. Even innate realm experts had to treat it with caution. Yu San Yang, it's your turn. Lei Li smiled contemptuously, his gaze grim as he commanded to the Yu San Yang by his side. The next second, within the beautiful eyes of Yu San Yang, who was wearing a silver ghost mask, a flash of intense killing intent flashed through her eyes. Elder Lei, this time, although you're the one leading the charge, I'm not one of your men, so it seems that you can't order me yet. Not giving him the slightest bit of face, his hoarse voice carried a strong dissatisfaction. Obviously, as a dark floor killer, there were rules of conduct that were uniquely his own. Pretending. Seeing that the other party did not follow his orders, Lei Li could only say something back in a conspiratorial manner. Attention was focused on the one-sword immortal and Lin Hong. At this time, Steward Li was guarding the front of the carriage with a dark lance in his hand. Chapter 27 Stop. Lin Hong dodged past in a hurry. 7 yellow dragon silhouettes of more than one zhang rose violently around his body. Huang Tingjing, the realm of the 7 dragons. Lei Li's eyes narrowed and his fists were tightened. Back then, if it wasn't for this yellow court scripture of the other party, the battle in the southern domain, the 2 of them, the brothers, would have already killed him. Standing with his arms folded, the gold-trimmed black robe on his body, windless, crisscrossed with dragon shadows. Terrifying martial chi quickly swept around. Half-step innate. Lei Li snorted, immediately having a victory. You really have dropped in realm, once a mid-stage innate, tisk. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. The hatred of killing his son that had been hidden in his heart for 30 years. To this day, finally being able to completely kill the murderer within the Great Summer. Go together, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Familiar with how powerful as well as terrifying Huang Tingjing was, Lei Li hurriedly spoke out to urge Yu San Yang. This time, the reason why the 3 of them would come. Naturally, it was for the sake of being foolproof. At this moment, underneath the mask of the Yu San Yang, that pair of beautiful eyes, when they saw the 7 yellow dragon shadows rising, it panicked for a moment and immediately fell into a daze before finally returning to normal under Lei Li's urging. Yes. Subconsciously agreeing, his figure gradually turned into nothingness. Phantom 100 steps. Yu San Yang's famous martial art was able to conceal her figure within 100 paces. Even a martial artist 1 grade higher than her. It was extremely difficult to spy on her figure. She was once in the 8th grade. With this technique, she had assassinated 6 9th grade beginners, 9 9th grade mediums, 13 9th grades, and 1 9th grade Great Circle expert. It was because of these battle records. It allowed her to become the 3rd assassin of the Dark Tower in one fell swoop. When Lin Hong on the opposite side saw the other party perform the illusory 100 steps, his entire body froze in place. Xiao Shu. Eyes reddened, a touch of sadness appeared on the old face. Old thing, how dare you get distracted, looking for death. Seeing this, the first sword immortal hurriedly directed his sword, and the long sword in the air quickly turned into a stream of light. Once again, it swept towards Lin Hong. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you're still thinking about her, die for me. In an instant, Lei Li had already appeared behind Lin Hong, his innate perfect aura erupting from his body. Coalescing on top of a fist, he quickly rushed his back and smashed it over. The momentum was like a breakthrough, an unrelenting and terrifying fist momentum. Snort, snort, snort. The terrifying force tore apart the surrounding space, rubbing out loud sounds that resembled sonic booms. Obviously. For all of this, long ago has been in Lei Li calculations, why should Yu San Yang hands first? Naturally, because of the special features of her technique. Lin Hong eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Wangshu will be this technique, is said to be its mother's family ancestral technique. As for her maternal family, so far, is still a mystery. No one knew about it. Boom! A mountain-destroying force blasted at Lin Hong's back, instantly causing him to fly out tens of meters as if he were a kite with broken strings. However, before he could land, whoosh! The longsword with a sharp and cold flickering aura arrived silently, not knowing when. It appeared in front of him.
A sword broke through the 7 yellow dragons and directly pierced through his shoulder. Put! Pillars of blood sprayed out, his expression quickly paled, but he still looked lost in thought.
Our Lin family is sorry for you, Xiaoshu. Back then,
when the eldest son was killed, it was when Chen Wangshu gave birth to Lin Baoing.
It coincided with a time of war.
Lin Hong led 30,000 Black Dragon riders to arrive, and Chen Wangshu, as well as his young granddaughter Lin Baoing, who had just been born, happened to be captured by the enemy forces as a bargaining chip to get him to retreat to a city. As a great summer god of war, for the sake of the people of a city, he resolutely chose to stand firm, thus giving up Chen Wangshu mother and daughter.
Afterwards, the enemy army asked him to choose between Chen Wangshu and his little granddaughter. In the end,
he chose his youngest granddaughter, Lin Baoing. This led to Chen Wangshu's death, and because of this incident, it had become the most traumatizing pain in his heart all these years.
Master, you have bullied people too much.
Steward Li kicked the dark lance in his hand and his figure transformed into a white light as he madly rushed towards Lei Li.
Boom! Dust and smoke rolled out, and berserk forces stirred and scattered. Fixed his eyes on it.
Steward Li was holding a long spear, bursting down in the air, but was easily caught by Lei Li's 2 fingers on the tip of the spear. The power scattered in all directions. Rippling waves were raised.
In response,
Lei Li did not move, clamped the tip of the gun, revealing a touch of contemptuous smile. It is said that you are invincible under the innate. Coincidentally, I am a real innate.
Today, no one can stop me from taking revenge. After the words,
with a flick, a terrifying force was seen, blasting Steward Li out.
Bang!
Accompanied by a loud sound, ruthlessly smashed into a tree. The huge tree was broken by the impact. Wow!
With a sweetness in his throat, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, easily defeated Steward Li.
Stop! Suddenly, a childish voice filled with anger bellowed. It was Lu Yuer's petite figure that appeared outside the carriage, and Lin Baoing chased out in a panicked manner.
Fong Kai.
In her haste, the little girl directly bit on the other party's wrist. Lin Baoing, who had been focusing on the outside, was caught off guard and let go of the hand covering Lu Yuer,
giving her the chance to run out.
Oh! Lei Li turned his head in surprise and saw a little girl who actually dared to run out and call for a stop.
He couldn't help but feel a pang of scorn. Let go of my great-grandpa, you bad guys.
Lu Yuer quickly rushed towards Lin Hong in the middle of several people's stunned gazes. In the end, her small hands caressed his face. Tai Grandpa, why are you vomiting blood? Is it hard to bear? Little Yuer will touch it for you, it will be fine soon.
Hearing,
Lin Hong, who was originally 6 and disoriented, suddenly shot 2 rays of light out of his eyes.
Little Yuer, how did you come out?
Only at this point did he realize that he still had more important people to guard. When Lei Li saw this situation, he immediately became interested.
What a cute little girl, so pink. I didn't expect it to be your Xian granddaughter.
Very good.
Great.
The pain of losing his son once was fresh in his mind. Back then, you killed my son, so today, it's up to me to kill your Xian granddaughter as well.
How about one payback for another?
Learning that the other party still had his Xian granddaughter present, he was excited to no end. Nothing was more painful than losing a loved one. It was too cheap to let Lin Hong die so simply. He must be made to witness the scene of his loved one's death.
That would be a painful revenge. Elder Lei, make it quick, settle them and let's hurry up and leave Daxia.
One sword immortal reminded with a gloomy expression.
Nowadays,
they were in Great Xia, and if anything changed, I was afraid that it would be too late. Swish! Yu Sanyang's figure gradually revealed itself and was already beside Lin Baoing. Holding a sharp dagger in her hand, she pressed it against her neck, but she was hesitant to lay her hands on her. Instead, lost in thought, she looked at that face of Lin Baoing.
Missing!
Steward Li struggled to get up from the ground, and this cry immediately drew the attention of Lin Hong, One Sword Immortal, and Lei Li.
There's another one.
One Sword Immortal, rather unexpectedly stared at Lin Baoing.
The royal capital. Shuntian Hall.
Your Majesty, urgent report from the front. The 300,000 troops gathered by the 3 great royal dynasties were summoned by the aunt of the state prince's family alone to summon the spirits of 200,000 great Xiaos, thousands of valiant generals from ancient times, outside of Lingzhou city.
Battled the enemy army outside the city and finally won. Nowadays everyone is rumoring that Prince Lu is a window immortal in the world.
Within the entire grand hall, except for the voice of that front general, it was frighteningly quiet. Above the dragon chair, Xiao Wuji pressed his right hand on the armrest and couldn't help but use force, especially when he heard the end.
He couldn't help but stand up and angrily asked, "What? The armies of the 3 great royal dynasties have lost? Unbelievable."
Inside the great hall, the 100 officials, none of them were shocked and unbelievable.
Chapter 28, Lu Yuer, Showdown, No More Pretending. Sheep's Intestines Ancient Road.
Lin Baoing was held by Yu Sanyang with a dagger on her neck.
A bloodstain appeared on her white neck. As a result, A touch of despair welled up inside her. The other party was from the top assassin of the Dark Tower. Closing her eyes, she waited for death to come. A few breaths of time. It was as long as a century. A touch of surprise rose in Lin Baoying's heart. Still haven't made a move? Finally, she gathered enough courage to open her eyes. However, he saw the other party's pair of soul-losing eyes gazing straight at him. Soon, inside the eyes appeared joy, jubilation, helplessness, pain, and finally gradually became helpless. Extremely complex. It caused Lin Baoying to have an illusion. The other party was feeling guilty. But she had no interaction with this person, so why would she suddenly show such a change in emotion? Coincidentally at this time, Lu Yuer turned her little head and saw her sister-in-law being treated like this by Yu Sanyang. Her eyes instantly turned red and she roared, "Let go of my sister-in-law." The small fists were clenched together and hesitation appeared on the small face, as if she was jealous of something. Finally, as if he had made up his mind about something, a seriousness and coldness that should not be present at this age appeared on his little face. Lin Hong by his side sensed the change in his Xin granddaughter and immediately panicked. "Little Yuer, what's wrong with you? Don't scare too grandpa." Little Yuer was as if she hadn't heard this, raising her little hand and pointing at Yu Sanyang, her tender voice filled with a terrifying dominance. "Let go of little auntie for me." Obviously, it was only words spoken by a 6-year-old girl. However, they caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It seemed like there was something terrible that was about to happen. "Listen, don't understand, do you?" One word, filled with morose coldness, a terrifying power shot out from her fingers. Whoosh! Golden light suddenly appeared, like a flash of electricity, fleetingly. In an instant. Bang! A black shadow was sent flying out by the golden light, the silver mask turning into countless fragments, followed by a fine and stunning face appearing in front of everyone. Yu Sanyang didn't even react. The next second, Lu Yuer's figure suddenly disappeared, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning and attacking straight at Yu Sanyang. As fast as lightning. Extremely fast. Stop! Lin Hong yelled hysterically as the extremely fast golden lightning bolt, a second before it was about to touch Yu Sanyang. It quickly turned around and came back. In the twinkling of an eye. Appearing by Lin Hong's side, his little face was filled with doubt. "Great-grandpa, why don't you kill her?" "Kill? No. Wait, how could Xian granddaughter be so powerful?" It wasn't until this moment. He didn't react until then. His pale old face was filled with shock, more still confusion, puzzlement and other emotions. Butlerly, Lin Baoying and the two of them were dumbfounded, completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The one-sword immortal was dumbfounded, in order to cause the long sword that flew out to lose control, and finally hit a large tree on the side. Boom! A huge sound was produced. The sneer on Lei Li's face had not yet receded, seeing the terror displayed by Lu Yuer. That old face immediately changed into deathly gray, his expression stagnant. No words were spoken for a long time. Who would dare to believe that a 6-year-old girl, in the twinkling of an eye with her feats, would send a 9th-grade great perfection expert flying? Great-grandpa? Little Yuer helplessly reached out her little hand and patted Lin Hong's old face. This time, she had been torn for a long time, if not for her sister-in-law who loved her the most. I'm afraid that she couldn't even be allowed to show her hand. After all, father had told her to absolutely not show her strength in front of people. Wait! Little Yuer, what's going on with you? Lin Hong's deathly white face appeared with a touch of agitated redness as he quickly supported his body and asked. After Lin Baoying was out of danger, she also hurriedly ran to her side with deep shock. Little Yuer, how did you? Just as everyone's attention was on Lu Yuer, Lei Li came back to his senses, his eyes shooting out deep hatred. Wind Thunderhand. With a furious shout, accompanied by a sound of wind and thunder, his attack came roaring behind Lin Hong. Revenge! At this moment, he only had one thought in his heart. That was to avenge his son. Watch out! Little Yuer's figure flashed and appeared behind Lin Hong, then she raised her hand and waved. Thunder comes! With a click, an arm-thick silver-colored thunderbolt in the air. In a flash of lightning, it had appeared above her small hand. Go! With a single finger, the lightning went straight towards Lei Li. The terrifying lightning, carrying a terrifying aura like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, swept towards Lei Li. Boom! With a bang, the lightning struck and instantly turned into nothing. An innate realm powerhouse was killed by lightning so lightly. Everyone's brains went blank. For a long time, they were unable to speak. Bad people are bad, they like to sneak up on people. Clapping her small hands, she looked down on this behavior. Following that, she turned her gaze to the stunned, frozen one-sword immortal. Your turn. Snap. A small ringing finger, boom. Another thunderbolt descended from the sky. It bombarded the one-sword immortal. Ashes flew away. Several people kept their brains dead again. In the end, only one Yu Sanyang was left, lying unconscious with serious injuries. It was evident that the power of that strike just now.
If Lin Hong hadn't bellowed in the nick of time, at this moment, she would have absolutely perished.
Father doesn't let me fight, it's not like I don't know how.
Lu Yuer muttered softly in a voice that only she could hear,
turning back her head.
Seeing the dumbfounded looks of Tai Grandpa, Little Aunt, and Butlerly one by one, she couldn't help but feel a burst of pride, taking small steps and carrying her small hands in an old-fashioned manner.
No, wait.
Lin Baoing shook off her head and stepped forward to grab Little Yuer by the shoulders. How could you be so powerful? On the side, Lin Hong, stewardly, also had the same thirst for knowledge expression,
just staring straight at her.
Alright. You guys know, no more pretending, I'll show my cards. Little Yuer shrugged her shoulders with a helpless and arrogant little expression, taking it to death.
Actually, I know how to fight, and so does my father, it's just that he's never let me fight.
At those words, all three of them were shaken, then their pupils dilated violently, and at the same time, they shouted in horror, Auntie knows martial arts?
Xiao Yan has cultivation? A wasted scholar can cultivate?
Little Yuer was instantly displeased when she heard her sister-in-law call her father a waste scholar, and grunted, for trash like sister-in-law, my father can slap a whole bunch of them to death.
Of course, I'm not targeting little auntie alone, but everyone present is trash.
Finished.
Hee, she let out a clear and penetrating laugh. Lin Hong,
Butlerly.
Both of them fell into speechlessness, not realizing that they had given it back to the wrong person.
Luckily it was their own Xian granddaughter, luckily it was a little ancestor, both of them thought at the same time in their hearts.
No. I don't believe it.
Lin Baoing covered her ears and yelled almost like she was going crazy. The brother-in-law who had always been regarded as a waste by her. Suddenly one day, someone told himself that that guy was an expert.
Who believed that? Who would believe? It's not martial qi, it's not literary qi, the power in Xiao Yuer's body is completely unlike the above two, yet it's terrifyingly powerful.
Lin Hong pondered for a moment and couldn't get a result.
It was bizarre. Little Yuer, you're saying that auntie is very powerful? How about compared to you? Stewardly stepped forward and couldn't help but ask in surprise.
Mrs. Grandpolly, you're just a big dummy, my skills were all taught by my father, so my father must be more powerful than me. Little Yuer was a little less inclined to take him on, this kind of question that only big idiots ask.
Ha ha.
Lin Hong laughed out loud, then agreed extremely, that's right.
Only big idiots ask this kind of question. After affirming Lu Zian's strength, he was in an incomparably happy mood. Then Miss Yen,
Housekeeperly, was just about to say something when Lin Hong shook his head at him, signaling that he must not speak about it here.
Chapter 29, Youngsters Being Bullied. The crowd was shocked that Lu Yuer was strong. They again cast their eyes on Yusan Yang. At this moment,
she finally got a good look at the other party's true face.
Sister?
That stunning and overwhelming face caused her to be unable to help herself and blurt out,
no. How is she even younger than her sister? Could it be that we have another sister?
Stewardly, Lin Hong looked at the face that looked just like Lin Chaoyan. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, tears welling up inside his eyes. Because this likeness had been deeply etched in the depths of their minds.
Forever unforgettable. Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu? Chen Wangshu? Mother?
Lin Baoing suddenly realized that, for their own mother things, although they do not know much, but also know a little, that is, grandfather every time in front of the mother's spirit card will guard for a long time. Until he got drunk.
Master, can you be sure?
Housekeeperly hesitated for a moment, somewhat not quite daring to believe it. How could a person who was supposed to be in his 50s maintain a youthful appearance of around 20?
If he didn't clearly know that this was Chen Wangshu's youthful appearance,
he wouldn't have been shocked. 100% it's Shu, although I don't know what she went through and why she became an assassin.
But there's no way I'll ever misrecognize her.
Lin Hong's decisive tone was enough to make one thing clear, this Yusan Yang in front of him was the eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Wangshu.
It was clear that she was taken away by the enemy forces back then.
Why after so many years appeared here again, and the appearance changed back to just arrived at the State Duke's mansion appearance?
Unbelievable. Really? Grandpa, are you sure she is my mother?
Lin Baoing was quite excited, for so many years, she had longed for a mother to love and care for her. It was thought that she would never have the chance to experience a mother's love in this life. Never in a million years did she expect it. Her mother was still alive in this world. Just looking at the look that was almost as young as herself, it confused her for a moment.
This is my grandmother?
Little Yuer pointed at the unconscious Chen Wangshu, her small face was both stunned and shocked. Great-grandpa, although I'm young, you can't lie to children. She looked like she was the same size as her sister-in-law.
Wait a minute.
Fiercely, Lu Yuer recalled inside the cultivation knowledge taught by her father. It seems that there is a kind of elixir called resident skin elixir.
It couldn't be that thing, right?
There will be no mistake. Lin Hong's eyes were firm and he nodded his head with confidence.
Oh. Then grandma must have eaten the face-residing pill.
These words immediately caused Lin Hong to tremble, and immediately, he and Stewardly glanced at each other.
Divine Healer Valley. The two of them spoke in unison, and both had obviously guessed why Chen Wanshu maintained this appearance. This place should not be stayed for long, we'd better leave first. Half an hour later. A dark shadow appeared on the goat's intestine ancient road, horrifiedly surveying the scene in front of him. Lightning struck the deep pit, and a smell of fragrant meat being burnt echoed around. Then he looked at the famous sword remnant son left behind by the sword immortal and a black and gold token with the word thunder engraved on it. Hiss. Seeing this, the man in black sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Retrace. Suddenly, he reached out and the remnant son's sword was gripped tightly in his hand, followed by a few nods of his sword fingers. It was wiped away over his eyes, and his eyes surged with a white light. The next moment, an extremely blurry portrait appeared in front of his eyes, and he saw a sword immortal looking up at the sky in terror. Boom! A lightning bolt struck down and instantly went up in smoke. Put! Blood was spat out furiously, and the image came to an abrupt end. It's actually the power of thunder and lightning, how could it be? The man in black staggered out 2 steps, his voice revealing disbelief. In the end, he disappeared. Winning state. At the entrance of the city. A carriage stayed, surrounded by people coming and going. The green woman maintained a high level of coolness, wearing a black veil and carrying an antique sword case on her back. Winning state has arrived. Inside the carriage. Lucian slowly opened his eyes, stretched his waist, lifted the curtain and looked outside. Immediately, he saw above the city gate in the distance. Winning State City in 3 large, vivid characters. However, the surrounding scene was a bit strange. It looked like people were coming and going, but everyone had a worried look on their faces. And many people walked towards the entrance of the city. Not a moment later. And then turned back the same way. At this time. Get lost. Without money, what are you living for? If you don't work hard, you have to rely on your parents to work hard. If neither of your parents work hard, you have to rely on your ancestors. If the ancestors can't do anything, kid, you're wasted. Completely and utterly wasted. Sharp voices came out, and there were quite a few people gathered around. Lucian instantly became interested and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Going to see? Auntie? The green woman waited for the command. Go! Soon. The carriage came in the middle of the crowded crowd, and the people saw the noble carriage. It was as if they made a passage. It had to be said. When you go out, it's all about grandeur. Auntie has arrived, it's a rich family's son who is oppressing the people. The green woman swept a glance and spoke succinctly. Oppressing the people? Lucian stepped out of the carriage and in an instant, caused the surrounding people to stare. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looking at this carriage, he has to be the son of a rich family, right? Che, a look of not having seen the world, this carriage must be at least $1,000. What? $1,000? No wonder it dares to strut in front of young Master Lu. The people around them began to whisper and discuss Lucian's origin. Right in front of them. Lu Hao, brocade-clad and extremely arrogant, bent over, looking contemptuously at a 15 or 16-year-old teenager in front of him, his right hand gently slapping the teenager's face. Obviously. The words that Lucian had heard earlier were precisely what he had said while humiliating the teenager. Little beggar, do you know what the greatest sorrow of a human being is? That is that the life you desperately try to have is just the daily routine of young Master Me. Do you think it's exasperating? Ha ha ha. He kicked away the teenager in front of him, and with a few household servants, he was about to leave. My name is Huo Leidong, my grandfather's name is Hu Qing. He joined the army at the age of 15, guarded the border for 20 years, and finally died in battle. My father, Hu Shan, joined the army at the age of 14, threw his head in blood for Daxia. 3 years ago, he was promoted to a vice general beside the protector general. A year ago, for the protection of the great general, died in battle in the West Sea. If there is no my father, my grandfather such a general, you, by what right have now this kind of peaceful life? And what makes you qualified to mock me? The young man Huo Leidong slowly stood up, his voice was small but resounding, staccato, showing his manliness. At that moment, his eyes, tears are spinning, if he has his father's shelter. How could he be reduced to this? If, that day, the general rewarded 1,000 gold, he did not use to save those homeless people. And why did he end up here? Lu Hao, who had just taken a few steps out, heard this, and his body froze for a moment. The surrounding people were even more astonished. Anyone who did not think, before the eyes of this beggar-like dress of the young man. But the head is so powerful. Chapter 30. Please ask the ant to return me a justice. That way thin body, standing there. Only a short self-introduction. It has already caused many people to empathize. Months ago, Lu Hao led people to rob my compound and ordered people to waste my cultivation. Causing me to fall here. You father and son are worse than pigs and dogs, doing these fish and meat people. One day, there will be someone who will act for the heavens and behead you father and son who are working in tandem. Fearless. Putting life and death aside, he looked around the circle. Before the crowd could react. From his bosom, he pulled out a red flag, bright red like blood. In the past, the great general gifted my father this great Xia flag as the final reward for his death in battle. In the future, no matter what comes your way, as long as you pick up this flag, no one shall injure me, and anyone shall fear me. As the bright red flag spread out and flew in mid-air, in the upper left corner, a star embroidered on with gold thread was particularly conspicuous. However, after he finished this speech, Lu Hao immediately hilariously laughed and pointed at him, laughing at young master me, little beggar, I'm afraid you don't know yet. The Protector General was removed from his post by His Majesty a few days ago, and was demoted to the position of a city-side general. If that woman is still the great general of the Protectorate, you have some ability in this flag. Now, he sneered, with disdain in his eyes. He didn't put the Protectorate General in his eyes at all. The mountain was high and the emperor was far away. As the son of Lu Chengfeng, one of the three main generals of Winning State City, he has been bullying men and women, burning and looting, and harvesting the people's hard-earned money over the years. Winning State City, named after the word winning state, is also the most prosperous city in the entire Winning State. 12 cities in one state. Unfortunately, due to the distance from the royal capital, coupled with the fact that Lu Chengfeng has the support of a certain big shot in the dynasty behind him, his own even has a 9th grade great circle strength. On weekdays, acting arrogant. In just a few years, directly forced the city lord did not dare to show his face. The other two main generals are also returned to the mountains and forests. He is the only one who is dominant. Nowadays, the whole city of Wenzhou is under the rule of Lu Chengfeng. He is a proper emperor of the land. Once a person has power, his ambition will grow. Come on. Go up and break his legs for this young master. Lu Hao's eyes shot out 2 ferocious cold lights, signaling those household servants beside him. The 4 tiger-backed hulks all possessed 6th grade martial cultivation. Hearing their young master open his mouth, immediately rushed up quickly, a hold Huolaidon, crackling as a wild beat. Click. Immediately after, his right leg was broken by a kick, intense pain, so that he gritted his teeth, half kneeling on the ground. His right hand is still holding up the flag. Is there anyone willing to step in to punish this evil thief who is full of evil deeds and bullies men and women? The pain of his broken leg didn't make him shout out, instead he gritted his teeth and roared with hatred. The people around couldn't help but take a few steps back, pulling away a certain distance. The attitude is already obvious. In Winning State City, going against the young master of the Lu family. Undoubtedly looking for death. Even if he was an 8th or even 9th grade expert. Regardless of whether they were a river-crossing dragon or a downhill tiger, when they came here, they had to be neatly coiled. Yoo-hoo! Hearing that the other party still dared to clamor, Lu Hao became more and more interested, pointing at the people around him and drinking. Come on. This young master is standing right here. Who dares to come up? All these years, your young master, I've been eating crabs, so I like to walk sideways. What can you do to me? Arrogance. Unbridled arrogance. In response to this, of all the people, none of them dared to make a sound, let alone deal with Lu Hao. Huolaidong's eyes gradually began to become sad, and then, within his pupils, an extremely ornate carriage appeared. At that moment, he already had a death wish, and a strong hope surged up. The reason why so? All because on that carriage, there is clearly visible Jingguo 2 words. Other people may not know the origin of this carriage. But he knew exactly. When his father was a vice-general beside the great general, he had taken himself to the Jingguo residence. He had taken himself to the Jingguo residence and had the honor of seeing this carriage. According to his father, there is only one such carriage in the entire Grand Xia. Son of Huashan, Huolaidong was bullied by the evil thief Lu Hao today, and I would like to ask Lord Jin to punish him. I have a flag from the great general himself. Puff. He excitedly kneels and kowtows in the direction of the carriage, completely forgetting the pain of his broken leg just now. A few household servants around him who were waving their fists, tigerishly smashing at him. Unanimously frozen in place, they slowly turn their heads and look in the direction of Huolaidong's kowtow. Until this moment, the crowd was surprised to find that at some point, there was already a luxury carriage like this here. The green woman in front of her indifferently scanned the surroundings. That high-strung look immediately caught Lu Hao's attention. Ooh! He exclaimed, and then excitedly said, when did a woman with such a marvelous figure come? Looking at the young master's egg-fixed chicken also moved. When the surrounding people heard this, they didn't react at first. Until they saw his crotch. They all cursed in their hearts, shameless. And cast a pitying glance at the green woman. After all, so far, none of the women who were looked upon by Lu Hao, the evil young man, could escape his poisonous hands. Begging Lord Jingui to take action, Huolaidong ripped out his voice and shouted once again. Earlier, the surrounding people as well as Lu Hao hadn't heard what he was shouting. This moment, the unmistakable phrase Duke of Jin caused everyone's scalp to go numb. In a split second, everyone's eyes were horrified, staring at the carriage with fear and trepidation. Was it really that great Xia legend, the once popular god of war, Lord Lin? If this person came here, wouldn't the people of Wenzhou City be saved? Many people began to think excitedly within their hearts. Xin Guigong? Lu Hao was so frightened that his voice trembled a little, clearly terrified of the legendary figure. Before he could be scared out of his wits, the green woman's voice was cold and condescending. My aunt is not the Duke of Jin, you've begged the wrong person. Not the Duke of Jinghua. Phew! Lu Hao let out a long breath as if he was relieved. Those people who were originally still somewhat agitated. In an instant, all of them were ashen. Despair. But Hua Leidong was not discouraged and spoke out again. But Auntie Jinghua Fu? I have the flag given by the great general. I beg the aunt to return justice to me. Auntie? Oh. So it was the scholarly aunt from the Jinghua mansion. I didn't expect him to come all the way here from the royal capital. At this moment, whether it's Lu Hao or the surrounding people, it was finally clear that the identity of the one sitting inside the carriage. The head is really huge. Only, can that scholarly aunt deal with the Lu family? Or does he dare to go against the Lu family? The depths of involvement in the dynasty was not something a young scholar could get involved in. A banner given by my wife herself? Lu Zian said and came out from inside the carriage. He was dressed in a green shirt and his body was full of Confucianism. Yes, auntie. With one hand holding the flag aloft and one hand supporting the ground, he slowly crawled. Very quickly. Arriving in front of Lu Zian, he raised the flag in his hand high. Chapter 31, I will behead him today. Lu Zian stood there with his arms crossed. Looking at the red flag in front of him, he softly said, What justice do you want? Even if you are new to the city, from the surrounding people's scornful attitude. Enough to see. This rich kid in front of him, afraid that the background is not simple. Otherwise, how dare you in broad daylight, so oppress the weak? What's more, from what Hua Leidong said just now, his grandfather and father are all paying for Daxia. Generally speaking, father made such a huge contribution to the stability of the Grand Xia, everyone is in awe, care is right. Chop up this evil thief. Gnashing his teeth, listening to many people around the bottom of the heart cold, a jolt of excitement. Beast-like ferocious eyes stared at Lu Hao to death. He wanted the other party to die. Green lady, take back the flag. Lu Zian hadn't even glanced at Lu Hao from start to finish, and his attention had been on Hua Leidong. Since Lin Xiaoyan could bestow one of the flags, it was proof that his father's dedication to the Grand Xia was worth the flag. The purpose of this trip north, besides taking a trip to the far north, more than anything else, it's a request from those spirits. Today's Daxia, seemingly prosperous, actually a bunch of moths. Not to clean up these worms one by one. The people simply cannot live the so-called good life. This trip, he will thoroughly sweep the interior of Daxia. Return the people a clear sky. Qingnu went forward and carefully folded the flag. On the other side, Lu Hao's expression was stunned, and soon heard that the other party actually dared to take over the flag. Immediately, he was furious. Duke Lu, although you are a member of the Jingui Gongfu, don't forget that the great general has already been surrendered. And you are just a small scholar, do you really want to turn on me in Winning State City? A few household servants quickly returned to him, looking foolish, as if they were waiting for their young master's order. As long as the young master gave the order, even if the other party was the Duke of Jinghua, they would dare to go forward and fight. It couldn't be helped. It was mainly because Lu Hao was giving just too much that they were compelled to do so. Report your name. Lu Zian stepped forward, the surrounding people quickly dispersed, and the Qing woman carried her sword case, her gaze coldly watching every move around her. Right now this situation. If any ungrateful person dared to come forward, she would definitely be the first to strike and kill. Lu Hao of Winning State City, my father, Lu Chengfeng, is the lord of Winning State City. Lu Hao pushed aside the family servant in front of him and just looked straight at Lu Zian. This was his Lu family's territory. Lu Zian turned his head and looked at Hua Leidong and asked suspiciously, the city lord's surname is Lu? No. He hastily shakes his head like a rattle and follows up with, the city lord's name is Si Kongming, and there are two other main generals, Concern Lan, and the duo of Tang Yuping. All of them were taken by Lu Chengfeng a few years ago, relying on their own profound cultivation plus their deep background in the dynasty. The three of them, City Lord, General Guan, and General Tang, were forced to retire on Taihang Mountain. Speaking of this matter, he said with a look of hatred and indignation. Especially for the City Lord and the two main generals, what they did was extremely disgraceful. As a general, even if one died in battle, one would never retreat. Qingnu. Lu Zian lightly called out, and the latter immediately understood, her figure rushing out rapidly. Bang! 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 Those few household servants immediately flew out in response. You dare to make a move. Lu Hao pointed at Lu Zian in horror. Years of comfort had made him long forget what it was like to be beaten up. Never in a million years did he expect it. The other party was completely unafraid of the Lu family. Could it be that he didn't understand clearly what the Lu family represented in Winning State City? That must be the case. As things stood, he could only find such a reason for Lu Ziyan. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Snap. The green woman slapped him across the face, and immediately 5 fingerprints surfaced. Roll over and kowtow to your aunt. Intense killing intent flashed through her beautiful eyes, causing Lu Hao's body to chill all over. Whoosh! Between the flashes of lightning and fire, a sharp sword flashing with a cold, chilling light suddenly appeared behind Lu Ziyan. Seek death. The green woman instantly realized, whispered a sentence, her figure flashed, and had already leapt to the front of the sword. Reaching out, she removed the sword case behind her. Against the sword attack, clang! The sword stabbed the sword box, immediately the flowers and fire in all directions. The huge force made the green female figure constantly retreat. In the end, she retreated a full 5 meters before stabilizing her body. At this distance, it stopped exactly half a meter in front of Lu Ziyan. Looking at him again, he still looked like he was in a cloudy and breezy manner, and there was no trace of fear, panic, or any other emotion that had appeared after being attacked. West Mountain Bashu Chulian land came a little old brother. Older brother Shameless Man, meet Lu Xiao. The black-handed client Shameless Man, the 9th-ranked killer of the Dark Building, was dressed in a long black coat, with a slightly stout figure, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and was saluting cheaply towards Lu Hao. This way. Lu Hao saw that Shameless Man made a sneak attack, and did not succeed in a single strike. A hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Brother Shameless Man, didn't you say that under the 9th grade, there were only 5 people who could block your sneak attack? He was a little depressed. For the past, every time he made a sneak attack, he was able to succeed 100% of the time. Shameless Man. The chain fell off at the critical moment. Shameless Man scratched his head in embarrassment, slightly embarrassed. Lu Xiao, this one in front of me is exactly one of the 5. 8th grade great perfection, carrying the Chaos Sword case. Among the younger generation, she can definitely enter the top 5. The eyes stared straight at the sword box that was erected in front of her by the green woman. Chaos Sword Box. It was created by the strongest 9th master on earth. When the sword box was molded, the wind and clouds changed and thunder fell from the sky. For a time, it attracted countless sword immortals to covet it. Even Li Bai had obtained this sword box, researched for several months, under countless attempts, still cannot open. Finally had no choice but to return the sword box. Rumor has it. Inside this sword box, in addition to a chaos sword, there are 3,000 swords hidden in it. Only a pity. From the time it was created until now, the chaos sword box has never been opened by the world. Suddenly, Lu Ziyan looked slightly surprised, carefully measuring a moment's sword box. Curious question, why did not see you bring it before? The green woman's eyes darkened as she sniffed and responded, Master said that this is the only relic my mother left me. Earlier, it had been placed by the young lady's side. Saying this, he had fully understood. Can you beat him? Without pursuing too much on the matter of the sword box, he glanced at Shameless Man and asked in a low voice. Haven't fought head-on, don't know, heard that this person is good at sneak attack techniques. Able to briefly conceal his figure from his opponents. Ingji's usher stepped forward, put the sword case aside, and raised his hand. Underneath the carriage, a green-colored longsword appeared and was held tightly in her hand. The sword pointed at Shameless Man in a cold voice, a battle. The latter sniffed. Immediately, he shrugged his shoulders and said in an extremely shameless manner, Che, I'm a professional in sneak attacks, and you're asking me to fight you fair and square? Earth hidden. Eyes shot out 2 streams of light. As the word earth hidden was spat out, Shameless Man's figure disappeared at the speed of light. The surrounding people were startled and hurriedly retreated out. Not a moment later. 20 meters around the green woman, only Lu Ziyan, as well as Lu Hao and the others were present. Shameless brother, kill that kid, I'll give you 50,000 gold. Lu Hao shouted excitedly, money makes the devil work, and over the years, Shameless Man had always had deals with him. In the past, a single strike was nothing more than 1,000 gold. Lu Ziyan came to Huo Lidong's side and said in an undeniable tone, he will be beheaded today. Puff. Many thanks, auntie. His red eyes and voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 32 Wild Boar Daoist. Behead me? Lu Hao's expression was stunned, then he pointed at Lu Ziyan in a violent rage, giving face, this young master would like to see. How do you, the aunt of the state duke, behead me? The words were finished. Throwing out his sleeves, he coldly and angrily said, stool. A few household servants were very knowledgeable and quickly moved a stool from a tea store in the distance. Seeing this, Lu Ziyan doesn't make a sound in response and softly instructs Huo Lidong, know what to do? His eyes glanced at the distant tea store. One has to say that this kid has an eye. Just said so. Even with a broken leg, he is extremely sharp, and in a few moments, he holds up a table with one hand, and on top of it, in addition to the chairs one, there are also melon seeds, peanuts, and a pot of tea. TSK. Able to endure. This alone immediately made Lu Ziyan's eyes light up, secretly exclaiming, makeable talent ah. Auntie, the tea is here. On the other side. Lu Hao looked at the cold bench she was sitting on, and then saw Lu Ziyan's side, another table, another chair, and tea. The most infuriating thing was still behind. He was actually high on melon seeds, looking like he was watching the show. Waste. Exasperated, he stood up and kicked the family servant beside him. In the distance, on the official road, a four-legged, 1-meter-tall boar, covered in pitch black, bared its teeth and two tusks that were half a meter long. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. Huffing. The boar let out a burst of low sounds. With a 6-parent pace, it walked in the direction of the city gates. The line of sight was drawn. On the boar's back, there was actually a person lying, no. To be precise, it was an old man, unkempt and unkempt. That head of white hair was just like a chicken's nest. Lying on his back, he was holding an ancient wooden sword in his arms. A wine gourd was wrapped around his waist. Huffing and puffing, constantly drooling, must be doing the spring dream and the spring and autumn dream. The little beauty, come. Master will take you to the grove to see the big bird, he. Suddenly, there was a commotion all around. Wow. Hurry up and watch a boar so big it can't be stewed in one pot. Wait. There's a man lying on the boar's back? It's an old man, no. It's a beggar old man. How does it carry a beggar old man? For a while, murmuring voices rang out. Many people were curious about this sudden intrusion of a man and a pig. Lu Ziyan picked up his teacup, and before he had time to drink, he saw a magical scene. The wild boar carrying an old man just blatantly came in front of the crowd. Grandpa will take you to the grove to see the big bird. These words clearly reached everyone's ears. It caused many people to fall into a burst of memories. It was when they were young and still studying inside the Academy of Arts. Remembering that small grove in the back of the mountain, it was really the memories of countless students. It was full of youthful memories. Especially, although the woods are small, the birds are different sizes, depending on the person. This sentence once made many schoolmates blush. Huo Leidong flashed clear and bright eyes. A look of curiosity asked, "Auntie, what is the meaning of this? What does it mean?" He looked back, and for a moment, he didn't know how to explain. After all, this kind of thing can only be meant. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, Shameless Man's figure suddenly appeared in the southwestern direction, about 5 meters away from Green Lady. Laughing with a hilarious smile, he was holding that shameless sword in one hand, bending over with laughter. Eh? Now everyone looked at him, somewhat confused. What's the situation? Brother Shameless, what's your situation? Lu Hao hurriedly voiced a reminder. Numbnuts, thought of something happy, couldn't help myself for a moment. Shameless Man came back to his senses, looked around for a moment, and cursed. Blame it on the fact that when he went to assassinate a mentor back then, he heard that sentence at the edge of the grove, "Teacher, your bird is dang fine and delicate, small and ingenious." To this day, every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. Exquisite, small, and skillful. Calm and awe. The scruffy old man on the boar's back sat up in shock and hastily gave a thumbs up in admiration. Despite being dressed in rags and disheveled, the wooden sword in his hand was especially clean. To describe it as spotless was not an exaggeration at all. Who are you? Lu Hao inquired as he looked at the visitor with a frown. From the boar's back, the scruffy old man took a gentle leap and steadily soared to the ground. His muddy eyes, narrowed together tightly, said, "The old man, Wild Boar Taoist, is also." Wild Boar Taoist? It couldn't be that strange martial arts cultivator who practiced Tonglingong and possessed the ability to commune with all beasts. Back then, he was just one step away from cultivating the Tonglingong to its grand completion and entering the innate series. It was only a pity. Just when he was about to succeed, a wild boar appeared and changed his life from then on. As he remembered, it was a season full of spring, and he was leisurely preparing to break through the last layer of Tonglingong. Suddenly, the wild boar dashed through the mountains and forests and came to him. With a front arch and half-meter-long tusks, it directly blasted him out, to cause confusion in his martial energy, almost going off the deep end. Immediately following, before he could land on the ground, the boar tusks, which were flashing with a cold aura, had already appeared. Snort! Ow! The half-meter-long tusks just ignored his wailing, ignored his death, and ruthlessly pushed against his ass. That image could not bear to be seen. As he screamed, half of the martial energy in his body was lost. Turning into a ball of white light, he was about to dissipate between heaven and earth. The boar made a leap and quickly swallowed it in one bite. Just like that. That wild boar possessed half of the Wild Boar Taoist's Tonglingong cultivation, resulting in it opening half of its spiritual wisdom. It almost possessed the equivalent intelligence of a 6-year-old child. Huffing! Huffing! Immediately after the Wild Boar Taoist introduced himself, the boar next to him gasped for air and continuously stomped its front feet. Of course, there's also Lao Fu's little companion. The Jianghu people send roasted suckling pig, no, white-cut pig, not right either. Rather, the flying little piggy man. After the introduction, not forgetting, reaching out to applaud pa pa pa. Even with this introduction, the scene was once awkward. Dang jang. Lu Ziyan, who was holding up his teacup and preparing to drink tea, was so shocked by the scene in front of him that his hand shook and the teacup fell to the ground. Lu Hao pointed at the boar and shouted excitedly, "This pig, this young man has his eye on it, come on people. Take it." A few household servants around him, without saying a word, immediately rushed up. Huffing and puffing, the boar gasped for air, its figure swayed, and it charged out in an extremely fast-flying lunge. An arch of tusks. Immediately, several domestic servants were ruthlessly arched out. After packing up a few household servants, the wild boar returned to the boar Taoist with a small arrogant face. Inadvertently rubbing against him, as if showing off what the party had done. What a fast speed. Even if I were to catch a bird with my bare hands for 20 years, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to match it. Shameless man was just about to draw his sword, but he was surprised by the boar's flashing speed. This remark came out. Again, it shocked the 4 seats, and some people who comprehended the meaning of it. They could not help but laugh out loud. Catch a bird with your bare hands? Auntie, is there such an idiom? Wengong gives another confused listen. Why does it feel like these words are weird? Lu Ziyan. Completely speechless, or these people will. If it wasn't for his own comprehension ability, I'm afraid he wouldn't understand these hidden chicken words. Should be that sentence, flirty level, boring very advanced sentence contains the truth. Chapter 33. When the old man's own disciple Hao? Tai Hong Mountain. Halfway up the mountainside. Bamboo forest, dilapidated small courtyard. The courtyard is surrounded by bamboo. A vegetable patch, a few wooden stools, plus a table. Si Kongming was wearing a plain dress, nearly 80 years old, full of white hair. His figure was on the thinner side. Sitting in front of the wooden table, holding a teacup in his hand. On one side, concerned about Lan, beautiful and moving, just over 40 years of age, full-bodied, convex and curvaceous, placed among young women, when it is the very best. Tang Yuping was tall and had a righteous-looking face. Outside the courtyard, a general hurriedly ran in. My lord, Lu Shao was blocked and did not lay a harsh hand on Wengong. Oh? Si Kongming looked surprised. Putting down the teacup in his hand, he came to ask with interest, who stopped him? Immediately after, another general ran in. My lord, it's someone from the king's capital, or the aunt from the Wengong's mansion, as well as an attendant escorting a woman. That escort's strength is at the 8th grade Great Circle. The aunt of the Duke of Jin's mansion? Lu Ziyan. Hiss. Si Kongming was a bit puzzled all of a sudden. What was that scholar doing here for good reason? Lord City Lord, since the other party is the great general's husband, then our planned concern. Lan's smile was full of flirtatiousness and her delicate appearance made Tang Yuping unable to stop gagging. A special thing, flirtatious, yet not too flirtatious and charming. When it was really young and unaware good, no way. He shook his head, his expression grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. They had held back for so long. Duke Lu is just a scholar, and the guards around him are only at the 8th level of the Great Circle. If we want to shake Lu Qingfeng's position, at the very least, we must have one more peak 9th grade, or even great perfection, to do so. It was only after a moment of contemplation that they narrated their current situation, analyzing it step by step. Even if the 3 of them could secretly contact some of the city's minions. Another general comes in. Aunt Lu has stood up for Wengong. The words are not yet finished. Another general at the door. Aunt Lu promised to behead young Master Lu in public. As the last general entered, Si Kongming stood up with a face full of horror. What? Unbelievable. Aunt Lu was just a scholar, how dare she want to behead young Master Lu? Lord City Lord. Go! Perhaps our chance has come. At this moment, without half a hesitation, he quickly went back inside the house and soon dressed in a golden armor and walked down the mountain in a dragon's stride. The entrance to the city. More and more people converged here. Many of the people were holding a spectator mentality. After all, in Winning State City, there was no one who could go against the Lu family. The Xingua Gongfu sounded like it came from a very big place. Unfortunately, the person who came here was not the Xingua Gong. Of course, there were also many people with eyes that flashed with hopeful light and expectations. Expecting Lu Ziyan to be true to his word and really behead Lu Hao, the number 1 villain of Winning State City. In the middle of the field, the appearance of the wild boar Taoist. It caused the shameless man to completely reveal himself, and at the same time, it also brought a terrifying pressure to the Green Lady. No one knew why he had arrived here. Therefore, a moment and a half. Neither chose to act rashly. Lu Hao rushed at the boar Taoist and shouted, "Senior, help young master me behead that brat, and from now on, you'll be my Lu family's guest. In addition, I will send you another luxurious courtyard in the city, 10 beautiful women, plus 100,000 gold." The moment such generous conditions were offered. Wow! Immediately causing a large clamor. Good fellow. Those people's blood boiled as they listened, and one by one, they almost wanted to rush up. Too much. The offer was simply too much. I believe that no one would refuse such generous conditions unless that person was a little cutie. After Taoist Boar heard these conditions, that wrinkled old face didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. The cloudy eyes were staring at Lu Ziyan and sizing him up. For a good while. Little brother, people want the old man to kill you, what do you say? As if nothing had happened, Lu Ziyan slowly poured tea once again. Sitting himself down, he took a sip of tea, nodded in satisfaction, and picked up the melon seeds in front of him again. My aunt, this is nothing to say, you love it. Huo Leidong hurriedly transformed into a mouth substitute, responding furiously. Ha ha ha. In response, the wild boar Taoist was not angry but pleased, his eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction. Then, whoosh! The figure transformed into a white light, directly appearing opposite Lu Ziyan and sitting down. With that extreme speed, no one noticed the abnormality. What a characterful kid, how about you become the old man's personal disciple? As soon as he sat down, Taoist Boar opened the door. Personal disciple? Not it. Taoist Wild Boar actually came here to collect disciples. Taoist, consider me. Scram. Consider me, I can go up, I can go down, and most importantly, I can do both. Look at Lu Xiao's face, it's turning into a pig's liver color. The surrounding people, talking a lot, are communicating with each other. Wan did not expect. Let's take that guy down first, then we'll talk about it. Lu Ziyan didn't make a sound of refusal, instead, he pointed at Shameless Man with interest. When the boar Taoist heard this, he felt, there's a chance. Immediately, he cheerfully whistled towards the wild boar not far away. Thud, thud, thud. The boar was seen stepping continuously with one pair of hind feet, seemingly preparing for something. The moment Shameless Man was stared at by the boar, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and then, he couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. Many people saw this scene. Immediately, they revealed an impish smile, as well as a look of pity. I've always heard that wild boar Taoist's wild boar possesses a strength comparable to a half-step 9th grade. How is it that even a half-step 9th grade like me, when encountering it, feels that it has no chance of winning? Fawn, in that instant, he detected an extremely strong pressure coming from the boar. As an assassin. Naturally, he would not fight a battle that he had no chance of winning. Earth hidden. Whispering, Shameless Man's figure disappeared rapidly. Huffing. The boar turned his head violently, staring at the southwest direction, whoosh. The figure transformed into a white lightning bolt. In an instant. It had rushed out. Bang. In the originally empty midair, a figure was knocked out by the boar. Not waiting for him to land, while still in midair. Long tusks, steeply raised, rushed towards the sky. Right on the Shameless Man's chrysanthemum. Ow. The chrysanthemums were mutilated, and the ground was filled with injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone can't help but cover their behinds, for fear of being arched by this wild boar for such a moment. This side. Wild boar Taoist look arrogant rushed Lu Ziyan and asked, how is it? Very good. He gave a thumbs up and gave the other party an affirmative praise. It was too outstanding. The green woman kept her sight on Lu Hao. The moment the Shameless Man was arched up by the boar, she quickly rushed towards Lu Hao and flew through the air with a sweeping strike. Directly kicking him down to the ground, ignoring the other party's screams, she lifted him up as if she were lifting a small chicken. Easy and stress-free. At this time, Lu Ziyan stood up and slowly walked over to the green woman. Lu Ziyan, quickly let go of me, or else. Put. Before the words could be finished, Lu Ziyan snatched the long sword from the Qing woman's hand. It was directly chopped with a sword. The head flew away and a column of blood gushed out. Lu Hao couldn't believe until he died that the other party was so clean, not even bringing a moment of hesitation. De. A team of several dozen people ran over at a fast pace. At the head of the group was none other than City Lord Sikong Ming, followed by Concerned Lun, the two Deng Yuping, and dozens of generals. Lu Hao, let go of Aunt Lu. Before he could finish shouting, he saw Lu Hao's head, scaring him. This. The three of them glanced at each other, and in each other's eyes, they were all horrified. Chapter 34, Coming to Kill You. Sikong Ming led the two main generals, as well as dozens of generals. He arrived late. Seeing Lu Hao dead on the side, he was greatly shocked. At this very moment, a tiny figure, jogging, rushed towards Lu Ziyan. Uncle! Nyo gives you a big flower. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old, with a powder-carved little face, delicate, beautiful. Big watery eyes, very endearing. Holding a sunflower in her small hands, she ran towards him with such gusto. Raised high, the little face, full of joy, happy. He lowered his head and looked at the sunflower in the little girl's hand. Immediately a hand to pick her up, received the flowers, has not yet voiced a response. My lord, I'm sorry, my little daughter was reckless and bumped into my lord, please spare my life. A woman of about 40 or so, cloaked and flustered, rushed out. The first time, she knelt in front of Lu Ziyan and continuously kowtowed. Nyang, this uncle is a good person, he killed that big bad guy. The big bad guy left Nyo without a father, uncle avenged Nyo. So I'm going to send him flowers. With the unusually serious words of the little girl in her arms, no one was unmoved. Even the always high and mighty green lady's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. After Si Kongming, several people heard this. They all couldn't help but clenching their fists, and in the depths of their eyes, they all flashed a touch of hatred. Your name is Nyo Nyo, right? Yes, uncle. Very good, this flower is very pretty, uncle likes it very much, don't walk around alone in the future. Go back to Nyang Nyang's place. Lu Ziyan smiled gently before putting her down gently. Ah! Little Nyonya directly kissed the side of his face, for a split second, causing him to somewhat miss his own daughter, little Yuer. Reaching out, he dotingly rubbed her little head. Go back. There won't be a big bad egg in the future. Suddenly, the wild boar Taoist, who had been not far behind Lu Ziyan, took advantage of his relaxation. With a fierce blow, boom! A strong sword chi erupted, 3 sword wheels behind him rose up, and the wooden sword in his hand turned into a white light. It stabbed straight at Lu Ziyan's chest. The terrifying sword chi was like a sea wave, spreading towards the surroundings, caught off guard. Quite a few people were forced out by this sword chi. Even Si Kongming, a 9th grade expert. He was also scared and retreated tens of meters, pulling away for a distance. Auntie, be careful. Xingnu was the first to rush up, wanting to block the sword for Lu Ziyan. Unfortunately, it was instantaneous. This all happened too fast, not giving anyone a chance to react. The opponent was another astonishing sword immortal with 3 sword wheels. The sword that carried supreme killing intent seemed to destroy everything around it. It stabbed towards Lu Ziyan in a forward motion. Eyesight. It was about to be stabbed on. Phew! Seeing his silhouette sway, it was like a ghost, dissipating in place. Boom! A sword stabbed empty and struck the ground, immediately appearing as a several meters deep pit. Where is the person? How could he have dodged through? The old man looked left and right in horror, searching for traces of the other party. You're not Taoist boar, who are you? The green woman let out a sigh of relief, then pointed her sword at the boar Taoist and questioned. Ha ha ha! The old man laughed up to the sky and raised his hand to blast his sword at the boar. Boom! It immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. In a flash of white light, the worn-out clothes on his body instantly transformed into a long gray coat. The unkempt image was no longer there, but instead changed into an old man with quite a bit of immortal style. Thick eyebrows and starry eyes, not angry and authoritative. His stance was upright, and his sword aura was overwhelming. Standing there, it was as if a sharp sword was sheathed. The unique aura of a sword immortal. The 9th strongest on earth is the old man's master. Who do you think I am? He reached out and beckoned, and the white light transformed into a wooden sword that flew around him. Intent to control the sword. This was the art of sword control. The 9th strongest on earth, senior disciple Chengmu, I heard that you have 16 wooden swords in your hands. All of them were taken from the branches of the tongue tree from which your master had comprehended the strongest sword intent, and crafted. And they have been nurtured for nearly 100 years with their own sword chi, sword intent. Your wooden sword has long since turned into an indestructible sword. Si Kongming's eyes were filled with scorn inside, and his expression was extremely grave as he spoke. In this way, only then did the crowd realize that the original boar Taoist was actually this one. Not bad. Shengmu stood with his arms folded and nodded to him, casting his approval. There are still people who can recognize me at a glance. Up here, even he was quite surprised. Oh? As the O sound came, the crowd looked for the sound. Where the carriage was before. Lu Ziyan did not know when, but was already standing there. Calm, unperturbed, and meticulous. Just so elegant and modest smile, like a modest gentleman, standing there. How did you find out about old me? Xingmu looked at Lu Ziyan's unassuming appearance and was puzzled as to where exactly he had revealed his flaws. Thinking that he had disguised himself seamlessly. Striving to kill with a single blow. Lu Ziyan shook his head and sighed softly. There are always some people who think they are very smart. As far as I know, that wild boar Taoist, 3 years ago, has already died in the Liuli dynasty. Along with his psychic technique, he also completely lost track of it. Earlier, I didn't know who you were, yet I knew that you must be targeting me. Lu Hao made an offer that not many people could refuse. If he was really wild boar Taoist, that fellow was notorious for his love of money and lust for sex. And how could he not accept it? Noble? In front of reality, what's the point of being noble? If there's a break, it should be the rejection of that Lu Shao's conditions. Thinking deeply for a moment, he answered with a pretense of seriousness. It's actually here. Really believe it. Aoki still really believed this statement. What a handsome stance, even old me can't detect the breath. At this point, he instead began to pay attention to the stance that Lu Ziyan had performed just now. It was silent. The speed was even more heaven-defying in general. The terrifying speed of disappearing in an instant, even he was a little red-eyed. Xingmu swept around, Si Kongming and the others hid to the side, not daring to act rashly. Finally, the line of sight was placed on the green female, sneering, "You female child, you were loyal, but it's a pity that you can't stop the old man." Once the words were finished, Raising his hand, whoosh, 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 just so brightly appeared 8 identical wooden swords. Suspended in front of him, seems to have spirituality like, suddenly up and down, when left and right, constantly changing position. Against you, 2 should be enough. Saying that, with a flick of his fingers, the 2 wooden swords quickly transformed into 2 white lights and attacked towards the green woman in a hurry. In a flash, the harsh sword aura came to her face, causing her to have to swing her sword to resist. The 8th grade great perfection aura instantly erupted out, forming a wave of air that protected her surroundings. Then she fought to resist the wooden sword attack. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the wooden sword attacked, it was quickly blocked by the green woman, emitting a metallic clashing sound all the time, along with flashes of sparks. Aunt Lu, we've come to help you. Si Kong Ming just wanted to go up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 wooden swords seemed like poisonous snakes as they flew and stared at him, a meal of combined sword formation attack. 9th grade great perfection, it's a bit tricky, but only trapping you for a moment is still not a big problem. Following closely, Cheng Mu's attention was placed on the concerned Lan, Tan Yuping duo. Average roots, barely at the peak of the 8th product, also send you 2. Slightly underestimating, with a hint of mockery, when the words were finished. Also flicking his fingers a few times, 2 more wooden swords shot out, stopping the possibility of the 2 of them going up to help Lu Ziyan. In the end, of the 8 wooden swords, 7 had already been used, leaving only 1 wooden sword hanging in the air in front of Cheng Mu. Until this moment. Only then did he place his gaze on Lu Ziyan. Wendo immortal Lu Gongzi, truth be told, for you as a person, I have some admiration for you. It's just a pity that between you and me, we each have our own masters, and killing you is only carried out for the sake of the 3 great royal dynasties overthrowing the great Xia. Rumor has it that one of your poems can summon 200,000 spirits to help. Precisely, even a stunning sword immortal with 3 sword wheels like Lao Fu would have to use an assassination move. Unfortunately. Saying this, he was slightly disappointed that the timing was so good before. A sword that was almost at full strength. It was still given to the other party to dodge over. Chapter 35, Aoki leaves. A pity? Lu Ziyan smiled contemptuously, extremely disdainful of Cheng Mu's disappointment at this moment. Not to mention that it was only a mere Cheng Mu. Even if the other party's master, the 9th strongest on earth, came here, it would be a fool's errand to try to kill him, Lu Ziyan. Even though all of his cultivation had been poured into his wife, Lin Chaoyan, suffered a not-so-light backlash, causing many tendons and veins in his body to break. These does not affect him to perform his unique stance Yen Flash 100 meters. This stance is his full deduction for several years. Only then could he successfully create it. It does not require any martial arts, cultural chi, or spiritual energy. It can still be performed. The stance created by an immortal cultivator could not be understood by a cultivator of martial arts. The main reason why it was called Yen Flash 100 meters was because although this stance could be performed without relying on spiritual energy, however, it also had a fatal point. That is the distance. After the show, the body is as light as a swallow, dodging like electricity. However, it is limited to 100 meters. Any further distance, it is simply not possible. With this stance in place, let alone just Cheng Mu, the 9th strongest great disciple on earth. Even if the other party came in person, in a moment, it would be impossible to kill himself. Nay. If the other party could discover the shortcomings of his identity and directly bombard within 100 meters with his sword chi, I'm afraid that he would still be able to. But right now, Cheng Mu didn't know this at all, only his eyes flashed with an interested light, obviously having been dodged by Lu Ziyan earlier to avoid the fatal blow. Interesting, this sword, I would like to see how you dodge. The wooden sword in front of him had already completely locked onto Lu Ziyan. Behind his back, 3 huge sword wheels, just like the dazzling sun. Inside the sword wheels, there seemed to be countless long swords, constantly rotating. Sword chi like a huge wave, stirred up. It impacted the surrounding space. Snort, snort, snort. Bursts of sounds similar to sonic booms spread out. Go! Cheng Mu confidently waved his hand, whoosh, the wooden sword broke through the air and turned into a white stream of light. It came straight at Lu Ziyan. Just when the wooden sword was about to reach his eyes, Yen Flash was executed, and in an instant, it disappeared into a puff of shadow. Even though Cheng Mu, who had been fully focused and deadlocked on this side, was still unable to capture the speed of the other party's movement, it was still unable to capture the opponent's movement speed break. Extreme. Weird. Such a weird body technique was unheard of and unseen. No. As a Wendo immortal who can summon 200,000 spirits, how could he be suppressed by himself without any power? Could it be that he was only summoned by coincidence last time? At this thought, his eyes flashed with a dawning look, and he immediately sent a message to a hidden scout in the distance. The great Xiao Wendao immortal is nonsense, and the events of that day were purely coincidental. A short sentence caused the secret agent to be shocked beyond measure. Immediately afterward, the figure disappeared rapidly. Where is the person? Xingmu was shocked to discover that at this moment, Lu Ziyan was nowhere to be found, and there was simply no scent of him around. Twilight Land. The entrance to the city. Ta. A team of 1,000 people, on horseback, quickly arrived. Changmu frowned and looked at the team scornfully. Lord Lu, this time, count yourself lucky. Leaving such a sentence. Quickly flashing away towards the distant official road. Between breaths. That figure had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Finally, it disappeared. The 8 wooden swords also disappeared with it. As Qingmu left, Xikong Ming and the others, after losing the restrictions of the wooden swords, immediately regained their freedom. However, after he saw the person who came, his expression became very grave. Who killed my young master Lu? At the head of the group was an old man of about 60 years of age, with black hair and a fierce look, riding a horse, angrily sweeping his eyes at the people around him. Behind him followed 1,000 people, all wearing armor. City Lord C? Why are you guys here? The black-haired old man saw Xikong Ming and the others and immediately let out a questioning voice. Even if the other party was the lord of a city. Unfortunately, nowadays, the entire winning state city was dominated by the Lu family. Patriarch Lu, the aunt of the Wengong family is here. Isn't it normal for me to receive them? The aunt of the Wengong family? Lu Tianhao's eyes shot out 2 regal rays, just staring straight at Xikong Ming. Someone from the royal capital. Hiss. This matter was afraid that it was not simple. The Lu family had indeed been arrogant and domineering in winning state city recently. It looks like it is necessary to inform the people in the family. This period of time, properly restrained. Lest they confront the Duke of Jinhua. Lu Tianhao was calculating inwardly. Not long after. When he noticed Lu Hao's corpse, he immediately shouted in a violent rage, Who killed Lu Hao? Round them up. The team behind them quickly surrounded Xikong Ming and the others. Even the surrounding people who were watching were not spared. The sky had collapsed. The sky of winning state. Lu Hao, as Lu Qingfeng's favorite son and only son. On weekdays. Even he, the patriarch, obeyed Lu Hao. It can't be helped. Who let his father become the only person in charge of winning state city today? Patriarch Lu, what are you doing? Xikong Ming hurriedly spoke out angrily, wanting the other party to stop this behavior. It was only a pity. Things had already come to this. Do what? Lu Tianhao gazed at him coldly, not giving the slightest bit of face as he said, City Lord C, Lu Hao is the son that child, multiplying wind, cares about the most. Speaking here. He drew out a long sword and pointed it at Xikong Ming. Very well. You guys dare to touch him, it looks like you're ready to tear your face off with our Lu family. What a bull Guigong ant. All of this must be that guy Xikong Ming's attempt to regain control of winning state city. Thus directing a play. It was only a moment's effort. Lu Tianhao thought to himself that he had guessed what had happened. Where is Aunt Lu? Xikong Ming looked left and right, but no trace of Lu Ziyan could be found. The green woman came back to the carriage. Be careful, there's something odd about this person. Lu Ziyan's voice came out from inside the carriage. Hearing the words, Xingnu finally secretly settled down. Odd? She curiously sized up Lu Tianhao, and even with her full concentration, she failed to find out anything odd about the other person's body. Auntie, what should we do now? See how they respond. Sitting inside the carriage, he couldn't help but feel bitter. If one's cultivation was still intact, a few clowns in the district would have been killed. Winning state. Main city. State Lord's mansion. Inside the hall. A general rushed in a panic. State Lord Lu, it's bad, news has come from winning state city that young master Lu Hao has been killed. The words were spoken. Lu Yiming, who was sitting on the top, had big eyes and thick eyebrows, a country face, and some righteousness. Below. When Lu Chengfeng heard this, he dropped his teacup to the ground and roared in panic, What did you say? General Lu, young master Lu was killed, it is said to be someone from the royal capital. People from the royal capital? The two brothers glanced at each other. Big brother, you have connections with the dynasty, have any big names left the royal capital recently? Lu Chengfeng forced down his inner anger. Taking the lead, he inquired to his elder brother Lu Yiming. It shouldn't be. Even though the Duke of Jin left the royal capital, it's impossible for him to appear in the winning state. The other adults, if they left the royal capital, I would definitely receive news. You go back first and see what kind of god is it that dares to touch the Lu family members. As the lord of a state, the power was monstrous, and there was the Lu family of the winning state city under his protection. Even a second-ranked general in the dynasty would not dare to act rashly. Chapter 36 Pretending to be a god. Lingzhou City. For a few days, there had been winds and clouds. It seemed like something big was about to happen. A few days ago. Lin Chaoyan was fortunate enough to receive the Divine Immortal Valley Elixir and renew her life for a month news spread. At once. Not only shocked the entire Dasha dynasty. Even with the foolishness of the Golden Horde Imperial Court, the Great Barbarian Dynasty, the Liuli Dynasty has also sent countless scouts to Lingzhou City to inquire about the news. It is said, in the royal capital, that His Majesty, the anger cannot be described, for several consecutive days do not go to the morning court. Similarly, he sent a group of experts to Lingzhou City. All in all, in the past 2 days, one after another, some new faces began to appear in the city. City Lord's Mansion. Backyard. Lin Xiaoyan was wearing a long white flawless coat, which set off her exquisite figure, as well as her peerless face. The absolute beauty of the human race. Well deserved. She was sitting in the center of the pavilion, like a fairy, with a transcendent temperament, beautiful to the extreme. Jin Shu quickly walked in from outside. Miss, a large number of experts of unknown origin have appeared in the city again in the past 2 days. Among them, there are already no less than hundreds of them just in the middle of the 8th rank, after the 8th rank, and at the peak of the 8th rank. If this continues, I'm afraid that 9th grade martial cultivators will also come. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. As her own young lady's beloved maid, she was like a sister. Before, she did not think that this move by the young lady would be a big deal. After all, the ant's cultivation was infused in one body. Even if the innate realm, I am afraid that it may not necessarily be Mrs. Opponent. Therefore, for this kind of fishing plan, she did not say much. Until this moment. She panicked a little, things seemed to be beyond their imagination. In these 2 days alone, the experts of unknown origins have surpassed the number of hundreds. Almost all of them were experts of the 8th rank or above. Such a situation immediately made her realize that it was not good. At this rate, it was feared that the 9th grade, and even the innate realm would come down to participate. At that time, how were they going to cope? Lin Xiaoyan slowly got up, took 2 steps, looked at the small lake in front of her, raised her hand and grabbed a handful of fish material and sprinkled it in. Just saw those fish in the lake cheerfully gathering over. With this side of the movement, even those fish on the edge of the lake were also startled, quickly swimming towards this side. See this. She smiled and pointed to the lake and said, see, as long as there is bait, even more fish, you can easily lure them. Hearing this, Jinshu couldn't help but burst into a bitter laugh, extremely helpless. Miss, I'm afraid that there are too many fish, we can't fight them. 800-mile city lord, the several generals of Jade Bridge, are all keeping an eye on those people. At this time, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, looked at the fence not far away, and let out a light laugh. Come all the way, why are you still hiding? As soon as the words were said, Jinshu immediately stood in front of her quickly as if she was an enemy. Who dares to come here to act recklessly? All around, there was silence, not to mention the slightest movement. However, the next second, Lin Xiaoyan turned around again. By the round table of the gazebo, at some point, a masked man had already sat down. A pitch-black dress, his figure was on the thin side, only revealing a pair of eagle eyes, just staring straight at her. Good strong perception, even my god's ghost was detected by you, no wonder so many people see you as a thorn in their side. The masked man's voice was hoarse and gloomy, revealing a few shocks. Who? Jinshu hurriedly turned around and saw that at some point, a masked man had appeared. Immediately, his back went cold and his eyes stared at the other party with incomparable scorn. Being able to remain unnoticed by himself, he easily approached here. The distance between each other is only 2 meters. If the other party wants to make a move, I am afraid that I would have already been a corpse. Wait a minute. The other party's words silenced her, gods and ghosts? You are the Golden Horde Imperial Court State Master, the god of pretending amongst the god of pretending? Saying this, her voice unconsciously rose much higher. Oh? The masked man revealed a hint of surprise, never expecting to be recognized at a glance just after appearing. It was still such a young little girl. Good eyesight, the little girl is quite knowledgeable, even the old man's name is known. On the side, Lin Xiaoyan sat down as if nothing had happened, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Nonsense. Wasn't it you who declared yourself? Gods and ghosts are unpredictable. Nowadays, the only people in the world who know this body technique are the 2 state masters of the Golden Horde Imperial Court. It's funny to say. The names of the 2 masters are actually pretending to be gods and devils, or twin brothers. The elder brother is called pretending to be a god, the younger brother is called a ghost. 150 years ago, the 2 of them were just country bumpkins who came out of a small village in the Golden Horde Imperial Court. They didn't even know what martial arts was. Later, by chance, they met the last state master of the Imperial Court, who was approaching the end of his life. That master of state see 2 people pity, will be a martial arts cultivation will be taught them. In just 10 years, they not only became the 8th grade of the Great Circle, but also practiced the previous master of state left behind the top grade of the body, God's Ghost, as well as Phantom Ghost Step 2 kinds of body. In the beginning, the names of the duo were only called Big Mao and Little Mao. Ever since they became martial arts masters of small accomplishment, they then decided to cut themselves off from the past, and thus, they took up pretending to be gods and ghosts. Later, The duo became famous for challenging various experts in the imperial court. In just 30 years, they stepped into the 9th grade of martial arts cultivation. What's more, by virtue of their bizarre body techniques, they swept away all the 9th grade experts at that time. Because of their fame, they attracted the attention of His Majesty the Imperial Court, and in the end, they were even given the post of State Master for the two of them. Until 50 years ago, Daxia was in the midst of war, and the major dynasties targeted and attacked several times. One of them, Golden Horde Royal Court, is playing God. Two people led hundreds of thousands of troops to violate, burning and looting. Wherever they passed, not an inch of grass. Especially pretend to be God. Two people means extremely cruel, let their subordinates persecution of women. Later, according to incomplete statistics, died in the hands of the two brothers people, no less than 300,000. Therefore, pretending to play God has become the people of Daxia devil general existence. Hell is empty, the devil on earth. This is also why Jin Shu guessed the identity of the other side, cannot help but backbone cold. Everything is because I have not heard less about the two people who play God. The cruelty of their methods and the arrogance of their actions. Little girl, you seem to be afraid of the old man? The pretending God was satisfied with Jin Shu's reaction. After all, for so many years, Daxia had been circulating his fierce reputation in this matter, but he had always been proud of it. It was because of these deeds that the two brothers were able to make their reputation in the Golden Horde Imperial Court rise for a time, almost reaching His Majesty. You devil, what are you doing here? Jin Shu forced back his inner fear and angrily pointed at the pretending God. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that Lin Xiaoyan was not only not half afraid or the slightest bit surprised about himself. He was still slowly pouring tea for himself. Worthy of being the great Xia's great general of the protectorate, even at this point, you can still keep your face unchanged. Is it because you know that your time is up and you don't intend to resist unnecessarily? The pretending God was confident, feeling that Lin Xiaoyan's intentions at this moment had already been made clear. Don't worry, you're such a colorful and strange woman, old me will definitely let you die in a decent manner. That's respect for a strong man. Even though Lin Xiaoyan was beautiful, at a handful of years old like him. No matter how beautiful you are, it's still just a skin. 100 years old, what other scenes hadn't he seen? There is a knife at the head of the colorful character. This reasoning will not understand. Chapter 37 Chi. Backyard. It was plunged into tranquility. The appearance of the god of pretending did not bring any mood swings to Lin Xiaoyan. On that peerless face, it was all blandness and indifference. Pouring herself a cup of tea. Slowly picking it up, suck. Took a sip and gently put it down again. Miss, people are going to kill you, why are you still so calm? Jin Shu's pretty face was flustered for a moment, to her own young lady's strength. Conservative estimation. Should be around the 9th grade. A little better. Should be close to the innate realm. Pretending God has been famous for too long, a martial arts cultivation, but also stepped into the innate realm for many years. In this case, one really couldn't find a reason not to panic. Snap. Pa. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause, followed by the sound of an old voice, worthy of being the great summer protector general. In a flash of green light, an old man in a green shirt flashed with extreme speed. Sword eyebrows and tiger eyes, all majestic. With a strong body, he gave off a sense of oppression. Great barbarian dynasties Tammy, I didn't expect even you to be startled this time. When the god of installation saw the visitor, his expression froze slightly and he was surprised in succession. Ha ha. Old man Tammy, brother pretending god, little brother didn't come too late, did he? Blue light flickered, accompanied by a cheerful laugh, and one saw a thin, thieving old man appear with a swaying body. The Liuli dynasty's supreme emperor Lu Li? Hearing the name of the visitor, Tammy, the god of pretending duo hurriedly turned their heads. They fixed their eyes on it. After seeing the visitor clearly, they could not help but let out a gasp. Then they looked at Jin Shu. The people were numb. The three that appeared, any one of them was an innate realm powerhouse that had been famous for almost 100 years. The most important point. So far, in the eyes of the outsiders, the young lady should be an ordinary person who has lost all her martial arts cultivation. An ordinary person. And yet, she called the three great royal dynasties and raised such a large number of people. On second thought. Between the dynasties, involved with each other, all have their own secret agents lurking. The innate realm strong man. Definitely belongs to the dynasty's heritage. Any one of them is quite important. Especially like Tammy, the god of pretending, Lu Li three people. Belonging to the top fighting forces of the royal families of the major dynasties, their every move represented an unpredictable trend. Therefore, between the major dynasties, there are secret spies watching their every move. And also at the border of the dynasty, there is the same innate realm strong man to guard one side. According to reason, it was absolutely impossible for three innate realm powerhouses to enter Great Xia at the same time. Come all together? Lin Chaoyan ignored Jinshu, who was already trembling with fear. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap that boomed in the ears of several people. Eh? All three of them looked frozen for a few seconds, somewhat unable to react. Luli grinned and said leisurely, "You, a wastrel with no martial arts cultivation, still dare to make a sound? Alright, let's kill you first. The two of you don't have any opinions, right?" To this, Tammy, the pretending god, did not utter a word, clearly acquiescing. "Scrappy person? Kill me?" Lin Chaoyan smiled, a smile like a flower, more like a spring breeze, giving people a heart and soul-pleasing feeling. Originally it was a fishing game. Never thought that the people from the royal capital side hadn't arrived yet. Just one after another, the top 3 battle masters in the 3 royal dynasties appeared. "How dare you laugh? Die and come." Luli's eyes flashed with killing intent as he raised his hand, and with a palm, a huge suction force was about to suck and tear Lin Chaoyan over. Suddenly, Lin Chaoyan's expression condensed, her eyes gazed at him icily, and she softly said, "Pekinate realm, very good." Said. Without slowing down, he reached out his hand and snapped, "Thunder comes." Rumble. On a clear day, a thunderclap sounded at first, causing the hearts of the crowd to be startled. Ka-ching! The thunder resembled a raw thunder snake, descending down from the 9 heavens. It was suspended in Lin Chaoyan's hand. Thunder, and lightning? Recruiting thunder with your bare hands? The 3 were shocked as if they had seen a ghost, dumbfounded in place. Whoosh! A black light shot out from Lin Chaoyan's shoulder, seemingly fleeing. Seeing this, her expression slightly stagnated, then she bitterly smiled and whispered, "Forgot that you're afraid of thunder." As the owner of the little black girl, she was naturally clear about some of its past. That one thunder tribulation had left a very deep shadow on it, resulting in the fact that as soon as it saw lightning now, its first thought was to run away. "Miss, what are you? Jinshu was confused, his little face staring stupidly at his own miss, even his speech became stuttering. "Anti-small means, not worth mentioning. Go!" As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it, and the lightning shot out, like wild horses in a stampede, crazy and violent. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck Luli, and in an instant, it exploded into a scene of blood and flesh, leaving only a scorched flavor. Tammy, the god of pretending duo, no longer have the arrogance and calmness before. Looking at each other, the first thought, run. It's too scary. Summoning lightning. This kind of surpasses the perception of martial arts practitioners, it is simply an immortal. Fighting with an immortal? This is not too long to live. Can you run? Lin Chaoyan smiled indifferently, beckoned again, and 2 more thunderbolts descended, blasting the 2 into pieces. Things were moving too fast. Jinshu was almost not even clear about what had happened before it was over. In the middle of the morning, she exclaimed, "That was lightning. That's 3 innate realm powerhouses. Ta. There was a rush of footsteps as Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling, 800 miles, and the others hurriedly appeared. "Great General, there was thunder over here just now, what happened?" Qi Jingxi first walked to Lin Chaoyan's body and took a closer look. Seeing that the Great General did not have anything going on, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She responded without a care in the world and pressed one hand on Jinshu's shoulder, who immediately calmed down. The party's excitement was also able to calm down. But Su Luoling still pursued. Lin Chaoyan smiled lightly and shook her head slightly. "Any martial cultivator above the 8th grade that has lurked in the last 3 days, kill them on sight." At those words, the crowd's bodies shook, immediately revealing a flash of excitement, echoing in unison, "Yes." Yunzhou Road. Path in the forest. Hiya. Giddy up. Stewardly drove the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lin Baoing, Lu Yuer, and Lin Hong stared unblinkingly at the unconscious Chen Wangshu in front of them. How much longer to wake up? Lin Baoing was the first to question. More than an hour had passed. There were no signs of awakening. "I don't know." Lu Yuer supported her chin with her small hand and responded absent-mindedly. Lin Hong reached out and placed his hand on her wrist, frowning, and after a moment, sighed, "I just blocked her martial energy. I guess the injuries she received earlier were a bit severe, causing her to delay waking up." The moment he helped Chen Wangshu onto the carriage, he had already blocked her martial qi. No one could imagine when the other party would wake up. Before figuring out why she was still alive, before why she had become a Dark Tower assassin, Lin Hong had to be careful in his response. Even if he knew that Xiao Yuer was incredibly strong. Is she really my grandmother? Lu Yuer's eyes darted around, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Naturally, this matter cannot be faked. Lin Hong answered firmly, in this matter, it was impossible for himself to recognize the wrong person. She was his own eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Wangshu. Chapter 38, Awakening. The Forest Path. The carriage was traveling forward. Inside the carriage. Chen Wangshu let out a whisper, then slowly opened his eyes. However, what entered his eyes were 3 somewhat familiar faces. The reason why she felt familiar.
Mainly because this time, her assassination target was precisely the three people in front of her.
Grandma, you're awake?
Lu Yuer was the first to shout in excitement.
Grandma? What a terrifying curse.
The beautiful eyes gazed tightly at the small pink face, with a hint of arrogance in its playfulness. It was very endearing. Such a cute little fellow, it was a pity that he opened his mouth. Still calling himself grandma was definitely sarcastic about being old.
Mother!
Lin Baoying let out a soft cry. Chen Wangshu's body immediately shook, completely petrified in place.
Mother? Girl, want to hear what words you're saying yourself?
I am at most 2 or 3 years older than you. This girl is 22 years old this year now.
What makes you a grandmother and a mother? Only.
For the newly awakened her, for a moment, she didn't know how to speak.
Xiao Shua.
Lin Hong's eyes were brimming with tears, and his old face was filled with excitement.
Eh? Which one ah? Old man.
Chen Wangshu had just regained his senses from being petrified, and hearing this intimate address from Lin Hong, he was extremely speechless inwardly. Very quickly. She quickly reacted that the other party must have recognized the wrong person.
Is it hard to believe that Duke Lin still has an unknown young love interest?
Hiss. If that was really the case, it would be better to use this as a trick to recognize this layer of identity and find an opportunity to complete the assassination mission again.
The mind was like electricity, quickly thinking about countermeasures. In just a few breaths,
she had already figured out that she would first admit her identity before finding the right time to strike.
That, I am?
Deliberately pretending to be confused and wanting to speak again, she was hoping that the other party would take the initiative to burst out what identity she belonged to. That way, it would facilitate how she would play that role next. Lin Hong hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, Xiao Shu.
You are my eldest daughter-in-law Chen Wanshu, the biological mother of Baoying and Xiaoyan. Could it be that you have forgotten all of this? Eldest daughter-in-law? Hearing this, a hidden light appeared in Chen Wangshu's eyes immediately. Realization dawned.
It turned out to be this layer of identity. It just so happened that when he accepted the mission to assassinate Lin Hong, he had consulted his family's information.
Chen Wangshu's information, although not much, was at least cognizant. Don't remember.
With a blank and puzzled look on her face, she shook her head, giving the impression that she had completely forgotten the past.
Forgotten?
Lin Baoying, Lu Yuer spoke in unison, both somewhat incredulous.
All right. Must be losing past memories. It's good to forget, as long as you're still alive, everything is already enough.
Lin Hong's heart, the boulder that had been blocked for a long time, was finally put down at this moment.
Guilt for so many years, to today, is considered to be relieved. In a flash, the entire person looked incredibly relaxed and refreshed. Leads Chen Wangshu tsk wonder, in the end what is the matter, let him a moment, as if a newborn general. Without realizing it, she saw Lu Yuer's side, his dark moon dagger, quietly lying there. Very good. They did not throw away their weapons.
This dagger, which was made from a meteorite from the heavens, was incomparably sharp.
Indestructible.
As long as they got back the dark moon, at that time, even if the other party was in the innate realm, one would only need to kill him with a single strike while he was asleep. My cultivation Chen Wangshu pretended to be unaware of the situation and tentatively opened his mouth to ask. Blocked off, until you remember everything, just follow us as an ordinary person.
Getting along for a long time might make you remember some of your past.
Lin Hong used a hammering attitude to directly tell her that there would be no need to think much about the matter of martial cultivation.
Inside this period of time in the future, there was no intention to unravel it at all.
The one who had lost her past memories was only the dark building assassin Yu San Yang.
Under such circumstances,
how could she dare to unlock her cultivation?
All right.
Chen Wanshu nodded and did not get angry about it, in her opinion.
Currently,
she herself was just a captive, an existence to be decided by the other party to live or die at any time. Since this was the case, then, one could only resign oneself to seeking a certain day, with the right time to strike.
Completely killing the few people in front of her. Grandma, can I call you like this?
Lu Yuer's eyes were glowing with excitement as she once again shouted out that name that caused Chen Wangshu to be completely petrified. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead and she hurriedly waved her hand. I don't remember you guys at all.
After being rejected.
Inside the little girl's eyes, the bright light that had just risen immediately dimmed.
Fine.
The tender voice carried a hint of hurt, making it somewhat unbearable to listen to. Chen Wangshu saw this appearance, her heart could not bear it, for some reason, seeing the little girl's unhappy appearance.
Let her have a kind of empty feeling.
You like to call it. A few times the thought fight down, plus see the little one lost appearance, she finally softened her heart.
Getting such a response.
Little Yuer immediately smiled with open eyes and happily called out, Grandma, I finally have a grandma. As soon as the words were said,
one jumped into the other's arms.
The little guy was too enthusiastic, this time giving her a whole won't.
After all,
one up, directly as a grandmother, this identity is a little too difficult to adapt to it.
Under the helplessness. She could only harden her head and reach out to hug the little one, but her gaze stayed on the dagger. In her heart, she was also calculating, right now, they are very defensive towards me. I'm afraid that if I want to get back the dark moon, I'm afraid that it will take some days before I can do so. Lin Baoying looked at little Yue with an envious face. She also wanted to be hugged by her mother in this manner. Noticing her eager gaze, Chen Wangshu thought for a moment and opened his mouth to explain, "Give me some time to properly digest this information." Little Yue, being young and looking so cute, was what made her accept it for the time being. As for Lin Baoying, there was no way. For a while, it was really hard for her to accept that a girl of a similar age called her mother. "Little Ling, give her some time, in the future, a large amount of time together, one day, we'll recognize each other." Lin Hong patted her shoulder to comfort her. Chen Wanshu could only throw her an apologetic look. Night. Hazy moonlight. On the edge of a small stream in the forest. The carriage was parked next to a tree. Next to the bonfire, Lin Hong, stewardly, and the two of them were sitting opposite each other. Inside the carriage, Lin Baoying and Lu Yue were both asleep. Only Chen Wangshu was left sitting alone, using the dim light of a night pearl hanging above. His eyes stayed on the dagger. Inside, he was filled with entanglement and struggle. At this moment, out of killer instinct, there was an urge to pick up the dagger and directly end Lin Baoying and Lu Yue. Outside, there were still two other existences that were comparable to fierce tigers that were watching intently. As long as they made a move, I'm afraid, it would be difficult to escape with one's life. However, they are so relieved to have themselves here. After Chen Wangshu struggled with his thoughts several times, his right hand eventually reached out. One touched the dagger. Turning around, he swung the dagger and stabbed directly towards Lin Baoying, due to being blocked from all cultivation. Therefore, the speed at which he swung the dagger was not very fast. Eyes were about to stab. Who would have thought that Lin Baoying, at this critical moment, twisted her body a bit and completely dodged the dagger attack? Chen Wanshu was petrified on the spot. This luck, it was heaven-defying. Chapter 39 Matching the performance. Inside the carriage, the space was not large. Adding to the fact that Lin Baoying was lying down asleep again, there was little Yue on the side. Therefore, the space was slightly crowded. It was in this way that after Chen Wangshu stabbed down with the dagger in his hand, it was magically dodged by her. A chance failure did not discourage her. Waving the dagger in her hand again, aiming at Lin Baoying's heart position, striving for a fatal blow. Aha! Little Yue stretched out her small hand and slapped it on Lin Baoying's face. Seeing this situation, frightened, Chen Wangshu hurriedly put away his dagger and stepped back to the side, quickly closing his eyes. Little Yue. She woke up with an exasperated look. That look of exasperation was clearly a normal reaction displayed by having her beautiful dream disturbed. In fact, just now, the moment she got the dagger, Lin Baoying had already awakened from her deep sleep. However, she couldn't face her directly for fear of scaring her mother. At the same time, she was also very clear about the power of that dark moon dagger. She didn't dare to take a hit easily. The earlier twisting of her body was all a result of sensing her movements before reacting, thus dodging that blow. With Lu Yue's timely slap, it directly made her secretly give a thumbs up. Almost tempted to praise it. "What's the matter, little auntie?" Little Yue looked sleepy and scratched her head, asking in a milky voice. Chen Wanshu pretended to open her eyes blankly and asked with slight curiosity, "What's wrong with you guys this? Auntie should be sleepy and confused. I'd better go out and look for great-grandpa." Saying that, the small body got off the carriage in a puff of smoke. Leaving Lin Baoying alone, she faced Chen Wanshu alone. Just as she also wanted to voice out that she had to go out outside as well. "Aren't you going to accompany me?" This sentence, spoken very softly and gently, caused Lin Baoying's eyes to redden as she heard it. It was extremely complicated inside. Such a warm sentence, in normal times, must have made her feel very happy. The problem was, at a time like this in front of her, mother had no semblance of past memories and was still a top assassin. Judging from the actions just now, the intention was already very obvious, to lay a black hand. Accompany you. Within his voice, a hint of trembling was revealed. Chen Wangshu was a little unsure and very curious. "You're afraid?" "No. Absolutely no fear." "Not scared? What are you shaking for?" "After sleeping for a long time, my feet are numb." "Numb feet? Your hands are shaking too." Chen Wangshu pointed at her hands. This kind of bull, say it, who would believe it? But it didn't arouse too much suspicion either. "Baoying, just now I dropped something very important, help me find it." The right hand was placed behind her back, holding the dagger tightly, but on the surface, she revealed a warm smile, giving off the appearance of a gentle mother. Lin Baoying smiled awkwardly, and in her heart, she exclaimed, "Not good. It's coming again. My mother, why do you have to come at me? I'm the only scourge, aren't you tired?" Inwardly in the crazy cry, the bright face, but can only show more ugly than crying smile. "I am playing along with the show, you'd better turn a blind eye." Don't move and try to stab me in the heart with a dagger. That instant. She had a lot of thoughts, but in the end, she could only pretend to slowly turn around, creating an opportunity for the other party to strike. Who let her be the mother-in-law? One's own mother-in-law can only be favored by oneself. Come on. Accepting it openly was also a kind of courage. As expected. When she turned around, Chen Wangshu hastily waved his dagger and struck once more. A flash of cold aura flickered on the dagger, a flash that was chilling. The next second. Decisively stabbing down. Agu, not here. Lin Baoing felt a coldness in her back and immediately voiced out, her body hurriedly moving away a bit. Just a finger distance away, the dagger flashed with a cold light, stabbing straight down. Chen Wanshu was stunned, somewhat dismayed, more disbelief. Dodged it again? In his mind, such a thought flashed. It was too late to think about it. The opponent revealed his fatal weakness again, his back. The dagger swung again. Not here either. Facing the dagger that stabbed over again, Lin Baoing didn't half panic and once again repeated the same trick. Pretending not to find it, she then turned around sharply. Again, it was a finger short of the distance. The successive failures made her, a famous assassin of the Dark Tower, completely lose her mind. More still, it was anger. Killing such a little girl, actually missing 3 times. Baoying na, actually you don't need to be in a hurry, take your time to look for it more carefully. Chen Wangshu kindly persuaded. When the latter heard this, her back was chilled and she was in a cold sweat. Still looking slowly and carefully. It was almost a heart attack. Who would still dare to be slow? All right. Pretending to agree, he still maintained his ear to the ground state, always keeping an eye on every move behind him. The dagger quickly stabbed once again. This time, Lin Baoing didn't want to endure it anymore, and purposely yelled, "There's a rat!" With a scream, the entire person quickly backed up, and without paying attention, bumped into Chen Wangshu. Whirlwind. She quickly dodged the dagger trajectory, to cause Chen Wangshu to be caught off guard, and the dagger stabbed on her thigh. Ah! Before she could scream halfway out, she hurriedly covered her own mouth herself. Agu, what happened to you? Lin Baoing pretended to be dumbfounded and was about to go forward to assist. Don't move. I'll do it myself, don't move. Seeing the other party make a move, Chen Wangshu hurriedly spoke out to stop him, lest the other party hurt himself once again. It's not enough to miss 3 times. In the end, there was also such a thing. It really made this top assassin of hers have a bad reputation. If word got out, it would probably make her peers laugh their heads off. What? You're telling me you went out to assassinate a little girl and missed 3 times? And ends up injuring herself? At that time, she could definitely become a joke in the entire assassin world. It's still bleeding, do you want me to help? Upon hearing this, Chen Wangshu, who had already planned to call it quits, brightened up. If he took advantage of the other party to help bandage the wound, wouldn't he be able to kill him with a single blow? Yes. She agreed with alacrity, huh? As soon as she drew out her dagger, she held it tightly in her hand. Lin Baoing saw the moment she decisively pulled out her dagger. The entire person was petrified on the spot. Numb. Completely stunned to the point of numbness. My mother. Why is your killing heart so heavy? Helpless. One could only be hardened by the words one uttered. Why don't I ask Grandpa to take a look? Lin Baoing had already gotten a cut of white cloth and deliberately opened her mouth to inquire. No need. A little accidental minor injury, no need to alarm his old man. Chen Wangshu's heart tightened and he immediately explained. Such a scene. If the other party came, it would certainly be clear at a glance. Therefore, she wouldn't dare to take the risk. All right. Saying that, she began to bandage Chen Wangshu. Seeing her lowering her head and earnestly bandaging herself, for a moment, the killing intent resurfaced. Holding the dagger high, she aimed at its head and smashed it down hard. Right. Just smashing with all my might. Forgot to medicate. Lin Baoing turned her head in a circle, and the dagger whistled as it slid down past her ear. Snort! Once again, it stabbed at Chen Wangshu's left leg. Almost with all her strength, this time, it was a much deeper stab than the one just now. The entire dagger blade had sunk in completely. What are you doing? Stabbing yourself again? Lin Baoing turned back, pretending to be puzzled. Chen Wangshu. Chapter 40 Soft Heart. The two looked at each other. Listening to what Lin Baoing asked, it almost didn't make her spit out blood. Why did you zap yourself? Do people talk? However, for that matter, didn't dare to make too much noise. Strongly enduring the stabbing pain, she bitterly explained, hand slipped, didn't cover this dagger for a moment. Slip of the hand? Lin Baoying's small expression was stunned, and inwardly, she secretly gave a thumbs up, really wanting to give her a best in show. Pay attention to it. Don't hold the dagger. Without giving her a chance to retort, as soon as he took out the dagger, he hurriedly took out the medicinal powder and poured it on. Then carefully bandaged it. Losing the dagger, Chen Wangshu finally settled down. Not daring to act rashly. A day later. They came to a small town. In a guest-like Clouds Inn, asked for 2 upper rooms. Among them, Chen Wanshu, Lin Baoying, and Lu Yuer lived in one room. Hearing this news, but she couldn't help but be excited for a while. After all, the night was definitely an excellent time to lay hands on them. However, without martial arts cultivation, it's not an easy thing to lay hands on the 2 of them. Inside the guest room, Chen Wanshu looked around and was thinking about the night's countermeasures. Last time, he was dodged by Lin Baoying 3 times and allowed himself to be mistakenly injured twice. Luckily, he had the finest golden sore medicine. After only 1 day, it had already healed a lot. Does not affect the action. In the end, after thinking about it, it finally occurred to me that there must be a kitchen knife in the inn's kitchen. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Hong's several people are still eating. She quietly and silently came to the back kitchen of the inn. After some careful selection, choosing a thick kitchen knife weighing more than 10 pounds, she carried the knife with satisfaction. Returned inside the guest room, quietly waiting for the night to fall. Creak! The door to the room opened and Lu Yuer walked in from outside. "Grandma, it's getting dark, I'm going to sleep and sleep." While saying this, she walked over to the bed. Without saying a word, as soon as she burrowed in, she pulled over the quilt. Chen Wanshu watched her walk up to the bed so skillfully, pulling over the quilt and starting to sleep on her own. I don't know why. Inexplicably some heartache in the heart. The little girl knows too much. Usually, little girls of this age have to be coaxed to sleep by their parents. What's the point of thinking about this? She shook her head vigorously to prevent herself from thinking, as a qualified killer. How could she feel sympathy and heartache? Then, looking left and right, she did not find Lin Baoying figure. On second thought, if it was just such a little girl, it would be a pity to kill her. Although inwardly thinking this way, but in action, he did not hesitate to take out that heavy kitchen knife from the side. Slowly walking to the bed, staring unblinkingly at the little girl in front of him, he finally turned his head, raised the kitchen knife high, and slashed down hard on the little neck. Thunk! The chopper chopped on the pillow and hit the bed couch, making a low sound. Not right. She heard the sound was not right and immediately turned back, taking a look. The little girl didn't know when, but had already rolled over and hugged a pillow, skillfully avoiding the knife just now. Seeing the situation, a wave of uneasiness welled up inside Chen Wanshu, and her mind couldn't help but recall the encounter a day ago. Can't it be that these people already knew that they were pretending? So they are all deliberately playing tricks on me? It shouldn't be. Yesterday, the matter of Lin Baoying, although a little odd, but not too much of a problem. Fang was I can't bear it, especially turned my head, maybe at that time, she rolled over. With things as they were, she didn't believe that Lin Hong and the others were playing her. According to the information she had, this Da Xiaojin Wengong, the most precious thing was his 2 granddaughters. Yesterday's situation. According to Lin Hong's nature, it seems absolutely impossible for him to play tricks on me and thus risk his granddaughters. Thinking about this point, there is no more doubt. Holding the kitchen knife, flashing cold light, toward the little moon child tender white neck cut down. Grandma Milky voice called a grandmother, kitchen knife just to the mid-air, Chen Wangshu hard stop. The petite body was shaken, and her eyes gazed straight at that little face. This grandma's voice seemed to have some kind of magic power, making it difficult for her to do it anymore. Deep inside, a certain emotion was triggered. It was subtle, yet it was impossible to say. Winning State City. In the city lord's mansion. In the main hall, Lu Ziyan slowly poured himself a cup of tea, while the green girl on the side thoughtfully served a plate of dessert. Opposite. Si Kongming, Concerned Lan, and Tang Yuping, the 3 of them, were worried. Not long after, when Concerned Lan saw Lu Ziyan's relaxed and easygoing appearance, she was immediately furious. Hurriedly walking forward, pointing at him and questioning, "You still have the mood to drink tea? Yesterday, if you hadn't insisted on stepping forward and beheading young Lu, how could we have been surrounded here? In fact, yesterday, outside the city, because he was new to the city, and because Huo Leidong had a flag given to him by Lin Xiaoyan. Without hesitation, he chose to strike and beheaded the evil young man, Lu Hao. Later, he was surrounded by the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianhao, with his men. Until Si Kongming deliberately revealed Lu Ziyan's identity. Lu Tianhao, for a moment, did not dare to make a decision without authorization, and could only wait for Lu Changfeng to return before making a decision. The green woman took a step forward, blocking Concerned Lan from continuing her pace. Seeing this, Si Kongming hurriedly rebuked angrily, "General Guan, Aunt Lu's matter is not something that you and I can discuss presumptuously. Still don't roll back." Then, he piled on another false smile and arched his hands and cupped his fists towards Lu Ziyan. "General Guan is also straight talking, please don't take it to heart, Aunt Lu." As soon as Tang Yuping heard that Concerned Lan was being reprimanded, his face instantly grimaced. City Lord, if Aunt Lu was really that powerful, how could she have brought only 1 guard? Besides, it's not Xinlan's fault, why are you being mean to her? These words came out
Everyone present completely froze, turning their heads in unison to look at him. There was a situation. Even Xin Lan herself was confused at this moment. See this meaning, General Tang likes me? Lu Ziyan quickly came back to his senses, snorted, and shook his head slightly. City Lord C, put away your set of calculations. If I'm not wrong, the reason why Hua Leidong was bullied by Lu Xiao. Which is inevitably your handiwork. Putting down the teacup in his hand, he reaches out to straighten out his clothes and opens his mouth without slowing down. With a few words, he directly straightened Si Kongming to the point where he was stunned in place. How did he know? In his heart, he just thought this and immediately turned his gaze towards concerned Lan, Tong Yuping, and the two of them. The latter hurriedly shook their heads, indicating that they did not know either. This matter, done in an extremely secretive manner, there were simply not many people who knew about it. Moreover, the plan was implemented several months ago. Until today's situation, it was completely unknown where it was going. For example, Lu Ziyan's arrival, he could only use unexpected to describe his mood. But the other party is nearly 2 or 3 years, the only one Wangdu to people. Adding to that, his identity was even that of the Jinghua mansion's upper aunt. Aunt Lu, what are you saying? How come I can't understand some of it? Si Kongming's smile stalled, pretending not to understand the situation. Chapter 41, Hua Leidong is dead. Can't understand? Lu Ziyan shook his head, really can't understand? All of them were human savants. To be able to appear at the city gates in the first place. He was so supportive of himself. If it wasn't for the Jinghua Gongfu behind himself, how could he have attracted such attention from the other side? Da. The guards walk in at a hurried pace, looking flustered. Lord City Lord, Hua, the one from the Hua family. The voice trembled and broke, seemingly scornful of something. But there's no harm in speaking. Si Kongming sneaks a glance at Lu Ziyan, signaling him to speak directly and plainly. That young master of the Hua family was killed. As if he had used up all his strength, after he finished speaking, his entire body was a bit deflated. What? Lu Ziyan quickly stood up, his gaze flickering past a hint of anger. When Si Kongming saw this, in the depths of his eyes, a flash of joy flashed past. Turning to, revealing an angry face, he drank. How? Green lady, go. Directly ignoring the Si Kongming several people, Lu Ziyan threw out his sleeves and walked out with large strides. As the duo's figures walked out, concerned Lan stepped forward with a worried expression. If we do this, will we really not cause him to retaliate? For some reason. The glance she received from the other party just now caused her to have the feeling of being stared at by a terrifyingly ferocious beast. A chill ran through her body. Things have come to this point, it's useless to say anymore. If we can't completely uproot the Lu family, the entire people of Winning State City, we still don't know how long we'll have to be crippled. Those who achieve great things will do whatever it takes. Si Kongming clenched his fists, thinking back to that year, being forced to leave this place in distress. Watching the Lu family dominate and oppress the people. Looting, burning and killing and so on, despicable means, endless. Aunt Lu, this time let's see how your anger is, even you. The latter words, he did not continue. But the two main generals beside him had already guessed it and were immediately filled with incredulity. It was too crazy. The city lord this time even hit the idea to the Jinghua Gong and the protectorate great general, two people. The slightest carelessness, that could be the end of a broken body. Si Kongming seemed to understand the scruples in the hearts of the two, and secretly sighed, if it really comes to that, everything will be borne by me. As soon as Lu Ziyan left the city lord's mansion, all around, rapidly walked out a large group, wearing armor generals, thousands of people. Aunt Lu, I am Lu Long, a partial general in the city. I have been ordered to guard here, please don't make things difficult for us. A bearded-faced middle-aged man, dragon-walking and tiger-stepping, stepped forward to block the Lu Ziyan duo's way. Obviously. This was to trap them inside the small little city lord's mansion. Not allowed to go out, and then wait for Lu Chengfeng to return. And then dispose of them. Beat it out. Lu Ziyan didn't have any half-assed nonsense and spoke lightly. The green woman's figure transformed into a burst of residual shadows. Boom. 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 Strong martial chi surged, and in an instant, it lifted off a dozen generals. The next second, the long sword in hand, the heroic posture, like a ghost dancing. Sword flower flashes, then see someone fall to the ground. These generals in front of them, although they were martial arts cultivators, they were only around the 5th and 6th grade. Even the biased General Lu Long's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 7th grade. In the blink of an eye, the green woman had already killed hundreds of blocking generals, the long sword in her hand, flowing with bright red blood. The killing continued. She did not choose to stop until she received an order from her aunt. Lord Lu, what are you doing? Lu Long angrily pointed at him and rebuked, watching one general fall. A fire of anger burned in his heart. Where is Hua Leidong? Take me there, or else, kill them all. In his opinion, all truths were based on the hardness of one's fists. Hence,
To come up here is to let the green woman make a move, only when you've beaten someone into submission, beaten them into fear. The other party can seriously communicate with you properly. Lu Long gritted his teeth and responded, I will take you there. Thousands of brothers, all of a sudden sharply reduced to 200 or 300 people, how can he not be heartbroken? Those were all his own soldiers. Send someone to inform the patriarch. Lu Long lowered his head and muttered to a general beside him. Subsequently, reluctantly, he led Lu Ziyan towards the city gates. Not long after, at the city gates, there was a mournful cry, woo-woo. My Nyonya, my Nyonya, my Nyonya. At the sound of the words, Lu Ziyan looked over from afar and saw a cloaked woman, sitting on her knees, holding a little girl in her arms. The little girl's chest was pierced through by a long sword. The tragic appearance covered in blood caused his heart to be complicated. Not long ago, this little girl called Nyo Nyo had even given herself flowers. You know, sunflowers, but they symbolize hope, sunshine. But right now, it suffered a poisonous death and died so tragically. However, right next to the woman, less than 3 meters away, a teenager's body quietly lying there, in front of a large pool of blood. Seeing this, the green woman quickly ran up. After a check, turning back, she shook her head at Lu Ziyan, dead. Shasta. Like a thunderbolt, the entire brain went blank. In the ears, came a burst of people's remarks. I've said not to offend the Lu family, look at that kid from General Hua's family, he died a horrible death. That's right, in Winning State City, even the city lord doesn't dare to mess with the Lu family. What's the use of the people from the king's capital, they're still not putting their own little lives on the line. Until this moment, Lu Ziyan deeply realized that if it wasn't for himself, I'm afraid that Huo Leidong and that little girl called Nyo Nyo wouldn't have died at all. Suddenly, the woman who was crying in pain, when she saw Lu Ziyan, she immediately rushed up with her daughter in her arms. Kneeling down in front of him with one hand, my lord, please do it for my Nyonya, she's so young, she's still just a little kid. Just because of sending a single flower to an adult, the Lu family is brutally murdering. You must do justice for my Nyo. Looking at the woman in front of him who was crying and begging for help, and then seeing the little girl in her arms who was already dead. In his heart, for some reason it became a little difficult all of a sudden. Good. This lord, I'll do it. His eyes narrowed, a flash of coldness flickering in the bottom of his eyes, seeing that what was happening in front of him. It had completely angered him. Go to the Lu family. Turning around, he took a step onto the street. In a flash. Hearing such bold words, it immediately caused many people to watch. The Lu family, that was the sky of Winning State City. How dare someone threaten to find trouble with the Lu family? Regardless of the outcome of the matter, just this situation in front of us. It's worth clapping for many people. The largest and most luxurious residence in the city, the Lu family. At this time, Patriarch Lu Tianhao heard his subordinates report and learned that Lu Ziyan led the guards and went straight in the direction of the city gates. Confused, who told you guys to move Huo Leidong and that little girl? Exasperated, he directly slapped the table, his anger unspeakable, glaring, gazing at the Lu family members in the lobby. No matter what, Lu Ziyan is still the aunt of the Duke of Jin's residence, the husband of the former Protectorate General. Such an identity is too noble to be described. We can still be powerful in the middle of Winning State City once we get involved with the king's capital. I'm afraid that the good times in the future will come to an end. As the patriarch, the things he considered naturally had to be more comprehensive. Furthermore, Lu Ziyan's identity has a lot of involvement behind it, and everything has to wait until Lu Chengfeng comes back before he can make a decision. Who knows? Someone took the liberty of killing Huo Leidong, as well as the little girl who delivered the flowers. Chapter 42, in front of the Lu mansion. With Lu Ziyan's cry of "Go to the Lu family!" Immediately, it caused quite a commotion. Many people, with the mindset of watching the show, follow them closely. On the way to the Lu mansion, Qingnu walked ahead to open the way, carrying the Chaosi sword case, noticing that more and more people were following behind her. Auntie, should we dismiss? Lu Ziyan didn't wait for her to finish, his voice was icy cold. They are all the people here, and have been oppressed by the Lu family for many years. They have always dared to be angry, and now they see that someone is looking for trouble with the Lu family. Regardless of the outcome, they all want to take a look. After all, people, they will always hold a hint of luck. For those people following around, what they were thinking inside. It was clear as day. After staying in the darkness for a long time, suddenly seeing a flash of light, everyone would not hesitate to go forward. All because, that was extremely likely to be their chance to see the light again. On the other side, Si Kongming brought concerned Lan and Tan Yuping with him, and they arrived late. They happened to meet up with Lu Ziyan, who came back. Ran. Lu Ziyan was expressionless, his eyes revealed a coldness, and he swept a glance at him with a bit of killing intent. Only one glance. Immediately, it gave Si Kongming a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and was chilled to the bone. This aunt is afraid that she has already held a grudge against me. Tell someone to collect Huo Leidong's corpse, and that little girl's family, make sure to place them properly. He instructed Tang Yuping in a low voice, and from that glance at each other just now, one point was already clear. That was that this Aunt Lu, after finding trouble with the Lu family, would definitely find trouble with himself? Yes, City Lord. Responding, he turned around and led a few generals, leaving at a quick pace. Go! Let's see what the Duke of Jin's aunt has to offer. Until this moment, he was still more or less apprehensive inside, as he did not understand just how much energy Lu Ziyan could have. Or rather, his weight in the Duke of Jin's mansion, could he support this confrontation against the Lu family? If not, I'm afraid that even he himself will have to be shattered. Only a pity. Once the game started, there is no turning back. Either you win big, or you lose everything. Lu Mansion. In front of the main gate, a dozen guards were guarding the door. Suddenly, seeing in the distance, the incoming crowd, quickly gathered together. What kind of people dare to gather in front of the Lu Mansion like this, don't want to die? The leader of the guards, usually with the Lu family, arrogant and domineering habits, a mouth is angry rebuke. Those who didn't know, thought that he had a certain status in the Lu family. The green woman stepped forward and coldly drank, less nonsense, call the person you can talk to come out, or die. Swish! The 8th grade great perfection sheet was released from her body, forming a wave of air that tumbled. It directly blasted that guard 3 meters out. Ha ha ha. Aunt Lu, I didn't want to cross paths with you too early, and was thinking that everything should still wait until that child, ride the wind, returns before settling. But you don't put the Lu family in your eyes like this, you're looking down on people too much. Before the people arrived, the voice came first, and immediately after, Lu Tianhao's silhouette appeared in front of the crowd. Behind him, followed by a crowd of Lu family members. In response to this, Lu Ziyan didn't give any face at all, and spoke indifferently, hand over the murderer, all of them are smart people, there is no need for me to remind them again. Such a tough attitude caused everyone in the Lu family to look slightly angry. Lu Tianhao's old eyes narrowed slightly, in the depths of his eyes, killing intent was visible surging, his voice responded flatly, the 2 unintelligent juniors of the Lu family, committing murder in the street today, is indeed a bit excessive. As the patriarch of the Lu family, I am extremely intolerant of this kind of thing. They have already been taught a hard lesson. Scanning around, amongst the crowd of people, he clearly saw Si Kongming's figure. Seeing this, it immediately dawned on him that he guessed that this matter had nothing to do with him. This Si Kongming, he's got some guts, how dare he try to go against the Lu family? If I had known this, I shouldn't have let him live in the first place, even if he is His Majesty's hand-picked city lord. Thinking of this, his fists couldn't help but tighten in regret. Green lady, fight your way in. Lu Ziyan slowly moved a stool from the side, then sat down, lightly instructing the green maiden. Beat it in? How dare he, knowing that this is the Lu family? Those people around, their brains buzzed, completely shocked. I didn't expect Lu Ziyan to be this clean, not even bothering to say more nonsense. If you don't hand over the murderer, you will directly fight in. Overbearing. Overbearing. How dare you? Lu Tianhao rebuked loudly, staring at him angrily. Patriarch Lu, right. Don't worry, after she beats the Lu family to death, I will teach her a good lesson for those who died. Lu Ziyan spoke in a serious manner. The crowd listened. Good fellow. Beating someone to death and then teaching them a lesson, is that reasonable? Unreasonable. But the Lu family's people were doing it this way. Right now, Lu Ziyan is called treating others the way they want to be treated. Twilight Land. Who wants to beat my Lu family members to death? A thick voice rang out from the crowd, followed by. The crowd dispersed towards both sides, and a few armored generals quickly opened the way. Then they saw a middle-aged figure, wearing a brocade suit, waist wrapped in jade belt, showing nobility, national character face, a pair of tiger eyes, showing ferocity. This person was none other than Lu Chengfeng. He had just returned from the main city of Winning State. Seeing the Lu family surrounded by so many people made his heart furious, and he could not wait to blast all of these individuals to death here. Lest such things happen again in the future. Multiplying wind, you finally returned. Lu Tianhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly excitedly went up to greet him. Those Lu family members, each and every one of them greeted each other with smiling faces, constantly saying words of compliments. Obviously, Lu Chengfeng was the backbone of the entire Lu family, and his status was so high that even the patriarch couldn't compare to him. I've only been out for a few days, my son has been killed, and the Lu family has been besieged, it looks like they don't put me in their eyes. Very well. He didn't bother with the compliments of the Lu family, instead, his gaze ferociously swept around. Those people who were gazed at hastily backed away. Not a moment later. All had backed up to 100 meters away. The only ones left were Si Kongming, concerned Lon, who stood brightly behind Lu Ziyan. Is City Lord Si planning to make a move against me? Lu Chengfeng spoke in an unhurried and arrogant manner. Nowadays, the entire Winning State city was under his control. 60,000 generals were in his hands alone. Si Kongming, in his opinion, was nothing more than a clown. For many years, he hadn't even killed him, simply because he was the city lord handpicked by his majesty. Lu Chengfeng, in front of you this is the ant from the Jinhua Gongfu, the husband of the protectorate general. If you are more sensible, hurry up and hand over the murderer, or else. Si Kongming shouted at the top of his voice, with a look of righteousness. The surrounding people were somewhat impressed. Lu Ziyan stared at him meaningfully, not saying anything more. Chapter 43, Dark One appears, Si Kongming excited. Si Kongming this voice. Directly calling the surrounding people to follow suit, hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer. The law is not responsible for the masses, so at this juncture, those people are also bold. They even shouted in unison. Of course. Naturally, Si Kongming ordered people to fan the flames. Shut up! Lu Chengfeng roared angrily, his body's ninth-grade great perfection qi instantly erupted out. Wrapping around his body, dark red martial qi. Forming a wave of qi, it continuously rippled in the open. In an instant. Within 100 meters, the crowd only felt a huge pressure, like a mountain pressing down on them. Even Si Kongming, an expert of the same rank. He was also forced to take 2 steps back. With a shocked expression, your cultivation has actually refined again. Unbelievable. More still, it was unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Lu Chengfeng's martial arts cultivation was actually a few points stronger than last time. The green woman was like a spear, standing straight and proud in front of Lu Ziyan. Carrying the other party's qi oppression, she did not move. On her forehead, beads of sweat appeared, but she still did not retreat for half a step. Her body's green and blue martial arts qi alternated, forming a body protector that enveloped herself as well as the ant behind her. Immovable as a mountain gong. Lu Tianhao looked at the fluctuation of the green woman's martial qi and immediately spoke out in surprise. Lu Chengfeng froze slightly, then disdained, no wonder with only an 8th grade great circle, you dared to carry my qi impact. It turns out that he has practiced the immovable mountain technique, which is rumored to be among the top 5 existences among the world's defensive techniques. But the difference in strength is too great, even if your gong method is good. The killing heart came together, and the aura on his body once again surged a few points. This side. Cold sweat had already appeared on Qing female's forehead, her face gradually turned white, and her body was already shaking. Auntie, Green Lady may not be able to support it anymore. The voice revealed a hint of weakness and apologies, simply because she was about to run out of stamina. Regarding the situation at hand, Lu Ziyan was not slow and turned his head, his gaze seemed to be searching for something amongst the crowd. The next second, he shouted, it's already this time, aren't you still reluctant to show yourself? It's not a good thing for the ant of the Jinhua Gongfu to be beaten and killed. The crowd sniffed. All of them looked complicated, what happened to this Ant Lu? Could it still be hiding a backhand? When Si Kongming heard these words, he immediately brightened up, as if he had seen hope. Lu Chengfeng was puzzled by the other party's move, scanning the surroundings in disbelief. Swish! A dark shadow, flickering, appeared beside the green woman and patted her shoulder, leave the rest to me. Many thanks to Dark Lord 1. The green woman saw the person who came, although she was wrapped in black clothes and wore a cloak, so she couldn't see his appearance at all. As a former member of the Dark Guards, she naturally understood who the person was. Dark 1. The leader of Jinhua's public and private Dark Guards group, had followed Lin Hong in his battles in the 4 directions. He was also one of the few innate realm powerhouses back then. Because of a battle, he was surrounded by 2 half-steps of the innate realm, as well as several 9th grade grandmasters. This led to his cultivation regressing and falling to half-step innate. Later, Lin Hong moved him to the rear in order to prevent him from going into battle again. He became the head of a unit of secret guards of the Jinhua Gongfu. Over the years, not only did he cultivate many secret guard experts, even the Green Lady was also one of the secret guards under him at one time. How did Auntie know that my subordinate was secretly following? Between the Dark One raising his hand, he directly suppressed Lu Chengfeng's aura back. Si Kongming, as well as the people around him, immediately felt a wave of relief. Guessing, the old master can't just give a green girl, right? Lu Ziyan explained perfunctorily, he couldn't tell the other party. In fact, after coming out from the royal capital, his presence had already been detected. Otherwise, when he was in Lingzhou City, he wouldn't dare to directly give his entire cultivation to Lin Xiaoyan. Lu Tianhao hurriedly stepped forward with a grave expression and a serious voice, multiplying wind, this person's blood qi surges like the sea, and his martial qi is overbearing to the extreme. I'm afraid it's above me. In just a moment, he had already sensed that the visitor was not bad. I know. Lu Chengfeng also responded with a grave expression, this black-clothed man in front of him gave him pressure that was not ordinary. Si Kongming's face was so excited that he almost wanted to go forward and kowtow to Lu Ziyan. Waiting. Finally waited. Lu Ziyan was the chance to turn the tide that they were waiting for. We are willing to help Aunt Lu and eradicate the tumor that is the Lu family. The moment to show loyalty and brush off goodwill had come. Si Kongming transformed from having a face like ashes just now to his current radiant glow. Be alive. Lu Ziyan did not bother with Si Kongming and resoundingly commanded Dark One. Yes. Auntie.
Dark One transformed into a ghostly shadow and quickly dashed up, instantly fighting with Lu Chengfeng and Lu Tianhao. Martial chi stirred and swept across, the ground was bombarded with deep craters. The fight was earth-shattering. At one time, they flashed into mid-air, at another time, they flashed to the roof of the house.
In a quarter of an hour,
the three of them had already exchanged no less than hundreds of rounds. Since Lu Chengfeng and the two of them were both 9th grade great perfection, for a moment, Dark One simply couldn't take the two of them.
If it was one-on-one, hundreds of rounds would be enough for him to take down one of them. Is City Lord C watching the show? Lu Ziyan saw Dark One's current situation at a glance.
He couldn't help but raise his voice to remind Si Kongming, who was next to him.
Auntie, why don't I go up and help Lord Dark One?
Xingnu volunteered, placing her sword case beside Lu Ziyan and about to make a move to rush up.
Forget it. You'd better guard here honestly. Going up to help? It's good that you don't go to add to the chaos. That was a battle between a 9th grade great perfection and a half-stepanate. You, an 8th grade great circle, aren't even 9th grade. If you rush up, you'll still be given a second.
General Guan immediately mobilized all the dark lines in the city and quickly took control of the city guards without giving them the slightest reaction.
Be bound to do a thunderous strike.
Si Kongming excitedly instructed Guan Guanlan a few words before turning into a stump and rushing up.
Joining the battle.
At first, 2 against 1, it did make Dark One somewhat overwhelmed, unable to help the other two.
However,
with Si Kongming joining in, also a 9th grade great perfection expert, it pulled Lu Tianhao.
Giving Dark One enough time, dozens of moves were exchanged. Boom!
A silhouette was seen being ruthlessly smashed into the ground, smashing out a deep pit.
Dust and smoke filled the air. In the middle of the day,
the crowd took a look. Inside the deep pit, Lu Chengfeng was covered in blood, gasping for air, half kneeling there.
Blood was still spilling from the corners of his mouth.
His eyes were filled with shock, a look of fear appeared on his face, and his voice trembled, half-stepanate.
Until this moment,
finally realized the true strength of the black-clothed man in front of him. Just now, he fought with the two of them, and only revealed the strength of the 9th grade great circle.
Dark One didn't bother with Lu Chengfeng's shock.
Once again, he transformed into a burst of shadows and rushed up to surround Lu Tianhao.
Snap!
After a few moves, even Lu Tianhao was knocked to the ground. The breath on his body was incomparably weak.
Auntie, the two have been ambushed.
Dark One returned to Lu Ziyan's body, arched his hand and bowed respectfully.
Chapter 44 Unknown Scandal. Lu Mansion.
In front of the main gate, a group of people from the Lu family saw Lu Chengfeng, as well as Patriarch Lu Tianhao being subdued on the ground. At that instant, their expressions changed drastically, and many of them had already begun to show a look of fear.
After all, the two of them, they were the C-pin of the entire Lu family. Lu Ziyan raised his eyes, sizing up Dark One in front of him, and said with a light smile, following all the way, hard work. There's nothing to do, subordinate will leave first.
Dark One's voice was clear and cold in response. As a secret guard, his duty was to secretly escort his master.
Go!
At this, he did not stop. The green woman hesitated for a moment, and eventually couldn't help but explain, Auntie, Dark One, is the dark guard who has been with the Duke of State for the longest time.
The style of acting may be a bit withdrawn and not like communicating. I hope that you will forgive me, Auntie. The duty of a dark guard is itself to guard in the shadows. What am I blaming him for? Lu Ziyan stood up and patted her shoulder. Then, taking a step to Lu Chengfeng's side, he squatted down and whispered, You are the current head of the Lu family, Lu Chengfeng? Lu Hao, that arrogant and domineering scum who oppressed the people, is your son. I heard that over the years, your Lu family has not only suppressed the people, but also forcibly robbed the people's women. Even General Hua's residence was robbed by you. At this time, Si Kongming walked up quickly. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Lu Chengfeng as if he wanted to swallow him alive. His eyes were red, just like a mad beast. Lu Chengfeng, where is my sewer? And my sons and daughters? Speak. Where did you lock them up? Sniffing. Lu Ziyan couldn't help but be surprised as well, never expecting that there was something so involved. Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed wildly, then said with a face full of disdain, Your wife is very good, it's just a pity that back then, she only played for a few days. She couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to end herself, a pity. While saying this, he seemed to be reminiscing about something, and his face showed a few points like a devilish maniacal smile. People look, shudder. You. Hearing these explosive news, directly led him pain, originally thought, the other party has been using his wife as well as his children as a threat. Forcing himself to leave the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly. His favorite sewer was so brutalized by the other party. If he had known this, he should not have promised the other party to leave in the first place, he should have fought him to the death. Your son and daughter are not bad, the day they were captured, they committed suicide inside the dungeon. Otherwise, how could I force you away instead of killing you directly? Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed ferociously, and when he mentioned the other party's sons and daughters, he somewhat admired their decisiveness. What? Si Kongming immediately hugged his head and cried, his entire person aged a dozen years. Naive. It was all because he was too naive, always thinking that the other party would take into account his status as a city lord. Not daring to target his wife and children too much. At most, he would use them to threaten himself. Snap. Snap. He fiercely slapped himself twice. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If he had been more decisive in the beginning, I'm afraid that things wouldn't have even gotten to this point. Seeing him crying in pain, Lu Chengfeng laughed coldly. What's the point of pretending to be affectionate? Back then, I only took a few of their personal belongings to force you away. Si Kongming, you're a little cutie. After so many years of not being able to find any trace of them, it never occurred to you that they are all dead? When Si Kongming heard this, his body shook and immediately reacted. Yes. For so many years, even though he had turned the entire winning state city upside down to look for them, there was still no trace of them as well as news. He had always thought that Lu Chengfeng had hidden Jin well. But he never suspected that they were no longer in this world. Foolish. All around the people, hearing these words, are successively into deep thought. I didn't expect that there was such an unknown reason hidden within it. It turned out that when City Lord C left back then, he also had no choice but to do so. Actually, City Lord C is quite pitiful. Who says it isn't? His wife, children are all gone. Things can actually be like this, then I won't scold him from now on. We won't curse either. Some of the people whispered, all exchanging low voices. Obviously these were the people who hadn't rarely cursed Si Kongming in secret before. At this moment, Si Kongming was like a mad lion, his eyes were red and full of hostility. Lu Chengfeng, I'm going to kill you. With that, he was about to strike. Stop. Qingnu stood out at the first time and blocked his way. Seeing that the other party was Lu Xian's accompanying guards, he roared, Aunt Lu, this person brutalized my wife as well as my children, can't I take revenge? Such an action immediately caused many people around him to resonate. However, Lu Xian said nonchalantly, if you really wanted to take revenge, you would have done it yourself long ago, why wait until now? Late deep love is cheaper than grass, people are gone, who are you pretending to show? A few words down, as if a blow to the head, directly knocked the crowd to wake up. Si Kongming, as the lord of a city, was also a 9th grade great perfection expert. Aunt Lu, what do you mean by that? He, with an exasperated look, pointed at Lu Xian with some incredulity, feeling that the other party was mocking him. Hadn't he heard clearly what Lu Chengfeng had said? His own wife and children were all captured by the other party as a way to threaten him to quit winning state city. Because of this, he was able to take on the identity of a lord general and come to perform the duties of a city lord for many years. What I mean, you know it very well in your own heart. Lu Xian gave him a very disgusted look. How could a person who would do anything to achieve his goal be a person of deep love? Furthermore, just now, when he mentioned his wife Suer, his eyes were deep and a touch of venom flashed, even if it was only for a moment. It was still keenly captured by Lu Xian. At this time, Lu Tianhao slowly climbed up, gasping for breath, sitting on the ground, his body's martial qi in disarray. Don't think that old me doesn't know that you can't be humane, and the so-called children are not your seed at all. The reason why you agreed to quit so painfully back then was simply because you wanted to borrow the hand of my Lu family. Getting rid of that woman who put a hat on you, as well as those 2 wild seeds was just that. These words came out. Wow. It definitely belonged to explosive news, causing a commotion around the area. Shocking all the people to that point. Even the 2 of them, Lu Xian and Qingnu, were shocked by this kind of news. Nonsense, looking for death. With a black face, Si Kongming retorted loudly, and with a flash of his figure, he had already appeared in front of Lu Tianhao. With a face full of hostility, his gaze surging with killing intent, he raised his hand and slapped it down. Bang! The 9th grade Great Perfection's full strength strike contained a terrifying force. Immediately, blood and flesh flew horizontally. Clan Chief. Patriarch. When the crowd of Lu family members saw this, they immediately called out in panic. Lu Chengfeng clenched his fists, veins rippling, incomparably angry. Si Kongming, you're looking for death. Dare to touch my Lu family members, don't forget that State Lord Lu Yiming is my elder brother. When Si Kongming heard these words, his body stagnated and froze in place. Eating melon is almost done, Qing female will bring him to the city square, as well as that murderer of Huoleidong. Not a single one should be spared. Chapter 45, A Sideways Change. Lu Xian just gave the order. Have the Green Lady bring them to the city square. To publicly dispose of these people from the Lu family in front of all the people. Stop. A loud shout was followed by a youthful figure, wearing a golden armor, with a handsome appearance and a dragon's stride. Behind it, there were thousands of generals. In an instant, thousands of generals quickly surrounded Lu Xian, Qingnu, and Si Kongming. I am Lu Zilong, His Majesty's personally appointed a 5th grade military general official body to hold the position of partial general of winning prefecture city. In charge of 5,000 city guards. He, stepping forward, came with an aggressive momentum, not waiting for the crowd to react. He had already come to Lu Chengfeng's side and helped him up with one hand. Gazing at the crowd with an icy gaze, he coldly said, "Lu Chengfeng, an official of the 4th rank, the city's main general. You, Lu Zian, are nothing but a scholar, and you have no honor. For a white-bodied scholar like you, what qualifications do you have to dispose of officials in the court?" The forceful words, which were loud and clear, immediately caused many people to secretly start sweating for Lu Zian. No matter what. Lu Chengfeng was also a 4th-ranked military general in the dynasty, and over the years, so much evil had been done. Then it had to be handed over to the state lord for disposal, or brought back to the royal capital to wait for His Majesty's punishment. And not, like now, wanting to lynch someone. Lu Zilong's voice was loud and clear as he spoke again. "I'll tell you, this son maliciously harmed an official in the court. Do you think he should be killed? If you all think that he shouldn't be killed, all of you will be disposed of as accomplices. At that time, not to mention that there is no place for you and others in Winning State City, even the entire Winning State will be a dead end. A word of advice to all of you, think carefully, should this son die?" With these threatening words finished, the surrounding people were immediately scared to death. No one would doubt their authenticity, because Big Brother Lu Chengfeng, that was the state lord of the Winning State. Offending them was undoubtedly asking for death. Damn it! Damn it! Kill him! Along with the first hesitant opening of his mouth, in no time, all the people chanted. Lu Zilong walked up to Lu Zian and said with a confident face, "Mr. Lu, if you are more sensible, this matter will end here. Leave Si Kongming and the others behind, and you pretend that you don't know anything. How? Otherwise, even if you have a half-step innate expert protecting you, do you think you can survive in the face of the people of the last city?" It had to be said that the other party was indeed a rare talent. Being able to utilize his lack of official status in such a short period of time, inciting the people of a city to fall into a state of panic. That way, against himself, will be the only way out for these people. Even also dared to his face this kind of unscrupulous threat. Terrific! Si Kongming's face was ashen, because he saw that amongst the crowd, Deng Yuping, Concern Lan, as well as a group of beloved generals were all escorted out. They were all escorted out. Failure! After years of planning, at this moment, he finally missed. Gentlemen, Lord Si went crazy after drinking that year and personally slaughtered his wife as well as his children, as well as more than 100 lives up and down the city lord's mansion. It happened to be me who witnessed the entire process, and then Lord Lu would step in with great righteousness, forcing City Lord Si out of the city for many years. Everyone say yes or no? Lu Zilong shouted aloud, his voice carried in everyone's ears. It was heard loud and clear. By the way, everyone, not long from now, Lord State Lord will come with his troops to inspect Winning State City. I very much hope that at that time, everyone will be able to have a family reunion and eat together. Previously, those people were still a bit hesitant, not quite able to accept these words of his. With the addition of those 2 sentences later. That's right. Back then, my family's black dog passed by the city lord's mansion and witnessed the entire process, just like what Lord Lu said. There's no 2 ways about it. To actually kill his own wife and children. Old brother, there's something wrong with your words. What do you mean by his own wife? Cough, cough. A moment of anger said it wrong, don't care about these details. Around them, there was a chorus of abuse, despite the fact that they had been oppressed by the Lu family. They were also forced to come out and concur with the other party at this moment. Although Lu Zian was very powerful and had experts following him around, it was only a pity. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to execute everyone in the Lu family at once. Lu Yiming was also the state lord and would be coming to Winning State City again in the near future. Which is more important? They naturally knew exactly. What's more, it was all just about staying alive. You guys, even Si Kongming's eyes went black, only feeling that his chest was blocked by something, and he was so angry that his face turned blue. Half the time, he couldn't even utter a single word skillfully. Put. In the end, he was even so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Qingfeng's face was full of admiration as he stared at this family scion in front of him. Dealing with things without being alarmed, and not being disorganized in the face of danger. What if I say I must dispose of them? Lu Zian's words were like a thunderbolt from the flat ground. It quickly spread around. In an instant, it fell into a terrifying silence, a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing amongst each other could be easily heard. Those people cast over to him, puzzled, perplexed, bewildered, angry, helpless, and compassionate. Lu Zilong sniffed, paused for a moment, and snorted immediately afterward. If Mr. Lu is bent on getting out of here, it's still an unknown whether he can leave here or not. Of course, our Lu family will definitely not touch you. But once something happens to our family head, the state lord will come here, and I'm afraid that he will slaughter the city. To avenge his only brother. What? Slaughter the city? In an instant, everyone was stunned. Never in a million years did they expect that things would actually evolve to this point. Obviously, the people, had only come over to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, the fire ended up burning on themselves. Lord Lu, Aunt Lu, Grandmaster Lu, kissing father, you mustn't get carried away again. Lord Lu, I beg you, let's forget about this matter. Yes. If the state lord gets up, he may not know how he'll retaliate against us. I beg Lord Lu to give us a way out. I beg Eunuch Lu to give us a way out. In a flash, the surrounding people knelt down in unison. At a glance, tens of thousands of people were pleading with him not to pursue this matter. No one could bear the consequences. Lu Zilong, you guys are shameless. Si Kongming was furious and once again pointed at the other party and cursed angrily. The years of planning had come to nothing, not to mention. Right now, there was clearly an opportunity to completely kill Lu Zhanfeng, the culprit. Instead, Lu Zilong, this guy, in just a few words, made all the people fall to the Lu family, not to mention. He even presumed to dispose of himself. Lu Zian looked around the circle and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement. People's hearts, indeed, are all selfish and self-interested. And yet, they are greedy and afraid of death. Perhaps they had knelt down for a long time and forgot how to stand up. Dark One. As soon as Lu Zian's voice came out, swish! In a flash, the Dark One figure had appeared. Take it down. The latter immediately understood, and with a flash of his figure, he directly grabbed Lu Chengfeng, with a sharp sword on the other party's neck. Lu Zian, what are you going to do? Do you really disregard the deaths of the people of a city? Lu Zilong's expression changed slightly, then he questioned loudly. Expecting to use the lives of the people of a city to threaten Lu Zian. The lives and deaths of the people of a city, can you hold them? Chapter 46 Without an official body. The people of a city, is it not for you to kill them whenever you say so? Even the lord of a state dare to make a massacre. Those people who were oppressed by them couldn't figure it out, couldn't he figure it out? What's more, Lu Zian didn't just clean up the Lu family. There is also Lu Yiming, who is far away from the main city of the winning state. Also do not intend to let go. A hill of raccoons, certainly not good people. However, what made him the most curious was how this kind of person, who was so corrupted to the extreme, became the head of a state. In the middle of the Grand Xia. If everyone was like Lu Yiming, sheltering his own family and acting as a bully on one side, how can the people live in peace and happiness? His wife tried her best to protect the summer, but it has already become a breeding ground for moths. 1,000 holes. Since this is the case, this trip to the north, I'm afraid that it will be a big deal. Lu Ziyan, you, a scholar with no merit in your name, have no authority to dispose of Lord General Lu. Lu Zilong spoke again to remind Lu Ziyan. Even if you have an expert to protect you, so what if you hold Lu Chengfeng hostage? Wantonly beating and killing a court official is a capital offense. Seeing that Lu Ziyan didn't take it seriously, he thought quickly in his head and, finally, he remembered a rule that maliciously harming an official in the court, even if one has made a mark in the way of literature, that is also a capital offense. Lu Ziyan's expression froze slightly, turned his head, looked at the green woman and asked, is there this article? There is. But if you want to do it, just go ahead and do it. The big deal is that afterward, Xingnu will have a life for a life. In the Great Xia Law, those who intentionally kill an official of the dynasty but do not have an official position of their own, one life against one life. The Qing female's response was somewhat unexpected. At the same time, he was a little complicated inside. The secret guard arranged by the old master was really different. However, this kind of one life against one life, in his case, it simply did not exist. Aunt Lu, you can't back down. Si Kongming saw him asking such a question and thought that the heart had the intention to retreat. Going one step in front of him, it had already reached the point where there was no way out. Retreat? Lu Ziyan grunted, escort away. Signaling Dark One to escort Lu Chengfeng, he moved towards the city square. One incense stick later. Around the square, the people were gathered, a sea of people. However, this time, those people did not come here to watch the crowd. On the contrary, all of them came here, begging Lu Ziyan to release the Lu family, including Lu Zilong, leading thousands of city guard generals, surrounding the high platform. At the same time, on the Lu family's side, they also pushed out the murderer of Huo Leidong as well as that little girl. After all, Lu Ziyan had said that if he didn't hand over the murderer, then he would tie up all of the Lu family. Forcing those few murderers, they had to come out and admit it themselves. It was midday. The sun was blazing in the sky. Despite this, the Lu family's murderers who killed Huo Leidong did not feel the heat at all. Instead, they felt cold. Lu Chengfeng had a straight face. Even though he was held against his neck by Dark One's sword, he was still relaxed. Lu Ziyan sat in front of the case, leaning against the eunuch chair, waiting until it was almost time. City Lord C, if I remember correctly, in this city, besides the city lord as well as a few main generals, there should also be 2 senatorial generals, right? On top of that, there must be more than a dozen county ministers down below. When the crowd heard this, they were all a bit confused. Good end. Why did he mention these things? Aunt Lu, that is indeed the case, except that most of the senators are civil officials, responsible for logistics as well as handling some daily affairs. Si Kongming was also a bit baffled, but still answered truthfully. Within half an hour, I want to see all the officials in the city, otherwise, beheading. Lu Ziyan leaned back in his chair, his legs swinging on the tablet in front of him, squinting his eyes as he lightly fluttered a sentence. But it was filled with stern killing intent. If there is anyone who does not come, kill. Si Kongming walked into the crowd and explained a few words. Lu Chengfeng was a little confused as to what kind of operation the other party was doing. For no reason at all, what was the point of bringing all those generals and county ministers here? Half an hour passed. The city officials arrived one after another. The two generals, all of them are old men of letters, all of them have a righteous demeanor. Despite not knowing why they were summoned here. But see Lu Ziyan sitting in a high position, so debauchery, no one in sight sitting posture. Then looking at the drawn-out Lu Zilong and those city guards around him. Finally, he also noticed that City Lord Si, who had disappeared for a long time, was also there. But he was just standing, not even qualified to sit down. Then when they realized that the main general Lu Chengfeng was there, it directly startled them. That was a figure who only had a hand in winning State City. He was actually held at the neck by a man in black with a sword. Fake, right? Those officials hastily rubbed their eyes. They smacked themselves hard. They thought they were dreaming in broad daylight. However, the two senators were still knowledgeable and broad-minded in the end, and quickly noticed the seated Lu Ziyan. The duo, who were about to become human experts, instantly guessed a generalization. Your humble servant, Zhangling Qiuhe, has met your excellency. Those county ministers who came later, one by one, were a bit at a loss for words, and many of them wanted to salute Lu Chengfeng. But the other party was being held hostage again. The situation was a bit confusing for a moment, and they could only stand there awkwardly. Lu Ziyan posture correct, quite a bit of surprise to survey Zhangling, Qiu, and two people. Have not yet had time to speak. Lu Zilong jumped ahead and coldly grunted, Counselor Zhang, Counselor Qiu, this son is just a scholar with no official status, you two court officials. Saluting such a scholar, spreading the word, what is the decency? Along with this questioning voice rang out. The two of them glanced at each other, both with frozen expressions. No official status? How is that possible? Unexpected, how could they possibly guess? A scholar without official status, yet he dared to summon a group of officials with such fanfare. What's more, he had taken the city's main general Lu Chengfeng hostage. Don't be afraid, although Mr. Lu has no official status, he is the aunt of the Duke of Jin and the husband of the Protector General. What the Lu family has done in the past has long since caused heaven's wrath, if we can't use this to get rid of them. In the future, you will only be able to live a life of darkness. Si Kongming stood out and tried to persuade them. Enough! City Lord Si Lu Zilong tried to stop him from continuing. He was afraid that those wallflower people would change their minds because of this. Senator Zhang, Senator Qiu, I summoned you here for one thing. For 1 hour, list out Lu Chengfeng's crimes over the years. If it's 10 crimes, I'll behead it. If there's no crime at all, I'll release him. This is the only chance, you guys do as you see fit. Lu Ziyan did not talk nonsense and was simple and clear, while casting a meaningful look at Si Kongming. The latter immediately comprehended it and started pulling the duo aside to persuade them. Alright, everyone has arrived. He walked out from inside the case and slowly approached the 3 murderers who killed Huo Leidong. The 3 young men, with dull eyes and light footsteps, needless to say are dude standards. As soon as he snatched the longsword from the green woman's hands, he walked up to the 3. Which hand hit? What? One of the dudes, scared white, directly knelt on the ground. The 2 next to him also backed up, panicked. The hand that hit Huo Leidong? Lu Ziyan's icy voice sounded once more, comparing to before, this time, it seemed a bit impatient. Chapter 47 Strong. Someone blocking again? The city square. On the high platform. The 3 Lu family dudes were trembling, looking flustered and fearful. Lu Chengfeng saw this situation. Even though he was already being held hostage with a sword, he still rebuked loudly, Lu Ziyan, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, if anything happens to them, I will kill. Hearing these words, Lu Ziyan turned his head, smiled gently, and shook his head to himself. The next second, raising his hand, he swung it, and the longsword turned into a cold light, slicing through a dude's right hand. Snort! With a sound, the arm flew away. Ah! My hand is broken. Those children of the Lu family cried out in pain, with a look of despair on their faces. A sudden scene. It directly caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Really made a move. Without any scruples, how dare they? Gulp! Many people gulped nervously, staring daggers at that Lu family's son. Lu Ziyan, you passed. Lu Zilong let out a clang and directly drew his sword, about to charge up. The green lady stood horizontally in front of her, her body's 8th grade great perfection aura rippling out. Ran. Lu Ziyan didn't bother about this at all. Speaking to himself, Wu Leidong, whether it's his father or grandfather, has made great contributions to the Grand Xia. It's fine for you to oppress him and humiliate him in the past. But why did you kill him painfully? How old was that little girl? What could she have done to you? Why don't you even spare such a little girl? Are you still alone? Saying that, he raised his sword once again and chopped over at its other arm with another sword. Ah! My arm is broken again, it hurts me to death. Family master, help! That son of the Lu family cried out in pain and rolled around on the ground continuously. Among the crowd, the little girl's mother, seeing this scene, was also crying in pain. And kneeling down, she kept kowtowing towards Lu Ziyan. If it wasn't for the other party, I'm afraid that in this lifetime, it would be impossible for her to avenge her daughter's death. On the high platform, the other two Lu family children were completely scared to the point of wetting their pants. Their expressions were as white as paper, their bodies trembled, and inside their mouths, they kept explaining, "It's none of my business, please let me go." Lu Ziyan carried his sword, and above the tip of the sword, blood was still dripping. "It's your turn." The words were finished. Ignoring their wailing, a few more swords went down, cutting off all of the arms of the two of them as well. Ah! My arm, it's gone, help! Father, mother, I'm in pain. The cries and shouts shook the sky, causing the people around them to not be able to help but feel a sense of fear and trepidation. However, they were punished in such a way, yet none of them sympathized. On weekdays, the Lu family members were almost always the masters of oppressing the people. Even the guards of the house, they flaunted their weapons outside and collected asylum fees. Stop! Lu Ziyan, you are very good and have successfully challenged my bottom line. If you don't dare to kill me today, in the future, this city full of people will definitely die because of you. Even if you kill me, by the time my big brother arrives, you people will have to die. Lu Zhanfeng's eyes were red, as if he was a lion furious to the extreme, roaring at Lu Ziyan. Lu Zilong, get on me and kill them. Finally, he roared angrily at Lu Zilong, no longer wanting to care about that much at all. Thousands of city guards were here. He could still let him humiliate the Lu family like this. Yes. Lu Zilong had also long been red-eyed and drew his matching sword. Go. Behead them. At this moment, the surrounding city guards that surrounded the area. A swarm of them rushed onto the high platform, about to shatter Lu Ziyan into pieces. Protect Aunt Lu. Sikong Ming was the first to step forward, his body's 9th grade great perfection chi erupting. Raising his hand, he slapped hundreds of people away. We're here. Zhang Ling, Xiu He and the two of them came forward and back, guarding around Lu Ziyan. The literary chi on their bodies stirred up. The white literary chi wrapped around the two of them, moving up and down in a rhythmic manner. It seemed to form a protective shield. Wen chi protecting the body. This was a trait that could only be possessed by those who were in the Jinshi realm of the Tao of literature. Ha! Lu Ziyan let out a shocked "eep," but he did not expect that the two of them were actually Jinshi realm literary Tao cultivators. Gentleman's words, if you are unkind to your officials, you can kill them all. Zhang Ling casually chanted out a sentence, and the white literary chi around his body quickly became denser, and was no longer a single literary chi. Instead, it transformed into a myriad of white characters, resembling a white snake, constantly twisting, gyrating, and moving up and down in a rhythmic manner. The sage of Confucius once said that my Wen Dao can withstand 10,000 weapons. Raising his hand, those Wen Shi that were like white snakes flying around immediately changed into a huge shield. Those who rushed up to the generals before they had time to strike. With a big push of his hand, the shield quickly suppressed them. Boom! It crashed through dozens of 5th and 6th rank generals at once. A gentleman's words, for the sake of great justice, you can kill all enemies. Not willing to lag behind, Zhouyi's words just fell, beckoning his hand to condense. A giant sword made of words was seen appearing in front of him. Get lost! With a violent shout, the giant sword flew across the room and in an instant, sent hundreds of generals flying. The moment the two struck out at the same time. It was really an eye-opening moment for Lu Ziyan. Other people fighting, exchanging blows, shouting are all feats, moves. They are good, actually not moving is the gentleman's words, whole holy words. As if they don't shout so many sentences, they can't do anything. The whole platform, into a chaos. However, no one was able to get close to Lu Ziyan's side. This chaos lasted for half an hour. Until the thousands of city guards were all knocked to the ground, and even more than half of them couldn't get up from their heavy injuries. From this, a large area of fallen generals in front of them wailed and moaned in pain. Lu Zilong was grabbed by Sikong Ming, sealing his martial cultivation, and was escorted by Concern Lan. Lu Ziyan carried his sword, his face expressionless, and walked over to those three Lu family sons who already had their arms broken. Then he smiled contemptuously at Lu Chengfeng. Swinging his sword, he chopped down. Then he saw a head fly out. You really dare? Lu Chengfeng's pupils dilated violently, his face filled with incredulity. He didn't expect the other party to be so bold, completely disregarding the life and death of the people of a city. Directly made a move. Why don't you dare? Another sword, once again taking away a Lu family disciple. One sword at a time, without any hesitation, the surrounding people were silenced for a while as they watched. Lu Zilong's threat from before was still ringing in their ears. Secretly seal his cultivation and bring him here. The corners of Lu Zian's mouth rose as he stared at him without looking away. No! You can't kill him, you really can't kill him. Lu Zilong was anxious and could not hold back any longer. He kept struggling, wanting to break free from Concerned Land's bondage. Unfortunately, at this moment, his cultivation was sealed. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be a match for Concerned Lan? Among the crowd, a few extremely old, gray-haired old men, holding onto their walking sticks, walked out tremblingly. Mr. Lu, stop. There was no other way. The people, seeing that they couldn't stop Lu Zian, had to find a few old and prestigious Wen Dao experts. There were 5 people in total, all of whom were about to bury their existence up to their chests. Perhaps the 5 people's literary Dao cultivation was not very high. The tallest of them was only in the lifted person realm. The remaining 4 were all in the Shokai realm. By the time they reached the year of the fall, they had not refined their skills by half again. Therefore, can only live out their lives in peace and happiness. Old Man Mu, you guys quickly stop him. You can't kill the family head, or else you people of a city. Lu Zilong immediately called out sharply when he saw the visitor. The old man at the head, with cloudy eyes, was disgusted. Chapter 48, a lot of offenses, to be beheaded. The old man, Mu Renjong. He had held the position of seneschal in the city for more than 10 years. In Winning State City, he had some reputation. Even Lu Chengfeng, who was a ruthless man, would call him a bad guy when he saw him. Even Lu Chengfeng, who was an unscrupulous guy, would call him Elder Mu when he met him, but only if it didn't offend his interests. Stop it. Old Man Mu walked up to the high platform with his cane, looking agitated and trembling. Panting, with a look of overexercise, it really made people worry about him, whether or not he would go immortal on this. This gentleman, no matter how unforgivable he is. For the sake of the peace of the people of a city, you can't touch him. As soon as they arrived in front of Lu Zian, they began to persuade him bitterly. Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed wildly with abandon and spoke with eyes full of contempt. Even if you have a half-step innate realm powerhouse, so what? So what if you catch me? Lu Zian, now it's not just my son's revenge, the clan head's revenge. Between you and me, there will be no end to death. Saying this, his gaze was cold and stern, and he gritted his teeth as if he wanted to tear Lu Zian apart. From this moment onwards, regardless of whether it was Lu Zian or the people of Winning State City, all of them had been completely memorized by him. Come on. Feel free to kill me with your hands. Lu Chengfeng was nearly insane and shouted at Lu Zian, what's the matter? Don't dare to do it? Stimulating him with provocative language. With the presence of several respected old things like Mu Renjong, he could be certain that it would never be possible for Lu Zian to decapitate himself. General Lu, just cut the crap and stop trying to irritate Mr. Lu. Mu Renjong was extremely disgusted as he rushed at Lu Chengfeng to persuade him, his old face filled with helplessness. Yet, he didn't dare to let Lu Zian make a move to kill him. That was someone who was tied to the people of the entire Winning Prefecture city. If he died, the people of the city would meet their doom. Oh? Lu Zian's eyes were filled with killing intent, not hiding it in the slightest, just watching him jumping up and down with interest. You're eager for me to behead you? Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng first froze for a moment, and then immediately laughed maniacally. Ha! Don't bluff, you don't dare to kill me. They won't let you kill me either. Be sensible and immediately ask him to release me, otherwise all of you you'll all have to die. What? Everyone's bodies jolted in shock and horror. When Mu Renjong heard this, he trembled and his body shook, almost falling to the ground. At that moment, no longer having the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly knelt down to Lu Zian, his voice trembling as he shouted, Sir Lu, no, how about you just let him go? Swish! As he knelt down like this, the people once again knelt down in unison. Sir Lu, let General Lu go. I beg Eunuch Lu to spare General Lu. The sound was so loud that it shook the sky and the earth. All the people were united in wanting him to spare Lu Chengfeng. Good. Good. The scene in front of him really chilled him. Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed triumphantly, as if he was mocking Lu Zian's inability to do anything about it. Old thing Mu, you're very good at what you do. After this matter, leave your family alive. And you guys, you've all performed well. Even though he was being held by Dark One's long sword across his neck, he remained calm and collected, not caring about his situation in the slightest. With so many people pleading for him, even Mu Renjong, such a highly respected person, all began to take the lead. Steady. Ran. At this time, Lu Zian was too lazy to bother with Mu Renjong and the others. Counselor Zhang, what I asked you to do just now, has it been done? Before, let Zhang Ling and the others go search and list out Lu Qingfeng's crimes. If the crimes were unforgivable, he would be beheaded without mercy. Zhang Ling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, holding a thick book in his hands, his voice tensed. These are all the crimes committed by General Lu in the past few years. Duke Lu, take a look. In fact, when he checked these just now, he was very tormented inside. In the end. Still, reason overcame fear, and likewise knew one thing: the situation in Winning State City, if it kept going on like this, in less than 10 years, will be hell on earth. By that time, will certainly also attract the attention of the dynasty. At that time, even if the matter has nothing to do with him, it will be hard to escape death. Both so. Zheng Ling chose to go out now, bet his life also have to stand on the side of Lu Ziyan. Returning a clear sky to Winning State City. Lu Ziyan, you are not an official of the dynasty. What qualifications do you have to call for an investigation of General Lu? Lu Zilong was the first to jump out and express his defiance. Because he was clear about one thing. General Lu simply could not withstand investigation, nor could he be investigated. Over the years, the crimes committed, any one of them, I'm afraid, would be a capital offense. Can't be investigated? Lu Ziyan's complexion was cold as he walked forward and took the book in Zhang Ling's hand. Immediately. Started flipping page by page, with a paragraph of text into the eyes. Seeing him gnashing his teeth. Invading other people's mansions, forcibly possessing other people's wives, forcibly robbing good women, so far. Lu Chengfeng snatched 132 women as his own harem. Wantonly beating and killing thousands of people without any reason. The only explanation is that the other party is blocking his way. The most rampant time. In the street, encountered a beggar, were kicked by him, and ended up with a half-body paralyzed. As well as the passing wild dog, just because of barking, was also brutally killed by him. Ruthless man. This is definitely a ruthless man. Even wild dogs are not spared. Recorded above a pile, a piece, see Lu Ziyan blood pressure directly soared, burning with anger. Never seen such a lawless person. Especially CA, more than 10 days ago, Lu Chengfeng out, see a funeral procession, see the procession, there is a beauty over the woman. Directly up to snatch people. Poor Wang Yangzi, just dead husband, was snatched to his house, tortured for several days, and finally died of hatred. The incident caused quite a stir, but was eventually suppressed by him due to his status and strength. There is no bottom line. Lu Ziyan only saw half of it and gave such a comment. At the same time, inwardly, he also gave the answer to dispose of him. Behead. Must be beheaded. Such a scum, if he is not beheaded, the future of Winning Prefecture City might turn into a hell of a place. Just think about his wife Lin Xiaoyan, who fought desperately in the front, guarding Daxia. Such scum assholes appeared in the rear. Dark One, escort him over. Lu Ziyan threw the book in his hand as if he was about to gnash his teeth. The crowd saw this. There was another burst of crying and begging. Lord Lu, have mercy on me. With an old man on top and a young man in the middle, and a little dainty wife, such a happy and fulfilling family, can you really bear to see us die because of General Lu? Although I don't have a happy family, a mole cricket still has the thought of stealing a life, let alone me, a waste of time waiting for death. Let him go. We don't want to die yet. Mr. Lu, let him go. For a while, the cries rushed to the sky, crying more earnestly than when their father died. But, for all this, Lu Ziyan turned a blind eye. Dark One escorted Lu Chengfeng to the center of the high platform and pressed him to the ground, kneeling down towards the people in front of him. You guys dare to humiliate me like this? Lu Chengfeng, who had been forcibly beaten into kneeling, stared at Lu Ziyan with a face full of anger. Humiliate you? Carrying his sword, he stepped forward and raised his hand, signaling the people to be quiet. I won't let go. The words were finished. He waved his sword and chopped down directly. A column of blood spurted out, and he saw Lu Chengfeng's head with a face full of incredulity, as well as intense shock. General Lu, you guys. Lu Zilong roared in hysterical rage, constantly trying to rush forward. It was only a pity that he was being held down on the ground by death. Thud. The head smashed on the ground. At that moment, the entire plaza was silent, falling into an eerie silence. It was as if everyone had been frozen in an instant. Their pupils first widened, revealing an unacceptable, unbelievable look. Immediately after. Then, they were hopeless, desperate to the extreme. Chapter 49, What's Unacceptable? Tick. Tick-tock. In the middle of the square, it was frighteningly quiet. Even the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. It could be heard with incomparable clarity. Lu Chengfeng was dead. Just like that, he was beheaded by Lu Ziyan with a single sword. Confused. Mu Renjong came back to his senses from the shock and despair, continuously slapping the ground with great force and shouting with old tears. Confused? Lu Ziyan didn't even bother with these stubborn old men. Faced with such a evil, unforgiving person, it was hard not to kill him with a sword. Finished? All of you are finished. State Lord Lu will soon arrive at Winning State City, and none of you will be able to escape. Lu Zilong, red-eyed, shouted with abandon, even with a bit of madness. These words resounded in the ears of every single citizen. It caused their bodies to shake involuntarily. Emotions such as fear, worry, and despair surged on the faces of every single one of the people. Obviously. In the view of these people, once Lu Chengfeng died, then his elder brother, Lu Yiming, would definitely take revenge on them. At that time, I'm afraid that as Lu Zilong said, the other party would slaughter the people of a city to avenge his brother. Can't run away? Lu Ziyan handed his long sword to the green girl and slowly came to Lu Zilong's front, who said, I'm going to run. These words came out. Many people felt a lightning in their eyes. Some of the stoic ones were already pondering the meaning of these words, thinking that if he had dared to behead Lu Zilong in public, would he also dare to behead State Lord Lu Yiming? If he really did that, then wouldn't they, the people, not have to die? Anyway, the situation in front of them. Because of Lu Qingfeng's death, they have been completely missed by Lu Yiming. They will die either way. What if? In case this person, Lu Ziyan, on a whim, beheads all the state lords, how good would that be? You're not leaving? Lu Zilong's expression froze, a little less sure, and he inquired once more. Do you know why I came from the royal capital? And why did you go north from Lingzhou City? Lu Ziyan's voice echoed in the ears of every single human citizen around the square. That's because I've come for the people, to clean up you great Siamoths. I won't stop until I've chopped you scum clean, death. A few short sentences, as if they were an oath, were just uttered. Rumble. The clear sky suddenly resounded with a clap of thunder. Immediately after, he then felt the civil officials in his body, seemingly sensing something, a trace of golden civil chi gushing out from the gap of the gate. The heart felt something. As expected, after Lu Ziyan sensed that trace of golden wen chi, he secretly thought. On the path of the way of literature. In addition to reading texts and writings, there was also the one of pleading for the people. Even so, he could sense that the reason why the path of the way of literature was incomplete was perhaps because those individual literature Dao cultivators. It was too one-dimensional, only wanting to rely on poetry and literature to improve themselves. In fact, martial arts can settle the world, and literature should settle the world. What? You are still obsessed with beheading the state lord? Lu Zilong seemed to have heard some heavenly joke, not believing it at all. The surrounding people were also in an uproar, simply unable to imagine that Lu Ziyan's guts were so enormous. Beheading the main general of a city was not to mention. He even hit on the lord of a state. Crazy. Insane. Too crazy. If he has a clear conscience, I will honor him. If he's a fish and flesh man, I'll behead him. Why not? Lu Ziyan's face had a calm expression, and his words were spoken calmly. However, it gave everyone a shock like turning a river. As well as disbelief. How could someone be so righteous as to stand up for the people? Mr. Lu really wants to stand up for the people? Zhang Ling thought he had heard wrong and couldn't help but ask again. After all, from the day he became a senator general, he also had this lofty ambition in his heart. He had also thought about contributing to the people's peace and happiness. Only a pity. The reality is, with Lu Changfeng, relying on his own strong strength, as well as a state master big brother, then they will be unscrupulous to oppress the people. Lu Ziyan walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. You are a good official, able to defy the threat of the Lu family and also make the crimes known to the public. Afterwards, he then placed his gaze on Si Kongming, and inside his eyes, a murderous intent flashed by. Dark One, kill him. Suddenly, Dark One directly struck out, blasting Si Kongming to death in a few moves before he could even react. Lord City Lord. The two Lord Generals, concerned Lan and Tang Yuping, hurriedly rushed up and hugged Si Kongming and called out in panic. This moment. It directly confused everyone. Before, Lord Si Chang was clearly so supportive of Lord Lu, why was he killed? Duke Lu this? Zhang Ling was a bit at a loss for words, this way of the other party killing someone for no reason. It shocked him at once. I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. The moment he dared to use Wu Leidong to count on me. The outcome was already predetermined. What? General Hua's offspring was used by City Lord Si to scheme against Duke Lu? Those people around them were all astonished beyond measure at this news. Duke Lu, this matter is none of our business, it was all plotted by Lord Si City himself. And we also know many scandalous things about him. Concerned Orchid looked terrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for forgiveness. Alright. I'll leave this matter to you guys to deal with the rest of those people from the Lu family. General Guan knows how to go about it? As Lu Ziyan passed by Guanlan's side, he patted her shoulder forcefully, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Got it. The next day, Lu Ziyan leisurely woke up from the city lord's mansion compartment. Soon, Qingnu walked in holding a bowl of rice porridge and a few buns. Auntie, wash up, breakfast is ready. After arranging the breakfast, she thoughtfully brought a basin of water to her heels. In response to this, he could only say helplessly, how many times have I said, these small things don't need your hands. Just find a random maid to come over and do it. These things are done by my subordinate personally in order to rest assured that your aunt is safe. Winning state. State Lord's mansion. Study room. Lu Yiming was dressed in a blue shirt, holding a brush in his hand as he was writing something. It wasn't long. A guard hurriedly ran in from outside. Lord State Lord, news has come from Winning State City, Lu, General Lu has been beheaded. As soon as the guard came in, Lu Yiming's movement stalled and he stopped writing. Instead, his tiger's eyes revealed a fierce light and he just stared at the guard. What? Fiercely, his figure flashed, directly coming to that guard, reaching out and grabbing. He directly grabbed the other party's neck and stared at him with a hostile and ferocious face. State, Lord State Master, spare my life. Crying for mercy, his body trembled. Lu Yiming turned a blind eye to this, and with a forceful twist, click. With a sound, the guard directly stared wide-eyed, severing his breath. Casually threw the body out, striding out of the study. Immediately, a few guards came forward and disposed of the dead guard. Chen Shang, transfer 50,000 generals and quickly follow this state lord to Winning State City. Lu Yiming arrived at the entrance of the state lord's mansion, and a middle-aged general, with a grave expression, respectfully came before him. Yes. Lord State Lord. Promising, Chen Shang hurriedly began to mobilize his troops. Half an hour later, the 50,000-strong army had set off towards Winning State City in great numbers. Chapter 50, The Stolen City Lord Order. Royal Capital. Shun Tian Palace. The Xia Emperor was sitting on the upper seat with a slightly angry expression as he swept his eyes over the group of officials below. Not long ago, news came in one after another. It caused the entire courtroom to fall into silence. A large number of unfamiliar martial artists had appeared in Lingzhou City, and there were even innate realm experts. What's more, several innate realm powerhouses had fallen. 5 9th grade experts, dozens of 8th grade great circles, and hundreds of 8th grade martial artists. They were killed by a group of generals organized by Lin Xiaoyan. Your Majesty, General Lin's ability, even though he no longer has any martial cultivation in his body, he still leads his generals and kills so many foreign enemies by virtue of his prestige. An official stood out, arched his hand, and spoke in a chorus of words. What Lord Wang said is very true. After General Lin lost all his cultivation, he still has the ability to strategize and plan. With this alone, I'm afraid that few can compare. Another official chimed in. Some of the officials who were good with the Zhenghua bus began to speak out one after another. Inside and outside the words, they were all hinting that the Xia Emperor's decision to lower Lin Xiaoyan's position was a wrong decision. Unfortunately, what the Xia Emperor had in mind was not these at all. The power controlled by the Lin family was too great, so great that it made a generation of emperors wary. As when he was alive, he could still be suppressed. And now, he is old, his body is getting worse every day, and the crown prince is too young. There was simply no ability to suppress the Lin family. It is for this reason Xiao Wuji had to swing the butcher's knife at his former old brother. The emperor's suspicion of the emperor's high merit. It wasn't just talk. The Lin family controls the Black Dragon Riders and has a secret guard. Your Majesty, the latest notification, the aunt of the Duke of Jin's house, is currently in the city of Wenzhou, disregarding the law of the land and brutally murdering officials of the court. The king of Winning State, Summeryu, stood out with an arch and shouted. A green 3-clawed python robe, extremely honorable, black and white mixed with long hair, lowered his head, eyes deep flickering intense killing opportunity. What? Lu Zian, a scholar, actually killed a court official. Deadly offense. Many officials had a huge shock within their hearts. They did not expect that the scholarly ant on the Duke of Jin's residence. He left the royal capital. And also killed officials in the city of Wenzhou, which was 108,000 miles away. Emperor Xia's expression froze slightly, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to react. As far as he knew, Lu Zian ran to the front line, the South Sea Pass. Before. Several times when the front line sent back news, there was no mention of him. It was thought that Lu Zian had already died at the South Sea Pass. Your Majesty, Lu Zian, a scholar, was so impulsive as to kill a court official. I'm afraid that General Lin's instigation is behind it, as well as Duke Lin's indulgence. With that official only finished speaking, Emperor Xia's face was gloomy to the extreme, trying to find ways to completely suppress the Lin family. 3 or 4 times there were changes not to mention. What's more, right now, even a scholar dared to kill a court official. Good. Bang. Lifting his hand and slapping it fiercely and angrily, the entire person stood up and laughed in anger. Good. Even a scholar dares to kill lone officials. Come on, people. Pass on my decree. Lu Zian, a mere scholar, intentionally killed an official of the court, should be killed without pardon. Order the king of Winning State, Summeryu, to go back to Winning State immediately and behead this Fang at all costs. I obey the decree. Winning Prefecture City. On the city lord's mansion. Zhang Ling, Xiu He and the two of them hurriedly ran in. When they saw Lu Zian squinting his eyes and sitting on the eunuch chair, they couldn't help but burst into a bitter smile. There is already news coming back that the state lord, personally leading an army of 50,000 men. He's pointing his sword at the city of Wenzhou. At that time, I'm afraid that the people will be devastated. The green lady stood guard, like a straight spear. Aunt Lu, something big is wrong. There is news coming back that the state lord has already brought his troops to Winning State City. Zhang Ling's face was bitter and sorrowful, with a look of we're about to be finished crying and mourning. Ha! Yodo opened her eyes, and when she looked at the fact that it was Zhang Ling, she said breathlessly, Lord Zhang, what's the point of you rushing and panicking? Joey hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade, Auntie, we'd better hurry and run. That Lu Yiming guy, this time, he is leading 50,000 soldiers. If we are not careful, we will lose our lives. It was simple. The two of them rushed to the door in such a hurry to remind Lu Ziyan. They have to make plans before it's too late. Run for the road. For now, running was probably the best way out for them. Run? Lu Ziyan really didn't expect that these two people would actually let themselves run. What about you guys? Us? Zhang Ling and the two of them glanced at each other and then said, the two of us are the generals of a city, we can only die in battle, there is no such thing as retreating. Right now, the people of the city, there are already many who have temporarily left. The rest are some can't leave, as well as some old people too old. As of now, most of the people in the city have already chosen to temporarily avoid the front line and choose to leave. There was no way. Lu Chengfeng's death would definitely cause State Lord Lu Yiming to retaliate. That was the lord of a state. Controlling more than 100,000 troops, his own cultivation level was also a 9th grade great perfection. If not for that, Lu Chengfeng, a mere lord general, how could he have bullied his way above the city lord? Scourging a party. In that case, the people in the city, there are already very few? Lu Ziyan came to be interested and asked rather unexpectedly. This point, when really was never expected. Only. From this, it could be seen that the existence of the Lu family had been terrorized to such an extent. Just purging some moths caused such a big stir, and even more so that the people had to leave the city to avoid trouble. Thinking about this, Lu Ziyan suddenly felt that the request of the Ying spirits seemed to be somewhat uncomplicated. In the underworld, it was as if they were guiding him down a different path. Aunt Lu Zilong's threat from them has caused people to be on edge. Naturally, many of the people have left. Zhang Ling was somewhat helpless, if not for his own role as a city general. I'm afraid that even he was tempted to run away. There is no way. Grilla Talpa still has the idea of stealing life, let alone himself is still a person. Where are the city guards? Lu Ziyan suddenly realized an extremely important thing, which was the city guards. In a city, even the most backward city had 80,000 city guards. Compared to a population of 1 million. 80,000 city guards was not a big number. Zhang Ling was a little embarrassed and scratched his head, embarrassed, that what, the city guards only listen to the city lord's order, even if the landlord will be rampant for so many years. Without the city lord's order, it can't order those city guards. One can only retrain some new city guards. With this explanation down from him, Lu Ziyan also finally became a little clearer. No wonder yesterday in the middle of the square, Lu Zilong only brought thousands of generals. It turned out that those were the city guards that were formed later. Where is the city lord order? He was slightly curious, but at the same time, he was 100% sure that no matter whether it was Lu Zifeng or Si Kongming, neither of them could have the city lord's order on them. Otherwise, Si Kongming was afraid that he would be able to deal with Lu Chengfeng by virtue of mobilizing 80,000 city guards. I don't know. I did hear a rumor in the past that the city lord order was stolen by one of city lord Si's wives. Xiaoyi thought for a moment and finally said some of the things he had heard. The rumor was, Si Kongming had a lady who stole the city lord's order not long after she married him. After that, she disappeared. That was why when Lu Chengfeng descended on Winning State City, one of the reasons why he dared to brazenly arm wrestle with him. For many years, many people suspected that the person who stole the city lord's order was more or less connected to Lu Chengfeng, or rather had a relationship with the person behind him. Stolen? Lu Ziyan was stunned for a moment and quickly came back to his senses, and had a complete explanation as to why Si Kongming was such a loser. Not long ago, it was still speculating that Si Kongming was at least a 9th grade Great Circle expert. He is also the lord of a city. 80,000 city guards, how can be a main general suppressed, even if the other party is also the 9th grade Great Circle? It turned out to be so. Without the city lord's order, don't even think about the city guard's side. Zhang Ling was self-aware. Military orders were like mountains. Without the city lord's order, even if the city lord himself was present, he would not be able to mobilize a single soldier. Until this moment, some doubts in Lu Ziyan's heart were finally explained. No wonder the Xia emperor was so scornful of the Lin family. I'm afraid it was because of the Jingguo order. Chapter 51. How are you worthy of being a general? For many years, the reason why Lu Ziyan had been hiding in the mansion, he didn't go out. In addition to the fact that Jingguo had gotten up to cultivate, there was also a large part of the reason. It is clear that the Xia emperor is afraid that the Lin family has bad intentions. From what everyone respect, has a great war heroes of the country's great generals, married to him so a useless scholar. This already has a deep meaning. Very worth thinking about. Because of this, he was slowly noticing something different as well. Just hadn't been going out in the past. Many things have not been answered until this moment. The city lord's order actually possesses such great power that it can cause 80,000 city guards to recognize only one order. This can be seen. Jinguo order of the terrible place. Undoubtedly equal to the general existence of the holy decree. Since ancient times, emperors have many suspicions. The summer emperor is already old, soon to support, then he must be thinking about the crown prince on the throne. However, with a new emperor on the throne, the foundation is unstable, so I'm afraid that it will be easy to get into trouble. Plus, everyone in the Lin family was like a dragon, almost all of them were military generals, controlling most of the military power in Daxia. Hiss. Thinking about it, I'm afraid that my father-in-law and the others, I'm afraid that it's not as simple as dying in battle. Aunt Lu, what are you thinking about? Zhang Ling saw him frozen in place for a while, not making a sound for a long time, so he waved his hand, interrupting him to continue thinking. Nothing. Shaking his head, he responded to them with a gentle smile. Next. It was quite calm. Those people who had left the city, although they secretly had some complaints about Lu Ziyan. Yet, they did not dare to show it openly. To know. This is the man who beheaded Lu Chengfeng, as well as a number of Lu family members. Even if the state lord came with his troops, he was fearless. The next day. Early morning. Outside the city gate. Day. A sharp sound of horse hooves rang out and the earth trembled. A team of tens of thousands of generals was seen appearing in front. They were none other than Lu Yiming, who had rushed here from the main city, dusty, as well as the 50,000 generals under his command. Upon seeing the three big words winning state city, Lu Yiming's expression turned cold and asked Chen Shang at his side eagerly, is the murderer still in the city? The reason why he rushed here in such a hurry was to prevent the murderer from escaping. Right now. City gate, empty, even in and out of the people are missing one or two. Even the city guards cannot see a person. Fear is that they have long received their own troops to come here news. Chen Shang rode his horse, his gaze resembling a sword, scanning the surrounding area. His tone of voice responded affirmatively, Lord of the state, the murderer has not left the city yet. In the city lord's mansion, Zhang Ling, Xiu He and the two of them have not left either. There are only some women and elderly left inside the city, the rest of the people have already left early. Lu Yiming listened, face involuntarily appeared a touch of gloom, no matter how, have not expected. A city of people, actually ran away. Pass the order down, after entering the city, go on a killing spree. Anger in his heart is difficult to dispel, learned of his brother's death, he has long been born to slaughter the city to avenge the idea. Only a pity. At present, there are not many people left in the city. Yes. When Chen Shang heard this, his body trembled, his eyes were a little intolerant, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Once he came into contact with Lu Yiming's gaze, everything he wanted to say was swallowed back. He could only answer the order and lead the generals to rush in. If you dare to touch the brother of the state lord, then you will have to pay the usual price in blood. The streets of the city. Mu Renzhong brought a few close friends and was about to buy groceries. These 2 days. Due to the matter of Lu Chengfeng, it caused the people in the city to leave 7 to 8. For the rest, quite a few people had gone into hiding, or perhaps chose not to go out. However, there are some lonely people, usually plant some small vegetables, take out to sell. Unexpectedly. At this moment. At the city gates, densely packed generals rushed in. Chen Shang led his troops into the city and happened to see Mu Renzhong and the others. At that instant, a trace of intolerance appeared in his eyes, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to draw his waist-matched sword. Kill. This side. When Mu Renzhong and the others sensed the other party's killing intent, their faces immediately changed drastically, and they shouted in panic, quickly go. Even urging the Wen Qi in their bodies, they were about to counterattack. Nay. These old men, all of them were already too old, and the Wen Qi in their bodies, also because of their age, only the slightest bit was left. Even us old things are not spared. How are you worthy of being a general? Mu Renzhong burst into anger, furious roar, this one, but it is full of gas. Noisy. Chen Shang's silhouette was like electricity, flashing and flashing, waving his sword in a chop. Put. A white Wen Qi had just emerged from Mu Renzhong's body when his head was chopped off by a sword. Elder Mu. The crowd immediately became furious at the sight, and in the next second, those old men were all beheaded one by one. The matter quickly spread to the city lord's mansion. Aunt Lu, hurry up. Zhang Ling ran in from outside in a panic and saw that Lu Ziyan was slowly eating his breakfast. He hurriedly went forward and grabbed his hand. State Lord Lu has already brought his troops into the city, and Elder Mu and the rest of them were all killed. These people have gone completely crazy, killing anyone they see without even asking the reason. While saying this, he pulled him up. Outside. Xiu He was waiting with concern Lan, Tong Yuping, and dozens of generals. Lu Ziyan had just been pulled out. Sir Lu, things are in a hurry. The Lord of Luzhou has many people and no less than 50,000 soldiers this time.
Let General Guan, General Deng lead the men to escort you out of the city. I'll stay behind with old Zhang to fend them off for you. He was brief and concise, arranging with calmness and equanimity. If it was before, they might have planned to rely on Lu Ziyan to deal with Lu Yiming, the state lord. Everything presupposed. It was that the other party did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Right now. On the contrary, Lu Yiming brought his troops into the city and started slaughtering, completely a mad dog that had lost its mind. Lu Ziyan was their only hope to bring down Lu Yiming. Therefore, that was why this arrangement was made. Aunt Lu, I hope that you're true to your word and really purge the people of those moth-eaten scum. Zhang Ling had already held the mindset of certain death and gave a final command. People have a death, or lighter than a goose feather, or heavier than Mount Taishan. If you die for the people's future, it is certainly worth it. Lu Yiming came? And killed Elder Mu and the others? Lu Ziyan reacted, grabbed Zhang Ling and asked loudly. Seeing the other party nodded, affirming things. Go! Lu Ziyan shouted at the green woman and stepped out of the city lord's mansion. Sir Lu, don't get carried away, it's better to leave quickly with General Guan. Xiui still wanted to go forward and persuade a few words. Who knew that people simply ignored him? The green woman carried her sword case, carried her long sword, and quickly chased after him. The city square. Lu Yiming was sitting on the upper seat, and some of the remaining Lu family members from before had started crying in various ways. Below, thousands of people were escorted by the generals, kneeling on the ground, waiting to be sentenced. So, the patriarch is dead, so is multiplying wind, and even Xiaohao was killed. The more Lu Yiming listened, his face grew colder and colder, and deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a blazing fire, burning. That was the blaze of hatred. Chapter 52. All died because of you. Lu Yiming stood tall and just listened to the Lu family cry. Finally, the cold voice, as if it came from the 9 specters, made it chilling to listen to. Since they are all dead, what are you still living for? A short sentence, causing those Lu family members, scalp numb. One by one, their faces were filled with fear, as if they had thought of something terrible. Why? Yiming ah! What do you mean by that? A clan elder, forcibly holding back his inner fear, his mouth dry, his voice panicked as he asked. It was obvious. It could be seen from the fact that the clan elder was so nervous, his heart was about to jump out. Had already heard the meaning of Lu Yiming's words. It was only that he didn't dare to think in that direction. Things had come to a head. Some memories recalled in the depths of their minds. A long-awaited title, Lu Crazy. People called the protector brother crazy. The reason for such a title was solely because of how good Lu Yiming was to his younger brother. It was simply heaven-defying. Indulgent, submissive. Back then, when the 2 brothers were only in their teens, Lu Yiming had been bullied by some of the children of the big families, At that time, the Lu family was still just a small, unknown family. Therefore, there was no one who dared to stand up for Lu Chengfeng. After this matter was known by Lu Yiming, at the first time, he went out and beat up the younger generation disciples in the family, questioning why they didn't fight back with their brother. Next, taking advantage of the night, he drugged the elders of the family, and even the 2 of his parents could not escape a beating from him. And finally, he quickly worshipped under a 9th grade master and practiced for just over a month. Immediately took the master to avenge that family that oppressed his brother. Directly will that family, up and down hundreds of people, chickens and dogs are not left behind. It is because of this incident. Achieved his Lu Crazy title. After that, in order for his brother to join the master, he pleaded with the master several times. Even if Lu Qingfeng's talent is average. In just a few decades, he had also achieved the 9th grade Grand Circle. The one who paid the most was not himself. Rather, it was Lu Yiming as the older brother. All kinds of precious medicines, all kinds of top techniques, all of them were given to him. With such terrifying resources, only then could such a 9th grade great perfection be forged. According to Lu Yiming, master had said, those heavenly spirit and earthly treasure resources has long been enough to pile out a peak in 8-realm powerhouse. But hard to give him use to assist his brother. Visible brothers in the end, how good feelings. It could also be seen how much Lu Yiming cared about such a younger brother. Yiming, we are all relatives, family na. Someone opened his voice trembling, afraid that if he didn't beg for forgiveness he would have no chance. Relatives? Family? Lu Yiming stood up and walked up to them. Condescending, he looked down on them and laughed contemptuously. Without my brother, where is the Lu family? Do I need the Lu family? Nah. I just want to ride the wind and be happy. It's a pity. You guys can't see through this after all. Then go down and accompany him. The words were finished. He waved his hand at Chen Sheng at the side. Lu Yiming, you are a person who doesn't even spare your own relatives. White-eyed wolf, I already knew he was a white-eyed wolf, I should have killed him back then. Vertical sun, you shall not die. The angry curses continued, but they couldn't salvage the situation, as one by one, the Lu family fell. Below the high platform, those people, their faces were like ashes, their eyes desperate.
Ruthless. Too ruthless. Even their own family relatives cannot hesitate to kill. Then these people who have nothing to do with them. Even more so, there was no halfway to live. State Lord Lu, as the lord of a state, if you kill the people so indiscriminately, aren't you afraid of His Majesty's blame? At the brink of death, some of the people were no longer afraid and spoke out to question him. Lu Yiming's face was icy cold, staring at the man with a gaze as if he was looking at an idiot, and slowly said, "You're all dead, so how could His Majesty possibly know? The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. In the entire winning state, this state lord is the greatest." The extremely domineering words shocked all the people below. Is that so? A furious question echoed over the square, and he saw Lu Ziyan walk in with large strides. The people turned their heads back. Seeing that one green-colored figure, gentle and elegant, at this moment, he carried a murderous aura. "Mr. Lu, help! Quickly save us!" When the surrounding people saw him arrive, it was as if they saw a life-saving straw. One after another, they opened their mouths to beg for help. "You are Lu Ziyan?" Lu Yiming asked in surprise as he just curiously sized up the visitor from the high platform. Lu Ziyan similarly sized him up. "You are Lu Yiming?" In a flash, the two of them stared at each other, and there was a spark collision aura. "Since you're here, let's invite you to see the show." Lu Yiming sat back in his seat and waved his hand, signaling Chen Shang, "You can kill." "Yes. State Lord." Chen Shang promised, lifting his sword and swinging it. A citizen beside him was decapitated. Immediately after, those individual generals, one after another, swung their swords to behead them. "Stop!" Zhang Ling arrived late and immediately roared loudly when he saw such a tragic situation. Green Lady, Concerned Lon, and the others didn't care how many people were on the other side, they just rushed up and fought with those generals. Only Lu Ziyan stood in front, his eyes scanning the surrounding people who fell one by one. Until this moment, the calm state of mind finally had some changes. People are not grass and trees, who can have no mercy. "Mr. Lu, take a good look at these people, all died because of you. If it wasn't for your arrogance in murdering my brother, these people wouldn't have had to die in the first place." Lu Yiming laughed out loud, his voice like a bell, echoing around. Some of the people who hadn't been killed yet, when they heard this, they all cast resentful gazes over at Lu Ziyan. "Lord Lu, you're so high and mighty that you don't understand the life and death of the people, please don't stand up for us." Someone knelt on the ground and begged bitterly at him. "What's the point of pretending? Without which ability, you know how to pretend. If you had directly killed Lu Hao from the start, and then directly destroyed the Lu family, well, Leidong wouldn't have had to die, and the little girl who sent you the flowers, even more so, wouldn't have had to die. And where do you fall short of Lu Yiming?" Someone who had taken a sword to the body but hadn't yet broken, accused Lu Ziyan. "Ha ha ha. How are you any worse than this state lord?" Lu Yiming laughed wildly. Buzz. Twilight Land, the civil official gate inside him, trembled for a moment, and then a trace of golden civil chi surged out. "So it's me who's caught on." As a piece of when she appeared in his dantian, it instantly caused him to understand. Always thinking about punishing the culprits and standing up for the people. But forgetting that guarding the people was also, of course, the reason why he cared so little about the lives of the people earlier. Mainly with his cultivation character cannot be unrelated, coupled with the South China Sea past those people backstabbing wife matter, caused him to be more or less prejudiced against the people. As the saying goes, prejudice is a mountain that cannot be crossed. Even if you try 10,000 times harder, it's not worth mentioning before that big mountain of prejudice. You're wrong. Even though I don't have a good feeling towards them, I won't take the initiative to deprive them of their right to live. In the past, perhaps it was my prejudice that led to the killing of certain people. But their justice, I will get it back for them." The righteous words, hearing Lu Yiming's seizure like ha 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 ha, he laughed wildly. Zhang Ling, Zhou He and the others, looked at Lu Ziyan with a face full of disappointment. Never thought he was actually so. Sure enough, those who are high up in the world don't care what happens to ordinary, common ants. On their lips, they say that they will seek justice for you, stand up for the people, and purge the moths. In reality, the death of the people, he simply does not care, so act, really call for a chill. Chapter 53 Chowsi Swordbox Horror Power. Lu Ziyan quickly noticed that those people around him had different eyes. Especially Zhang Ling. Inside their eyes, the color of disgust had already appeared. Obviously, they also thought that there were indeed many things wrong with what he had done, including in the matter of dealing with the Lu family. If from the moment he came here, he directly tore his face off with the Lu family, he would have killed Lu Hao, Lu Chengfeng, and some of the villains of the Lu family. It wouldn't have led to Huo Lidong's tragic death. Much less would it have allowed things to develop to this point. I never said I was a good person, let alone standing up for you guys for the first time. Things inevitably lack some consideration. Lu Ziyan gave a light smile and spoke gently and calmly, not even a hint of anger or other emotional fluctuations. Such a reaction called Lu Yiming secretly surprised. Furthermore, from the time I first came here, you all watched General Hua's offspring suffer from Lu Hao's bullying. None of you stood up, since you all preferred to remain indifferent. Then why is it so hard to accept when things happen to you? These words came out. It directly dumbfounded everyone. Even Lu Yiming was convinced by these words. It was too reasonable. Strong words. Shouldn't a scholar set up his heart for heaven and earth, set up his life for the people, succeed the great learning for the past saints, and establish peace for the world as the basis of his foundation? Some people directly brought out the 4 sentences of the Cross Canal, questioning Lu Ziyan. Thinking that he was a scholar, he had to take the people as his foundation and plead for the people as the right way. Those are the 4 holy words of the Wendao. Have you not even read the words of the sages? Another people let out their voices to accuse him, feeling that as a literati scholar, if he hadn't even read the sages' words, then the literary path he cultivated was nothing. Who knows? At this time, Lu Ziyan had a scornful face, scrutinizing everyone. From time to time, there were screams ringing out around him, scenes of blood and flesh flying around. It did not affect him in the slightest. I'm just a scholar, not a literary Tao cultivator. What saintly words are I pulling? In my case, the 4 sentences are only: live for the sake of lingering, fight for the sake of family reunion, pass on the family name to the ancestors, and start a family for the future generations. After careful thought, he directly disliked it back. After all, as far as he was concerned, what was considered more was still the fact that man is not for himself. If he hadn't stepped out of the royal capital, as well as his wife Lin Xiaoyan's unwavering spirit of guarding Daxia, infected him, coupled with the promise of those spirits' request, make a vow. I'm afraid that according to his nature, I do what I want, only for myself. He doesn't even care about Ho Lidong's business, much less what the Lu family does. I have to say, a person's metamorphosis is a process. For example, in front of Lu Ziyan, although it has begun to gradually change its state of mind. But before those things, pressure is not half care. Old age, sickness and death, the darkness of deceit, and the darkness of the fight, are the real portrayal of the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, for the death of many people, remain indifferent. It's not that he's cold-blooded, but he hasn't yet begun to accept the hint of passion for selfless service. Transformation. Growth. All need time to witness. Bang! 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 Soon, the Qing woman, Zhang Ling, and the others, were all besieged and flew backwards back to Lu Ziyan's feet. One by one, their bodies were streaked with blood and their faces were pale. Auntie, there are too many people. The green woman climbed up with great difficulty, gasping for breath, and even the hand that held the sword was trembling a little. It was evident that this battle had consumed a great deal of physical strength. However, the 50,000 generals led by Lu Yiming did not want to let them go just like that. They quickly surrounded them. Belongers are coming. Dark One appeared in a flash, carrying an unstoppable stream of martial energy, as if it was a river turning over. It tumbled towards the surroundings. In an instant, thousands of generals were directly blown away by this half-step innate realm, the power that erupted from it. Half-step innate realm, you finally appeared. Lu Yiming had been waiting for the other party to make a move, and from the Lu family's mouth, he had already learned that. Lu Ziyan was followed by a half-step innate realm powerhouse. It could easily defeat Lu Ziyan Feng. It was for this reason. It was only then that his own brother had died tragically. Chen Shang must kill him. Lu Yiming commanded, and his entire body transformed into a green light, heading straight for Dark One. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted out, and immediately after, the energy of the half-step innate realm began to wildly impact. He is also half-step innate realm? Zhang Ling gulped, his face filled with nervousness as he spoke out in panic. It can't be wrong, this aura is much more terrifying than a 9th grade great perfection. Concerned Lan's face turned pale, due to the fact that she often followed Xikong Ming around. Therefore, she was also extremely familiar with the aura of a 9th grade great perfection. The power that Lu Yiming was displaying right now, as well as the aura that had erupted, was definitely more than a 9th grade great perfection. In that case, it could be firmly established that he was a half-step innate realm without a doubt. Kill them. With a wave of his sword, Chen Shang pointed at Lu Ziyan's side and gave the order. Auntie, what should we do? There are too many people to fight. Underneath the green woman's veil, that pretty face was filled with worry. Facing a siege of 50,000 generals, she was afraid that it would be difficult to escape. What else can we do? Fight them. Zhang Ling frantically condensed his body's Wenqi, transforming it into a giant sword that hung in mid-air. Next to him, Xiao He was also rapidly urging his Wenqi, forming a shield to protect the crowd. Lu Ziyan scanned the circle and realized that they were all fighting to the death. Immediately, with one hand, he took down the Chaosi sword case on the Qing woman's back. Auntie, Yushi was a bit bewildered, not knowing why her auntie was suddenly taking the sword case. She was a bit bewildered, not knowing why her master suddenly took the sword case and asked, but she didn't wait for her to finish her question. However, without waiting for her to finish her question, she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. After Lu Ziyan took over the sword box, his eyes flashed with a golden light, and then he forcefully slapped the sword box. Thud! The entire sword box hit the ground hard and stood upright in front of it, quickly condensing into a sword finger. That hint of golden when she in his body was urged, above the sword finger, golden light was entwined. Open. As he whispered, the sword box quickly opened. Boom. An incomparably intense white light, as dazzling and blinding as the sun. The berserk, terrifying sword chi seemed to tear apart everything around it. It contained an extremely domineering sword intent. When it erupted, it was like a terrifying giant wave, rolling and rippling, sweeping around in an instant. Wherever it passed, the overpowering sword chi directly obliterated those generals with low cultivation. Those below the 7th grade were all fatally swept away by the sword chi, and the 7th grade martial cultivators, all of them fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Even the 8th grade martial arts cultivators were caught off guard by the sword chi and sent flying tens of meters, spitting out blood, looking half dead. The sword chi erupted very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Looking at the sword box in Lu Zian's hand, it was as intact as it was just now. If it wasn't for the surrounding, the image of tens of thousands of generals dying horribly, with their corpses strewn all over the place. Everyone would have felt that nothing had happened. This. Lu Yiming, Dark and the two who were still exchanging blows were also shocked by the sword aura that was so huge to the extreme. Unexpectedly stopping their hands, they looked over towards the place where the sword chi had erupted. It was only a pity. The light that was as blinding as the sun simply made it difficult to open one's eyes and look straight at it. Therefore, no one can see clearly what is inside the sword box, only know that the sword box opened for a moment, only a blinding white light. As well as incomparably terrifying sword chi. I saw an unrivaled sword. Lu Yiming secretly smacked his lips. I saw countless sword chi streaking across, like 10,000 swords flying together. Dark One was greatly shocked that there was such a terrifying sword move in the world. The green woman's eyes were hazy as she whispered, "What a beautiful piece of sword chi." Chen Shang was in a sorry state, his armor in tatters, his hair matted, and his face miserable as he recited, "I saw a sky full of sword chi, endless and solemn." Chapter 54, Xiao Chui of the 10,000 Flowers House. All around the square, there was a solemn silence. Even to the extent that even amongst each other, the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Everyone looked shocked, locking straight in front of Lu Zian, the chaos sword box. At the same time, they could also hear the people around them, exclaiming the sword chi as well as the sword intent that erupted from the sword box just now. To everyone's surprise, the sight that everyone saw was actually completely different. What some people saw was just a terrifying sword chi. What some people saw was a picture of thousands of sword chi. Some even saw an endless, seemingly endless sea of swords, tumbling in the air. Why are you different from what I saw? The green woman was puzzled by this, that there could be such a bizarre thing in the world. Could it be because inside the sword box, there was more than just one sword? Rumor has it that inside the chaos sword box, there are 3,000 swords in addition to one chaos sword. Hiss. Could it be that it's talking about the 3,000 sword chi hidden within it? That scene just now was the sight produced by the 3,000 sword chi. Zhang Ling stroked his chin and fell into deep thought for a while before coming up with such an explanation. When the crowd heard this, they all felt that it made perfect sense and nodded their heads in agreement. Only Lu Zian, the entire person froze in place, and in his eyes, there was a look of shock. It was as if he was shocked by something. The scene inside the sword box was glimpsed by him, and it was this glimpse of the full picture. He was also shocked to the core. Right at the moment the sword box was opened, a long sword with a turquoise blue body was covered with a greenish blue light. Secondly, on both sides of the turquoise blue long sword, there were layers of small partitions, and above each layer of small partitions, there was a sword that was the size of a silver needle lying quietly. Enough 3,000 silver needle-sized sword, each sword body, contains an incomparable domineering sword chi, as well as the vastness of the sword intent. It was no exaggeration to say that the sword chi covering each of the small swords was comparable to an astonishing sword immortal. There were 3,000 such terrifying small swords. No wonder such a terrifying power erupted the moment it was opened. As for why those people saw a different sight, mostly because some people just see chaos sword reflected sword chi. Some people saw the sword chi that erupted from the 3,000 silver needle sword, because this sword chi coalesced together, naturally become endless, like a sea of ocean. It had to be said that the person who created the chaos sword box was definitely a marvelous sword immortal, and even more so, a supreme sword casting genius. But these weren't what shocked Lu Zian the most. Silver needle sword. The sword that was the size of 3,000 silver needles was what made him feel the most shocked and at the same time have some fear. Because those silver needle swords, if he didn't perceive it wrongly, should be a normal long sword. It was only being used with some kind of secret technique, shrinking into the size of a silver needle. It could be big or small, that was something that only flying swords in the immortal cultivation world could do. So it seems. I'm afraid that the person who created the 3,000 silver needle sword was not just a martial arts cultivator. Auntie, you were actually able to open the sword box? The green woman came back to her senses and rushed up excitedly, and for a while, she was a bit incoherent and her hands were scrambling. It was too unexpected. Over the years, there had been an unknown number of strong people in the world who had tried to open the Chaos Sword Box. Unfortunately, so far, no one had succeeded, thus causing many to suspect that if this sword box wanted to be opened, I'm afraid that only the builder would be able to do so. Just an accident. Lu Ziyan shrugged his shoulders, extremely suppressing his inner surprise and shock, pretending that it was an accident. After all, the terrifying power displayed by the Chaos Sword Box was enough to cause an earthquake in the entire Kyushu. Just by opening the sword box for a moment, it killed nearly 50,000 troops in seconds. With such power, it was inevitable that it wouldn't cause people to miss it up. Unexpected my ass. I didn't blink, you just opened it. A half-dead general, crying, got up from the ground, covered in blood, and shouted indignantly. Green lady. Lu Ziyan glanced at the person and casually called out. The next moment, Qingnu quickly stepped forward and ended the opponent's life with a single sword strike. Above, Lu Yiming hurriedly cast a glance over to Qin Shang, who immediately turned around and fled. There wasn't a single moment of hesitation. Because what was happening in front of him had to be transmitted to the king of Winning State at the first opportunity. The Chaos Sword Box, there was even someone who could open it, such powerful news, it was feared that it would cause the entire Xia to change forever. Aunt Lu, he ran away? Zhang Ling and the others were filled with disbelief at Qin Shang's sudden turn and run. Not good. This guy is trying to spread the word about what happened here. Xiaohui's cloudy eyes flickered with a hint of wisdom as he immediately shouted. It was obvious that he had guessed the other party's intentions. Ha ha. It's already too late to realize that now. Lu Yiming smugly laughed, then turned his gaze to Lu Ziyan, full of surprise. I didn't expect that you would be able to open the Chaos Sword Box. However, it won't take 3 days for the news to spread throughout Grand Xia and even the 9 states. At that time, harboring a jade, you'll be waiting to die. Whether it was by accident or chance, someone was able to open this sword box that no one had opened since it was built. It definitely attracted attention and would be even more missed. Catch him. Lu Ziyan commanded a sentence to Dark One, and the two of them quickly exchanged blows together. Also as half-step innate realm. The two fought with great difficulty, and for a while, neither could help the other. Around the body martial arts chi agitation, vibration around, issued crackling burst of sonic boom sound. A short moment. They have already exchanged no less than hundreds of rounds. Eventually, two people finally erupted out of the body of a trace of purple power, with the emergence of this purple power. Snort, snort, snort. Even the air seemed to be frozen. Innate purple chi. Is this the purple martial chi that can only be transformed into when one cultivates to the innate realm? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and secretly exclaimed in shock. Purple martial chi was a powerful martial chi that was born after a martial cultivator broke through the 9th grade. It was a powerful martial chi that was born. It was commonly known as the innate purple chi. It belongs exclusively to the innate realm. Martial cultivators, the innate realm is a watershed for martial cultivators. It is a step towards becoming a true martial arts powerhouse. Because to reach the innate realm cultivator not only can step in the air to fly, kill the enemy in the air, but also can martial arts chi into objects. Purple martial chi, indestructible, transformed into a variety of forms as a means of attack, especially powerful. Winning State. The main city, Qin City. In front of the state lord's mansion, a middle-aged man wearing expensive silk, with a fat, round, ball-like body and fat head, with dozens of guards, appeared here. Lord Deputy State Lord, I really don't know Lord State Lord's movements, please don't make things difficult for me. Housekeeper Old Huang, with a thin figure, a mouthful of big yellow teeth, and a sharp mouth, explained with a bitter face. Deputy State Lord Advocate Qian, green bean-like eyes, just stared at the housekeeper Old Yellow, contemptuous smile, Old Yellow ah. We are all old acquaintances. When Lu Yiming saved you back then, it was me who carried you back from Tiger Ridge. You can't do something ungrateful. Saying that, he patted his skinny shoulder with a hard, meaningful smile, causing Old Huang's forehead to drip with cold sweat. Good boy. This gesture of the Vice State Lord, I'm afraid that he's not going to fight for the position of State Lord and put a hit on Lu Yiming, right? Eyes dribbling, his mind quickly thought about how to respond. Zhang Chen looked at Old Huang's thieving look and knew that he must be thinking of coping with himself, and immediately said, Old Huang, tell me where Lu Yiming is. How about $1,000? Old Huang, can't do that kind of thing of betraying my master. How about 10,000 gold? It's not a question of money or not, the main thing is that I'm loyal, Old Huang. Xiao Chui of the House of 10,000 Flowers. State Lord Lu led 50,000 generals to Winning State City not long ago. Old Huang directly explained all of Lu Yiming's bottom in one breath. There was no way who let him threaten himself with his life. The little Chui of the 10,000 Flowers house, that was his life. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian nodded with satisfaction, then pressed Lao Huang's shoulder and whispered, Xiao Chui will wait for you on the 2nd floor of the East Street Inn tonight.
Upon hearing this, old Huang was so excited that he smiled with his eyebrows wide open, and that mouthful of big yellow teeth, even more so that he couldn't close his eyes with a smile. For the sake of justice, it is incumbent upon me, old Huang. Chapter 55, Monstrous Background. Xi'an City. In front of the State Lord's mansion. Vice State Lord Cangjian, getting the desired answer, was satisfied. He then waved his hand to one of the guards beside him, signaling the man to come forward. Is the news from the winning state city side accurate? The guard replied respectfully, the Lu family has been completely beheaded by Aunt Lu. After receiving affirmation. Lu Yiming, you are so impulsive to lead the army away without authorization. Then I'll have to become the acting state lord. Zhang Qian had coveted the position of state lord for more than a day or two. Acting state lord? Old Huang had an expression of I'm sure that's the case as he foolishly compensated for the smile. Old Huang, as the beloved of State Lord Lu, you surely know where the State Lord's order is. Zhang Qian smiled cheekily with an expression of I know you must know. It caused old Huang to look at him with a wave of goosebumps. At the same time, he could only scratch his head and carefully said, I don't know. It's over, Xiao Chui isn't available tonight, I guess you'll have to be in another man's room, begging bitterly. This set of threatening people was clearly played by Zhang Qian. Against old Huang, a soft and hard guy, there was only one thing, and that was a woman. It was worth saying. Old Huang followed in Lu Yiming's side, has been 20 years, greedy this shortcoming, even Lu Yiming did not know. Zhang Qian had gone to great lengths to learn this. Alas! It looks like Xiao Chui and I, after all, are destined for each other. When it came to the matter of the state master's order, even if one liked Xiao Chui even more, one would not dare to be sloppy in this matter. To know. City Lord order, that is the existence that can easily order a state's army. Xi'an City alone has more than 100,000 troops. There were 12 cities in a state, and excluding winning state city, there were 11 cities left. Each city had more than 80,000 troops. The large armies possessed by a single state were already close to 1 million. In this regard, Zhang Qian was not in a hurry. Instead, he continued with interest, it's a pity. Originally, I was thinking of having Lu Yiming's young wife, Xiaozhen. Not waiting for him to finish, old Huang suddenly became furious and said in an anxious tone, what are you going to do to Zhen? Zhen? Zhang Qian's rounded face was slightly stunned and slightly dumbfounded, unable to be whole by old Huang's sentence. It can't be. Can it be that old Huang, this shameless guy, has a relationship with Lu Yiming's little wife? Unbelievable. Remember, that Xiaozhen was a cute little beauty with a delicate and lovely figure. It was hard to imagine having an affair with someone like old Huang. You have an affair with Xiaozhen? After Zhang Qian was completely stunned, he was still a bit incredulous and asked with skepticism. Old Huang instantly looked shy and squirmed as he spoke, I remember that it was a starless night. Get to the point, who asked you to brag about the process? Zhang Qian fiercely smacked himself in the mouth, slightly sad. After all, Xiaozhen, once was also his dream girl, did not expect unexpected. Actually had an affair with old Huang. Blind? Lost eye also many times in the dead of night, secretly in the quilt, looking at her portrait. Zhang Qian, who was reminiscing, suddenly saw old Huang's mouthful of big yellow teeth and immediately, vomit. Deputy State Master, what are you doing? Not feeling well? Vomit. Eating a bad stomach. Vomit. Turn around, don't let me see your face. Zhang Qian angrily scolded, and the latter hurriedly turned his head. Vice State Master, Jin is already pregnant with my child, and the State Master's order is under that wigwam in the backyard. Old Huang fought with his thoughts a few times, but in the end, beauty overcame his conscience. Winning State City. Square. Lu Yiming exhausted all his skills and fought with Dark One for thousands of rounds. In the end, he still lost to him. It couldn't be helped. Dark One had fallen from the innate realm to the half-step innate realm. Therefore, no matter if it was combat experience or the use of martial chi, it was too much better than Lu Yiming. However, as a latecomer, being able to fight Dark One for so long, it was enough to show that his talent was extraordinary. If given a few more years, he would definitely be able to break through to the innate realm. After Lu Yiming lost. After he was defeated, he was stopped by Dark One and escorted to the front of Lu Xian. And Lu, don't be confused for a moment. As the Lord of Luzhou, the only person who can dispose of him is the King of Winning State, or His Majesty. You don't have an official position on your side, killing Lord Lu City is already a mortal sin. But Duke Lin as well as General Lin's past achievements should be able to save your life. When Zhang Ling calmed down, he began to persuade Lu Xian. Not long ago. He was looking forward to the fact that Lu Xian would be able to behead Lu Yiming. Right now. Gradually calming down, he remembered that the other party was the Lord of a State. The official rank was terrifyingly large, and it wasn't just anyone who could move him. Even if he committed a heavenly mistake, he would have to be escorted back to the royal capital to be disposed of by His Majesty. The green woman also spoke with a grave expression, "Auntie, this person cannot be killed. Even if the great general came here, he wouldn't dare to behead him privately. Duke Lu, if you have the ability, you can kill this state lord, otherwise this state lord will definitely get you killed." Chen Sheng has already gone back to inform, "It won't be long before you realize what a terrifying existence you've incurred." Lu Yiming's eyes showed a fierce light as he stared viciously at Lu Ziyan and screamed. As the lord of a state, he wasn't afraid that the other party would dare to lay his hands on him. Unless, he wasn't afraid to implicate the Jingua Gongfu family, the district was just a small scholar. He saw that Lu Ziyan looked indifferent. Unable to help it, he hurriedly walked over and lowered his voice. "This Lu Yiming is the person of the king of Winning State, Xia Yu. Killing a city lord, Duke Lin can still protect you, if you move him. I'm afraid that even the state duke's mansion will be implicated." The matter had come to this. There were some words that he had to remind. "Is that so?" Lu Ziyan reached out, took the long sword in the hands of the green woman, and stepped towards Lu Yiming. Seeing this, the crowd quickly became alarmed. "Aunt Lu, you can't do that. Are you certain that I don't dare to kill you?" He placed his long sword on Lu Yiming's neck and spoke coldly. Such a move scared the crowd to the point where their hearts were about to reach their throats. "Auntie, you can't be so confused that you really do it. When the time comes, even the Duke of State won't be able to save you." "Ha ha." Lu Yiming laughed maniacally, then fearlessly said, "I am the sixth righteous son of the king of Winning State. His Majesty has personally appointed a third-grade military general, and I am honored to be the lord of a state. My master Qin Tianwu, the lord of Shuzhou, is in the actual innate realm. Even the Duke of Lin would have to give him a third degree of respect when he meets him. What gives you the right to kill me? And how dare you kill me?" As his words came out, the crowd was even more shocked and dumbfounded. Even the knowledgeable Cho he did not know that Lu Yiming had such a huge energy behind him. The prince's righteous son, and his master was the lord of Shuzhou, an innate realm powerhouse. Hiss. On the basis of one layer of identity alone, he was already able to run amok in addition to the royal capital. Not to mention, he also possessed so many layers of identity. It was justifiable to be arrogant. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while secretly thinking, "Come on. Kill me if you have the ability." Lu Yiming couldn't help but feel a burst of moodiness when he saw the terrified look on the crowd's faces, so he opened his mouth to shout. For a moment, Lu Ziyan also fell into silence. Because he also did not expect that Lu Yiming came from such a big place. Chapter 56, like a lone person in person, a public township. Scene. Fell into an eerie silence. Only Lu Yiming's voice, constantly echoing. In terms of him blowing up these identities, I'm afraid that even a prince is here. Want to move him? Have to weigh their own wrist is not hard enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I move him, I'll be held accountable by His Majesty. The King of Yingzhou, the Lord of Qin in Shuzhou. These two are no joke. Both are in control of the real power of the Lord. A wave of the hand, in a moment, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of sons and daughters, and immediately flatten everything. At that moment, everyone is very smart to keep silent. What should be said has been said. The persuasion has also been persuaded. As the saying goes, it is hard to persuade the ghost of that death with good words. No wonder the Lu family can dominate and oppress the people, so what they rely on is this layer of relationship behind you. Winning State King Summer Yu, Lord of Shuzhou Qin Tianwu. Good. Good. Lu Ziyan's expression was calm, and although his voice was calm, it revealed a strong killing intent. Anyone could hear it. In the past, I have been in the mansion, familiarizing myself with all kinds of strange news and miscellaneous books, bent on cultivating my own path. Originally thought that with this world, there would not be too much entanglement. Even after my daughter was born, it made me feel at home in this world. At that time, I was only thinking of protecting my family. He, slowly putting down the long sword in his hand, spoke softly, as if pouring out his heart, and as if stating a fact. 10 years ago, I only wanted to be stable, to live for 100 years or so, until after the Lin family was gone. Then go out and look for a way to leave this side of the world. For an immortal cultivator, naturally understand that outside of the 9 states, there are other worlds that exist. Later, because of the birth of his daughter, he had some changes in his state of mind. Led him for his wife Lin Xiaoyan gradually began to care. But it didn't come to the point of any deep love either. The union between the two was only a means for Emperor Xia to suppress the Lin family. Until a month ago. The poisoning of Lin Xiaoyan completely caused him to walk out of the royal capital. At that time, he only wanted to protect her, did not want to do what saved her, not to mention what for the people to stand up and so on. Until the Battle of Lingzhou City. After seeing his wife's determination to protect Daxia, he also saw the will of 200,000 heroes to protect the mountains and rivers. Invisible. Indirectly affect his state of mind. People, living in the world, always have to be for something. For example, those spirits, just for the Daxia mountains and rivers unharmed. Lin Xiaoyan, in order to defend the territorial integrity of Daxia from foreign enemies. Want to create a peaceful and prosperous world.
Some, for fame and fortune, some for power. Some people yearn for freedom, some people long for the love that cannot be loved. All in all, life, always have to for the world, do something, in order to leave a strong color. Seen in order to eat 3 meals a day, willing to be cattle and horses. I have seen the rules of self-interest, selfishness, strength first immortal cultivation. It is precisely because of these kinds of things that I have seen. Only let him in the Jingguo Gongfu 10 years do not come out. Unfortunately, the appearance of his daughter, his wife's insistence for Daxia, finally changed his original intention. Then into the world of cultivation. Follow your heart, the way of nature. My generation of cultivators, fearless. Lu Yiming listened to him in the clouds and hurriedly interrupted him. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Lu Ziyan pondered for a moment and smiled warmly. I just want to tell you that after a person has to start changing, then all obstacles will cease to exist. For example, right now, those identities you are talking about, in my opinion, are ridiculous. You don't even need to look at the day to kill you. Now, everyone understood, so it turned out that he had pulled that much crap. In the end, he still had to move Lu Yiming. Come, Lu Yiming smiled contemptuously, but unfortunately, the words hadn't finished. Lu Ziyan decisively chopped over with his sword. Put! The head flew away, and columns of blood gushed out until the head rolled down to the ground a few meters away. That pair of eyes still remained, staring in a state of disbelief. To death, Lu Yiming could not figure out how the other party dared to kill him. You see, how simple it is, one sword and it's done. Lu Ziyan handed the long sword, which was still dripping with blood, to the green woman and shrugged his shoulders, saying with a look of disbelief. The moment he killed Lu Yiming. Inside the body, the Wen Palace, the gate trembled twice, and another trace of golden when she appeared in the Dantian. Sure enough. The path of the way of literature is to follow the will of heaven and the will of the people. Zhongling, it's over. Xiaohui collapsed helplessly on the ground, his forehead dripping with sweat, constantly shaking his head. Come on, it's a waste of persuasion, in the end, it's still a kill. Alright, isn't it just beheading a state lord? What are you guys so scared for? Green Lady, Dark One, take this token and go integrate all the city guards. As he spoke, he took out a black and gold colored token from his pocket and handed it to Qing daughter. When Zhang Ling and the others heard his words, they all froze, thinking that he was being whimsical. The city guards, that was only mobilized by the city lord's order. The next second, when they gazed at the black and gold colored token, which was clearly inscribed with the words like an orphan's personal presence, they all inhaled a deep breath of cold air. Then, when they saw the other side, the words Wengong Jinghua, Shun, Jinguai order. Zhang Ling, Xiaohui spoke in unison, their voices trembling. They simply did not expect that Lu Ziyan would actually take out the Jinghua order at this time. Not. And Lu, if you have this order, take it out earlier, fearing that you and the others would worry so much. If before, they thought that Lu Ziyan beheading a city lord, a state lord, was already a certain death. Then at this moment, with the Jinghua order in hand, not to mention the lord of a state, even if it was a party of princes, beheading it was still beheading it. The 8 big words engraved on it are not simple. As lone in person. A public township. Seeing this token is like seeing the two of them. Counselor Zhang, I wonder if I have the power to kill them now. Lu Ziyan pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Before leaving the royal capital, the old master had personally handed over this token to him. It was for this reason. It was only after Lingzhou City that he had the idea to go north, not just for the request of the Ying spirits. There was also a truth that needed to be peeled away. There is. Naturally, there is. Holding the Jinghua order will naturally cause the city guards to listen. Just kidding. In the entire Grand Xia, this was the only piece of it, and it was feared that even the Xia emperor was afraid of it. After all, holding the Jinghua order, even after you occupy a state, you have to share the world equally with the Xia emperor. Since that's the case, then you guys quickly integrate the city guards, and within the next few days, troops will be sent to Qin City. The next moment, Lu Ziyan's words were like a bomb that exploded deafeningly in their ears. Soldiering off to Qin City. What was he going to do? Could it be that he was planning to attack Qin City? Wasn't the lord of the first state, Lu Yiming, killed by him? Wait a minute. He's not going to attack the king of winning state, is he? A frightening and terrifying thought flashed through their minds, scaring a few people into a cold sweat. It looks like you all guessed it. Lu Ziyan gave them an affirmative response when he saw how terrified each of them looked. Really? Actually really want to move a party of princes to make a move? Crazy. Who said that Lord Lu was a scholar? This is something that a scholar in the middle of the world would dare to do? Killing the state lord, integrating the city guards, and moving against the king. To put it in a non-exaggerated way, this is no different from a rebellion for him. Chapter 57, Righteous Father? Qin City. State Lord's Mansion. After Zhang Qian obtained the state lord's order, he quickly ordered his men to surround the state lord's mansion. At the same time, Utilizing the state lord's order, he transferred Qin City's city guards to the next 2 miles of the city overnight, resulting in only one of his 1,000-man city guards left patrolling the city. Without stopping his hooves, Chen Sheng hurried into the city and without saying a word, went straight to the state lord's mansion. Coming to the entrance, he found a large number of generals wearing the armor of the city guards, surrounding the mansion. Immediately, he was furious and drew his sword, rushing up and shouting angrily, "Who gave you the bear heart and leopard guts to encircle the state lord's residence? Each and every one of you don't want to live?" One of the generals stepped out, saw Chen Sheng, and hurriedly greeted him. "General Chen, you're back. Where's the state lord? How come I don't see any with you?" He looked left and right, realizing that the other party was the only one. His eyes showed a touch of disappointment. At his words, Chen got angry and said angrily, "Zhuiba, you'd better give me an explanation or there's only a way to die. Bringing troops to surround the state lord's mansion, who gave you the guts? I gave it to you, so what?" Inside the mansion, a fat figure slowly walked out. Vice Prefecture Lord Qian? Seeing the person who came, he was stunned, immediately suppressed his anger, and asked in a calm manner, "I don't know what is the meaning of this action of the Vice State Lord. Rebellion. Can't you see? It must be said that Zhang Qian's head is also iron. There is no meaning to beat around the bush." He came up and confessed directly, "I just want to rebel and intend to become the State Lord, so what?" "What?" Chen Sheng was dumbfounded in frozen place for a long time before coming back to his senses. Vice State Lord, do you know what you're saying?" His voice became a bit hurried, and his face began to look unnatural. If the other party truly intended to replace the position of State Lord, then his entire former State Lord's inner circle. I'm afraid that it would be a disaster. However, the most important reason for him to come back this time was to bring news to the king of Winning State. Say what? Everyone is smart, so don't pretend to be confused. It's about time for the sky of Winning State to change. What's more, didn't Lu Yiming do the same thing back then to be able to sit as the State Lord? Zhang Qian's face was so fat that he was constantly trembling with laughter. Seeing this look on his face, Chen Sheng secretly said in his heart, "It's over." And so on. Right, there's still a chance, if I remember correctly. Lord State Lord once said that the king was coming to Qin City in the next 2 days. The moment he thought of this, he even opened his voice eagerly, "Deputy State Lord, you can't kill me, the king will come to Qin City immediately. The State Master is the prince's righteous son, if he knows what you have done." Point blank, all are smart people, naturally there is no need to say anything more. As expected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's face full of fat, immediately revealed a flash of panic, whispering to Zhuiba at his side, "Quickly go and call old Huang out." At this moment, he was a bit disorganized. The king of Winning State was coming to Qin City. How come he hadn't received any news at all before? No way. What he had done must not be known to the king. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there is only one way to end up, and that is to die without a burial place. A few moments later, old Huang was holding a sugar cane in his hand, gnawing on it while being pulled out by Zhuiba with a look of reluctance. "Brother, don't be in a hurry. I haven't coaxed Precious yet. 2 big men, what's with the pulling and tugging?" Saying that, he immediately had a jolt when his gaze met Zhang Qian's eyes. Hurrying to spit out the slag in his mouth, he replaced it with a smile and cheerfully said, "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" At this time, old Huang had long ago noticed that Chen Sheng was also there, so he didn't even dare to address the deputy state lord. It came directly to a lord. "Old Huang, stop pretending, you're the one on our side now." Zhuiba was not the least bit spoiled by his little mind. Not long ago, in order to curry favor with Zhang Qian, he had called him state lord one after another. Right now, seeing that Lu Yiming's beloved Chen Sheng was here, and deliberately restrained himself, with such a posture, I'm afraid that he didn't intend to be a wallflower. Chen Sheng could not believe his ears, what he heard. Old Huang betrayed the state lord? Old Huang, you, he incredulously pointed at old Huang, for a moment, not knowing what to ask. A beloved one who had followed the state lord for more than 10 years. Even more so, he was the steward of the state lord's residence. "Hi! General Chen, what a coincidence! Why are you here?" Old Huang awkwardly waved the sugarcane in his hand, his eyes dodging, a show of weakness. Seeing this, Chen Sheng looked left and right, and indeed there was no one paying attention to this side after. Immediately, rushed to Zhang Qian and knelt down, calling out loudly, "Great, righteous father, the child can finally return to your side in name only." This cry of righteous father, except for Zhang Qian. Everyone felt that it was deafening, simply like a bolt from the blue. Righteous father? Old Huang was so shocked that even the sugar cane in his hand directly fell to the ground. His mouth was open, clearly visible, that mouthful of big yellow teeth. Even Zhuiba was startled by the sudden cry of righteous father. Thought he heard wrong. Therefore, after looking back and forth at the two of them for a while, he finally realized that he had not heard wrongly. With an expression of reunion after a long time, Zhang Qian stretched out his hands, some tears floating in his eyes, and his voice trembled. "Good boy." He was about to go forward to give Chen Sheng a hug. Suddenly, He woke up with a start. Something was wrong, very much 12% wrong. Hastily putting away his emotions, he hesitantly spoke, Lu Yiming?
Don't worry, righteous father, the one from Winning State City is Duke Lin's aunt, Lu Zian, and he is followed by an 8th grade Great Perfection Guard, as well as a half-step innate realm expert. This time, I'm afraid that the Lu State Lord will be in dire straits, as long as we join forces with Aunt Lu to get rid of him before the king arrives here. Chen Shang said, his eyes fierce, making a neck-wiping motion. No, didn't you just say that the king is coming? If he finds out Zhang Qian was a bit scornful and hastily denied his suggestion. Wait. Old Yellow jumped between the two, looking left at Zhang Qian and right at Chen Shang. Inside his small eyes, there were endless questions. Something was not right. Things were too wrong, making it a little difficult for him to accept. Shouldn't Chen Shang be Lu Yiming's beloved, loyalist? How did he become Zhang Qian's righteous son? Old Huang turned back and raised an eyebrow at Zhuiba and asked, you know? Don't know. Zhuiba shrugged his shoulders with a speechless and helpless look that was enough to show. This matter was not known even to him. Must know. He was Zhang Qian's die-hard loyalist and right-hand man. Old Huang, Xiao Shang's matter, even if you think about it, you can't possibly think about it. Zhang Qian said with a haughty face. At the same time, in his heart, he was secretly sighing that everything was destined. Chen Shang was the son of a late friend of his, Zhang Qian, and then that late friend went to the battlefield to die for the Grand Xia, leaving him and his mother two people. Unfortunately, his mother is a vain woman, since his father left. Not more than 2 months, directly left Chen Shang alone. Followed a rich old man ran away. Good thing. At that time, Zhang Qian found him and adopted him as his righteous son. Until Chen Shang was 9 years old. He was accepted as a registered disciple by Qin Tianwu, who was passing through Qin City. Since then, he followed Qin Tianwu around for 10 years or so. Creation and destiny, everything is heaven's will. Zhang Qian secretly sighed at the coincidences created by the gears of fate. Otherwise, how could Chen Shang be deeply trusted by Lu Yiming? What? He's that named disciple of Qin Tianwu? Old Huang's jaw completely dropped in shock now. Unexpectedly. Never would I have thought that this Chen Shang kid would actually hide so deeply. No wonder even Lu Yiming was unaware of it. Bullish ah. Even old Huang, I was fooled for so many years, and before that, General Chen even brought people to trouble you 3 or 4 times. Wait. So, behind every time General Chen went to trouble you, it was just to tip you off? In a flash. Dead memories began to frantically retrace in the mind of many unexplainable things in the past. Until this moment. It was finally perfectly explained. Righteous father, old Huang is the person that Lord Luzhou saved, so it's reasonable that he shouldn't be bribed so easily. Why don't I try his loyalty? Chen Shang had a skeptical look on his face, locking onto old Huang dead center, and said in a very unkind manner. He's having an affair with Lu Yiming's little wife. What? Ah Zhen? Chen Shang was emotional and immediately yelled, with a face that was hard to accept. Chapter 58, Old Huang's Dream. Ah Zhen? Old Huang's eyes widened with a ghostly expression as he stared at Chen Shang dead in the face. At the same time, Zhang Qian was also confused. It can't be. It can't be. It's hard to believe that his own righteous son. General Chen, what do you mean? Old Huang looked agitated and stepped forward to grab his arm. It can't be that you're also interested in Jin, right? These words came out. Chen Shang's entire body was dumbfounded. Zhuiba on the side looked left and right, his brain went blank. Who am I? Where am I? Powerful explosion. This news is just too explosive. Lord Lu's little wife, not only is she having an affair with old Huan, but now even General Chen is involved. Wait. The look on the Deputy State Lord's face, it's not right, does that mean he's also, exempt? Just thinking about it made him feel irritated beyond measure. Interesting too? What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that there are others? Chen Shang asked as he snapped back from his stupor, his mind a mess. Old Huang shifted his angry gaze to Zhang Qian. Righteous father? You. Hey. Little Shang ah. Righteous father is just in love with Jin, but there's nothing transgressive about it. Zhang Qian pretended to be serious, but in reality, he was dying of pain inside. Pity my goddess. Originally, I had planned to marry Precious as my flat wife after becoming the state lord. It doesn't look like it's going to work. Zhang Qian, good. You really are thinking about Precious. I felt something was wrong last time. Old Huang reacted and directly pointed at his nose and cursed angrily. Thinking about him, old Huang, alone for decades, lonely, empty and cold for so long. In the past. Seeking flowers and willows 1,000 times, not as good as seeing her once. Back then, the moment Lu Yiming married Chaozhen, he saw a glance from afar and felt that he was in love. That wonderful feeling, people have a kind of spring breeze like refreshing, but also have a kind of nirvana rebirth like joy. Love at first sight, 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 love at first sight. As if one's whole life is to live for her appearance.
How many times, in the midnight dream, just to be with her for a long time? Finally. 2 years ago. An accident, Chaoxian drank some small wine, in the door of the compartment alone crying for a long time. It just so happened that he passed by and went up to try to comfort him. Who knows, the other side even mistook him for Lu Yiming, pulling him into the compartment. That night, the clouds and rain, the battle was extremely intense, all the way until dawn. Even in the morning. Old Huang also had to marvel at himself, the sword is not old. For this reason, also secretly proud for some days. Ajin is my old Huang's, and she's pregnant with my child. Old Huang warned Qin Shang and Zhang Qian with red eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang was not happy and immediately retorted, "Bull, the child in Ajin's belly is mine." What? The moment these words came out, Old Huang, Zhang Qian, and Zhuiba's 3 faces were shocked plus shocked, staring at him in unison. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It could actually be such a situation. Wait a minute. Both of you had sex with Precious? Zhang Qian calmed down for a while and felt that it wasn't right. How come even his own righteous son was entangled with Precious? That's natural. That's natural. Both of them spoke in unison, both of them said extremely seriously, thinking that the child inside Ajin's stomach was their own. Impossible. General Chen, you're always out and about, you don't have much of a chance to walk together with Ajin at all. I, on the other hand, but I often come into contact with Ajin. Half a year ago, we even went to Wushan together, and turned the clouds and rain again. Old Huang was very proud, puffed out his chest, biting out that the child must be himself. Cut. Speaking as if I didn't, just 5 months ago. Shen Shang snorted with disdain. Zhuiba, at this time, raised his right hand high and walked out. Both of you, listen to me, if I remember correctly, this Precious is 7 months pregnant, right? Could it be that both of you don't know? With these 2 words coming out. Silence. The scene was plunged into an eerie general silence. The crowd was looking at me and me at you. Silence. Speechless. More importantly, everyone was embarrassed. After all, the time didn't match up. Whether it was Qin Shang or Old Huang's time. All of them didn't match up with the time of Precious' pregnancy at all. Then there was only one thing that could be said here. It was that this child could not possibly be the 2 of them. Master Lu Zhou's? Qin Shang, Old Huang embarrassed each other simultaneously whispering out this query. No, wait, we shouldn't be concerned about this matter right now, the most important thing in front of us is still to think of a way to deal with the arrival of the king. Zhang Qianran was numb, almost completely let off by them. Even the most important thing was left behind. Sure enough, beauty is what harms people, even he himself cannot escape. Righteous father, this is not a small matter, it doesn't matter whose child is inside Precious' stomach, child is willing to accept it. Chen Shang thought deeply for a moment and made a decision that went against his ancestor. Since he deeply loved Precious, he should accept even her child. It's exactly what the saying goes, if I love you, I should accept everything about you, your past, present, and even the baby inside your belly. Splat. Zhang Qian stepped forward and slapped Chen Shang's face, hating him and scolding him angrily, asshole, isn't it just a woman? Those who achieve great things, how can you disrupt your fighting spirit because of a woman? The old yellow herd, immediately unhappy, not good temper, I do not have any lofty ambitions, the only dream is to marry white tender wife. This year old yellow I am 85, and then do not find a pussy, but there is no chance. In the end, he didn't forget to glare at Qin Shang. Young and not bad looking, he just doesn't learn, and doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young. General Chen, young and talented, at such an age, what kind of woman do you want that you don't have? There's no need to grab it from the old man knee, right? Qin Shang was momentarily disliked and left speechless. Zhang Qian next to him pulled him down and whispered, look at this old Huang, what kind of goods, I know that Ajin is indeed very good. But she can even get together with this kind of person, you don't diarrhea? As expected. After listening to the persuasion, in Chen Shang's mind, a thought immediately popped up, the white, tender and delicate Chaoxian, full of shyness snuggled in old Huang's arms. Then old Huang had a big smug smile on his face, with that mouthful of big yellow teeth. Vomit. Thinking of this, there was an immediate urge to vomit. Righteous father, but Ajin. Ajin doesn't even love Ah Chang, do you think she will still love you? Zhang Qian angrily slapped him on the head. It's already this time and you're still thinking about women. Once you have accomplished something big, what kind of women will you need? This righteous son of his, he is so short-sighted that he even grabbed a woman with a little punk like old Huang. He's not a man. Who is Kung? I don't know, I just blurted it out. Zhang Qian finished speaking, flung his sleeves and walked inside the mansion. Why are you going? To behead Chaoxian. He didn't look back, even with his obese ball-like figure, he was able to walk out with a big stride. Old Huang lowered his head, his hands couldn't help but clench together, his cloudy eyes, a flash of cold light in the depths. Lord Zhang, you can't mess around. Quickly catching up, as he crossed the threshold, he kicked with his foot, and a 2-meter-long, dark red wooden box appeared. Old Huang ignored the surprised gazes of Chen Shang and Zhuiba behind him. Holding the wooden box, he quickly rushed up. Chapter 59, Old Yellow is an expert? Backyard. Small bridges and rivers, lakeside, lotus flowers blooming, inside the small pavilion. A man and a woman, sitting opposite each other, eyes to eyes, implied love. The woman looks very beautiful, willow waist, lotus face, figure curvaceous, concave and convex, white teeth and bright eyes, snow white skin, wearing a white long shirt. The man is unkempt, a gray plain clothes, all over the body is debauchery random dirty. This dress alone was comparable to a roadside beggar. Cousin Precious. The man shouted with a face full of fondness, pulsing with affection. Cousin Ah Chang. The woman grasped each other's hands tightly and responded with the same deep emotion. Chaotian, Lu Yiming's youngest wife, was also the woman old Huang had his heart set on marrying. As for the man, it is Chaotian's cousin, but also a childhood white moonlight, called Zhu Enhanced. Back then, if not Lu Yiming robbed her back as a wife. The two have already been lovers. It is worth saying. The two of them are not people from Qin City, but people from Early City. Since Chaotian was robbed, Zhu Enhancement sneaked to Qin City, secretly cultivating while working in the iron store next to the State Master's mansion. Suffered from cold eyes and ridicule. Until a year ago. Chaotian went out once and happened to meet him. Then, between the two of them, there was some contact, until Chaotian had a time with old Huang. Then he secretly snared a very useful piece of information from old Huang. There is a dog hole over in the west courtyard of the State Master's mansion. So it was. Zhu Enhancement lived the days of drilling the dog hole and meeting Chaotian in private. True love. Absolutely true love. As the saying goes, if a man does not even want dignity for you, it must be true love. Today, Zhu Enhancement deliberately took leave from the iron store and came over to have a secret private meeting with Chaotian. Because he knows that Lu Yiming has been away for a long time. Just when the two people are in love. Zheng Qian rushed angrily, walked in, saw the two people in the gazebo from afar, and was furious. What are you doing? The sudden voice. Causing the two to get up in a panic, they hurriedly straightened their clothes each. At this time, old Huang had already rushed in, and inside his mouth he shouted, Lord Zhang, you can't hurt Precious. Wait, who is he? The moment he saw Zhu Enhancement, a damned sense of predestination made him somewhat hostile to him. Ha! Chaotian was scared and a little overwhelmed, her little face was white, half a day couldn't say a word. And who are you? I am her cousin Zhu Enhanced. Pig really strong? Shuiba, Chen Shang, who came in behind him, shouted in unison. This name was too interesting. For a moment, several people couldn't help but laugh. Precious, give me an explanation. Old Huang held the wooden box, a hint of coldness flowed inside his eyes, and he just stared at Zhu Enhancement to death. For a moment, Chaotian was so anxious that she didn't know how to speak at all. After all, between her and old Huang, it was originally just a misunderstanding, and then because he kept pestering. Plus the other party was also the housekeeper of the mansion. Since Lu Yiming married her back, he was greedy for a moment of freshness, and then he had never taken care of her. If you want to be in this mansion and have a good life, you naturally have to deal with the housekeeper old Huang from time to time. Originally, there was still some indignation. Chen Shang saw such a sure scene. Decisively choose to eat melon. Who let himself be young, just when the true heart fed the dog? In the end, I am still the one who bears all. Explanation? I grew up with Precious, and back then if it wasn't for Lord Luzhou, she would have been my wife. Also, the child inside her belly is mine. Zhu Enhanced a brain, directly confessed his origin. What? The crowd was shocked, and could not have imagined that the child inside Chaotian's stomach would actually be the child of the person in front of them. It would actually be the person in front of them. Not Lu Yiming's. At that instant, Zheng Qian was in a somewhat better mood, and Chen Shang felt incredibly smooth. The only one who was left was old Huang, who covered his chest with a look of wanting to cry. Old Huang, don't worry, as long as I kill him, everything will be fine. Zheng Qian waved his hand, signaling Zhuiba to come forward to deal with Zhu Enhancement. Kill me? Zhu Enhanced's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly exploded his body's aura. A peak 8th grade aura was revealed. His body was surrounded by a light yellow-colored martial qi. At this critical moment, Chaotian trembled and came to old Huang's body with a thud and directly knelt down. Huang, Butler Huang, please, let him live, I can promise you anything. She cried with her eyes and choked. Cousin Precious, you don't have to beg him, I'll take you away. Take her away, just by you? Zheng Qian snorted coldly. Shuiba had already comprehended the meaning and drew out his matching sword, his body's aura erupting with the same body as the peak of the 8th grade. Leaving a residual shadow in place. The next second, a sword light that came straight towards Zhu Enhancement. Let him go. In the nick of time, old Huang's voice revealed an incomparable aura of solemnity that resounded in everyone's ears. In an instant, regardless of whether it was the martial aura on Zhuiba's body or Zhu Enhancement's body, all of them after this sentence couldn't help but converge back into their bodies. It was suppressed. The duo looked up at old Huang in shock. Chen Shang was also staring at him with a face full of incredulity, saying incredulously, "Old Huang, you actually have cultivation in your body?" However, Zhang Xian, on the other hand, had an expression of "I'm sure that's the case" and was not the least bit surprised that the other party possessed a cultivation level. For so many years, what the housekeeper Old Huang had shown was the image of an ordinary person, without any semblance of cultivation in his body. Senior Zhang, not surprised? Old Huang did not have the kind of slackness and laziness that he had in the past. Instead, he had the style of a high-ranking person. Slowly walked to Chaoxuan's body, under her face full of surprise and unbelievable expression, helped her up. Look at Zhu enhancement, a burst of anger, fists clenched, nails have sunk into the meat. How could it be an accident? Just now it was only to test whether you are an expert or not. I didn't even want to kill Chaoxuan. Zhang Chen laughed so hard that his fat meat was trembling, and he said it with great complacency. He had long felt that Old Huang was not a simple person, and had seen him several times in the past under the pressure of a 9th-grade martial arts cultivator's aura. He had seen him under the pressure of a 9th-grade martial arts cultivator's aura several times in the past, and he was still able to maintain a calm demeanor. It had already made Zhang Qian suspicious for a long time. This time, with the help of Chaoxuan's case. This time, with the help of Chaoxuan's matter, I will try to find out his details. I didn't expect it to come out. It's not right. Why can't I feel the slightest fluctuation of martial qi on Old Huang? Chen Shang asked in disbelief. Even at this point, he still could not detect a single fluctuation in the other party's martial energy. This is not normal. Even if one was in the innate realm, one would not be able to do anything to hide one's martial qi so well, right? Lord Zhang, I know what you're thinking. It's nothing more than wanting an extra helping hand so that you can sit in the position of state lord. Let me marry Precious so that I can fight for you once. Old Huang's gaze stayed on Chaoxuan. No way. I don't agree. Zhu enhancement was the first to stand out an object, an old man who actually thought about his woman. Cousin Jin can't possibly like you, just a bad old man like you, old and ugly. In the face of such questioning, Old Huang was not the least bit flustered. Reaching out and cupping Chaoxuan's chin, he asked in a small and gentle voice, "Want him to die? Don't. Please let him go." Chaoxuan's eyes were flustered and at a loss for words as she hurriedly pleaded. Old Huang grinned, "Marry me and he leaves alive. Don't promise him, dead old man, you shall not die." Zhu enhanced is about to go crazy, did not expect the other party to be so shameless, actually threatened. The others, with an expression of drama, watched with great interest. The words are not as interesting as this scene. The most important thing is the age of Old Huang and Chaoxuan. It was true that true love crossed everything, including age. "I'll marry." Chaoxuan cried in a small voice, and then shook her head at Zhu enhancement with a helpless look, which was called "I see pity." "Good." Old Huang shouted excitedly. "Men, throw this man out, don't hurt his life." Zhang Qian called for someone to throw Zhu enhancement out. Lobby. Zhang Qian was full of distress, pacing back and forth, occasionally letting out a sigh, "Alas. Righteous father, my child has a message that may be able to divert the king's anger." Chen Sheng thought of the fact that Lu Zian had opened the chaos sword box. If this news was told to the king, it might be able to divert the hatred. What news? Chen Sheng quickly walked to his ear and began to speak in a low voice. "Ha ha ha. Good. Do it like this." Zhang Qian sniffed and was overjoyed, along with his nervousness and worries just now were swept away. Chapter 60, Seeking Rain. Tongzhou Boundary. All the way. For Lin Hong and the others, it was a lot of torture. In the middle of the road. After several twists and turns, under the Chen Wangshu several assassinations. Cannot help but, so that the crowd a burst of helplessness. Especially Lin Baoying. Every time, in the face of their own mother's assassination, can be said to be well-intentioned. In addition to dodging the other party's assassination, it was also necessary for her to not be half aware of it. On the official road. The carriage sped. Inside the carriage, Chen Wangshu frowned tightly, nervously sizing up Lin Baoying, Lin Hong, and Lu Yuer. Not long ago. She secretly found an opportunity to spend time with Lu Yuer. There was no need to say much. Definitely at the first moment, the thought of killing was moved. Just as she struck out without any bottom line, coincidentally, Lin Baoying walked in from outside. Remembering that dagger, it was directly inserted in her own thigh. No one asked for help when they wanted to cry. After so many days together. For a moment, Chen Wangshu thought that he had already integrated into Lin Hong's family. But, wait until she was late at night. The moment she started to secretly lay her hands on the killer. And found that the situation is not right. Because, every time, just when she strikes, always be the other side easily avoided. Once is a fluke, twice, 3 times? Slowly, Chen Wangshu gradually began to doubt if there was something wrong with her plan. However, every time he checked himself, he couldn't find half a reason. Wrong, 10 points inside 12 points wrong. As a top assassin of the Dark Tower, how can you miss 3 times 4 times, once may be the result of an accident? What if it happens 3 or 4 times? Inside the carriage. Lu Yuer lay in Lin Baoying's arms, whispering in a low voice, "Auntie, is it really good to treat grandma this way?"
Lin Baoying had a helpless look on her face as she raised her head and surveyed Chen Wangshu, who was sitting across from her.
Couldn't help but let out a sigh.
After all, it's your mother's mother. Even if she was no longer unreasonable, the family could not watch her go on like this. So, no matter what the other party becomes, as long as she is still a mother, then she would be righteous.
Grandpa has said that this matter will be like this for now.
Why would Lin Baoying not want to be kind to her own mother with all her heart?
Nai he. Along the way,
several times she encountered her own mother, who had secretly killed her,
even if she didn't have any memories at all. Tongzhou. Border, Mulang City.
The carriage was already tired after traveling all the way. However, everything that happened in Mulang City made it somewhat difficult for them to move. The reason for everything was because Mulang City, for many years, had been caught in a drought.
Especially this year.
The drought that has lasted for half a year. The people have no harvest, and the land can't grow any crops. If this situation continues, in a few more months,
I'm afraid that the people of Mulang City will starve to death.
The hot and dry temperature makes their mood gradually become irritable.
Tai Grandpa, how come it's getting hotter and hotter?
Little Yuera was sweating profusely, always feeling that the temperature outside was abnormal.
Butler Li drove the carriage while explaining, "Master, the Tongzhou territory, all year round, is an arid zone. I think we must have entered the Tongzhou zone, that's why it's so hot." Tongzhou zone? Chen Wangshu is a top assassin.
He naturally knew something about the various parts of the Great Xia, especially the Tongzhou area, not to mention the perennial drought. The people, long ago, already belonged to the situation of the people not being able to live.
Never thought. He actually followed Lin Hong's family and ran to such a less ghost place. City Square.
Xu Xingnan, the city lord, led a group of people in the city, was begging for rain. Since it never rains here, some so-called rainmasters have been born. Every year, the city would invite a top rainmaster, open the altar to do magic so as to pray for rain, hoping that the city can wind in rain.
It's a pity.
This kind of ceremony has lasted for several years.
Still no progress. In the center of the square,
a high platform above, an old man wearing a yellow robe, holding a yellow talisman, read the words and then picked up a bamboo pole, above also engraved with the words "Obedience to the will of heaven."
Below, many people were praying sincerely.
You spear me, I spear you, you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you me, I you. A complicated and difficult to understand incantation, with that old man chanting out. Those people around, although they cannot understand, but always feel that these incantations, not what good words. Only when people came to a place of despair would they seek God and worship Buddha.
Obviously.
In front of these people, seemingly sincere prayers, but one by one, the expression shows a hint of despair.
From this, it can be seen. For them, begging for rain was just a kind of helplessness. The carriage entered to the edge of the square.
Steward Li controlled the carriage to stop, somewhat puzzledly surveying those people, curiously saying, to think that these people would actually go and plead for rain from a master.
What's wrong?
Inside the carriage, Lin Baoying was a little curious, lifting the curtain and seeing outside, a sea of people, all waiting for the spectacle of that one master begging for rain. Hiss! Such a complicated and difficult to understand rain-begging incantation was truly incomprehensible.
Only,
listening to the ears of the crowd, it always felt like these incantations were not good words. Lin Hong noticed the situation outside and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, I've long heard that the area around Tongzhou is in a perennial drought. The people, moreover, can't even plant crops. The moment he thought of this, it was extremely difficult for him to feel in his heart. Grandpa, this matter is the will of heaven. How can we, as mere mortals, interfere with the will of the heavens? Lin Baoying noticed his grandfather's mood swings and hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort him.
They, who were only new to this place, merely passing through, alas,
just can't stand to see that there are still so many areas in Xia that are affected by drought. The people are in a state of starvation, and in this environment, how many more people should die because of this? Lin Hong's heart is tied to the people, can't see those people starve to death because of drought.
All the way over.
By the roadside, there were already an unknown number of people, because there was no food, no water, starved to death alive by the roadside. People have their own destinies, life and death is up to heaven. If they can't live because of this, it proves that they don't have a life to live.
How much more do you blame yourself? What's the use?
Chen Wangshu's mood was a little complicated, on the surface, maintaining a look of disbelief.
Hearing these words,
Lin Hong just looked at her with disappointment for a while, and said bitterly, people can't live just for themselves. People don't live for themselves, if we all live for others.
Then what is the meaning of life?
Lin Hong was dumbfounded and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what he should say.
Because
the other party's words were not without reason.
Tai Grandpa, how come they can't beg for rain for half a day?
Lu Yuer supported her chin with her right hand and looked for half a day, but she could not see half a bit of rain.
Sniffing. The crowd only thought that she was a child who didn't know any better and didn't explain too much. Seeking rain. How can it be so simple, and it's not like the gods are here? How can you ask for rain? It's just a matter of seeking a little bit of inner comfort. Chapter 61 Master Ma. Blazing sun in the sky. It's midday. The square was surrounded by people, their faces either expectant, prayerful, or bewildered. The matter of seeking rain. I don't know how many times it had been done, but unfortunately, it had failed over and over again. Some of the people's hearts felt as if they were dead. Most importantly, every time you ask for rain, Zhu Zinan, the city lord, asks the people to contribute money and strength. They also had to follow the master here, in the hot sun, with their mouths dry. Even though many of the people possessed good cultivation skills, just one stop would take several hours, or even half a day. It's been 7 consecutive days. The rain ceremony has been held for 7 days. Not even a drop of rain has been seen. The people have begun to want to give up. Alas! It's hard. I guess there's no hope for this month again. The heavens are not kind, a drought that lasts for half a year. I don't know how many people will die again. Who says it isn't? Yesterday old man Chen, widow Li, they all lost their lives due to the long-term lack of water. Last month's Master Lei, and the Master Hao before that, are all crooks, enough to cheat us out of tens of thousands of gold, and then run away. Do you guys think this Master Ma will also be a fraud? Let's hope not. We can only pin our hopes on Master Ma now. Some of the people shook their heads and sighed. They were no longer praying for rain at this moment. Instead, more people were hoping that Master Ma was not a liar. Because 8,000 gold. If he was a liar again. Back. The entire city wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. At this time, above the altar, Master Ma was dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, with a horse face, goatee, and a body that was on the thin side, so he didn't look like a Taoist master in any way. While reciting words in his mouth, he squinted his eyes and secretly paid attention to the movements of the people below. From time to time, he looked towards the sky again. Inside the actual panic then, behind the 2 disciples, armor 5, armor 6 sweating, motionless standing there to protect the law. At the edge of the altar, Zhu Zingnan, tiger back and waist, 1 meter 8 tall, country face, all righteousness. With a martial arts cultivation of only the peak of the 8th grade, he had become the lord of a city. Since taking office, the drought happened. Making him these days, tea and rice, cannot sleep at night, very painful. Especially after experiencing those charlatan masters in front of him. City lord, how come there is still no half response? Luo Yang, the main general behind him, kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, somewhat impatient. Enough to stand here, 3 hours, half a bit of rain is not visible. Looking at the sky again, where was the sign of rain? Just wait. We simply have no other way but to trust Master Ma right now. Zhu Zingnan, as an 8th grade expert, was still sweating profusely. Not to mention the others. The matter of begging for rain, I also know that it's not very realistic, but not going about it like this. I'm afraid that the people, who don't even have the slightest hope in the end, are afraid that something big will happen. As a matter of fact, for him as the city lord, why wouldn't he know that the matter of seeking rain was a bit of nonsense? People, how can they call for rain? If that were true, wouldn't it be considered not a mortal, but an immortal? However, if we don't ask for rain, how can we give people a ray of hope? A ray of hope to live, this is the most important. Soon. Standing at the edge of the altar, when Zhu Zingnan's tiger eyes scanned the bottom, he noticed the carriage that appeared at the edge. Ha! He let out a cry of surprise, noticing that the carriage was extremely ornately decorated, and immediately realized that the other party must not be a local of Mulang City. You guys watch here. With a command, Luo Yang, behind him, quickly walked towards the carriage. A moment of effort. He had already arrived in front of the carriage, arching his hand with a question and asking, "Your Excellency looks very unfamiliar, I don't know where you came from?" Lin Hong lifted the curtain of the carriage, and in an instant, the moment Zhu Zingnan saw him, he immediately fell to his knees in shock and shouted, "My humble servant, Zhu Zingnan, has met Duke Lin." You recognize me? Thanks to the face of my father, I have had the honor of meeting State Lord Lin a few times. Your father? Xu Zingshou had followed Duke Lin for a period of time, which is why my humble servant had the honor of visiting the royal capital. Xu Zingnan suppressed the shock in his heart and explained in succession. He just didn't know why the Xin Guogong, who was far away from Wangdu, would appear here. Pig True Thin? What name? Little Yuer muttered her little mouth and said it tongue-in-cheek. Immediately, it caused the expressions of the crowd to stutter. Little Yuer, don't be rude. Lin Hong immediately changed his face and drank extremely sternly. Xu Zingnan, on the other hand, looked embarrassed, scratched his head, and hurriedly waved his hand. No problem, I think this is the great general's daughter, Lu Yuer. If it was an ordinary person who dared to flirt with his father's name like this, he would have rushed forward to fight for his life. Nai he. The other party is the granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua, the daughter of the great general of the protectorate. In addition, children's words are reckless, children. Naive some, is also excusable. So you're that kid's son, at a young age you're already the lord of a city, very good ah.
Lin Hong got off the carriage and came in front of him, saying with a smile on his face.
I'm grateful that Duke Lin still remembers my father, it's really my father's honor.
With a happy face, he quickly bowed and saluted. Lin Baoing, Chen Wangshu, and Lu Yuer got off the carriage one after another. Feeling the scorching heat, the crowd could not help but frown for a while. Seeing this, Zhu Xingnan immediately explained, the environment of Mulang City is somewhat special, resulting in a drought for the majority of the year, and the people have.
In the end, he couldn't even go on somewhat natural and man-made disasters, these can't be blamed on you, but up there?
Lin Hong was a little curious, looking at the top of the altar, bouncing and chanting again, Master Ma. Lu Yuer kept applauding, cheerfully called out, Tai Grandpa, look over there, someone is playing monkey.
Playing monkey?
Zhu Xingnan was almost spitting blood from anger, that was the rain-seeking master that he had spent $8,000 to hire. Now he is performing the rain ritual.
How did it turn into a monkey trick in her mouth? Auntie, that person is so funny. Grandma, look, isn't it funny?
Lu Yuer was completely watching the fun, not minding the big deal, pulling Lin Baoing on one side and Chen Wangshu on the other. As these words came out, even Lin Hong felt that his old face was a little embarrassed. Butler Li pretended to be serious, but in reality, the corners of his mouth had already been suppressed long ago, forcing a smile. Inwardly, he was still adding, I am strictly trained, no matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can help it.
Ha ha. Miss Yuer, what a naive humor, cute.
Lovely. Zhu Xingnan wanted to cry and explain himself. Why don't a few of you go to the city lord and rest first? The rain-seeking ceremony was still going on, and for a while, it was not possible to find the time to receive them. It's fine, go ahead and go about your business, we'll stay here and see what we can do to help. Lin Hong looked at the blazing sun, his heart was also extremely hard to bear.
In such a situation, one didn't even know how many people would suffer. However, this scene of Zhu Xingnan greeting Lin Hong was coincidentally seen by Master Ma on the altar. And then saw that one gorgeous carriage. A bold plan is brewing in his heart. 8,000 gold, just the limit of these people, is not the limit of Master Ma's greed. Earlier. It's because the people of the city can only take out so much money. Currently. The arrival of Lin Hong and the others caused Master Ma to smell a whiff of money. Gentlemen, listen to the poor Taoist. Grandmaster Ma stopped and shouted loudly, in a neutral manner, his eyes gleaming. Compare with those below, the people who were breathless, with each other. The difference is really not generally big. Just now, the poor Taoist appealed to the immortals of the 9 heavens, begging for rain for a while, but unfortunately, that immortal descended his will. Saying that our sincerity is not enough, we have to pray with 10,000 gold before we can send down a rain. Master Ma pretended to look regretful, as if to say, I've already contacted the immortal. What the immortal means is to prepare 10,000 gold to pray again, and then naturally rain will fall. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The people below were in an uproar. What? 10,000 gold? Where is there any 10,000 gold? Our money was all swindled by the previous few masters. What should we do? Without 10,000 gold, that immortal won't reign? Master Ma, can you tell the immortals that it's okay to owe it first and make it up in the coming year? The people, you and I kept shouting. Chapter 62. 10,000 gold? You have to use 10,000 gold to beg for a rain. What reasoning?
When Lin Hong heard this, his complexion darkened. Mulang City had suffered such a disaster. There was still someone who dared to take advantage of it and make a fortune.
The old master is angry?
Chen Wangshu noticed the change in his mood, and her stunning face was filled with mockery. Because, in her opinion, there was nothing wrong with taking money for doing something. Although she didn't think that what's-his-name master could successfully seek rain. If there is not such a master appeared, I am afraid that a city people has already been scared to death by fear.
Naturally angry, these masters, have they all fallen into the eye of money? So many people suffer, actually still want to collect money, unlike words.
The tone of voice was agitated and loud, with a hint of indignation. Hearing Chen Wangshu laugh, shaking his head repeatedly, thinking that this idea of his is really too naive.
Isn't it?
Old master, I just want to ask you, in today's world, if there is no half benefit to be gained, who would want to be some kind of savior? I know that your old man has made great achievements for Disya, and is also willing to give freely for Disya.
But they are just some small people at the bottom.
Care about nothing more than 3 meals a day and a small profit, if they can't even fulfill that.
On what grounds are people told to give? Chen Wangshu hit the nail on the head. What kind of person, do what kind of thing? Living at the bottom, one should abide by the rules of the bottom. The beginning of human nature is good, the beginning of human nature is evil. All people are greedy. This is the reality of the world.
There's no such thing as obligatory giving in this world, there's just equal exchange. Every noble person is a person who has nothing to eat or wear, and then comes out of idleness. She laughed contemptuously, such a simple truth that even she, an assassin, was aware of.
As a Grand Xiaojin Wengong, how could he not be clear? It was only that he had gotten used to living in a high position for a long time, and even the direction of his thinking had begun to change. This. Lin Hong was struck by lightning and froze in place. Such words had caused him quite an impact. Grandma, how long before it rains? Little Yuer, with a bitter little face, came in front of Chen Wangshu, hugged her thigh and asked pitifully. Lin Baoing kept wiping the sweat from her forehead and said in a bad mood, whether it rains or not, we still have to wait for the master to do the magic. Masters do magic? The crowd hurriedly looked up. At this moment, Master Ma. He had already stopped performing the ritual, with a look of powerlessness, as if explaining everything. 10,000 gold. The only way to impress the immortals and send down a mana was to take out enough money. However, everyone had this doubt: what did the immortal need 10,000 gold for? It was hard to believe that the high and mighty immortal would still need money. Xu Xingnan quickly walked up to Master Ma and carefully asked, Master Ma, didn't we agree that 8,000 gold would be enough? Right now, where are we going to find out 10,000 gold? Lord City Master, the will of the immortals, how can it be speculated by mere mortals like me? 8,000 gold is just to make the poor Taoist have a connection with the immortals. As for impressing the immortal and sending down mana, that's a different price. Master Ma explained in a fuss. Anyway, at the moment, besides him, can no longer find a second person who can beg for rain. Plus, he himself was a liar and didn't have any methods of seeking rain at all. Coming here was also merely for money. A month ago, I heard that several imposter masters, the one with the least amount of money, had cheated as much as 10,000 gold. So, he was born from the guts and came up with an extremely audacious idea. He led 2 disciples and came directly to Mulang City. Through the 2-handed blindfold method, bluffed some of the people in a daze, and eventually attracted the attention of Xu Xingnan. Now the situation in Mulang City, precarious. If it does not rain, I am afraid that many people will have to die again. Under no circumstances. Only then did he believe Master Ma. City Master Zhu, what are those people? Grandmaster Ma's eyes, dribbling around, were playing with some sort of mind. At those words, Xu Xingnan looked over in the direction Master Ma was pointing, and happened to see Duke Lin and the others. I won't hide it from City Lord Zhu, when the poor Taoist communicated with the immortal just now, he understood that there will be a noble person passing by here today. Anyone who can be prompted by the immortal must be someone of great wealth. After saying this, he pretended to look like a high-ranking person and kept pinching his fingers, as if he was calculating something. This. Xu Xingnan was a little confused for a moment, and from the bottom of his heart, he naturally did not believe these words from the other party. However, seeing him speak with a nose and eyes does not seem to be faking. Plus, Lin Wengong came from. It is not as simple as a great wealth. Can it be that there really is an immortal? Otherwise, there was no way to explain Master Ma's words, and gradually, he began to believe it. Little did he know. As a liar, recognizing people is a basic skill, and it is even more of a skill that liars eat. After all, a qualified liar, the first thing you need to know is to recognize people, recognize the rich. That is to say, hit from the front of the walk, must distinguish at a glance whether the other party is rich. There is no worth being their own value of the fraud. Therefore, this is a kung fu, is to recognize people kung fu. Obviously, Master Ma's knowledge of people's kung fu, very good, just based on a carriage has Lin Hong and his entourage, defined as a big waterfish. As the saying goes, the greed of the crooks has no size, only the amount of money on your body to define their degree of greed. Poor Taoist observes that person, all wrapped up in purple chi, must be a nobleman. If we have his help, the matter of manna falling from the sky should be at noon tomorrow. Master Ma directly came to a hard job. Will rainfall time, clearly informed Xu Xingnan. What? Really? He was full of excitement, some as if dreaming, the past those masters, none of them can be so sure of the time of the rain. At the moment. First, regardless of true or false, Master Ma can actually say it, as long as there are 10,000 gold in. Tomorrow at noon is when it will rain. How could he not be excited? How could he be calm? Such a long time had been spent in the midst of one disappointment after another. Poor Taoist never speaks rashly. As to whether or not we can get help from a noble person, it depends on City Lord Zhu. Reaching out and picking up the duster on the desk, he patted Xu Xingnan on the shoulder and gave him an affirmative look. It seemed to be saying, go ahead. With the immortals blessing you, you will definitely be able to persuade successfully. Then I'll go and try. As expected, Xu Xingnan heard this and immediately became confident, striding down the altar. Go! My Lord City Master, Poor Tao's wealth and freedom for the next 50 years depends on you. Don't disappoint Poor Tao. Master Ma thought inwardly. He had already begun to think about the next 50 years of a carefree, well-dressed life. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to rise, almost wanting to laugh out loud. The A5, a 6 duo stepped forward. Master, these people are too good to cheat, right? How come it feels like each and every one of them aren't very smart? Armor 5 whispered triumphantly. A 6 nodded with great approval. Yes. This City Lord Zhu is really a pig like City Lord as his name suggests. Shoo.
Don't make a sound. After we finish this job, we'll call it quits, enough to live a retirement life in the future. Grandmaster Ma hurriedly made a silencing gesture, signaling that the duo must not be too arrogant. However, his heart was already proud as hell. If this 10,000 gold was successful, together with the 8,000 gold from before, it would be 18,000 gold. Master Ma, what are you laughing at? Some of the people close to the altar couldn't help but ask this question. Master Ma, you guys are looking at it wrong. The poor Taoist generally doesn't smile. No, Grandmaster Ma, the corners of your mouth are up, you're clearly smiling. Master Ma, twitching, this is called a twitch at the corners of the mouth, not a smile. Then what are they laughing at? Someone pointed at the two disciples behind Grandmaster Ma and questioned. Master Ma, their wives had a baby, happy, this is happy. Is their wife the same person? Master Ma, undoubtedly. The people were speechless for a while. Master Ma, cough, cough, undoubtedly impossible, it's just that they gave birth on the same day. Then why aren't they with their wives when they give birth? A 5, a 6 were righteous. In order to seek manna from heaven, it is incumbent upon us to do so. Mr. Righteousness. Hundreds of people shouted. Chapter 63 Run away with the money? Beautiful words, anyone will speak. Especially for liars. Edge. Shu Xingnan gathered enough courage and came to Lin Hong. The matter of Master Ma mentioning the immortal tip just now was told in full. City Master Zhu, why do I feel that there's something strange about that? It can't be a lie, right? Lin Baoying's face was filled with suspicion as she stroked her chin, pretending to be deep in thought. Chen Wanshu bent down and held Lu Yuer in his arms. Her eyes were filled with sarcasm, because she had already seen that the so-called Master Ma on stage must be a liar. Thus, she asked expressionlessly, what's his name? Ma Pianzi. As for the matter of a liar, I also had my doubts. But a few days ago, he did cause the air to be cloudy and thunderous, just short of rain. To be so capable, if it wasn't for the real thing, it simply couldn't be done. Dark clouds? Electricity flashing and thunder roaring? Chen Wanshu's embroidered brows were tightly locked, quite surprised. It was unexpected that these few crooks, their abilities were not small. To think that even City Lord Zhu, who was at the peak of the 8th grade, could easily fool them. Right. Rumor has it that in the Liuli dynasty, there is a soul-lost grass that can create an illusion for people. I think the other party is using this grass to make incense, and then lit in the surrounding area, so that nearly 100,000 people all have hallucinations. Such a skill, naturally, people will not suspect their identity. Just now, Chen Wanshu has already observed the surrounding environment, found many places, have left half of the incense signs. Naturally, he was able to make a rough guess of Grandmaster Ma's means. Many people saw his means? Lin Hong followed up with a question. That's natural, half of the people in the city have seen Master Ma's means. Lin Hong nodded, but also believed that the other party was a real master. After all, so many of the people had seen his skills, there was no doubt about the real thing. In that case, then this Master Ma really does have some skills. Lin Baoying dispelled her suspicions and immediately replaced it with a face of admiration. However, Lu Yuer, who was held in Chen Wangshu's arms, rolled her small white eyes and muttered, I can do it too. After saying that, she yawned and lay on her shoulder, closing her eyes. Grandma, I'm hot. Chen Wanshu was helpless and walked to the front of the carriage, sat down, and kept fanning her. As for Master Ma's matter, Pressing did not want to interfere. It wasn't like she was a savior, and whether the people died or lived or died didn't have the slightest bit to do with her. Furthermore, they were just passing through here, it wasn't like they were settling here for the long term. Looking at the little moon child in her arms gradually asleep, her cool gaze gradually became some tenderness. Thinking about their own dark building top assassin. Now, holding a little girl, coaxing her to sleep. Passed out, absolutely become a joke in the killer world, not to mention, will also be ruthlessly hit on the pillar of shame. However, through these days, she also found that something is not right, no matter how the Black Hand. It seems that they were able to escape unharmed. Once or twice, it could be said to be luck. 3 times, it could be said to be one's bad luck. The problem was, if it was like that all the time, it could only mean that all her actions were exposed. And these people couldn't bear to let themselves know. Therefore, only then would they have been accompanying themselves to act. It was also true that a martial arts cultivation was sealed, and to them, they were just an ordinary person. It looks like it has to be done slowly. Chen Wanshu secretly sighed, his own current situation, extremely unfavorable. Duke Lin, I don't know. Zhu Xingnan was a bit at a loss for words for a moment, opening his mouth as 10,000 gold, not a normal small amount. Lin Hong sighed, his eyes looked towards Housekeeper Li. How much money did we bring with us this time out? When Steward Li heard this, he immediately comprehended his master's meaning, and hurriedly pulled out a bunch of gold tickets from his bosom, then said, around 20,000 gold, among which there are also some silver tickets, and copper tickets. Among the 9 states, the ones that were traded were all tickets that were made using gold. The face value of gold tickets were 1 gold, 10 gold, 100 gold, and 1,000 gold. Silver ticket face value, 1 silver, 10 silver, 100 silver, 1000 silver. Copper tickets, 1 copper, 10 copper, 100 copper, 1000 copper. 1 gold is equal to 1000 silver and 1000 copper. A gold ticket is only half a finger in length and width, and a 10 gold ticket is a finger long. The largest 1000 gold, the ticket is the size of a palm. No matter whether it is a gold or silver ticket, the words common in the 9 states are engraved on it. The people have a need, so let's give him the 10,000 gold. Lin Hong thought about it and didn't hesitate. What is taken from the people is used for the people. Nowadays, all of them are waiting for rain. If 10,000 gold can make it rain in Molong City, definitely worth it. Butler Lee reluctantly began to count the golden tickets, 1,000 denomination of golden tickets, fully counted 10. Then he handed them to Zhu Zhengnan. Very quickly. After Master Ma got the 10 golden tickets, he immediately shouted, "This is the end of the day, tomorrow at noon, get all the offerings ready." The poor Taoist can naturally ask the immortal to send down manna. The night is mesmerizing. Hazy. Zizania moonlight. City Master's mansion. In the dog cave in the backyard, Master Ma was wearing a night clothes and leading 2 disciples. Sneaking around, he came to the front of the dog cave. "Master, why don't we climb the wall and go out?" A 5 saw the dog hole, extremely tormented inside, somewhat reluctant. A 6 skimmed his mouth, extremely speechless. "Senior brother, these days, money is hard to earn, is hard to eat, if you don't even have this awareness. You just stay here and wait for death." After saying that, he directly drilled headfirst. "Your senior brother is right, there are many guards in the mansion. If we reveal our martial chi, we are bound to attract attention. Right now, the best way to leave this place is to drill a dog hole. Today, my master will teach you one more principle of life. If you want to be a human, be a dog first." The words were finished. Rolling up his sleeves, he pushed out the bag containing the golden ticket through the dog hole first. Whirlwind. Drill in head first. Just then. Master is so elegant at night. Actually drilling a dog hole. A clear and cold voice rang out, and the 3 of them were instantly startled, and hurriedly raised their heads to look over. It was under the moonlight that they saw a delicate to the core figure, slowly walking over. What a beautiful fairy. The first time the 3 of them saw the arrival, their hearts secretly exclaimed at the same time. It just so happens that at this time, Master Ma has not yet drilled through, stuck in the dog hole. Chen Wangshu stood on the wall, condescending to survey the 3, if any faint smile, extraordinary. People cannot help but get lost in that smile. A moment. Master Ma immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly explained, "The girl is joking, who would drill a dog hole in a good end." "Then what are you?" "I'm not hiding it from the girl, just now we encountered a small thief who stole the golden ticket, so we dug 3 feet into the ground and were bound to find the thief." "Do you see that I am not digging 3 feet into the ground?" It had to be said that his deadpan denial, as well as his dead pig's ability to not be afraid of boiling water, was impressive. It had all come to this point. He was still able to be so brazen, truly a rare and precious talent. A 5 quickly understood, reached out to pull Master Ma out. "Master, is the thief inside?" With a serious face, Master Ma shook his head and sighed, "Alas! Count on that thief running fast, or else this master would have definitely split him into 5 horse corpses." "All right. Since the thief is nowhere to be seen, we'd better go back to bed first." The 3 of them sang in unison and were about to go back to sleep. Chen Wangshu wrapped his arms around himself and just stared at the 3 of them, the same as looking at the 3 little cuties. The same. Acting. Continue to act well. It is said that the liar has no face. Today I see, on this psychological quality, powerful and terrible awe. Then I'll go and tell Zhu City Lord, let him send someone to catch the little thief. Chen Wangshu said so with a smile. Puff. The 3 of them knelt down in unison, and Master Ma even had a crying face. "Girl, spare your life." A 5 hesitated. "Master, she shouldn't know that we're going to run away with the money, right?" "Dang." Master Ma raised his hand to his head and it was a knock, hating the iron and scolding, "Little cutie. I don't think it's obvious yet. Girl, why don't we split it 50-50? Chen Wangshu did not say anything, just looked at him. 64? 73? 82? Continuously gesturing several numbers, the other party remained indifferent, which now caused Master Ma to become unsettled. Pulling up his voice, "Wouldn't want a 9-1, right? I'm not interested in money, I just want to let you know, don't even think about running away, go back honestly and beg for rain tomorrow." Chen Wangshu smiled contemptuously, looking at money as if it was dirt, looking at the trio for a while gnashing their teeth. Threat. A bare bones threat. Chapter 64 Illusion. The next day. Before noon. The city square. Under the scorching sun, a crowd of people, looking excited and full of anticipation. A change from the previous bewilderment and disappointment. After all, yesterday, Master Ma has been very clear that today at noon, certainly manna will fall from the sky. Endured up to half a year of drought, regardless of men and women, dark skin, dry cracked. A city people, all gathered here. There are many more than yesterday. They all wanted to witness the rainfall. At the side of the altar, dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, Master Ma was sweating profusely, his face full of panic, and no longer had the calm demeanor of yesterday. After being caught drilling a dog hole last night, the trio's hearts were like ashes, they couldn't run away. Master, what to do? A five surveyed the surrounding, a sea of people, if they couldn't beg for rain. I'm afraid, the next second, these people would directly crush them into pieces. How do I know? Master Ma didn't respond in a good mood, and by this moment, he was also panicking inside. A six on the other hand appeared to be much more calm, whispered, Master, don't worry, the lost soul incense has been lit, just too many people, I don't know if it can achieve the expected effect. It was obvious. They were going to repeat their old trick, planning to create an illusion with the help of the lost soul incense. While everyone was caught in the illusion. And then leave silently. Master, that woman is watching us. A five pointed at Chen Wangshu, who was sitting on the other side of the altar, under a large shed. It just so happened. At this moment, Chen Wangshu was staring straight at the three of them, seemingly smiling, causing them to shudder. This woman is definitely not simple, she seems to have seen through that we are frauds from the very beginning. Master Ma had an intuition that if the three of them planted themselves here, it would definitely be because of this person. A mistake, I should have known that I should have stopped after cheating 8,000 gold. At this point in time, Master Ma had some regrets that he had gotten into such a situation because of his impulsiveness. Master, it's your turn to go on stage. Under the 10,000 eyes of the people, Master Ma took one step up to the altar, duster in hand. Master Ma, what are you shaking? Some of the people looked at the trembling Master Ma with puzzled faces. Master Ma, getting up early and practicing too much in the morning led to some leg weakness, it doesn't affect seeking rain. Why does your face look so ugly? Could it be that you're not feeling well? The people close to the altar pointed out. Master Ma was embarrassed, as poor Taoist said earlier, practicing too much in the morning, not only are your legs weak, but you are also a bit uncomfortable, it's not excessive, is it? It's not excessive, it's just that Master Ma, you're wearing your Taoist robe backwards, didn't you notice? Some sharp-eyed people pointed at him and shouted. Grandmaster Ma looked down, and as expected, he immediately explained, as poor Taoist said earlier, morning exercise is too much, resulting in a momentary blurring of the eyes, it should be reasonable, right? Reasonable is reasonable, then what are they shaking? The crowd pointed at the two disciples behind him and questioned. Grandmaster Ma turned his head back and cursed bastard, then explained, shaking? No. These two disciples of the poor Taoist are not shaking, but entering the state of performing magic. You've all heard of jumping gods, right? That's right. They are that kind of state, only the amplitude is a bit small, causing everyone to misunderstand. Oh. The crowd was dazed for a while, so they didn't inquire too much more. Alright. Next, the poor Taoist is going to start performing the spell, so all of you should still be quiet. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the crowd to be quiet, and in an instant, the entire square was silent. He first put the duster on the table, then picked up a handful of glutinous rice and sprinkled it against the wax table. Puff! A pillar of fire rushed out, like a spiritual fire dragon. An extremely shocking effect. Next, picked up a yellow talisman, closed his eyes tightly, and began to recite, one you guarantees that you will win every time you gamble, spears on the 3 public mahjong, all open smoothly. Obscure incantations, listening to many people froze. Although they could not understand it, it always felt very powerful. As the yellow talisman burned out, he snapped his eyes open, picked up a bowl of wine, and took a sip. Again, he sprayed it angrily at the wax table. Puff! Another fire dragon danced out and disappeared in a moment. Today, there are the people of Mulang City, pleading to the immortals of the 9 heavens for the grace of rain. The words finished. He once again picked up a yellow talisman, and after lighting it, he began to recite again, you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you. As soon as the incantation was finished, Master Ma's entire body began to shake, and every now and then he shivered for a moment. Then, he pretended to be deep, and his voice was high and cold. I am the immortal of the 9 heavens, the rain curtain immortal, and I have heard that there is a drought on earth, specially descending to the will, for mortals like you, manna from the sky. At this time shall the wind and clouds alternate, whistling, in the twinkling of an eye. The crowd only felt a trance, and saw that above the 9 heavens, at some point, dark clouds had already spread out. Thunder rumble. 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 In the midst of the dark clouds, there seemed to be channels of thunder snakes traveling through, resounding with a burst of lightning and thunder. With such a stance, it seemed to be a prelude to a violent storm. The sky and the earth are dark, and from time to time there is a thunderous fury that resonates through the heavens and the earth. The people, one by one, howled with excitement. It seemed to them that it should rain. By the altar, under the shed, Lin Hon, Lin Baoing, and Steward Li were also horrified, raising their heads to look into the air. This was the first time they had seen such a phenomenon. In this world, there were actually people who could achieve the terrifying situation of words following the law. Chen Wangshu was holding little Yue in his arms and was noticing a trance in front of his eyes when his heart cried out, "Not good."
Immediately, a tender voice rang in his ears, "Grandma, why isn't it raining yet?" In a flash,
as if the sound of heaven pulling her back from the trance.
Looking again in front of her,
the sun was still blazing in the sky, but those people were all dancing wildly one by one and bawling their eyes out.
This scene,
it made her realize that these people, all of them, had been hit by the soul loss incense and had fallen into an illusion. What shocked her the most was that a cultivator like Lin Hong, it was even caught in an illusion as well. What a brilliant tactic, almost even caught himself. But she lowered her head and looked at Lu Yue in her arms. If it wasn't for her cry of grandmother, waking herself up,
I'm afraid that I would have fallen into the illusion.
Little Yue, what did you see?
Seeing little Yue's eyes clear, she inquired in astonishment. Seeing them go crazy, Grandma, what's wrong with them?
The innocent eyes, the little face full of questions, finally made her realize one thing. That was that for the illusions created by the soul loss incense, it had no effect on her.
How could it?
Even if one was in the innate realm, as long as they smelled the soul loss incense, they would be trapped.
The current situation. Out of 10 points, 12 points were not right. Lu Yue wrapped her arms around her neck and cheerfully said, "Grandma, it's so hot."
Saying this, she raised her hand and a golden light surged out. Then on the table in front of her, the empty bowl, at some point had filled with a bowl of water.
"Grandma, do you want some water?"
She reached out her small hand, picked up the bowl, and handed it to Chen Wangshu.
At this moment,
Chen Wangshu's entire body, staring wide-eyed in horror, stared at the bowl dead on.
Inwardly shaken to the core, turning water out of thin air?
This. Terror. It was really too terrifying, as if one had seen a ghost. Little Yue, you this Chen Wangshu pointed at the bowl.
Lu Yue remorsefully slapped her own little head and said cheekily, "Grandma, you didn't see anything just now, did you?"
Almost forgetting that she couldn't expose her strength.
Otherwise, Daddy would beat his little butt. Chen Wangshu.
Rolling her eyes, she said in a bad mood, "Really think I'm blind, but how did you do it?"
"I don't know."
She hurriedly picked up the bowl and drank to herself. The cool and sweet water in her mouth made her less hot all of a sudden.
Chapter 65, No, are you for real?
Once the illusion was complete,
Master Ma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. These people won't be able to come to their senses for a while, so it's just that we have enough time to run away.
As the words were being said, he began to pack up his things, intending to leave.
What for? How many of you? Running away, of course. Master Ma subconsciously responded, then realized something was wrong. A woman's voice? How could there be a woman's voice?
Following the voice, once he turned around, he saw Chen Wangshu holding Lu Yue, standing in front of him.
You guys are fine? The three of them had an expression of having seen a ghost. How was it her again?
If it wasn't for this girl last night, the three of them would have run away successfully.
Then they would still be here, being roasted on the fire. Old Grandpa, why haven't you guys had rain yet?
Lu Yue's big innocent eyes, with big questions, asked with extreme curiosity.
It's raining?
Master Ma's face was filled with bitterness. He himself also wanted to rain. The key was that he didn't have that ability. If he could really call the wind and the rain, why would he need to run out to be a liar to sustain his life?
Miss, how about being a man and leaving a thread, so that we can meet in the future? He kept an eye on Chen Wangshu.
There was no martial chi fluctuation in her body. In this case, she was either an ordinary person or her cultivation was higher than his own.
According to the situation at hand, it should be the latter. At this time,
Lu Yue smiled and rushed at Chen Wangshu. Grandma, this old grandpa doesn't know how to make it rain. What should we do?
Should we not let little Yue rain?
These words came out. Master Ma, a 5, 6, and the four of them, Chen Wangshu, all 8 eyes swiped their gazes on her in unison.
A moment passed.
Master Ma and the three of them immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha.
Little girl, what are you talking about? Obviously.
Several people felt that Lu Yue was making a big deal out of it. How could something like begging for rain be something that a young lad could do? Little girl, seeing as you're so young, you like to brag, it's not a good thing. Zhao Wu was full of sarcasm. That look seemed to say, if you can beg for rain, I can even go to heaven. Without a doubt, all dismissed her as bragging.
And
Chen Wangshu's mind all of a sudden thought back to just now, Lu Yue's ability to change water out of thin air. Hiss. This cheap little granddaughter, it couldn't really be able to beg for rain, could it? For a while, her heart was in turmoil, somewhat not quite sure, according to the contact down these days. Although the little girl is young, but also I have a say. Just at this time, Lin Hong, stewardly two people, the first to wake up from the illusion. Seeing that the people all around were shouting frantically, then their bodies' martial chi shook, and a yellow martial chi rippled out.
In an instant,
covering the entire square, soon those people all woke up.
Where's the rain? Wasn't it already about to rain just now? Why is it still so hot? Girl, what are you doing? Interrupting Master Ma's spell? Those individual people were discussing it, and there were also people who were questioning Chen Wangshu's appearance on the altar. Xu Xingnan was sweating profusely as he quickly stepped forward. Master Ma was afraid that the other party would jump the gun and reveal the fact that he was a fraud. And so, before Chen Wangshu had a chance to speak, he hurriedly went up and pulled Xu Xingnan by the hand. City Master Zhu, originally, this matter of seeking rain was about to succeed, but unfortunately. After saying that, he looked towards Chen Wangshu and the two of them if he had a point. Hearing this, whether it was Xu Xingnan or the people below the altar, immediately comprehended his meaning. It was because these two people went up to the stage to interrupt the spell that it didn't succeed in bringing down rain. In a split second, all the people, with a look of hatred, stared at Chen Wangshu, Lu Yuer too. After so many times of disappointment, despair. Finally, when they were about to wait for the rain to arrive. However, someone had disturbed the master in performing the spell, and this behavior had caused them to not share the same fate. Seeing this, Lin Hong and the others hurriedly stepped forward and defended them. Gentlemen, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding can there be? It must be that the two of them can't see us well. I suggest, ruthlessly beat them both to death. Beat them to death? There are small children, isn't it too cruel? Beat that adult to death first, the little one will be raised for a few years first, and when it's big, then beat it to death. The people howled with some group enthusiasm. Everyone, listen to me, this matter, they should not be intentional. Xu Xingnan with great pressure, pressed his hand, a crowd of people instantly quiet. Little Yuer beeped, extremely indignant, idiot, you group of big idiots, that old grandpa won't reign at all. Hearing the words, everyone's expression froze, and the originally noisy square was instantly silent. It won't rain? It shouldn't be. Just now, there were clearly dark clouds covering the roof, not to mention the thunder rolling. Slander, absolute slander, little brat, don't think you can just slander people just because you're young. If it wasn't for the fact that you're small, the poor Taoist wouldn't bother with you, otherwise, it would have to attract thunder and punish you. Grandmaster Ma excitedly pointed at Lu Yuer and shouted, his inner heart panicked more than anything else. Finished. Finished. This kind of situation was extremely unfavorable for them. That's not right. Didn't they say just now that they would beg for rain? A thought came to mind. Everyone listened to poor Tao. Just now these two made a big fuss about how they would also beg for rain. That's why poor Tao stopped. Rather, we want to see how exactly they will beg for rain. As Master Ma finished these words, Chen Wangshu and Lu Yuer instantly became targets. Girl, are you sure you can beg for rain? Look at your fine skin and tender flesh. You look as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. You have a magnificent demeanor. You can't lie to us. Off, so what if you're pretty? If it doesn't rain, we'll all have to fly up in the sun. Girl, why don't you prove it? That's right, let's ask for rain and try it out, but if it doesn't work, let Master Ma come. Hundreds of people, you a word and I a word, hustle and bustle, so lively. However, they also did not pursue the interruption of the rain-seeking. Xiao Shu, Yu Lin Hong was a little disappointed, opened his mouth, wanting to persuade, but in the face of so many people, he did not know how to speak. Housekeeperly, when did Mrs. Shu know how to beg for rain? Lin Baoing, isn't begging for rain something only masters can do? When did Mother Shu know how to do this? Xu Xingnan looked at Master Ma and then at Chen Wangshu, always feeling that the situation in front of him was a bit unexpected. Lu Yuer stood out and looked at Master Ma arrogantly, old villain, don't try to bully my grandmother, I'll make it rain. Little child, don't fool around, hurry down. A Wu said as he was about to step forward to drive the other party off the stage. Chen Wangshu gazed at them coldly, originally wanting to directly expose the few of them. Nay. The other party was simply too shrewd, instantly diverting all the attention of the crowd to himself. Eyes. For the people, it didn't matter who was the liar. What mattered was the success of being able to beg for rain. She, squatting down, gently grabbed Lu Yuer's shoulders and asked in a small gentle voice, little one, you can really beg for rain? Once she thought of all the things that happened before, she couldn't help but somewhat believe it. Naturally, I can be awesome. Lu Yuer was playful with a hint of pride. After speaking, the small body took 2 steps forward and raised her head, looking towards the blazing sun above. A pair of small hands quickly formed a seal, and as a few complex legal seals were formed, golden light surged all over his body, as if a fairy child was on the ground. Quickly came to the front of the desk, picked up 3 incense, lit, and then inserted. The small face is full of seriousness and gravity. Futu, day auspicious time good, heaven and earth open, standing on the ground burning incense smoke rises, straight to the vault of heaven sure lone. Grace in all directions, so that the ghosts and gods sing together, I wish the wind and rain, all things well. Such green smoke reaches up to the 9 heavens. A childish voice, chanting an incantation that the crowd could not understand. It resounded throughout the entire square, echoing in the heavens and earth. In an instant, the golden light around Lu Yuer's body flourished, and a terrifying chanting power went straight up to the 9 heavens. The wind rises.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the surroundings, a gust of coolness that caused everyone to be startled.
Not. Kid, are you for real?
Master Ma's people went numb, originally still wanting to make the two of them a target, and then sneak away under the verbal abuse of the crowd.
Never expected that. The little kid was really good at it. However,
Lu Yuer didn't care to pay attention to anything else, and continued chanting, "Cloud surge." In the sky, suddenly dark clouds covered the top, constantly churning, resembling a pot of boiling water.
Thunder. The words fell. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
In the dark cloud vortex, the thunder continued to roar and the electricity flickered unceasingly. The blazing sun retreated, and the entire land was plunged into a dimness.
Master Ma finished, other people's kids are real kids, you're even a bigot.
Master, she, A5, A6 were horrified, pointing at the dark clouds, lightning and thunder in the sky, half unable to say a complete sentence. Chen Wangshu's beautiful eyes rippled with shock, her heart had already been shaken to the core.
The little guy was actually so powerful that he really begged for rain to come. Lin Hong, is it really my Xian granddaughter?
Lu Yuer raised her little head, reached out and pointed to the sky, and shouted sternly, "Rain comes."
Snap. Snap.
A drop of bean-sized rainwater slapped on the ground, snap. A puff of white smoke rose.
Between breaths, heavy rain poured down. It's raining, it's really pouring.
Some of the people danced with their hands and shouted excitedly.
Woo woo. We're saved. Chapter 66, King of Winning State, Summer U.
The sky was darkened with thunder and lightning.
Heavy rain poured down.
Such a sight lasted for a full half hour. Lu Yuer stood on the altar, her body covered in golden light surging out, looking like a little fairy child. With the golden light covering her, the rain couldn't even get close to her. Such a weird scene. Seeing the crowd, a burst of fear and trepidation. Ma Master fixed his eyes, see her so look, scared, and trembled uneasily. Hastily kneeling down, he shouted, "Little immortal, spare my life." In his opinion, the abilities displayed by Lu Yuer were by no means something a mortal could do.
Possessing this kind of ability to call the wind and rain.
Immortals without a doubt. When the people heard Master Ma's words, they also looked respectful and knelt down.
Thank you, little fairy. Little immortal is awesome. There were even a few people roaring, when others throw cold water at me, I'll take cold water and make it rain. When others throw mud at me, I'll take mud and rub it. Oh.
Bang. Someone in the back directly slapped a bench on it and cursed, oh, your mother's head, oh, les conleconky.
A moment. Dark clouds disperse, the wind stops raining. Bright sky, the sun reappeared. Lu Yuer trotted to Chen Wangshu, smilingly said, "Grandma, I'm great."
Chen Wangshu, who was still in a state of shock, was oblivious to the fact that her clothes were already wet from the heavy rain.
Until this moment.
As if waking up from a dream, she reached out and touched little Yuer's head, responding as if she was lost in thought, "Awesome."
Little Yuer, how can you be so awesome?
Lin Baoing went crazy and rushed up, hugging her with nothing but shock, but also envy.
Calling the wind and rain ah. That was a skill that only immortals could possess, right? His own niece actually had this kind of ability. Awesome. Shocked. Finally envious.
With a face of excitement that was hard to suppress, Zhu Xingnan stepped forward and respectfully said, "Little immortal, great kindness, unforgettable forever."
However,
Lu Yuer pulled Chen Wangshu's hand and came in front of Lin Hong, pouting, "Great grandpa, if today's events are known by father, you and grandma must protect me. Otherwise daddy will beat my little butt." Once Lin Hong heard this, he burst out laughing and cheerfully said, "Good.
Great grandpa will definitely protect you. What about grandma?"
She turned her head and looked at Chen Wangshu pitifully.
"I will also protect you." Receiving an affirmative response, she hurriedly danced around, "Oh yeah. City Lord Zhu, these three are not good people."
Chen Wangshu pointed at Master Ma's trio.
Royal Capital. Imperial Palace, Royal Study Room.
Emperor Xia was sitting on the dragon chair, holding a letter in his hands as he looked at it. The more he read it, the more gloomy his face became.
In front of him,
there stood a black-robed man.
A moment. Emperor Xia angrily slapped the table and cursed, "Wastes, a bunch of wastes." So many experts were deployed, but they couldn't even help her.
Lin Xiaoyan, why are you so hard to kill?" The black-robed man below bent his waist and respectfully said, "The armies gathered by the three great royal dynasties are delayed. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives.
If we rashly cooperate with them again, I'm afraid." Sniffing.
The Xia Emperor also looked helpless. "I also know that it's a group of jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, but the Jingguo order will not be withdrawn for a day.
If the royal power is not centralized, Ming's throne will not be stable in the future. Xia Ziming, the dynasty's crown prince, the future Daxia Emperor. Nowadays,
everything the Xia Emperor was doing was merely paving the way for his ascension to the throne. But the black-robed man still wanted to persuade something.
The Xia Emperor waved his hand and sighed, "If you choose to seek skin with a tiger, you have to think about being prepared to be bitten or even cut off from the tiger's mouth. What I'm worried about now is that unknown sword immortal that was able to injure Wei and the three of them with a single sword. Its strength is unfathomable. Continue to check this person's details. Also, issue a decree to recall Lin Xiaoyan back to the royal capital. If you can't kill him outside, I don't believe you can't kill him back in the capital. The black-robed man responded respectfully, yes. Retire. Qin City. State Lord's Mansion. At this moment, an uninvited guest was ushered in. The king of the winning state, Summer Yu. Above the hall, Summer Yu was sitting high on the throne, looking like an old god. Below, Zhang Qian stood there in a cold sweat, standing respectfully. At the back stood Qin Sheng and Juiba. A long time. So, Ming'er has gone to Winning State City and has been matched up with the one from the State Duke's mansion. The other party is followed by a half-step innate expert, and now his life or death is uncertain? Xiaoyu gently tapped the desktop with his right hand, his face expressionless and unsalted as he asked. Indeed. Zhang Qian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and responded with trepidation. Immediately after, Summer Yu stood up, gazed at Qin Sheng and slowly said, "This king remembers that you are Ming'er's beloved, and he left Qin City without bringing you along?" At those words, Qin Sheng hurriedly stood out, then knelt down and said, "Back to your majesty, my subordinate also followed the state lord before going, only because of the discovery of a secret. The state lord told my subordinate to inevitably escape and come back. Inform your highness of the secret." Facing this one in front of him, he didn't dare to lie at all. After all, the other party was the heaven of the winning state, in which the eyes covered were pervasive. Therefore, confessing was the best choice. Oh? Xiaoyu all of a sudden came to be interested, to be able to make Lu Yiming send someone to inform him of his secret. I'm afraid it's not simple. Qin Sheng continued, "Your Majesty, that Lu Ziyan has the Chaos Sword Box in his hands. No surprise, the Chaos Sword Box has always been in General Lin's hands, and it's nothing strange when it comes to his hands." Xiaoyu was unimpressed and felt a little disappointed. But that guy Lu Ziyan can open the sword box. What? Summer Yu exclaimed, having been shocked. Quickly stepping forward, staring at Qin Sheng dead on, fearing that he had heard it wrong. 1,000 times true. Receiving an affirmative reply, Summer Yu immediately laughed maniacally after a short period of shock. Haha. That Chaos Sword Box, which is known as an absolute divine weapon, has actually been opened by someone. Qin Sheng hastened to add fuel to the fire and said, "My subordinate had the honor of witnessing with his own eyes, the moment Lu Ziyan opened the sword box, 50,000 generals perished in an instant. Is it really so powerful?" When Summer Yu heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. 50,000 generals killed just by opening the sword chi. Such a sharp weapon. If it can be used for this king, maybe that position in the king's capital, it's not inevitable that he can't have a seat. Following that, he turned around, walked over to Zhang Qian, patted his shoulder and said, "This king knows that bit of your mind, but wants to sit in the position of state lord. The state lord order is on you, immediately transfer the city guards back. As long as you can get that sword box for this king and capture Lu Ziyan alive, the position of state lord will then be taken by you in name only." When these words came out, Zhang Qian only felt a chill down his back, not even realizing that the other party even knew that the state lord's order was on him. The most frightening point. Even the fact that he had deliberately transferred the city guards away from Qin City was also clear. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Seeing that he was slow to speak out, Summer Yu knew that he was frightened. So he comforted, "Don't worry, a mere righteous son, this king doesn't put it on his mind, but you'd better not harbor other thoughts. Otherwise." His eyes were cold, like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Frightened, Zhang Qian hurriedly knelt down to show his loyalty. "Don't worry, your majesty, my subordinate will surely live up to his trust." In that case, go down. Chapter 67, This king has an imperial decree. A cup of wine for 10,000 feet of red dust, a pot of tea for 1,000 years of greatness. Though there are 10,000 lights, there is not a single light for me. On the way to Qin City, Xiu rode on the back of his horse, secretly talking to himself. Up to this moment, he felt absurd and ridiculous, could not imagine himself a city general, but one day with people on the road against a party of princes. Behind him, vast 80,000 troops, slowly advancing. In front, the carriage gently crushed through, leaving 2 deep marks. At this time, several hours had passed since Lu Ziyan gathered the army of Winning State City and set off. Zhang Ling, Concerned Lan, and the others chose to stay behind, managing his city. Only he was the only one who followed Lu Ziyan to Qin City to crusade against a party of princes. As big as the dream is, the stage is as big as the stage. As long as one acts as a demon, one must die quickly. Hiya! Xiu hastily accelerated and came to walk side by side with the carriage. Lu Ziyan lifted the curtain of the carriage and said with a smile, "Regret?" When Xiu heard this, he immediately blushed in embarrassment, knowing that some of his feelings just now had let this person know. Immediately shook his head and said, "A great man stands on heaven and earth, you have to be sensational, drink the strongest wine, pick up the wildest girl, when the real man also." With words so full of truth, even the green lady couldn't help but cast a scornful look at him. Little old man, quite the rebel. Old man Xiao, according to reason, shouldn't you people in the way of letters be rigid and stick to the rules? This trip is undoubtedly tantamount to rebellion. Aren't you afraid of being stigmatized for years because of it? Lu Ziyan was a bit curious. A good man of letters, his most important thing should be his reputation. Furthermore, these people generally regard themselves as gentlemen. Xiao snorted and said boldly, a man is a teenager until he dies. The old man also possesses a rebellious, and not bound by the world, crimson and fiery heart. Once upon a time, my dream was also to travel the world with a sword. Walking to the ends of the earth with a sword? The little old man is quite a tosser. I just don't know why he became a civil official and a city seneschal, managing the people's daily routine. Speaking here, Xiao was full of memories, stroking his chin's hairy white beard and said, one man, one sword, one horse. One wine, one poem, one woman. The ultimate dream of prodigal sons. Xingnu rolled her eyes and was speechless. Lu Ziyan was stunned at first, then it dawned on him that it was still the literati who could have fun. Not only do they have interest, they also have love interest, and most importantly, they also have fun interest. Elder Qiu, why are there still women? The green woman is a little puzzled. With his own past to see the words of the book above those prodigal sons' heart is not the same awe. Xiu and see her clear and serious eyes, for a moment, some not too good to explain. Of course it is a man's pleasure, at midnight, to carry out a billion microbial release movement. Commonly known as tired and happy. Lu Ziyan teased. What does it mean? Qing female, Xiu and full of puzzlement, asked in unison. 2 days later. Xin City. The army led by Lu Ziyan had already arrived at the city. At the same time, Zhang Qian had already transferred back nearly 100,000 city guards a day ago. Above the city walls, Summer Yu was dressed in a 3-clawed python robe embroidered with gold edges, with his hair tied up in a golden crown, standing with his arms folded, with a posture of having the whole situation under control. Behind him, a silver-haired old man, hunched over, his right hand holding a dark walking stick, supporting his body, a shaky look. That old face, full of wrinkles of the years, looked extremely scary. Further back, it was Zhang Qian, Chen Shang, Zhuiba and the others. Mr. Lu, you're here. Summer Yu's voice was like a bell, resounding and echoing, with a superior stance, proudly looking at Lu Ziyan in the distance. Because. At this moment, Lu Ziyan stepped out of the carriage and stood there, a bookish aura revealed, elegant to the extreme. Winning State King Summer Yu? Lu Ziyan hesitated for a moment, somewhat surprised. Looking at the situation in front of him, the other parties seemed to have known that he would come from early on. Or he had come with a large army. Things, it seemed, were not as simple as he had imagined. It is precisely this king, Aunt Lu is really a talented person, not to be missed. Xia Yu did not mince words of praise, no wonder the great general had looked at him earlier. These days, if you are handsome, you have more doors to eat. It's not something to blow off. Lu Ziyan responded confidently, Your Highness is also well built, especially the neck, it's especially beautiful, looking at it I can't bear to lay down my sword for a bit. The pretense of regret caused Zhang Qian and the others to be shocked. This kid was really crazy. Actually really wanted to behead the king, who gave the bear heart and leopard gall. To this, Xia Yu was not surprised and was very frank, this king is right here, waiting for you to come. The conversation between the two, directly to Zhang Qian several people will not be whole. What's the matter, are you guys familiar? Your Highness, the other party is the enemy who killed your righteous son, and you're still resting here chatting. It's not appropriate. And then there's Aunt Lu, with so few soldiers, you want to take down a party of princes. Is it a game? Or is it a joke? Then, Summer Yu stretched out his right hand, index finger hooked, the corner of his mouth pulled up, contemptuously shouted, You, come over here. That look of being in need of a beating, looking at Zhang Qian and the others, their teeth itched for a while, itching to rush up and beat him up. Then he shrugged his shoulders and said to everyone, Never in my life have I heard of anyone asking for this. Of course. This kind of thought was only in the hearts of the crowd just to think about it. Lu Ziyan smiled at this and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhou He on the side. He hurriedly suggested, Aunt Lu, let's take out the Jingui order, we can order all the generals of Dixia, and directly ask them to open the city gates. Let's then charge in and capture the king of Winning State alive, how about that? Using the Jingui order to call on the generals in the city was not a bad idea. After all, the entire Grand Xia on this piece, that was in existence comparable to the Xia Emperor. However, Lu Ziyan did not adopt such a suggestion, because he knew very clearly. Summer Yu appeared here, waiting for himself, which everywhere revealed a hint of untouchable intrigue. As far as he knew, the other party, as a party of princes, controlled the land of 3 states, Winning State, Yun State, and Hao State. Among them, his royal residence is located in Cloud City, the main city of Cloud State. It was a few days away from Qin City. From the time he beheaded Lu Yiming to now, but 3 days, even if someone hoofed it back to ventilate the message. Also need time. One back and forth, the bottom must be about 7 or 8 days. Nowadays. But 2 days, he appeared here. I'm afraid that he already has plans for himself. Jinguo order. Claimed to represent the other half of the imperial power. Summer Yu was afraid that he was coming for this. Just how certain was he that the Jinguo order would be in his possession? However, seeing that he was in deep thought, Summer Yu on the city wall spoke again. The Jinguo order is on you, right? Otherwise, just because you have been hiding in your mansion for 10 years and have no official status, how can you make the army follow you? To tell you the truth, this king is here for the Jinguo order in your hand. After speaking, he took out a roll of imperial decree and laughed. In this king's hand is His Majesty's imperial decree that the protector of the realm made a big mistake and was demoted to the rank of a partial general of a city. The Lord of Jinguo was relegated away from the royal capital. Therefore, His Majesty has specially ordered this king to come and take back the order of Jinguo. With such a gesture, it was obvious that he had already anticipated the Jinguo order in Lu Ziyan's hands. Preemptively, directly took out the holy decree and pressed the Jinguo order head-on. In this way, even if he took out the Jinguo order, he would not be able to order the party that possessed the holy decree. Holy decree? He was so scared that he almost fell off his horse, and in his heart, he cried out, "It's over. My life is over." There was also the Duke of Jinguo being relegated away from the king's capital. How did he not receive the news? Along with behind those city guards, for a time, is also some panic. Don't know who to listen to. On the one hand, there is His Majesty's holy decree, and on the other hand, there is His Majesty's Jinguo order. The key duo was also hostile. Snap. Snap. Pa. Lu Ziyan applauded while exclaiming, "Your Majesty's hand, it's really good. It can both disrupt the military spirit of the generals on my side, and also prove that his division is well known. It's just that you all mustn't forget that back then, His Majesty's creation of the Jinguo order stated one thing. With this order, it can represent half of the imperial power." The crowd of generals, after hearing this, gradually began to quiet down. Even His Majesty himself can't reclaim this half of the imperial power. Your Highness thinks that you can do it with just the holy decree? Chapter 68, Only Fighting, Not Retreating. Lingzhou City. Backyard. Inside the compartment. Jin Shu, Shi Jingxi, and Su Luoling looked serious. Lin Chaoyan was dressed in a long snow-white coat with an extraordinary temperament. Sitting there, she was like a mortal fairy, beautiful beyond words. On her shoulder, a small snake as black as ink, the size of a chopstick, lay quietly. It is the black girl. What is strange is that, even though the black girl was lying on her shoulder, several people were unaware of it. Next, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. No matter what, I can't let anyone come near this room. Remember, no matter who, no one can come close. She instructed the crowd exceptionally seriously, because next, the cultivation left behind by Lu Ziyan needed to be thoroughly absorbed. If it was successful, one would completely shed their bones and become a Jindan stage immortal cultivator. At that time, in the 9 states, there were only a few who could be compared to themselves. I was afraid. Yes. The 3 of them promised and then withdrew. Inside the room, she was the only one left. Reaching out and gently touching the black girl, she whispered, "Remember to protect the spell, but don't let outsiders in." Saying that black girl transformed into a shadow and flew to the door position. After doing all this, Lin Chaoyan returned to the bed and sat down. Her body was immediately wrapped in a golden light around her. The place where the armies of the 3 great kingdoms gathered. The outskirts. In the middle of the jungle. One by one, towering tents, the most central tent. Inside, standing in 2 rows of generals, in the center, sat an old man, full of white hair, gaze like a sword, stern, terrifying. A gray robe, chest, embroidered with an auspicious cloud. This person, it is the Lioli dynasty on the bright side, the sea god Pin General Fengxing. He scanned a circle of people, his eyes finally rested on Tuobahao, slowly opened his voice, "There is still no news coming back?" Heard. Tuobahao, drenched in sweat, looked terrified and said, "Back to wind old man, lay old man they, seems to have missed." A short sentence, as if using all his strength. What? Fengxing Nu stood up, his expression cold, his face like frost, clenching his fists indignantly. "The Xia Emperor said that?" "No, that's right, even the people who went to Ridge State City, also lost." The crowd heard this. All of them were in shock, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. There were so many experts, including several in the innate realm. Such a terrifying force, actually all of them were folded. Rubbish! I had already said that the Xia Emperor could not be trusted. To be able to leave Big Brother and the others behind, I'm afraid that certain old monsters have struck out. Pass the order down, immediately rush towards Lingzhou City. I don't believe that the 800,000 troops gathered by the 3 great royal dynasties will not be able to destroy a mere city. Fengxing gritted his teeth and ordered with extreme anger. Yes. Elder Feng. Tuobahao promised and walked out in a panic. Half an hour later, the army advanced towards Lingzhou City. One day later, outside Lingzhou City, the vast army appeared as if locusts were crossing the city. In the city, City Lord 800 Miles, leading General Jade Bridge, came to the backyard in a panic. General Jinshu, quickly report to the great general, something big is wrong, the three great King Dynasty's armies are here again. And this time, there are a full 800,000 troops. Panicked and anxious eyes, to such a situation, Lingzhou City is afraid to hang on. The most important point. So far. Never saw the dynasty send any reinforcements to come. Just at this moment. The holy decree has arrived. An eunuch held the imperial decree in his hand and brought a few guards with him as he walked in quickly. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly knelt down to receive the decree. That eunuch's eyes searched for a circle and realized that there was no Lin Chaoyan figure, and immediately pulled his voice and said, "Where is General Lin? We are here for General Lin's sake, why don't you quickly call her to come and receive the decree?" Jinshu looked indifferent, lifted her head and said, "My young lady has been given an elixir left by a high person to renew her life, and is absorbing the medicinal power. Within a short period of time, she can't come out, the eunuch can just hand over the imperial decree to me." The words that dripped with water caused Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling and the two of them to give a thumbs up. It's still Jinshu, his reaction is just fast enough, no wonder he has always been the great general's beloved. Once the eunuch heard this, he didn't count too much. Because for the matter of Lin Chaoyan's poisoning, it was known to everyone, there would be no suspicion. So he spread out the holy decree and read it out. When the crowd heard the contents of the holy decree, all of them froze in place because the holy decree was summoning Lin Chaoyan back to the court. "General Jinshu, the holy decree has been conveyed, please General Lin quickly return to the king's capital with us to resume our duties." The eunuch handed the holy decree to Jinshu. On the side, 800 Miles said bitterly, "I'm afraid I can't go back, the armies of the three great king dynasties have already arrived at the city, and will kill their way in within the next few days." "What?" The eunuch shouted in horror, and the several guards behind him were also terrified. "Follow us to take a look." Obviously, he didn't choose to believe an 800 Miles side of the story. Half a day ago, when they entered the city, they hadn't heard anything about the arrival of a large army. "Several generals, what should we do now?" Jade Bridge eagerly inquired to the three Jinshu. Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling responded in unison, "Die fighting. Gather all those who can fight in the city. Jinshu stay behind to guard General Lin, we'll go with you." Even when she heard that 800,000 troops were coming to attack, she had no choice but to face them head on. "Eastern Red generals, only fight and not retreat. Because behind us is our home." Su Luoling's eyes were incomparably firm, and the faith in her heart never changed in the slightest. Several people hurriedly walked out, and when they were about to arrive at the entrance of the courtyard, Jinshu said with extreme gravity, "Come back alive." Qi Jingxi and the others' bodies gave a start, then they drank, "To die in battle is an honor for us." The words were finished. Without hesitation, they stepped out. On the city wall. As soon as the eunuchs arrived, they saw the black pressurized army in front of them. "It's over." Instantly, a few people were so frightened that their legs went weak and their faces turned white as they fell to the ground. Immediately following, Qi Jingxi and the others arrived, glancing at the several people with a face full of ridicule, and said in a clear and cold manner, "If you're afraid of dying, find a place to hide, and if you're lucky, you'll still be able to see the sun tomorrow." Upon hearing this, several people rolled and ran down the city wall, thinking that they must have gone to hide. It just so happened that at this time, woo! A melodious low horn-blowing sound, loud and clear, piercing the ears, cutting through the sky, spreading to Lingzhou City, everyone's ears. The horn of the charge had been blown. 100,000 troops took the lead in launching the attack. It was only seen as a fan-shaped formation, rapidly charging in. "General Qi, the other party is so decisive in launching the attack, I'm afraid that 800 Miles simply didn't expect that this time, the other party was so decisive. Not giving them any time to react." The sound of horses' hooves was deafening. It was as if the earth was trembling as 100,000 troops raced in. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Something that surprised everyone happened, the city gates actually slowly opened as the army rushed over. On the city wall, a general ran in panic and knelt in front of 800 Miles, covered in blood, panting, "City Lord, it's not good, someone opened the city gates to let the enemy army in." "What?" The crowd's face changed drastically, never thought that at such a critical juncture, there would be people doing such disobedient things. What kind of person is so bold? 800 Miles had an angry face. As they watched, the army had already arrived in front of them. Below, one person was seen with dozens of guards, rushing out of the city and shouting, "One of our own. I am Chang Zijie. Chang Zijie." When 800 Miles and the others saw him, they immediately hated to tear him apart. "The main general of the South Sea Pass, how could he be here? It's too late, meet the battle." Without saying a word, Qi Jingxi flew down and came to the outside of the city, holding a longsword and flying at breakneck speed. Rushing towards Chang Zijie. Dare to smuggle in enemy troops, open the city gates without authorization, and disregard the people of a city. To be honest, at this moment, she was completely uptight. The source of everything was because of Chang Zijia's bottomless behavior. General Chang, a woman is catching up. The guards turned their heads back and happened to run into Qi Jingxi's icy gaze. It scared them out of their wits. Run! Chang Zijia was also running at breakneck speed, not daring to turn back in the slightest. He was well aware of what kind of reaction this behavior of his would cause. Yet, he couldn't care less. In the blink of an eye, Chang Zijia converged with the army. Kill! The army surrounded Qi Jingxi at once. Immediately, they began to fight. At the rear city gates, there were constantly generals rushing out and fighting with the enemy army. The city is here, the people are here, the city is broken, the people are dead. Kill! 800 Miles surrounded himself with Marshal Qi, stepping into the air and flying, arriving at Qi Jingxi's side in a moment's time. With a wave of his hand, his thick Marshal Qi blasted away hundreds of people. Chapter 69 Windy Wind strikes with the power of an arrow. Dust and smoke rolled out, and there were shouts of murder. The three great royal dynasties, the vanguard army. Herculeanly, Qi Jingxi, 800 Miles and the two of them were surrounded. Su Luoling, Yu Qiao and the others saw this. They quickly led their teams and rushed out, wanting to rescue them. This side. After being surrounded, Qi Jingxi's eyes surged with a gleam of blue light as he roared, "Great underworld kingdom!" The Marshal Qi in his body quickly revolved, and in an instant, his body was covered in green light. A huge cyan-colored shadow rose up behind him. Sharp mouth and fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a huge monster. It rose up from the ground. Between breaths, this cyan shadow was 8 feet tall and almost materialized. The Qi clan's great underworld kung fu, using one's martial energy to condense a gigantic dharma body, indestructible. Seeing this, 800 Miles exclaimed in shock, and at the same time, he knew that Qi Jingxi was determined at this moment to fight to the death. After all, when the Qi family cast the underworld dharma body, it would definitely be a matter of death for you and death for me. Swords come! Not willing to lag behind, 800 Miles reached out and waved his hand, and above the entrance to the city, several stone bricks vibrated violently. Buzz! A saber sound spread out, accompanied by terrifying saber intent. Boom! The stone bricks exploded, and a large dark blade, which quickly turned into a stream of light, flew straight towards 800 Miles. The old man is coming. On the city wall, Sitting Yin appeared at an unknown time, his right hand sleeve flung out, his body's when Qi blossomed, as dazzling as the sun. He was seen walking towards the air step by step, and a white lotus flower appeared under his feet, holding him up. When the book is in use, you will hate it. A single word was uttered, containing a terrifying when Qi surging and transforming into a single large character. Transform sword. Sitting Yin raised his hand and pointed, and those words instantly transformed into a huge sword, blasting towards the enemy army. Boom! 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 The sword energy smashed into the ground and quickly exploded, and in an instant, it blasted hundreds of enemy troops. On the side of the 3 great king dynasties, Fengxing stood on the chariot and saw the moment when Sitting struck. Eyes gradually began to become cold and incomparable. To the side of Tuoba Hao said in a low voice, "Will the old man vigorously bow invited, when Dao everyone, today let you see the old man an arrow to break all laws." Yes. Elder Feng. He walked down quickly. Not long after, 2 7th-grade generals, sweating profusely, carried a large bow, 3 meters long, dark gold all over, with a faint golden light flowing from it. Rear. There were also a few generals, carrying 10 arrows over. At first glance, those arrows were similar to a lance. Each arrow, weighing over 100 pounds, was completely made of black gold. Especially that longbow, the weight of 10,000 pounds, is a weapon master of the 9 states, has late in life to build. This is the only one in the world. It is said. This bow was made by Daiyu in order to deal with a strong person above the innate realm. He used all his skills to build it. Unfortunately, when the bow was completed, it happened to be a thunderstorm day, and a thunderbolt came down. It struck him to death. At the same time, it also struck the powerful bow, precisely because of this. The body of the bow was sublimated to the extreme, thus becoming extremely mysterious. The bow comes. He, raising his hand, beckoned, and as if the powerful bow possessed a spirit, it swiftly flew to his hand. Regardless of whether you're in the Great Confucian realm or not, with the arrows of the old me, even if it's in the realm of the self-realized human immortal, you'll have to back off. Picking up an arrow, he bent the bow and struck the arrow in a single motion. Then, covered in blue martial energy, he slowly drew the bow. Fengxing 7 arrows, 3rd arrow 100 steps through Yang. After drawing the bow to full capacity, Fengxing whispered and then let go. Whoosh! An ear-piercing air-breaking sound exploded, and the arrow was like a meteor, cutting through the sky. When it shot out, the arrow seemed to have sparks emerging. When it came to the air, it turned into countless arrow shadows, seemingly real or fake, terrifying to the extreme. At this time, Sitting Yin, who was walking in the air, seemed to notice something and looked up. He saw that a large arrow shadow appeared in front of him. Not good. There was a cry in his heart, but unfortunately, it was too late. Poof! With a sound, a long black golden arrow directly pierced through his heart. Until this moment, only then did the roiling arrow shadow disappear. Wind arrow technique. Lowering his head, severe pain came, and his eyes gradually began to become blurry. The one chi on his body gradually dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. Bang! Mr. Sitting In. When the crowd saw this, they immediately cried out in pain, never expecting that even Mr. Sitting was killed by an arrow. 800 Miles waved the large sword in his hand, and a gust of sword chi swept out. A large number of enemy corpses fell in front of him. Mr. Sitting. It was too late to think about it, and his figure darted over in a hurry. Not a moment later, he appeared beside Sitting In. Into his eyes was Sitting In, dead in peace, his chest completely pierced by that long arrow. His body was covered in a large bloodstain, and the corner of his mouth was also overflowing with blood. The army led by Su Luoling killed here and protected Sitting In. Quickly take Mr.'s corpse back. 800 Miles commanded and once again swung his sword to charge up, his eyes red, like a maddened lion. Shi Jingxi catalyzed his Dharma body and slapped his big hand. Hundreds of enemy troops were blown away. At this moment, it was as if a giant was slaughtering some short ordinary people. A single slap could kill hundreds, if not hundreds of enemies. A few breaths later, her breathing gradually became ragged, and her pretty face gradually turned white. After all, performing the great underworld skill extremely consumed martial energy as well as physical strength. The chaotic battlefield was filled with killing. Corpses were piled up like mountains, wailing continuously, all sorts of feats, and martial chi crisscrossed the battlefield. From time to time, people would fall. It was incomparably tragic. On the other side, on the chariot, after Feng Xing killed Sitting In with an arrow, he didn't stop. Once again, he bent his bow and strung an arrow. His eyes rested on Shi Jingxi, who had condensed a huge Dharma body. Great underworld Dharma body? Old me will break it with a single arrow. The bowstring was drawn full, and with a cold smile, he loosened it once again. Whoosh! Extreme speed, accompanied by ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, rushed out once again. Seeing this, Tuobahao immediately ordered the second batch of 100,000 troops to charge forward once again, to crush the opponent with absolute numerical superiority. Make sure to take Lingzhou City today. At this time, Shi Jingxi's body was almost drained of martial energy, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down, but she still relied on her strong willpower and struggled to hold on. Facing the pounce of the enemies around her, if she stopped, there was only one outcome. That was death. 800 Miles returned to her senses and looked towards the sky as long arrow shadows appeared in the sky. General Qi, be careful. Just as he spoke out a reminder, he realized that the arrow shadow had already appeared in front of him. Wind-chasing blade, go! The large sword in his hand was thrown out by him with force, and in an instant, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. Not a moment later, tens of thousands of blade shadows were seen, appearing in front of him. Shi Jingxi also felt an aura of death approaching at this time, and jerked his head up to look. A long arrow, similar to a lance, arrived with a bang. Boom! Just as she felt that she couldn't dodge it, a high wall formed entirely by the shadow of a sword appeared in front of her. It blocked the path of the long arrow. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted and fire shot out in all directions. Ka-ching, in the next second, the high wall formed by blade shadows was seen to start showing signs of rupture. Obviously, relying on this high wall alone, it was feared that it would not be able to withstand the long arrow attack. 800 Miles flashed to. Martial chi surged from his body and ruthlessly struck out a martial chi on the wall of blades. With the addition of this martial chi, it immediately bloomed with 2 types of light, intensely white and golden. General Qi, quickly retreat, I'm about to be unable to withstand it. Even though he had already used his full strength to support that wall of blades. However, the power of this arrow was far beyond what was thought, and it was completely impossible to block it with all one's strength. Shi Jingxi sniffed. Unable to care about herself, she roared, Wrath of the Underworld King. A gust of green light once again rose around his body, and above his Dharma body, the green light flourished, and his giant hand quickly lunged out. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Put. As she spoke, she violently spat out blood furiously, her face as white as paper, and her head was beginning to resemble mush, almost losing consciousness. General Qi, you've gone crazy, overdrawing your life force like this. 800 Miles could tell at a glance that she was using her own life force as a cost to burst out her martial energy once again. But in this way, even if she could survive after the great battle, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to make any more progress in the future on the path of martial arts. Dead old man, it's hard to say if you can go back alive or not, why are you still counting on this? Shi Jingxi smiled indifferently, seemingly having already looked down on his own life and death. In the face of such a large army, sooner or later, Lingzhou City would be breached. But, as a member of Dongfanghong, a Daxia general, faith in her heart, so that she can only die in battle. She will not take a step back. Those enemies around her, looking at her full concentration to deal with that long arrow. Even with the protection of the Dharma body. A group of enemy soldiers, they were also desperate to rush up, and all kinds of weapons began to bombard her Dharma body. Pooh! Each blast of the enemy's Dharma body was able to produce a backlash-like damage to her. Fresh blood was spat out furiously, her face became whiter and whiter, and the green light covering her Dharma body began to gradually become somewhat dimmer. Chapter 7800 Miles of Battle Death. On the chariot. Fengxing looked at the distant battlefield. The image of 800 miles, Qi Jingxi and the two of them, struggling to resist the long arrows. It was reflected in his eyes. Beside him, Tuobahao couldn't help but brag, Elder Feng really lives up to his name, this arrow, I'm afraid that not even a self-realized human immortal can block it. A mere 9th grade great circle, not even close. The generals of the other two major dynasties complimented one after another. The person in front of him. That was an ascended realm powerhouse, and was the explicit foundation of the Liuli dynasty. Say less compliments, it is rumored that they also have a window immortal who can summon the spirits of the heroes with his poetry. Why the delay? Fengxing's real goal in coming here was to settle the great Xiaowendao immortal. Otherwise, how could he even bring the power bow directly? The purpose was to kill the great Xiaowendao immortal with a single strike. His 7 arrows of the wind had already been cultivated to the point of pure perfection, even if the great circle of the innate realm would not dare to easily receive one of their own arrows. According to the news returned by the scouts, that person has already left Lingzhou City. Only, why didn't they see their protector general's girl? Tuobahao said, somewhat puzzled on the battlefield, looking for it. He was slow to find that person's figure. Out of so many experts, can't take the Lin family that girl, I'm afraid that a certain old man of Disxia is sitting here. On Fengxing's old face, a trace of scorn appeared. Other people might not be aware that between the major dynasties, the true underpinnings were not innate realms at all. Especially those dynasties that had existed for a long time. The underpinnings that existed were far beyond what anyone could imagine. Aren't those 3 from the great Xiao royal capital injured? Tuobahao was somewhat perplexed, not understanding what kind of meaning his words had. In response, Fengxing snorted, do you guess why all the major dynasties know that those 3 of theirs are injured, yet they still don't dare to act rashly? Take our 3 major royal dynasties for example. One dynasty sent out 2 innate realms to directly kill the great Xia royal capital. And then take out the Xia emperor, wouldn't the entire Grand Xia be plunged into the land of doom? Upon hearing this, Tuobahao's expression was stunned for a moment, then he turned back to his senses and said, that's right. Why don't we do this? Fengxing rolled his eyes, looking at a little cutie. Eyes, then said, the Xia dynasty established by the Xia emperor was not long, but do you know that the martial civilization of Disxia, but the inheritance of 5,000 years long? It is the longest existing martial arts inheritance in the 9 states. Even the joint attack of the 8 major dynasties back then couldn't destroy it. When it came to the martial heritage of the Grand Xia dynasty, it was definitely an existence that all the dynasties in the 9 states were afraid of. It is precisely for this reason that there have been countless times in the past that the invasion of the Grand Xia dynasty has not ended in failure. Especially after the invasion of the 8 dynasties. Xia Huan, Lin Hong, 2 people came out of nowhere, with thousands of people, hard to the fragmented daxia, re-cohesion. In just a few decades. Beat the major dynasties, fear, do not dare to act rashly. This time. If not with the Xia emperor and their cooperation, meaning, it is simply impossible for the 3 major king dynasties to jointly attack things. The most important point, do you think that the great Xia dynasty has been inherited for so long and doesn't have some old things above the innate realm? Even if our Liuli dynasty has only existed for 200 years, the previous imperial lord had already managed to step into the self-realization human immortal. Fengxing's words refreshed Tuobahao's perception of Grand Xia. Similarly, there was also the perception of the path of martial arts. All along, he had believed that in the path of martial arts, the ultimate peak was the innate realm. In all the major dynasties, there were more or less such strong people. Therefore, it was known as the general existence of the C-pin. What now? Tuobahao for a moment, somewhat at a loss as to how to command, it turned out that their so-called 3 major royal dynasties were united. Secretly, the consent of the Xia emperor was still needed. Not. Then was this Xia emperor sick? To unite outsiders to invade his own dynasty, what is the figure? Fengxing seemed to see what was on his mind and sighed, it's just a deal. The Xia emperor had divided half of his royal power to that old thing Lin Hong back then, causing the great Xia's royal power to become less centralized. Currently, he is afraid that his big day is approaching, so he naturally wants to completely get rid of the Lin Hong family. And then take back the other half of the imperial power. Among other things, the deal with their 3 major royal dynasties was that regardless of success or failure, they would hand over a state's land for them to divide up. Otherwise, how could they have taken the South Sea Pass so easily? Even with the large army pressing down on the city in front of them. Many of the reasons for the other states' armies delaying their support were because the Xia emperor was secretly operating. 12 cities in one state, the Xia Emperor is letting out 12 cities for us to share? After hearing this, Tuobahao man went numb, and the first thing he thought was, the Xia Emperor must be a cutie. Too crazy. To take such a risk just for the centralization of imperial power, what if he plays it off? Battlefield. 800 miles was still using all of his martial energy to fend off that long arrow. The wall of swords constantly erupted with a terrifying sword intent. Even with Qi Jingxi's Dharma body joining in and resisting at the same time. The long arrow still maintained a forward stance, with no intention of slowing down at all. However, Qi Jingxi's martial qi, which had already exploded through her life force, still couldn't be of much use. With those enemies around them, they continued to send out their martial qi blasts. Ka-ching! The next second, the huge Dharma body began to fragment and dissipate into the air. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out and he half kneeled on the ground, panting violently. At this time, a long spear stabbed over behind him, and several long swords on the left and right sides carried a stern killing intent. Tired. At that moment, she completely gave up resisting. There was no way, there was very little martial energy left in her body. It was simply impossible to dodge these attacks. Damn it, General Qi, go. When it was too late, 800 miles couldn't care less about fending off the long arrow attack and chose to fly in front of Qi Jingxi. Grabbing her in one hand, he then threw her out with force in the direction of the city gates. Bear! The long black and gold arrow without a doubt directly pierced his belly, nailing him hard to the ground. Wow! Fresh blood was spat out furiously, and his face gradually turned white. Windwalker's arrow, it really lives up to its name. Unable to hold back a sigh of praise, the martial energy around his body once again shook and swept away. Those enemies who had surrounded and attacked, all of them bounced out. Supporting himself with both hands, he then reached out and grabbed the long arrow, pulling it out with force. It was directly taken out. Fresh blood continued to flow out. He was oblivious to it. Instead, he infused his entire body's martial energy into the long arrow and pointed it in the direction of Fengxing and the others in the distance. Die for me! With a hysterical roar and a forceful throw, the long arrow quickly shot out. Turning into a stream of light, it cut through the void and went straight past the chariot. When Fengxing saw this, he couldn't help but rise a wave of admiration, quickly reaching out to fetch a long arrow, bending his bow and stringing his arrow in a single motion. Once again, he shot an arrow. Boom! The two long arrows collided together, exploding out a terrifying air wave that quickly swept around. In an instant, within 100 meters, thousands of enemies were blasted to death by this terrifying air wave. On the other side, Qi Jingxi, who had been thrown flying, just happened to see the tragic scene in front of her. Dead old man, why did you save me? She let out a cry of pain, especially the moment she saw him pull out his long arrow. Tears continued to flow out of her, who had never shed tears easily. The other party was in such a situation because he was trying to save himself. Those generals around her continuously surrounded and attacked up. Soon, 800 miles was constantly hacked by the swords and knives because of his physical strength. In just a few breaths of time, being in 9th grade great perfection, he was just hacked to death there. City Lord! Lord City Lord! Kill! Avenge City Lord! The generals led by Jade Bridge and the others witnessed the scene of 800 miles' tragic death. One by one, their eyes turned red, disregarding themselves, they all attacked like mad. Even if they were stabbed by the enemy, they did not hesitate to swing their swords and chop at each other. This kind of attacked in an almost suicidal manner. The enemy was beaten back. Chapter 71, The Great General is Coming. Bang! Qi Jingxi lost her mind and slammed hard on the ground. Su Luoling rushed up at the first opportunity. Protecting at her side. Facing the enemies rushing forward around her, the long sword in her hand waved, sword qi streaking across. Sister Jingxi, right now is not the time to grieve, the 800-mile city lord chose to do this. You can't fail him. The matter had come to this. One also had to speak out to comfort. Bastard, I must take revenge for him. Qi Jingxi hurriedly gathered her emotions and quickly left the battlefield under the support of a few generals. Buzz! In the air. That big dark sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew back to 800 miles with a bang. Boom! A terrifying blade aura erupted out, and quite a few 6th grade and 7th grade martial cultivators were forced out by this blade aura. In the distance. Seeing this scene, Fengxing once again gave orders. The entire army presses over, quick battle. Immediately after, the remaining army, once again, attacked. Lingzhou City was in danger. City Lord's mansion. Backyard. Jinshu stood guard outside the doorway. Walking back and forth, her pretty face filled with eagerness, looking at the door of the room from time to time. Even if she did not go to the battlefield, there were also generals that informed the battle ahead from time to time. Especially in the square. Learned that Mr. Sitting In, 800 miles city lord 2 people died in battle. Called her very incredible. This is only how long passed. How long has it been since then? Even the 9th grade great circle, as well as experts like Mr. Sitting In. All of them died in battle one after another. I'm afraid that Lingzhou City will not be able to hold on. At this time, inside the compartment,
Lin Chaoyan's body was surrounded by golden light, and a terrifying aura was continuously diffusing.
The next moment,
she violently opened her eyes, and a golden light flickered under her eyes, resembling thunder.
Immediately following,
the surrounding golden light slowly converged back into her body.
This is the Jindan stage.
Feeling the power of her dantian surging like the sea, she was filled with incredulity. At this moment, she felt terrifyingly powerful. With a sway of her figure, she directly appeared at the doorway. Then turning back and looking at the position on the square bed, she was surprised to realize her own speed actually reached the terrifying point of instantaneous movement.
Cackle! With a wave of her hand, the door of the room automatically opened. A black shadow quickly flew onto her shoulder.
Hard work, Lin Chaoyan whispered to the black girl. As the door to the room opened, Jin Shu was ecstatic to see her own young lady walk out.
Immediately hurrying forward.
Miss, it's not good. Not long ago the armies of the three great king dynasties came to attack again. Mr. Sitting Yin, the 800 miles of city lords have all died in battle.
I'm afraid,
Jin Shu explained with extreme urgency. In her opinion, on the battlefield, there were instantaneous changes.
With a strong person like 800 miles missing. At this moment, the front line, I'm afraid that it won't be able to support them for long. What?
Lin Chaoyan's clear and cold face, a rare trace of anger appeared, not expecting that he closed a kung fu.
The armies of the three great royal dynasties had already killed. I'll go over first.
After saying that, his figure gradually became illusory, and a golden stream of light flew out of the city lord's mansion. Jin Shu was shocked when he saw this Mrs. Strength is terrifying again. A few breaths of time passed.
Above the city wall,
Lin Chaoyan was dressed in a long white shirt, falling in a stunning manner. Standing there, she was like a fairy in the mortal world. The transcendent aura of her body caused people to cast gazes.
Below,
in the chaotic battlefield, someone saw her standing on the city wall, looking down at the battlefield.
Look, the great general is here. Our protectorate great general has finally come.
Brothers, with the great general here, him.
Kill.
Charge. For a while, morale soared, and those generals were as if they had been beaten with chicken blood.
Unusually excited, waving their weapons in their hands seemed much more powerful. Just in time,
the remaining 600,000 troops of the three kingdoms launched their final attack.
Looking at the densely packed, locust-like enemy army, it was frantically running over to this side. Black girl.
She inclined her head and glanced at the black girl on her shoulder, then lightly called out.
The latter immediately understood what she meant.
Rapidly flying into the air, it rose against the wind, in just a few breaths of time.
From the original chopstick-sized black snake, in an instant, turned into a dozen-feet-long behemoth.
With a small mountain-like head, there are two sharp horns.
A terrifying dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth.
The huge body directly covered the battlefield, and those below who were in the middle of the melee.
It only felt like, in an instant, the sky was dimmed. When they raised their heads, they saw a behemoth that covered the sky and the sun. Jiao dragon.
Quite a few people who had seen a lot of things instantly recognized what the behemoth in front of them actually was.
On the other side,
the 600,000 generals, riding their horses with murderous vigor, kept on running.
In the blink of an eye,
they saw such a huge thing suddenly appear above the city wall. They were so scared that they hastily stopped advancing. Each and every one of them showed dismay, horror, trepidation, and fear as they stared at the Jiaolong.
On the chariot,
Fengxing saw the scaly dragon as it rose high in the sky. Impossible, the world actually exists a scaly dragon. He was lost in thought and mumbled, obviously limited to hearing about a strange beast like that.
Tuo Bahao was directly paralyzed by this scene. Odd, monster. What a big monster.
So scared that even his voice trembled as he spoke. The rest of the generals from the two major dynasties were also at a loss for words.
What to do? There's a monster appearing, how else can we attack? People, for unknown things, always carry a sense of awe.
Fengxing was also an innate realm powerhouse. His state of mind was still strong enough, and his acceptance ability was particularly strong.
After a short period of shock, he recovered as normal.
He quickly bent his bow and slung an arrow at the Jiaolong, and shouted, Fengxing 7 arrows 7th arrow, 1 arrow shatters the void. All of the martial energy around his body was infused into the long arrow.
Whoosh!
The arrow came out like a terrifying dragon, cutting through the void at extreme speed, carrying a terrifying aura.
It went forward. The next second, the black golden long arrow quickly transformed into a golden dragon, soaring in the air.
The terrifying oppressive force caused those martial artists below to feel a chill in their hearts. Looking at the augur dragon again, it was as if it didn't have this in its sights. On its huge head, at some point, there was already an additional white-clothed figure. The crowd looked.
Look, that's the great general.
Really, this scaly dragon was actually invited by the great general.
Many people shouted in surprise after recognizing Lin Xiaoyan. Lin Xiaoyan stood above the head of the scaly dragon, looking down as if a god had descended. Facing Feng Xing's long black and gold arrows, she raised her hand unhurriedly, and the next moment, chant! Only an unwilling dragon roar could be heard, then the golden dragon illusion retreated, and a black and gold long arrow was just lightly grasped in her hand. Without half a point of martial chi fluctuation, reaching out and grabbing it? You're the one who killed Mr. Sitting in 800 miles. This level of power is indeed enough to shoot the two of them. Feeling the power covering the top of the long arrow, she immediately guessed that the deaths of 800 miles, Mr. Sitting in and the two of them. It was most likely because of this arrow. Other than that, I'm afraid there was nothing that could blast a 9th grade great perfection expert to death in an instant. Black girl, go! The dragon soared in the air, flying towards the other party's 600,000 strong army. Not a moment later. It had already arrived in the sky above the army, covering the sky like a body, but it scared them to the point of trembling. Along with those war horses, all prostrate on the ground, motionless. Chapter 72, Those who come to violate Daxia will be executed. The dragon was over the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Facing such a huge thing. Half of the 600,000 enemy troops had already fallen to the ground in fear. Especially when the dragon opens its bloody mouth from time to time, showing its teeth. It looked especially ferocious. They never dreamed that they would actually face such a monster one day. How to fight? The monster in front of them looked at themselves and others, not as if they usually look down on the ground ants in general. Still fight with it, can have the courage to stand up, are already quite good. Look again. Winline using the strongest arrow, even if the innate realm Great Circle received this arrow, I am afraid that all have to be injured. That man caught it with his hand. Is he a human being? Or an ordinary person? A group of enemy generals, this kind of thought kept coming up in their minds. Scary to come and feel horrible, horrible to come and feel desperate. Finished. What kind of bull celebration banquet cannot drink? Eating is almost the same. There is a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs, this sentence is reflected in reality. According to the current situation, there is more than just a companion. Rather, there are a lot of friends on the road together. Talk about loneliness, talk about emptiness, not to mention the word cold. It is estimated that when they get to Yama, they cannot believe that they are a martial arts boy who has been cultivating diligently for decades. In an attack on the Great Summer War, we were killed by a monster. Listen. Just such a resume, put to Yamas, are quite explosive. However, at this time, Lin Xiaoyan threw the long arrow followed by a golden light around his body. In an instant. Golden light like the sun, dazzling and blinding. One did not dare to look directly at it. You and other small people, repeatedly come to violate, really think that Daxia is a soft persimmon, want to pinch it? Some words, under the spiritual power, sounded like thunder, exploding in the air. It echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. When Feng Xing heard the words, his old face was shocked and paralyzed, muttering, could she have already entered that level? Self-existent human immortal realm. Lin Xiaoyan, who had a golden light wrapped around her, stood at the head of the augur dragon, not resembling a mortal at all. Solemn, sacred, inviolable. An immortal amongst men, I walk at my own pace. It must be the self-realized human immortal. With just one glance, Feng Xing was quite certain that the other party must have reached this level. At first. After the last imperial lord broke through to the realm of the self-existent human immortal, it was generally the same as what Lin Xiaoyan displayed before him. The ears clearly echoed the imperial lord's exclamation, the realm of human immortal is not something that an extraordinary person can match. From this, it could be seen that after reaching this level, no matter if it was in terms of power or personal senses, it would undergo a skyrocketing change. The reason why Feng Xing was so sure that Lin Xiaoyan was at the human immortal realm. In the end, the reason was in the spiritual power that erupted from her body. Mysterious, overbearing, and incomparably strong and terrifying. It was exactly the same as the immortal force he had felt on the imperial lord. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Isn't this girl poisoned? It's a miracle to be alive. How could she still become a human immortal? Tuobahao roared like mad, not believing at all that someone who was on the verge of death not long ago. All of a sudden, he stepped into that ethereal and shadowless human immortal realm. Furthermore, how old is she? In full reckoning, she was just approaching 30. Good. Even if she started cultivating from her mother's womb, it would only be 30 years. What's more, anyone can really start cultivating from their mother's womb, don't be ridiculous. So to speak. 20 years, the achievement of even a genius martial arts cultivator, 100 years, or even 200 years, or even more so, a lifetime could not reach the heights. Although everyone is free to speak, you can't brag about your pen blatantly. Accept it. The aura revealed on her body is exactly the same as the aura on the previous imperial lord. I'm afraid that this time, Emperor Xiao's plan will go down the drain. Feng Xing collapsed helplessly onto the chariot, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and he had long since lost the fighting spirit of the party. A strong desire for survival rose into Obahao, and he hurriedly rolled and crawled to Feng Xing's side. Elder Feng, isn't your arrow claimed that even a self-same human immortal has to retreat? Get up and shoot her with an arrow. A face full of eagerness urged, wishing that he was Wind Elder, directly bending his bow and arrow. Cut. Idiot, that's a claim, not real. We are mere mortals, wait for death. Feng Xing didn't even bother to struggle to resist. No one knew better than himself if the other party made a move. Definitely the first time to kill himself. This point, there was no doubt about it. High in the sky, Lin Xiaoyan looked down at the bottom, those who were shivering and even wetting their pants. The golden light on his body was strong, resembling an exiled immortal. Since you chose to come and commit a crime, you must be prepared to die. Thunder comes. She raised her hand, and above the sky, dark clouds immediately spread out. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be thousands of thunder snakes interweaving and weaving. With the thunder, immediately, several wrist-thick thunderbolts descended from the 9 heavens. In a blink of an eye, the lightning hovered above Lin Xiaoyan's right hand. Electricity flashed, reflecting on her stunning face, making her look extremely beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Grasping lightning with her bare hands. What kind of operation is this? Is it something that people do? Below, everyone was in a stupor, their mouths so wide open that they could stuff down an egg. Uniformly raising their heads, their eyes were terrified, staring in despair at the immortal-like figure in the air. At this moment, Tuobahao jumped up in fright and screamed strangely in panic, "Thunder, thunder, lightning, lightning again." A look of having seen a ghost was enough to prove how much fear and despair was inside at this moment. Last time, the image of the 300,000-strong army being destroyed by the terrifying thunder was still fresh in his mind. To this day, this happened again. He panicked. He was afraid. He was fearful and despaired. God, what kind of sin did I create? Why do you want to catch me alone 3 times when Although the wind line is also inside the panic, the same as also by the thunder and lightning appeared to scare people or numb in place. The heart is secretly thinking, this is not the human immortal realm that I know. With this stance, isn't it proper to follow the law with words and rub thunder with bare hands? Even a human immortal wouldn't dare to do this. What kind of monster is this girl? Another dragon, another thunder, and lightning. Those who come to violate the Great Xia will be executed. Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand, and the thunderbolt quickly blasted towards the chariot where Feng Xing was. Boom! In an instant, it exploded, and even the person with the chariot was blown into slag. Even Tuobahao did not escape. It's your turn next. With an expressionless face, she beckoned again, and thousands of thunder, as if they didn't need any money, slammed down. Crazy bombardment in the middle of the crowd. For a time, miserable screams and wails continued. On the earth, a deep pit appeared, and a thick smoke rose. The smell of coke spread. Jiaolon's large body, shivering, for the thunder has a deep shadow. Luckily, Lin Xiaoyan was there to calm it down. I'm here, no need to panic. For 10 minutes, countless thunderbolts descended, sweeping away the army gathered by the 3 great kingdoms. All that was left were countless deep burn craters, as well as various weapon fragments. Those who come to violate the Great Xia will be executed. The people of Lingzhou City and the generals chanted in unison. Chapter 73, The Second Holy Decree. The originally precarious Lingzhou City. Because of Lin Xiaoyan's arrival, with only his own strength, completely reversed the battle, even destroying an army of 800,000. If last time, Lu Ziyan had summoned 200,000 heroic spirits to retreat from the enemy and was hailed as a Wendo immortal, then this time, she stepped on a dozen feet of auger dragon, spoke her words, summoned thunder, and annihilated 800,000 enemy troops. The divine appearance was deeply remembered by all. Therefore, it was soon rumored that Lin Xiaoyan was an exiled immortal being from the 9 heavens. Due to making some mistakes, it resulted in her descending to earth in Daxia. It so happened that not long ago, she was hit by the transformation martial scatter, causing her immortal orifices to be forced open, and she became an exiled immortal once again. Those people, talking with a nose, just like the real thing. Of course. In addition to that, there were also people who were rumoring that Lin Xiaoyan was, in fact, a peak powerhouse of the self-exiled human immortal realm who had lived for 200 years, cultivating some kind of face-residing technique in order to maintain a youthful and beautiful appearance. All in all, after this time, some of the people in the shadows finally reacted to the fact that she hadn't lost all her cultivation at all due to the transformation martial dispersion. Instead, she had become even more terrifying and horrifying. In the past, Lin Xiaoyan was at most close to a 9th-grade martial cultivator. Nowadays, unfathomable, completely different from the past. If in the past she could still be immortal, nowadays she could no longer be considered immortal. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is an immortal. What kind of person can summon thunder, not to mention, can also rub thunder and lightning with their bare hands, as if they were playing? Ordinary people can do these things, and there is even a dragon and other terrifying beasts, can be driven. City Lord's Mansion. Lobby. Lin Chaoyan was high up in the upper seat, and in the center of the lobby, there were 4 corpses, and next to them stood Yu Qiao, Su Luoling, Qi Jingxi and the others. At this moment, Qi Jingxi was biting her lower lip, her eyes were red, her fists were clenched, and she was slow to speak. But anyone could feel a wave of sadness in her body. A long time. Yu Qiao stood out and said with a grave expression, "Great General, Mr. Sitting Yin, 800 Miles City Lord, General Wang's son, General Windchaser they." The 4 corpses covered with white cloth were precisely the 4 of them. As Jade Bridge listed them out one by one, Lin Chaoyan then realized that it was not only the city lord who died in battle. Even the 2 main generals also died in battle one after another. On top of that, there were more than 40,000 generals, as well as more than 20,000 people who all sacrificed their lives in this battle. Jade Bridge looked very sorrowful and spoke in a hoarse voice. When everyone heard this number, their bodies trembled, and all of them looked towards Lin Chaoyan in unison. Heartbroken for those fallen generals and soldiers at the same time, they were also thankful that Lin Chaoyan appeared in time. If it wasn't for this, even Lingzhou City would not have been saved. Just as the crowd was plunged into grief and sorrow, the holy decree has arrived. A sharp and ear-piercing voice came, and they saw an eunuch with 4 or 5 guards running in a panic. Holy decree? Lin Chaoyan's fists unconsciously clenched. Hearing that it was an imperial decree, the people in the lobby quickly knelt down to greet them. Only Lin Chaoyan quietly sat on the upper seat and just looked at that eunuch with an expressionless face. "Lin, General Lin, are you not going to accept the decree?" That eunuch gulped nervously. This was the 2nd imperial decree that His Majesty had sent down, urging Lin Chaoyan to go back to the royal capital. Therefore, he had only entered the city half an hour ago, so for that tragic scene outside the city, he naturally witnessed it. Plus, after entering the city, he had also heard a lot about Lin Chaoyan's deeds. The last batch of the team that passed on the holy decree had only left less than half an hour ago. Another holy decree arrived. Jinshu hurriedly went to Lin Chaoyan's ear and whispered a few words. Oh! Only then did she realize that this was not the first holy decree in front of her, urging herself to go back to the royal capital. Could it be that the mountains are so high and far away that it's not good to make a move, and they want to transfer themselves back to the royal capital? Then do it again? Things had developed so far, how could she still not figure out that behind all of this was His Majesty's authorization and acquiescence? Read it! Not even bothering to get up, she just coldly glanced at that eunuch. Ha! The eunuch was instantly confused, somewhat at a loss for words. Never expected. There was actually someone who didn't even kneel down to receive the holy decree. Most importantly, that person was also a former great general of the Protectorate. Didn't he say that she was loyal to Grand Xia and His Majesty? How could this happen? The eunuch, for a moment, was a bit confused. Jinshu was also too lazy to talk nonsense. After seeing how powerful the young lady was, without saying a word, he directly stepped forward and grabbed the imperial decree with one hand. "You can roll back." In the end, the eunuch could only helplessly retreat. Jinshu opened the holy decree and took a look, and as expected, it was another holy decree urging Lin Chaoyan to return to the royal capital. "Miss, why must His Majesty want you to go back to the royal capital?" When these words came out, the crowd was also filled with curiosity. However, Lin Chaoyan's eyes flashed with essence and she smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid Grandpa has already left the royal capital." Is a mere token really so important? She, somewhat losing her soul, had single-mindedly paid for the Grand Xia all these years. To come to this day, still have to be backstabbed by His Majesty, heart-chilling ah. Report. A general outside hurriedly ran in, holding an envelope. Jinshu hurriedly took the envelope. "Stand down." That guard retreated. "Miss, an envelope from Winning State." Jinshu took it out and looked at it. Then, she once again opened her mouth and spoke out the content on it. "Miss, Auntie beheaded the city lord of Winning State City, and also relied on the Xinguo order to lead the army against the king of Winning State." After hearing this, Lin Chaoyan had an expression of "unsure that's the case," while at the same time, she was also looking at that holy decree. His Majesty's move was really Sima Zhezhao's heart. "Miss, I'm afraid that your aunt being so reckless will cause His Majesty to be suspicious." Jinshu tightly frowned, feeling that Lu Ziyan acted too impulsively and recklessly. After all, his identity, but is very sensitive, once by some people in the dynasty vilified Jingguo Gongfu, crowned with a charge of rebellion. At that time, I am afraid that there will be constant trouble ah. The conversation between the two did not deliberately hide from Qi Jingxi and the others. As soon as they heard that Lu Ziyan had left Lingzhou City, he actually ran to Winning Prefecture to cause trouble, and even dared to behead the lord of a city, and now he is even more defiant. He dared to go against the king of one party. I'm afraid that I'm carrying a lantern to the outhouse in the middle of the night looking for death. Jealousy? Lin Chaoyan stood up, eyed the corpses of several people on the ground, and whispered, "His Majesty, over the years, I'm afraid that he hasn't been suspicious of our Lin family. Otherwise, how would your family's aunt have traveled north? Until this moment, Even if she was stupid, she had already guessed something. Grandpa was able to give the Jingguo order to Lu Zian, and judging from this matter, it was already revealing strangeness everywhere. In the entire Grand Xia, there was only this one piece. Even if you were his own granddaughter, it would be difficult to even take it out to have a look at it. Something as valuable as that. Giving it directly to Lu Zian, the things involved in it. Could it be that Jin Shu suddenly woke up with a start and seemed to have guessed something? Shu. Lin Xiaoyan made a silencing motion to her. There are some things, before there is a result. Can't talk nonsense, otherwise it will invite the trouble of killing. General Yu Qiao, arrange for them to be buried in a good place, in the ground. Chapter 74, Are we going to rebel? 2 days later. City Lord's mansion. Backyard. Lin Xiaoyan sat in the center of the pavilion. Jinshu stood to the side, inside his hand, holding a note. Miss, the old master was persuaded by His Majesty to leave the royal capital and return to his hometown to pay homage to his ancestors. They had just left the royal capital when they were intercepted by Lei Li and the others from the Liu Li dynasty. Very quickly. She finished reading the top of the note and read it out. Obviously. This was a message from a close friend who stayed in the royal capital. Pressing on. Lin Xiaoyan sipped her tea while bitterly shaking her head. The Lin family had always been loyal to the dynasty. For His Majesty, it was all loyal. There has never been an insubordination. Nay, the Emperor's suspicions have remained unchanged throughout the ages. Miss, does it mean that His Majesty doesn't want to endure anymore? Jinshu was a bit surprised. Such a move, those ministers in the court. Wouldn't they feel a chill in their hearts? Dedicated for decades, family size, for the dynasty to pay, but also be treated like this. Daxia dynasty can stabilize to today. Lin family credit absolutely belongs to the first. Lin Xiaoyan eyes flashed a cold light, icy and incomparable, hummed, I'm afraid it's his great limit will come, the crown prince and cannot take his position. Naturally, he is trying to find ways to centralize the royal power, and at the same time, he is also sweeping away all obstacles for the crown prince. Even if it means killing loyal officials by mistake. Jinshu was a bit angry after hearing this, then the old master's in there. Not waiting for her to finish, Lin Xiaoyan continued, does it really think that my fathers and their deaths were accidents? As soon as she said this, Jinshu looked stunned for a moment, followed by a great shock. Not an accident? Naturally not. From the time I joined the army, along the way, I had already found out some clues from back then. It's just that after having an eyebrow, Grandpa stopped it. Mentioning this matter, she possessed a great dissatisfaction within her. This matter was too deeply involved, and for the sake of Dixia's peace and stability, the old man preferred to endure the pain of having his white hair sent to his black hair. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Why do you think His Majesty chose this time to completely tear his face off with Grandpa? There's also the matter of how my position as the Protectorate General could be removed at this time. Everything was because, as she traveled all the way, the power she controlled in her hands grew bigger and bigger. People, this is how it is, when you have strong enough ability. Some of the past things naturally go to find a truth. Because of this, she has just found clues that the real reason for the deaths of her parents and her 2 uncles in the war that year was that the prince in the north had nothing to do with it. There are even clues pointing out that the reason why that prince did this is to get the meaning of His Majesty. All of this is in less than half a month after she just found the relevant clues. First, they were neutralized. Then Chang Zijie and Qin Xian designed to discredit themselves. Now that I can't wait to be summoned back, I'm afraid that it's because Grandpa left the royal capital. As soon as I return to the royal capital, I'm afraid that I'll immediately face several innate realm experts surrounding me. Lin Xiaoyan's heart was like a clear mirror. She had already guessed why Emperor Xia was so eager to recall her to the royal capital. Despicable and shameless. Jin Shu couldn't help but curse angrily. Everything is just because the emperor is suspicious. Approaching midday. City Lord's mansion. Doorway. 3 teams of a dozen or so people hurrying along. The leaders were all dressed as eunuchs. In the hands of the 3 eunuchs, all of them were holding a roll of imperial decree. When they arrived at the door, the 3 looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Eunuch E, Eunuch Mu, why are you 2 here as well? Eunuch Shen was sweating profusely, obviously caused by the non-stop hoofing it took to get all the way here. At this moment, Eunuch E, Eunuch Mu sighed to each other. It's not because of His Majesty's imperial decree to summon General Lin back to the royal capital. Finished speaking. All of them fell into silence. After all, this kind of thing, so far in the Grand Xia dynasty, was the first time it had happened. If you add the previous 2 holy decrees, the 5th holy decree was summoned. Let's go. Let's hope that General Lin will go back with us. From what the 2 previous eunuchs who had summoned the decree had said, it seemed that General Lin had no intention of going back to the royal capital. That was resisting the decree. The first person ever in the history of the dynasty. Very quickly, the 3 eunuchs came to the backyard. Qi Jingxi led them to Lin Xiaoyan's face. Several of you are here to deliver His Majesty's decree, right? Hasn't General Su already returned to the royal capital? She was a little curious. Clearly a day ago, Lin Chaoyan had ordered Su Luoling to go back to the royal capital. Eunuch had a tearless expression. General Qi, please don't make things difficult for me. His Majesty's will, is it not something that I can speculate on? At this time, Lin Chaoyan stood up and walked out of the pavilion, sweeping an expressionless glance at the three eunuchs. The holy decree stays, you guys get lost. This. The three eunuchs, you looked at me, I looked at you, and a good few moments passed. Only then did Eunuch carefully speak. General Lin, won't you go back with me? No. Simple and clear, incomparably domineering response to two words, directly to the three people will not be confused. Not. General Lin, are you so brave? Even the imperial decree is not accepted. Qi Jingxi's eyes glowed, a face of worship looked at Lin Chaoyan, heart secretly, I also want to become a great general, this kind of person. Even His Majesty doesn't give a damn, too powerful. Jinshu walked up and took the three holy edicts over and opened them to have a look. Finding that the contents on them were no different from the previous two. Then, little Eunuch wanted to say more, when the long sword in Jinshu's hand flashed and a cold aura lit up. The shadow moved, and in the next moment, Eunuch only felt a pain in his neck. A blood-red line appeared on it, and Jinshu returned to his original position. On the tip of the sword, there was still a splash of blood dripping. Go back and tell His Majesty that I will naturally go back when I want to. As for the holy decree, don't take it. Lin Chaoyan spoke out coldly, clearly already not putting the imperial decree in her eyes. The reason why it was like this. It was entirely because of Lin Hong's departure from the royal capital and Luzian's journey north. Even with a notable cultivation, she was not confident enough to be invincible in the world. In the middle of the royal capital. It was like a dragon's lair, so if one stepped into it easily, they were afraid that they would be doomed. Moreover, His Majesty was in such a hurry to summon herself back and surround herself, fearing that it was only one of the purposes. Once she appeared in the royal capital on the front foot. In the back foot, His Majesty Xia used herself as blackmail and sent people back and forth to deal with Lin Hong and Luzian. Lin, General Lin, you killed Eunuch? Eunuch Chen nervously gulped and stammered. Can't understand my words? Lin Chaoyan's brows tightened as a flash of impatience appeared. Seeing this, Eunuch Chen immediately responded respectfully, I will go back. Rolling and crawling, he left the backyard. Qi Jingxi was full of adoration, smilingly came to her, excitedly said, Great General, are we going to rebel? Jinshu slapped her forehead, a burst of sweat, completely speechless for this guy. Nonsense. Lin Chaoyan gave her a blank look and once again returned to sit down inside the pavilion. Isn't it planning to rebel? Qi Jingxi was a bit puzzled. She had already disobeyed the decree, and even killed a decree-carrying eunuch. It's already equivalent to a rebellion. My lady doesn't want to be any kind of sire. What are you babbling about rebellion? Jinshu came to her side, shaking his head in a sighing manner as if he was sighing at the fact that she was a little cutie. Chapter 75, Wang Daoyuan. Xi'an City. The blazing sun was in the sky. The king of Winning State was holding an imperial decree, towering over Luzian. His voice was like a loud bell as he sternly and angrily rebuked, Luzian, you are merely a scholar, even if you possess the Xinhua order. In the face of His Majesty's holy decree, why don't you quickly capture him? Do you still want this king to give the order? And let the tens of thousands of generals who came with you die? Under the enhancement of martial qi, these words echoed in everyone's ears. Obviously. He was trying to stand in front of great justice and above imperial power. To give Lu Ziyan some advice. Beside him, the silver-haired, hunchbacked old man, who seemed to be smiling, holding onto his cane, his wrinkled face, coupled with such a strange smile, was truly frightening. A moment. The old man spoke out, Your Majesty, why don't you let the old slave make a direct move? At the back, when Zhang Qian and the three of them heard this, their spirits were immediately shaken, and they all cast an astonished and uncertain gaze at the old man. This person had been following the side of the king of Winning State since he appeared, and despite his body, not a single trace of martial qi had ever been revealed. However, the crowd did not dare to belittle the other party in the slightest. Even if they were already walking with their crutches, just by looking at their appearance, they couldn't have anything to do with a strong person. Go! It's just the right time to see if there are any other experts beside Lu Ziyan. Xia Yu did not refuse the old man's hand and nodded, putting the holy decree away. The next second, the silver-haired old man standing beside him suddenly disappeared. Zhang Qian and the three of them thought they were hallucinating, and hurriedly rubbed their eyes in shock. Where did it go? Disappeared out of thin air? It couldn't be. Such a living, breathing person disappeared in front of the few of them. Spooky. In the blink of an eye. In front of Lu Ziyan and the others, a trembling figure, relying on a walking stick, limped and walked out slowly. No one saw how he appeared. As if it was there out of thin air. Very bizarre. Just at this time, the hidden dark one quickly revealed his figure and stood in front of the carriage. His eyes were cautious and scrupulously watching the old man who was walking towards him. Auntie, am I blind? The green woman stared at the silver-haired old man in dismay, rubbing her eyes vigorously, suspecting that she had misread the situation. The empty front just changed into a person. It was really a bit strange and terrifying. You didn't blink. This should be the long-lost 1 instant 100 meters, being able to move to any place 100 meters away in a split second. This stance has only appeared on one person, and that is the 11th strongest on Earth, Wang Daoyuan. When Dark One mentioned this person, even his voice trembled a little. The other party's stance was extremely bizarre, and could move in an instant, silently. What? Xiuyi's face was full of shock, looking at the old man walking with a limp with some surprise, then exclaimed, He's Wang Daoyuan, the one who almost entered the top 10 of the strongest on Earth. The guy who relied on his stance to dodge a sword from Li Bai, the third strongest on Earth and the absolute top of the sword Dao, in a flash of 100 meters. What kind of character is Li Bai? His sword was enough to destroy mountains and break the sea, even a strong person of the same level. It would be difficult for all of them to resist. Of course. The reason why Wang Daoyuan was known to the world was because he was at the time when Li Bai had not yet achieved the amazing sword immortal. There was a battle between the two of them. At that time, he was able to use his body skills to instantly reach 100 meters in a flash. It could be said that he fought back and forth with Li Bai. Later, after Li Bai achieved the sword immortal, the two had another battle, said to be because of a woman. That battle. The fight was well known and extremely intense. It ended with Wang Daoyuan having his right leg chopped off by a sword. Because of this, that was why he needed to rely on crutches to walk. This old fellow, he's already over 100 years old, God knows just how strong he is. He was a bit distressed for a while. Unexpectedly, the other party would actually allow such a person to deal with them. It was dangerous. Lu Ziyan quickly recalled in his mind for Wang Daoyuan's deeds, but he had also read about it inside some of the celebrity deeds. This person's most well-known deed. I'm afraid that he had robbed a woman with Li Bai. And he succeeded. Most importantly, Li Bai actually spared him because of that woman. So it's this guy. Lu Ziyan drifted off, the expression on his face didn't change too much. In a flash, Wang Daoyuan had already arrived at a distance of 20 meters in front of Lu Ziyan holding his walking stick. That wrinkled old face revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Mr. Lu, hand over the Zhenghua order and live. If you don't hand it over, die. He slowly said, lifting his walking stick and pointing it at Lu Ziyan, the threatening meaning of which was already clearly visible. Dark One's nerves were taut, always watching the other party's every move, ready to strike at any time. However, looking at Dark One who was like an enemy, Wang Daoyuan only smiled faintly. You are not my opponent. How do you know if you don't try? Dark One's silhouette dissipated extremely quickly, and in the next second, a flashing cold dagger had appeared on Wang Daoyuan's left side, less than half a meter away from his head. It was about to stab him in the head. Dan Gang. With a sound, that walking stick had appeared at some point, resisting the dagger attack. Even though a trace of purple martial energy had already erupted from Dark One's body to add to it. When the cane resisted the dagger, along with the aura of that innate purple chi, it came to an abrupt end. Wang Daoyuan spat out his words unhurriedly. I've said that you're not my opponent, so why don't you listen to the lecture? You people just like to think that you are self-righteous. Don't you know what the saying goes, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer before your eyes. It seemed like he was educating, but in reality, the words were filled with sarcasm. Again. Dark One's figure disappeared once again. The next second, appearing above his head, purple martial energy surged once again as the dagger stabbed down in a flash. Dang! The walking stick once again appeared silently and resisted the dagger attack. Then, Dark One began to continuously flash his figure, sometimes appearing before and after, sometimes appearing left and right. Dang! 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 No matter how he attacked, it was as if that walking stick had a spirit. Time and time again, it was able to block his attacks with precision. Even if every time, Dark One went all out with his attack. Not only did Wang Daoyuan easily defuse it, but most importantly, so far, he did not even show a trace of martial arts chi on his body, and completely relied only on the cane to swing between. He easily played Dark One, a half-step innate realm, in the palm of his hand. Dark One attacked for half an hour. He still couldn't do anything about the other party. Who? Gasping for air, he dodged and appeared in front of the carriage, with a horrified look inside his eyes. Auntie, his strength is unfathomable, my subordinate is no match at all. Dark One's face was filled with vigilance as he reminded Lu Ziyan. Currently speaking, he was the strongest guard beside Lu Ziyan, if he was not even an opponent. On this trip, I'm afraid that it would be unfavorable. What's the matter? Tired so soon? Wang Daoyuan grinned, happily looking at Dark One, those cloudy eyes filled with a teasing look. This scene. It was completely seen by the army behind Lu Ziyan. For a moment, people were on edge, and many people were beating the drum of retreat in their hearts. Chapter 76 opened the wrong way? The Wang Daoyuan in front of him had unfathomable strength. Even in the face of Dark One's stormy attack, it was still easily defused. Even said, by now, he hadn't even revealed his martial energy. With just a walking stick, he crushed Dark One, a half-step innate realm. I heard that Mr. Liu was able to open the Chaos Sword Box? Wang Daoyuan appeared to be unconcerned, but in reality, he had been secretly watching the sword box that the green woman was carrying, as well as Lu Xian's every move. Given the power of the sword box, so far, very little had been known about it. Chen Sheng's description made him a little tempted to catch a glimpse of the sword box. A martial arts expert who had reached his level. The only pursuit is to become stronger, constantly become stronger, in order to make their own qi and blood to break the limit, so as to live a little longer. Even if other people say it's great, it's not as real as witnessing it with your own eyes. You want me to open it? Lu Xian looked at him with interest, quite a few surprises, the power of the Chaos Sword Box. Even if he hadn't seen it, I'm afraid he had heard of it. In such a situation, the other party still dared to let him open the sword box, and from this point, it was enough to prove that Wang Daoyuan was confident in his own strength. Simply wanting to witness a divine weapon that has been rumored for decades, what kind of elegance is it? He nodded non-committally, a flash of anticipation appearing on his old face. The reason why he chose to delay making a move was because he was waiting for Lu Xian to open the sword box. Of course. Not only was he waiting, the king of winning state behind him was also waiting. Both wanted to see the sword box power. Was it really as Chen Sheng had said? The terrifying power of destroying tens of thousands of troops in an instant. Lu Xian spread out his hands and said with feigned helplessness, in that case, then I can only satisfy you. The green woman was very sensible and removed the sword case before handing it over. At the same time, under the veil, that exquisite face was expectant. After experiencing the last time, when the sword box was opened, it erupted with terrifying might. At this moment, she could not help but feel anticipation and a great curiosity. This time, when the sword box was opened again, what kind of scene would it be? With the moment the sword box was taken into Lu Xian's hands, Wang Daoyuan was fully focused and his spirit began to tense up. The next second, Lu Xian urged the trace of golden qi in his body and reached out to slap the sword box. Ka-ching! The large sword box quickly opened towards both sides, followed by a long, turquoise-blue sword with a greenish-blue glow covering its body. Then, on both sides of the long sword, a layer of small partitions appeared, and on each layer of the partition, there were small swords as thin as silver needles lying quietly. Ha! The green woman let out a surprised cry, because at this time, compared to the last time, it was very different. There was no outburst of dazzling light, not to mention the vastness of a sea of sword qi. What's going on? Xiaowen is also curious. Close to some look, found that in addition to that kind of body turquoise-blue longsword covered with green-blue light mass outside, other those fine as silver needle small sword. Looks just like a silver needle quietly lying there. There is nothing stunningly special. At this time Wang Daoyuan, in the sword box opened that moment, the body of martial arts qi began to mobilize. But saw this scene. All of a sudden called him frozen on the spot, dumbfounded staring at the sword box in front of him. This? Said the sword qi vertical and horizontal, sword intent rampant? Above the city wall. Summer Yu's originally excited expression was directly dumbfounded in place after seeing this scene. It was not only him. There was also Zhang Qian and the others as well. Of course. The most dumbfounded among them was Chen Sheng. The last time when the sword box was open, the scene he saw was clearly not like this. Fake, right? Chen Sheng for a while entertained such skeptical thoughts. However, the Chaos Sword Box, rare in the world, was the only one of its kind. Could it be that it was opened the wrong way? Xiaoyu was so angry that his face turned blue as he looked back at Zhang Qian angrily. This is it? You're saying that thing can instantly blast tens of thousands of generals? These words caused Zhang Qian to blush for a while, unable to find words to retort at all. Puff! Chen Sheng hurriedly fell to his knees and said in fear, "Back to your highness, my subordinate spoke the truth in every sentence and did not dare to be false. As for why this is the case, my subordinate does not know either." Summer Yu suddenly woke up. If this person did not tell lies, it is hard not to open the sword box twice before and after. The scene is really different. Really so then? Could it be that opening it for the first time was different from opening it for the second time? In his heart, he was a little bit suspicious. Your Highness, perhaps this sword box has not been opened for too long, causing it to harbor a powerful sword qi, which is normal. Zhang Qian hurriedly relieved Qin Shang. As expected. Hearing this explanation, Xiaoyu nodded with some approval, feeling that it was extremely possible. However, in that case, then this sword box is of little use. He looked at the sword box with some disappointment. It was as plain as this in front of him. Wang Daoyuan stared at the open sword box for a long time. He did not see anything strange. Of course. Those small swords as thin as silver needles, but is to cause his heart curiosity. There are people who can create such exquisite small swords. I'm afraid that it is the only one that exists in the world. It's somewhat ingenious, just why don't we see thousands of sword chi running across? Wang Daoyuan observed for a while and issued this question. However, even Lu Ziyan was a little confused by the sight in front of him. However, it was quickly understood what was going on. The ultimate reason was still because after opening it last time, it caused the sword chi, the sword accident, to leak out. It was only then that a scene like that was formed. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the silver needle small sword or that chaos sword, both of them had already had their sword chi internalized. Auntie, what's going on? Could this be a fake sword box? The green woman rubbed her eyes vigorously and began to doubt herself. Something wasn't right. There were 12 points of wrongness within 10 points. It's this sword box, all right. Shohei came forward a bit, carefully examined it for a moment, and said with extreme certainty. Dark One was always watching Wang Daoyuan's every move and was vigilant. If it's just such a sword box, Mr. Lu had better go on his way without fear. After the disappointment, Wang Daoyuan finally had to choose to strike. The walking stick in his hand, slowly raised. With just this one action, Dark One immediately felt a huge pressure like a titanic mountain pressing down on him, being pressed over. Lu Ziyan's right hand was presented as a sword finger, and a flash of golden light surged onto the finger. He gently scratched the partition inside the sword box, whoosh, a white light flashed out. Looking at the partition again, a small silver needle sword was missing. Boom! As the small sword flew out, instantly an incomparable vastness of sword chi rolled over, as if a river was turning over. It pressed towards Wang Daoyuan. What? He was shocked and retreated out dozens of meters in a row. Whoosh! A stern air-braking sound spread out, and Wang Daoyuan was silenced as he hurriedly dodged to avoid it. Giggle! With a sound, on his right arm, a blood scar appeared and a smear of blood flowed out. This is? Wang Daoyuan looked at the blood mark in horror, his brain recalling the thrilling moment just now. Just now, a sword chi appeared that was as fast as lightning, almost directly hitting his heart position. Fortunately, he reacted in time and instinctively dodged the fatal blow. Whoosh! The silver needle sword quickly flew back in front of Lu Ziyan and hovered in the air. How's it? Its elegance, have you seen it? Lu Ziyan's smiling but not laughing words directly caused Wang Daoyuan's old face to blush, and at the same time, he also looked clearly at the silver needle sword that was levitating. Fong Kai. It was that little sword that almost took his old life. Chapter 77, If I Want to, I Can Be Invincible. A silver needle thin sword that had such power. The crowd looked dumbfounded for a while. However, what shocked Wang Daoyuan was that Lu Ziyan was only a scholar. Just now, there was clearly no fluctuation of martial chi or even sword chi. How did he catalyze the sword box to open? Not only was he curious about this, Summer Yu and the others were also stunned and filled with puzzlement. As far as I know, Duke Lu doesn't know martial arts, isn't proficient in literary arts, and doesn't even cultivate the sword path. How did you manage to open the sword box and still control the sword against the enemy? It was only at this moment that Wang Daoyuan inquired with trepidation. It was well known. If you want to control a sword, you must cultivate the sword Dao, and sense the sword through the sword chi, and even drive the sword. Other than that, it was martial chi, and literary chi that could do it. These powers had never appeared in Lu Ziyan's body. And what kind of power was that flash of golden light? He was not blind, and clearly saw the flash of golden light on Lu Ziyan's sword finger. The eyes of the Green Lady, Shohei, and Dark One were also curious to the extreme, all staring at him, hoping to receive a response. Unheard of. Of course, they also saw that flash of golden light, they could just see it, but they could not feel what kind of power it was at all. Lu Ziyan put away his sword finger and stood with his arms folded, his body's elegant temperament was revealed, and he smiled gently, just like the spring breeze. Calm, transcendent. Giving people a kind of modest gentleman, gentle and elegant. Can't you control a sword without practicing the sword Dao? Lu Ziyan directly came up with a rhetorical question, then shook his head with a faint smile. If I cultivate the sword, the world is invincible. If I enter literature, I will be invincible. If I practice martial arts, I will be invincible. Looking proudly at the sky, once the big words came out, everyone was shocked to the core. Hubris. Arrogant. Arrogant. Such a domineering and dripping words, directly to all the whole will not. I asked why you can control the sword, you do not respond positively even if. Also put aside this bragging pen. Even the worlds invincible are blowing on, even now the strongest first on earth, do not dare to call themselves invincible. The Green Woman, Dark One, Chio and all fell into a burst of petrification, completely speechless. Wang Daoyuan was first stagnant for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Haha, Lu kid, you said it so decently. I almost believed it, but do you know what invincibility in the world represents? The world is so big, within the 9 states, who dares to say invincible? In the martial arts path, who dares to claim invincibility? Even on the distant city wall, Summer you couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch up. It was too ridiculous. A scholar is a scholar, he has never seen anything in the world, he is just sitting in a well and watching the sky, a frog in the bottom of the well. Originally thought it was a character. Unexpectedly, just this? Ready? Summer Yu did not return his head. Zhang Qian behind him hurriedly responded respectfully, Your Majesty, everything is ready. Already from the south city gate, the north city gate out, in less than half an hour, they will be surrounded. Obviously. All this in front of him was nothing but an illusion. Summer Yu had already arranged for the army to go out of the city. One south, one north both have 50,000 troops out of the city. Together with the 100,000 troops that Wang Daoyuan brought a few days ago, they were waiting in the city. Then this time, once Lu Xian's army is surrounded by 200,000 troops, the situation will be overwhelming. The battle situation was a one-sided overwhelming beatdown. Let them be quicker, make sure to catch this guy who brags after half an hour. Summer Yu somewhat couldn't endure Lu Xian's bragging remarks. Yes. Promising, he quickly walked down. Bragging? Lu Xian had no explanation for this because he knew one thing very well. That was that those who were ignorant would be pitiful. Old man, it's time to hit the road. His light words caused Wang Daoyuan's scalp to tingle as he listened. What did it mean? Time to hit the road? Couldn't be talking about himself? No, what kind of crazy talk is this? Do you really think that a fool's dream can come true? I would like to. The words were not finished. Whoosh! An extreme white light traveled, like electricity, and faded away with a flash. Gimme! The white light silently cut through Wang Daoyuan's throat, and a smear of blood marks appeared. Oh, oh. Intense pain came, he stared wide-eyed in horror, reaching out to cover his neck where blood continued to flow, like running water. Stammering for half a day, he couldn't say a complete sentence. Puffing. Until the moment he collapsed, all the people were shocked to realize. He, dead. Return. Lu Xian softly recited, whoosh. That silver needle-thin sword quickly flew back inside the sword box. Then, as the sword case closed up, he glanced at Dark One and said as if nothing had happened, That's it? Boring as hell. Eh? A few people had a burst of black lines on their foreheads, and they almost fainted from anger. Auntie, you, how did you do it? Xingnu was dumbfounded. When did Auntie become so powerful and terrifying? Even a long-established expert like Wang Daoyuan was so unbeatable. Not dreaming, right? She pinched her cheeks fiercely, and a pain came before she realized that she wasn't dreaming at all. If I want to, I can be invincible. He said with a feeling in his heart, and as soon as he finished speaking, the huge Wen palace in his body trembled slightly, followed by a trace of golden Wen qi continuously surging out of his dantian. At this moment, he felt that some of his previously damaged tendons and veins gradually began to repair. Following one's heart is also a kind of cultivation. After all, it was still his past self that was obsessed. Even Xiao he couldn't help but burst out, it was too unbelievable. No! Aunt Lu, are you playing for real? I thought you were just talking. The people went numb, completely shocked. Dark One's eyes flickered with a burst of unidentified essence, and then his figure quickly retreated amongst the army. Obviously. Was suffering from some sort of blow. Then again, which kind of Tao is Aunt Lu cultivating? It doesn't look like the way of martial arts, nor does it look like the way of literature, let alone the kind of sword way that kills to the extreme. Xiao was greatly curious about this, but he could be sure of one thing, it was a power that even he had never seen before. It was mysterious and powerful. However, Lu Xian didn't answer this question. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Summer Yu in the distance. With just one glance, looking at Xia Yu had the feeling of falling into an ice cellar and chilling his body all over. It was also not until this moment. Only then did he wake up and realize that perhaps he had been tricked. No! Not only himself, but everyone else was deceived. This Aunt Lu was not some bull scholar at all, but a great master. He hid his clumsiness. Bravo! Protector General Lin Xiaoyan, Duke of Jingguo Lin Hong, you're all so good. How dare you hide so deeply? When the marriage was granted, everyone was looking at her as a joke. I didn't expect it. To this day. It turns out that they are the ones who are watching the jokes, and they are the last clowns. Ridiculous. Pitiful. Your Highness, the next one can be your turn. Lu Xian tapped the sword case, his voice was not loud, but it still echoed in Xia Yu's ears. Rubbing. He was so startled that he took a few consecutive steps back, even at such a long distance apart. It was still startled. There was no way. Even an expert like Wang Daoyuan was silently killed. If the other party only targeted him alone, it would be dangerous. Chen Shang, immediately lead people to kill out, that Lu Xian guy is no longer useful. Kill him. After saying that, he panicked and walked down the city wall. In his mind, there was only one thought. Hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. The power displayed by Lu Xian was too terrifying. It was imperative to go back to Cloud City as soon as possible before making the next step. Chapter 78, Manifesting Sainthood in Front of People. The breeze was light. The sun was shining. Twilight Land. Lu Ziyan and the others, on the left and right sides, a large number of black pressurized armies quickly appeared. In an encircling form, they were closing in towards them. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The city gates suddenly opened, and a team darted out from inside. Seeing the situation, on Chouyi's old face, he shouted in shock, "Not good. They are trying to wrap us up in dumplings." Not a moment later, Zheng Qian had already led an army of over 100,000 troops and surrounded Lu Ziyan's side. "Auntie, what do we do?" The green lady's embroidered brows were locked, her voice was clear and cold, inquiring, but she did not have the slightest intention of retreating. What should we do? Faced with such a large army surrounding them, what else could be done? Normally speaking, there was only one method left, and that was to fight. However, whether it's Qin Cheng's army, or these generals led by myself, they were all daxia generals. Aunt Lu, in fact, let's punish the culprit is, those generals, also just innocent people. He was a bit intolerant, as far as he was concerned. In front of him, these people, are all daxia generals, people who protect the peace of a party. Lu Ziyan helplessly held his forehead. Naturally, he was also clear about a truth. Once the war is fought, the people who are hurt are still the people at the bottom. What's more, all being daxia generals, killing each other was not necessarily a good thing. Furthermore, the Qin city army had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. In such a battle situation, there could only be a one-sided suppression situation. Old man Xiao, what are you thinking about? Lu Ziyan shook his head, doubly speechless. He had never thought of letting their own people fight their own people. The reason why he chose to transfer so many generals from winning state city, in a big way, to come here. It was only to let certain people know that the Xinhua order was now in his hands. Thus, attracting the firepower from the royal capital side. Allowing some people to completely focus on himself. In this way, only then would Lin Chaoyan, Lin Hon, and the others be temporarily ignored. What does Aunt Lu mean by this? He was a little confused. It's already at this point, can't you still make the other side stop? Can't be able to write. Watch. After the words were spoken, Lu Ziyan stretched his waist and casually chanted, even if there is a great wind that rises from the ground. In an instant, a whirlwind lined him up, coming directly above mid-air. It's coming again? The green woman's eyes were filled with excitement. She had seen it once before when she was in Lingzhou city, and her own aunt had shown her great power. He and those generals of the winning state city behind him. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were immediately stunned. Groove. Rao Chouyi, who was a scholar, couldn't help but burst out, it was too surprising. Just this act, I'm afraid it's enough to make countless people look up to the Qin city army. With their own eyes, they witnessed Lu Ziyan summoning a whirlwind with a single word, and also rising into mid-air with the help of the wind. They were astonished. To be able to borrow the wind and rise up with a single word of poetry, I'm afraid that it could only be done by a flatfoot in the Grandmaster realm. Flying up. What's going on? How did he just go up to the sky? Where did the strange wind come from to blow people up there? Wait. What is he doing? The generals on Qin Cheng's side, talking in tongues, began to discuss. Zheng Qian rubbed his eyes vigorously and thought that he had misread. Good reason, you fly to the sky for what? Immediately after. Gentlemen, as fellow daxia generals, we should not kill each other. I would like to advise you all. Be sensible, get out of the way. Otherwise, I will not show any mercy. Lu Ziyan's voice was like a thunderbolt, exploding across the entire arena, causing everyone to be thunderstruck. Of course, if one wanted to persuade the army to yield with just such a sentence, it was naturally impractical. However, right now, the thing he needed to do was deterrence. Absolute strength deterrence. Only then could it play a truly persuasive role. I'm sure you all have heard a little bit about the 3 great royal dynasties gathering their armies to violate Lingzhou city not long ago. But do you all know that I once retreated 300,000 enemies with my own strength, and was worshipped by the people as a Wengong immortal? Lu Ziyan's words left everyone dumbfounded. What? Retreating 300,000 enemies with one's own strength, bragging right? Wengong immortal? Wait a minute. It seems like there is such a thing. Is it possible that what he said is true? Not only the Qin city army, but also the generals on the winning state side. All of them were beginning to be somewhat half-hearted. More or less, they had all heard about what happened in Lingzhou city. Only that it was too heavenly. It caused many people to not put much thought into it. No way. It's not. Are people nowadays so thick-skinned? An immortal Wendao, if you were an immortal, why are you still sitting here nagging at us for half a day? Immortal? Why don't you blow it off as our wandering, long-lost ancestor? That's it, definitely bragging. My mother said that there's no good thing in a good-looking man. Hey! This brother, words over not with personal attacks, after all, I am also handsome without side. In a flash. Both sides of the generals have begun to issue such doubts. People's bias is a big mountain, never see others than their own excellent. After all, Obviously everyone is ordinary and fine, you have to brag that you are an immortal. Sorry. I don't believe it, I don't believe it.
There is no other reason, purely because of careful eyes.
If careful eye is also a kind of disease, I guess we have to be very sick.
Lu Ziyan listened to the voices of questioning, skepticism, contempt and so on that kept coming from his ears.
With a faint smile, he bellowed, whether it's true or not, try it and you won't know.
With that, his right hand sword finger waved, and the sword box quickly flew in front of him.
Lightly embellished, click. The sword box quickly opened. Great river sword intent comes from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The sword case trembled for a moment, followed by a streak of white light shooting out into the sky.
The next second. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
There was more than just a burst of sword roars as countless sword chi streaked across the 9 heavens, a terrifying white sword chi. As if it was like ocean waves rolling up, it quickly converged to become a large river that was a full 100 feet in size.
At that time,
the entire sky was covered with densely packed white sword chi, with no end in sight.
In the blink of an eye,
that one sword chi converged into a 100 feet large river, suddenly poured down.
On the ground. Those generals, feeling the horrifying sword chi pressure coming at them.
One by one, they were startled and panicked.
Almost all of them almost fell to their knees. Trough.
There was only such a vivid and spiritual word echoing in everyone's minds. The scene before them was definitely the most terrifying scene they had ever seen. That 100 feet sword river stood horizontally in the sky and poured down the image. It continuously impacted their brains.
People, can they really do this? Cannot do. Not humanly possible. Fall.
Lu Ziyan turned his head slightly and looked towards a towering mountain peak in the distance, thousands of meters above sea level. Looking from afar, there was an illusion of going straight into the clouds. As his voice fell, the river of swords rushed straight towards that mountain peak.
Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
Endless, ocean-like sword chi swiftly impacted the mountain peak.
In an instant, dust and smoke filled the air more than once. Return. Lu Ziyan once again lowly hailed, and a white light flashed back into the sword box.
After a long time passed, the dust and smoke dissipated, and the crowd once again looked up.
That mountain peak had clearly disappeared.
The crowd only felt sweaty and silenced, as if they were waking up from a dream.
There was an illusion of being reborn after the robbery. Chapter 79 Greeting Immortal Lu. It was like a new life.
It was the most genuine feeling of everyone present. A huge river of swords, carrying a terrifying pressure.
Almost causing them to suffocate.
Experiencing such a scene, no one dared to question Lu Ziyan's words anymore.
Even if he wasn't a Wengong immortal.
Such a terrifying means could never be performed by a mortal.
Why don't you quickly retreat? Lu Ziyan snapped, and immediately after, those encircling Qin City's army were very sensible and all retreated away. Get out of the way. Quickly get out of the way. Welcome Immortal Lu into the city.
It had to be said that Zhang Qian was a person who could come to things, after this experience.
He immediately reacted.
Quickly signaling the army to retreat, he rode his horse, sweating profusely, and galloped to the front of the carriage. Green Lady, Zhou, and they were dumbfounded by the scene just now, also looked dumbfounded.
Was this something a human could do? With this kind of means, it would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal. Immortal Lu, little Zhang is here.
Zhang Qian's fat head and ears, shouting at the top of his voice, the warhorse seemed to be pressed by his obese figure, showing his teeth and gasping for air.
Rear.
Shen Shang, Zhu Yiba, and the two of them glanced at each other, greatly shocked inwardly. There was a time when Zhang Qian, who was the deputy state lord, would have such a low-profile moment.
Rarely seen. No.
One should say, unseen.
Vice State Lord, wait for me. Righteous Father, hold your horses. The two also rode their horses and chased after them in the rear. The State Lord's mansion. A few moments ago. Front yard.
Old Huang was holding a broom, humming a little song and sweeping the ground with incomparable coziness.
Zhang and Zhang, sister, you sit at the bow of the boat, brother walks on the shore. The next moment,
he stopped his sweeping action, his expression was incomparably solemn, and he looked up to the outside of the city.
This Aunt Lu is not simple. Since that's the case, let's give him a little meet and greet gift.
The words were spoken. The figure gradually became illusory, and finally disappeared completely in place.
North City Gate. Summer, you rode a warhorse and galloped out. Not a moment later.
Flying on the pipeline, he said with an indignant face, damn it, I should have known that this king should have brought more experts to follow him. After all, it was still this king who underestimated that aunt of the Lin family. I thought that having Wang Daoyuan alone would be enough to deal with the guards around him. As soon as he thought of this, there was some regret and missteps. If it wasn't for the fact that time was too tight, he could have mobilized a large number of experts up from Cloud City.
It was only a pity.
Having only rushed all the way back from the royal capital, there was only one expert like Wang Daoyuan by his side.
Just as he was thinking bitterly. Whoosh! A green-colored sword chi broke through the air from behind him, and the sudden scene caused him to be startled. He hastily dodged the sword chi with a darting body. Bang! The green-colored sword chi struck the warhorse, and blood and flesh immediately flew everywhere. What person? Summeryu leapt to the side of the pipeline and hurriedly watched the surroundings with a face full of vigilance. Looking left, right, and then to the back. The surroundings were quiet, except for the occasional breeze. There was nothing else special. However, the more so, the more abnormal he felt. Your Excellency is rushing towards this king, right? This king is curious whether Your Excellency is from the Lin family or His Majesty. Fully concentrating, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, beads of sweat had already begun to flow from his forehead. Until this moment, there hadn't been any abnormality seen. If not for the puddle of blood and flesh that the warhorse had turned into there. Summeryu suspected that he was hallucinating and that everything he experienced just now was fake. Your Highness, don't be in a hurry to leave. A voice filled with flirtation and a few lazy moments rang out. The next second, he saw that in the distance, a black dot was constantly moving towards his side. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a shooting star, a flickering sensation. In a few breaths, that person had appeared in front of Summeryu, and as this person appeared, he said with some surprise, You're the housekeeper, old Juan? After seeing the person who came, he was a bit incredulous, sizing him up for a while before speaking out in question. Unbelievable. For old Huang, the housekeeper on the state lord's residence, he was no stranger. In the past 5 years, every time he traveled to the state lord's mansion to visit his righteous son Liu Yiming, it was the person in front of him who received him. Your Highness, isn't it just old Huang me? He spread his hands with a helpless face, looking as if old acquaintances had met without the slightest hint of being out of the ordinary. Summeryu instantly looked furious up and rebuked, Old Huang, what are you stopping this king for? Your Highness, at this point in time, the first question you should ask is why Old Yellow I have a cultivation right. Old Huang spoke in a nonchalant stance, shaking his head slowly. Everything seemed to be expected. Sniffing. Summeryu also had a huge change in his face and was secretly shocked inwardly. Almost forgetting. Old Huang, the housekeeper, he had seen many times and had never heard that the other party possessed cultivation. In his impression, Old Huang had always been an ordinary person. Not even a trace of martial chi was ever revealed on his body. Many times he had led the innate realm guards and had tested him. The only answer received was that he was an ordinary person. Old Huang, you are clearly an ordinary person, how could you possess strength that even this king cannot see through? No matter what, he was also a martial cultivator who had stepped into the 9th grade for many years. To be able to make himself, a 9th grade martial cultivator, also not be able to detect the fluctuation of martial chi in the slightest, the other party's strength, I'm afraid, is unfathomable. In view of the sword chi of the party, at least equivalent to the peak of the 8th grade. It was at least equivalent to the power of an all-out strike from the peak of the 8th grade. Could it be that you cultivate the way of the sword? No. Not right. Even at the innate realm, or rather the sword immortal level, when one activates their stance, there will be a breath revealed. You didn't just. Suddenly, he realized something extremely terrifying. The other party was moving at that extreme speed just now. There was actually no breath revealed. As if it was ghostly, one could only see a shadow moving at high speed. However, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation in his breath. Too abnormal. Say more useless, Old Yellow I come here, only to bring you back. Old Yellow said, raising his hand, a green-colored light struck Summeryu. The latter immediately felt the martial energy in his body being sealed by some kind of power. What have you done to this king? He shouted in horror, his face full of panic, hastily urging his body's martial chi, but unfortunately, he tried several times. None of them could feel the slightest fluctuation of martial chi. Your Majesty does not need to know. Old Huang's expression condensed as he reached out and grabbed Summeryu by the shoulders, and in the next second, the two started moving at an extreme speed. Finally, they disappeared. Greetings, Immortal Liu. Greeting, Immortal Liu. Greet, Immortal Liu. On both sides of the street, the people were kneeling and chanting. Lu Xian's carriage slowly traveled in the middle of the street. Ahead. Zhang Qian rode his horse, his hands constantly signaling the surrounding people. Obviously. Such a scene was all arranged by him. Xiu He had a godly look on his face, raising his head and chest, looking around in a very arrogant manner. The old face was filled with false smiles, nodding his head to the surroundings from time to time, and waving his hand non-stop. Without knowing, one would think that he was the protagonist. Elder Qiu, what are you doing? The green woman was a bit curious, not knowing why Xiu He was like this. Xiu He took a deep breath, with tears welling up in his eyes, and sobbed a little. I'm also from Qin City, and back then, I chose to leave my hometown in order to make some name for myself. By chance, I became a seneschal of Winning State City, but I have never returned here. Nowadays, seeing this prosperous Qin City, with its familiar streets, I have the feeling of returning home with my clothes. Xingnu rolled her eyes and hastily spoke out, "Hold it, they're welcoming Auntie into the city, they're not welcoming you." "I know, just adapting to adapt in advance, in case it comes to old man me one day." He responded with a smile, still waving his hand towards the surrounding people. Chapter 80 Don't Pretend. The streets of Qin City. The carriage traveled slowly. It went straight to the state lord's mansion. On both sides of the street, all the people were kneeling. Under Zhang Qian's deliberate arrangement, these people worshipped Lu Ziyan, the immortal. Soon, they arrived in front of the state lord's mansion. In front of them, a figure was tied up. Zhang Qian walked in front of them, and when he saw a python robe, he was immediately covered in sweat. He was so frightened that he was immediately sweating profusely. "King, your majesty? Why are you here?" He was nervous and panting as he trotted to summon you. At the same time, inside the carriage, Lu Ziyan walked out. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes, this king, actually being tied up here with 5 flowers. Quickly surveying the surrounding circle. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Qian or the surrounding people, they all looked stunned, bewildered, and unaware. Obviously, this matter had nothing to do with these people. "Come. Subordinate will untie you." Zhang Qian trembled and hurriedly untied him, thinking in his heart, who is so bold as to dare to tie up a party of princes? Don't want to die, this is. Humph. Summer Yu was extremely indignant, his eyes filled with rage. Gazing through the gate of the state lord's mansion, he came to the front yard, where old Huang lowered his head and silently swept the ground. Lu Ziyan followed his eyes and looked over. Into his eyes was just a plain old man with his head lowered sweeping the ground. When he fixed his eyes on it, that person was like a giant sword, standing there, all over his body, revealing an incomparably strong aura. Interesting. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of surprise. This person's sword Dao achievement, other than Li Bai. Currently, he had encountered a person with the highest cultivation level. "Your Highness, we meet again." Lu Ziyan walked in front of him and smiled blandly, not overbearing. Xia Yu straightened his clothes and coldly swept a glance at him. How does Prince Lu intend to deal with this king? Is it going to be like dealing with Yiming as well? As a party of princes, even though he had already lost his great power, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. But having been in a high position for a long time, he naturally could not bow to Lu Ziyan. "I heard that Lu Yiming is the king's righteous son, and for so many years, he has been committing crimes in the winning state, and has brutalized countless people. Xiao He, bring out the evidence." Lu Ziyan didn't talk nonsense and directly asked Xiao He to take out a stack of thick account books, as well as several books recording the crimes Lu Yiming as well as the Lu family had committed over the years. Xia Yu gazed at him with a deadly gaze, then took over one of the books and casually flipped through it a few times, not thinking, Yiming is already dead, and the Lu family has been driven to extinction by you. What's the matter? Still want to use these to convict this king? Beside, Zhang Qian and the others had already been trembling and tense, secretly sweating over this move of Lu Ziyan. What to do? On one side was Aunt Lu, who was suspected to be an immortal, and on the other side was the king, who was defending the side. How to take sides? At this time, inside the front yard, old Huang, who was sweeping the floor with his head lowered, raised his head sharply, and a green light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, whoosh! A green-colored sword chi appeared in front of Summer Yu. "Gimme." The sword chi cut across his neck, and his head flew out directly. The sword chi appeared silently, the crowd could not feel it at all. Until the moment Summer Yu collapsed. Wow! The surroundings were in an uproar, shocked. "King, your highness." Zhang Qian jumped in shock and shouted in horror, at the sight of the dead eyes as he dropped his head to the ground. It was still blaring. Eh? Lu Ziyan raised his head and hurriedly looked over towards the front yard of the state lord's mansion, realizing that the old man who was originally standing there cleaning, at some point, had completely lost track of him. The green woman was incomparably shocked and opened her mouth. "Auntie, you." Obviously. In her opinion, the person who can kill Summer Yu so silently, I'm afraid that only his own aunt. Zhang Qian nervously opened his voice. "Immortal Lu, this is?" In an instant, everyone's gazes were placed on him in unison, and they all felt that it was him who made the move to kill Xia Yu. "Thank you, Immortal Lu, for ridding the people of harm." Numerous people knelt down in excitement, chanting repeatedly. Until this moment, Xiaoyi's body went limp and collapsed helplessly to the ground, muttering, "Auntie," confused. Impulsive. It was really too impulsive. In full view of everyone, in front of so many people, killing a prince like this. If this matter is passed back to the court, I'm afraid that it will be subjected to a lot of criticism, not to mention, even, it would most likely be labeled as a rebellion. Immortal Lu is righteous, removing harm from the people. Among the crowd, as a voice rang out, it was followed by countless people shouting. Lu Ziyan quickly looked over towards the crowd. Without realizing it, seeing the old man sweeping the floor just now, he muttered to himself, "Interesting. Borrowing a knife to kill." In his mind, the first time such a thought flashed out, but in this immediate situation, explanation was of no use. Because these people had already decided that it was their own hands that killed Summeryu. Thinking back, just now that an extreme sword chi, even though present, no one perceived, but he clearly perceived that it was from the front yard of the mansion out of the sword. Only, why did the other party do this? To frame himself? Lu Ziyan was a little puzzled, so much trouble, just to frame. What is the purpose of framing? He was somewhat confused. A prince is just a prince, dead is dead. Lu Ziyan didn't even look at Summeryu's corpse and stepped into the state lord's mansion as if nothing had happened. What? Just a prince? Aunt Lu Ah. Do you want to listen to what you're saying yourself? Righteous father, does this matter need to be reported to the royal capital? Chen Sheng asked with some disorientation. The matter is of great importance, if it is not reported in time. In the future. I'm afraid that this will implicate them all for this matter, and when the time comes, it will be a crime of executing the clan. Report it, it must be reported, the consequences are too great for us to bear. Zhang Qian thought for a moment and resolved to report it immediately. Then Immortal Lu's side? Chen Sheng hesitated, thinking that if Lu Ziyan knew that they had reported it, would he hold a grudge against them for it? Don't worry, I'll go appease him. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he wiped the sweat from his forehead a few times and hurriedly switched his smiling face and rushed forward. Immortal Lu, if you have any orders, feel free to order Xiao Zhang. That lowly mouth and humble posture was an eye-opener. After stepping into the front yard of the state lord's mansion, Zhang Qian immediately shouted, "Old Huang, hurry up and get out." Not a moment later, Old Huang lazily held a broom and slowly walked out, looking like he hadn't woken up from sleep. Coming, Lord Zhang. The very moment Old Huang walked out, Lu Ziyan's gaze immediately locked onto him, recognizing with a glance that the person who had just made a move to kill Summeryu was none other than this person. Old Huang, this is Immortal Lu. Earlier outside the city, Zhang Qian explained to Old Huang with his hands in the air. For a good while, Old Huang pretended to be surprised, then his pupils shrunk violently and said horrifiedly, Immortal? There are actually immortals existing in the world. With that look of pretense, Lu Ziyan could see it at a glance. He, at all, was not half surprised, the depths of his cloudy eyes, ancient wells, seemingly not the slightest bit shocked by this. Don't pretend, tell me. Why do you want to frame me? Lu Ziyan was not interested in his pretense in the slightest, and after asking, he walked inside the lobby with no expression on his face. The crowd followed closely behind. Chapter 81 Prejudice. Lobby. The upper seat, Lu Ziyan sat down, lifted the teapot, pouring himself full. Picked up the teacup, a small taste of a mouthful. Immediately after, Zhang Qian, Old Huang, Green Lady, Zhou He and the others walked in one after another. At this moment, other than Old Huang, the rest of the people were all a bit confused by what Lu Ziyan said just now. Graft? What graft? What does this sentence mean? The crowd was a bit puzzled and confused. Auntie, what does it mean? How come I can't understand? Curious plus surprised, the green woman was the first one to choose to ask. The others looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Old Huang also pretended to look dismayed, and nervously scratched his head in a naive manner, smilingly saying, Lords, why don't I, Old Huang, go ahead and prepare the meal for you all. Seeing Lu Ziyan's unsuspecting gaze, he planned to hurry up and find a reason to leave. Ironically, he couldn't stay for too long. Wicked. This Aunt Lu was really a bit evil, after a short distance contact and also secretly observing for a moment. After a short distance contact and a few moments of covert observation, he was completely unable to see through the other party. Hiss. So strange, too evil nah. From this, he can only first bugger say. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ziyan put down his teacup, swept an expressionless glance at him, and faintly said, Is it for me to do it? Hearing that, the crowd was stunned again. You looked at me, I looked at you, none of them knew who he was talking about. But there was one thing. They knew one thing clearly, and that was that someone was secretly framing Aunt Lu. Who? Who is the person who is so capable and dares to do so? Old Huang raised his head and realized that the other party's gaze had been resting on him, so he hurriedly said awkwardly, What the hell? Aunt Lu shouldn't be talking about me, right? Uncertain and self-doubting, he pointed to his nose, his old face was all innocent. As if he had suffered a wrongful accusation, he looked at the crowd a little confused. Zhang Qian hurriedly stepped forward to speak for him. Immortal Lu, this fellow Old Huang, I've known him for many years, and has been working as a housekeeper in the state lord's mansion. Dedicated and hardworking, not someone with a heart of gold. Xiao and the green woman fell into deep thought, very unexpectedly sizing up Old Huang. Only, from his body, he couldn't feel half a bit of martial chi in the slightest. He shouldn't be some kind of martial cultivator. An ordinary person, how could he attract such attention from his aunt? Lu Ziyan didn't want to pull too much with him and smiled contemptuously. Oh? Since that's the case, Green Lady beat him to death. These words came out. Everyone was dumbfounded and froze in place. To beat someone to death at the drop of a hat, this was a bit too much. Furthermore, he was just an old man, so old, and he had to be beaten to death. It wasn't appropriate, right? Wait, no. Aunt Lu, what are you doing? For good reason, what's the point of beating me to death?
Old Huang pretended to be afraid and hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a terrified expression.
The details were well faked. None of these people present could detect that he was pretending.
Of course. Lu Ziyan was different, with the Wengong overflowing with those golden Wen Qi, the damaged tendons in his body were repaired, no matter whether it was in terms of eyesight or insight. At a glance, he could see that Old Huang was different. The body was deliberately suppressed, as vast as the sea of sword qi. Even if it is hidden, it cannot escape his eyes. The green woman was a bit torn and hesitated. Auntie, for no reason, killing an old man, it's not quite right, right? Xiaohe concurred, this person is ugly and does have a few points to beat up, but we have to be reasonable, don't we?
As for Zhang Qian, Shen Shang and the others, they were completely confused. Old Huang and Immortal Lu used to know each other? And has a grudge? That shouldn't be the case. Looking at Immortal Lu's age, he was mostly in his early 30s, so it was impossible for him to have any interactions with Old Huang. Moreover, Old Huang had been working as a steward in the State Lord's mansion, and was usually lazy, delicious, unkempt, and had an unpleasant speech. Other than these shortcomings, there didn't seem to be anything too great. Right. There is also good color. It couldn't be that Immortal Lu knew that he used to go drinking flowery wine and looking for women. Especially on the matter of hooking up with Precious. However, if Old Huang was killed, wouldn't Ajin be left with no one to turn to, and at that time, maybe I'll. Zhang Qian tilted his head and fell into contemplation. Rationally, it was not in favor of Old Huang being killed, but emotionally, he wanted to do it all by himself. As soon as Old Huang heard them talk about himself in such a way, he was not happy and quickly said angrily, prejudice, you people are just prejudiced against my looks. Lu Ziyan's tone was cold, still don't make a move. The green woman was jolted, and only then did she come back to her senses, stepping forward, with her martial qi exuding from her body. Old man, sorry. After the words were spoken, she waved her fist and slammed it towards Old Yellow. No, really do it. There was no fluctuation of breath on Old Yellow's body, shaped like a ghost, instantly dodging away. A fist fell short. The green woman looked at her fist in disbelief and said in surprise, dodged? Zhang Qian was first dumbfounded, then with a face full of incredulity pointed at him and stammered, Old Huang? You, how could you? The others were also stunned. Just now, after seeing only a wave of shadows, Old Huang had dodged a strike from the 8th-ranked expert of the Green Lady. Wait a minute, little girl, you're no match for Old Huang me. He spread out his hands, and on his old face, there was helplessness, stopping the green girl from striking again with the idea. Following that, he placed his gaze on Lu Ziyan and nodded with secret satisfaction, and Lu was really hiding deep, even seeing through Old Huang me with a single glance. That's right. I killed the king of Winning State. Admit it? Zhang Wan never expected that Old Huang would actually admit it so easily. Wait a minute. Old Huang killed the king, how? Could it be that? The thought of that scene outside the doorway earlier. Hiss. Old Huang, you are the one who hides the deepest. Take a step and walk forward. Coming next to Lu Ziyan, he sat down with a big horse, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip. Didn't Aunt Lu want to kill him? I'm merely doing a smooth ride. If I want to kill him, why do I need you to do it? Lu Ziyan seemed to smile, staring straight at him. When the latter heard this, his body shook and his expression paused. Why kill in front of me? Old Huang met his star-like eyes, deep, like an infinite abyss, terrifying. That was simply not something a normal person could possess. Sure enough. One still underestimated this Aunt Lu. In fact, I have an undying hatred with that Summeryu guy. That being said, back then. Old Huang sighed darkly, and then began a long and detailed account of the past. It was nothing more than that. He was the head of a big family in Cloud City, and he had been painstakingly managing his family for decades, and then he met Summeryu sealing the king. When he traveled to Cloud City. The first time they suppressed their family, hundreds of clansmen were killed. He was the only one left who was abolished in all cultivation and escaped. Later, he met Lu Yiming and was saved. Over the years, he has been biding his time, and has opened up another path to recultivate, and has finally achieved something. Just in time, he came across Lu Ziyan coming, in order to avoid himself attracting the attention of the royal capital side, only to kill Xiaoyu in full view of the public. Transferring it all to him. That's roughly how things went down. In the end, Old Yellow, I'm also a pitiful person. Old Yellow's eyes were tearing up and he gently wiped them away in a pitiful manner, immediately causing these people present to resonate. Right at this moment, Lu Ziyan yawned, stretched his waist, stood up, and faintly said, Old Xiao, go check the truth. Chapter 82, Running Away? Wangdu. Shun Tian Palace. Emperor Xiao was sitting on the upper seat, looking furious, looking around at the crowd of 100 officials below. A mere scholar dares to slaughter the lord of a city and make such a big deal. Actually, no one can suppress it. The words were finished. A picanate aura erupted from his body as his martial qi was revealed. Below. 100 officials, silenced and sweating. Your Majesty, this Fong is extremely arrogant, and it's in the winning state king lot. My humble servant thinks that when appropriate, a large army can be sent to suppress it. An official stepped forward to suggest this. It was thought that this matter happened in Winning Prefecture and was under the administration of the king of Winning Prefecture. If a large army from a state was mobilized to surround it, it could definitely be taken down. I second the motion. I second the motion. For a while, quite a few ministers came forward, all favoring this suggestion. All of them thought that it was so feasible. Your Majesty, with my suggestion, we should send experts to intercept that guy. Meng Lon, the great general of Xinbian, stood out at the first time and said with a firm and upright voice. Meng Lon, third-grade military general, in terms of battle merit, second only to Lin Chaoyan. He was also Lin Chaoyan's strongest rival for the title of Great General of the Protectorate. Today, learning that Lu Ziyan has no official status, he dares to kill the lord of a city. He, angry beyond words, chose to stand out. Without saying a word, the Xia Emperor gazed at Meng Long for a moment and softly and gently said, "Come on, give the decree that General Meng will lead an army of 50,000 troops and head to Winning State with the decree of loan. Behead Lu Ziyan. And on the matter of General Lin, issue another decree summoning her back to the royal capital. If you do not obey, kill without pardon." When the 100 officials heard the words, some were happy and some were sad. Those who rejoiced were the officials who were against the Lin family. As for those officials who were sad, they were naturally those who were close to the Lin family. Xi'an City. State Lord's Mansion. Old Huang gave an explanation, but Lu Ziyan didn't believe it at all. Let Xiu He go and probe. Then, he, getting up, came to the green woman's side and reached out to touch the sword case. Open. With a low chant, the sword case quickly opened. Raising his hand. With a gentle flick, a white thin sword quickly flew out. Whoosh. With extreme speed, like a bolt of lightning, in an instant, it attacked towards Old Yellow. Terrifying sword chi instantly filled the entire lobby. There was no sign. Everyone was startled by the sudden scene. Seeing this, Old Huan looked horrified and hastily retreated, his figure swaying and appearing in the doorway position. Aunt Lu, why don't you talk about martial virtues? The moment he exited, he immediately exclaimed in shock, his figure all of a sudden, rushing out to the front yard. Behind him, the white thin sword followed closely behind, and in an instant, turned into a sea of swords. There seemed to be endless sword chi, converging together. Like waves rolling over. Towards Old Yellow pouncing over. Inside the lobby, Xingnu, Zhang Qian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The moment the terrifying sword chi appeared, it made them feel a sense of suffocation. It was as if they were being pinched by the neck, completely unable to breathe. The aura of death enveloped their surroundings. Without a word, Lu Zi raised his hand and waved it, and the sword box quickly flew out. The figure followed the sword box out. Came to the front yard. Again, the sword finger flicked, two thin swords once again flew out from the sword box, turning into two streams of light. Deceiving. Old Huang immediately shouted when he felt the two strands of extreme sword chi coming at him. There was no other reason. It was all because it was not anticipated that the other party would suddenly strike. It was caught off guard. Completely unprepared by half. Aunt Lu, the explanation, I've already explained. Why are you still laying down your deadly hands? He really couldn't figure out why the other party would suddenly strike. Even if he had put the assassination of the king on his head. But, hadn't he already explained it himself? Lu Ziyan pressed his sword case with one hand and smiled, "If you want me to take the blame, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Ta. Zhang Qian and the others rushed out at a quick pace and saw Old Huang facing sword attacks from all sides. It was still swimming with ease, constantly dodging. Completely dumbfounded. Old Huang? How can he be so powerful? Zhang Qian stared at Old Huang's figure with jaws agape, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Unbelievable. The person in front of him, was he still the Old Huang that he knew who usually smiled and laughed in addition to being horny? At this moment, he showed his strength. Not to mention the 9th grade. Even an innate realm expert couldn't do this. Auntie Lu, see you later. Old Huang's figure turned into a green light and flashed out towards the outside of the mansion. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. The three thin swords were completely unable to find their target of attack and quickly flew back to the sword box. Surely not to be underestimated. Lu Ziyan put away the sword box, revealing a touch of deep thought. Just now was just a test. Didn't use his full strength. But, with the three fine swords attacking, the ordinary innate realm could not be able to resist. Yet, the other party was able to leave peacefully in such a situation. As soon as Old Huan left, Zhang Qian and the others hurriedly knelt down and said in fear, "Immortal Lu, we don't know that guy, he is to blame." Afraid that they would be implicated, they naturally had to excuse themselves. No harm done. Lu Ziyan waved his hand, unimpressed. Winning State border. Luoyang town. A thin figure, wearing ruptured linen clothes, aged 15 or 16. With a pale complexion, he walked in the center of the street. His footsteps were frivolous and feeble. On both sides of the street, ragged and tattered, there were quite a few men and women lying in disheveled clothes, and none of these people had dry and cracked lips, and their eyes were lifeless. Giddy up! Hiya! Ride! A young man rode a horse and galloped in the middle of the street. It happened to meet the young man head-on. Bastard, give way to this young master. The youth's face was full of hostility, shouting loudly without the slightest intention of slowing down. This young master Zhang Jinshan, which unruly person dares to block the road? Very quickly. The horse's hooves flew and directly kicked the youth out. Bang! The huge impact directly caused him to fly out 5 or 6 meters backwards. In the end, he laid down hard on the ground. 7 orifices bleeding. Surrounding. Those lying people, at this, see no strange, no one to pay attention, no one to care about that teenager dead or alive. It seemed that everything that happened in front of them had nothing to do with them. What the hell, also dare to come to stop this young master's path? Zhang Jinshan dismounted his horse, furiously rushed to that dying teenager and brought a stick from the side. Directly getting his hands on it, he began to chaotically smash it against the teenager. Bang! 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 It seemed to be venting out his heart's dissatisfaction. A long time passed. It was only until the teenager was completely out of breath that he was satisfied and closed his hand. Bah! Spitting at the teenager, he threw the stick away and cursed, bad luck. Then, he mounted his horse again and sped towards the other end of the street. From the beginning to the end, those people around him turned a blind eye to the scene. Next to it, an old man with a head full of white hair, witnessing what happened, could only shake his head in the end and said bitterly, the weak are the strong, and the strong are the same as always. Soon, he then laid down on a cool mat, inclined his head over, and fell into a deep sleep, completely elucidating a truth. It's not a matter of concern. Chapter 83 Luoyang Town, you family? The next day, outside the city gates, the carriage is traveling slowly, leaving behind Xiuhe, Zhang Qian and the others. On the city wall, old Huang watched the departing carriage from afar as a green-colored sword wheel gradually rose up behind him. A careful count. 12 sword wheels, in a circular state, constantly rotating. Holding a letter in his hand, he looked grave and whispered, Old General, you really didn't guess wrong, this ant is truly extraordinary. After all, it's us old guys who are getting old. Soon, the sword wheel slowly converged and the letter paper in his hand turned into nothingness. The next moment, Old Yellow's figure appeared in front of the state lord's mansion. Precious, I'm back. He revealed a mouthful of large yellow teeth and smiled cheaply. Luoyang Town. Night fell. In the middle of a large mansion. Inside the lobby, an old man with a head full of white hair, holding a walking stick, sat on the throne. In the center, a corpse was covered with a white cloth. On both sides, standing 3 pairs of men and women, looks cohesive, for a time, the atmosphere of the lobby into an extremely depressing state. The white-haired old man was the Yu family's old man, Yu Zhong. The rest of those were his sons and daughters-in-law. The eldest son, Yu Hong, the second son, Yu Jianshu, and the third son, Yu Inhu. After a long time, Yu Hong was the first to open his mouth. Father, the only grandson of the second uncle's family was killed on the street by the Zhang family's kid, do we not care? The moment these words came out, Yu Jianshu immediately retorted in panic, Big brother, our family can't get involved in this mess. What kind of existence is the Zhang family? That's a big clan in Luoyang Town. It is also said to have a lot of relations with the town officials. If we get involved, our family will suffer. After the words, the crowd fell into a moment of silence. The second daughter-in-law, Chen, who had a sharp and bitter look, also agreed, Big brother, it's not that we don't want to care, but we can't care. Previously, when their family's land was robbed and second uncle and his family were killed, didn't we also not step in? What? Today, is there still a need to be a good person? Eldest daughter-in-law Li, with a face of national peace and security, had an intolerant look in her eyes. Second brother-in-law, words can't be said like that. Today's little talent was killed on the street, then tomorrow, it is not allowed, our family that junior can also be killed by the Zhang family. Sniffing. The superior old man, with great force, slammed his walking stick fiercely on the ground. Thud. All right. Elder Yu slowly stood up, and inside his eyes, there were tears welling up. Mortaring his cane, he walked over to the corpse. Choking back tears, he said, the Zhang family is indeed a big clan, and they have hooked up with the town officials, and they also have dealings with that group of home-raiding bandits from Wengong Mountain. This old bone of mine is indeed old, and our Yu family may not be able to fight them. The old family's daughter-in-law is right, if they can kill Shao Kai today, our family's offspring may also be killed tomorrow. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are cold. Things happen to people. There are some things that someone has to do. Father, what do you mean by that? Yu Jianshu sensed something in the old man's words and hurriedly asked nervously. Shen's eyes rolled a few times, hesitating for a moment to speak. Father, I can still be pregnant if you have to go and offend the Zhang family, just to be on the safe side. I may have to go back to my mother's house for a while. The old master's gaze gleamed at her, and Shen lowered her head in a fit of weakness. Humph. A cold snort followed. Eldest daughter-in-law, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Putting words here today, this justice must be taken back. As for you guys wanting to leave, or stay, I respect all of your choices. When the crowd heard this, they all had a huge change in color, somewhat unable to guess what the old man was thinking at this moment. Father, we have a good family, are we going to be scattered because of this? You and Husam unwilling, think the second uncle's family things, why make their own family chicken fly eggs? Shen gathered her courage and carefully tested. Father, this is what you said, if you really go against that Zhang family, then I will have to make peace with Jianshu. And Wenfeng will have to come with me. She and Yu Jianshu had a son named Yu Wenfeng. For the Zhang family's bad reputation, it had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and they were also fearful of it. Thus, learning that her father-in-law was going to go forward to seek justice from the Zhang family for Yu Wensai's death, she was tempted to break off the relationship. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Why do you want a divorce? I do not agree. Yu Jianshu anxious, good reason, how the wife and child will be gone. No. This matter, he resolutely do not agree. Do not agree, if you have the ability to follow her away, no longer are you family. The old man coldly stared at Yu Jianshu, full of disappointment and sighs. At first, the younger brother's family, when they were robbed of their house and fields, it was the oldest two's family who were timid and fearful, repeatedly blocking themselves. The result was that he did not find justice for his younger brother Yu Chang. This matter has always been a big stone in his heart, for many years, have not been put down. Every time he thought about it, his heart was filled with guilt. In the beginning, it was the two of you who blocked it 3 times, preventing me from seeking justice for my only brother. These past few years, it's been difficult to sleep and eat, and now even the only grandson he left behind is dead. How do you ask me to explain to him in the 9 springs? Upon hearing this, Shin began to be unhappy and immediately retorted, Master, when that Wenkai was still alive, I didn't see you old man caring about him. Now that the person is dead, what's the use of pulling these things? And she wanted to say more, but Yu Jianshu covered her mouth. This was because the old man's face grew more and more gloomy, and a strong murderous aura wrapped around him. Don't look at his advanced age, but he was also an 8th grade medium martial cultivator. The era of rampant martial arts. Even an ordinary citizen was a martial arts cultivator, or a literary cultivator. Only, the average citizen, with poor talent, could only achieve a 3rd or 4th rank. In front of a powerful martial cultivator, they were still like ants. You let go of me, Yu Jianshu, I'm telling you, let's make peace now. Shen suffocated and peeled away Yu Jianshu's hands, furious. In her opinion, the old man was just senile and actually dared to go to the Zhang family for justice. Undoubtedly, it was almost the same as sending him to his death. In that case, then she had nothing to be concerned about. No way. I don't agree with the divorce. Yu Jianshu strongly objected, and Shen coldly grunted, then you cut ties with the Yu family. This. Yu Jianshu was a bit embarrassed, then he looked at the old man. That look was naturally somewhat heartbroken. His nature, originally, was greedy for life and death. If the old master was firm in seeking justice for Wenkai, it wasn't impossible to break away from the Yu family. At this time, in the middle of the field, Yu Inhu's daughter-in-law Ling opened her mouth. Old master, if your old man must go out on this, then I can only withdraw. Obviously. Ling also intended to detach herself from the Yu family, lest she be implicated, which would result in losing her little life. Scram! The old man angrily rebuked, and several people fled. In the end, inside the lobby, he was the only one left, standing there alone, looking down at Wenkai's corpse without a word. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Hong, Li, and the two of them stood at the door. Holding 2 severance letters in their hands, they were silent. The old master walked out from inside and asked with an expressionless face, the oldest 2, the oldest 3 families are gone? Yu Hong returned to his senses, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and handed over the severance letters. Father, early in the morning, they signed the severance letter and left in a hurry. A bunch of useless things, humph. The old master cursed angrily, and immediately turned his gaze to Li, saying gently, eldest daughter-in-law, why don't you leave? He was quite surprised that the eldest daughter-in-law was able to stay. As the saying goes, a great misfortune flies separately. Li smiled bashfully and said very frankly, Father, there is no one left in my mother's family. Since I followed brother Hong, I have become one with the Yu family. With the Zhang family acting like this, sooner or later, they will all be against us. Seeing this, the old man's cloudy eyes, filled with guilt, looked deeply at her, his lips moved slightly, wanting to open his mouth to say something, but then hesitated to stop. Right on time, the scene was witnessed by Li. Her heart shook tremendously, hesitantly thinking, why would the old master feel guilty about us? Chapter 84 Young Master Zhang, this person is just kind-hearted. Luoyang Town. Located at the border of Winning State, it belonged to the junction with Yun State. Due to the low standard of living of the people here, it caused it to become a rather special independent existence. 100 years ago, this place is still dozens of villages staggered until a senator named Luo XI came here with a 7th grade martial arts cultivation, integrating all the villages and establishing Luoyang Town. 50 years ago, under the painstaking management of Luo XI for decades, Luoyang Town became exceptionally prosperous. The population once exceeded 200,000 people. When the king of Wenzhou learned of this, he ordered Hu Feiwei, an incumbent town official, to be sent as the town official of Luoyang Town. Once in office, he amassed money, bullied men and women, and took over houses and land. He formed a party and showed favoritism. In the past, there were several other big clans in Luoyang Town, but they were all suppressed by Hu Feiwei one by one. There is only one Zhang family left, and one family is dominant. In just a few decades, it's made a mess, and the people are dying. During the past 2 years, tens of thousands of people starved to death. Originally, many talented martial arts saplings died early due to poor food and housing. Over the years, in such a large town, not even a single 6th grade martial arts cultivator has ever appeared. In the past, those 7, 8th grade martial arts cultivators, either they were suppressed by Hu Feiwei, or they are old and their blood has collapsed so much that they have no hope of advancing. Yu Zhong, the old man of the Yu family, one of the few early 8th grade martial arts cultivators. Because of this, Hu Feiwei and the Zhang family delayed to move Yu family. Fear that the old master will pull 1 or 2 cushions when he puts his life on the line. In front of the Yu family gate, the old master was holding 2 severance letters in his hand, until this moment, as if he was relieved. Not a moment later, inside walked out 3 teenagers and a young girl. The 4 were none other than Yu Hong's sons and daughters. They were Yu Wenji, Yu Wenli, Yu Wenha, and Yu Wenjun. The 3 teenagers are handsome and vigorous, and their looks are also handsome and extraordinary. Teenage girl Yu Wenjun, pavilion, generous, all show the lady, autumn water-like eyes, clear without a trace of turbidity, willow eyebrows, melon face, cherry mouth. What a white skin and beautiful. Father, what happened? Why was the housekeeper as well as the subordinates dismissed? Yu Wenjun's voice was like an aureole, wonderfully melodious, with deep doubts and incomprehension. Early in the morning, having just gotten up, she heard the underlings all discussing the matter of leaving. Even second uncle, third uncle, they dragged their families to leave. Yuwenji, a scholar's face, despite his thin frame, is also a young boy should be vigorous frame, came to Li's side, put his arm around her shoulders, tone smooth. Mother, what happened? Such a scene. Look at the old man, a tangle in the heart, the depths of the eyes, the color of guilt more and more. Yu Hong smiled bitterly. Yesterday, when Kai was beaten to death on the street by the Zhang family, your grandfather wants to seek justice for him. Li's expression was serious and grave. Children, if we go up against that Zhang family, the odds are against us. Your second uncle, third uncle's family have all severed their relationship, and will no longer be the Yu family. Originally, in this matter, we should have sought your thoughts on whether to stay or go. Saying this, there was intolerance and hopelessness in her eyes. Yu Wenjun grabbed her hand with firm eyes and said, Mother, I'm not leaving. Zhang Jinshan has been trying to curry favor with me some days ago. Having been rejected by me several times, I'm sure he will harbor a grudge. Even if I leave the Yu family, I will still suffer his revenge in the future. She, however, was a well-known beauty in Luoyang Town. That Zhang Jinshan guy, half a year ago, by chance, saw her and was deeply mesmerized. Several times he came to her door to pester her, but she refused mercilessly. The old man pursed his lips for a while, and sighed, Since you all decided to stay, then we will go to the town official's residence together. The words were finished. Lifting his feet and stepping away, he walked ahead. Behind them, Yu Hong's family, righteously followed. Town official's mansion. Doorway. Hu Feiwei frowned, his hand negative, sizing up Yu Zhong with interest, as if he was looking at a clown. Next to him, a few guards also looked stunned, wondering if they had heard wrong. Someone actually wanted to seek justice from the Zhang family. Who didn't know? Lord Jingguan had close dealings with the Zhang family. Lord Hu, this is how it happened. Yu Zhong was holding his walking stick, his mouth was a bit dry, and he finally told the whole story. Hu Feiwei's eyes were all teasing, and he said painlessly, Then what do you want this official to do? Bring the murderer to justice and return justice to the Yu family. Yu Zhong's attitude was firm and loud. At this point in time, there was no need to cower. The words fell. Everyone fell into silence. This young man would like to see what kind of person dares the Zhang family to give justice. Zhang Jinshan pushed away the people watching, striding with a 6-parent pace, followed by a few household servants. Walked in. Sizing up Yu Zhong and the others, his eyes finally rested on Yu Wenjun. Immediately switched on the smiling face, smilingly said, Yoho, this is not my future wife Wenjun? What's the matter? Why did you come to Lord Jingguan here? That smile was just like a dog seeing poop, overjoyed with a few hints of ecstasy. A cry of future mother was as if he was swearing sovereignty to someone else. Unbridled vertical sun. Yu Zhong forcefully put his walking stick in his hand and slammed it fiercely. Dang! The muffled sound spread. Glaring angrily at Zhang Jinshan, he snapped, beating and killing my Yu family members in the street and daring to molest my granddaughter, when killed. Boom! A thick martial chi rippled out around his body, his clothes bulging from the martial chi. You allow this is to kill in front of this official? Hu Feiwei stepped forward, a light yellow-colored martial chi filled the air, and pressed one hand on Zhang Jinshan. He then pulled him back with a pull, holding him back. Early 8th grade. His eyes narrowed, Yu Zhong slowly collected his martial chi and suppressed his anger. Lord who was harboring a murderer? Zhang Jinshan retorted from behind Hu Feiwei, revealing half of his head. Murderer? What murderer? Old man, don't slander me. The entire Luoyang town knows that I, Zhang Jinshan, am bold and courageous and never bully men or women. Do you guys say so? He looked around in a circle, his gaze carrying a threat as he glared ferociously. In a split second, many of the people, silenced, were shaken. Yes. Young Master Zhang is right, he is a rare and good person in our town. Last month, when my neighbor's widow Wang was lonely and cold, it was young Master Zhang who sent her warmth. And the other day, when a 90-odd-year-old grandmother lost her way and couldn't find her family, young Master Zhang found them for her. The Shu family's dozen or so stores were left unattended, and the 100 acres of fields were left unmanaged, but it was young Master Zhang who kindly took over. When the young master of the Sun family got married, he didn't know how to get married, or young Master Zhang was kind enough to get married for him, and the full moon wine was only set up last month. Have you forgotten? Why did young Master Zhang give so much in silence? Because he's kind-hearted. Among the crowd, several people stood out and loudly recounted the past. Hearing the people around them, they called their teeth itchy with hatred, but they dared not speak out in anger. Send warmth to widow Wang? Obviously see people with quite a bit of good looks, not the son of a man, but to be 1,000 years Chao Gong. Finding a family for a 90-year-old grandmother? Indeed, he has found his family. Because this guy directly to the river a push, and then attracted a lot of attention. By the time the grandmother's family arrived, only a cold corpse remained. And the Shu family more than a dozen stores, 100 acres of fields. It was all because he brought people to exterminate people's whole family. Even the dog that watched the door was cut twice, and in the end, no one in the Shu family survived. Zhang Jinshan only took over. Speaking of which, the young master of the Sun family is still holding back. When the wedding, this guy took advantage of the strength of alcohol, ran to make trouble in the bridal chamber. Seeing the bride beautiful, moving desire, bullying the bride. Sun family in the way of the Zhang family pressure, can only eat a dumb loss, but also have to give his son full moon wine. Chapter 85 Hu Feiwei. The human heart is sinister and selfish. Human nature, fear of the strong and fear of the weak. Currently, the surrounding people exposed this to the fullest. Even if Zhang Jinshan is no longer hateful, no matter how hateful, no matter how unforgivable. Heavenly thunderbolt. Under years of oppression, how would they dare to resist, let alone stand up and say a word of justice? Self-care. If you can't even take care of your own safety, how can you talk about helping others? Knowing that the other party was talking nonsense. Due to the oppression of the Zhang family, they could only comply with the other party's wishes. Yu Zhong looked around, a deep sense of powerlessness came over him, causing his body to uncontrollably shake twice. You people, have been suppressed by the Zhang family for years, and now you can't even eat a hot meal. Watching your relatives, living on the streets, starving to death alive. Hasn't it ever occurred to you to stand up and fight back? He tried to persuade the people around him to stand up and fight against the Zhang family together. Undoubtedly. This kind of thought was absolutely naive. Only to see that the people, one by one, their eyes dodged as they hastily backed away. What exactly are you all afraid of? If we let the Zhang family continue to act recklessly, when the time comes, I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to survive either. Yu Zhong spoke bitterly, trying to awaken the last of their bloodlust. Unfortunately, people, having been oppressed for too long, had long since lost that courage. In the end, it was nothing more than the word fear of death. Elder Yu, stop talking, we still want to live a few more days. Yes. The Zhang family, that's the only big clan in Luoyang town today. Making us stand up and resist, aren't you asking for our lives? Lord Town Official is right here, why don't you go find him? It's not me saying that you Lao, have a good reason. Why do you have to go against the Zhang family? Wen Kai's death has nothing to do with you. Many people could not stand it and wanted to persuade Yu Zhong. They wanted him to give up the idea of seeking justice. After all, in today's Luoyang town, Town Official Hu Feiwei is the king, the law. And the Zhang family is justice. Against them, there is only one end, and that is a silent and tragic death. Zhang Jinshan glanced at the people who had the sense of humor and nodded his head with great satisfaction. Not bad, all of you have performed, I have seen it in my eyes. Confused. Yu Zhong was so angry that he was dry and sulking, constantly poking the ground with his walking stick as a way to vent his anger. Hu Feiwei turned a blind eye to this, instead looking at him angrily. You Lao, originally I still wanted to let you guys have a few good days. Now it's you yourself who are uninterested. Recently, the group of bandits from Wengong Mountain are extremely arrogant and hateful.
This official intends to organize troops and head out to fight the bandits, and needs 100 gold to support them. Today you have slandered young Master Zhang, this money will be paid by your family. With a single hammer blow, this was not a discussion at all, but a notice. Bull. Yu Hong angrily accused, cursing at Hu Feiwei, dog official, bullying people too much, and 100 gold. Don't say that our Yu family doesn't have that much money. Even if there is, it's impossible to give it to you group of people.
Hearing these words, Hu Feiwei hastily clapped his hands. Pa. Snap. Snap.
The look on his face grew more and more gloomy. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to himself like this. Taking over the town officials for many years.
Had long since gotten used to it, all sorts of compliments, all sorts of courtesies. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful. You family, what are you Hong?
A killing intent was revealed inside the low voice. Obviously, by this point, he had already moved to kill. Originally, he had planned to wait for a few days before discussing with the Zhang family and the Ma Dang family on how to get rid of the Yu family.
Never expected. Today.
They also sent themselves to the door.
When really, they were looking for death. Ha! Hu Feiwei was suddenly startled over and asked curiously, how come there are only a few of you in the Yu family? And those people?
Yu Zhong hurriedly took out the book of severance hidden in his arms. Lord Hu, those two rebellious sons of the family have severed their ties with the Yu family and will never be a Yu family again. They are greedy and afraid of death, they don't deserve to be a Yu family member. Seemingly angrily accusing Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu and the others, in reality, anyone could hear it. The old master was completely drawing a line between them and the Yu family.
In this way,
regardless of whether Hu Feiwei or the Zhang family. In the future, they would not be able to find any reason to target them. Of course. The prerequisite was that they did not stand up for the Yu family.
Severing relations?
Hu Feiwei took it over and took a look at it, but it was really a severance letter.
It still had their signatures on it. Rather two smart people. Zhang Jinshan was a bit surprised and couldn't help but praise. Because he was very clear that Hu Feiwei's next step was planned.
It was precisely to remove the Yu family.
Unexpectedly. Those two people, who were able to sever their ties and leave in advance, were so decisive and resolute. They are smart? Rather, it's better to say that Yu Lao played this hand beautifully. In the past, I often heard that you favored the younger two sons, and at first, this official was somewhat unconvinced. I didn't expect that it was all true. Hu Feiwei's eyes are filled with viciousness, like a hungry wolf. He gazed straight at Yu Zhong.
Yu Hong's family listened to this, cloudy and completely somewhat confused.
However, soon, they were clear about what was going on. Hu Feiwei coldly continued, where did you learn the information from? That's why you did all this so decisively? This sentence was asked.
Yu Zhong trembled, his expression somewhat less natural, his eyes dodging, not daring to look at Yu Hong and the others.
Not saying?
Hu Feiwei coldly snorted, teasingly said, be frank, I think you must have already known that this official is going to target the Yu family in a few days. So you purposely made those two sons sever their ties and leave in order for them to live. Only leaving their family behind to come over and send them to their deaths.
The words finished. Yu Zhong's body shook, dab, dab, rubbing.
Taking a few steps backwards, he almost fell there.
It's over.
Things were actually exposed, not to mention, they were also set out in public. After hearing Hu Feiwei's words, Li's face was filled with incredulity as she looked at her old master in disbelief.
Father, is this true?
In the past, in the face of the old master's favoritism towards the second uncle, the third uncle and them, she had turned a blind eye to all of this and had never bothered too much about it.
Never thought that the old man would actually do this. It was really called chilling na. False, what the dog official said is all false, right? Father.
Yu Hong's heart tightened as he lost his concentration and asked after him. Hu Feiwei disdainfully said, fake, why would this official need to lie to your family?
But Master Yu, you don't think you can get away with severing your relationship, do you?
Humph.
This official tells you, no way.
He turned his head, looked at the two guards at the door, and commanded loudly, bring someone to this official to bring back Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu,
and all of the Yu family's belongings, bring them all back. The guards arched their hands and responded, yes. Your Excellency.
Seeing this state of affairs, Yu Zhong hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Lord Hu, you can't do this, they've already severed their ties.
Nothing to do with our Yu family. Zhang Jinshan laughed coldly. Whether there is any involvement or not is not for you to say with empty words, it's for Lord Hu to say. At this time,
Li, as well as several of her sons and daughters, stood there with their hearts as if they were dead, lost in thought.
Even in their opinion, a few of them are a joke. Ridiculous to the extreme. Alright, you guys will be disposed of next.
Hu Feiwei didn't hide anything. Anyway, sooner or later, he would have to do it to the family.
There was no point in pretending anymore. What's more,
he is a person who does things, likes to cut off the roots, and definitely won't leave a few scourges behind to come back in the future to take revenge on himself.
As the saying goes, do not deceive the youth. If you cannot kill in one blow, and then later on 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, in the end, the bitter is their own. He praised himself as not a good person, but must be a ruthless person. The only way to rest easy is to wipe out all unstable factors. The road ahead is long. The room for future growth of every human enemy was unlimited. The enemy that is buried in the ground is considered truly safe. This was the experience he had accumulated over the years as an official. Asshole, how dare you! Yu Zhong angrily pointed at Hu Feiwei. His martial chi was released around his body and he was about to make a move. Seeing this appearance, the last trace of fluke in Yu Hong's heart was finally broken. What does this official not dare to do? Remember this official's name, Hu Feiwei, the Hu Feiwei who acted wrongly. Chapter 86 First Arrival. Outside of Luoyang town. Potholes in the path, squeak. Squeak. The carriage made a shrill sound as it bumped over the potholes. The surrounding trees are full of leaves. The green woman drove her horse, her embroidered brows knit tightly as she took out her map and took a look at it. Then she surveyed the surroundings for a moment. Auntie, we are clearly at the border of Fengcheng County, why doesn't the map show this place? For a moment, he wondered if he had misread it. After double-checking, he realized that the area in front of him was actually not on the map. It was really a strange thing. The area of Great Xia is extremely large, and it's not an uncommon thing for remote areas to not be on the map. As long as the northward route remains the same. Lu Ziyan sat in the carriage, resting his eyes, not putting this point to heart. Auntie. Half a day later. The more the carriage traveled, the more remote it became, with the exception of a lonely path. Surrounded by mountains, grass, and trees. Human trails are rare. It wasn't until the sun set in the west. Only then did they arrive outside Luoyang town. Auntie, it's about to get dark, there's a town ahead. The green female whispered out a reminder. It's not appropriate to rush at night, so let's go to the town and take a look. Lu Ziyan lifted the curtain of the car and surveyed the color of the sky outside. Not a moment later. When they entered the town. What caught their eyes was that on both sides of the street, many figures appeared. They were either sitting or lying down to sleep. There was one person lying alone, and there were also groups of 3 or 2 sitting. The clothes on their bodies were tattered and dirty. A foul odor came from them. Auntie, the people here are so strange, why don't they go home? And why are they dressed like beggars? The green woman passed by a small section of the street and realized that both sides were filled with human figures, estimating that there were thousands of them. Lu Ziyan looked outside, his brows furrowed as he sized them up for a while. Stop! The carriage stopped moving forward, such a scene. Immediately, it attracted the attention of many people. They all cast sizing gazes over towards the side, and were then surprised and astonished. As Lu Ziyan stepped out of the carriage, they hurriedly withdrew their gazes and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at this side. Such a strange scene. It made Lu Ziyan feel quite curious. And so, taking a step to the side, those dirty, torn clothes of the people hastily avoided. Didn't dare to linger too much. Only a small old man, white hair, kind face, lying on a cool mat, sleeping. Xingnu followed up and saw those hiding away from the crowd, and curiously said, Auntie, what's wrong with them? It looks as if they are scared and are all avoiding you. There must be a demon when things go wrong. If there was no mistake, those people were all townspeople. However, why are these people, who are almost dark, still outside and not going home? Could it be some custom? There is also why, once they see themselves, they are afraid to avoid that panicked look, slightly frightened gaze. Not right. Everywhere reveals that something is wrong. Lu Ziyan looked around, picked up a small wooden stick and gently poked the little old man lying down. Who is it? Such a lack of eyesight, can't you see that the little old man is already asleep? Slightly vicissitude hoarse, the voice was thick and powerful, but revealed extreme impatience. Reluctantly turning his head, he squinted his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up from sleep. Sizing up Lu Ziyan. The next second. With a jolt, he hurriedly sat up, looking surprised with a hint of consternation. Eyes looked at the green female behind him, then fell into shock. Through the green lady, she then saw the incomparably gorgeous carriage. Immediately, his expression changed from shocked to stunned. The little old man's expression went through several changes in a short moment. Wonderful. I wonder what the old man's name is. Lu Ziyan threw the wooden stick in his hand, completely disregarding the dirtiness on the ground, and sat down on his butt. Revealing a gentle smile, he looked at the old man dumbfounded. Whirlwind. He subconsciously replied, I didn't call. No. My lord, my name is Luo Chang, I don't know what you're looking for from me. Quickly switching a doggy smile, he hurriedly stood up with a respectful look. The green girl was enlightened. She had truly seen a long-lost martial art, face-changing. Elder Luo, there's no need to be too nervous, I observe that your martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th grade. Why are you sleeping here? And what's with these people? Lu Ziyan stepped forward, gently straightened Luo Chang's clothes and asked calmly. In an instant, Luo Qing's body shook violently. Immediately his eyes swept over a trace of fear. His expression was hesitant, not daring to answer for a long time. Difficult to speak? Seeing this, Lu Ziyan's doubts deepened in his heart and tentatively asked after him. At this time, his gaze hesitantly looked towards the carriage, a tangled look on his face. I don't know where your excellency came from? Luo Qing cautiously tried to probe. After all, Luoyang town hadn't had outsiders for decades. The carriage in front of him was very unassuming, and at a glance, he knew that it came from the nobility. Since he couldn't pinpoint the other party's identity, Luo Qing was hesitant to say anything more. Lu Ziyan's eyes narrowed and said without thinking, Wang Du. Wang Du? Wang Du. Luo Qing was unimpressed at first, but, in the next moment, reacting, he immediately shouted in horror. Turning instantly. With a look of surprise, he fell to his knees in front of Lu Ziyan. Elder Luo, why are you doing this? Reaching out in a hurry, he wanted to help him up. Then he saw Luo Qing with tears in his eyes, joked and said, Your Excellency, can you have an official body? Said. Eyes full of anticipation, waiting for Lu Ziyan to respond. The green woman clasped her hands on her chest and said in a high and cold manner, Although my aunt has no official status, but even the lord of a city, when they see him, they have to be respectful. Old man, if you have something to say, hurry up and don't talk nonsense. No official status? Still able to make the lord of a city respectable? Luo Qing with a skeptical gaze, looked Lu Ziyan up and down seriously for a while. My name is Lu Ziyan, the aunt of the Jingui Gongfu. Lu Ziyan? The aunt of the Jingui Gong family. Hiss. Wasn't that the Protectorate General's husband? He's said to be a scholar, plain and simple. Only. It doesn't look like it. Luo Qing could tell at a glance that Lu Ziyan was different, especially with that transcendent aura on his body. It simply wasn't comparable to a weak scholar. Could it be that he had cultivated the way of literature? No. Old me has read countless people in my life. This son is by no means a pool animal. Perhaps he is the person one is waiting for. After thinking, he shouted, Aunt Lu, I have a matter to ask for your favor. As soon as he finished speaking, he hastily kowtowed. Elder Luo, there's no need to perform such a big ritual, just say what you have to say. Lu Ziyan almost gave him a whole won't, nearly 100 old man, kowtow to himself. He doesn't have the tendency to mistreat old people. At this time, those people who avoided far away saw Luo Qing kneeling in front of Lu Ziyan. They slowly approached this side. Until they heard the matter of being the master, the people spoke out. Elder Luo, who is this person? Why are you kneeling down for him? I just heard that he came from the royal capital. Where is the royal capital? And that girl child, shouldn't he be bragging? The city lord is all respectful to him? How can that be? Some of the people were skeptical, not believing what the green girl said. As aborigines of Luoyang town, they had never stepped out of this place in their lives. Within the scope of their cognition, the city lord already belonged to the top of the sky. As for the top, it was no longer something they could recognize. After all, how could they know the vastness of the outside world if they were to sit in a well and watch the sky? Shut up! Luo Qing shouted sternly, then angrily rebuked the crowd. What do you know? This one is many times more terrifying than those big shots you know. What town officials, county ministers, and city lords are nothing in front of him? Chapter 87 Hope. A stern shout subdued all the surrounding people. Even the city lord was nothing in front of him. Hiss. This kind of status position definitely belonged to the transcendent general existence. The people were all in a state of disbelief, but they were also skeptical. They were skeptical again, since it was such a powerful person. How could he possibly appear in such a small place like Luoyang town? Lu Ziyan scanned the circle and realized that these people, although they surrounded them, however, they still maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters. And, under close inspection, he realized that these people in front of him, regardless of men and women, young and old, all of them were yellow and thin, their eyes were lifeless, and they looked exhausted. Even more, there are also a few 7 or 8-year-old children, is holding the roots of the tree in the gnawing. In the hands of some old women, they were holding a handful of black items, carefully placing them in their mouths. This is? Lu Ziyan all of a sudden, his head went blank. Earlier, he hadn't paid serious attention and hadn't even looked at the things in their hands clearly. Now that he was close enough to take a look, nibbling on the tree roots, and those black painted items. If he was not mistaken, it should be black soil. Those old women were eating dirt? How can that be? Nowadays, there are still people eating dirt in Grand Xia. He has read the history of Xia, after the Xia emperor came to power. The emperor of Xia came to power, and he favored the way of the martial arts, followed by the way of the literary arts. In the dynasty, everyone practiced martial arts. Not to say that everyone is like a dragon, every family is rich. But also not to have such phenomenon of eating soil. This matter if put in 100 years ago. That period, there is still possible. Nowadays, with the development of the dynasty, vigorously promote the martial arts, culture. The people, self-sufficiency has long been satisfied. Even the weakest people have fields and land.
In this situation, maintaining food and clothing is by no means difficult. Instead, there was such a cruel scene in front of us. Even in the case of Winning State City, with the Lu family doing evil and oppressing the people in all kinds of ways, many people were brutalized. Although many people were brutalized. But most of the people can survive. The matter of food and clothing, never a problem. Aunt Lu, look at them, children of 3 or 4, 5 or 6 years old, born so far, don't even know what it feels like to have enough to eat. Who can imagine that a few decades ago, this place was prosperous and the people never lacked food and drink? Today's Luoyang town is simply hell on earth. Luo Qing's eyes were tearing up every time he saw the miserable state of these people around him. Every time he saw these people's misery around him, he was experiencing a torment in his heart. The pain was unbearable. Why is it like this? Qing female's beautiful eyes couldn't bear it, especially when she saw those skinny children and those tired old people. Obviously at this age, they should belong to the carefree. Right now. Yet, they still had to endure this kind of human suffering. Is the world unjust? Naturally, it's because the town official, Hu Feiwei, that dog, since he took office, he has suppressed the big clans and amassed a lot of money. Supporting the Zhang family, fornicating with bandits, and making a mess of Luoyang town. In just 3 years, tens of thousands of people starved to death alive. As soon as the name Hu Feiwei was mentioned, Luo Chang gritted his teeth, itching to be swallowed alive. If it wasn't for this guy, Luoyang town, how could it be in this miserable state? Back then, this place wasn't called Luoyang town, it was just dozens of villages, and the people were not happy with their lives, often fighting for their own selfishness. Later, my elder brother, Luo 11, traveled here and couldn't bear to see them kill each other. So he decided to stay and rectify the situation, and in just a few years, gathered all the villages together. A dusty past event. The veil was ripped away just like this, and the reason why it was called Luoyang town was entirely named after Luo Shi's surname. Luo 11 is a character. After hearing this, Lady Qing couldn't help but marvel at it. Luo Cheng didn't stop narrating because of this. Because he integrated the surrounding people and named it Luoyang town, everyone elected him to become the town official. Later, for several decades, Luoyang town was united and friendly, the wind and rain were favorable, and the people, every family had surplus food. Everything was moving towards thriving. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long until the current town official, Hu Feiwei, arrived. And my elder brother lost his life because of it. Until this moment. Lu Ziyan also roughly understood what was going on. Unexpectedly. The reason why these people in front of him were gnawing on tree roots and eating dirt. It was entirely because of town official Hu Feiwei's single-handed creation. An official who doesn't think about the people's livelihood doesn't deserve to be an official. Even though he had long expected that Daxia was intrinsically corrupt, he did not expect it to be corrupted like this. Up to this point, Lu Ziyan couldn't help but think of what his wife Lin Chaodian once dreamed of. To fight for the rise of the Grand Xia, to fight for the people to be well fed and clothed. Fighting for the future to create an era where everyone is like a dragon. Remember. At first 200,000 Yingling request. Until this moment, only really understand the meaning of it. Xia actually has such a corrupt side. No wonder it would cause those spirits to resonate, thus issuing a request. This was a dynasty that they had fought for with their lives, but it had been scourged by some assholes. A single Luoyang town was in such a miserable state. What about the other regions? I dare not imagine. Buzz. Just as Lu Ziyan fell into deep thought, the Wen palace in his body trembled slightly, and a trace of golden when she surged out. Hovering in the Dantian. Elder Luo, are you really Lord Luo's brother? Some of the people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. To this day, no one knows about this relationship, if not from their own mouths. Elder Luo, you're a great man. Puff. The surrounding people hurriedly knelt down, chanting with incomparable gratitude. Since it was the town official who put you all in such a situation, why didn't you report it to Fengchang County and have the county minister handle the matter? The green woman subconsciously pursued the question, only after asking. Immediately realized that she had slipped up. Inside a few decades. After being treated like this, there would definitely be quite a few people traveling to Fengcheng County. Alas! Luo Cheng's side, hundreds of people have already gone before and after, and none of them were able to return. It wasn't until a year ago that we realized that county minister and Hu Feiwei were both raccoons in the same boat. Furthermore, Hu Feiwei has the backing of the king of Winning State behind him. Speaking of this, his cloudy eyes were filled with ashes. If not for the fact that there was no way for him to sue, how could he have degraded himself here? Aunt Lu, this is what happened. I see this girl beside you, her breath is unfathomable, definitely above the little one. Can you please ask her to? Luo Qing's intentions were already obvious, that is, he sensed that the green girl was extraordinary. Then he wanted to go through Lu Ziyan and ask her to step in and help suppress Xingguan Hu Feiwei. Not good. A panicked voice rang out, and a bone-thin teenager was seen running over in a panic. Elder Luo, Elder Yu's family has been arrested, and they are to be beheaded in front of all the townspeople tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The teenager panted and spoke quickly. What? Luo Qing's pupils shrunk violently, revealing a flash of hatred. Bastard dog officials, how dare they not even spare the Yu family? Over the years, Yu Hong's family has secretly, but they have rescued many people. I didn't expect to end up in such a situation. Heaven is unjust. He cried out in pain while secretly paying attention to Lu Ziyan. Alright. Lead the way in front. At those words, Luo Qing's body shook, and he was suddenly energized, and all of a sudden, he was filled with joy. Finally finding someone willing to stand up for them. Chapter 88, Wailing. The next day. 3 minutes past noon. West Street. Empty area. Hu Feiwei sat high on the throne. Wearing a black official uniform, in front of his chest, a number of white cranes in the sky pattern, looking extremely majestic. Hundreds of officials and soldiers, maintaining order. Surrounded by the people, each and every one of them in tattered clothes, yellow and skinny, a sickly look. Even so, can't stop them from watching. Of course. Among them, there are also many people who have been helped by the Tai Hong family. Coming here just to give them a ride. Especially Yu Wenjun, who was the people's goddess of kindness. Not only was she fresh and elegant, but she also looked like a fairy. Most importantly, there was also a warm heart, helping some of the common people from time to time. These years. Just secretly help the people, less said thousands of households. Good person Wenjun. We've come to see you off. The world is unjust, how could a great good man like Wenjun die young? Many of the people were in tears and fell to their knees. Such a scene. Seeing Yu Wenjun's tearful eyes, but he didn't know how to open his mouth to persuade them. Being escorted to the guillotine. However, not far away from her, there was also Yu Jianshu's family, as well as Yu Inhu's large family. Dozens of people, crying and shouting, so wonderful. Lord Hu, we've severed our relationship with the Yu family, please be clear about this, Your Excellency. Yu Inhu shouted hysterically, facing the executioner, carrying the big black shiny sword. The cold chill came from him, causing him to sweat profusely, terrified. Lord Hu, we don't want to die. Yu Jianshu's family also wailed incessantly. Only Yu Hong and his family were silent, facing the imminent beheading. Nor did they ever show a trace of fear. Zhang Jinshan sat on the side. Look hesitant, eyes are all unwilling, originally also intended to use this to blackmail Yu Wenjun to marry himself. Who knows? People simply don't care. Rather die, are not willing to take care of themselves. At first, he also thought that the other party was pretending to be noble, and as long as they faced death, they would definitely submit. Beside him, there was also a tiger-backed, very shrewd middle-aged man sitting on his back, and this person was none other than his father, Zhang Mu. Sitting back and leaning against the stool, he closed his eyes and was slow to speak. Until when Zhang Jinshan wanted to get up. Shaner, do not leave a time bomb for the Zhang family for the sake of a woman. As things have developed to this day, it's not just Lord Hu, there's also our Zhang family involved. Leave that woman behind, in the future if she wants to retaliate. Zhang Mu didn't even open his eyes from the beginning to the end, but spoke slowly and methodically, point by point. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was still an enemy. If she stayed, the future would be filled with many unstable factors. The Zhang family had not been able to grow into the only big family in Luoyang town. There was absolutely no room for indecision in dealing with this matter. Father, Wenjun, she. There's no need to say more, a woman in the district, even if she's good looking, she's nothing more than that. In the future, you are going to inherit the entire Zhang family. Zhang Mu opened his eyes, his face slightly angry as he glared at him. Yes. Impeded by his father's pressure, Zhang Jinshan finally gave up on interceding. 1:15 noon. The blazing sun was in the sky. As the time got closer and closer, Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu, and the others became more and more scared and fearful. Lord, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Lord Hu, I'm still a child, don't behead me. Help! Who can come and save me? Woo woo! The wailing went on and on. At this moment, Elder Yu, eyes closed, heart like ashes. Yesterday, originally intended to find Hu Feiwei to fight for his life, who knew that the other party took the lives of his 2 sons and family to threaten. Resulted in things developing to the present day. Improper son, not trustworthy. Yu Zhong secretly sighed, and blamed himself for being momentarily blinded by lard to believe their words. So, he had secretly resolved. Take advantage of the large number of people around. As long as it was 3 minutes to noon, he would strike first and preempt the attack. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he would completely disrupt the order. So that Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu's 2 families could blend into the crowd and escape. This matter, in last night has quietly discussed with the 2 of them. Of course. This matter, Yu Hong and his family, completely unaware. My lord, spare my life. Yu Jianshu shouted with a face full of panic, even though last night, the old man had already said. Once it was time, he would strike. But he couldn't help but see that big black shiny sword. The executioner picked up a bowl of water and took a sip. Put. It was then sprayed all over the top of the blade. Seeing this, Yu Jianshu's fear deepened, but as soon as his eyes saw the blade, "Woohoo, big brother, how come there are still leaks on the knife?" Executioner embarrassed scratched his head and said, "He ate a leek bun in the morning, also left a little. What's the matter, you want to eat?" Yu Jianshu wanted to die with a heart of gold. "Eat? This is too disgusting for you. That's the knife that cut my neck. Can you pay attention to a little bit of hygiene?" "No, big brother, I'm about to die, can you make it cleaner?" The executioner despised him and said disdainfully, "Look at the one next to him." He gazed at the executioner next to his wife. And he saw dozens of ants crawling around. "What's going on here? Why are there ants?" Yu Jianshu collapsed, suddenly realizing those executioners' knives. Not only were they scary, one was more disgusting than the other. It was messy and everything. That executioner sheepishly lowered his head and muttered in a small voice, "I just became an executioner. I was too excited last night, so I slept with the knife in my arms. Who knows that I wet the bed?" "No, how old is big brother? Still wet the bed? You wet the bed then wet the bed, how come there are ants?" "Oh, this I have diabetes, this is not thinking that you are all the last ride, give you some sweet taste." Yu Jianshu, IPUH. Directly a fresh blood spit out, being so angry that he vomited blood. The most pitiful person was still Chen, who was still thinking about the old man's words last night. But as soon as she heard her husband conversing with the executioner, couldn't help but incline her head to take a look. Vomit. Vomit. When Elder Yu saw this scene, his face turned blue and he didn't say anything for a long time. Inwardly, he had already cursed them 1,000 times. Last night, he had already said a little to be calm and rational. Only this. Only then could they blend into the crowd and escape when they created a ray of hope for themselves. "Stop!" The crowd gradually parted and Luo Chang shouted sternly and angrily. Behind him, there was also an extremely gorgeous carriage following. Hu Feiwei saw clearly what the visitor looked like and immediately rebuked angrily, "How dare you, Luo Chang, are you trying to rebel?" In the past, this official was mindful of the fact that you had dispersed your family's wealth, and only then did he show leniency and let you live. Today, daring to come here to cause trouble, this official sees that you are impatient to live. Master Yu, who was poised to strike, was about to do so. He was somewhat confused by a sudden shout. Once he saw that the person was Luo Chang, a trace of hope rose in his heart, and he immediately shouted, "Elder brother Luo, did you come to save us? Today we will die with the dog official and return a clear sky to Luoyang town." Regardless of whether the other party came to save themselves, the first voice to seize people pulled the other party down completely before saying, "In this way, the chance of creating chaos is much greater." What? Luo Chang, what a big dog dare, actually teamed up with the Yu family and wanted to rebel. Plotting against this official, come on people. Beat him to death with a messy stick. Chapter 89, Victimized Paranoia. Elder Yu's voice. It directly made Hu Feiwei decide that Luo Chang was here to save people. But it was also too blatant. This side. Luo Chang was directly confused and looked around for a while. All around. Surprise, shock, and excitement appeared on those people's faces. Wait a minute. Things aren't right. That said, although he brought Aunt Lu here, its purpose was to save their family. But there is no collusion with Master Yu. Want to engage in what rebellion? Nonsense. Slander. Pure slander. Elder brother Luo, come on. Elder Yu gave a wink, as if he was giving a signal. Seeing this, Hu Feiwei's anger increased. Pa. He angrily slapped the table and shouted, "Good guts, you really take this official as a soft persimmon, don't you? Come on people. Still not quickly killed this Fong." Luo young people numb, just to show what words did not say. How to be put on the charge of accomplices. No. Lord Hu, Ba. Dog officer Hu, I didn't come to rob the court. I'm here to stop you from beheading Yu Hong's family. And elder brother Yu, you can't slander me, when did we collude? Having no choice but to come forward and explain. However, these words, explaining them, how come they seemed a bit pale and powerless? Stopping them from beheading people? Isn't it just to come to the rescue? Seeing Hu Feiwei's hesitant expression, Elder Yu immediately added fuel to the fire. Elder brother Luo, the people you were told to bring, have you brought them all? Are there any 8th grade experts? If there are, make sure to have them hide well and don't act rashly yet. Wait until the 3rd hour of noon arrives, and immediately set out to surround and kill the dog official. Due to his relatively loud voice, it spread to everyone's ears at once. What the hell? There were still 8th grade experts hiding in the shadows. It was hard to believe that they had premeditated and intentionally allowed the Yu family to come and offend themselves. Next, making Luo Chang go out to look for experts in order to deal with me in name only. Hiss. What a horrible calculation. It is true that Ginger is still old and hot. Hu Feiwei immediately fell into self-reasoning, believing that all of this they had already premeditated. Slow down. Dozens of officials and soldiers rushed out from all around and were about to siege forward when he raised his hand to signal. You guys are counting on this official? Now Luo Chang was confused. Counting? What counting? No. Completely unable to understand what he was saying. Call out the people.
Hu Feiwei looked scornful and started to scan the crowd of onlookers, seemingly wanting to find out the expert Luo Chang had brought from among them. It's all come to this, there's no need to put on airs. This official sees you, why don't you quickly roll out? Hiding, not much of a hero. After searching carefully for a while, he didn't notice anything unusual among the crowd. Hiss. It was hard to believe that the other party was still a mid-8th grade. What a cautious fellow, actually coming and hiding in the shadows. Could it be that this person has already detected my cultivation? If that's the case, then these guys are really well prepared. In just a few words, Hu Feiwei had already begun to disorganize himself. Yu Zhong had also seen to it that he was suspicious by nature. Only then did he deliberately say this. Dog officer, what are you looking for? Luo Chang was confused, suddenly wondering if Hu Feiwei was paranoid of being victimized. On the other side, Zhang Mu was also gloomy, secretly surveying the crowd. For a long time, he shook his head at Hu Feiwei, stating that the person in the darkness could not be found at all. And so, slowly and methodically, he stood up and slowly walked to the beheading platform. Luo Chang, since you found the person, let him show himself. As for wanting to stop the beheading, we are the people. You have to think clearly, the people don't fight with the officials, this is the truth and the reality. Zhang Mu began to persuade Luo Chang that without finding the expert that Master Yu had spoken of, they wouldn't dare to act rashly for a while. In case the other party came with a sneak attack from behind, then the loss would be more than worth it. Is it inside the carriage? Zhang Mu noticed the ornate carriage, as for the veiled green woman. Since they couldn't feel the breath on the other party. Therefore, just treat her as an ordinary maid. Luo Chang was first stunned, then said in dismay, how did you guys know? Hu Feiwei, Zhang Mu and the two of them immediately tensed their nerves. Found it. The other party actually hid inside the carriage, really hiding deep enough. The two of them thought in their hearts at the same time. If this thought was known by Luo Chang, he would probably die laughing. Such a big carriage, appearing here in the open. You yourselves imagined and guessed for half a day. In the end, you still blame others for hiding it deeply. However, Luo Chang's subconscious reply immediately shocked all of Yu's family members. Especially Elder Yu. No, I just casually said that. You really moved in an expert? Simply just wanting to pull the other party down. Never expected. People still really pull in experts, dare you believe it when you say it. Come on people, surround them. Hu Feiwei gave an order. Immediately there were hundreds of officials and soldiers quickly surrounding the carriage. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Quickly! Grab those pariahs and take a hostage in each hand to avoid the other party from making a sneak attack. Zhang Mu seemed to think of something and immediately shouted at those officials and soldiers. The crowd heard it. Immediately, their eyes lit up. You guys don't talk about martial virtues and actually use the people as hostages. Luo Qing's face was blue, his eyes full of anger, gritting his teeth and roaring. Too shameless. Looking at Hu Feiwei again, he shamelessly gave Zhang Mu a thumbs up and praised, Brother Zhang, it's still you who has a method. Using the pariahs as hostages, if the other party strikes, they will definitely hurt those pariahs in the first place. Elder Yu's eyes narrowed as if he was hesitating about something. By all accounts, currently, it was exactly the right time for him to strike if he grasped it well. It would definitely be able to create an escape opportunity for his sons. However, Luo Qing's words, if they were true, then there must be an 8th grade expert hidden inside the carriage. At a time like this, if you add yourself plus elder brother Luo and another 8th grade expert, it would be completely possible to fight against Dog Officer Hu and the others. Even if that hidden expert's cultivation was above the mid-8th grade, then one side's chances of winning were afraid to be more than 70 to 80%. Thinking of this, he hastily spoke out, Elder brother Luo, don't worry about these people dying, just go ahead and make your move. A few lousy lives in the district, if they can be exchanged for peace in Luoyang town in the future, they deserve to die. These words came out. The entire audience was shocked. Even Hu Feiwei was shocked by his words. Elder brother Yu, what are you talking about? Luo Chang was shocked, his face full of incredulity. Yu Hong was dumbfounded, in the midst of extreme shock. It was simply unthinkable that these words came out of his father's mouth. On weekdays, he was Luoyang town, a well-known and great person, and had done many good deeds. Grandfather, how can you be so? Yu Wenjun's beautiful eyes were sad, she really couldn't believe that her grandfather would say such chilling words. Elder Yu, they are all innocent, you are highly respected, how can you be so reckless with human lives? Can't it be that all that kindness in the past was just a disguise? Old thing, you actually disregarded the lives of the people, too selfish. Many of the people began to curse angrily. Is this the kind person you're talking about? A slightly lethargic voice of Lu Ziyan came out from inside the carriage. Chapter 90, no one comes forward.
Great Xia Royal Capital. Meditation Hall. Xia Wuji held the letter, his face terribly gloomy. A terrifying martial aura filled the surroundings. Beside him, the Grand Eunuch Weiyan, holding a duster, said in a sharp voice, "Your Majesty, is there anything troubling you?" As Weiyan, who had grown up accompanying Xia Wuji since childhood and served at his side. For this one's mind, he had already guessed thoroughly. With just a single frown, one could guess what the master was thinking. Right now. Seemingly calm, in actuality, he had long been furious. Snap. Angrily slapped the epistle in front of the desk board, and indignantly drank, "Waste. A bunch of wastes, a mere scholar can make waves like this. And a one Dao immortal, simply nonsense. This letter is exactly what Zhang Qian of Qin City expedited to send back to the royal capital. On it was clearly written that how Lu Ziyan had manifested his saintly powers in front of people outside of Qin City. Even the king of Winning State was killed by this son. What nerve! One Lin family is already unsettling, and Lin Chaoyan is delayed in returning to the royal capital. Now there's another immortal. A pile of one thing, our foreshadowing, Lin family these years, I'm afraid that the wolf's wild heart, hidden mischief. Weiyan first approached a few steps closer, picked up the letter and scanned it. Immediately, he laughed coldly, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that this matter is someone building momentum. Building momentum for the Lin family as well as General Lin. As for the talk of some immortal, it's false. As far as the old slave knows, the way of literature has existed for a long time, and there has never been any talk of immortals. President Chen once said that in the way of literature, there are only saints. From this, it can be seen that the matter of Winning State should be the result of Elder Lin dispatching experts to secretly create such a commotion in order to secretly protect Lu Ziyan. In order to create an immortal setting." When Emperor Xia heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought, and after careful consideration, he realized that it was not unreasonable. Nowadays, the relationship between him and the Lin family was at the freezing point. Weiyan, you've been following Lon since you were a child. In terms of loyalty, you should belong to the first place. In this matter, do you think Lon did the right thing? These past few days, the Xia emperor had feelings in his heart, especially in the matter against the Lin family. The walls were broken everywhere, and at one point, it made him wonder if he had really done wrong. Your Majesty, the imperial power of the Grand Xia can only be in the hands of one person, and that is the emperor. Back then, Duke Lin and Your Majesty, although they were like brothers, also made extraordinary contributions to pacifying the interior. It's not true that they swept away the incoming foreign enemies and raised the Great Xia's divine might. But there is only one emperor, and only one. Duke Lin might not have second thoughts. What about Great General Lin? Weiyan didn't directly go into what the Xia emperor did, right or wrong, but analyzed the current situation. As expected. After hearing this, Emperor Xia revealed a touch of relief. His eyes gradually became sharp and decided. Since the Jinguo order is on Lu Ziyan, you take a few experts with you and go. Weiyan arched his hand, "Yes. Your Majesty." Luoyang Town. Beheading scene. Lu Ziyan came out from inside the carriage. The green woman hurriedly found a stool from the side. "Ha!" As Lu Ziyan appeared, Elder Yu, Hu Feiwei, and Zhang Mu were all astonished. Because, they simply didn't expect that inside this carriage would be a young man. "Elder brother Luo, this is the expert you invited?" Yu Zhang was dumbfounded. How could it be a kid? There was no martial chi fluctuation on his body, no martial artist aura at all. A proper ordinary person. Where was the promised 8th grade expert? Ha ha ha. Hu Feiwei laughed uncontrollably when he couldn't detect any aura on Lu Ziyan's body. The heart that was hanging in the air finally dropped a bit. Do not be careless. Maybe it's just a blindfold, and the real expert is still hidden in it. Zhang Mu was more cautious and thought that this matter, there was something unusual about it. Luo Chang was not a little cutie. Absolutely impossible to find an ordinary person to come here to rob the court. Unless they take these people to their deaths. Who cares, capture them first and behead them together. Hu Feiwei was also enraged. With an order, the surrounding officials and soldiers madly surged forward. Shang female. Lu Ziyan slowly, sitting on a stool, lazily supporting the right side of his face, slowly uttered a voice. The leisurely appearance, giving people the feeling, is not to rob the court. Rather, he was purely here to watch the fun. No. To be more accurate, one should come to watch the show. Yes. Auntie. The green woman agreed and quickly executed her stance, floating light and swiping shadows, in the twinkling of an eye, leaving a series of residual shadows in place. The moment her body's aura erupted. 8th grade grand circle. Everyone present was completely shocked by the black veil wearing, wonderful to the extreme figure in front of them. It's over. Hu Feiwei stumbled and fell back to sit on the chair behind him, his eyes revealing a flash of fear. Yu Zhong was ready to attack Hu Feiwei with his full strength, but when he felt the aura erupt from the green woman, he was surprised and exclaimed, "It's over." He immediately exclaimed in surprise, this Luo old brother, okay. Actually found such a powerful helper. However, At this moment, Zhang Mu was the only one who was shocked that the green lady had displayed her strength though. Only. It didn't show half a bit of fear as the others did. Lord Hu, be at ease, an 8th grade Great Circle is not a 9th grade expert. Previously, I had already notified the big boss over at Lookout Moon Mountain long ago for safety's sake. When Hu Feiwei heard this, his original fearful expression gradually calmed down. For the big boss of the Moonwatch Mountain, cognition is not much, has always been, they are with the second head of Madahu interaction. As for this big boss, extremely mysterious, has been sitting in the town of the Moonwatch Mountain, has never been down the mountain. Because of this, resulting in them so far have never seen that mysterious big master. However, in the earlier years, Zhang Mu once drank a few times with Master Ma, and by chance, he heard the other party when he was drunk. He had revealed a hint of news about that big boss. The strength was straight to the 9th grade. Brother Zhang, that big boss, none of us have ever seen him, and I'm afraid that Ma Dongjia's one-sided words cannot be trusted. Having just calmed down, Hu Feiwei was a little worried again. In the center of the field, green female body like electricity, like a wolf into the flock, a moment of time. Hundreds of officials and soldiers, none of them were knocked to the ground, screaming in agony. Nyo ah! Elder brother Luo, this helper of yours is divine. Yu Zhong's eyes glowed with excitement. Yu Jianshu also shouted, good man, help! Help! The executioner fell back a few steps in fear and couldn't help but speak out to remind him, that's a woman, a woman. Oh! Female warrior, help, help! He hastily corrected himself and cried out in pain. On the side of Yu Hong's family, on the contrary, they appeared extremely calm. It was worth saying. They were all looking at Elder Yu with disappointment on their faces, as if at this moment, their hearts were dead. Perhaps it was because Elder Yu's heart died when he hid it from them and intentionally cut off relations to the other two families. Or perhaps their hearts died when they chose to drag them over with them to die. Even when faced with dozens of people's lives, he didn't hesitate to shout out that he didn't care if those people lived or died, and then he had completely died. Luo Chang's eyes were rounded, horrified and inexplicable as he gazed at the green woman's back. At such an age, she is already at the 8th grade Great Circle, her future achievements are incalculable. Completely shocked. Returning to his senses, he rushed at Hu Feiwei and roared loudly, dog official, at this point in time, do you still want to be obsessed? Everyone, listen to me, this gentleman, a great man, will back us up this time. I believe everyone has already seen the strength of the eunuch's guards. Everyone stand up and list out what the dog officials have done over the years. If you still have a bit of bloodlust, if you don't want to live a life without food anymore, then come forward and fight with us against the dog officials. Impassioned words, said the surrounding people, all fell into silence. It's not that they don't want to, but it's too sudden, for a moment, some can't accept it. Decades of oppression has already made them numb, for Hu Feiwei's fear degree is also to reach the extreme. It was not a matter of a few words that could move them. Sure enough, after Luo Chang finished shouting, all around, no one made a move, all froze in place. Hu Feiwei sneered, this official would like to see who dares to come forward. Among the crowd, there were originally a few people who were still dumbfounded with the fall of these words. They retreated back the same way. Chapter 91, a farce. The whole place was silent. No one dared to come out and list Hu Fei. No one dared to come out and list what Hu Feiwei had done. Luo Chang was in a trance, staring at the many people in disbelief. Why? Someone had already come here to support them. It looks like Hu Feiwei's evil deeds are really deep in people's hearts. It made them forget about blood, forget about resistance. Yu Zhong struggled to get up from the ground, his tone determined, I'll come. All of you are about to die, what do you need to care about life and death? And you all, forget how the dog officials have treated you all these years? Ernia, your family's fields were seized by him, as well as your wife. Sanhwa, originally your family of a dozen or so was well fed and happy. But now? It's all because of this dog official who killed your family and robbed your home. He also sleeps with your tender white daughter-in-law in your house and makes your son call him father. If you want to live like a man, you should come forward. The old man, who knew how to kill and kill, scanned to the two men in the middle of the crowd. On the spur of the moment, he gave out their past encounters one by one. It is because of these words. Let the original cowardly two people, anger clenched fists, eyes, hate flames burning in anger. In their minds. In the past, the family was killed scenes, one by one, just past the door of the daughter-in-law, looking dainty, white and tender. Every time I think of it, that hot heart, as if frozen by the cold ice. Just born son, now in their own house inside, but also called the enemy father. Can't stand it. It's impossible for a man to endure this. Resist. The worst thing to do is to die. Muddled for many years, like a dead dog living in this world. I'm going to beat the dog official to death. Ernia's voice was slightly crying, but revealed extreme anger, pointing at Hu Feiwei and roaring. Next to him, Sanhwa was also hugging his head and crying, still preserving a trace of sanity. Brother Nyo, we can't beat him.
That also have to fight, my daughter-in-law, the thought of these years, their own lonely and lonely outside, daughter-in-law is in hot water, especially at night also have to be dog officer using the long-lost Kuan trick treatment. More murderous, is a few days ago, he passed by the robbed house. His daughter-in-law was pregnant. Calm down, no, I know you're furious, but the more times like this, the more calm you have to be in order to take revenge. Sanhwa, even though he was unusually furious himself, still had the sense to calm Erniu. At this time, Sanhwa, a neighbor Wang Matzi, thin, full of pockmarks, looked guilty. Sanhwa, now, I do not want to hide you, I'm afraid of their own conscience. In fact, your family dog left is my son, the reason why I introduced you to Shufeng back then, all because your family is close to my home. Plus I don't have the money to marry her, so. What? He, dumbfounded, was in a huge shock and his mind went blank. After Wang Mazi finished speaking, he breathed a deep sigh of relief, and his entire body looked much more relaxed. Sanhwa, thank you for raising the dog leftovers for me for so many years, and giving Shufeng back a warm home. Great kindness, no repayment, I'll give you a kowtow. With that, he knelt down directly at Sanhwa and then kowtowed. Benefactor nah. Definitely a heavenly benefactor. Goddamned dog thing, you tricked me? Sanhwa came back to his senses, red-eyed, as if he was a mad lion, too suffocating. Ernie just calmed down, a pull on him to persuade, Sanhwa calm. Calm my ass, this dog, when I was introduced to people, I felt that something was not right. Now that I think about it, I finally understand why for so many years, that dead said that she had no spirit every night. The feeling is that during the daytime, while I was out, I met up with him to be together. The crowd heard this. Oh. The sentiment was that it was their own field and someone else was planting it as well. Most irritatingly, the fruits that grew in the field were not one's own. The scene was once intense. The original tense and depressing atmosphere all of a sudden turned into a melon-eating scene. Especially when one melon after another appeared. Master, you looked left and right, people are numb, this is not the result he wanted. It's not. I just want to wake up the last trace of your blood, did not think that things would turn into today's situation. Even more so, I didn't think that it would lead to such a great show. It's a mess. It's all a mess. Everyone stay calm, put this matter aside for now, what we are discussing now is how to deal with the dog official. Yu Zhong tried to salvage the situation. Sanhwa cried, Yu Lao, have you ever been green? Yu Zhong was embarrassed, no. Sanhwa is hysterical, I have. Sanhwa, have you ever tried raising a son for someone else? Yu Zhong scratches his head, no. Sanhwa was overwhelmed, I have. Up to this point, Yu Zhong noticed that the people around him were staring at him with hateful eyes one by one, so he immediately shouted, beat him to death, I don't share the same fate as. Raising his right hand high, he shouted with great righteousness. If not, it is estimated that he will be spurned by everyone and poked by countless people. Without saying a word, Sanhwa angrily struck out and punched Wang Mazi. Martial chi surged from his body, even though he was only a third-grade martial cultivator. In the case of punching to the flesh, he also beat Wang Mazi half to death. Gu. Don't hit the bottom, it hurts. Ow. Luo Chang saw this kind of farce, also is extremely speechless, good reason, how to become this ghost. Some not too good at Lu Zi inside whispered, Aunt Lu, let you see a joke. Joke? This is not real. Life is different, each with its own flavor. The matter in front of me seems to be a farce, how can it not be a true reflection of daily life, the most realistic side of the human heart? When you meet someone you can't love, introduce them to a good neighbor, so that it's easier for you to ask about them in the future. The perfect illustration of the phrase your son may not necessarily be your, but your daughter-in-law, other people also have a part to play. Luo Chang was stunned by what he heard, and immediately realized, saying, Aunt Lu is thorough. Alright. The farce has been watched and the business must be done, Qing daughter go, and take him down. Lu Ziyan commanded a green maiden, and the latter took a step towards Hu Feiwei. Seeing the situation, Hu Feiwei's forehead was in a cold sweat, gulping nervously, he hurriedly asked Zhang Mu beside him, Brother Zhang, how much longer will it take for the people on the side of the Moonwatch Mountain to arrive? The person in front of him was an 8th grade great perfection. He was no match at all. If he really went up against him, he was afraid that he would be in deep trouble. Just at this moment, Elder Yu's hands struggled, and the ropes that were originally bound immediately shattered into pieces. Ooh! Martial chi erupted around his body, and along with his upper body clothes, all of them were torn apart by the martial chi, revealing a body plate that was so skinny that one could clearly see the bones. However, at this moment, Elder Yu's eyes exploded with light, excited beyond measure. Lady Warrior, I've come to help you. Yeah! The words were spoken. Immediately displaying his stance to rush up 8 steps to catch the cicadas, only leaving a series of shadows, in the twinkling of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Hu Feiwei. Look at my Kuan character lean. Then, he immediately began to swing from side to side, up and down, his pace extremely disorganized. The crowd only felt dazzled, unable to capture his figure at all. Twisting left, twisting right, utilizing his shoulders to generate force, creating a terrifying punching power.
twisting left to straddle down, twisting right, and toppling forward with his shoulders, utilizing a short burst of stored power to strike. Able to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a short distance. That was Elder Yu's martial chi that he had been practicing for decades. Bang! Caught off guard by the attack, Hu Feiwei was a little unable to react, and straight away, he felt a huge force impact. At once, the body flew backwards at high speed. Good. Luo Qing excitedly applauded, and then commented, "What a powerful kung fu, it seems to be random and rosy, but it hides hidden mysteries, it is about the waist in horse unity, storing the power of the whole body and converging in the shoulder. One left and one right twist, gradually stacking up as you keep speeding up the amplitude, and finally exploding the strongest strike through the shoulder. Awesome! Awesome!" Giving a thumbs up, he praised up without mincing words. At this moment, Elder Yu, bare-chested, horse stance down, maintaining the right shoulder top-out maneuver, hearing Luo Qing's praise, revealed a touch of arrogance. That's natural, this is the old man practicing for 3.5 years to become a famous technique, Koan character lean. This side. Lu Ziyan saw Master use somewhat spicy movements, his head was filled with black lines, he couldn't help but hold his forehead and whispered, "Nyoa. If a certain trainee knows about it, I guess the high and low will give you a lawyer's letter." Luo Chang's ears are sharp, after listening, very curious to ask, what is a trainee? What is a lawyer's letter? A certain hidden master? Chapter 92, The Great Master. The green woman stopped advancing. Due to Yu Zhong's sudden strike, she turned back to her own aunt, seemingly inquiring if she still wanted to make a move. Lu Ziyan turned his gaze towards Zhang Mu, and Xingnu followed his gaze. The next instant, the figure was like a panther, rushing over, leaving only a burst of residual shadows in place. The long sword in her hand was waved, a sweeping strike, carrying a stern sword chi. It pushed straight at Zhang Mu's neck. Not good. With a dark cry, he immediately dodged and retreated backwards, his body surrounded by red-colored martial energy. With a forceful stomp under his feet, his figure darted back towards the rear. Whoosh! The long sword swept across the air, seemingly cutting through the air. 8th grade great perfection, really not to be underestimated. Zhang Mu flew back a few meters, his heart palpitating as he thought, if he hadn't reacted in time. This sword. I was afraid that it would have taken my life. The gap in realm is really hard to make up. Ha! The green woman let out a cry of surprise, somewhat surprised at the other party's reaction speed, but she only hesitated for a moment. Once again, she flew up, and with a swing of her long sword, she transformed into a terrifying sword chi that was like a white rainbow, pointing straight at Zhang Mu's throat. The sword chi raged, instantly covering tens of meters around. The tables, chairs, and stools next to him, boom! All of them exploded and shattered all over the place. Still coming? Zhang Mu felt the overriding killing intent, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly leapt back towards his back once again. Both fists were clenched, red-colored martial energy entwined, and he threw a punch into the void. Explosive fist. Mountain spacing bull. Gathering the martial energy around his body in his right fist, he punched out, crackling. An explosion of sound exploded, and a red-colored fist shadow was seen, meeting the green woman's sword. Boom! In a split second, the rigid fist force and the sword chi collided with each other and immediately exploded, producing an intense glow that shot out in all directions. However, the long sword wielded by the green lady, which was unrelenting, did not stop because of this punch. It still maintained its momentum like a bamboozle. In the blink of an eye, it was already about to arrive in front of him. As fast as lightning, it did not give him the slightest time to react. It's over. Zhang Mu despaired in his heart, his body was covered with red-colored martial chi, and he could only choose to fight hard. Fight! Pushing all the martial chi in his body to converge on top of his two fists, he struck out with a double punch and blasted at the green woman. Boom! With just one contact, the fist energy and the sword chi, once again, produced a violent explosion. Terrifying power ravaged the surroundings. Zhang Mu was directly sent flying out by the huge recoil force. The next second, he felt that he was supported by a palm behind him, and along with that impact force, it was also removed. With a burst of relief, Zhang Mu turned his head to look. He saw a woman who was only about 1.5 meters in height, with a petite and delicate figure, appear before his eyes. But see that woman, eyes like water, almond eyes, peach cheeks, lips red teeth, eyebrows like a crescent moon, elegant temperament, a black strong suit, show all the heroism. The most sudden is behind the woman, also carrying a big sword body length of 1.6 meters, erected than her height is also a little higher. Width of 50 thick. At first glance, the woman is not as conspicuous as the big sword. It was as if a 10-year-old child, carrying an adult on her back, looked at it from a distance and felt awkward no matter how she looked at it. "Miss, who are you?" Zhang Mu's eyes were astonished, and he opened his mouth with a face full of astonishment. Big boss Qing Ku of the Moonwatch Mountain. Qing Ku loosened her hands, clasped her hands on her chest, and stood there proudly. With an expressionless face, she was like a cool beauty. You are the big boss?" Zhang Mu was overjoyed and excited as he heard the words, and then he started sizing her up. Only. Looking at the petite body in front of him and carrying a big sword that was taller than a person, how did he look a bit awkward? In front of Zhang Mu, who was a tall man with 1.8 m, Chinka appeared extremely petite. I don't like looking up to others to talk. Her tone was haughty, but it carried an undeniable tone. The words fell. Zhang Mu had the good sense to come into a half squat, immediately leveling his height with her. I've seen your portrait, you are Zhang Mu, what's the trouble? Hurry up and say it, I'm in a hurry to go back for dinner. Chinka looked around in a circle, her brows locked, slightly impatient. This side. Xingnu stood with her sword, frowning as she sized up the Qingkai who had suddenly appeared. This aura. Sensing the other party's aura that was revealed when they struck out just now caused her face to change slightly. 9th rank. It was unthinkable that they had actually invited a 9th grade expert. However, the way Chinka was carrying a large sword on his back made everyone curious. A sword that big, carrying it on his back, wasn't it heavy? And why was she carrying such a large sword? Miss Chinka, kill them. Zhang Mu spoke quickly, pointing a finger at the Qing girl, as well as Lu Xian, Luo Chang. Hearing. Chinka didn't rush to strike, instead, she looked at Zhang Mu with scorn and coldly said, call me big boss. Zhang Mu looked slightly stunned, a cold and piercing chill came, so that he couldn't help but shiver, noticed the dissatisfaction in the other party's eyes, and hastily changed his words, yes, big boss. Then, it was seen that on Chinka's beautiful face, a cold smile appeared, contemptuously hooking a finger towards the green woman, disdainfully saying, woman, come over and suffer death. Arrogant and domineering. No one in sight. Arrogant and condescending. It was displayed to the fullest on her, everything seemed to be under her control. Standing there, just like an iceberg, a chill filled the surroundings. Icy cold pierced the bones. This big boss is really a strange person, obviously he didn't do anything, why can I feel the cold? At least he was a mid-8th grade cultivator, and had long since reached the point where he had no fear of the winter cold. What's more, as a martial arts cultivator, his own blood chi was vigorous, ignoring the cold was already a common occurrence. Such a young age as the 9th grade, looking at the 9 states, I'm afraid it's also rare to see a heavenly genius. Qing female had was amazed by her strength. It was said that women were not as good as men, but this woman in front of her was able to have such achievements at such an age. It had already crushed many men. Woman, can't you hear my words? Chinka looked at the green woman who did not move, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, and she spoke again, I told you to roll over and suffer death. Eh? Everyone in the surroundings revealed a look of disbelief, all their gazes focusing on her alone. The main reason was that her words were just too surprising and astonishing. Inside many people's hearts, they were thinking, this big boss of the Moonwatch Mountain, I'm afraid it's not a cutie pie. Right. Putting on this staged overbearing master pretending to be a record, how to pretend to be how to come? The big boss of Mount Wanyu, she is actually the big boss of that group of bandits. So she's one of those bandits, no wonder she's aiding and abetting them. Such a beautiful girl is actually the head of the bandits. It's true that the prettier the woman, the more vicious she is. My elder brother, my third brother, my father, my mother, my sons and daughters, and even the dog I raised at home, all died in the hands of these hateful bandits. Who says it's not? Even my next door family's son died at their hands, woo-woo. No, this uncle, what's it to you if your next door family's son died? Crying so miserably? That's my son. There's a here, folks, beat him to death. Ow, ow, ow. Don't kick the bottom, it hurts. Some of the people who were brutalized by the bandits of Wangyue Mountain, a pile of a piece of detail. Unexpectedly. There are even people who explode their own unpleasant past, immediately aroused the anger of the people, was beaten half dead. However, Chinka face cold, standing there, the people's words, also into the ears. But to this. She didn't have much mercy, being a bandit herself, she relied on the natural ability to loot and rob to maintain the daily expenses of the entire Lookout Mountain. The weak and the strong have always been the truth she believed in. Da. A burst of chaotic footsteps came, and Madahu led dozens of strong-bodied bandits, all of them greasy. Big boss, we're here. He was panting, carrying around Moon Scimitar. Chinka turned around, his face full of arrogance, and said unhappily, grinding, worse than a pussy. Chapter 93 Green Woman Undefeated. With Madahu leading dozens of people to enter. All the people, all switched on their anger, hateful gazes, staring at them with death. When enemies met, they were all red in the eyes. These bandits always come here to rob homes. Doing no evil. In the past 10 years, many people have been brutally killed by the bandits. A large amount of money, food was robbed empty. Dog officer, how dare you blatantly collude with the bandits, such a way, you really don't deserve to be a town official. Luo Chang was also red-eyed, veins rippling, gnashing his teeth and roaring. Those bandits had harmed the people in the past, deep in the hearts of the people. A scene from the past, vivid in my mind. Today. Hu Feiwei had the audacity to call the bandits directly and wanted to suppress them. Folks, look at these ugly bandits who brutalized our loved ones in the past. Don't you want to beat them to death at this moment? As soon as the words fell, the surrounding people immediately responded, "Beat them to death. Dog bandits shall not die, how dare they come here? Let's all go together and the mother Ancestors above, the descendants are incompetent, a lineage has been passed down to this point, I fear that it has already been severed. Father and mother are in heaven, protect my child to kill a few more dog bandits." In a split second, many people began to cry and shout. There are also some people directly to the side of the old man kneeling down. "Father and mother, forgive the child is unfilial, failed to you too old age to send off the end." After the words, hurriedly kowtowed 3 times. At once, dozens of bandits on Madahu's side only felt a burst of fear and trepidation. Again, the ancestors are in heaven. And kneeling and crying cannot do filial piety. What a sentence to hear that makes one feel panicked. Big boss, it's not good. They are going to open a big move, die to the end, both high and low, but also see the rhythm of life and death. Madaho had seen a lot, after all, once upon a time, he himself had been like this. Griffin shakes the tree, not self-conscious. Chinka was unmoved and smiled blandly, his face filled with sarcasm. No matter how many mole crickets there were, in front of absolute strength, they could only be unbearable. Hu Feiwei was a little flustered, and saw that in all directions, people began to come in an endless stream. Just a few moments. Has reached tens of thousands of people. People's anger. Finished, he thought inwardly. On the beheading stage, Yu Hong's family was also saved by some of the people. They immediately joined in the crusade against the bandits. Come on people. Hurry up and suppress these pariahs. Hu Feiwei gave the order to the remaining dozens of officers and soldiers to come forward to deal with the people. However, facing the tens of thousands of people, they were also fearful and uneasy, shivering and nervous to the core. The saber that was clenched in their hands could barely even hold it because of the shaking hands. Stand down. Chinka stepped forward and raised his hand, a white cold air surged out. Immediately afterward, ice seal 10 miles. With a push of her palm, the cold air quickly spread out. With her as the center, it continuously extended over towards the front. Wherever it passed, it was immediately covered with a layer of frost. Those people who rushed forward were quickly wrapped in this frost. All of them froze in place, resembling an ice sculpture. The people of the district, how dare you make a scene? Xingke's face was high and cold, his gaze was contemptuous as he proudly looked straight at the crowd. Luo Cheng hastily urged his martial chi to resist this frost infestation. Xing female, on the other hand, raised her hand and slashed her sword, breaking through the frost attack. The sword chi around her body filled the air, causing those frosts not to come close by half a point. At this moment, an interesting scene occurred. Yu Zhong looked back and saw that the frost was about to reach Yu Jianshu and Yu Inhu's family. Without hesitation, he flew and swept away. Arriving in front of the two families, "You guys stand beside me, don't leave." After saying this, he hurriedly urged his body's martial chi to resist those frost attacks. Only several people on Yu Hong's side, even though they had already urged their martial arts chi with all their might to resist, they still couldn't escape being frozen. Before they were frozen, their family happened to see the image of Yu Zhong protecting the other two families. For a moment, the hard feelings in their hearts were even greater. They are all your children, why did you choose to protect only them? Could it be that we are just redundant? Frozen by the frost, Yu Hong, difficult to turn his eyes, happened to see behind, son and daughter's eyes inside the sockets, there are tears. Then look at his wifely, face sad. Until this moment, his heart, more dead gray. The mother who died early, the father who was biased, the family that is torn apart, as well as his own heart is as dead as ashes. Like walking on thin ice all his life, how can he walk to the end of his life without shame? Old man, you passed. Luo Cheng's several vertical jumps came to the side of Yu Hong's family, martial arts chi catalyzed, a palm slap shattered the frost on their bodies. In response to this, Yu Zhong didn't explain too much about anything, instead, he fought hard to resist the frost attack on behalf of his second son, his third son's family. However, Xingke's eyes contracted violently, staring at a spot in front of her in disbelief. There. It was completely untouched by her frost assault. Not only was it him. Even within 3 meters around him, it was all as normal. Who is this person? Xingke inquired with some suspicion. Zhang Mu, Hu Feiwei looked over and saw Lu Ziyan making tea by himself. It wasn't. What is this situation? How could such a terrifying attack by the big boss not have half an effect on him? He's a helper that Luo Cheng found, and we don't know who he is. Both of them shook their heads, stating that they didn't know. Luo Cheng was struggling to push his martial energy to resist the frost, and from afar, he saw Lu Ziyan's side, nothing happened. Even the 3 meters around him were not affected by the frost. And Lu, if I had told you that you were so powerful, I wouldn't have made a move. While complaining, he said, he hurriedly sent Yu Hong and the others to his side. On the other side, Yu Zhong was resisting the frost with all his might, his body's martial chi was consumed tremendously, and in just a few moments, it already appeared to be out of strength. Elder brother Luo, quickly save us. We're all teammates standing on the same boat against the dog official, we can't abandon us. When Luo Chang heard this, he was instantly unhappy and said in a bad mood, get lost, get lost, get lost. You hypocrite and biased. I really misjudged you, not even caring about your own child. The guys know better than I do what kind of virtues their two families have. And yet you disregard your eldest son's family in order to protect them. With a few words, he directly disliked Yu Zhong, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. It was also too embarrassing to seek Luo Chang's help again. One could only hold on bitterly alone. Father, hold on. Yu Jianshu looked anxious, fearing that Yu Zhong would not be able to hold on and let them also fall into the fate of being frozen by the frost. His son, Yu Wenfang, was already shivering, his face pale as he muttered, Grandpa, it doesn't matter if you die, but you must protect me. Hearing this, Yu Zhong trembled, his back slightly despondent. Xingnu saw her own aunt, and was not affected in any way. Then she let go of her heart. Swinging her sword, with a jump, her figure turned into a stump, attacking Chinka at extreme speed. She stretched out her small white hand, 2 fingers, against the incoming long sword, gently flick, when a sound, as if the sound of metal impact spread. Then, the green woman felt a cold force pressing over. Huge force flying backwards. Dozens of meters away. She held the sword, kneeling on one knee, her right hand gripped the long sword, tiger's mouth, a smear of blood marks appeared. The entire right hand was shaking a little. So strong. With a snap of his fingers, he had rendered himself powerless. Snap. The Qing guest took a step out and slowly walked towards Lu Ziyan's side. The Qing woman saw this. Once again, she recklessly swung her sword like a steel cannon, instantly exploding and catapulting out. Sword light filled the air, constantly attacking from all directions towards Qinggai. Up and down, left and right, appearing in front at one moment and behind at another. Uninterruptedly launching attacks. Nay. The difference in strength was too great, and every attack was easily neutralized by Chinka. With just 2 fingers, he kept sending her flying backwards. And she was just like the undefeatable little strong man. She just flew out and stabilized her body. Sword chi erupted again, and once again, she attacked forward. Attacking over and over again, there were no less than hundreds of times. However, he still could not do anything to help Chinka. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the long sword in Chinka's 2 fingers covered in white martial energy collided with each other, a muffled metallic sound was emitted. Under the persistent, continuous attacks. Instead, Xingke was somewhat impressed. Why do women make things difficult for women? Alas! She sighed, her right hand transformed her fingers into a palm, and immediately, her eyes glazed over as she launched out a palm. Boom! A white martial energy sent the green woman flying out. With terrifying strength, it shook her straight into Lu Ziyan's body. Chapter 94, Battle Against Each Other. Boom! Wow! The green female spat out blood, her veil was wet with blood, her face was pale, and she fell to the ground. At this moment, Lu Ziyan, who was about to pour tea, paused in his hands. Turning back his head. Looking towards the green female, he said in a gentle and soft voice, What are your feelings? Very strong, subordinate is not an opponent. Qing female struggled to support her body and replied subconsciously. Didn't ask you about this, an opponent of this caliber can rarely be encountered. You are already at the 8th grade Great Circle, wanting to go further, apart from practicing hard. Actual battles are what will make you grow fast. He put down the teapot in his hand and slowly stood up, straightening his clothes. The green woman listened. It turned out to be so. I had known that my aunt's strength was not bad and unfathomable. Not striking the first time just now was actually to give herself a chance to fight a 9th grade expert. Alright. Bring the sword case. Lu Ziyan waved his hand, signaling her to get the sword case first. On the side. Luo Chang stepped forward with some concern, wanting to assist the green woman. No need, a little injury, can't die. To the side. Yu Wenjun's beautiful eyes rippled, extremely curious as she stared at his back. A green shirt, covered with a bookish aura revealed, his eyes revealing a transcendent peace and depth, gentle, indifferent, and elegant. This gentleman is obviously only dressed as a scholar, why can he easily resist that big boss's frosty aura? However, what a stranger's face is like jade, and the eunuch's world is matchless. Auntie, what are you doing? Luo Chang was a bit puzzled, not knowing what he wanted the sword box for. After all, looking at Lu Ziyan's outfit, despite his extraordinary demeanor. Even if there is some strength, it should not be possible to compare to the other party's great master. Auntie, the sword case is here. Qingnu handed him the sword case. Raising her hand to hold it, her eyes gradually began to sharpen. Opposite. Chinka, who was striding along, saw this, Slightly stuttering, he was a bit surprised by this action of Lu Ziyan. Going to make a move? She did not believe that an ordinary scholar could easily resist her ice seal for 10 miles. Her own master teacher had once said that the ice xian technique was a rare top-level technique in the world. And she herself had already cultivated this technique to the extreme. Even In the sword path, he had also made some achievements, conservatively estimating that amongst the great Xia, under the innate, there were no more than 3 people who could outperform himself. Little scholar, what are you doing with a big box? Since she had grown up in the Moonwatch Mountains since she was a child, on the one hand, there was a lack of knowledge. For the sword box, it was not recognized at all. Therefore, only then did she mistakenly think that the sword box under Lu Ziyan was nothing more than an ordinary big box. Behind him, Ma Dahao quickly explained, "Big boss, careful, this is the sword box, mostly for the sword cultivator treasure. Rumor has it that those who have the sword box, none of them are experts in the way of the sword." Sword box? Sword Dao experts? When she heard that, she froze slightly, only then did she start to seriously measure that sword box. The next moment, Lu Ziyan's hand golden light surging, gently pat, click sound, the sword box opened. A long sword with a body of turquoise blue color was erected in the center, and on the 2 side partitions, there was a small sword as tiny as a silver needle lying quietly. Go! With a flick of the sword finger, one of the fine swords quickly shot out, just like a shooting star passing by. With the moment the fine sword flew out of the sword box, an incomparably terrifying sword aura erupted, and in an instant, it had filled a 10-mile radius. Ka! 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 The people who were originally frozen by the frost, due to the appearance of this powerful sword chi. The frost on their bodies instantly shattered and fell to the ground, quickly turning into a puddle of water. The previous white cold air, all disappeared. The only thing that was left was a powerful sword chi running across the surroundings. Whoosh! The thin sword that seemed like a meteor went straight towards Chinka. Sword immortal! When she felt the sword chi appear then, a flash of shock appeared on her pretty face, and white martial chi surged on her body. Immediately after, right hand on the hilt of the big sword, a tight grip, force a pull, behind the big sword, quickly be thrown to the front. The big sword stood upright currently, tearing through the thin sword coming from the void. Dang! Carrying a terrifying sword chi, with an unrelenting momentum, it ruthlessly struck the great sword. Until this moment. Only then did the crowd see the big sword clearly. The body was dark, there was a flying dragon hovering above, the dragon opened its teeth and claws, showing the mighty and domineering attitude. Along with the fine sword striking, in an instant, the large sword erupted with an intense white light. Chant! A dragon's roar resounded, and the fine sword was directly bounced back. It finally stopped in front of Lu Ziyan and hovered, the sword still wrapped with terrifying sword chi. This Qingnu was greatly surprised, unable to imagine that this great sword was so terrifying. Even the sword inside the chaos sword box was unable to shake it in the slightest. Chinka's face was staring at Lu Ziyan with a gravely deadpan expression as he spoke. What an overbearing sword chi, this sword, I'm afraid it's comparable to the might of a sword immortal. Behind him, whether it was Zhang Mu or Hu Feiwei, or Ma Daha's bandits, they all showed shocked colors. Sword immortal. That was a sword Dao expert who had crossed the 9th rank before he could be called a sword immortal. If at the beginning, the other party makes a move, then we. None of them dared to imagine going on. Big boss, what's the best thing to do? Ma Dahao also did not expect, this time encountered a tough fight. The other side actually has such an expert presence. This trip is afraid that it will be very bad. What are you afraid of? It's only comparable to a sword immortal. It's not a real sword immortal, only when you've fought will you know if you can beat them. Although Chinka's face was grave, her autumn watery eyes gradually began to surge with a strong will to fight. For her, who had been living on the Moonwatch Mountain for many years, she had never met a comparable opponent. Being on her own, she naturally couldn't meet any opponents that were stronger than her. Nowadays, it was rare to meet such a powerful opponent. If she didn't have a good fight, how could she give up? I believe you haven't given your full strength yet, come on. After the words were spoken, her figure quickly rushed up, her right hand gripped the hilt of the sword with force, and once again, she took it with force. That big sword, which was a bit taller than her height, was just picked up by her. Immediately after, she even danced with a tiger-like wind, a horizontal, a sweep, a fling, all with a powerful martial chi rippling out. Up to this point, many people could see some clues. That is, even though she used a big sword as a weapon, she did not see the slightest bit of sword chi. Not normal. Extremely abnormal. Normally speaking, a person who could use a sword would definitely know some sword techniques, or have some understanding of the sword path. But this was not the case. At this moment, Chinka did not have the slightest bit of sword aura. This side. Lu Ziyan lowered his head, his sword finger moved again, another flick, inside the sword box, 3 thin swords flew out. Turning into white light, they tore through the void in front of them, pushing straight towards Qing Ku. With a stroke of the sword finger towards the left, a fine sword quickly flashed to Qing Ku's left, launching an attack on her. With a stroke towards the right, a fine sword appeared on her right. The fine sword that had bounced back earlier, as Lu Ziyan's sword finger swung again. The fine sword joined the battle. Without knowing when, it had already appeared behind Chinka, facing the fine swords that broke through the air and attacked from all sides. Her eyes flashed with a hint of excitement as she excitedly said, "Royal sword art. The legendary art of slaying the enemy with a sword in the air.
The Aishian's skill in her body operated, and a strand of white martial energy wrapped around her body.
A protective shield was formed.
The large sword in his hand danced, a frosty aura filled the air, his petite body, dancing with a large sword,
visually giving a great sense of contrast. Roll back.
She threw her big sword with force, blasting all the surrounding attacking fine swords out.
However,
those fine swords that had just been sent flying out, once again changed their orientation and once again attacked her.
They were constantly weaving in and out of the surroundings.
Every now and then, a fine sword would shoot over.
Clang! Clank! Clank!
Chinka quickly waved the greatsword in his hand, constantly fending off the fine sword attacks. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Even though he was being attacked by the 4 fine swords and losing ground, the battle spirit in his eyes grew stronger and stronger.
Ever since he stepped into the 9th grade, he had never fought without a fight. This battle,
it brought her a lot of realization, especially for the sword Dao. It had risen to a whole new level. Time and time again, when she danced her big sword to beat away the fine swords, her body's martial chi thickened by a few points.
Gradually, 10 minutes had passed. At this time, her battle intent reached a peak. Painful.
Raising her head to the sky, a fierce, overbearing sword chi violently erupted from her body. A huge sword will slowly rose behind her. The light shone brightly and dazzlingly, as blinding as the blazing sun. The crowd saw this situation. They were all confused.
Sword immortal? Amazing sword immortal. How is it possible? She's actually still a sword immortal.
The green woman was so shocked that her mouth opened so wide that she could stuff an egg.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable.
Chapter 95, Great Martial 13 Styles. Such a small place. Actually hiding a sword immortal powerhouse here.
The most frightening.
Chinka's age, but only in his early 20s.
He has this kind of cultivation. It was simply unbelievable. Just when the crowd was surprised by Chinka's cultivation. Not far away,
Zhang Jinshan looked left and right for a while and pulled his father. Dad, the situation is not good, why don't we escape first?
He was not a little cutie.
Luo Chang was able to find an 8th grade great perfection.
There was even an expert like Lu Zian. With the snap of a finger.
A few thin swords can fight with the big boss, God knows, the other party still has no backhand.
If there is a backhand,
then how should they handle themselves?
After all, on their side, there is only one big master top combatant. If they can't beat it, I'm afraid that they will be in danger. Because of this,
Zhang Jinshan was already considering escaping first. This Shangmu sniffed and revealed a hesitant look, feeling that he was not willing to leave Luoyang town just like that.
Father, believe me, we can run away first. Anyway, our family has a lot of money. Bring that money with us. No matter where we go, we can rise again.
Yes. The large amount of money accumulated over the years had almost emptied Luoyang town.
As for the rest, it's all soup and water.
Plus the people here had already hated them to death.
Go!
After only a moment's hesitation, Zhang Mu immediately whispered in response, and then the two of them secretly retreated towards the back. As everyone's eyes were focused on the Qing guest,
no one noticed the departure of the Zheng family's father and son. At this moment,
Qing Ke gripped his greatsword tightly, the battle intent on his body growing stronger as he shouted, again. It's been 10 years, 10 whole years, this giant martial sword in my hand has never been used. Today, I can finally use the sword to my heart's content. The words fell. Behind him, that bright and dazzling white sword wheel constantly rotated at high speed, blossoming out gusts of terrifying to the extreme sword chi. It swirled around. It seemed to tear apart the surrounding space, emitting a muffled crackling sound. Great Martial 13 Styles.
Toward the sky. Pointing to the ground. Dazzling spring wind. Horizontal eyebrows. Eyes up. Hang the autumn water. Drive away the mountain. Catch the sea. Destroy the winter cold.
A horizontal, a sweeping, a pointing, a flinging, inverting the golden hook, picking the sun and the moon. Each sword move, containing extreme sword chi, was as fast as lightning and as shocking as thunder.
With the giant martial sword in her hand, she continuously waved it. Those 4 thin swords didn't even have a chance to get close. At that moment,
within 10 meters of her body, she was surrounded by sword chi.
It was like an impenetrable shield.
The crowd was dazzled as they watched the sword moves come out frequently.
Lu Zian controlled the 4 fine swords and kept attacking her as the other party's sword moves were performed. He also couldn't help but be secretly surprised.
It was unthinkable that she would have such sword attainments.
Great Martial 13 Styles? Interesting. Again.
Seeing that the 4 fine swords couldn't take the other party, Lu Zian flicked his sword finger and 2 more fine swords flew out,
tearing through the surrounding void. With an unstoppable momentum, they swept across.
Seeing this, Jinka was not shocked, but rather delighted, and immediately shouted angrily, the last style, giant martial prodigy. Both hands gripped the giant martial sword tightly, and the sword wheel behind him rotated at great speed as a terrifying sword chi surged towards the giant martial sword.
Open. Along with this open fell. Above her head, a behemoth appeared. It was a giant Xuanwu, surrounded by white sword chi. Its body was as huge as 100 feet as it covered the sky and the sun. Everyone run. It's getting dark, hurry home and collect your clothes. What a big turtle. Don't talk nonsense, this is clearly a Xuanwu beast. Hurry up and come and help me, my legs are weak. What's that smell? Who's so unlucky to pee their pants? Big brother, look at the crotch yourself. So it's me. Then it's okay, it's only human. As the giant Xuanwu figure suddenly appeared, everyone felt a sense of death suffocation descend. Trembling in fear, they fled in all directions in panic. Hu Feiwei was directly paralyzed with fear, his forehead in cold sweat. Boy! This big boss is actually as terrifying as this. Qing female looked up at the huge Xuanwu in the air, her body was also trembling, she had never seen such a terrifying sword move before. Using sword chi to transform objects, what kind of terrifying sword technique could do this? Unimaginable. The Yu family's crowd was also dumbfounded and all froze in place. Only Lu Ziyan, dressed in a green shirt, stood currently, his left hand holding the sword case, his right hand presenting a sword finger. His face was as calm as water, his eyes were ancient, and he just stared at the terrifying scene in front of him. Then, seeing his sword finger lifted, pointing at the huge thing in the air, he gently shouted, "Break!" In a split second. The huge object, which covered the sky like the sun, quickly broke into pieces and gradually dissipated into thin air. Put! Chinka violently spat out blood, staring at Lu Ziyan with a shocked and inexplicable expression. This, almost condensing his full strength, because the other party simply pointed a finger and casually said the word break, he completely dissolved his sword. In his mind, he recalled the words of his master. My good disciple, the last sword of the 13 styles of great martial arts, even if you encounter the innate realm, you still have the power to fight. Unless one encounters the strongest of those monsters on earth. Could he be some kind of hidden sword immortal? Otherwise, how could it be possible to break his own sword? Return! Lu Ziyan raised his hand and those thin swords quickly flew back to the sword box. Still fighting? The extremely kind tone, as well as the gentle smile on his face, caused Chinka to lose his concentration for a while. For a long time. She came back to her senses and threw the giant martial sword back onto her back with a forceful swing. No more fighting, death by 1,000 cuts, at your disposal. The exquisite face, slightly pale, and the beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity about Lu Ziyan. Big boss, what do we do? Ma Dahou panicked, even the big boss was defeated, then these bandits, what way of life is there to speak of? Shut up! I'm not his opponent, I can't believe I chose to be a bandit, I've long thought that there would be such a day. Not as strong as others, life and death are not up to you. Come on! After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes to herself, as if she was waiting for Lu Ziyan to make a move to end it, and, up to this point, those people who fled around, ran back one after another. After hearing Chinka's words, one by one, they were so excited that they hurriedly opened their mouths. Luo Lao beat her to death. I don't share the same fate as the abominable bandits. But she's a woman. Let her give me a son first, then beat her to death, it's a good use for her. No buddy, this woman looks so watery, why don't you give me a son first? Off, you've only been single for a few years? How do you know the heartache of us single dogs who have been single for decades? Everyone stop talking, according to me, first abolish all her cultivation, then give us all single dogs a child. How about 1.5 years for one person and no one else to blame for not being born? That's a good suggestion, starting with me. Roll. Watch me fly up in the air and kick. Many men, seeing Chinka's fresh and elegant appearance, had bad thoughts. Any man would want to go to Wushan with her. Assholes, you dare to humiliate our big boss like this, I'll fight you. Ma Dahou reddened his eyes and was about to rush up to fight for his life. However, he was held down by Chinka and coldly said, a bunch of incompetent rage guys, why bother? Thereupon, she turned her gaze to Lu Ziyan and asked, make a move. Give me the decency to bury me with these brothers. Twilight Land. Everyone turned their gazes towards Lu Ziyan, waiting for him to speak out. Elder Luo, take down Hu Feiwei, and the Zhang family's father and son. Speaking here. It was only then that everyone realized that at some point, the Zhang family father and son were nowhere to be found. Luo Chang hurriedly searched around for a circle, but there was no trace of the Zhang family father and son. Not good. Those two dogs have run away. Chapter 96, Falling Curtain. On the beheading stage. Hu Feiwei, Chinka's group of bandits. All stood there. Lu Ziyan sat high on the throne. Luo Chang led the Green Lady, as well as a group of people to the Zhang family. After a long time, a group of people returned disappointed. The Zhang family, father and son, had already run away with the money in the house. Already do not know where they are. They did turn the town official's house upside down. A large amount of money was recovered. Aunt Lu, these were all seized from the dog official's mansion.
The gold notes alone amount to as much as 500,000, with over 200,000 silver notes among them.
Over 2 million copper notes. Top quality jade, all kinds of treasures are countless.
Luo Chang reddened her eyes, forcibly holding back her inner rage. Even the high and cold Shang female, after walking around, looked at Hu Feiwei's gaze. It was also filled with intense killing intent. As for the people, there was even less to say. After they heard about the wealth Hu Feiwei had accumulated over the years, their back teeth were almost clenched. So angry that each one of them wanted to rush up and fight for their lives.
Lord Lu, you must decide for us. Chop him off, he must be beheaded now. Wait. And what about our land deeds? The dog official's house alone has such great wealth, what about the ones he's given to the bandits over the years? There's also the Zhang family, father and son, I'm afraid they also have a huge amount of money. Didn't you hear Elder Luo say that the Zhang family father and son have absconded? Catch him. Where to arrest? How can we catch them when they've all run away? The crowd was agitated, and all of them were raging against Hu Feiwei as well as the Zhang family's father and son.
Qin Kai looked around and saw the people, all of them with yellow faces and tattered clothes.
Listening to them, they were cursing angrily. I don't know why. It actually felt that they were pitiful. What's wrong with me?
She shook her head and laughed bitterly to herself, for always believing in the weak and the strong is the truth. What does it matter to oneself if others die or live?
Above. Lu Ziyan raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. In an instant,
the crows were silent. Hu Feiwei, you have been an unkind official, you have been corrupt and perverted the law, you have fleshed out the people, and you have amassed a great deal of wealth. Today, in the spirit of the people's will, I grant you the punishment of severing your head.
Words.
He turned his gaze to Chinka's group of bandits.
As for you all,
aiding and abetting the people, robbing homes, causing the people of Luoyang town to be in a state of fear, all of you will be chopped off. With one hammer, a crowd of people heard this verdict. They all cheered and shouted, Lord Lu is wise and mighty.
Wait a minute. My lord. Ma Dahu as well as the crowd of bandits hurriedly fell to their knees, knowing that they would not be able to escape this time. What else do you all have to say? Lu Ziyan curiously gazed at them. It's hard not to still want to resist.
My lord, this matter is all our doing, and Big Boss is completely unaware of this. For so many years, she has been cultivating on the mountain and has never come down, and has never harmed a single citizen. Please also ask your lordship to be lenient and spare Big Boss's life.
Ma Dahu, as well as those bandits, each of them pleaded for Chinka's favor. Soon,
a citizen jumped out and shouted angrily, no, such a beautiful girl must give me a son. She's a bandit leader, she must be beheaded.
Who would believe that a bandit would be any good?
Nature can't change, if we don't kill her today, we will surely suffer their revenge in the future. A wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring breeze. As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth. The hidden story behind this saying, have you forgotten? Not to mention the fact that she is now a 9th grade expert. If she comes back to slaughter the town in the future, who can stop her? Many of the sober-minded people began to persuade the crowd. Be sure to cut off the roots and be sure to chop up the chinka. Ma Dahu indignantly explained, you guys are talking nonsense, Big Boss is not a bandit at all, she is just living in seclusion in the mountains. Back then, it was also us who messed with her, and only after we were subdued by her did we worship her as the Big Boss.
With his explanation, the crowd only began to understand.
It turned out that the so-called Big Boss was simply those of them who pushed themselves. Coupled with the fact that they had sent her some food and filial piety all year round, over time, they had made Chinka have some good feelings towards them. Only then did the party shelter them for years.
Oh. Lu Ziyan didn't think that there was actually such a hidden agenda. If it was really as Ma Dahu said, then Chinka's crime was not to death. Little Ma, since I promised to protect you guys, then I will definitely do it, and if I can't protect you then I will share life and death with you. Don't ask him, the weak are the strongest. Chinka was a bit more perceptive, they were all already defeated, if they wanted to kill or die, just do it. Where so many beeping nonsense. Stretching the head, shrinking the head. The crowd saw her like this. Also fell into a period of silence. Aunt Lu, I do think that nowadays our Grand Xiao lacks top experts. If we can recruit her. Obviously.
Luo Qing pondered for a moment, but he also couldn't bear the thought of such a young genius falling like this.
If he was sent to the battlefield, he would definitely be another good warrior.
Lu Ziyan smiled warmly and shrugged his shoulders with a none-of-my-business attitude, saying, you as Luoyang town have few people of high moral standing.
The position of town official is more appropriate for you to take over. Besides, I think, how about that Yu Hong is the deputy town official?
With this matter resolved, he had to leave after all.
In the days to come, Luoyang town would definitely need someone to manage and maintain it.
Then Luo Cheng is naturally the most suitable candidate.
One more thing.
Yu Hong's information, he also roughly looked at it, letting him assist Luo Cheng is also quite suitable.
What do you guys think? Luo Cheng symbolically looked at the people below. All listened to Lord Lu. Right. When Lord Lu says one thing, we dare not disobey. The people's hearts were in the right place, and no one objected. Buzz. Lu Ziyan violently sensed the Wen palace in his body trembling, and a trace of golden when she overflowed. It filled the entire dantian. The tendons and veins around his body had already been repaired 7 to 8 times. It's true, as long as one is standing up for the people, the Wen palace will sense it. Could this be the so-called heaven's mandate? Aunt Lu, why don't you take that girl away? Luo Cheng's old face was filled with scorn, but he knew something about Chinka's cultivation. In addition to Lu Ziyan, I'm afraid that no one can suppress her. She has already suffered a sword chi backlash. In a short period of time, she can't make a move at all. Luo Cheng hung his head inside. Even if she suffers a heavy wound, it's still not something we can deal with. The implication was clear, that was for him to take the person away. Such a heavenly pride, it was a pity to kill, and it was a pity to stay and not be able to grasp it. What do you say? Lu Ziyan's starry eyes gazed at Qingke. Taking her on the road was not impossible. Qingke's expression froze slightly, obviously unable to imagine that the other party would actually inquire about himself. Since I was defeated under you, what to do with me is up to you. Alright. Then follow me first, just so that you have a companion with the green lady. You can't kill me, I'm under the king of winning state, are you guys trying to rebel? Approaching the time of beheading. Hu Feiwei was completely flustered and hastily brought out the backers behind him. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away, behead. Luo Cheng didn't even half hesitate, nor was he intimidated by him bringing out his backer. With a command, the executioners, their hands rose up and knives fell. Heads flew away and blood sprayed like pillars. Good. The people shouted in excitement, all of them giddy with mixed feelings. Many thanks to Lord Lu for his renewed kindness. Tens of thousands of people knelt down in unison, their voices were monstrous and deafening. Nightfall. Yu family. Yu Zhong held his walking stick, his eyes glaring angrily as he looked straight at Yu Han's family and chided, Boss family, do you really want to break away from the Yu family? Ever since getting Yu Han to become a deputy town official. Yu Jianshu's family, Yu Inhu's family came back to the house. The previous severance letter was completely thrown to the back of their minds. Not a single word was mentioned. Yu Wenjun had a despondent look, her eyes were dull and disheartened. Grandpa, still want to treat our family as little cuties? To play with? When you righteously chose to stand by second uncle, third uncle's family, have you ever thought about our feelings? Are we not your grandchildren? Her words directly rendered Yu Zhong speechless, his anger dissipated and his body stuttered. Asshole, you're a junior who dares to question what the elders have done, it's simply unbridled. Yu Jianshu crossed his eyebrows and stared at her with a face full of mischief. Yu Enhu stood out and pretended to be kind. Alright, we are all family, why are we so angry? We can't afford to be a family in your mouth. They smiled miserably, turned around, and left the lobby. When she reached the door. All go back and pack up your things, this is no longer your home, what are you still staying here for? Chapter 97, Lin Chaoyan's Choice. Tongzhou. Han Lin City. In the upper class room of the inn. From the matter of Mulong City begging for rain. 5 days had passed. Lin Hong and his group entered Hanlin City in Tongzhou. It just so happened that nightfall came. They could only stay here temporarily. Lu Yuer was lying on her back on the bed, sleeping soundly, her little mouth still barking. Chen Wangshu sat on the side. Under the light of the flickering candle. Her beauty, like a mountain spring, clear and natural, eyebrows like mountains, eyes like autumn water, skin like gelatin, lips like reddish red, between the knitted brows and the smile, all show the city's stunning posture. Supporting her chin with one hand, she fell into silence, her beautiful eyes kept observing the little girl on the bed. After a period of time together, gradually, she began to somewhat like this little girl. Especially after seeing her ability to beg for rain in Mulong City. Simply a little fairy. After a long time, she took out the dark moon dagger from behind her back. Taking out the dark moon dagger from behind her, the blade of the dagger flashed with icy cold light. I am a qualified assassin, and I absolutely cannot forget my identity due to a moment of weakness. The little girl is indeed very cute, it's just a pity that. Standing up, tightening the dagger in his hand, step by step, he slowly approached to the edge of the bed. With her beautiful eyes fixed, she held the dagger high and was about to stab down without hesitation. Grandma! The sleeping Lu Yuer murmured softly. Chen Wangshu's movements stopped violently, gazing deeply at her. Alas! In the end, he could not be ruthless. For some reason, when he heard Lu Yuer call her grandmother, his heart could not help but throb. Retracting the dagger, his eyes filled with tenderness, gently stroking the little face. Pulled the quilt over and carefully covered the little girl. Getting up, he slowly left the compartment. Creak! Until the sound of the door closing sounded, the originally sleeping Lu Yuer immediately opened her eyes. A smug smile surged on her small face. Grandma must be unable to lay her hands on me because I'm cute. The next compartment. Lin Baoing was lying on her bed, worried, and from time to time, she pricked up her ears and paid attention to every move at the door of the room. These days, Chen Wanshu had been looking for an opportunity to strike. In just 5 days, it had made her go through 20 assassinations. Luckily, every time she was able to detect it before she did, and only then did she not let Chen Wanshu succeed in getting her hands on her. My dear mother, don't come tonight. This kind of perseverance to assassinate one's own daughter, really won't the heavens strike lightning? Why do I somewhat regret finding you? While she was rambling. Creak. The door of the room was pushed open and then closed again. Coming. Lin Baoing was startled in her heart and hurriedly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep and adjusting her breathing. Chen Wanshu gently came to her side, then spoke tentatively, I know you're not asleep, get up? Lin Baoying's heart tightened, secretly thinking, could it have been discovered? Impossible. Obviously pretending so well, it must be swindling me. Mustn't act rashly. Ha! Chen Wanshu saw that she didn't react, then reassured himself and started to take out the dagger from behind him. The dagger that was glowing with a gust of coldness just appeared in plain sight. Again? Lin Baoing all wanted to cry, God knows what suffering he was going through these days. Kissing Mother Lu. Let me go. If this continues, your daughter will really be separated from you. How to do? How to do? I feel a chill in my chest, it won't want to directly stab me in the heart, right? Just when she was at the end of all her thoughts. Knock, knock. A knock came from the doorway. In a flash. She only felt this knocking sound, incomparably kind, like heavenly music. Little Ing Ah. Are you asleep? Lin Hong's mellow voice came from outside, causing Lin Baoing to be very touched. The one who saved me, grandfather also. Chen Wanshu quickly put away the dagger, and in her beautiful eyes, a hint of skepticism flashed as she stared at Lin Baoing. This girl definitely has a problem. Time and time again when she is about to succeed in assassinating her, accidents will happen. Once there are more accidents, it can't be an accident. A hint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she gave Lin Baoing a deep look. Immediately afterward, standing up, she quickly walked over to open the door. Xiao Shu, why are you here? Having just opened the door to her room, Lin Hong pretended to be full of doubts and asked in surprise. Chen Wanshu narrowed his eyes and sized up the old man for a long time. Coincidence? What do you mean? Xiao Shu, what's wrong with you? Don't think too much, I came here because I was thinking about that girl, Xiaoying, who eats less for dinner, and was planning to get her something to eat. Lin Hong said with a fuss, holding a freshly roasted leg of lamb in his hand. It wasn't until he saw the leg of lamb that was bubbling with oil that Chen Wanshu secretly let go of his heart. A few moments passed. Inside the compartment, Lin Baoing sat next to the table, looking at the old man with a distressed expression. Grandpa, what should we do? Mother is thinking of assassinating me all the time. If this continues, it will definitely be hard to keep my life. Can you think of a way to make her collect herself properly? Until now, she still had some palpitations. For Chen Wanshu, she was completely dead. The other party did not have herself as her daughter in her heart. Temper. Calm down? How to be calm? She is going to kill me. Still calm. If not for your old man appearing tonight, I would have to be separated from you and Yin and Yang. I'm still so young, I haven't even found a husband yet. Her heart was filled with aggression. Why was her own mother wooing and awing all by herself? Can't stand it. Can't top it at all. Ah. Lin Hong was slightly stunned, and his face was helpless. In the past. Generous and decent, gentle and lovely eldest daughter-in-law. Now. But has become their life-suppressing charm. Always thinking about their little lives, in the long run, it is not a solution. Bear with it for now. You also know her current situation. Grandpa. Lingzhou City. The backyard of the city lord's mansion. Lin Xiaoyan was sitting in the middle of the pavilion, savoring tea. Jinshu hurriedly walked in from outside. In his hand was a letter. Miss, news has come from the royal capital. News from the royal capital? She gently put down the teacup in her hand, slightly surprised, and turned her head to look at Jinshu. According to the news from the royal capital, Auntie not only beheaded the lord of a city, but also a state lord. Inside the latest news, even the king of the winning state was killed by our auntie. Jinshu didn't dare to have the slightest concealment, placing the letter in his hand in front of Lin Xiaoyan's table. What? The king of winning state is dead? This is something that she never thought of and was shocked, picking up the epistle to take a look. Liang Long. Only then did she completely accept this reality. Miss, what do we do now? Jinshu's small face filled with worry. It was evident that she was also very worried about Lu Ziyan. Now the situation is chaotic. His Majesty had a lot of scruples about the Lin family. In this situation, to dare to behead a party of princes, I'm afraid that it would completely push the Lin family to the opposite side of the royal family. In addition, Lin Xiaoyan has been resisting the order not to return to the royal capital. People with an intention to do so had already begun to secretly target the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyan, dressed in white, like a dusty fairy, stood up, her beautiful eyes rippling as she gazed at the small lake. Things have come to this, it's no longer the case that you can get away with it by being afraid of suspicion.
Immediately send someone to notify the sixth princess. If she is interested in that position, our Lin family will support her.
Sixth princess? Xia Mingyue?
Jinshu was stunned, somewhat at a loss for words, simply unable to imagine that her own young lady would actually at this time stand out to support the sixth princess. Miss, the sixth princess is silent and unknown. She has been inconspicuous. If she bets everything on the Lin family, isn't it some?
The latter words, Jinshu did not go on in detail.
The fight for that position was not just talk. Once it intervened, it was bound to be a bloody storm. With the change of emperors, internal wars were bound to be no less, and in the end, the ones who suffered were afraid to be the common people at the bottom. In the past, Grandpa often said that our Lin family had no choice. That's because his old man never considered the future of the Lin family. All his thoughts were on the word loyalty and righteousness, but I'm different. Since His Majesty chose to be unkind, then I can only be unrighteous.
The words ended. On Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder, a small snake as black as ink slowly crawled out, spitting out its tongue. Chapter 98, Words Left Behind by Aunt Lu. Report. Urgent letter from Wang Du.
The guards hurriedly ran into the backyard.
There's an urgent letter?
Jinshu was secretly surprised, never imagining that within a short period of time, the people from the Wang Du side had sent letters one after another.
Something big must have happened. Thinking about this,
she quickly walked over and snatched the letter from the guard's hands.
Tear open.
Into her eyes, the content on it.
Deceiving people too much. Jinshu's small face was slightly angry and she couldn't help but spit.
Lin Xiaoyan stroked the black girl on her shoulder, slowly inclined her head and softly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Miss, His Majesty actually dispatched the great general of Xinbian, Meng Long, to lead an army of 50,000 soldiers to stop and kill Auntie. His Majesty is completely not putting Miss and also the old master in his eyes, so blatantly sending people to deal with Auntie." Jinshu was a bit angry. The Lin family had paid a lot for Xia for so many years.
Unexpectedly.
In the end, it ended up in such a situation. There's no need to rush. Your aunt was able to even kill a party of princes with a large army in hand. A mere great general of border suppression. What is there to worry about?
At these words, Jinshu unfroze, then reacted. Right.
Auntie had traveled all the way north, and not only did she dare to behead city lords and kill state lords, but in the end, she didn't even spare the king of the winning state.
This ability alone was worth believing in.
That's right, have Maiden Chi secretly gather the Eastern Red generals scattered across the realms. In a few days, I will be driving to the royal capital. I would like to see if His Majesty, who has repeatedly dealt with our Lin family, has decided that we don't dare to resist. When these words came out, they shocked Jinshu a little.
Gathering all the Eastern Red generals.
Personally driving to the royal capital.
This to bring troops back to the royal capital and question His Majesty? No. Unauthorized deployment of troops is like a rebellion. Can it be that Miss is also interested in that position?
Don't think nonsense, I'm not half interested in that position. Lin Xiaoyan was not in a good mood and poked Jinshu's little head.
Miss, I'll go inform Sister Qi. Luoyang Town.
The town official's mansion. Yu Wenjun, who was generous, held a small gift box.
Not long after,
Luo Chang walks out from the back hall, sees Yu Wenjun, looks slightly stunned, immediately smiles cheerfully and asks, "Little Wenjun ah,
what's the matter with coming over to find me so late?"
"Grandpa Luo, you also know that nowadays my parents have severed their relationship with the Yu family. But Elder Yu isn't happy about it and has been dragging his feet. It's not a solution if it continues in the long run.
That's why I want to trouble Grandpa Luo."
Yu Wenjun bit her lip and spoke in a small, detailed voice, word by word. After the words were finished, then she handed over the small gift box in her hand. Luo Chang listened with a frown on his face, and in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. He was also furious at the old man's favoritism. Where in heaven is this kind of parenting? A bowl of water is not leveled.
"Little Wenjun ah.
This matter is your family matter. It's not good for Grandpa Luo, an outsider, to intervene.
As for this gift, you'd better take it back."
Auntie Lu's words left behind, keep them in mind.
Said,
carefully taking out a piece of paper from his bosom. On it was exactly what Lu Zian had left. The words written down.
Yu Wenjun's beautiful eyes rippled with extreme curiosity as she asked, "Grandpa Luo, what words did Lord Lu write down? Can you give me a look as well?"
Luo Chang Laha, without mincing words, handed her the paper in his hand.
"Nua, here." Into her hand. She picked it up and took a look, only to see a few sentences clearly written on it. "Ruling is based on honesty, being an official is based on diligence.
Cleanliness is in virtue, and incorruptibility is in aspiration.
Integrity stems from self-discipline, degeneration begins with greed. The people love honesty, and the monument will stand on its own. Greed is abandoned by the people, the grave is dug. Be indifferent to fame and fortune. People first. Self-restraint, adhere to the principle. Cultivate yourself and your family, rule the country, and level the world."
With this, Aunt Lu has warned me of what to do and what not to do, and that water can carry a boat as well as capsize it.
However,
Yu Wenjun's clear eyes, staring at the top of the paper, whispering softly, couldn't help but read it out word by word.
Immediately. Rumble.
In the night sky, a shocking thunder flashed.
Seeing this vision, Luo Chang was startled and hurriedly looked up. But see.
The night sky was torn out and a beam of clean white light shone down.
Like a pillar of light, it reflected on Yu Wenjun. In an instant,
a gleam of white light appeared all over her body, and a strand of Wenqi descended and infused into her body.
In the Dan Tian. Boom! In a flash, a white light lingering palace appeared. Immediately following,
the eyes were also wrapped in white light, and the bright eyes saw at night.
Buzz! The next second,
just above the paper, a single word transformed into a white shadow and rushed towards her brow.
The words resonated. This is?
Luo Chang was completely stunned by the scene in front of her, unable to return to her senses for a long time. The vision didn't end because of this, instead it continued. The heavenly flowers were falling. Literary qi protected the body.
Step by step, lotus flowers. Flat steps. A special aroma spread out. One after another vision continued to emerge on Yu Wenjun's body. Phew!
The breeze blew, and the paper in her hand turned into nothingness and dissipated.
The white light receded. Everything returned to normal.
You, Luo Chang was as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Yu Wenjun, unable to say a complete sentence in half a day.
Unbelievable. Everything that happened just now was just too bizarre. When Dao Tian Chang, Grandmaster Realm.
Yu Wenjun felt it and was pleasantly surprised that in just a short moment, he himself had actually accomplished a master of the literary Dao.
Just what kind of god is Lord Lu? With just a few simple words, he actually made me achieve this.
Unbelievably looking down at her hands, at that moment, she felt very unreal. Unbelievable, simply unheard of, to be able to realize the Dao in an instant. Luo Chang, who had regained her senses, hurriedly circled around her, carefully sizing her up.
Grandpa Luo,
Yu Wenjun was also somewhat at a loss for words to express the excitement within her heart at this moment.
A rare thing in the world. It just happened to herself. The next moment. Buzz!
The Wen Palace in his body trembled, a surge of Wenqi surged out, and white light lingered in his eyes.
His right hand couldn't help but gesture in the void. Immediately following,
a word min that blossomed with a strong literary qi just appeared in them. Red heart, 10,000 public opinions, condense Wenqi, open Wen Palace.
It's actually like this, it's actually like this. Little Wenjun, you have truly opened my eyes. In a split second,
Luo Chang stroked his chin's hairy white beard and laughed openly.
Grandpa Luo, what's going on?
She was a little confused, completely baffled by all of this.
Or rather, she herself had suddenly become a Wen Dao expert in a haphazard manner.
Child, heaven's will is such that perhaps walking out of here will lead you to the answers you want. The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility, the path of the way of literature, perhaps it is indispensable to hang on to the people. At this moment, his heart was like a clear mirror, he didn't go too far to explain, but left a few words with meaning.
Turned his head. With his hands behind his back, he walked back to the backyard.
Yu Wenjun stared thoughtfully at the other parties gradually disappearing back.
Leave here? The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility, is my cultivation related to the people?
Puzzled, in the end, she could only take the small gift box and walk out of the town official's mansion.
A day later,
Yu Wenjun left Luoyang town and traveled to the southern realm.
On the spacious avenue. Creak, creak, creak.
The axle made a strange sound as a carriage was traveling.
Inside the carriage, Lu Zian, Xinka were sitting opposite each other.
On Xinka's legs, the giant martial sword was placed, and he kept his eyes on Lu Zian.
For a long time. She spoke hesitantly, you are a sword immortal? You also have the art of sword control? No.
As for the art of imperial sword, you're looking at it wrong.
How could that be?
I can see clearly, and you know the art of killing enemies with an imperial sword. Lu Zian gave her a deep look, raised his hand to lift the curtain of the car, and turned his head to look at the scenery outside.
Why can't I sense any martial aura on you? There's also not a single bit of sword Dao aura, how did you do that?
Xinka was like a curious baby, full of curiosity about the person in front of him.
Especially after seeing him use a sword box and imperialize his sword against the enemy. Why aren't you speaking? Is your mouth dry? Right, what are you looking at? Is it because you think I'm talking a bit too much and are deliberately ignoring me?
The carriage pulled out a long vaporous shadow under the waning sun. From time to time, from inside the carriage came the sound of a curious question from the Qing guest.
Chapter 99:11, Time to Kill. Xi'an City. State Lord's Mansion. Today, there is an uninvited guest. In the middle of the lobby, Zhang Qian, Chen Shang, and Zhuiba. They are silent. The upper seat.
Meng Long looked solemn, not angry and authoritative, his tiger eyes gazing at the several people below.
A moment.
Picked up the teacup, sip, before speaking, a group of waste, district a scholar, cannot stop, want you what use?
Puff! Zhang Qian's head was filled with cold sweat and he hurriedly fell to his knees. His voice trembled as he said, General Meng doesn't know, Immortal Lu is a window immortal, his strength is unfathomable. Mere mortals like us are simply no match for him. I still ask General Meng to be lenient and spare us. Nonsense! As soon as Meng Long heard what window immortal, he glared angrily, Dan Gang. He directly slammed the teacup in front of Zhang Qian. Boom! The blood-red martial chi around his body erupted out, a stern, oppressive aura that swept through the lobby in no time. With this aura pressing down on several people. General Meng, spare your life. Zhang Qian's obese body, prostrate on the ground, hard to open his mouth to beg for mercy. After all. At this moment, he felt that his surroundings were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless corpses and bones piled up. Worthy of being the great general of Xinbian, only a chi can affect the will of others. It was enough to prove that his strength was terrifying. Spare you? Meng Long laughed contemptuously, stood up, and took a large step out to the doorway. Stopping at a halt. Someone come, behead all the trash in this mansion. The words just fell. Day. A team of 100 people immediately swarmed in from outside, surrounding the entire state lord's mansion. Regardless of whether it was the guards or the underlings, all of them were captured in the front yard. Front yard. Meng Long stood there like a straight spear between heaven and earth. It was upright, not angry and authoritative, waiting for those generals to capture everyone from the state lord's mansion. Kill. The resounding words were like a sharp blade piercing into everyone's heart. My lord, spare my life. Those subordinates, before they could finish their words, had panic on their faces. Plop! A blade passed, and heads flew out, blood spurting like pillars. Zhang Qian stumbled and rushed out from the lobby, and a head just fell in front of him. Looking down, a delicate face appeared in his eyes. Ah Jin. Boom! The brain went blank, tears welling up, lost in thought as he called out the other party's name. The miserable screams were unceasing. Soon, dozens of underlings, all slaughtered, leaving behind a field of corpses. Bastard, did you know that she was a pregnant woman? A moment later, Zhang Qian stood up indignantly, pointing at Meng Long and shouting angrily. There seemed to be flames dancing in his eyes. Stop, what are you doing? He walked in from outside with a furious expression on his face. Seeing a field of corpses, his mind went blank. Meng Long turned his head and smiled coldly. There are still people, kill. Seeing this, Xiuhi's when she surged around his body, raising his hand, a white jade pen appeared in his hand. Gentleman's words, force can break through adversity, can move mountains, kill the enemy. When she infused into the jade pen, blossoming into a burst of white light, then a paragraph was written in the void. Go! With a wave of the jade brush, those words composed of Wen Qi quickly attacked the surrounding generals. Sculptor's skill, how dare you show off your skills, look at my great dragon palm. Meng Long's figure swung, his bow stance was drawn out, his martial chi was externalized, forming an up and down rhythmic phenomenon, and his right hand was transformed into a palm. Martial chi condensed above his palm. The gong method operated. Prisoner dragon out of the mountain. A palm struck out, chant. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar resounding. Immediately after, the martial energy transformed into a blood-red dragon state and attacked towards Xiuhi. Watch out! Zhang Qian shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, after all, he was a bit too late and only heard a bang sound as Xiuhi was caught off guard and blown away. Splat! Viciously impacted on a dozen meters away from the pillar, while a moment, blood wildly spit out, the body tendons and bones broken. Struggling a few times, trying to get up, he finally collapsed powerlessly. Elder Qiu. A few people called out loudly, among their senses, there was no breath in the other party's body. Dead. A mere Jinshi realm dares to resist, you don't know how to die. By His Majesty's decree, anyone who has had contact with Lu Ziyan shall be killed. Meng Long was in a condescending state as he arrogantly looked at Zhang Qian and the others. What? Several people were greatly shocked, never expecting His Majesty to be so merciless, even those who had contact with Lu Ziyan. All of them had to be killed. I'm not convinced. Meng Long slowly stepped and walked up to Zhang Qian, forcefully patting him on the shoulder, his expression cold and sneering as he smiled. Not convinced? Then hold it for this general. Just then. Who are you? You also dare to make my brother Zhang hold back? A low voice came out, and the crowd followed the source of the voice to look over. They saw outside the doorway. The old man was wearing gray plain clothes, slightly outdated, and his white hair, which had obviously been tied up, appeared to be abruptly messy, with a mouthful of large yellow teeth, slightly obscene. Step by step, toward the inside. He, looking around, his eyes rested on a petite body. Jin. The voice was low and hoarse, as if it had been cut by a knife, choked and somewhat unable to emit. After sobbing a few times, the cloudy eyes gradually became cold and sharp. Who did it? At this moment, he seemed like a tiger suppressing extreme anger, word by word, as if from the 9 ghosts of the devil's voice. People feel chilled at the back and feel cold and piercing the bones at the same time. Intense killing intent, released from his body, gradually spread around. Obviously it was a hot day, everyone felt a chill come over them and couldn't help but shiver. Old Huang, run away, these guys were sent by His Majesty, they want to kill everyone who has come into contact with Aunt Lu. They are just a bunch of lunatics. In his haste, Zhang Qian hastened to speak kindly so that Old Huang could hurry and run away. Who are you? Meng Long secretly sized up the sudden appearance of the old man in front of him. Old Huang inclined his head to look, his gaze resembling a knife, as if he wanted to cut Meng Long into 1,000 pieces. So what if you're from the royal capital? Killed my precious, even if Wei Yan comes here. Old Huang, I'll have to make him shed his skin as well. Meng Long frowned in secret surprise, the other party actually didn't even put an expert like eunuch Wei in his eyes. What is this person's origin? How dare he be so rampant? The more he surveyed, the more alarmed he became, because on the other party's body, he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of martial energy at all. Could it be that he was not a martial artist? No. Wen Qi was also absent. There was no sword Qi either. Odd. Impossible, no matter if it's an innate or a sword immortal or a great sage realm, it's impossible to evade my perception. Is it possible to cultivate some kind of technique to conceal one's own aura? It must be so, other than that, no other possibility could be found. Having touched my precious, have you guys thought about how to die? Icy cold words fell. Swish, a green-colored sword wheel rose up behind Old Huang. Berserk and stern sword Qi instantly filled the entire front yard. Sword immortal? The crowd screamed in shock. Meng Long was also startled, as he clearly saw the slowly rising sword wheels on his opponent's body. 10, 12 sword wheels, you're an absolute generation sword immortal. Sure, Bao Tian was shocked. At this moment, even his voice became trembling. A sword immortal with 12 sword wheels. It was rare. It was also a rare existence in the world. Old Yellow glanced at him coldly and slowly walked towards Chaoxian's corpse, finally picking it up in his arms. In my entire life, Old Huang, I have loved such a woman. Even if the child in her belly is not mine. Why? Why don't you even give me such a chance? The voice of grief seemed to be talking to itself, but also seemed to be speaking to everyone. 30 years ago, I sealed my sword and didn't come out, wanting to live out my life in an ordinary and common way. On the contrary, the world is unpredictable, and some people just aren't as good as I want them to be. As he spoke, he walked towards the outside of the mansion. The sword wheel behind him slowly converged and finally disappeared. Just when everyone thought that this matter was revealed like this. 11, it's time to kill someone. A ghostly voice, as if it were a hypnotic Brahma sound, resounded in the ears of the crowd. Not waiting for these people to react. Whoosh! At the threshold, a green-colored longsword quickly shot out. It then transformed into countless long swords. Swish, 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 swish. Sword shadows traveled through the sky, and then countless miserable screams could be heard. In a short moment. Whether it was the front yard or outside the mansion, thousands of generals fell in response. Immediately afterward, countless green-colored sword shadows headed straight for Meng Long. Not good. His complexion changed drastically, and he was about to push his body's martial energy to resist. However, he was shocked to realize that his body's martial chi was actually suppressed by this terrifying sword chi to the point that he couldn't activate it at all. How is it possible? Not waiting for him to react. Those sword shadows directly hit him. Ah! Pain like 10,000 swords piercing through his heart spread all around him, and the screams were endless. Until Meng Long's last breath disappeared. The sword shadow transformed into a long, green-colored sword. Tell the one from Wangdu that the person was killed by me, Huang 13. Old Huang took a big step across the threshold, and the green longsword transformed into a stream of light to chase after him. Only leaving behind a few people, Zhang Qian, who were filled with dismay and incomparable shock. The boundaries of Yunzhou. Wubao County. Hiya! Hiya! The green woman drove the carriage and sped down the official road, raising gusts of dust and smoke. Suddenly, a bloodstained figure in front of her came flying rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with that, there were countless arrows raining down, descending towards the side in an all-encompassing manner. Auntie, there is an ambush. Xingnu quickly called a halt to the carriage, her figure swept out. Her silhouette flickered, and her sword light gusted, constantly fending off the rain of arrows flying from afar. Clang, clang, clang. While she was struggling to block those sharp arrows. Girl, quickly dodge, those guys are coming at the old man. A thick and old voice came out, and a bloodstained, tattered old man was seen. The figure kept changing positions to dodge those sharp arrows. Chapter 100, Zhao Tuyun. On the official road. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air was unceasing. Sharp arrows rained down. In the face of this endless stream of arrows, even if it was the green lady who was resisting with all her might, she was still a bit overwhelmed. It was also a bit overwhelming. Her delicate figure danced, and the long sword in her hand swung, sword she rippled and crisscrossed. Girl, quickly go ah! These rushed me. The old man was in a sorry state, his head was unkempt, and he was actually a one-armed man. With only one left hand left, he changed his attack extremely quickly. Turning his fist into a palm, martial chi raged, and countless sharp arrows were deflected out. Turning palm into claw, there seemed to be the roar of a fierce beast resounding. The evil tiger roared. Roar! Behind the old man, a white tiger figure manifested. Inside the carriage, Chinka sensed the changes outside, and as he carried the giant martial sword, he directly rushed out. Immediately afterward, putting the giant martial sword up towards the front, all those sharp arrows were blocked down. Lucian lifted the curtain, his complexion was as usual and did not have any fluctuations because of this, his star-like eyes, sizing up the old man. The other party had a stern and murderous aura on his body, and a strong blood aura was also entwined around his martial energy. This type of person could only be formed by those who had been killing enemies on the battlefield for many years. Those are official soldiers, how did you provoke them? Even if they were hundreds of meters away from each other. He also saw the people attacking this side clearly at a glance. The old man saw the situation. Subconsciously, he took a few steps backward, a scrupulous look on his face as he gazed at Lucian. How do you see the strength of these two guards of mine? Hearing this, the one-armed old man placed his gaze on the green lady, Chinka Duo. One was at the 8th grade Great Circle, and the other couldn't see through. However, looking at her casually wielding that big sword just now, there was a surge of oppressive martial energy. The cultivation realm must be above me. My lord, I won't hide it from you, my husband Zhao Tuyun, a native of Wubao County, joined the army at the age of 20, and has been fighting in the battlefield for many years. 2 years ago, because of a battle, broke this arm, then retired. Zhao Tuyun's dirty old face was filled with emotion and many complex emotions. Chinka raised his hand and launched out with a palm, a white martial energy quickly formed a high wall against those sharp arrows attacking. Dizziness? Old man, there's something about your name. Isn't there another son named Eyesight? When the few people heard this, their expressions stuttered. Lucian smiled without saying anything, and the corners of Qing female's mouth twitched a few times, forcing a smile on her face. Ran. He was not angered by Chinka's snark, instead he explained extremely seriously, my father was a peasant boy who couldn't read a single big word, because I was born first. So he named me Tu Yun, meaning out of the blue, leveling the playing field. My son's name is Zhao Renlong, and the name was also chosen by my father in hopes that he would become a dragon among men. However, he sacrificed himself in the southern realm a year ago, and there is only one granddaughter left in the family, and it was me who sought out a number of Shiokai realm literati in the county to take the name, Zhao Yanhua. Towards the end of this, there was a hint of pride on the old face. It seemed to be satisfied with the name he had found someone to give his granddaughter. The three listened to the other's explanation. Lucian rolled his white eyes and was silent. The corners of Qingnu's mouth twitched and she couldn't help herself. Only the uninitiated Chinka, whose small face revealed a look of realization, said, oh, so that's how it is, there really is an eyeflower in your house. Zhao Tuyun was a bit furious, but in the way of her unfathomable cultivation, she just dared to be angry and didn't dare to say anything. Old sir, this girl grew up in the mountains, read few books, and doesn't recognize words. The green woman made a round up. Who knows? It was Chinka's turn to be unhappy, indignantly retorting, the clear wind with two sleeves enters the mountains and forests, alone in a foreign land. Master said that I have a very level name. Lucian, Green Lady. Zhao Tuyun broke his fingers and counted, good lord, 14 words, very cultured. You have a lot of words, although I don't understand it, it feels awesome, good name. Okay, it's better to solve the matter at hand first. What time is it already? There's still a mood for idle chatter. On the other side. Wubao County, the county minister Qin Weiman, nearly 50 years old, thick eyebrows, big eyes, straight posture, wearing a blue-colored official uniform, with a white crane in the sky and several white cloud patterns on his chest. Behind him, more than 300 officials and soldiers, holding longbows, quickly bending their bows and arrows, shooting out towards the front. On one side, standing a sharp-tongued, thin, black vegetarian old man, holding a Kongming fan, with a goatee, with a hint of cunning in his eyes, sinister. This person was Xin Fanrun, one of the three main bookkeepers of Wubao County. Sir, a carriage of unknown origin has appeared ahead, should we stop first? Shaking his white fan, a hesitant look appeared on Xin Fanrun's face. Chen Weiman's cold face flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, coldly grunting, this official is arresting the felons of the court, it's normal to kill a few unrelated people by mistake. Look at that carriage is very flashy, I'm afraid it's from a noble family, it just so happens that this official lacks a traveling carriage. When Xin Fanrun heard this, he immediately revealed a knowing expression. Yo! I just saw that the carriage is very suitable for your status, if the other party learns that it is you who wants the carriage. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. Twilight Land. A white martial energy rippled out, quickly transforming into a huge barrier. It resisted the sharp arrow attack. This aura, I'm afraid it's approaching the 9th grade. Chen Weiman was shocked, his body shook tremendously, and his pupils dilated violently. Approaching the 9th grade? Stop. Stop it all. Shin Fanren waved his hand repeatedly, signaling the crowd to stop. He looked horrified and spoke in panic, "My lord, how could this ninth grade expert come to this remote place?" Generally speaking, to be able to reach this level of the ninth grade, one was almost always a city lord figure of a party. No more than that, it was also the existence of a city's main general. There can be no mistake, this aura is definitely close to the ninth grade. Everyone followed this official forward to pay respects to the senior. Not a moment later, they arrived in front of the carriage. Into the eyes to survey. Although Lu Zian's few people looked young, Chen Weiman didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous. Pretending to look relaxed, he lowered his voice and inquired, "This official is the county minister of Wubao County. I don't know who the several young warriors are?" "Right. This person is a felon in the dynasty, embezzling thousands of generals' pensions without authorization, with money amounting to more than 100,000 gold." In the end, he did not forget to point at Zhao Tuyuan and rebuke him bitterly. At this point, after Zhao Tuyuan heard this, subconsciously, his body wanted to move to the back. "Oh? Is that really so?" Lu Zian turned his head in doubt and looked at Zhao Tuyuan, who was about to move back. He was secretly shocked and cried out, "It's over." It was his fault for being too nosy. If he had escaped earlier, he might have been able to leave this place of wrongdoing. However, his gaze flicked to the green lady, Chinka, and the two women. Although these two are strong, Chen Weiman is an official of the dynasty. No matter how powerful they are, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to go against the dynasty. So I'd better go as the best strategy. His mind was like electricity, and he figured out the key in one go, so he slowly reached out with his left hand to his bosom. "My lord, listen to me first." Immediately following, pulling out a handful of white powder from his bosom, his eyes condensed and he grunted coldly, "I'm sorry." Swish, a handful of powder was scattered, and without saying a word, Zhao Tuyun turned his head and ran. Martial energy was poured into his feet, and with a single leap, he immediately rushed out more than 20 meters away. "Dog officer, one day, you will get your retribution." An angry voice came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Shin Fanren shouted sternly, "Quickly, don't let him escape." Those officials and soldiers hurriedly chased after him. "Ha ha ha. At least I'm a mid-8th grade, just you guys want to catch up with me." The words were not yet finished. Suddenly, he felt his belt tighten, and his entire body was suddenly suspended in the air. "What's going on? Could it be that I'm too fast and have taken off?" "No." Looking down, he saw that small and delicate figure, grabbing his belt with one hand. "Heroine, when did you come?" He shouted in terror and struggled hard, but he couldn't break free at all. Shinka held him up with one hand and teased, "Old man, daring to sneak up on your aunt, I'm afraid you're tired of living." After speaking, with a forceful fling, he directly threw Zhao Tuyun flying to Lu Zian. Pouncing with his face facing the ground, he came into a 5-body pilgrimage position. Chen Weiman looked slightly shocked and said in a low voice, "So fast, it's impossible to see when she struck." "Not to be messed with." Shin Fanren weighed the situation for a moment and muttered in his ear in agreement. As for those officers and soldiers, one by one, they were looking at me and me at you. At a loss for words. Many thanks to the few young warriors for stepping in and catching this fellow. Chen Weiman arched his hand, his face full of gratitude. Saying that, he then instructed the officials and soldiers on the side, "Men, escort him down." "Wait." The green woman raised her hand to stop him, then helped Zhao Tuyun up with one hand. "My aunt's trip to the north is meant to do the people's bidding, specializing in killing corrupt officials and assholes. You guys just said that old man Zhao embezzled the general's pensions without authorization. Do you have any evidence?" She coldly gazed at Chen Weiman. "Shin Fanren too." "Miss, your aunt is?" Zhao Tuyun hung his head, feeling that he was more than likely in trouble. "Shin Gui Gongfu." "What?" He is Aunt Lu, the immortal of the literary path that has been rumored all over Grand Xia during this period of time." Shin Fanren was so shocked that his voice trembled a little, and he couldn't help himself, taking a few steps backward, stumbling, and almost failing to stand still. Chen Weiman was no better than him at the moment, and was also too shocked to speak. Put in a month ago, when they heard Lu Zian's name, they would definitely not be shocked. Instead, they would feel ridiculous. But within just a month, not only did he show his power in front of Lingzhou City, awakening 200,000 spirits in a single poem, and greatly retreating the allied forces of the 3 great royal dynasties. Then he went north. In Winning State City, he stood up for the people, overthrew the Lu family, and beheaded the city lord. He descended on Qin City as an immortal. When he recited a line of poetry, he caused anomalies in heaven and earth, and even destroyed a mountain with a single move. Moreover, they also heard a horrifying legend that when they were in Qin City, the king of Winning State was directly blown to death by Lu Zian's fart. Thinking about this, Chen Weiman, Shin Fanren felt a chill strike their backs and were silenced. "My humble servant Chen Weiman has met Aunt Lu. My subordinate, Wubao County head booker Shin Fanren, meets Aunt Lu." Both of them bowed at the same time at Lu Zian. Lu Zian smiled warmly and waved his hand. "You guys have heard of me? That's natural, Aunt Lu's great name is like a thunderclap. I've already heard of your deeds of ridding the people of evil. You are a model for my generation.
Thousands wear 10,000 wear horses S does not wear. Shin Fanren shook his fan, extremely flattering compliments said.
Chapter 101 The Miserable Old Huang. Xi'an City.
Outside the outskirts of the city, the woods. Old Huang leaned against the side of a dead tree, holding a wine gourd in his hand. Beside it, lying quietly, was the half-broken sword. Gulp! Tilting the sky, he drank a mouthful of wine, then wiped the remaining wine stains at the corners of his mouth. With cloudy eyes, he was filled with confusion.
5 meters away in front of him,
a small mound of newly erected earth, in front of which stood a wooden plaque with the inscription, "The love of my life, Chaojin."
I, Old Huang, in this life. I'm destined to die alone.
I'm afraid the only one left to accompany me through this life is you, 11. As he said that, he unconsciously reached out and touched the broken sword. Buzz! The broken sword blossomed with a burst of green light, as if it was responding to him. A lonely and silent life, when will I be able to go to the end? Shaking his head in self-mockery, he slowly stood up, holding the wine gourd in one hand and the broken sword in the other.
Coming to the mound of earth.
Raising his hand, he spilled the wine inside the wine gourd, onto the ground. Precious, you are the woman that Old Huang loves most in my life. Old Huang is gone, from now on, this loneliness on earth will be borne by me alone. He seemed to be saying his final farewell.
Finish your sentence. Turned around.
Leaning up to the sky and drinking long, striding towards the front.
Just walked out for a while. Snap, snap, snap.
A carrier pigeon flew in, he thrust his broken sword towards his waist and grabbed the pigeon with one hand. After removing the letter, he released the carrier pigeon again. Wei Yan has already left the king's capital. Old brother asks you for one thing, protect my aunt. Old Huang finished reading it quickly, then the sword chi surged in his hand and the letter immediately turned into nothingness.
Old general, you are really good at finding people.
Finished speaking. Taking a step out, his figure shifted and directly appeared 100 meters away.
Shrinking into the ground.
As the figure kept swaying in vain, the surroundings rapidly changed.
1 hour later. He then appeared outside of Luoyang town. 2 hours later. Thoroughly into Pentagon County. The streets. Dozens of officers and soldiers are lining the streets, arresting people on sight. Unluckily,
Old Huang was rushing with all his might, and all of a sudden he exerted himself a bit too much, causing him to be a bit weak. His legs were weak and his face was slightly white, just like a great battle for hundreds of rounds.
Pretending a bit too much, actually exhausting his stamina.
No, this time, at least 3 to 5 days to recover. He shook his fuzzy head a few times and couldn't help but spit.
What for? What's doing?
Old man, seeing as you're shabby and lewd looking, I seriously suspect that you have the intention of molesting women. Come with us. Not waiting for Old Huang to come back to his senses, 5 officers and soldiers surrounded up.
Shabby? Obscene? Intention to molest women? Wait, what kind of rant are you guys spouting?
No, you guys misunderstood. I'm an honest man. The words were not finished.
Next to it.
An old man with a blind man's stick, with white eyes, tried his best to explain. You guys misunderstood. I'm an honest man.
The left and right neighbors all know that I'm a blind man. How can I peep at a widow's bath? This now completely made Old Huang dumbfounded. A blind man peeking at a widow's bath? Is there any justice? Is there any law?
Not waiting for him to regain his senses, another noise came from his ears. Let me go, officer. I didn't steal the government's money. Please do me a favor and let me go. The sound of crying and begging disturbed Old Huang's thoughts, and he raised his eyes to look. 2 officials are holding a middle-aged man without arms, suspecting him of being a thief? Wait a minute. What am I seeing here? A blind man peeping into someone's bath, and a man who lost his hands can still steal? What a mess. Slap. The head official slapped one hand on Old Huang's shoulder and said with a smirk, look at these criminals, none of them are willing to admit the mistakes they made.
So do you think the official I can still wrong you?
In broad daylight, properly stuffing a dead cat for yourself off.
Immediately.
He, cloudy eyes a condensation, indignant low, 11, it's time to kill. Already 100% certain, these guys, are just wronging good people.
Since this is the case,
then there was no need to keep one's hand.
Only.
For a good half day, there was no half movement around.
11? Not good, this old man has accomplices.
A few officers and soldiers were quickly alerted, raising their eyes and starting to look for suspicious people. Seeing that the situation was not right, Old Huang looked down and realized that the broken sword on his waist had disappeared at some point.
What's going on? Where's my sword?
Finished. After rushing all the way, exerting himself too much and consuming a great deal, without 3 to 5 days, he simply couldn't recover.
But, for good reason, where did my sword go?
Old man, you can remain silent now, because every word you say could be used against you in court.
Remember, my name is Wang Muyuan, and there is absolutely no way I will wrongly accuse any good person, nor will I spare any bad person. Wang Muyuan said with a face full of integrity and generosity. It was only until this point.
Only then did old Huang realize that the clothes worn by this person in front of him were different from the other officers and soldiers. Those people, the chest is clearly written soldier word. On him, the word official was written on his clothes.
No, Lord Wang, wait, have you seen my sword?
Old Huang was extremely speechless, originally planning to let Broken Sword 11 go on a killing spree.
Who knew?
A sudden situation.
11 had disappeared. Wang Muyuan nodded and responded seriously, it's that broken sword around your waist?
Right.
Lord Wang, you saw it?
Oh, just now from afar, I saw a smooth gentleman take it away.
What? My sword was stolen? I didn't even realize it?
Old Huang wanted to cry without tears and could not wait to slap himself. It was all because of the impulsive moment. If I had known this, I shouldn't have been in such a hurry to rush.
Later, he reacted and instantly said angrily, Lord Wang, are you saying that you saw the thief and stole my sword?
Right.
That's right, it was just now. No, then you didn't stop it?
A little kid who was less than 10 years old, what are you doing bothering with him about that?
But he's a thief, stealing my sword. He's still a child. Half a day passed. In the jail, old Huan was escorted to a cell by 2 jailers. Inside,
there were still a dozen or so people in, all young, middle-aged, or elderly. Once you're in, stay well and don't think of making trouble, or else, there'll be consequences for you.
Old man, do you hear me?
One of the jailers stared ferociously at old Huang, as if giving orders.
A foul odor came to his nose. Big brother, there are too many people here. Can we change to a single room? It's best to imprison a person kind of thing.
Old Yellow knew that it was inappropriate to cause trouble in front of him, after 2 days, after he recovered. How can a mere prison trap old Huang, the 9 heavenly mad dragon?
What are you thinking about?
Recently the cell is tense, just this one, do not go in, now pull out for execution.
Finished speaking.
Directly pushed him into a hand, closed the door and left.
Arrogant as hell.
District jailer, already have a way to take death. Just as he was thinking, after 2 days of recovering the sword chi in his body, the first one to kill this jailer in front of him turned his head. Just saw inside the cell, those people, some lying, some sitting, some back against the wall. Without exception, these people were all expressionless, with empty eyes. As if they were walking corpses. Under the survey, 2 acquaintances were actually found. Inside the corner, a blind man holding a blind stick and a thief with broken arms.
Both of you, what a coincidence.
You guys are also locked up here. Why are your faces so ugly? It's not just a matter of being locked up for 10 or 8 days, a man's a man, he'll be a good man again when he gets out. Unbeknownst to him, after he said these words, inside the entire cell, everyone placed their gazes on him in unison. Just that look, how it seemed like they were looking at a little cutie.
No.
What is everyone staring at me for? Are they so mesmerized by old Huang's handsome appearance that they can't help themselves? You guys don't want to fall in love with me, yo. Old Huang likes women, especially beautiful women. The crowd stared at his mouthful of big yellow teeth, Che. Giving him a blank stare, they directly turned their heads and resumed their original state.
Not. What situation?
Wasn't just trying to liven up the atmosphere and not make the cell too boring.
How come one of them is so ungrateful? Grandpa, you can't say it, when you enter here, how can you have a chance to get out? Unless you have money, there's only one fate awaiting us. Scapegoat.
The man who lost both arms, lifelessly explained.
What the hell? Scapegoat?
Old Huang, from the expressions of these people, was enough to see that the water here seemed to be very deep now.
And so, he hurriedly walked over to the man and sat down. What exactly is the situation? Could it be that you are still wrongly accused? Old Huang was a little less certain, inquiring.
Grandpa, I've lost these hands since I was a child. How do you think a person who has lost his hands can still steal? And Moncler may have been blind for decades, can still be wrongly accused of peeping at others bathing. Those dogs, they're just intentionally planting charges so that they can arrest people as scapegoats in an honorable manner. After he said this, old Huang realized that it was not just himself who was wrongly accused. He was afraid that all the people in here had been placed on trumped-up charges and then arrested. Just at this time, Wang Muyuan strides with 250,000 steps, posture incomparably arrogant, with a few officials and soldiers.
Walked in. Gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to go out?
He pulled his voice and shouted loudly, his loud voice echoing inside the cell. Old Huang heard, ouch, there is this good thing.
Immediately.
The first time rushed in front, Old Yellow, I want to go out. He raised his hand high. When Wang Muyuan saw this, his face was happy, and immediately said with a smile, Egu, this grandpa wants to go out, come on people, prepare the deluxe set meal.
Snap. Snap. Raised his hand and clapped twice. Behind him, 2 officials and soldiers came over with good wine and dishes. Lord Wang, what are you doing?
I know you are feeling guilty over the matter of wrongfully accusing me and want to make it up to me properly. In that case, then old Huang, I will accept your good intentions and temporarily forgive you for your previous transgressions.
Old Huang smiled with a big smile on his face, just as he was hungry, and the other party delivered food in a timely manner. Then the mistake committed before was set aside. Suddenly, he sensed something abnormal, because inside the cell, the others, one by one, were indifferent. Could it be that these people didn't want to go out? It shouldn't be. Ha, the great master is indeed a refreshing person. Since that's the case, then bring it. Wang Muyuan was also quite surprised. So far, it was the first time he had seen such a knowledgeable person. Almost couldn't help but give him a few more chicken legs. Who knew? Old Huang asked with a confused face. Bring what? Grandpa, don't joke, huh? Of course it's taking money. Wang Muyuan's complexion flashed with a touch of displeasure, but he could only hold back for the time being. Chapter 102, It's all a setup. Inside the cell, filled with an unspeakable stench, Wang Muyuan gazed at Old Huang with a ruthless gaze, and slowly and methodically opened his mouth. Master, the rule here is to take the money and leave. Do people have to open the pattern some, as long as outside, but there are still a lot of good days waiting for you to come over it. Said, signaling the two officers and soldiers behind him to bring the meal forward. Look at that, it's all good wine and good food. Hearing it that way, Old Huang thought about it. Although in a couple of days, after the sword chi was restored, it wasn't difficult to leave the cell. However, not only did this place have a foul odor, it was also particularly crowded. Luckily for Old Huang, I've kept some private money. After carefully weighing the situation, he felt that it was better to go out. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dogs. The big deal was that in a couple days, he would find them and get it back. It's not in the way. Old Huang was desperately trying to reassure himself, so then, with a crossed heart, he took off his shoes. Vomit. Grandpa, how long has it been since you took a shower? How come it stinks so bad? As the crowd watched him take off his shoes, a pungent acidic odor came out of his nose, causing him to almost vomit directly on the spot. He took out 300 gold tickets from inside his shoes. Golden, very eye-catching. Lord Wang, hurry up and let me out, the money is here. Shaking the golden tickets in his hand. Wang Muyuan saw this. Immediately his face was overjoyed, wanting to reach out and take it, but the thought that this guy was taking it out from inside his shoes. There is also the party that makes the head smell. Come man, take the money. A side official, reluctantly, covering his nose, walked up and took the golden ticket over. Give the wine and food to the Grand Master, eat and drink well. As he spoke, the official soldier had already opened the cell door. And, they also specially moved a table, as well as stools for Old Huang. Lord Wang, you're still weirdly nice, then Old Huang I won't be polite. Then, he directly began to show off. Wolf swallowing is not enough to express the vicious scene at this moment. Only the legendary, hungry dog pouncing on picture, very phenomenal. However, Old Huang did not notice those prisoners behind him, one by one, staring at him with idiotic eyes. Getting out? Naive. Bizarre. These guys, if they don't squeeze your bones dry, how could they let you go so easily? Even if you are a landowner with a lot of money, when you meet these people, not only will you lose your money, you will even lose your life here. Such cases abounded. Of course, none of them raised their voices to warn them because Wang Muyuan was staring at them with a threatening gaze. After a long time, Old Huang burped with a satisfied face and patted his bulging belly, saying with great satisfaction, Lord Wang, I've eaten well. Then go ahead. This ghost place really did not want to stay a second longer. After eating and drinking, he naturally intended to leave. In his mind, he was still thinking that after going out, he would definitely go to the flower house to drink flower wine, listen to songs on the hook, and call a few beauties to have a good time. Life is short, timely happiness is the best policy. Let's go. Wang Muyuan made way and gave a wink to a side official. Old Huang stepped out. Just as he stepped out of the cell and walked towards the outside, an official soldier immediately shouted angrily, catch him, my mother-in-law stole someone last night. Looking at his back, he must be the adulterer undoubtedly. Wang Muyuan deliberately burst into a rage and shouted, what? How dare there be such an unconscionable thing? Brother Airdog, your affairs are my affairs, and your mother-in-law is also my mother-in-law. Old man, I can't imagine that you and Airdog's daughter-in-law are having an affair. God-damned adulterer, this lord must bring you to justice. Come on people, take it down. 3 or 5 officers and soldiers had already been standing by, and after hearing the order, they directly rushed up and pressed Old Huang to the ground. At this moment, Old Huang only felt that his brain was blank. I'm having an affair with someone else's daughter-in-law? How come I didn't know this myself? Your family ancestor board. Without waiting for him to react, the soldiers had already escorted him to Wang Muyuan. Grand Master. You say this is something For good reason, what are you doing messing with Airdog's daughter-in-law? This lord has taken his daughter-in-law as his own for many years. You don't give my lord face. Old Huang's face turned green when he heard that. Oh. Good guys, the feeling is that it's you kid who has been treating other people's daughter-in-law as his own. Lord Wang, I paid the money Old Huang was extremely stifled, mute and unable to speak. Wang Muyuan nodded, his face as usual, very serious. You gave the money, and this lord also let you out, no conflict. Previously, your charge was that there was the crime of molesting a woman with intent. Now, you have fornicated with the daughter-in-law of the second dog family, and you have committed the crime of being an adulterer that is outrageous to the gods and people. Of course, for your current encounter, I feel very sympathetic and deeply understand. After all, men, inevitably will make some love cannot help small mistakes. He said so, the old yellow so listen. Not. What the hell, on their own charges, and listen to the other side of this meaning, is intended to sit on their own adulterer charges. My lord, last night was first like this then and. That's roughly what happened. Dog was like a little whining woman, her face full of sorrow and resentment, looking at old Huang for a while, his scalp was numb. People went numb. Big brother, speak clearly. This is that, and then how, and how to say, could it be that I'm missing something? What about the process? Those people inside the cell kept rolling their eyes. After all, this situation, they were familiar with it but anyone who had paid money to go out would be set up with the charge of having an affair with the second dog's daughter-in-law. It is well known. The second dog is 31 this year, a year ago married a dainty little lady. That skin white yo, that little face beautiful yo. Gaga beautiful not to mention. Also special hospitality, otherwise how would come in the cell out of the people, will have a fornication with her it. Of course. These are outside rumors. The real situation, only very few people know. In fact, the second dog married daughter-in-law, just Wang Muyuan kept outside the lover. Later caught by the main room, there is nothing to be done. Wang Muyuan only found 2 dogs, promised to give him 5 gold payment every month. Let him marry that lover. Today. That little lady is also just a nominal daughter-in-law of the second dog, in fact, or Wang Muyuan secretly lover. Bold unruly people, the parties have told this adult one by one, your entire criminal process. Can't understand, I'm afraid you read too little. Wang Muyuan fussed, seriously nodded to the second dog, indicating that he already knew the process. Until this moment. Old Huang came to his senses, grandma's leg, this girl is respectively slandering and framing himself. Go you! Dog raised his leg and kicked old Huang inside the cell. The familiar scene began again. Gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to go out? Wang Muyuan clapped his hands once again. Outside. 2 more officials and soldiers walked in holding good wine and food. Inappropriate son of man. Old Huang kneeled down with both legs and howled to the sky. Wang Muyuan's eyes rolled, and he immediately spoke in a serious tone, Senior, since you have already paid once in the party, you are automatically upgraded to the VIP of this cell. Enjoying the second half price out of jail qualification, plus given that you are new to this county. This lord will give you another extra favor, only 100 gold is needed and you will be able to walk out of the cell unharmed. The crowd inside the cell heard this. Here he comes. He came. The familiar routine had come again. Old Huang, who was filled with a miserable and lifeless face, heard this. Subconsciously spoke, really? Wang Muyuan was secretly happy in his heart, this guy really still had money. Immediately laughed, Master, see what you say, we are the official family, the most concerned about the credibility of the person is particularly upright. 10 miles and 8 villages people all know that I Wang Muyuan upright, if not for witnesses, how could this lord arrest you? Saying this, he pretended to sigh as a way to show that he could not help himself. No, Lord Wang, I just came to Wubao County. It doesn't matter when you came, what matters is that you fornicated with Dog's daughter-in-law last night, and he saw it. So Dog is the witness. I didn't even come in person, so how can I fornicate? Old Huang's tone began to gradually go up, with a tendency to storm off. Wang Muyuan was not slow, why are you obsessing about when you came? It's all been said, no matter when you came, your fornication was seen last night. I mud horse. Old Huang was almost fainted with anger. In his heart, he hated it. Looking at the people inside the cell, one by one, they were indifferent. He once again gave second dog a wink. After receiving the wink, the second dog immediately yelled at the top of his voice, Sir, the county minister will be back soon. In the morning, the county chancellor has said that there are currently too few cells and too many sinners. A batch must be dealt with tonight, the number of people is probably around 10. Hearing this, Wang Muyuan asked in mock surprise how to deal with it. Dog responded, decapitation. His hand went to his neck and he stared viciously at the crowd inside. Beheading. The old yellow man was numb again, as long as he gave himself 2 days, not to mention the cell, all of these people had to die. Favoritism. Tonight is the night to be executed by decapitation. My lord, spare my life. The originally deadly cell, at this moment, everyone all kneeled down and begged for mercy. Wang Muyuan revealed a look of powerlessness and sighed, Gentlemen, I also want to spare you. But you guys made a mistake, so you should receive the punishment you deserve. Immediately. The words changed. If you guys can take some money out to repair a new cell, I will plead with the county minister for you. Should, perhaps, be able to keep a life.
Of course, the money is definitely not for myself, but for the construction of a new cell.
As for whether or not people want to give money, it's all up to the individual.
This lord never does that thing of forcing others.
Crowning words were spoken beautifully and wonderfully.
The vast majority of the people inside the cell had experienced such events several times. Whenever death was about to come,
and couldn't help but be afraid and end up taking the money.
Lord Wang, just now you said that the half-price qualification to get out of jail still counts?
Old Huang rushed to the first, holding up his hand and calling out. Took the bait. The corner of Wang Muyuan's mouth rose slightly, secretly showing joy. Chapter 103 Clueless.
Old Huang's anxious look was seen in Wang Muyuan's eyes.
Touché. Big water fish. Lord Wang, give it a chance, can you make an IOU? Inside the cell, someone cried. Holding up the old man with the blind stick, he said lovelessly, Lord Wang, look at me all up and down, what's worth anything? How about tonight?
Shy look at the crowd for a while goosebumps. Especially if he lifted his shoulder shirt action, revealing the withered wrinkled shoulder, see people a burst of nausea.
Not bad, old man, why are you so good? Bad as hell, yo.
Wang Muyuan was jolted and startled, his face turned blue and he quickly waved his hand, old man, don't engage in this kind of morally degenerate thing. I am very straight, and will definitely not bend for an old man.
How did this sound a bit awkward?
Old Huang first looked at the blind man, then glanced at Wang Muyuan.
If these two people got together.
That picture, miserable.
Vomit.
For some reason at the thought of certain funny things, old Huang felt sick to his stomach, acid rolling around inside his stomach.
My lord, to give an honest answer, is it really half price to get out of jail?
After one sat up, he always felt in his heart that the other party was not harboring good intentions. Wang Muyuan pretended to be difficult, looked around the circle, and then spoke, My lord, I won't hide it from you, if it wasn't for the money you gave earlier. Becoming the VIP of our cell, this half price, it's absolutely impossible to give it to you.
If you can't get out tonight, I'm afraid you'll be beheaded, yo.
I remember 2 days ago, there was an old man who clearly had a few hundred gold tickets on him, but was dead set on it.
Unwilling to take it out to save his life, leading to the final. Deliberately talking about some examples as a way to intimidate the crowd. As expected. Hearing these words,
the others inside the cell all showed fear and trepidation. Lord Wang, the daughter of my next-door family's third aunt's cousin's next-door old king's daughter's best friend's daughter, looks that called a watery and beautiful. If your honor spares me once, I will definitely introduce her to you as a concubine in the future. Someone licked his face and voiced out, almost as if it was a tongue-twisting relationship network.
It was truly an eye-opening experience.
My lord, some years ago, I had fornicated with a rich family matron and hid some of my personal money in a soft food and hard food situation. If your honor lets me off this time, after I go out, I will definitely have a heavy thanks.
Oh.
When the crowd heard this, they all set their eyes on the man. See his face full of pockmarks, looks with nose and eyes, skinny body, men see him proud, women see him spit. Just such a bird, actually can be rich people's mother-in-law, see? In the end is hungry to what extent can be hungry to even this talent will not let go. Wang Muyuan walked around with his hands in the air, with a difficult look on his face. Gentlemen, I sympathize with you all, but a new cell must be built.
If you can't get the money today, alas, nothing can be done.
A word back, if you want to qualify to go out, you must first get the money.
Of course. Whether or not you can go out after taking the money is a different matter.
Lord Wang, I'll give the money, come. Old Huang gritted his teeth and once again took off his other shoe, inside was his last savings.
A full 500 gold tickets. Come on people, collect the money.
Wang Muyuan was overjoyed, unexpectedly this old guy actually had such a huge amount of money hidden in his body. Luckily, he came with such a hand, or else all this money, it was impossible for him to spit it out.
Dude, don't rob. Didn't you say you could get out at half price? Lord Wang, where's the promised 100 gold?
Old Huang felt that the sky had collapsed and a few officials and soldiers, without saying a word, directly went up and robbed him of his 500 gold tickets.
That's right. Rob?
Master, you're carrying so much money on you, it's not safe to go out.
Why don't you leave it to me for safekeeping?
Don't worry, my character has credibility, I definitely won't covet your few hundred gold tickets.
Wang Muyuan's words made old Huang feel as if his heart was dead. Keep it safe? Snatch the money first, and then you tell me about custodianship? A long time passed.
Old Huang finally accepted the fact that his savings had been robbed.
Also wished to get out of the cell. But it's getting late outside. The moon hangs in the sky. Under the hazy night.
A few officers and soldiers escorted old Huang.
No. To be more accurate, it was a few soldiers escorting him. After leaving the prison.
All the way to Wubao County's East Street Plaza.
On the road. Old Huang looked left and right for a moment and asked with a face full of suspicion, Big brother, didn't I get out of jail?
The official soldier responded with a deadpan face, well, you have successfully gotten out of prison.
Then you untie the bindings on me.
Old Huang, who was tied up in 5 different ways, was extremely speechless. The officer shook his head and grabbed his arm. There's no rush, it'll be here soon.
Arrived? To where? Wasn't I released? Wait, where are you taking me? After walking for a few moments, Old Yellow felt something was wrong. Where are we going?
The official soldiers were expressionless and extremely serious. Of course, to the execution. Don't worry.
The knife is very quick, it definitely won't make you feel any pain. Hearing this, Old Huang was completely in a state of confusion. Execution? What's the situation? Didn't he pay the money and was released? How come he still had to be executed? Dude, I paid the money.
We know, every one of them said so before, no conflict.
After paying the money, shouldn't I be let go? Don't worry, we'll let you go in peace. The official soldier was extremely sure of his tone.
Listening to Old Huang, his heart went cold for a while.
Leave in peace? It's not right. There is 12 points wrong in 10 points. Not waiting for Old Huang to think more,
unconsciously, has come to the execution ground. Flickering torchlight, reflecting the surrounding, beheading platform, a dozen executioners waiting in line. A prisoner, kneeling in front of a round wooden stake. These people face like death gray.
Just as Old Huang looked dismayed and was escorted to the execution ground. Coming, just waiting for you, hurry up.
One of the prisoners raised an eyebrow at Old Huang when he saw him and shouted in a serious and earnest manner. Old Huang was shocked in his heart. This was to be beheaded.
Big brother, I paid the money.
The words had not finished. Beheading platform, a prisoner hysterically howled, Lord, I have paid the money, why do you still want to kill me?
Oh, I'm so scared. Father, mother, I'm so scared.
The tragic scene was so horrifying to watch. Old Huang.
Buddy, I know you're Lord Wang. Another prisoner cried out, I know you're Lord Wang,
he's my good buddy, we even drank together a while ago.
Don't kill me.
Crying with a twisted and hysterical face, it was very ugly. Old Yellow side of an officer and soldier see that prisoner look angry, look fierce, rushed up, a grab executioner big knife.
Directly to the prisoner a knife cut down. Poof.
The head flew away, blood sprayed like a column.
The officer's face distorted,
angrily waving the hand of the big knife, constantly chopping the prisoner, the side said, crying really meow ugly, chop, chop, chop. Almost maniacal waving the big knife condition.
Look at the Old Yellow, a burst of scalp numb, gulp.
Gulp, around the 2 officers and soldiers escorted him up to the beheading platform. Came to the front of the guillotine. Old Huang's eyes condensed and gradually became sharp, his hands clenched on his back.
By the looks of it, I have to use my years of cultivation.
Before he could finish thinking.
To the side.
A sharp-tongued prisoner with sharp eyes, his right leg twisted slightly, and his voice said in a low tone, I've been practicing the snow treading for 30 years, and today it finally comes in handy.
Just with you guys you want to execute me? Delusional. Ooh.
As he said that, the martial chi around him shook, and the ropes that tied him up exploded in pieces.
Immediately afterward,
he stepped on his feet, and his figure soared up sharply.
The next second, he headed towards the outside of the execution ground and swept over rapidly.
As he watched, he was about to succeed in escaping. Whoosh! A stern air-breaking sound rang out, and 2 white shadows flashed.
Plop! 2 daggers pierced through the prisoner's legs. Ah! A miserable scream, followed by the entire person falling powerlessly to the ground.
Old Huang turned his head to look. Next to him, a middle-aged man dressed in official clothing, his right hand kept the dagger-flinging action. Afterward, he even said with a haughty look on his face, a mere figure of speech, how dare you make a fool of yourself, it's a good thing to die. This scene brought a deep shock to Old Huang, and at that moment just now, he was thinking the same thing. Intending to utilize his body technique, after breaking free from his bonds, he would directly step into the air and escape.
Never thought.
There was even a hidden dart expert, casually shooting out daggers, even the peak of the 8th grade, easily killed.
Chapter 104 Arrival. Beheading platform.
Old Huang's eyes flashed with a hint of shock and horror.
Good fellow. Even the late 8th grade couldn't escape 2 daggers. Finished.
Old Huang lowered his head, his heart filled with despair.
Arrived?
Above, a one-eyed official swept a circle around.
My lord, my father is your brother, don't chop my head off. Father, don't cut me. I'm your son.
The 2 prisoners leaned on each other, crying and yelling, their expressions very ugly. The previous official soldier was furious beyond words, carrying a large sword, he rushed up and slashed at those 2 people.
Blood splattered in all directions. Put.
A splash of blood stained his face, angry expression, extremely twisted.
Crying is so damn ugly.
After he madly slashed more than 10 times, his state was nearly insane, and his body twitched a few times.
Old Yellow. Really completely speechless. Not to mention knowing Lord Wang, even his son couldn't escape being cut. Finished.
The only thought in his mind was that he was completely finished.
On the high platform. Wubao County, one of the 3 main bookkeepers, Go Baron.
A green shirt, the book breath is revealed, gaze stern, watching the following a group of prisoners.
raised his head and looked at the sky. The bright moon was in the center. Chop! He picked up the token and threw it out at the front. Old Huang's heart tightened as a deep sense of powerlessness rose, his face showing despair. Charge! Kill! Save Big Brother first. At that instant, arrows shot out chaotically in all directions, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp arrows traveled through. Old Huang, who had originally tensed his nerves, suddenly looked horrified and turned his head to look. Countless sharp arrows shuttled around. A group of men in black rushed in. What's the situation? He was confused again. At a time like this, there were actually people who dared to rob the court. On the high platform, Gobite Ren's expression was solemn, and he was not half surprised, as if he had already anticipated this unexpected situation. Humph! Only to see him let out a cold laugh, walked out with his hands in the air, and laughed. The son of a district rebel dares to make a fool of himself. Come on, people. Take them down for me. With an order. In all directions, hundreds of officials and soldiers swarmed out. Dang, dang, dang. The officers and soldiers fought with those men in black. The sound of swords clashing resounded continuously. The battle raged in all directions, with swords and knives clashing. The whole execution ground was in a state of extreme chaos. Old Huang again dumbfounded. No. How to encounter this kind of scene again? Obviously, he paid the money and was released from prison in name only. Why was he beheaded again, and then encountered the robbery of the court? Just one day, in the end they are experiencing what? Tired. Also made him speechless. Outside Wubao County. On the official road. Under the dim night color. The carriage was slowly moving forward. Creak. Cackle. Creak. The axle emitted a low and ear-piercing sound. At the very front. Chen Weiman's gaze was like a knife, cold and scary, and he lowered his voice and said to Xin Fanren beside him, "Have things been arranged? Lord, don't worry, have already notified everyone in the county. All the unruly people have been collected in the cell inside. Only leave some people who know how to do things." Obviously. Xin Fanren had already thought of countermeasures long ago, since knowing Lu Zian's identity. The first time to notify everyone in the county to prepare for the response. After all, this kind of thing, it's not like it's the first time they've done it. Facing the imperial inspection ministers, they were already familiar with it. Therefore, after learning of Lu Zian's identity in the first instance, they were still able to act so calm and collected. It all relied on their years of experience in dealing with inspections from above. If you say the same thing, after doing it 8 times out of 10, anyone would feel that they were 9 out of 10. Very well. Make sure they know better, otherwise this one won't forgive us. Chen Weiman's tone was extremely strict because this time was different from the past. Just from the deeds that he had heard, Lu Zian was not comparable to those. Not to mention city lords. Just the two of them, the state lord, the prince of the party. Definitely hand in hand with the existence of a large army. Even this kind of existence cannot escape from being killed. Their own district a county minister simply will not be placed in the eyes of the other side. Of course. If the other party to the county inside, everything seems to be thriving, then he would not be able to find any reason to deal with himself and the others. It was because of this. It led to Old Huang being arrested as soon as he arrived in Wubao County. Massive enrichment is only one of the reasons, one of the most important points. That was that they wanted to purge the county of all unstable factors. Don't worry, my lord, Master Go has already cleared those unruly people in advance. When we return to the county, there will definitely be no trouble from the unruly people. Xin Fanren swayed the fan in his hand, his eyes looking towards the carriage behind him from time to time. Although he couldn't see the people inside the carriage. However, it still made him show a scornful look on his face. Half an hour later, the carriage followed Chen Weiman and the others and entered the county streets. At this time, the bright moon had risen long ago. Zhao Tuyun's nerves instantly tensed up after entering the streets. Eyes watching 6 ways and ears listening in all directions. Always paying attention to every move around him, fearing that a large number of officials and soldiers would suddenly rush out in front of him and surround him. Elder Zhao, you don't have to be so nervous. As long as the words you say are not adulterated, then my aunt will definitely be able to make a decision for you. The green woman was always watching Zhao Tuyun's every move, and looking at his nervous behavior, she couldn't help but speak out to remind him. Really? Naturally, my aunt, but even a party of princes dared to behead a mere county minister. How can you compare? She looked at the backs of Chen Weiman and the others ahead, her tone disdainful, not putting them in her eyes at all. A mere mid-8th grade, a chief bookkeeper of the Jinshe realm. Not to mention her aunt making a move, she alone would be able to wipe out all of these people. The carriage traveled to the outside of the East Street Plaza. A chaotic sound came from it. Everyone stopped and looked towards the square in unison. There. The official soldiers and the men in black were in a melee. Big brother, hurry up, we're here to save you. Who cut my back? Don't you know it's one of your own? 6th son, don't cut me. It was your daughter-in-law herself who seduced me, don't take personal revenge. In the midst of the melee, angry shouts sounded from time to time. Of course. These voices also reached the ears of Chen Weiman and the others. Master Shin, what's going on? His gaze was terrifyingly cold as he watched the side of the square from afar. Such a scenario, for Aunt Lu to see, God knows, what kind of consequences there would be. My lord, today, all matters are the responsibility of Master Go alone. 2 hours ago, I had already informed him to restrain himself a bit. I didn't expect him to still do what he did. Shin Fanrun's face was also extremely ugly, because all of them, they were all honored at the same time. If something happened to one person, I'm afraid that everyone would be implicated. It was exactly like this. They had to be careful every time they acted. Which fellow doesn't know how to live, doesn't even listen to this official's orders, very well. Chen Weiman was furious beyond words, trying his best to suppress his inner rage. Chapter 105, Pity My Fiery Red Blazing Heart. What happened? Lu Zian lifted the curtain of the car and looked outside. Only to see that in the distance, Marshal Qi was flickering non-stop as the official soldiers and the black-clothed men mixed together. Auntie, there seems to be a fight in front. Just as the green woman finished her words, at Zhao Tuyun's forehead, veins rippled with anger. Not good, it's this group of dog officials killing innocents again. The words just fell. He then flew out and rushed straight over to the square. Bad, Master Shin, what do you think should be done about this matter? Chen Weiman secretly cried out in a bad way, and hurriedly suppressed his voice to ask Shin Fanrun at his side. Subsequently, he turned his head to look at the carriage and coincidentally saw the moment when Lu Zian lifted the curtain. It's over. If this person learns of what he has done over the years in Wubao County, I'm afraid that it will be. No way. This matter must be as clear as possible, otherwise my life is in danger. Shin Fanrun immediately plunged into the brainstorm. The fan in his hand was unconsciously fanning at an accelerated speed, his brows locked, and a moment passed. His eyes lit up, and he attached himself to Chen Weiman's ear and whispered, My lord, the incident was sudden, why don't we push all the dirty water all the way to Master Go? After all, for many years, it has been him who has been secretly carrying out this matter. Chen Weiman nodded with great approval after hearing this. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Your honor is not forgetting that for so many years, I asked you to stay in the background. Among the Wubao County, matters big and small, are all being handled by Master Su. Since this is the case, then your honor will claim that you have been in seclusion, and have only recently come out of seclusion. I don't know anything about the county. Worthy of being Chen Weiman's dog-headed military advisor for many years, in such a short period of time. Already thought of countermeasures. Of course. One of the smart things, but also Shin Fanrun in many years ago, let Chen Weiman stealth behind the scenes. Secretly amassed wealth. Carrying out the scapegoat trade. Master Shin, it seems that what you were concerned about back then was not unreasonable. Until this moment, he didn't realize how correct a thing it was to listen to Shin Fanrun's advice back then. Wubao County, in addition to the county minister. There are also 3 chief books, respectively Shin Fanrun, Go Biren, and Su Zi. Among them, Su Zi bookkeeper, although it is a woman's body, but upright, decent style, courageous and responsible, dare to take responsibility. Therefore, Chen Weiman retired behind the scenes. The county will be all the big and small affairs to her to take care of. It is so. When dealing with people who have no use for her and who are ordinary people, Master Go can only choose to do so at night. It was the fear that this matter would be discovered by Su Zi. Of course. They had cooperated for many years, and so far, Su Zi was unaware of it. After all, over the years, Su Zi had been handling official matters for Chen Weiman, and every day was busy. Lord Chen, what's happening up ahead? Lu Zian was calm and collected, his voice was calm, and he did not feel half as curious and surprised by this sudden event. Chen Weiman hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a smile, Aunt Lu, this official is not too sure. Truth be told, this official has been intoxicated with martial arts for so many years, and has been in seclusion all year round. As for all the big and small matters in the county, they are all taken care of by the 2 chief books. This Master Booker Shin beside me is responsible for recording some miscellaneous matters in the county minister's residence. The green woman gazed at him with a suspicious face, always feeling a bit strange. A county chancellor who didn't focus on managing a party of people above. Instead, he was drunk on martial arts achievements. Chinka walked out, looked at the sky, and said in a bad mood, these people are also really not sleeping at night, running here to fight a lot. Lu Zian ignored her complaints. Make a move to stop them. You're telling me to do something? Chinka incredulously pointed at her small face, extremely unhappy. Qingnu laughed, stepped forward and put her hands on her shoulders and said gently, alright, little Chinka, but don't be angry, you're so powerful, only if you step in can you deter them. Sister, if I had your strength, I would definitely be the first to step in. And how would I bother little Chinka? Little Chinka? Chinka heard a wave of goosebumps. Shaking twice, he hurriedly spoke out, Sister Qingnu, I'll just go, can you not call me little Chinka? No way.
Sister, this is treating you as my younger sister, so naturally I have to call you closer.
Is that so?
Even though it sounded awkward, she could clearly feel the goodwill from the Qing woman, waiting for her to walk up to the front and back.
Lu Ziyan came to the side of the Green Maiden and asked softly, "When did the two of you get so close?" "Auntie, this is a secret between us."
She smiled mischievously, and despite wearing a veil, she was still able to give off a sense of flavor.
Seeing this situation,
Lu Ziyan first froze for a moment, then said, "It's quite cheerful, it looks like it's not bad to let her follow."
For such a long time.
It was the first time he had seen Qingnu unload her high spirits and reveal her big sister's gentle side.
Qingnu sniffed.
Immediately resumed her past high and cold, rejecting others, quietly retreating to stand beside Lu Ziyan. Chinka moved his muscles and twisted his waist, his body's white martial arts chi filled the air, and a cold and piercing chill surged out in all directions.
"Stop! Hand!" A roar that seemed like thunder exploding in everyone's ears.
Accompanied by that icy coldness, the two groups of people who were originally in a melee
stopped at the sound.
Stopping their hands in unison, they looked towards the source of the sound.
"Oh! When did such a little girl come?
Wait, the breath on her body.
Highly skilled. This person must be a cultivation inexplicable expert."
This thought rose in the minds of the crowd as they stopped. Chinka's martial aura around his body collected, as if nothing had happened, and he walked back to Lu Ziyan.
"Done."
Clapping his palms, his small face was filled with arrogance. Chen Weiman wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stared at her in horror. So terrifying, at such an age he is a 9th-grade expert.
Future achievements, incalculable. At this time,
on the beheading stage, old Huang, who had originally fled frantically, with cloudy eyes, was looking towards Lu Ziyan's side.
In an instant, upon seeing Lu Ziyan's familiar figure, he felt a sudden sense of affinity.
Excitedly shouting, "Auntie, old Huang, I'm here, quickly come to save old Huang."
Whoops! Do you know how I spent this day?
Not only have I been cheated out of all my personal money, but I'm also close to. Shouting hysterically, he darted in spite of everything, just because at this moment, seeing Lu Ziyan is like seeing a beam of dawn coming down in the middle of darkness. Old Yellow was excited and agitated, and that mouthful of big yellow teeth was especially noticeable.
Chinka was so scared that she backed up and asked suspiciously, "Sister Qingnu, who is this person? How come it looks a bit unpleasant and spicy to the eyes?"
As soon as Qingnu saw old Huang, she immediately looked grave and hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Ziyan.
"Auntie, it's him."
"Little Chinka, there is something odd about this person. Obviously there is no martial chi fluctuation in his body, yet his strength is exceptionally strong. Conservatively estimated to be a sword immortal."
"A sword immortal?"
Chinka was so shocked that he almost even dropped his jaw to the ground.
"Just this lewd look?
You're telling me that the pudgy old man in front of him is actually a sword immortal?"
Unbelievable. She wasn't the only one.
Chen Weiman, Shen Fanrun also had deep suspicions that old Huan was a sword immortal expert.
At a glance, apart from being unkempt, older, and having a mouthful of big yellow teeth, there were no other outstanding places.
Such a plain-looking old man.
Could he be a sword immortal? Fake it. More importantly, old Huan was still tied up.
"Auntie, quick help, untie me." As soon as he arrived in front of Lu Ziyan, he couldn't wait to open his mouth to urge him.
"We're familiar?"
Unsaltedly, he swept a glance at him.
"Familiar?
We are too familiar. When you entered the State Lord's mansion in Qin City, it was still old Yellow Me who opened the door for you."
"Forgot? No way. Can't be. So soon you've forgotten the graceful, handsome, and more than Pan and's old Huang? No. I don't believe it."
Old Huang was like an aggrieved child, crying non-stop.
"Sister Green Lady, is this it? Sword immortal?"
She, who was not very convinced earlier, was even more skeptical at this moment. Which sword immortal expert is not righteousness, immortal style, extraordinary stature? No matter what, they also have their own unique style. How can it be this kind of guy with a scoundrel? The green woman was also extremely speechless, even almost all somewhat doubt that she was not looking at the wrong.
Are you really the housekeeper old Huang?"
Asking this, she was a little unsure.
"As false, little beauty, have you also forgotten old Huang me?"
Poor me, this fiery red and blazing heart of mine has once again been deeply hurt.
Chapter 106, The Evil Done. What is this thing?
Shen Fanrun looked old Huang up and down for a while and asked this from the bottom of his heart.
Put. Shinka really didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. In the distance,
Zhao Tuyun brought over a dozen or so men with tattered clothes and a foul odor emanating from their bodies, and came over in a huff. "Aunt Lu, these people are some of the poor people who were drained of their money by unscrupulous dog officials. Taking advantage of the darkness of the moon and the wind, we will kill them."
Hearing the words, Lu Ziyan immediately became interested. There was even such a thing. Right.
In Wubao County, there are all a bunch of corrupt officials, not only arresting people in jail for no reason. They also drain the money from the prisoners through improper means.
I'm one of the victims. Pity my private money saved by saving food and drink. I was planning to go on a dashing trip, who knows? Here it comes. He began to cry again, completely like a splattering scoundrel. Older brother, who are you? Zhao Tuyun looked dismayed and surveyed old Huang in astonishment. Who do you care who I am, old Huang? I don't share the same fate as evil. While untangling the rope, turning his head, he began to accuse Lu Ziyan again. Aunt Lu, you must give me justice today. There's also a guy called Wang Muyuan who screwed me out of 800 gold tickets. Wang Muyuan?
Chen Weiman, Shen Fanran glanced at each other. Their hearts had already made a secret note.
To actually do something so imprudent and leave such a thing here. Lord Chen, you guys are back. Go Biren led dozens of officials and soldiers and hurriedly chased after Zhao Tuyun and the others. Unexpectedly. The first time he saw Chen Weiman's figure, he immediately saluted forward. Master Go, what's going on? I've heard that you've been fornicating with your subordinates and utilizing improper means to amass money from the people on a large scale. Can this be true? Chen Weiman surreptitiously viewed a glance at Lu Ziyan and immediately questioned with an angry cold grunt. This matter must all be pushed onto Master Go. Otherwise, according to this person's nature, he was afraid that he would stand up for the people and dispose of himself and the others publicly. Go Baitren was slightly stunned, and his eyes hurriedly looked over towards Lu Ziyan and the others. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Not good. These people are afraid that their origins are not simple. Even Lord Chen and Master Shen are so afraid. What should we do? And what did Lord Chen mean by these words? Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind and he immediately understood. Master Go, as a county master book, you can't do anything to jeopardize the people's families, much less do something irreparable to someone's son or daughter, a family. Can you ever understand? Shen Fanran, these words hurt him, his body shook, his heart scared. The meaning of the words was already clearly threatening him. Sons and daughters, a family. These are precisely his soft spot. Can let Shen Master not hesitate to threaten his own family? The person in front of him, the identity, is afraid that it is already not something he can imagine. Lord Chen, unjustly accused. My subordinate was also acting under orders. All of this was done by Master Booker Su as well as Left Guardian Wang. Among them, the capture of the prisoners and the trial of the prisoners were all supervised by Officer Wang Zhugue. Go Baron intentionally did not dare to look up to see Shen Fanran. Hard, all things will be shifted to the Su Master Book. Wang Left Guard official 2 people. Oh? Is this matter true? Chen Weiman's gaze condensed, gritted his teeth, and gazed at him coldly. Those eyes were itching to pull his tendons and skin off. Originally, in his and Shen Fanran's plan, Go Baitren had taken over everything. As for Master Su, Wang Zhuguanjuan and the 2 of them, they also have another arrangement. Only a pity. Right now, everything was Go Biren disrupted their plans. My lord, my subordinate would never dare to deceive. Zhao Tuyun jumped out and said in a contemptuous tone, Lord Chen, the 3,000 disabled veterans' pensions in the east of the county total 50,000 gold. More than 700 widows of heroes in the north of the county, as well as their families, not only can't get pensions for their deaths in battle, but even more, they've been drained of their money, and have even been used by you to trade as scapegoats. This one pile, one piece, you dare to say it's none of your business? Like counting a family's treasures, he counted out their sins in detail. The single charge of embezzling the pensions of disabled veterans was enough to cause anyone to die 1,000,000 times over. Aunt Lu, do you know what the 700 or so heroic families in the north of the county went through? They were placed on trumped-up charges, captured and taken down to jail, and coerced to take money in exchange for their freedom. After giving the money, the people had not yet stepped out of the cell door. This group of unscrupulous guys will once again be placed on charges and captured again. It went back and forth many times, emptying all their family savings. Finally, when certain large households in the county committed crimes, they used those who had already been drained to carry out the plums. Do you know that those 700 or so generals, in order to guard the southern border and defend the integrity of the great Xia dynasty's land, throwing their heads and spilling their blood? These people of theirs, the worst one in terms of battle merit, also killed tens of thousands of enemies, with great military achievements. The dynasty posthumously awarded a 4th-grade military general. Only a pity. These people could never come back and stay in the southern realm forever. Zhao Tuyun's unfolded. The surroundings fell into a terrible silence, except for the crackling sound of torches. There was no other sound. Auntie, these people deserve to die. Xingnu had grown up in the Xinhua Gongfu since she was young, and had followed Lin Chaoyan to the battlefield some years ago. She had experienced many battles. She also understood how dangerous the battlefield was. If you are not careful, you will die on the battlefield. Lu Ziyan's originally gentle face gradually turned cold, and his gaze also changed from soft to stern. Aunt Lu, do you think they are heroes? Without them carrying the weight in the southern realm, without them guarding it with their flesh and blood. It's clear that they've done their best to guard the Grand Xia. Why can't they even protect their own families? He disheveled and lowered his head, his eyes tearing up with sadness. The world was too unfair to the blood shed by heroes. It's clear that Great Xia has gradually become prosperous and progressively stronger. Yet it can't even protect a few hundred families of heroes. Today I can still clearly remember what they once said. They said that little me, my whole life is only for Daxia. Whenever Zhao Tuyun thought of those generals, one by one, they fell in front of him. The heart is like being pierced by a bayonet is difficult and depressing. Scum! Old Huang was so angry that his body was trembling, and he cursed angrily with righteous indignation. Xingnu, Xingke, and the two of them, just by hearing about it, already felt that those people should be killed by 1,000 cuts. Lu Ziyan's expression was cold, his gaze was like a knife, sharp and cold. Turned his head. Seemingly blade-like gaze stared at Chen Weiman, coldly vocalized, "Does Lord Chen know about these things?" At this moment, Chen Weiman, Shen Fanrun has long been sweating, as if on stabbing his back. Aunt Lu, this official really doesn't know. He kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, anxious appearance, not like he was telling lies. Nonsense, if it wasn't your intention, how would they people dare to do that? Zhao Tuyun stormed out, pointing at Chen Weiman's nose and questioning. Old Huang was also cross-eyed and gritted his teeth. "Snakes and rats, you guys are definitely no good. As a victim, I suggest beheading them all." A single word was spoken, immediately causing quite a few people to agree. Of course. These people were all prisoners who had been escorted to the beheading platform earlier. "Men, take down Master Go, as well as Wang Zuoguan and the others, and arrest them all." Chen Weiman made the first move, and with a command, a dozen officials and soldiers rushed up and captured Master Book Go, as well as those officials and soldiers behind him. "When will Master Book Go return?" Shen Fanrun immediately understood, and quickly responded, "Back to your lordship. Master Book Su went to Qingmu town on business some time ago. It should be that he will be back by noon tomorrow. Since that's the case, then wait for her to return, and Aunt Lu and I will publicly try them here." The thunderous tactics were impressive. "Aunt Lu, what do you think of this matter?" Chen Weiman was worthy of being an official for many years, and had clearly arranged everything in its entirety. It was only at this time that he began to ask Lu Ziyan what he meant. "That's it." He turned around and walked back to the carriage. "Auntie, could it be?" Xingnu was still trying to persuade something, but was interrupted by Lu Ziyan's voice. "Let's see what tricks they can play." Old Huang, Zhao Tuyun still wanted to step forward. "A huge county, after all, it still needs to be managed by people. Let's talk about it tomorrow." A short sentence already illustrated his attitude and determination. Hearing the words, both of them showed joyful faces and stared viciously at the distant backs of Chen Weiman and the others. Chapter 107, smooth to the point of being somewhat abnormal. The bright moon hung high. Zhao Tuyun's home. In the old courtyard. The main hall. Under the bright candlelight. Lu Ziyan was sitting on the upper seat. A 7-year-old or so, very agile-looking little girl, with a small upright body, carefully carried tea and handed it over. "Sir, please drink tea." Sticky voice, very melodious, people unconsciously produce a sense of closeness. Who is this little girl? Old Huang sat aside, crossing his legs, revealing a flowing frivolity all over. "Dead old man, this is my granddaughter, little Yanhua." Xingkai was surprised to survey Zhao Yanhua for a few moments and said suspiciously, "Old man, you have such a good-looking granddaughter?" When Xingnu heard this, she had a big headache. This girl never speaks without thinking. Immediately, she explained, "Old man Zhao, she grew up in the mountains and doesn't understand many things. It's fine. I can see that she is not versed in the world." Zhao Tuyun didn't care too much. After all, in Xingke's eyes, from start to finish, they were crystal clear. Whether there was any malice or not, he could tell at a glance. Elder Zhao. It's not good. Someone saw many people coming in and out of the county minister's residence. Tomorrow's matter. The person who reported had a worried look on his face, afraid that something would happen tomorrow. Lu Ziyan's gaze carried a hint of doting, his eyes extremely gentle as he watched Zhao Yanhua's every move. As soon as he saw her, couldn't help but think of his own daughter. There is no obstacle. There won't be any accidents tomorrow. His tone was calm, but revealed no doubt. Late night. Knock, knock. In Lu Ziyan's compartment, a knock sounded on the door. "Enter." "Auntie, it's a letter from Mississippi." "A letter from the great general?" His ancient well of expression slightly froze, deep eyes, a touch of surprise appeared. Rather, he did not expect that the great general would write to him. In the past so many years, she had been out on campaigns from time to time, and had not been home for a few days a year. During that time, there was no such thing as writing a letter. Taking the epistle, she walked to the window. Pulled it open. There was only a short sentence on it. "Mr. Lu, how have you been?" The content was very short. Reading the content on it clearly, he couldn't help but smile. This letter should have hesitated for a long time before putting pen to paper. In fact, he also understood Lin Chaoyan better. Between the two of them, there were fewer get-togethers and even fewer sensational emotional ties. In front of the tablet, Lu Ziyan sat for a long time and brought a piece of letter paper. He pens and writes. A few moments later, A short sentence appeared on the letter paper. All is well, great general, and you? The following day. Early in the morning. East Street Square crowded with thousands of officials and soldiers, trying to maintain order. Chen Weiman, dressed in azure-colored official uniform, sat at the top. Shin Fanren stood to the side. On the beheading stage. Go Biren, Wang Muyuan, and a group of officials and soldiers. All of them were being escorted tied up. Master Shin, did everything go well? Chen Weiman asked in a voice that could only be heard by two people. Next to him, Shin Fanren was swaying his fan in his hand as if nothing had happened, and his old and calm demeanor gave people a sense of sophistication. Don't worry, my lord, all arrangements are in place. Nodding his head, he responded affirmatively. Last night. He was busy for the whole night. The threats that should be threatened, and the ones that should be dealt with had also been dealt with thoroughly. In order to avoid accidents, he had also purposely locked up all those disobedient, unruly people. Near noon. Lu Ziyan only came late. As he appeared, he immediately caught the attention of many people. Old Huang walked in front of a few people. From afar, he saw the figure of Wang Muyuan on the beheading platform. Yoho, isn't this the high and mighty Lord Wang? Why are you still kneeling down? His tone was full of flirtation, and he walked with a swagger, very arrogant. Plus that mouthful of big yellow teeth, looking at the surrounding people, confused with a hint of disgust. Hey, who are you? How to walk so arrogant, folks, take eggs to smash him. What a disgusting thing, eat my earth egg attack. Dead old man, blocking us from watching the fun, heaven strike thunder, deserve to die, smash him. As soon as old Huang opened his voice, he immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied. Lu Ziyan and the others noticed that the people's gazes were not right and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. In a split second. Eggs, rotten cabbages, smelly shoes and other items flew in the sky. Not good. There is a killing aura. Old Huang let out a dark cry and felt a chill down his back. Then, oncoming was the sound of verbal abuse as well as various items flying and smashing over. Egu, who smashed my head? Wait, whose rotten egg? An egg smashed into his head, and when he reached out to touch it, a fishy odor came from it. It almost made old Huang directly retch. Snap, snap, snap. Why is there still a shoe? It stinks vomit. Ha! What is this pink thing? A woman's bib? In the midst of all the hand-wringing, one hand grabbed a soft item and picked it up. Oh! There is actually such intimate apparel, pick up and put it in front of the nose to smell. Well, the fragrance of a young girl. Among the crowd, a big head and waist-thick, obese women, just look at the shape, 200 pounds to start. Thick eyebrows and big eyes, dry thick dark skin, the most frightening were the side of the mouth, there is even a long beard. Wearing a strapless dress, under the creaky nest, dark hair, see a person a heart attack. See her take a belly band and put it on the inside of the cluck nest and wipe it. Old man, that's a big beauty, my bib thick as an old cow general voice, listening to the people around a burst of scalp numbness. Old Huang fixed his eyes, the other hand is still holding a piece. I vomit. He vomited straight on the spot. Lu Ziyan was speechless and held his forehead, everything was his own fault. Shinka spat towards him, bah! Serves you right. Pa! Chen Weiman angrily slapped the table, a huge sound exploded, the original chaotic scene, instantly quieted down. Making a lot of noise, what a shame. Aunt Lu, please also come up here. He first angrily rebuked the surrounding people, and then invited Lu Ziyan with a gentle face. After Lu Ziyan went to the upper seat and sat down. The green lady, the Qing guest duo, stood beside him on the left and right. Good. Quiet. Chen Weiman waved his hand, signaling the officials and soldiers to quickly clean up the rotten eggs, rotten cabbages, and so on. Not a moment later. The ground. It was refreshed. Aunt Lu, everything is ready, how about letting you judge these people? Chen Weiman did his best to express his goodwill and also handed over as much power as possible to Lu Ziyan. It's better for Lord Chen to do it. I'll just watch from the sidelines. In that case, then this official will begin. He and Shin Fanren exchanged glances. Master Go, left guardian Wang, there is a complaint against the two of you for embezzling the pensions issued by the dynasty over the years. As well as secretly conducting some unseemly transactions. Arresting people for no reason, and draining them of their money by coercion. And also giving prisoners to big families as scapegoats. Such bad behavior has seriously affected the order of Wubao County. Can you plead guilty to the crime? Shin Fanren stood up, righteous, his voice like a bell. Word by word, angrily rebuking, questioning Master Go and the others. Go Bite Ren, Wang Muyuan looked at each other, the depths of their eyes were all helpless. With a bitter smile, they said in unison, we are ashamed of your cultivation, and because of our own selfishness, we have done something to harm the people. We're willing to be ambushed by the law. Hearing the words, the people in the four corners of the room cursed angrily. So it's you assholes, not only did you embezzle the money of the veterans, but you also obscured the pensions of the heroes who died in battle. It's even grabbing innocent people for no reason and using them to amass a fortune. He even got into the business of finding scapegoats for big families. Unbecoming of a son. You bastard, you must die now. I implore you to sentence them to death by decapitation. Execute them. Behead them. The crowd was in an uproar, and the people's grievances were sky high. At this time, Chen Weiman angrily slapped the table. Pa! Angrily bellowed, Master Go, you guys are really gutsy, how dare you do so many things that people and gods are outraged by. It's all because this official has been in seclusion for many years, and did not properly supervise you and others. This official also has the responsibility of not being strict with his subordinates. Painfully, he kept pounding his chest, looking like it was all my fault. Lord Chen, you were also unaware of the situation, I don't blame you. That's right, although Lord Chen is the county minister has unshirkable responsibility, but for this matter, simply do not know. You shouldn't be blamed. Quite a few of the people began to take the lead in speaking in favor of Chen Weiman. This Xiao Tuyun stared at everything in front of him, for some reason, it always felt strange. But, for many years, the fact that Chen Weiman was in seclusion was true. But, a few days ago, he had been caught by Chen Weiman with his men on the matter of secretly investigating the embezzlement of pensions. It is also an indisputable fact. The green woman frowned, always feeling that things were going just a little too well. Auntie, why do I feel that things are going a little too smoothly? Something is not right. Lu Ziyan was silent, just blearily watching Chen Weiman put on a show. Did it go smoothly? Of course. Because these were what they wanted to see for themselves. Naturally, they had already prepared early on. Master Su has arrived. The voice of the announcer rang out, and the crowd gradually dispersed a channel. Then they saw a person with clear eyebrows, a delicate figure, and an orchid-like temperament, wearing a blue dress, walking in with a hurried appearance. The person who came was precisely one of the three main bookkeepers, Su Zi. Subordinate, see Lord County Minister. Congratulations to the County Minister Lord for successfully exiting the gate. Su Zi's pretty face was full of tiredness, respectfully saluted and knelt on the ground. Chen Weiman's eyes condensed, flashed a brilliant light, and immediately smiled cheerfully, so it's Master Su who has returned. These days have been hard, quickly please rise. Chapter 108 Su Zi. The blazing sun is in the sky. However, the people could not resist watching the mood. For Su Zi, who had just returned from abroad. Chen Weiman's simple sentence hard work called her feel flattered. Looking in all directions, a sea of people seen. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Beautiful eyes in the sea beheading platform, has been tied up, kneeling on the ground, Go Master Book and other people. Heart secretly surprised. What's going on? She instantly felt that things were not good, and immediately began to recall. In these days, what she did. The good thing was, over the years, she had worked diligently and had gone out of her way to personally travel for the development of those townships down there. Many times. When she encountered difficult problems, she was the one who took the lead in solving them. In Wubao County, there were a dozen townships of various sizes. Through years of hard work, has been 3 towns, from the beginning, backward, people do not want to live seen. To this day. Those 3 towns, every family has spare food, and everyone advances in martial arts. My lord, I wonder about them. Su Zi pointed at the beheading platform, and on her tired face, a flash of doubt flashed. Given the many years of going out from time to time, for the situation in Wubao County. Understand very little. Chen Weiman observed a sidelong glance at Lu Ziyan, disappointment in his eyes as he said, Master Su doesn't know, these people took advantage of this official's period of seclusion. Not only did they embezzle the veterans' money decentralized by the dynasty, they also pocketed the pensions left behind by those soldiers who died in battle. Deliberately suppressing the people, arresting people in jail for no reason, and finding scapegoats for large families who have committed capital offenses. Such a variety of behaviors are shocking and heartbreaking. Hearing the words, Su Zi's pupils suddenly shrunk, for this big shock, simply cannot imagine, Go Master Book and other people, even dare to dare. To do this kind of human and God's indignation thing. That adults intend to these people how to dispose of? Her small mouth slightly opened tentatively asked, under the clear eyes, the naked eye visible annoyance. As a county chief bookkeeper, she didn't think about doing more for the people. All thoughts are used to collect money. Such behavior, the people are intolerable, justice is intolerable. When to be executed by decapitation. By the way, Master Su, this is Aunt Lu beside this official, from the royal capital, this matter still needs to go through him. Chen Weiman said with a very sensible introduction. The meaning of the words was very clear. That is to say, how to dispose of these people in front of him. Ultimately, it would still depend on Lu Ziyan's meaning. Someone from the royal capital? She was greatly shocked in her heart, that was the center of the power vortex of the entire Grand Xia. Casually taking out a person to come, absolutely crushing the existence of local officials. No wonder Lord Chen was so nervous and cautious. Afraid that it would cause the other party to be displeased. Subordinate Su Zi, see Aunt Lu. Without thinking, Su Zi bent down and saluted with a very respectful attitude. Ha! Lu Ziyan was quite surprised that she acted this way, only listening to Chen Weiman's one-sentence introduction. Even his own identity, did not carefully understand. And then already performed a subordinate salute. I have no official status, why are you worshipping? Deep starry eyes, like a sheathed sword, locked onto Su Zi. The latter only felt a stern sharpness coming straight at him. However, unofficial body's words, in turn, caused her to be stunned, her beautiful eyes casting towards Chen Weiman. Logically speaking, even if one was only a county chief bookkeeper that was named by the dynasty and belonged to the officials of the dynasty, for someone with no official status, there was no need to salute at all. Aunt Lu, as the aunt of the Jingui Gongfu, even if you have no official status, this layer of identity is already of heavenly splendor. We are only local officials, how could we dare to be rude to you? In terms of identity, he didn't dare to belittle Lu Ziyan. Relying on the Jingui Gongfu as a tree, he was already in an invincible position. Even now, Protector General Lin Xiaoyan has been demoted. But in his hands, he still holds the women's army of Dongfanghong. Looking at the entire Xia, who dares to underestimate her? Therefore, Chen Weiman's only idea right now is to let the other party leave Wubao County earlier. Because the longer they stayed, the more emergencies there would be. And the greater the chances of those things they did being exposed would be. Great General's husband. Su Zi was once again in deep shock after learning about Lu Ziyan's identity. This kind of identity origin, I'm afraid that it is already in the top of the sky. Alright, let's cut the small talk short, Master Su. In recent years, all affairs in the county have been taken care of by you. Now there are such bad incidents. You can't escape the responsibility, nah. When Su Zi heard this, it immediately dawned on her that she was afraid that she would be pushed out by Chen Weiman to become the scapegoat. Shen Fanrun held a thick stack of account books in his hand and ordered someone to take it over to Su Zi. When she finished reading the shocking crimes above, the whole body seems to be emptied in a moment. Powerless, paralyzed to the ground. Unexpectedly, during these few years of their own management, they had actually done so many evil things. The above pile, piece by piece, looked at her as if she was stabbed in the back, sitting on pins and needles. The most frightening thing was the string of figures at the back. Accumulated amassed wealth of 2,700,000 gold, 5,211,000 silver bills. After checking the account book, Su Zi's eyes were lifeless as she whispered, "Subordinate is willing to take all the responsibility." The words were finished. Supporting his body, he stumbled in his steps and stepped towards the beheading platform. "Master Su, what are you?" Chen Weiman knowingly asked, from the moment he asked Shen Fanrun to take out the account book. He had already anticipated that a person of integrity like Su Zi, who is dedicated and loyal to the people, will be the first time to blame all in itself. Nearby those watching the people, see the scene. They have revealed their intolerance. "Lord Chen, let little Lord Su go. I beg Lord Chen to spare little Su. Spare little Lord Su." For a while, the people knelt down and shouted, they were just flat out pleading for Su Zi. 10,000 people knelt down, without exception, all pleading for her alone. That scene was truly shocking. Auntie, this Qing female was a bit puzzled, not understanding why these people were suddenly like this. Other people were going to be punished for their crimes, and they couldn't wait to immediately behead those people. Once it came to Su Zi, it was actually able to cause so many people to plead for her. Lu Ziyan's heart was like a clear mirror, and she smiled lightly. The people's eyes are all sharp, whether it's a person or a ghost, how could they not know? When the people learned of the crimes of Master Go and the others, their first reaction was to immediately execute these people. Because of their wickedness to this Su Zi. Even if no one convicted her, just by heading towards the beheading platform, countless people stood up to speak out for her. This is the heart of the people. Just by seeing this scene in front of him, Lu Ziyan already had an answer in his heart. Good or bad, it seemed that there was already an outcome. Old Huang, who had disappeared for a long time, hurriedly ran to Lu Ziyan. "It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. According to old Huang, chop it up." His words immediately caused Chinka to be dissatisfied and sneered at him. "If you ask me, the first person who should be beheaded is you, this bad old man." Lu Ziyan ignored the duo and instead placed his gaze on Chen Weiman. What does Lord Chen mean? The sudden questioning put him at a bit of a loss. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Weiman spoke tentatively, "The state of affairs is clear, these people should be beheaded, what does Aunt Lu think?" Currently, he was bent on hurrying to dispose of Master Go and the others. If not, the longer the time dragged on, the less favorable it would be for them. In a split second, Lu Ziyan's cold face flashed a sneer as he slowly stood up. Step by step, he walked in front of Chen Weiman. The starry eyes were like knives, as if they wanted to pierce him through. "Lord Chen is in a hurry to convict them? Furthermore, if I remember correctly, it was you who led the men to apprehend Zhao Lao not long ago. The conviction was for embezzling the pension. You won't give me an explanation for this matter?" A shot to the heart, instantly causing Chen Weiman to sweat and be silenced. Below, Zhao Tuyun, who was originally in a daze, instantly snapped out of it. Right. As the county minister, you condoned your subordinates' mistakes and slandered me. If I didn't have some strength, I would have already lost my life. If the other party had truly been in seclusion for many years, how could they slander themselves and hunt them down as soon as they came out of seclusion? What exactly was the reason for this? Aunt Lu, Lord Qin did indeed go into seclusion 3.5 years ago, leaving all affairs in the county in the hands of his subordinates. For such a vicious incident to occur, it is all due to the subordinates' lack of ability. Su Zi thought for a moment, but still told the truth, attributing all the faults and responsibilities to herself. In her opinion, when Shen Weiman was able to hand over affairs to her to take care of, he should be looking at his own abilities. Unfortunately, she herself had let him down. Does Lord Qin really think that he can escape responsibility by saying that he has been in seclusion for many years? Lu Ziyan smiled gently at him and gently patted his shoulder with his right hand meaningfully. What does Aunt Lu mean by this? A strong sense of unease rose from the bottom of his heart, always feeling that there was something in the other party's words. Could it be that he had discovered something? Impossible. All of this, done seamlessly, it was impossible to reveal the slightest crack. Furthermore, from last night until now, the person the other party had access to was only one Zhao Tuyun. Even if this official is responsible for the laxity of the imperial court, Wubao County cannot be without an official for a day. After this matter is over, it will definitely be reported to the court, and at that time, this official will also take all the responsibility. Hearing this, Lu Ziyan shook his head regretfully and laughed coldly. Lord Qin is determining that I can't find evidence of your crimes? Evidence of a crime? Aunt Lu, be careful what you say. Shen Fanren's heart was shocked, but he still stood out stiffly to remind him. Chen Weiman's smile froze and his body shook tremendously, judging from the other party's serious attitude. It seemed that something had been discovered. But how could it be possible? Lu Ziyan didn't bother with them, and commanded the green woman behind him, take it down. Following closely, the green female figure was like a cheetah, rushing out in a blink of an eye. When Chen Weiman was caught off guard, she directly sealed the martial energy in his body. Aunt Lu, why are you doing this? Until this moment, he finally became enraged and indignantly questioned. The sudden scene caused everyone to be somewhat at a loss for words. Shen Fanren hurriedly stepped forward and said in alarm, Aunt Lu, please don't. Lord Qin is the county minister, you can't treat him like this. Oh? Then how should I treat him? Lu Ziyan came to be interested. As a parent official of a party, he doesn't benefit the people, condones his subordinates to amass wealth, and has nothing to build or do. Based on these alone, I'll behead you, convinced or not? What? You want to behead this official? Lord Qin was completely baffled, asking himself after recognizing the other party's identity. Everything had been done without a drop of water and in place everywhere. In this situation, how did he dare? Beheading an imperial official for no reason, even if you are the noble aunt of the Jingui Gongfu, you can't act recklessly like this. Shen Fanren clenched his teeth and pointed straight at Lu Ziyan and droned. Get them under control, old man Zhao, bring people to thoroughly investigate the county minister's mansion, no corner should be spared. Lu Ziyan waved his hand to signal, and the green woman once again stepped forward. In 3 or 2 strokes, they controlled Shen Fanren. The surrounding officials and soldiers, one by one, jaws dropped. You look at me, I look at you, none of them dared to act rashly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest them. Chen Weiman shouted in exasperation. Chinka raised his hand and a white cold air filled the air. In an instant, thousands of officials and soldiers were all entangled in the cold air and couldn't move. Zhao Tuyun took dozens of people with him and turned around to leave. With a sideways glance, he saw Su Zi on the beheading platform. He hurriedly walked forward and said with a grave expression, Little Lord Su, you are a good official, single-mindedly serving the people. I know you have many doubts right now, believe me, as long as you go along, you will definitely see what you want to know. Chapter 109, The Darkness of the Willow. 1 hour later. Zhao Tuyun, Su Zi walked back with a very ugly face. The controlled Chen Weiman, Shen Fanren duo, unconsciously revealed a cold smile. Looking at each other, they were all smug. Obviously, they had long thought of this step. Aunt Lu, the county chancellor's house has already been checked and there isn't any money. Master Shen's home has also been checked. Zhao Tuyun hung his head and walked to Lu Ziyan, explaining bitterly. Su Zi stood there speechless. Nothing? A flash of surprise appeared on Lu Ziyan's face. How could he not have imagined that it would be such a result? Shen Fanren calmly said, Aunt Lu, the matter is already very clear, it has nothing to do with us. Still won't let anyone release us. Fortunately, he had expected that someone would come to his door to investigate. Therefore, at the time when he was embezzling those pensions and amassing wealth, he had already transferred the money to other places long ago. In order to deal with today's situation. Often walking by the river, where there is not wet shoes, this truth they know very well. It was with this in mind. How could there not be? Auntie, could it be a wrong guess? The green woman was convinced of her own aunt's words. If he thought that this matter was done by Chen Weiman and the others, then it must be them. But where did it go wrong? Sister Qingnu, didn't they say that it was all those people who did it? Chinka couldn't figure out why Lu Ziyan would suddenly make a move against Chen Weiman and the others. Old Huang, at some point, was holding a cup of tea and crossing his legs in a cynical manner. Phew! Blowing on the tea and taking a small sip, he said in a very cozy manner, "Little girl, you're still too young. They are all saying that Master Go and the others have embezzled more than 2 million golden tickets and more than 5 million silver tickets. In fact, have we seen that much money so far?" A single word woke up the dreamer, and the crowd didn't react until this moment. Yup. Chen Weiman had minimized his own crimes as soon as he came up, and there was only one article of laxity in the imperial court. Since everything was done by Master Go and the others, then, the first thing that should be done in the immediate future was to find them out first for embezzling huge amounts of money, instead of beheading them. After all, because of this, Chen Weiman, Shen Fanrun simultaneously came to a shocking realization. No wonder they were noticed to be out of place. Master Go, where exactly is that money hidden? Zhao Tuyun rushed up and directly grabbed Master Go's shirt and asked with a fierce and angry expression. Old Huang snorted and said in an inscrutable manner, "Idiot, at this point in time, you still can't see who is the real ghost." Upon hearing this, Chinka immediately became interested and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is it? Is it hard to believe that it's not them?" Xingnu stepped forward, and with a hand on her arm, she gently explained, "If they really are the ones behind the scenes, then Lord Qin should have raided their homes in the first place, instead of rushing to let them die and then coming to a dead end." This brat, on the contrary, made her understand. It turned out to be so. They're the ones who embezzle. Chinka seemed to understand and pointed at the two Chen Weiman. "Slander! You are slandering this official. This official has been in seclusion for many years and has no idea what is happening in the outside world. Everyone can testify for me on this point." Chen Weiman was certain that Lu Ziyan and the others could not find any evidence at all. As long as he bit the bullet and died in seclusion, the matter of corruption would not fall on his head. Lu Ziyan was very calm and closed his eyes, secretly thinking in his heart. So huge a sum of money, accumulated for many years, it is impossible to disappear into thin air. Furthermore, Go Master Book and other people alone absolutely not dare to accumulate wealth so huge. The person who manipulated all this must be Chen Weiman, can only be him. But where did the money go? Aunt Lu, do you really think that we didn't look for that embezzled money? It's just that thousands of people were dispatched out to search their residences last night, and they were also clueless. Originally, this matter, Lord Qin did not allow me to speak out, but right now, you guys are even treating us as suspects. Shin Fanrun's eyes dribbled around and quickly thought of a countermeasure. Since the money couldn't be found, then last night they had gone to great lengths to raise an army to deal with certain things. I believe that if someone with a heart investigates, they will definitely find out some clues from last night. So last night they went to find out about the money being hidden. Shinka said as it dawned on him that this was the case. It just so happened that these words were heard by Shin Fanrun and the others. Lu Ziyan, who was thinking with his eyes closed, a bright light flashed in his mind. Last night? This was something that reminded him. According to the thinking of a corrupt official, the money accumulated over the years could not have been transferred in the first place. A portion of it must have been left behind in the county minister's residence. The reason why he couldn't find it, he was afraid that it had something to do with their movements last night. As soon as he thought of this, the Wengong in his body unexpectedly trembled slightly for 2 seconds, and a trace of golden when she surged out and hovered in the dantian. As expected. With the Wengong trembling that moment, he was already 100% sure. The reason why there wasn't any embezzled money in the county minister's residence was definitely because it was transferred by them last night. Slowly opening his eyes, his expression was indifferent, coldly scanning the circle of people present. Elder Zhao, bring people to search all the places where they sent those people last night who had been there. Little girl, you follow over there, 9th grade martial cultivator, perception far exceeds that of ordinary people. Search one by one, I don't believe that we can't find them. After Lu Ziyan figured it out, he immediately ordered it down. The words just fell. Chen Weiman's face changed drastically, a look of shock in his eyes. Even Shin Fanrun, who was on the side, was somewhat flustered, his heart secretly shocked. How is it possible? How did he think of this? 2 hours later. This time, the dozen or so people led by Zhao Tuyun were carrying 2 large boxes. Found it, really found it. Sniffing. Chen Weiman, Shin Fanrun's faces turned pale, and they collapsed to the ground with weakness. It was over. Only this one thought remained in their minds. Really? Didn't they say that Lord Qin has been in seclusion for many years? What's going on? These are all hidden by Lord Qin? The majority of the people were in a state of confusion, with only a few feeling somewhat incredulous. Su Zi's face was horribly gloomy, gritting her teeth, her eyes full of anger, deadlocked on Chen Weiman's duo. My lord, I didn't expect you guys. Until this moment, she finally realized that the other party was not in seclusion at all. Rather, he had retreated behind the scenes and was amassing a fortune in order to deal with the investigation of the officials sent down from the dynasty. As things stand, what do the two of you think? Old Huang hurriedly ran down and opened the box. Into the eyes. A big golden box, all are gold tickets. Inside the other box, all are silver tickets. Oh. At that moment, the old yellow eyes are looking straight. Good boy, so much money, if they are words. For the rest of his life, he would be able to drink flower wine in the flower house. Ah. Old yellow eyes see not money, but the blood and sweat of the people. Righteous indignation cursed angrily, his right hand took advantage of the crowd's inattention to reach out and pick up a few golden tickets. It was about to put them in his arms when he was about to do so. I don't mind chopping off that, your unwanted hand. Lu Xian's words came out coldly. Old Huang's expression froze and he awkwardly put it back. Aunt Lu, this joke cannot be made. Chen Weiman reacted from his shock and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, even if you find out about this money, you have no evidence to prove that this money was embezzled by this official. You cannot kill this official. Seeing him like this, Lu Xian couldn't help but walk up and sneer, beheading a county minister is just a matter of beheading a county minister, you still need evidence? Xingnu, escort to the beheading platform. Yes, Auntie. Xingnu escorted Chen Weiman, Xingka single-handedly slipped Xin Fanrun. Aunt Lu, it's none of my business. Don't kill me, I'm the chief bookkeeper, and over the years, I've done hard work without merit. Spare my life. Xin Fanrun finally no longer calm, facing the beheading platform, as well as those executioners on the big knife. But it completely scared him. Master Xin, what is going on? Chen Weiman's murderous eyes stared at Xin Fanrun. I don't know, obviously I have dispersed all the money, such a short period of time, theoretically, it's impossible for them to find out that fast. Xin Fanrun was also confused, it shouldn't be. Judging from those two large boxes, what was contained inside was afraid to be the money they had accumulated over the past few years. Fake, it must be fake, it simply can't be like this. At this moment, Xin Fanrun was almost frantic, his mouth roaring non-stop. Lu Xian's gaze swept a glance at the gold and silver tickets inside the box. Little Lord Su, don't you have anything you want to say? Su Zi's expression was stunned, pretending to be puzzled, hesitating, what does Aunt Lu mean by this? This money should be the huge amount of money they have accumulated over the years, according to their cautious nature. It's impossible to put this money in the same place, it must be scattered in multiple places to hide it. Saying this, he stopped talking further. Su Zi's face was bitter, her beautiful eyes gradually resolved, changing her previous tired look. Eyes hatefully staring at Chen Weiman on the stage coldly smiled and said, that's right, all of this money was placed in advance by my order into Zhao Lao's home where he was traveling to. Including what Chen Weiman has done over the years, I have secretly observed. Every time they hid the embezzled money, it was also moved elsewhere by me. Aunt Lu, what else do you want to know? The words finished. On the stage, Chen Weiman and the others were completely confused. What? It turned out that the money was not found by Zhao Tuyun and his men. Rather, Su Zi had deliberately arranged it in advance. How could that be possible? Lord Chen, do you really think that I don't know anything about your plans? A sneer appeared on Su Zi's pretty face. Until this moment. Only at this moment did all of them react to what these assholes had done over the years. Su Zi had grasped everything. Master Go, shouldn't you say something? Her beautiful eyes moved to Go Birin and smiled. On the stage. The bound Go Birin struggled hard, and the ropes on his body immediately shattered. My subordinate Go Birin has met Aunt Lu. Miss, if you come back a little later, my subordinate's life will be in danger. Go Birin's miss directly confused Chen Weiman and the others. What is the situation? Chapter 110, involving the lord of a city again. The moment Go Birin stepped forward, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Master Go, what do you mean? As smart as Xin Fanrun was, he was also a bit puzzled at this moment. Who didn't know that the two of them had been incompatible for many years? Why would Master Go call Su Zi miss, and what was the connection between the two? Go Bite-Run looked around the circle. My lady is Chifeng City, the daughter of the previous city lord, Su Yuntian. Lord Chen hasn't forgotten that back then, you made a huge fortune and then supported Kai Ziji's rise to power. Back then, if it wasn't for you guys, how could my master have been killed? Miss and I have been holding back for 8 years, in order to send you all to the beheading table with our own hands today. As he spoke in detail, Su Zi's true identity was then known by the crowd. What? She is actually the daughter of Chifeng City's city lord Su. How could this be? Chen Weiman's heart was like ashes the moment he learned of Su Zi's true identity. Back then, when Kai Ziji was vying for the position of city lord. But they had given a large amount of monetary support behind the scenes. It was also because of this. For many years, they were able to settle down in the middle of Wubao County and make waves. With the city lord as their umbrella. Anyone coming from above would be told at the first time, and they made all the decisions to deal with it early on. Su Zi reddened her eyes and stepped onto the beheading platform, coming in front of Chen Weiman. Killingly gazing at him, she coldly said, "Chen Weiman, do you know how long I have waited for this moment? 8 years, a full 8 years. You guys aided and abetted my father back then, killing my father, as well as more than 60 people up and down the Su family. If it wasn't for the fact that I was entrusted to a foreigner's family since I was young, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't have been able to escape your black hands." After 8 years, once again staking out the events of that year, her heart was also extremely difficult. A sudden scene. The crowd was somewhat caught off guard. Especially the people, at this moment, were not only dumbfounded, but also confused. Lord Xiaosu was actually the daughter of the former city lord and had a grudge against Lord Chen. Lord Go was in league with Lord Xiaosu. The intricacies of the relationship directly nearly dry burned their brains. No, what is all this mess? Old Huang was also baffled, holding back for 8 years, taking revenge at once. Good fellow. Little girl, you are really able to endure. Day after day in front of the enemy hanging around, how to hold back not to do it. Just this one perseverance, afraid already not ordinary people can do. Even if you are the daughter of City Lord Su, Master Go is your man. Over the years, the evil he has done is no less than us. You should know that many people have been handled by him. Shen Fanren's expression was hideous, his face twisted, almost crazy, as he laughed loudly and maniacally. However, Master Go was very calm and didn't have any emotional changes because of his words. Master Bookchen, you are afraid that you have forgotten about the group of black-clothed men who robbed the court last night. To tell you the truth, over the years, except for some of those who deserved to die, those other people you wronged were all saved by my lady. Has been resettled on Tiger's Head Mountain. Those black-clothed people last night are just some of the people. When these words came out, Chen Weiman's pupils shrunk violently, gazing at Su Zi in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the other party had secretly made so many moves. And they were unaware of it. Impossible. If you really saved those people, how could we not know? Shen Fanren's twisted expression paused and he hastily shook his head. If they really saved those people, after so many years, I'm afraid that it has reached tens of thousands of people. Such a large number of people, over the years, what would they eat? What to drink? Of course you guys don't know, because they are all my people. Su Zi waved her hand. Those executioners beside her, the hundreds of officials and soldiers under the four, all knelt down in unison. Little Lord Su. Little Lord Su. The sound was heavenly, loud and incomparable, echoing in the surroundings for a long time. Until this scene appeared. Chen Weiman finally understood. Why over the years, she had been able to operate so many things. It turned out that without realizing it, the people under her command had almost all been replaced with her people. I actually never realized it. Shen Fanren smiled to himself, thinking that he had done everything seamlessly. Still careless in this matter. Men, bring up the evidence. At Su Zi's command, she saw a dozen black-clothed men walk in from outside. They held thick ledgers in their hands, which recorded Chen Weiman and the others over the years. All sorts of crimes were committed. Aunt Lu, please return justice to the people, return justice to my father. Su Zi knelt down towards Lu Zian. Seeing this, the surrounding people also knelt down in a hurry. I beg Aunt Lu to return justice to the people. Return justice to little Lord Su. These people also didn't know Lu Zian's identity and origin, but they were very clear about one thing. That was that someone who even Lord Xiaosu had to beg was bound to have heavenly means. Auntie, this Qingnu really couldn't imagine that the matter was even involving the lord of a city again. No harm done. He took over those account books and roughly scanned them. Little Lord Su, how do you want me to return justice to the people? How do you want to return justice to your father? Behead them all. Return the people a clear sky. Su Zi did not have half a hesitation and spoke bluntly. Can. Without thinking, Lu Zian nodded and immediately agreed. You can do it as you please, I'll take care of everything. Receiving such an affirmative reply from Lu Ziyan, Su Zi's body shook with a sudden sense of surprise, and she hurriedly bowed and thanked. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Come on, people. Behead them for me. She shouted sternly, and on the beheading platform, the executioners, in unison, raised their large swords. How dare you? You can't behead this official. City Lord Kai will definitely not let you go. I already sent someone to inform him last night. Chen Weiman's face turned blue, and he shouted with some exasperation. Behead. With her final command. Plop. Big swords flew, heads flew across the ground, and blood sprayed like a column. Chen Weiman and the others were directly beheaded. Buzz. At that moment, the Wind Palace in Lu Zian's body trembled twice, and two more golden when she surged out. The originally empty Dantian, after these few times of when she surging out. It had become very full. Night falls. Brightness rises at the beginning of the month. In the county minister's residence. The candlelight is bright, above the main hall. Lu Zian was wearing a green shirt, with a gentle face and elegant temperament, savoring the tea in his hand. Next to him. Chinka, Ching female, two people, one left and one right standing guard. Zhao Tuyun knelt on the ground with his granddaughter, and with a sobbing voice, he continuously kowtowed in thanks. Suzy, Go Baitren were standing quietly at the side. Old Huang was very cozy, sitting comfortably on the side, completely treating this place as his own home. Habitually crossing his legs. Elder brother Zhao. A mere trifle is not enough to worry about, so don't take it to heart. It's all what our aunt should do. By the way, has all that money been distributed? At the mention of money, he subconsciously put his teacup down, his cloudy eyes, with a hint of anticipation. To know. He had been pitched 800 gold tickets. Dead old man, what does my aunt have to do with you? Don't make connections here, beware of my impoliteness. The green woman was very tired of his self-satisfied look. Suzy stood out, arched her hand and said, Aunt Lu, all the money searched out has already been put into the hands of the people. Saying this, she paused, wanting to speak. Seeing her like this, Lu Ziyan put down his teacup and smiled, but there is no harm in speaking. Although we beheaded Chen Weiman and the others, but Kai City Lord sighed. Obviously. Even though she had already learned of Lu Ziyan's identity and origin, it was extremely extraordinary. It was also known that the past had once performed the feat of beheading a party of princes. Only, what was involved behind this Kai Ziji was not just the people in the dynasty. Its master, the head is extraordinary, if not so, she could not have held back for 8 years. Lord Xiaosu, my aunt has even beheaded kings, a mere city lord, you can rest assured. The green woman was very proud and comforted her. Who knew? Hearing those words didn't make her relax, but instead, her brows knitted tightly and she looked worried. Truth be told, this Kai City Lord, the backer behind the backer, is very mysterious. So far, we can't find out any news. But after all these years of covert investigation, one can come to a conclusion. That is that his backer, I'm afraid, is even more powerful than a party of princes. Of course, I am not referring to power, but strength. Suzy voiced her inner worries. After years of investigation, she found out. It was extremely likely that Kai Ziji was involved in a great hidden family behind the scenes. Only then. It was what made it difficult for her to find out all the relevant information. Old Huang came to be interested and couldn't help but be curious. Since you couldn't find out the backers behind it, how did you deduce it? What about the fact that they are even more powerful than the king? These words similarly asked the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. About 2 years ago, my grandfather had sent a 9th grade expert to secretly investigate Kai Ziji. It was discovered that there were no less than 3 9th grade powerhouses amongst those who were traveling with him. To be able to mobilize so many 9th grade experts at the same time, other than a party of princes, then it can only be certain hidden great clans. With a few words of reasoning, he was able to convince the crowd. Lu Ziyan very keenly captured that the grandfather mentioned in Suzy's words was actually able to send out 9th grade experts. In this way, that grandfather of hers, his strength, his identity must not be bad. Hidden great clan? Old Huang corrected his posture and said with great arrogance, little girl, the district is just a hidden great clan. Wait for 2 days, old Huang, I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. Showdown, I'm not pretending anymore, in fact, I'm a supreme expert. Finished speaking. Closing his eyes, he prepared to welcome the crowd's worship, cheers, and screams. But, after a long time, there wasn't anyone who made a sound. When he opened his eyes again, he found that other than Lu Ziyan, everyone else was sizing himself up with the gaze of an idiot. Hey, what do you guys mean by that look? Don't believe? Let me tell you guys, even if the top of the sword Dao, Li Bai, meets old Huang me, he'll have to address me as brother Huang. Saying this, he intentionally turned his back to the crowd, leaving behind a lone back shadow. It's not that I'm bragging, I think that back in the day, old Huang, I had one person, one sword, and a dog with me. Walking in the world, I once took the head of an enemy general in the midst of 1 million enemy soldiers. That year, when the peach blossoms were blooming, a girl named Xiao Hong. Lu Ziyan had already signaled the crowd to back off. Not a moment later. In the middle of the main hall, he was the only one left talking to himself. Chapter 111, The Little Ancestor Comes. The next day. Noon time. Lu Ziyan's carriage slowly left Wubao County. Suzy followed them. Only Go Baron was left behind, organized and arranging all the affairs in the county. Old Yellow was still looking all over the streets for his lost broken sword. Finally. In the evening. West Street, a narrow alley, old Huang saw a short figure from afar, carrying his broken sword. Stop, give me back my 11. The figure in front, turning back, was a small boy of 8 or 9 years old. Beggar-like dress, dirty all over. Hearing someone yelling, he turned his head back and saw old Huang, terrified. The little boy's face changed drastically. Quickly ran up. Little brat, put down my sword. 11, don't come back yet. Buzz. In a split second. The broken sword trembled, shaking the little boy straight away. Whoosh. It transformed into a green light and flew directly to old Huang's side. Finally found you, 11. The broken sword entered his hand, and in that instant, his aura changed, sword chi entwining around him. In an instant, it returned to its best state. That's the feeling, cool. These past few days had been too suffocating. After this, he swore that he would never go all out again, and that in the future, no matter what he did, he would have to leave some residual strength behind. Otherwise, a miserable life, even a dog can hardly survive. County outskirts. Mass grave. A green light flashed, and Old Yellow's figure appeared here. A corpse stench came from all around. Burning sky sword technique silence. Raising his hand with a sword, rumble. A 10-mile radius was all strewn with green-colored sword chi. Between breaths, flowers, plants, trees, and some abandoned corpses were all turned into powder. Dare to pit old Huang's 800 gold tickets, I'll tell you to go up and smoke. Royal capital. Shun Tian Palace. On the golden dragon chair, Xiao Wujia was sitting. His face was terribly cold, and his gaze was like that of an angry lion as he gazed ferociously at the group of ministers below. The news came back from the front. The Lin family's big girl has gathered the Eastern Red generals scattered all over the place. Such a blatant mobilization of troops, I'm afraid that I didn't put Lone in my eyes. The Xia Emperor laughed coldly repeatedly, his tone of voice cold and terrifying, causing a group of ministers to listen as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their backs were cold and shocked. The protector of the state, Duke Chi Sanhai, with the look of an old god, not concerned about anything, looking at the ceiling from time to time. Great General Chi Tsanglong of Jinbei, with his head lowered, looking at the tips of his shoes, also maintained a silent stance. There was no way around it. Who let his daughter, Shi Jingxi, keep following Lin Chaoyan around? At such a sensitive time, silence was their only attitude. Your Majesty, I believe that General Lin's wolfish ambitions have been clearly revealed, and I implore your Majesty to send a large army to suppress them. Otherwise, once we wait until she sets foot in the royal capital with her troops, it will be dangerous then. Zhuge Goran, the minister of the Ministry of War, was the first to come forward and suggested. The moment the rest of the ministers heard this, most of them stood out and agreed, I second the suggestion. There were only a few left, some ministers who were friends with the Lin family, as well as a few ministers who maintained a neutral attitude. When the Xia Emperor heard the words, his furious state gradually calmed down, and his gaze inadvertently swept over the Duke of Protectorate. How is the Protectorate recognized? Saying that, his gaze gradually chilled for a few moments. Shi Tsangming stepped out and responded with an arch, back to your Majesty, I think that at this time, if we make a big fuss and send a large army to intercept it, I'm afraid that it will cause an internal battle. General Lin has been fighting for many years, and the Dongfang Hong that he created is invincible. Years down the line, not to mention the great achievements in battle, 100,000 female generals among them, their strength should not be underestimated. Rashly relative, the people are the ones who suffer in the end. As soon as he came out, he first affirmed all of Lin Chaoyan's past achievements, as well as the war successes that the Dongfang Hong he created had made. Once the ministers heard this, how could they not realize that this old thing did not intend to cross swords with the Lin family? Duke Chi's words are afraid that he's siding with General Lin. And as far as I know, the granddaughter of the state duke's family has been following General Lin's side all these years. When General Lin gathered the army this time, I'm afraid that your family's granddaughter was among them. Zhuge Goran spoke indignantly, believing that the other party's move was nothing more than an attempt to favor his own granddaughter. So what? Chi Sanhai directly disliked him back, pressing on with no falsehoods. Originally, he didn't have any good feelings towards these stupid guys. Now they even dared to jump out and question themselves. Seeing this, Xiao Wuji's brows were tightly locked, his fists couldn't help but clench, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Forced to endure the anger in his heart. Pretend to speak calmly, unbridled. I believe the Duke of Qi is loyal to the dynasty and will definitely not do anything to show favoritism. Since General Lin summoned the army without authorization, no matter what his intentions are, it is a provocation to me. Great General Jinbei, listen to the order to lead an army of 200,000 to intercept. Make sure to bring General Lin back to Lone. Finally, Xiao Wuji stood up and gave the order in an unquestionable tone. Because he knew very well that if he continued to engage in meaningless arguments like this, in the monkey's time, it was estimated that a result would not be discussed. 5 days later, 50 miles away from the royal capital, Dongfang Hong's 100,000-strong army camped here. Lin Chaoyan was dressed in white armor, valiant, riding a white warhorse. With her long hair tied up, her exquisite face was unobstructed, clean, refreshing, and as beautiful as an impeccable work of art. Especially after cultivating immortality. Her body reveals a transcendent and unearthly temperament, adding a few points of absolute elegance to her beauty. Ta. Phew. Jinshu rode his warhorse and galloped back from the front. Arriving in front of Lin Chaoyan, his complexion was a little odd, his eyes couldn't help but measure Qi Jingxi on the side. Miss, 10 miles ahead, Great General Qi has led an army of 200,000 and is waiting for us. At the mention of Great General Qi, she cast a helpless look at Qi Jingxi. What? My father, that old dang, is here? Don't worry, Great General, I'm going to go beat up that old dang, wait for me. The words were finished. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he was on fire, riding his warhorse and quickly darted out. Sister Chi is as feisty as ever, with a fiery temperament, even when she meets her own old man. Jinshu is shocked with wide eyes, looking at her distant back, falling into a moment of disorientation. Lin Xiaoyan helplessly shook her head and smiled bitterly. Back then, the Duke of Qi agreed to have her follow her around in order to sharpen her temperament. Let her go. Half an hour later, Qi Sanglong led the camp of the army. Shi Jingxi came flying in single-handedly with the wind and fire. The army was about to surround and come forward. I am the daughter of great General Qi, you guys make way for this general. Upon hearing this, the generals were all in a daze. Luckily, there were a few main generals who recognized her identity at a glance and hurriedly signaled the encircling generals to back off. This little ancestor is here, the great general will have to suffer. Several main generals coincidentally glanced at each other, very synchronized unspoken words. Inside the tent, Qi Sanglong leaned comfortably on a taiji chair, squinting his eyes and humming a little song. Suddenly, inside his ears, there was a loud cry, "Lao Dang, get the hell out of here!" A sudden familiar voice made his body jolt. Hastily sat up straight, the whole person's nerves are tense up, looking around for a moment. Seeing no one, only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. That girl still doesn't know where she is, why are you scaring yourself like this? From this, it could be seen that he hadn't been victimized by his own little cotton-padded girl in his day-to-day life. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an instinctive reaction to occur. Great general, it's not good. Outside, a main general, panicked, holding his helmet, shouted in an urgent tone. Once Qi Sanglong looked at the other party's appearance, he immediately became a little angry and sternly shouted, "General Ma, why are you panicking like this, taking risks? When the sky collapses, there is still a taller man to hold it up. What a scandal!" General Ma immediately stood upright, thinking in his heart, the sky is about to fall, great general. Tell me, what's going on? Qi Sanglong got up, took over the red robe as soon as he could, draped it over his body, and glared viciously at General Ma as he asked. Great general, your little ancestor is here. What? Say it again, who is here? Your family's little ancestor. Receiving an affirmative response, Qi Sanglong stumbled and almost fell straight to the ground. Luckily, General Ma was quick on his feet and stepped forward to support him. Good boy, why is she here? He palpitated and patted his chest, his face filled with panic. One must know that one's own little ancestor could not be hit or scolded. By the way, great general, little General Qi said that she wants to fight you in single combat. To fight you one-on-one in front of the army. Chapter 112, Daughter Slave Qi Sanglong. One-on-one? And in front of the army. This. Qi Sanglong's face was like a wilted eggplant. Little ancestor was still really able to give himself a hard time. General Ma, quickly go out and tell her, just say that I have a stomachache, yes. Just say that. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally made a decision that went against his ancestor's decision. That was to pretend to be sick. Mo had to do it. General Ma inclined his head and covered his mouth to snicker. Sure enough. The person who could make the great general of Jinbei be so careful and go out of his way to treat him by pretending to be sick, other than Madam. It was this little ancestor. Only. Before General Ma could go out, Shi Jingxi had already crossed her arms and angrily barged in. A few of the generals were forced back by her. Old dang, your people dared to stop me, what do you say? As soon as she came in, she crossed her eyebrows and glared angrily at Qi Sanglong. When General Ma saw this, he immediately threw him a look of love and helplessness, and then slipped out. There was no way. For this little ancestor, he really knew too well that when mad, he himself would probably have to lie in bed for 10 days and half a month. Why are you here? Qi Sanglong's forehead did not know when, but a cold sweat had already emerged. He forced a smile out of his face and wiped away the beads of sweat as he did so. The feeling of oppression from his own daughter hadn't changed at all. Shi Jingxi crossed her arms and came to him in a huff, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Old dang, out of shape now, all leading soldiers to beat up your own daughter? The words were not finished. Qi Sanglong hurriedly shook his head and denied, no. Daughter, you've misunderstood old dad. This matter is all about His Majesty's will. How could old dad, as a subject, dare to disobey His Majesty? His face collapsed, all aggravation and helplessness, and he hurriedly came to his own daughter's side. He carefully stretched out his hands and gently squeezed her shoulders, pleading for her daughter's understanding. If he had known that he would be approached by his daughter, he would have had to refuse this errand. I don't care, today this matter, you must give my family's great general an explanation. Go out, let's fight one-on-one. Qi Jingxi jumped at the chance, fist-rubbing move, put Qi Sanglong speechless. One-on-one? I'm afraid I'll be beaten unilaterally. Right, it's still the same as before, you can't use martial energy. Hearing this, Qi Sanglong could only smile bitterly. So what if he was a 9th grade great perfection? So what if he was invincible on the battlefield? He still wasn't giving the little cotton-padded jacket a death grip. Go! Go out and fight outside, let the entire army know that I defeated you fair and square. The little face was full of excitement and impatience. On the contrary, Chi Sanglong's face was as ugly as eating a fly. Unwillingly, he was pulled by his daughter's arm and tugged directly outside. Walking out of the tent, General Ma was waiting. As soon as he saw Qi Jingxi come out, he immediately said with a serious expression, "Little ancestor, the generals have already waited at the schoolyard long ago. Let's go over now?" Qi Sanglong squeezed his eyebrows and asked him for help, but unfortunately, General Ma chose to directly ignore it. "Uncle Ma, you're very good at this." As she passed by General Ma, she revealed a praising gaze and patted him on the shoulder. "That's right, Uncle Ma has always stood firmly on little ancestor's side." General Ma leaned in close to whisper in Qi Jingxi's ear. "I knew that Uncle Ma is the best, unlike this old dang. Daughter at least I'm your own father, don't talk about old dang in one breath, okay?" Qi Sanglong wanted to cry, "Daughter, how to an outsider this close? A mouth up uncle, very polite. To the real father is Lao Dang." "No, who let you bring soldiers to block our great general?" General Ma smiled cheekily and chimed in, "Right. He's the only one who doesn't know what he's doing, but Uncle Ma is strongly against it." "Qi Sanglong, I thank you, old six." A few moments passed. Qi Jingxi's trio came to the schoolyard and the ring. General Ma was the first to walk onto the stage and bellowed, "Brethren, have you waited long? Everyone's long-awaited great general by cutting, it's the great general and our little ancestor cutting, it's finally here again." In the heat of the moment, he almost said beaten directly. Below, a crowd of generals, all face expectant. Some veteran generals even directly shouted, "Little ancestor cheer, we look forward to you." For these veteran generals, as well as General Ma, had grown up watching Qi Jingxi. From the bottom of their hearts, they had already treated her as their own daughter. Qi Sanglong was almost spitting blood from anger, angrily pointing at the crowd of generals, "You guys. Great underworld kung fu." Qi Jingxi catalyzed the martial energy in her body, and in an instant, her body was covered in green light. Behind him, a huge green-colored shadow rose up. A monster with sharp mouth and fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by dense green light, with teeth and claws, kept roaring and roaring at the sky. It rose up from the ground. In the blink of an eye. It was as huge as 8 feet, looking down on Qi Sanglong from above. Ooh! After executing the great underworld king's feat, it's actually straight up to the 9th rank. Little ancestor has really improved again. Right. The last time I looked at her, she was only in the middle of the 8th rank, and now she's already in the great circle. The later generations are formidable. How long do you guys guess the great general can last? The veteran generals, you said one thing and I said another, commenting and conversing with gusto. Some of the new generals suspiciously asked, "Isn't the great general a 9th grade great perfection?" After exerting the great underworld kung fu, the innate realm can also fight. How could it be possible to lose? Beside him, a veteran general hurriedly stopped him and made a shoe gesture. "Guess why everyone calls her little ancestor?" "Why?" "Of course, it's because everyone has grown up watching her and loves her to death. Everyone treats her as their own daughter." That old general was also looking at Qi Jingxi on the stage with a kind face. "Old Deng, quickly come over and get beaten." Qi Jingxi waved her big fist, and the huge Dharma body behind her instantly made the exact same movements as her. The shadow of the fist that seemed like a small mountain peak had blasted over at Qi Sanglong. Boom! Under one fist, it directly pierced through the ring, and a huge hole appeared. As the large fist retracted, Qi Sanglong was lying inside the hole in a very sorry state. On the outside, he appeared to be in a sorry state, but in reality, there was no damage at all. He quickly climbed up and flew out towards the side. Where to run? Qi Jingxi's small face revealed a bad smile as she waved her fist once again. Boom! Qi Sanglong, who had just run out a dozen meters, was once again blasted. In the heat of the moment, a trace of cyan-colored martial energy surged from his body. "Great General can't Chi-do, we agreed that we can't use martial Qi," General Ma hurriedly reminded. Qi Sanglong had no choice but to give up on urging his martial Qi, standing up and hurriedly starting to escape. Below the ring, the veteran generals, one by one, laughed joyfully. Such a scene, although it was said that they had seen it many times. However, every time they saw the great general being beaten, there was an indescribable comfort. Even so, someone excitedly instructed, "Little ancestor, hit him in the face." "Yes. It's the left side of the face." "No, just hitting the left side of the face looks asymmetrical, have a go on the right side of the face as well." "Right. That's it, hit him hard. As long as it doesn't kill you, hit it to death." "Wow. I'm getting a little excited watching this, wanting to rush up and throw a couple punches." The veterans all began to act as off-field instructors. And Qi Jingxi didn't let them down either. As long as they asked for it, she did it one by one. Punch the left face. Hit the right face. Kick him in the lower abdomen. The more the crowd talked, the more excited they became, and they kept comparing punches and kicks on the stage. It lasted for half an hour. Cheat Sanglong's nose was bruised and swollen as he climbed out from inside a deep pit. Stop. Good daughter, your anger has subsided, right? Full of aggression, he looked at his daughter with baffled eyes. Being able to be beaten up by his own daughter in front of so many people, he was the first ever in Xia. The most crucial point. That was that this was not the first time such a scene had happened. Since Qi Jingxi had been in the military camp a lot since she was young, whenever Cheat Song Long upset her, she would then be captured by her to accompany her. When she said she was practicing with her, she was in fact being beaten up. She couldn't use any martial arts, and she couldn't run too fast, or she wouldn't be able to hit her. Under all sorts of unreasonable demands. Cheat Sanglong also had to fulfill them all. There is no way. Who let him be a daughter slave? Not only him, even his father, Cheat Sanghai, was indulgently pampering Qi Jingxi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the little bully that everyone was afraid of after a few years in the royal capital. Qi Jingxi collected her gong and walked to Cheat Song Long with great satisfaction. He immediately stepped forward with a face full of concern, grabbed her arms and asked with concern, "Daughter, are you tired?" "Pops, my anger is almost gone, but you can't stop my family's great general. Be sensible and get out of our way. Or I'll go back and ask Grandpa to punish you, and ask my mother to make you kneel on stones, or not be able to use your martial arts chi." She gave a sly, old-fashioned smile and patted her old man on the shoulder. But on His Majesty's side. "Don't worry, I've got all the reasons for you, just say you can't beat us." Cheat Sanglong shook his head and laughed bitterly, helplessly raising his hand, rubbing her head, completely a take-you-no-way look. "Uncles, let's go, next time I'll show you how to beat a great general." He. Qi Jingxi waved her hand towards the bottom and laughed mischievously. Following closely. Riding her horse, she flew away. Cheat Sanglong shouted from behind, "Daughter, don't run so fast, be careful." "Got it, Pops." Until Qi Jingxi's back disappeared for a long time, he was still looking out in that direction. Chapter 113, The Royal Capital Ahead, Forbidden Entry by the Great Army. Approaching sunset. Qi Jingxi flew and stepped on his horse, appearing outside the large army camp. Inside the main tent, Lin Chaoyan was sitting in the center, and on the tablet in front of her, a miniature small black snake, crawling back and forth. Jinshu, Su Luoling walked in from outside with big strides. "Miss. Great General." The two opened their mouths in unison. "How are the preparations going?" She picked up a piece of raw meat and fed it to the miniature little snake. Without raising her head, she asked softly. Su Luoling bowed and spoke, "Back to Great General, the entire army is ready. As long as the Great General gives the order, they can immediately head to the royal capital." Very good. A trace of worry swept across Jinshu's face as she said, "Miss, Sister Qi hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened?" Qi Jingshi had already left for most of the day and was late to show up. It would inevitably make her a little worried. Moreover, the great general of Jinbei, Cheat Sanglong, was leading an army of 200,000 men, ready to intercept them. Could Qi Jingxi alone really make 200,000 troops retreat? This matter was, more or less, unreal. What kind of accidents can happen? That's Sister Qi's old man, he's pampered her so much that he should not have seen her for a long time. Suddenly meeting, naturally you have to say more. Su Luoling did feel that Qi Jingxi and her own old man hadn't seen each other for quite a long time. It was unavoidable to see each other for a while and catch up on old times. "Yo, miss me?" At this moment, Qi Jingxi's voice came from outside, and she was seen stepping in. Upon seeing her, Jinshu immediately said happily, "Sister Qi, you're finally back. How are things?" Qi Jingxi hurriedly rushed to Lin Chaoyan and said, "Don't worry, Great General, that old deng in my house has been deeply persuaded by me, and won't let anyone stop us from returning to the royal capital." "Really?" Jinshu was a little skeptical. When had the Great General of Jinbei been so good at talking? She smiled triumphantly, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, pulling out an unidentified smile and said, "That's natural. Pops only has such a daughter of his own, so naturally he favors her a bit." Lin Chaoyan raised her eyes, sizing up Qi Jingxi for a moment, and smiled gently, You're still so impulsive, I guess you've made Uncle Qi unhappy again, right?" "No, my father was overjoyed when he saw me. Coupled with my kind words, he promised me right then that he wouldn't stop our army." Jinshu, Su Luoling maintained a skeptical attitude towards her words. Was it really just good advice? It's good if we don't block, after all, the swords in our hands deserve to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Instead of pointing the sword at our own people. The next day. 3 rods of sunrise. The army, fully loaded and ready to go, 100,000 troops, uniform white armor. But at this time, among the 100,000 troops, many generals, body armor, has long been not white. Instead, it is crimson red, speckled with crimson. In front of the army, a brightly colored like blood flag fluttered up, and looking down from above, a large white army could be seen. There was a bright red flame dancing, very eye-catching. Lin Chaoyan created Eastern red, with white as the armor and blood red as the flag. At this moment, most of the armor on the soldiers' bodies showed a crimson color. That was because it had been stained by the enemy's blood for a long time. Then it became crimson red. And it can also be seen from the armor on these generals, their battle achievements. For example, some of the generals had armor that had completely turned red. That was because they had crawled out from the pile of dead people again and again, and had been soaked in the enemy's blood again and again, resulting in the body armor completely turned red. And like among the Eastern Red, the 10 main generals, the armor on their bodies, white and flawless. Because at their level, they already don't need to rely on how much blood-stained armor to judge the battle merit. After all, those who can become the main general, none of them have already reached the requirements of the dynasty's third-grade military generals. Therefore, spotless, white and flawless armor, but they have to fight for their lives in exchange. From spotless, to bloodstained, to spotless, which means, the initial heart never changes. The army slowly advanced. Half an hour later, only 10 miles away from the royal capital, in front of Lin Xiaoyan and the girls, on the left and right sides, a large army quickly appeared to surround them. The person in the lead. It was Qi Sanglong. The two armies were facing each other. Only to see, Qi Sanglong rode his warhorse and slowly walked out. General Lin, the king's capital ahead, the army is forbidden to enter, please don't make it difficult for this general. The words just fell. Shi Jingxi quickly rode out on his warhorse. Pointing at him, she angrily cursed, "Old Deng, saying that you won't stop us, you're not keeping your word." At the words, he subconsciously touched his nose, then shouted, "I cannot stop you, but the army must not set foot in the royal capital." Shi Jingxi didn't care about this and was so angry that he was about to charge up. Lin Xiaoyan calmly spoke, "Shi girl, don't mess around, your father is also for your own good." Originally, Shi Jingxi was still furious and was bound to rush over to fight with her father. When she heard the name Maiden Qi, she immediately calmed down. After following the great general for many years, she knew one thing very well. Generally speaking, when the great general called himself Maiden Qi, it proved that the seriousness of the matter was beyond his imagination. All generals, listened to the order, immediately set up camp in place. Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand, and behind him, 100,000 troops, in an organized manner, began to quickly set up camp. "Great general, aren't we going to fight our way through?" Shi Jingxi finally couldn't help but ask after holding back for a long time. "Fight over? Sister Qi, your father as well as 200,000 troops are waiting. If we fight over there, that would be a real rebellion. Miss gathered a large army to come here just to put pressure on His Majesty, but she never thought of revolting." Jin Shu rolled her eyes and hurriedly explained. Otherwise, according to Qi Jingxi's windy and fiery nature, she was truly afraid that she would directly make a move. No rebellion? How meaningless that would be. Qi Jingxi was more or less disappointed when she heard that the original great general had assembled a large army, not for the purpose of changing the dynasty. Must know. She was already ready to break with the Qi family and was bound to follow the great army, then follow it to fight her way into the royal capital. In the end, let the great general become the first female emperor of the ages. At that time, one will have the merit of the dragon, and the position of the Duke of State. I am afraid that there will be a place for myself. The female Duke of State that has never existed in Grand Xia will be her. This kind of thing, thinking about it made me feel happy. However, when she even dreamed about it, she suddenly told herself that the great general was not at all happy. Suddenly, she told herself that the great general did not have a rebellious mind at all. "Return my country's duke's position," Shi Jingxi shouted in her heart, but on the surface, she was a wilting figure. "Jinshu, girl Qi, the two of you follow me into the royal capital. The rest of you stay put and wait for my news." After Lin Xiaoyan finished his explanation, he rode his horse and went over towards the gates of the royal capital. Even though ahead, there was Qi Sanglong's army. Not a moment later, by the time the three of them arrived in front of Qi Sanglong. "General Lin, it's true that a woman is a woman of honor. Men, make way for this general." He first praised Lin Xiaoyan, then angrily shouted at the army behind him. Soon, the army made way for a passage to come. "Old Deng, you wait for me." Qi Jingxi glared viciously at Qi Sanglong before turning her head away with a cold snort, no longer looking at him. In response to this, Qi Sanglong could only smile bitterly and lowered his voice to explain, "Little ancestor, right now all eyes are on us. How many people in the dynasty are staring at our family? The slightest carelessness will most likely lead to the end of everything. I can't be the sinner of the old Qi family. Old Deng, less making excuses for your own incompetence, let me tell you, as long as the great general gives the order, I'll immediately lead the troops to beat you." Shi Jingxi did not want to listen to his explanation too much in the slightest, but instead spoke out in a threatening manner. Jin Shu covered her mouth and snickered, it was too funny. At the same time, she was especially envious of the father-daughter relationship between the two. Sister Qi could be this reckless, naturally because of the bottomless favor in her home. Otherwise, generally speaking, whose daughter would dare to say such treacherous words as leading soldiers to beat her own father? In favor of Qi's sister is an exception. A few people, riding on war horses, slowly walked in the center of the army's passage. Little ancestor, let's not talk about you for now. General Lin is afraid that this trip will be incredibly perilous, and it's already a capital offense for him to disobey the order and not return several times. His Majesty ordered me to intercept here, so you can think about the meaning of it. His expression was incredibly serious, reminding Lin Xiaoyan. This time, she shouldn't come back to the royal capital. Outside, with 100,000 troops in hand, within a short period of time, His Majesty couldn't do anything about it. Once back in the royal capital, the army could not set foot within the royal capital, and she alone would walk into a courtroom full of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Pops, doesn't that mean that if the great general returns to the royal capital, he will die for sure? Qi Jingxi suddenly realized and asked in horror. If something is wrong, old dad, if nothing is wrong, old Den, you're really my own daughter. Don't care about these details, what do we do now? Great General. Several people exchanged whispers as they walked forward. Lin Xiaoyan looked bland, as if the danger Cheat Sanglong had spoken of did not even exist. Since General Lin dared to enter the royal capital alone, he must have already had a foolproof plan. Maybe it's because General Lin has left something behind? He hesitated for a moment and came to such a conclusion. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain that Lin Xiaoyan dared to leave his army behind and go straight into the royal capital. General Qi is overthinking it, my lady doesn't have a backhand at all. No backhand? Cheat Sanglong's voice suddenly ripped higher, this voice almost breaking. Chapter 114, Seeing the King Without Kneeling, a Capital Offense. The streets of the royal capital. It was bustling with activity. All the people, standing on both sides. Leaving out the empty streets. At the city gate, Cheat Sanglong and Lin Xiaoyan were walking side by side, behind them were Jinshu and Qi Jingxi. After entering the royal capital, in addition to the noisy people, there were also many experts hidden in the shadows, eyeing them intently and watching their every move. Riding a horse and walking above the streets, Cheat Sanglong raised his eyes and looked around, lowering his voice, General Lin, you shouldn't have come back without sufficient preparation. The seemingly calm surface, in reality, there have long been waves in the shadows. There are quite a few people in the dynasty who don't want to see you leave the royal capital alive. Knowing that the other party had no backhanded preparations, he actually dared to step into the royal capital alone. Such a crisis was no less than a dragon's den. The slightest carelessness would lead to the end of everything. What does she want? Until this moment, Cheat Sanglong suddenly realized that he was somewhat unable to see through this Lin family girl in front of him. Lin Xiaoyan casually raised her eyes to survey the surroundings, and secretly a strand of 8th grade or above martial arts aura revealed itself. Even so, in some places, there was also a 9th grade expert aura surging. It had to be said that in order to deal with themselves, some people could be said to be pulling out all their family's money to leave themselves behind. How does Uncle Qi think I should prepare myself? She asked with a bashful smile, facing this kind of question. Cheat Sanglong's expression was stunned, and his entire body froze. Right. The royal capital was the most powerful in Granxia, not to mention the others, just the 50,000 forbidden troops guarding the palace. Each and every one of them is an expert above the 7th grade. Among them, the 8th grade, the 9th grade is up to more than 100 people. This situation. Even if she has a few innate realm powerhouses following her, I'm afraid there is no possibility of leaving the royal capital. To put it bluntly, entering the royal capital, she was already destined to die. Unconsciously. Several people had already arrived at the entrance of the palace gate. Alas! Niece Lin, could it be that on this trip, you have come to die openly? Cheat Sanglong was really a bit confused, judging from Lin Xiaoyan's calm demeanor. It wasn't like coming to die. But just with her and her own daughter, and a little maid, a 3-person situation. In addition to sending death. It seemed that no other argument could be found. Old Deng, don't ask questions here, I've already decided to work with the great general. In the future, your old Qi family, just pretend that there is no such person as me. Qi Jingxi couldn't help but squeeze his old man up. Pretending to look like she didn't care, her eyes were already slightly red. Anyone could tell. She was intending to clear the air with the Qi family, lest she be implicated at that time. Phew! The crowd stopped and dismounted, and Cheat Sanglong's face showed kindness as he walked up to Qi Jingxi. With eyes full of favor, he smiled, from the moment you followed General Lin, the Qi family has been tied to the Lin family early on. Even though these days, when we went to the court, your grandfather and I never openly stated our attitudes. However, your attitude is our attitude. As soon as these words came out, Qi Jingxi's petite body shook tremendously, and her entire body froze in place. Old dad. Silly girl, Pops only has a precious daughter like you in this lifetime. Not to mention that the change of emperor is a major event for the dynasty, and the dynasty will certainly be in turmoil at that time. The Qi family holds 500,000 troops in the north, so how could they possibly be left alone? This is also the reason why Pops didn't stop you from coming back with General Lin. Cheat Sanglong's eyes narrowed, flashing through a brilliant light as he sighed darkly. How is that possible? Is His Majesty crazy? It also dares to lay hands on our Qi family. Qi Jingxi was incredulous after hearing this. Lin Xiaoyan smiled without saying anything because she knew very well that Qi Sanglong wasn't wrong when he said those words. The most important point in the turnover of emperors was the centralization of power. Girl, a lot of things are not what His Majesty himself wants to do, but the times are forcing him to do it. Otherwise, the imperial power will not be unified, and it will be impossible for the emperor's position to be solid at that time. Qi Sanglong had been in a high position for many years, and there were many things that he naturally saw through. With regards to Xiao Wuji's intentions, he was also clear about it. It was only a pity. Many times, many things, there was just no choice. Uncle Qi doesn't have to be discouraged, things might not be as bad as this. Lin Xiaoyan had a light and breezy demeanor from the beginning, which completely confused Qi Sanglong. Something was wrong. Inside of 10 points, I'm afraid that there is 100 points that are not right. In terms of what she had shown so far, there was no hint of sending her to her death. Can it be that? His eyes glowed with surprise, and he was about to pursue the question. All right. If we don't go in, they're afraid they'll be waiting impatiently. The voice fell. Taking a step, he stepped inside the palace. All the way. Until the gate of the Shun Tian Palace. Jinshu, Qi Jingxi, and the two of them, their foreheads were in a cold sweat. Because they could feel that today's palace was exceptionally terrifying, just like a giant mouth of an abyss. It could devour people at any time. General Lin has arrived. The messenger eunuch, when he saw Lin Xiaoyan and the others coming over, immediately shouted at the top of his voice. In a split second, the courtroom was silent. Tap, tap, tap. The large auditorium was silent, followed by a sound of footsteps. Everyone looked towards the outside of the hall. They saw Lin Xiaoyan in white armor, expressionless, striding in. From the moment she stepped into the hall, the gazes of the 100 officials were all fixed on her stunning beauty. Walking to the center of the hall, stood still, raising her eyes to the top, Xiao Wuji on the golden dragon chair. No words. A moment passed. The 100 officials returned to their senses, and at once, someone stood out. Bold General Lin, seeing His Majesty, why don't you kneel down? So bold, is it possible that you already have an insubordinate heart? As soon as these words came out, the crowd quickly began all sorts of impeachments. Some people mentioned that she had resisted the decree before and demanded that she be executed as a warning to others. Some people impeached her for being proud of her accomplishments, and she already has an insubordinate heart, so she should be beheaded. Of course, there were also some ministers who were good friends with the Lin family and argued for her to be exonerated. Xiao Wuji sat in the golden dragon chair, his face was expressionless, his gaze was like a tiger, he just quietly watched Lin Xiaoyan. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyan was similarly sizing up Xiao Wuji above her. In an instant, between the two, the air quickly solidified, and a terrifying wave of air was continuously impacting each other. Bold Lin Xiaoyan, how dare he look directly at the dragon's face? According to the great Xia law, he shall be executed. Not kneeling at the sight of the king, the same death penalty. Zhuge angrily pointed at Lin Xiaoyan and indignantly rebuked. Seeing the king and not kneeling, a capital offense. She, inclining her head, coldly glanced at Zhuge and smiled blandly. Put in the past. Facing the impeachment of 100 officials and unable to defend herself, I'm afraid she would still kneel down and plead with His Majesty for forgiveness. It is a pity. Nowadays, she stepped into the path of immortal cultivation and has long been transformed. What's more, the other party is determined to kill the Lin family under these circumstances. How can we talk about the rules of courtesy? How can we talk about the way to be a minister? Do not care. Didn't care through and through. All of you have said that it is already a capital offense for me to disobey the decree and not return. Since that's the case, what's the point of me kneeling? Can't you stand upright before you die? Furthermore, I led an army of 100,000 to the king's capital just to kneel him? Lin Xiaoyan raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Wuji on the high seat, her eyes were full of teasing. How dare you? You dare to point your finger at His Majesty, so disregarding the etiquette of kings and ministers. You should be executed by the entire family. Zhuge was angry again, but of course he had already secretly rejoiced inwardly. Unexpectedly, the other party this time was so brainless, in the courtroom, made such contempt for the majesty of imperial power. Your Majesty, this woman is arrogant and domineering, defying the majesty of imperial power, the crime is unpardonable. I implore your Majesty to decapitate this woman as a warning to others. Zhuge generously and angrily rebuked Lin Xiaoyan for all her behaviors, righteously requesting that she be beheaded. Chapter 115, I implore your Majesty to authorize me to fight her single-handedly. In the middle of the court hall. Due to Lin Xiaoyan's speech, it immediately caused the entire courtroom to become a mess. Your Majesty, I implore you to issue a decree to punish this kind of person who has no sense of propriety. Those who don't know the etiquette of a ruler and minister, drag them out and behead them. The Minister of Rights, Song Jili, all righteousness, thin but proud, stood out. Kneeling Lin Chaoyan, he loudly rebuked. As the Minister of Rights of the Grand Xia, he was in charge of all the rules and regulations of the Grand Xia, etiquette and so on. Now, see Lin Chaoyan, arrogant, disregard for the etiquette of the courtiers, do not comply with the etiquette and law. I felt angry, immediately came forward to set things right, as a warning to others. Otherwise, in the future, everyone is like her, disregarding the Great Xia etiquette. Then his own Minister of Etiquette would not be as if he was just a decoration. Therefore, whether or not he has a personal grudge against the Lin family, at this moment, he has to come forward to impeach Lin Chaoyan. Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Justice, Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wu Di, Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Huang Tianhu, Minister of the Ministry of Public Works, Zhao Baobao. Successively standing out, with these few big brother level figures standing out. Old ministers second the motion. I second the motion. Seconded. Seconded. Cheat Sanglong's face at the back collapsed, and in his heart, he said, "It's over." The ministers of the 6 ministries, an unprecedented united front. Lin girl, to be targeted by the 6 ministries in a unified manner, you're afraid that you're the first person ever to be targeted by Great Xia. Previously, several officials who were still trying their best to argue for Lin Chaoyan, saw these few standing out. Immediately, they retreated back in gray. The ministers of the 6 ministries represented the most of the 100 officials. Even they were out of their unity, the situation had developed into an uncontrollable situation. On the dragon chair, Xiao Wuji's cold face, revealing a touch of imperceptible smile, fleeting, and no one else noticed the abnormality. Originally, he was also concerned that among these few people, someone would come forward to exonerate Lin Chaoyan. Never expected. She, after all, did not let herself down. What else does General Lin have to say? Xiao Wuji was very clear that the opinions of the 100 officials in front of him were almost unified, Lin Chaoyan's situation. No doubt about it. It was difficult to escape death. However, as an emperor, one must not be at such a time. Listening to the opinions of the 100 officials was not in line with the emperor's will and the way of being a king. However, not waiting for Lin Chaoyan to speak. Among the 100 officials, a thin old man with graying temples, slightly disheveled, wearing clean and tidy official uniforms, bronze-colored face, etched with wrinkles that were traces of age. Despite his age, his eyes were shining brightly, and his wrinkled face revealed kindness and amiability. Your Majesty, this woman is overly arrogant and domineering, and her behavior is outrageously uncaring. As the right minister of the Ministry of Rights, the old minister extremely hates these people who have no regard for propriety. As a subject, not abiding by the etiquette of kings and subjects is abhorrent to the core. I implore your Majesty to authorize me to fight these abominable people one-on-one, life and death be damned. The person who stood out was none other than Su Feng, the right minister of the Ministry of Rights, known as Crazy Su. Due to the fact that he was already in his 80s and 90s. Above this courtroom, he relied on his old age and disliked the sky, the earth, and the air. Even Xiao Wuji, the emperor, would be disliked if he displeased him. Because of this, the 100 officials gave Su the nickname Crazy. What? Single fight? In a split second. The entire auditorium fell into a brief silence, followed by a burst of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Even Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair was startled by him, and was directly jolted. Su, Aiching Su, what did you just say? Forcing himself to hold back his laughter, he almost didn't laugh out. You said that you're an old thing in your 90s, still only a Shokai Realm Wendao cultivator, and you want strength without strength. What are you going to do to fight a general one-on-one with someone else? You think you've lived too long and are planning to come to the court to touch the porcelain? Lords, what are you laughing at? The old minister is loyal to Xia, and even more so to His Majesty, if not for this woman going too far. It made the old minister furious. I really can't stand to see her arrogance. Fong pleaded for your Majesty's approval for me to fight her single-handedly. The righteous words could be said to have rendered the crowd speechless. But, on second thought, the 100 officials once again couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Lord Su, with this small body of yours, you're going to die laughing at her when you go one-on-one with someone else, General Lin? Minister of the Ministry of Ministries, Yang Justice, cried out in laughter, almost bursting into tears. Pointing at Su Feng, he said sarcastically. Lord Su, we all know that you are loyal, but you said single combat. It's really a bit uncharacteristic. With your little strength, it's hard to dig for a wall. Don't disgrace yourself. Minister of Ministry of Public Works, Zhao Baobao, after laughing, said with disdain and contempt. Lin Chaoyan, who was standing in the center of the 100 officials, was also completely speechless by this scene. Just such an old man who couldn't even run a few steps without gasping for breath, actually jumped out and demanded to fight one-on-one with himself. Ha ha ha. Secretary Su, don't be funny, back off first. Our daxia is not at the point where we want an old man to touch the porcelain. Xiao Wuji eventually couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Feng's demeanor was incomparably serious and earnest.
Your Majesty, there's no need to persuade the old minister. The matter of fighting this kind of villain single-handedly, my mind is made up. Today, I am bound to let her blood splatter in the imperial court, her body and her head, drinking hatred from the yellow springs. Ho! His body shook, revealing a dry, wrinkled bodyplate with clearly visible skin and bones. Both fists were tightly clenched, wrinkled biceps, and honestly, there was no deterrent effect. Around the body white when she winding, intermittent, if not, giving a sense of subsequent powerlessness. Groove. Crazy Sue, you're for real. Yang Justice was directly startled by the sudden sight. Especially seeing his body without two pieces of meat, his spirit was fearful. In an instant, everyone was shocked by him, not because of how powerful he was. Rather, it was his spirit of not being afraid of death that was hard not to admire. Shi Sanglong, Jin Shu, and Shi Jingxi were completely dumbfounded. For a moment, they all wanted to open their mouths and remind the old man, take it easy, but don't fall down yourself. In case you fall to your death, who's to blame? Su Waiching, your spirit and determination, Lone has already seen it. Why don't you put your clothes on first? The imperial court does not allow revealing. The somewhat dazed Xiao Wuji, his head short-circuited for a while, said very comically. Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter sound spread out. None of the ministers had expected that His Majesty would turn out to be so humorous and witty. Your Majesty, the old minister said that he would definitely let her splash her blood in the courtroom. Now that the blood hasn't been splashed yet, how can I back down? You, come here. Su Feng looked grave and extremely serious as he rushed towards Lin Xiaoyan and stretched out his right hand, then hooked his finger and shouted. Lin Xiaoyan stood there, speechless, holding her forehead, a black line. This old man is really not afraid of death. Just because he is old, he wants to do whatever he wants. Standing out is not that good. Lord Su, don't worry about making a move. We have already set a superior coffin for you a long time ago. It's just this feng shui treasure piece of land. Due to the suddenness of the incident, my family's 80-odd-old mother, I guess I can still work on it for many years. Then the feng shui land prepared for my old mother will be used by Lord Su first. There's no need to say more words of thanks, it's all in your heart. The ministers who were friends with Su Feng cheered him on. It was the words that weren't very nice, but they were the truth. Secretary Su, you die a little slower, isolate and immediately issue a decree for you, posthumously honor the secretary as a pillar of the dynasty, and order someone to create a plaque. Must carry Men must last, this is the will of the orphan. The painting style suddenly changed, even Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair couldn't help but come with a few murderous words. Originally should be tense, depressing atmosphere. For some reason, it suddenly went in a funny direction. Lord Su's great righteousness, today next year, I will definitely offer you incense. In the coming year, there will be a roasted pig in front of Lord Su's grave. No one can stop me if I say so. I heard that Lord Su has a high morale, is a stream of pure water in Daxia, condolence time, must burn a few more beautiful women for the Lord, must be the kind of flirtatious with style outside the slightly flirty, women in the ceiling, men dream of the best. Lord Su, don't worry, past poverty is just the way you came. After today, you will ascend to the top of Daxia, pillar of talent, our generation model. We will ask Mr. Lai Shu to divide the matter of your lordship's battle with General Lin in the courtroom today into 10 episodes, and tell it in the neighborhood day after day. At this moment, the court hall can be said to be lively, although the two have not yet fought. But the ministers have already put Su Feng after the incident, arranged clearly. As expected, on diaphragm, the 100 officials are the professionals. Su Feng listened to all sorts of unpleasant words, it was called a gas. The one-on-one has not yet begun, and these guys, one by one, have already talked him out of it. Good. Since each and every one of you can't see the old me, then today the old me must prove it for himself. Suffer death. Villain. Chapter 116, this old man must be touching porcelain. Su Feng shouted angrily. Immediately, his body's when she gathered under his feet, and he stepped into the air. Drink. Eat the old man's heavy jack. The figure that flew up in the air, elbows punching the ground, in a titanic momentum. It charged straight at Lin Xiaoyan. However, just at the moment Su Feng fought to jump up. Minister of Right Song Jili, at some point, had an extra book in his hand, as well as a pen. Now we can see that even though Lord Su is old, he has the aura of a precious sword. Seemingly a simple jump, revealing extraordinary things everywhere. Look. He's going to strike against the enemy with the momentum of a titanic blow. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary. Who could imagine that an old man in his 90s would suddenly snatch at a youngster? Is it the distortion of human nature, or moral degeneration, or maybe bad old men, like bad? At this time, Song Jili was not only excited to act as a lecturer, but also wrote furiously. On top of the book, he quickly recorded something. Okay, next, let's switch to General Lin's first perspective, facing the bad old man attacking so shamelessly. How should General Lin, who is a youngster, respond? She's actually not moving in place, is she scared silly? No. It shouldn't be. General Lin was once a legend of the Grand Xia.
Still the idol of many young people, someone as legendary as this would really be scared by an old man? Look, here it comes. The bad old man's elbow attack is about to hit General Lin. Still not resisting? Xia Woji. A group of ministers. Song Jili's move really opened everyone's eyes.
Lin Xiaoyan was also stunned and stared blankly at him for a while.
The next second,
Su Feng's attack came face to face, and she did not hesitate to raise her hand and wave it. Not even a tenth of her strength was even used.
Snap!
A crisp ringing sound exploded as Lin Xiaoyan slapped Su Feng away. The figure flew out backwards rapidly.
Bang!
It ruthlessly impacted on a golden column at the doorway. Not waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Song Jili started again, shouting excitedly, made her move, she finally did. Seemingly unthinking, a casual strike, but it contains a lightning-fast momentum, that instantaneous outburst.
It's comparable to a ninth grade expert's full-force strike. In an instant, old me only felt the heavens crumble. Good. Good. Good.
Worthy of being a former great general of the Protectorate. Even a plain and ordinary strike is enough to overturn rivers and destroy mountains. Holding a pen in his right hand, he quickly wrote on top of the book.
Seeing this situation, Xia Wuji was stunned.
The 100 officials were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xiaoyan was said to be somewhat skeptical of herself.
That slap just now, was it really that powerful? It was.
General Lin, there's no need to be self-effacing, the old man has recorded them one by one here. In a few days, immediately divide this record into 10 episodes and put it into the neighborhood storyteller to tell it day by day. It was only at this moment that the crowd came to a realization. Why the Minister of Right Song Jili would be so strange, feelings he put aside this to make up stories.
But, you make up stories to make up stories, cannot be realistic, do not add oil and vinegar so much, okay?
Zhao Baobao quickly ran to Su Feng's front, the first time to reach out and probe his nostrils.
Trough. Dead?
His eyes widened in disbelief as he probed his nostrils again. Feeling his fingers, a trace of faint breath, if any, came from him. Your Majesty, old Su is not going to make it, he's going to die soon, hurry up and get the imperial physician. Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wu Di, quickly stepped forward and touched Su Feng's wrist. Then he shook his head and sighed, the pulse is weak, even if he is cured, he will have to drool when he speaks in the future. Your Majesty, the old minister thinks that we can prepare Lord Su's afterlife. Lin Xiaoyan looked at his palm and uttered suspiciously, I didn't even exert myself and you're half dead, touching porcelain, right? General Lin, this is not true, just now that palm, seemingly uneventful, but according to the party's old Su said. At the moment he saw you strike, it was as if he saw too much milk. It is evident that that palm was powerful.
Song Jili had a very serious expression, recording and explaining at the same time.
She inclined her head towards Su Feng, who was lying on the ground, half dead. He's like this, where's the party that gave you that?
Faking.
A barefaced falsification, fabricating something out of thin air, creating a party out of nothing. In order to make up stories, one really has to do everything. Ha, General Lin, don't pay attention to these details, the old man just embellished what happened by that much.
It's harmless and irrelevant.
Saying that, he began to write furiously again, not knowing what other things he was adding to the story.
On the side,
Shi Jingxi, Jinshu, and Shi Tsanglong, all three of them, said in unison, look, I'll just say who's to blame for falling to death.
Undoubtedly. In their opinion, Su Feng's current sorts of things had been aptly in line with touching porcelain.
Song Jili came to Su Feng's body and hurriedly began to write, reciting the words as he did so, after Lord Su received General Lin's destructive slap. He crashed into the Shun Tian Temple's Pan-Dragon Pillar and was dying, with only his last breath left. Even so, he still climbed up from the ground, using all his strength and struggling several times. And inside his mouth, he was still shouting, to die for Great Xia, to fight for your Majesty, I have no regrets in dying. After saying this sentence, Lord Su's legs stirred, his eyes rolled over, and he died. After writing it, Song Jili nodded with great satisfaction.
Perfect. However,
Su Feng, who was originally about to die, miraculously rose from the ground. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Lord Song, exaggerated, false, impractical, and detached from the truth. Old minister wants to fight him one-on-one in a duel to the death.
Oh.
The crowd was shocked at the sight.
Back to the light. Good lord, Song Jili's untrue recordings had actually infuriated Su Feng to return to the light.
He also wanted to fight him to the death.
Good boy. This is simply unprecedented.
Xiao Wuji's forehead burst into black lines, and his face gradually turned iron blue.
Secretly thinking, how did a slap just now not have him directly slapping off his breath?
Old Su, you're about to die, why are you still looking for pain?
What is the cultivation level of Lord Song? What is your cultivation level? Looking for death is not this way to look for awe.
Zhao Baobao hurriedly persuaded that there was no need to fight for that breath when he was about to die.
Who knows?
At this time, Song Jili's eyes were glowing, and he hurriedly wrote again.
Before Lord Su died, he actually appeared to come back to life and got up and blew a gasket. Put. Su Feng was so infuriated that his face looked like a pig's liver, and he threw himself up to the sky in a long spray, splattering blood on the spot. The blood was like a fountain, sprinkled in mid-air. The scene was called a spectacular. Oh, exempt. Lord Su really achieved the feat of splashing blood on the court. Off topic, the main character of the blood-splattering courtroom is actually my father. Song Jili looked surprised, and the book that had already been closed was once again opened. Putting up his pen was writing. Zhuge face was horribly gloomy, looked around the courtroom and said in a cold voice, "All of you adults, this is the courtroom, you can't go on with this nonsense." It was clearly a situation of impeaching Lin Xiaoyan. How did it turn into Song Jili recording Su Feng's unbearable life? Alright, above the court hall, bickering, what kind of behavior is this? Finally, Xiao Wuji couldn't stand to watch, so this farce would end here. In a split second. The entire court hall quieted down, and the ministers were also sensible enough to stand back in their positions. Put. The sound of blood spraying remained, and the crowd looked back at Su Feng, who was spraying blood on his back. Miserable. Incredibly miserable. Lord Su was really vomiting blood. Lin Xiaoyan wrapped his hands around his chest, his face full of sarcasm. The crowd of ministers hurriedly turned their heads away, pretending not to have heard this. Men, drag them down, disgraceful thing. But where Su Feng was able to go through a few moves with Lin Xiaoyan, he was somewhat impressed. To the extent that he couldn't even withstand a single move from someone else. Not to mention losing ugly, but also splashing blood in the courtroom, bad luck. As soon as he heard that he was going to be dragged down, Su Feng immediately stopped spitting out blood, his face as white as paper, and weakly said, Your Majesty, the old minister is still able to salvage a little bit, quickly call the imperial physician. The damned desire to survive went to his head all of a sudden, and he tried extremely hard to shout out words. Xiao Wuji glanced at him with a face full of disgust and waved his hand, call any imperial physician to take a look. With Su Feng being brought down. The farce ended there. Chapter 117, Not Spoiling. The silent court hall. It appeared to be very bizarre. It was because these ministers, all of them, had already united their front. Unbeknownst to them. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xiaoyan had quietly watched them all come alive one by one. From the moment she came into the main hall, she could clearly detect the unkind gazes of each and every one of them. Of course. For these, press didn't care at all. Only the weak would gang up in groups. Your Majesty, General Lin defied the court, ignored imperial authority, and beat Lord Su to death in public. Such egregious behavior should be beheaded. Song Jili let out a cold snort and stood out to point at Lin Xiaoyan in pain. Since this is the case, then pull it out and behead it. Xiao Wuji raised his hand and waved it, pretending to be full of heartache, but in reality, he was secretly delighted in his heart. Finally. It's time to settle this girl of the Lin family. Resisting the decree several times, not kneeling at the sight of an orphan, this kind of offense, deserves to die. Originally. In the way of the Lin family, in the way of the Eastern Red 100,000 army, he also intends to maneuver a bit, first her military power to get said. Unfortunately. She was too ungrateful to blame others. Behead me? Lin Xiaoyan looked straight at Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she laughed. Are you worthy? And you bunch of rice buckets, wasted talents, all you know is hooking up day in and day out. I was a soldier, on the battlefield, fighting to kill the enemy, and over the years, the enemies I killed, how many? I am a general, founded the Eastern Red, leveled the chaos in the Western realm, defended the Southern customs, and the three great king dynasties came to attack. There is also the determination to fight to the end. What are you guys? Also dare to judge me from on high? Hubris. Incredibly arrogant. Eyes wide open, completely not putting Xiao Wuji in his eyes. Likewise, it did not place the 100 officials in its eyes. Unbridled. You are so reckless. Zhuge stepped forward, so angry that his face was red and trembling, pointing at Lin Xiaoyan and drinking. Pa! Looking at Zhuge who stepped forward, she didn't spoil the other party and raised her hand to slap her. The sound of a crisp slap rang out. In a flash. The crowd was all shocked for a moment, because Zhuge was the minister of the Ministry of the Army, with a martial arts cultivation. It had long since been a 9th grade great circle. On the dragon chair, Xiao Wuji's pupils contracted violently, horrified, staring at Lin Xiaoyan in death. You, how dare you hit old man? Zhuge covered the left side of his face, 5 fingerprints were clearly visible on it. Deceiving. The words were finished. A savage martial chi erupted from his body, and in an instant, it swept through the entire hall. This martial chi was filled with a stern, bloodthirsty aura. Worthy of being the minister of the Ministry of War, to be able to come this far, is by no means comparable to ordinary people. Relying on, but decades of battlefield killing, only to stand above this position. Lin Xiaoyan surveyed the dark red martial chi on the other party's body, and couldn't help but mock the blood chi that came out from fighting on the battlefield back then. Nowadays, there's actually less than 40% left. It's true that you've been living a comfortable life for too long. People will just waste away. Raising her hand, a golden power exploded out from her hand. Turning into a golden rope in general, it quickly entangled Zhuge Gorin. He, who had originally urged his surrounding martial chi, was entangled by the golden rope. His martial energy quickly disappeared. It was as if it was suppressed by some terrifying force that directly forced them back into his body. After that, no matter how much he tried to catalyze it, it was all in vain. You, what have you done to old me? After noticing the martial chi in his body, which could not be catalyzed at all, Zhuge Gorin grimaced and shouted in horror. Where is the martial energy in Lord Zhu's body? The crowd of ministers were in a state of confusion, unable to understand what was happening. A 9th grade Great Circle expert. It was actually suppressed? Unbelievable. Lin Xiaoyan, you're not a 9th grade. A golden dragon chi quickly appeared around Xiao Wuji, wrapping around his body. He glared angrily at Lin Xiaoyan below. Both fists were clenched, veins rippled, and in his eyes, anger burned. Lin family, hiding deep enough. 9th grade? That's just your own guesses, I've never admitted it. Your Majesty, the Lin family's heart is punishable, and General Lin is even harboring evil intentions, going so far as to hide his cultivation. If we don't execute this woman, I'm afraid that she will become a great danger in the future. Huang Tianhu, minister of the Ministry of Punishment, stood out and glared angrily at Lin Xiaoyan. His body's black martial chi surged and quickly wrapped around his body. An aura carrying destruction spread above the Great Hall. Roar! Behind him, a black fierce tiger silhouette formed and was roaring and roaring non-stop at Lin Xiaoyan. The terrifying tiger's roar shook the crowd, causing their ears to go numb and their minds to swell. I've heard that Lord Huang's ancestral technique, Volt Tiger Swinging Mountain Kung Fu, when practiced to the extreme, is able to transform a fierce tiger with martial energy. Once I see it today, it's really true. Song Jili couldn't help but sigh when he saw the black fierce tiger silhouette behind him. Soon, his gaze went back and forth over Lin Xiaoyan and the 100 officials. Finally, he looked above the dragon chair. It was worth saying. Although Song Jili was the Minister of Rites of the Grand Xia, but so far, his cultivation in the path of the way of literature had always been a mystery. Since 20 years ago, after advancing to the Great Sage realm, when Qi was introverted, and since then, he has not come out again. Now, 20 years have passed, what level of cultivation has been reached? There is no way to know. One more thing, the pale yellow book in his hand, as well as that white jade pen, were both very uncomplicated. The Wendao saint had used the Book of Yin and Yang, and the Judgment Pen. Properly, a Wendao holy relic. Precisely because of the presence of these two treasures, even if it was the current presence of a powerful person of the self-realized human immortal realm, also unable to detect his realm, there's actually killing intent in His Majesty's eyes. General Lin is afraid that this trip will be doomed. Song Jili quickly came to the conclusion that His Majesty had already moved to kill Lin Xiaoyan. At the thought of this, he quickly retreated to the back of the group of ministers and secretly began writing something. Granted. The moment the words fell, Huang Tianhu instantly looked overjoyed, stepping into the air and flying away, the black tiger behind him roaring angrily. Tiger roars in 8 directions. Roar! Flying into mid-air, he opened his mouth and roared, and the black tiger behind him roared along. A black sound wave quickly spread out, as if it were ripples, circle after circle. It echoed in the Great Hall. It wasn't over yet. As the tiger's roar passed, his face turned cold. Fierce tiger impact. Both hands blasted out, 2 tiger-shaped fist shadows, generated out of thin air, quickly attacking Lin Xiaoyan. Tiger whistling 8, as a sonic attack, could disorganize people's minds, and those with low strength would even fall into a state of vertigo. As for the tiger impact, it was a real physical impact, very powerful. Under the full force, even if the same 9th grade Great Circle martial arts cultivator wouldn't dare to meet it head-on. Noisy. Lin Xiaoyan's head was slightly tilted, her beautiful eyes were cold, her left hand was lifted, golden aura wrapped around her palm. The 2 fierce tiger figures that darted at great speed, roar, roar. Roaring sounds, resounding non-stop. Boom! Mighty tigers directly hit on the golden palm. Oh, a miserable scream resounded, then the figure dissipated into thin air. Looking at Lin Xiaoyan again. Standing there quietly like a nobody. What? The crowd's complexion changed drastically, their eyes filled with horror. Raising his hand, he was able to stop Huang Tianhu's almost full-strength strike. What kind of cultivation was she in the end? Only then could she do it so easily and simply. No. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. On the 16th, Sunny, General Lin encountered the Minister of Justice, Huang Tianhu, in the Shun Tian Hall. The 9th grade Grand Circle, at full strength, made 2 moves, and was stopped by General Lin with a raised hand. The more Song Jili wrote, his face became more and more shocked, and even his right hand, which was holding the pen, couldn't help but tremble. Such an appalling scene. Really unbelievable. Hesitating for a moment, he once again added the sentence, General Lin is either an innate. The next second, he glimpsed His Majesty in the dragon chair, his face full of shock, and stood up sharply from the dragon chair. He gazed at Lin Xiaoyan in death. That sentence, General Lin or the innate, was directly modified to the end, above the innate. Finished writing. Looking down at the words above the innate, he only felt his lips dry, his body stumbled and fell back a few steps. He was shocked. No, it's impossible. How can you be so strong? Xiao Wuji stood tall, pointing at Lin Xiaoyan below, unable to regain his senses from the shock for a long time. At that moment, his mind was in disarray. However, at this moment, Lin Xiaoyan had no time to pay attention to him. After blocking Huang Tianhu's 2 attacks, she quickly catapulted out a golden light. Whoosh! The golden light was like a meteor breaking through the sky, passing in an instant. Huang Tianhu immediately felt a terrifying aura of death surrounding him the moment she raised her hand. Not good. The figure fell back sharply, attempting to try to dodge. Boom! With a sound, his right hand was directly struck by the golden light and immediately exploded. The entire arm turned into blood mist and scattered all over the ground. Ah! His face twisted as he covered his shoulder in agony, blood flowing and screaming in agony. This! The crowd of ministers, seeing this scene, all fell into a bizarre silence. One blow to waste one of Huang Tianhu's arms. It was unimaginable. What kind of terrifying power is that? And what kind of power is that golden light? Xiao Wuji's expression was stagnant, and the finger pointing at Lin Xiaoyan had forgotten to retract. At this moment, the person who was most afraid was still Zhugoran, seeing that even Huang Tianhu had his arm easily wasted. Not to mention himself. He had already been completely suppressed with his martial energy. It's over. Only this one thought remained in his mind. Chapter 118, A Disobedient Child, A Beating is Good. In the middle of the great hall. Silence. Slap. Slap. Snap. Huang Tianhu's face turned pale as he covered his broken arm, and drops of blood dripped onto the ground. A muffled, depressing sound was emitted. Right at this moment. Whoosh! A white sword light shot in from outside the great hall, directly pointing at Lin Xiaoyan's brow. Lin family girl, overdoing it. After the sword light, at the entrance of the main hall, an old man wearing a long white coat, immortal-like appearance, with a head full of white hair, stroking his chin-hair white beard. His eyes were like sharp swords, taking in the hearts of the people. Treading to come. Like a sheathed sword, with a stern, overbearing. Pavilion Master Qin, you have come. A group of ministers hurriedly bowed and shouted in surprise. The person who came was none other than the Great Summer Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Qin Haoran. Lin Xiaoyan raised her eyes and swept over, her complexion slightly surprised, with a touch of dawning in her eyes. So it was the one from the Sword Pavilion. Girl, in the palace, it's not a place where you can be reckless. Even if you have some strength, it is only right that you should be restrained. He stepped into the hall with a faint smile on his face, and soon had arrived opposite her. Whoosh! The white sword light from earlier quickly flew back to him. It was suspended in mid-air. Only then did the crowd see clearly the true face underneath that sword light. It was actually a rusty iron sword. Pavilion Master Qin, is this to stop me? Lin Xiaoyan's face, calm and collected, looked straight at the other party. This scene. Again, Song Jili was called shocked, and quickly and excitedly wrote, Great Xiao's top expert, the current pavilion master of the sword pavilion, Qin Haoran, has come with the iron dragon sword. General Lin is not overbearing, he is in danger and shouts that he is bound to fight the pavilion master. Shi Sanglong, Jinshu, and Shi Jingxi had already been forced back to the corner. It was right behind Song Jili. Hearing him reciting words, Jinshu hurried forward and happened to catch a glimpse of the words on the book. Lord Song, you're making this up out of thin air, where did my young lady shop the words about fighting the pavilion master? Song Jili was startled by the sudden voice and subconsciously turned back. After seeing that it was Jinshu, he awkwardly explained, psychological activity, this is a kind of speculation, understand? Jinshu rolled her eyes, so angry that she almost wanted to hit someone. What kind of bull speculation? It was basically a deliberate exaggeration. Wait, Lord Song, what did you write above? I only see General Lin smiling crookedly and pointing at the 100 officials and roaring, I am the Dragon King of the Northwest, where are the 100,000 generals? Follow this Dragon King to swing the royal capital. There is also this part, facing the 100 officials to make things difficult. General Lin smiled blandly, a mere dirt chicken and dogs, I will become an innate is. After saying that, her aura was no longer concealed and revealed itself. 9th grade Grand Circle. In an instant, the courtroom fell silent. I am the 9th grade Great Perfection, who dares not give me face? Who dares to come forward to die? She whispered under her breath, tears of the whore in the boudoir of the Qinglu, are you tired of 301 days? Lord Song, you seek death. Jinshu was as angry as a lioness, her eyes were red and she directly pounced on him, about to fight Song Jili to the death. Daring to denigrate his own young lady like this. Unforgivable, intolerable. Song Jili was instantly frightened and jumped up in a hurry, quickly fleeing the scene. Out of the corner of his mouth, he shouted, General Jinshu, I'll revise it right away, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil, impulsiveness will be punished. Just after the words were said, the judgment pen in his hand gently swung, a white force, directly confined Jin Shu, making it difficult for her to break free anymore. General Jin Shu, old me is at least an expert, how can I be threatened by you? Then, putting up his pen, he continued to write, General Jin Shu has threatened and intimidated me several times, wanting to distort the facts, and for the sake of authenticity, old me resolutely refused the threats, in order to present the wonderful, and true, and reliable facts. The old man endured humiliation and torture, they scolded me, insulted me, and had to drag me to the crater of a volcano. Ignoring my wails, ignoring my cries, just like that, viciously, kicking me inside the fiery red lava. I hissed, I howled, I was desperate, I wanted to die. She ignored, she was desperate, and I still wanted to die. Heaven doesn't favor me, earth doesn't favor me, it's desperate, I'm desperate to die. As Song Jili was writing and muttering in a low voice at the same time. Therefore, these words, all of them were clearly heard by Jin Shu, even Shi Jingxi, Chi Song Long also heard them clearly. Until this moment, the three were completely stunned by the words he wrote. With their expressions remaining frozen, they raised their right hands numbly in unison and gave a thumbs up. Talent. Praised without mincing words. Ran. On the other side. With Qin Haoran's appearance, a group of ministers, as if they had found their backbone again. Pavilion Master Qin. Xiao Wuji secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon Qin Haoran's arrival, then sat down and nodded at him. Your Majesty, this girl is just a bit unintelligent, there's no need to drive her to extinction. For disobedient children, a beating is fine. If she still doesn't listen, give her another beating. He smilingly stroked his chin-white beard, cloudy in light talk and laugh. Oh? If that's the case, then we'll follow the Pavilion Master's wishes. For this sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master Qin, who had been guarding the palace for many years. Face is definitely to be given. Girl, can you hear it? Lin Xiaoyan did not say anything, coldly gazing at Qin Haoran. Leaning on the old, it was really what an expert did. So? She glanced at Qin Haoran with a calm demeanor and asked with a contemptuous smile. The Great Summer Sword Pavilion. For the average person, it might already be a top existence. It was only a pity. Nowadays, she was not an ordinary person at all. Furthermore, after stepping into the path of immortal cultivation, even emperors were not put in their eyes. Not to mention, the Lord of the District Sword Pavilion. Oh? Qin Haoran instantly became interested, for how many years, no one had dared to talk to himself like this. Seriously. So far, she was definitely the first person. Pavilion Master Qin doesn't need to say much, this woman is arrogant as hell and doesn't put great xia etiquette in her eyes. She should have been beheaded a long time ago. Wu De stepped forward first, arching his hand and scolding in a stern voice. Qin Haoran did not squeak, his gaze looking towards Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair. The latter nodded. Until this moment, Qin Haoran's brows tightened, quite surprised. He had heard quite a bit about Lin Xiaoyan's great name. Paying for the great xia was also truly present. Your Majesty has already thought about it? He still had some expectations in his heart, a person who had given almost everything for the grand xia. How could there be a disobedient heart? Look deeper. Qin Haoran is not a cutie. Only need to think deeper down the line. Immediately understand the intentions of the Xia Emperor at this time. Of course. These words were not just a mere inquiry to Xiao Wuji, there were also 100 officials among them. How could Xiao Wuji not know what he was thinking, and so, not 2 words. Pavilion Master, Lone's mind is made up, as are all the ministers. As these words fell, Qin Haoran could only sigh secretly, stroking his chin and beard in regret. In that case, it will be according to His Majesty's wishes. Saying that, with a finger of his right hand, instantly countless sword chi quickly appeared around him, as if it was a situation of 10,000 horses galloping. A tiny sword chi quickly condensed. Dab. Rubbing. Dab. Behind Qin Haoran, a huge sword wheel began to emerge. In the blink of an eye, 3 gigantic sword wheels had already appeared behind him, spinning non-stop. Terrifying sword chi rippled out from the sword wheels. Quite a few people, already feeling suffocated. The amazing sword immortal, Pavilion Master Qin, has finally struck. Song Jili was slightly surprised, but not much, and soon began to devote himself to writing. Obviously. For this moment, Qin Haoran's strength could only surprise him for a moment. Chapter 119. This strength is not below that of a sword immortal. Girl, it's not good to fight within the Grand Hall. Come out and get beaten. Qin Haoran's figure shifted, leaving behind a series of residual shadows. The real body had long since appeared over the square outside the hall. Take a beating? Old man Qin, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Lin Xiaoyan laughed contemptuously, turned his head back, and coldly glanced at Xiao Wuji above him. Taking a step, walked out of the Shun Tian Hall. The ministers, each with a curious face, also hurriedly chased out. Pops, how is it? Even Pavilion Master Qin has come out. Shi Jingxi was a little worried, secretly asking in a low voice in her father's ear. Right now, old dad, I'm also clueless. If your grandfather was here, he might still be able to persuade for a moment or two. It's a pity that his old man isn't in the court. Shi Sanglong laughed bitterly. How would he know what to do in this situation? Pavilion Master Qin was a sword immortal level existence. Looking amongst these people, I'm afraid that none of them would be its opponent. Little ancestor, you've been following General Lin for many years, give your old man a hand. What exactly is her cultivation? Until now, he couldn't detect Lin Chaoyan's true realm. Don't know. She, full of innocence, shook her head in response. If it was before, can still learn one or two great generals' cultivation realm. But since the last time after being hit by the chemical martial scatter, the great general seemed to have become more and more mysterious, and it was clear that after 7 days, it would have melted away a top-level poison of cultivation. But previously, she had also seen the great general make a move and was able to clean up a 9th grade expert in just one move. Not long ago, even a 9th grade grand circle like Huang Tianhu wouldn't be able to walk away with more than 2 moves. Don't know? How is it possible that you don't know? Pops, I really don't know. She, with a pair of large watery eyes that revealed clear stupidity, said helplessly and breathlessly. Outside the Shun Tian Palace, above the square, Qin Haoren was dressed in white, standing in the air with his hands in the air. Looking from afar, he looked like an immortal man. Behind him, 3 huge sword wheels were constantly rotating at high speed. Bloomed out his share of harsh and domineering sword chi. Standing there, the surrounding void, as if all suffered from inexplicable pressure, creak, creak, creak. Ear-piercing friction sounds spread out. On the ground, Lin Chaoyan was in a white as snow armor, standing there quietly. There was no half a point of martial chi fluctuation on her body, nor was there a picture of literary chi swirling around. Even so, the crowd did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. Not long ago, even the 9th grade great perfection could have had his arm broken by her in a single move. Pavilion Master Qin, who made you so angry? Right at this moment, an old hoarse voice rang out, not seeing its person, but hearing its voice first. The next second, at the entrance of the palace, a very sturdy, kind-looking old man wearing black robes stepped forward. The strange thing was that the old man was clearly thousands of meters away from them. Only to see him take a step forward, instantly stepping 100 meters away, his figure was like a ghostly flicker. It was clear that he was only walking a few steps. It was already 1,000 meters across. Martial Arts Academy's Dean Chen, how could he have come? Song Jili's face was slightly surprised, clearly unable to imagine that even this one had been startled. Dean Chen has come. I think he must also be displeased with what General Lin has done and is coming to ask for punishment. Don't talk nonsense. As one of the innate underpinnings of the Grand Xia, President Chen is naturally here to defend imperial power. Alarming the two of them, Pavilion Master Qin and President Chen at the same time, General Lin can be considered the first person in Grand Xia. Several ministers whispered and exchanged words with each other. The next second, Chen Panpan appeared beside a few ministers and said with a kind face, a few adults, you can't say bad things about others in broad daylight. Otherwise, if you get beaten up walking at night one day, you can't slander the old man indiscriminately. Greetings, President Chen. A few ministers smiled awkwardly and hurriedly saluted. After all, they all came from the Martial Arts Academy, and even though they had become officials, they couldn't escape the oppressive feeling they once felt. President Chen is also here. Xiao Wuji nodded at him, showing respect. Greetings, Your Majesty. Finished speaking. Turning his head to look at Lin Chaoyan, he cheerfully laughed. Girl, you're really good at finding trouble, even Pavilion Master Qin is so enraged. Do not fool around like this in the future, do you know you're wrong? Chen Panpan pretended to be annoyed, just like a kind elder teaching his own junior. This demeanor caused Xiao Wuji to frown for a while. His intuition told him that President Chen's trip, he was afraid that he was not here to target Lin Chaoyan. On the contrary, it was highly likely that he had come to protect her. Lin Chaoyan's face was slightly stunned, and for a moment, she was actually a bit unable to react, and it was out of her expectation that President Chen was so kind. So, she had no choice but to arch her hand and say, President Chen's lesson is right, next time I will definitely pay attention. A child who understands, make a mess this time. If the sky falls, this old bone of mine will still be able to hold up for you. The moment Chen Pan's words came out, the crowd instantly reacted. It turned out that he had come to support Lin Chaoyan. Qin Haoren was also surprised by Chen Panpan's words, never imagining that he came here to protect Lin Chaoyan. Old man Chen, what do you mean? Pavilion Master Qin, you're busy with your own business, but don't mind old man. That girl Mingyue, it's not like you don't know, there's nothing I can do. Shrugging his shoulders, his hands spread out, on his kind face, helplessness was evident. Mingyue? 6th princess. The crowd then suddenly realized, the original Chen Din came here to defend General Lin, actually as the 6th princess meaning. As we all know, 6th Princess Xia Mingyue, earlier in the year has entered the Martial Arts Academy cultivation. It is said. Since entering the Academy of Martial Arts, she has shown a remarkable talent for cultivation. In just half a year, she had broken through from a little white man who had never cultivated before to a 6th grade martial arts cultivator all of a sudden. At the time of breaking through to the 7th grade, coincidentally, he encountered the Academy's senior brother making a breakthrough and was affected by a trace of Wen Qi. He even accidentally stepped into the way of literature and had an epiphany to achieve the Shokai realm cultivator. After this, in one fell swoop, became the Martial Arts Academy, the only one of the martial arts dual cultivation genius. Even alarm to the Dean Chen Pan. Later, by Dean Chen was accepted as a close disciple. Xiao Wuji learned that Dean Chen was actually his own daughter looking to protect Lin Xiaoyan. His fists couldn't help but clench together, and his gaze flashed past a touch of ferocity. What is 6th girl's intention? Thinking deeply for a moment, he immediately realized that things, I'm afraid, were not as simple as they appeared. 6th princess? On Lin Xiaoyan's stunningly beautiful face, a smile appeared that turned out to be so. It looked like the letter written to her not long ago had already been received. Otherwise, it was also impossible to invite Dean Chen. Dean Chen, I have already received the 6th princess kind intentions, and I know what she means. However, right now, these matters will not require the intervention of President Chen. Since Pavilion Master Qin insists on competing and sparring with me, then I will refuse. The words were finished. Stepping out, a golden power immediately surged beneath her feet, holding her up. Ha! Shin Pan had wanted to say more, but when she saw the golden light that appeared under her feet, she couldn't help but let out a shocked eep. This power! I dare not imagine it. Even as a great perfection of the innate realm, she had never seen such a strong, overbearing power. It was even more powerful than the innate purple chi that was unique to the innate realm. When did the Lin family girl cultivate such a bizarre martial chi? No! This power doesn't seem to be martial chi, hiss. Strange. Frowning, they kept shaking their heads, puzzled, never having seen such a strange power before. Yet it was frighteningly powerful. Little girl, not knowing the heights of heaven, look at my Haoren sword chi. Qin Haoren didn't say much, his sword finger waved, pointing straight towards Lin Xiaoyan. In an instant, in all directions, countless sword chi was immediately generated, a fine needle-like sword chi, as if it was like an ocean. Generated out of thin air. Immediately after, the ocean-like sword chi quickly formed a white giant dragon. Roar! The sound of an angry dragon roaring seemed to shake out. This sword was enough to astonish the world. Worthy of being a shocking sword immortal, with 3 sword wheels, it was feared to have reached the shocking sword immortal perfection realm. As soon as Song Jili exited the hall, he saw Qin Haoren strike his sword. In a split second, the wind and clouds changed color, vast sword chi covered the entire sky. It was like a doomsday-like scene. That day, Pavilion Master Qin disregarded his status and bullied the small with the big, using the most powerful vast sword chi right off the bat. Luckily, General Lin pressed on, only to hear her shout, a mere sword chi, how dare you show off, look at my great mighty heavenly dragon. Prajna Paramitha, Earth Store Dharma, golden dragon shaking the sky, demon, don't show yourself. Immediately, the ground changed and the wind and clouds arose, and a huge golden dragon rose up from behind General Lin. Song Jili at this time, completely writing high, simply cannot stop, the more he writes, the more excited. It's a big deal. If this record was circulated, it would absolutely shock the heavens and set off huge waves. Cheat Sanglong probed from the side and inquired, Lord Song, General Lin hasn't made a move yet? You're really not afraid of getting beaten up if you write like this? General Qi, can't you see my opening hint here? Song Jili took the pen and pointed to the top of the book. At the top, it was clearly written, this story is purely fictional, and any similarities are purely coincidental. Cheat Sanglong. Good. This is the way to play it. Worthy of being the Minister of Rights. Originally, he thought that Song Jili would record it truthfully. Who knows? This girl, actually engaged in self-creation. Add oil and vinegar that are small which, out of thin air imagination, that is the bull. However, in front of me is nothing, with his eyes and then look up. The title is actually, General Lin and the Ministers have to say the past. Title party, proper title party. I don't share the same fate as the title party. Cheat Sanglong hissed inwardly in anger, and when he was done, he didn't forget to glare viciously at Song Jili. In mid-air, Qin Haoren's sword came out, and countless sword chi converged to become a giant white dragon. Baring its teeth, it roared continuously. It attacked Lin Xiaoyan's side. The terrifying sword chi pounced on his face, and strands of harsh sword-like gusts of wind had already arrived in front of him. Looking ahead, the behemoth made up of sword chi. She coldly smiled, her right hand slightly raised, and in her eyes, there seemed to be purple lightning flashing. The next moment, palm slightly spread, lightly said, break. In an instant, a golden light erupted from the center of the palm, and in an instant, the terrifying golden light carried an unrelenting attack.
It went straight towards that white sword chi dragon to impact it. Boom! The moment the golden light hit the giant dragon, a huge explosion was produced. Terrifying aftershocks raged out, and in an instant, covered the entire sky above the square. At once. Under the influence of this huge explosion force, the crowd only felt the sky darken. The ground shook. Many of the surrounding high walls, under the impact of the explosion force, instantly turned into nothingness. Smoke and dust rolled and sand flew. This power is not below that of a sword immortal. Song Jili, Chen Panpan and the two of them spoke out almost simultaneously, with a hint of horrified trembling. The person in question, Qin Haoren, stood in midair, the large sword wheel behind him, non-stop rotating and rolling. His pupils contracted violently, his expression was stunned, and his eyes were filled with unbelief. Blocked? Chapter 120, Who else? Ka! 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 3 huge sword wheels, rolling at extreme speeds, emitted an ear-piercing sound. Sword chi raged, crisscrossing the surrounding space. Qin Haoren, his eyes rounded, maintained his sword finger movement towards the front. Being shocked, he completely forgot to retract his sword finger. Shocked. Incredibly shocked. A giant dragon made by gathering thousands of sword chi, even if it was mid-assertion, or even peak assertion. Under this sword, one would have to be seriously injured without dying. She blocked it? Why did she block it? Why did she block it? It's hard to believe that her strength is beyond the innate realm. Impossible. How could a mere girl exceed the level of the innate realm? Hiss. If that's not the case, can't it be that someone is secretly protecting her? Aha! In that case, it makes sense. Wait a minute. That power seems to be coming from the other side. In a flash. Qin Haoren's mind had already flashed through countless possibilities. Yet one by one, he ruled them out. What? Pavilion Master Qin is surprised? Lin Xiaoyan slowly withdrew her palms, standing valiantly and proudly in midair. The wild wind hunted, blowing the red cloak behind her. At this moment, she was dazzling. It is said that women are inferior to men. Pavilion Master Qin is afraid that he is not also limited by the proverb. As expected. With these words, no matter whether it was Qin Haoren or the crowd of ministers below, finally came back to their senses. Yes. They might have all been confined to the saying that women were inferior to men. It was only then that they questioned and doubted the strength displayed by Lin Xiaoyan. Ha ha ha. Well said, a bunch of guys with wide and narrow eyes. What era is this, still engaging in that discrimination against women? Since the founding of the dynasty, there has only been a distinction between literary and martial arts. There has never been a distinction between men and women. Everyone is equal before absolute strength. Chen Panpan pulled a high voice, afraid that others cannot hear the general, wantonly shouted loudly. Painful. It was time to properly cure the short-sighted guy. Old man Chen, you. Qin Haoren was instantly furious. He had never said that he despised women. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was cold as she murmured, still fighting? Fight. Old me doesn't believe that you are really that powerful. As the pavilion master of the Great Summer Sword Pavilion, he had been famous for decades, but now he couldn't even clean up a little girl. Unconvinced. Unwilling. Furthermore. Sword cultivator, the sword in the hand, once sheathed, either divided into life and death, or on the high and low. At the moment. Even the level has not yet been determined. How could he possibly stop? Lin girl, you have to be careful next, I'm going to get real. As soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh. With a sound, the iron dragon sword quickly flashed and flew into his hand, and his entry hand gripped the hilt tightly. Boom! A sword aura that seemed to crush the surrounding space immediately erupted. In an instant, it swept over the entire palace square. Ka, ka, ka. The 3 sword wheels rolled much faster once again, diffusing out sword chi. It became more and more domineering and terrifying. The white light that blossomed out from the sword wheels was like a dazzling blazing sun, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. I have a mouthful of Haoren Chi, which can discern between the loyal and the treacherous, and kill evil spirits. With a hoary body, the heart is righteous. Vast sword Chi. One sword transforms 10,000 beasts. The sword moved with his body as Qin Haoren held his sword in mid-air and quickly danced with it. A horizontal, a sweeping, a picking, and a slashing all had vast sword Chi rippling out. As the frequency of his sword dance gradually accelerated, slowly, the crowd could only see gusts of shadows flickering. The naked eye could not capture the real body at all. Go! A loud voice echoed, and then there was a dow of fierce and incomparable sword chi rushing towards Lin Xiaoyan's side to attack. Roar! The sword chi transformed into a white fierce tiger and pounced. Then, a white giant dragon appeared and followed closely behind. Clang! After a tiger and a dragon, there was a huge white phoenix figure revealed. It wasn't over yet. Xuanwu, Karen, Taorai, Qingtian Python, Black Jiaolong. A terrifying beast, like an army of thousands of horses, with a huge momentum. Straight towards Lin Xiaoyan. Old thing Qin, are you crazy? Seeing this, Din Chen pointed at Qin Haoren in mid-air and roared hysterically. As Xiao Wuji watched Qin Haoren perform the one sword transforming 10,000 beasts, his face was so happy and excited that he almost wanted to applaud. As far as he knew, this sword was the most profound and unpredictable existence of the Haoren sword Qi. When Qin Haoren had yet to set foot in the sword immortal. With this sword move, he had once slashed 3 amazing sword immortals in a row with a single sword. Nowadays, he had been promoted to sword immortal for a long time, and I was afraid that the power of this sword was enough to destroy a city. Miss! Jinshu sensed the sword aura that seemed to destroy everything, and was about to rush up to block in front of his own young lady. Cheat Sanglong grabbed Jinshu's arm and angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Going forward at a time like this is undoubtedly sending death. Don't want to die? Great General Qi, let go of me. Even if I die, I have to die in front of my young lady." Hearing the words, the surrounding ministers, all of them showed surprise, their gazes looking at her with admiration. Song Jili had originally lowered his head, recording quickly on his book. However, Jinshu's words made him unable to help but raise his head. The trial pen in his hand paused. This girl is loyal. In order to protect her master, she is not even afraid of death. And so it was. He raised his pen. Pavilion Master Qin is shameless, bullying the small with the big, relying on his own small achievements in the sword path, then complacent, dealing with the cultivation of more than 10 years little girl. Even show a sword into 10,000 beasts, that kind of shameless, despicable and shameless. The world is not shameful, heaven cannot tolerate sword moves. The little maid of the other people, defiantly, want to die to save the master. Passerby Lao Song witnessed the whole process. For Qin Pavilion Master, this behavior must stand on humanitarian, ruthlessly condemn him, despise him, spit on him. At night, we must also draw the villain, trample him to death, place his villain at the threshold, and step on him when going in and out. Oh! After writing it, Song Jili watched it carefully for a while, nodded his head in self-affirmation, and felt that it was wonderful. Especially the wayfarer Lao Song, an enthusiastic audience, quite vivid, nest to the point of not being able to. Above mid-air, in the twinkling of an eye, tens of thousands of foreign beasts appeared out of thin air. It's like an army of thousands of horses, covering the sky and the sun, madly rushing towards her. In response, Lin Chaoyan smiled faintly, like a fairy out of the dust, transcending the mundane world. This is the sword you are proud of. This is the sword that you think is invincible. Not too slow, not overbearing, not too low tone, the attitude of the eye of the sky. The crowd below was dumbfounded. Crazy? What time is it already? She can still be so calm and collected. Could it be that she was scared out of her mind? Aren't you all eager to know my cultivation realm? Next, you all can watch. Lin Chaoyan's face turned cold as she looked at the sky with her hands in the air, and the golden light around her body flourished. At that moment, leaving the crowd with an incomparably tall back. It was as if it was a high mountain that the world could not climb over. Her words, echoing in the ears of the crowd, were like the sound of heaven, deafening. Looking up to the sky, white thunder light flickered incessantly in her beautiful eyes. The body rapidly operated the 9 heavens thunder skill. His right hand was slightly raised, pointing towards the sky. Thunder, come. A low chant. Rumble. 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 High above the sky, dark clouds pressed down. Electricity flashed and thunder roared, just like the end of days. Click. An arm-thick thunderbolt shot down from the depths of the dark clouds. It landed on Lin Chaoyan's white right hand, and the lightning reflected on her beautiful face. There was an inexhaustible flavor. This what's going on here? Din Chen's hands danced and his speech stuttered. Obviously, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Xiao Wuji's entire body was numb, his expression stagnant, his mouth slightly open, his heart shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. The ministers, one by one, fell into a state of numbness. After all, the scene before them was truly unimaginable. Raising one's hand to summon thunder. Who dared to believe it? Even Qin Haoren, who was in mid-air and was in the process of discharging his sword. Facing this sudden scene, he was also dumbfounded there, looking up at the sky. The image of dark clouds and constant thunder really scared him. Go! Lin Chaoyan held the thunderbolt in his hand and casually waved it, that arm-thick thunderbolt. Instantly, seeming like a spiritual thunder snake, it darted straight towards those foreign beasts. Boom! In a single glance, tens of thousands of foreign beasts turned into ashes, dissipated into the wind. However, the thunderbolt didn't stop because of this and was still advancing at breakneck speed. It attacked towards Qin Haoren. No! As soon as he returned to his senses, he immediately felt an aura of death enveloping him. Without saying a word, he gathered his entire body's sword qi and threw the Iron Dragon sword forward. Boom! The Iron Dragon sword and the lightning collided with each other. An earth-shattering roar erupted, and immediately afterward, the Iron Dragon sword turned into countless fragments and fell towards the ground. Up to this point, the lightning finally disappeared. Scared the hell out of me, scared the hell out of me.
Is this still a power that people can control? Qin Haoren had the aftermath of a robbery and slapped his chest in shock. That moment just now. He all felt like he was about to meet the long-departed time elk. Still fighting? Lin Xiaoyan's cool voice echoed in his ears. Frightened, Qin Haoren waved his hands and shouted in a broken voice, "No, no more fighting." His heart palpitated as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky above, as well as the thunder that was still rolling around. Monster! The Lin family girl must be a monster. How else could it be so terrifying? Disperse! Lin Xiaoyan raised her hand and waved. Above the 9 heavens, the dark clouds dispersed and the thunder disappeared. Who else? Want to impeach me? She looked towards the bottom, her tone indifferent, like the voice of the 9 devils, hearing a chill down the backs of the crowd. General Lin is a pillar of Disya, he has paid a lot for the dynasty over the years. My humble servant has absolutely no intention to impeach. My humble servant said long ago, General Lin is young and talented, fighting for the dynasty in all directions, such great achievements, whoever impeaches her, I, Chen, will be the first to say no. Earlier on when Lord Su asked to fight General Lin in single combat, my humble servant was extremely displeased. If it wasn't for the fact that I had diarrhea last night, which caused my body to be a bit weak, I would have already punched the hell out of him. Humph. In the case of Lord Su, if it wasn't for the fact that he was lucky and I happened to drink overnight tea in the morning, he would not have been able to avoid a severe beating. All the ministers were filled with righteous indignation and came out to start various crusades against the previous Su Feng. All sorts of things in front of me, fully should have the sentence own great scholar for me to defend my innocence. Xiao Wuji's eyes were glazed over, and he clenched his fist so tightly that his fingernails had already sunk into his flesh and blood, but he didn't even realize it. How could he not understand why Lin Xiaoyan was so powerful? Summoning thunder at will. I'm afraid that it wasn't a means that only immortals could possess. In that case, the plan against the Lin family was afraid that it would fall through. Currently speaking, his relationship with the Lin family had reached the freezing point. Chapter 121, Xia Bai Chang. Lin Xiaoyan stood in the air, looking down at the crowd below. The breeze blew. The entire palace square was silent. Even the sound of breathing between each other could be clearly heard. Xiao Wuji's body shook a few times, a disheveled look, lowered his head and said bitterly, "Lone, defeated? A smoke-free battle for imperial power." It seemed to have thus come to an end. The Xinguo order held by the Lin family, after Lin Xiaoyan showed his immortal-like means. It was no longer difficult to take it back. How could Xiao Wuji be willing when the imperial power was not unified? The next moment, he raised his head violently, his gaze was gloomy and cold, gazing at Lin Xiaoyan in midair. For a long time without saying anything. On the side, Song Zhili slowed down from the shock and immediately excitedly began to fly up with his pen. Former Protector General of Grand Xia, a few days ago, outside the Shun Tian Temple, fought with Lord Qin Gu. Even led down the 9 heavens above the thunder, so the ability to summon thunder and lightning has been non-mundane body. The gossip, General Lin is a 9 heavens immortal, learned that Daxia often suffers from hostile dynasties, so he descended to the Lin family. In order to protect Daxia. Daxia is blessed by immortals. I have no regrets about being a Daxia person in this life, and I will also be a Daxia soul after death. As he wrote, he moved even himself and couldn't help but redden his eyes. A man of character. Chen Panpan slowed down from disorientation, kind old face, a bitter smile, moon girl, the Lin family this whiny to old man to the bottom, such only immortals have the means. She alone is enough to shake the entire Disya, even the 9 states. Originally only came here to protect Lin Xiaoyan. I was afraid that she would be targeted by Xiao Wuji and the 100 officials, thus suppressing her. Wan did not expect. Those worries of his own were completely superfluous. The situation in front of me. The people who should be worried, I'm afraid, are the 100 officials. A single clap of thunder would be able to summon the thunder and lightning above the 9 heavens. Everyone, there's no need to panic, General Lin is by no means an immortal, it's just some literary means. Only to see a white-haired, messy, slim, old man in a stale gray suit walk out from inside the Shun Tian Hall. His turbid eyes were entwined with a light golden light. A supremely refined aura emanated from his body. As far as I know, half-step Grand Confucianists are able to induce the resonance of the heavens and earth with their poetry, thus producing some visions. And then there is the fact that at a specific venue, with poems that respond to the scene, they can also produce some kind of visionary resonance. Not long ago, there was a rumor that General Lin's husband was an immortal of the way of literature. I think that literary Dao achievement has reached half-step great scholar. General Lin should have held the poems written by her husband as a way to confuse the public. I wonder if what the old man said is right or wrong. The gray-clothed old man analyzed head to head, thinking that he had already guessed everything about Lin Xiaoyan. When the crowd saw the old man, they shouted, "Elder Xia! Elder Xia!" Even Xia Wuji had to respectfully come forward and bow. Xia Baicheng. Recognized as the #1 person in the literary Dao of Grand Xia, he was also the teacher of Xia Wuji and Lin Hong when they were young.
He is now the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. In the past few decades, he had taught many talents for the Grand Xia. Among them, Minister of Right Song Jili, Su Feng, and other civil officials were all his students. Teacher. Song Jili hurriedly came to Xia Baicheng's side and bowed respectfully. Whoosh! Qin Haoren returned to the ground from mid-air and quickly walked to the other party and shouted, Elder Xia. Lin Chaoyan saw the old man appear. He also quickly went over and arched his hand and shouted, Elder Xia. Humph. Xia Baicheng accepted it openly and nodded, his gaze staying on Lin Chaoyan. That Lin Hong kid has a good granddaughter. He stroked his beard and laughed, full of appreciation. Little girl, I don't know if what the old man said just now is correct. Obviously. He was inquiring about Lin Chaoyan, those previous guesses. In a split second, the surrounding 100 officials had cast expectant gazes, waiting for a response. After all, compared to the fact that she would be an immortal, the crowd was more willing to accept that she was just a martial arts cultivator who used poetry to cause visions. Lin Chaoyan pondered deeply for a moment, looking at the top of the Great Xia Literary Dao in front of him, who had spent his entire life running for the Great Xia Literary Dao. He had represented the Grand Xia several times, going out to exchange with the major dynasties. During his life, he had written a great many poems and words, which were quite a classic that had been passed down. In addition, his greatest ideal and ambition is that one day, the Grand Xia literary way can thrive and blossom everywhere. This obsession. It was enough to make it difficult for the world to look up to him. Not bad, the thunder and lightning phenomenon just now was caused precisely because of the poem gifted by my family's Prince Lu. Lin Chaoyan looked at this old man who was already over 100 years old and still couldn't help but lie. Really? Xia Baicheng trembled with excitement and hurriedly asked after him, I wonder what kind of poetry is it? Can you let old me take a look? After saying that, he stared at her with a face full of longing, like a hungry wild wolf that suddenly saw meat. Greedy. Desire. Displayed to the fullest. Of course. Lin Chaoyan smiled gently and lightly, then chanted, Thunder carts driving rain dragons rise at all times, electricity traveling in mid-air like wild vectors. When Xia Baicheng heard this verse, his eyes immediately exploded with light. The thunder carriage driving the rain dragon rises at all times, the electricity traveling in mid-air is like a wild vector. Good poem, good poem. Chewing on it carefully, it was memorable, no wonder it caused the thunder and lightning visions. In just 2 short lines, it spoke of the majestic power of thunder and lightning. Just these 2 lines? He couldn't get enough, feeling that these 2 lines of poetry, there was something more complete. Lin Chaoyan smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lu also wrote it when he had no intention, as for whether there is a next line or not, I don't know. I see, even though it's only 2 lines, but the moral of it is so profound that it can naturally cause a vision. It is indeed as I guessed. Your husband can be considered a great talent, the achievement of the way of literature is already no less than that of old me. Xia Baicheng stroked his beard and nodded his head in delight, thinking that the Great Xia Literary Dao had finally produced a rare talent. The future is promising. It turns out that the thunder and lightning vision just now was actually caused by this girl using poetry. Qin Haoren looked as if he had come to a realization, and naturally wouldn't have doubts about Elder Xiao's words. Since he had said that it was a poetry-induced vision, then that must be the case. Coupled with Lin Chaoyan's admission, there was no doubt about it. Bring that boy to me when you have time, since he has such talent. I believe that the path of the way of literature can go even further. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely bring Mr. Lu to meet you. Unable to bear to reject the other party, she could only nod her head in agreement. At this time, after Xia Wuji learned that Lin Chaoyan's previous means was actually caused by poetry, inwardly, he also gradually calmed down. As the calm passed, the scorn for the Lin family deepened, never expecting that Lu Zian would have such achievements. An existence comparable to that of old Xia. In this way, the Lin family is even more important to get rid of, and it must be fast. It must be before Lu Zian returns to the royal capital. Otherwise, by the time he met old Xia, there might be some kind of chaos. Wuji, you come in with old man, there is something to discuss with you. Xia Baicheng walked to Xia Wuji's side, grabbed him by the wrist, and without saying a word, pulled him into the Shun Tian Hall. The remaining 100 officials, in unison, turned their gazes towards Qin Haoren. Because of this kind of time, learning that Lin Chaoyan had only relied on poetry to cause the vision, would Pavilion Master Qin make his next move? The crowd was still looking forward to it. Lin girl, His Majesty has been dragged away by Elder Xia, so let's go too. Chen Panpan was determined to protect her, so he proposed. Just at this moment, outside the palace, Lin Chaoyan was keenly aware that outside, a 9th grade aura was being revealed. Her eyes looked deeply in the direction of the Shun Tian Palace. Refusing, she said, Dean Chen, help me bring Jinshu and the Qi girl out. Miss, be careful. Jinshu seemed to have sensed something as well, her pretty face filled with worry. Great General, aren't you coming with us? Qi Jingxi still didn't know what was happening and asked curiously. Little ancestor, let's go. It's too late to leave.
Qi Sanglong similarly realized something and hurriedly pulled Qi Jingxi to follow in Chen Panpan's footsteps. Not long after, the 100 officials also left, leaving only Lin Chaoyan and Qin Haoran. Perceived it? Qin Haoran looked out at the exit of the palace. Lin Chaoyan was silent, her beautiful eyes gazing at the palace exit, behind that high wall. I'm afraid that there were already 1,000 armies waiting for her. His Majesty is getting old, and he's never at ease until the Xinguo order is retrieved. He just doesn't trust his chosen one. Lin girl, this is how the world is nowadays. His Majesty is the king while your Lin family is just subjects. I know, that's why I came back. Didn't you think about not walking out? I have enough confidence in my own strength. The words were finished. She took a step towards the exit of the palace. Young man, confidence is a good thing, but you're not clear about the depths of Grand Xia. Qin Haoran looked at the gradually fading back and muttered to himself. Chapter 122, What a big monster. Underpinnings? Perhaps. As the saying goes, don't underestimate anyone, even mole crickets have a day to touch the sky. Clarity took Qin Haoran's words and listened to them in her ears as she paused slightly. Looking forward to that day coming. It won't be very far, I believe. Finished speaking. Continuing to walk towards the entrance. Qin Haoran gazed deeply at her fading back. Immediately afterward, the figure shifted and disappeared in place. The next moment, already appeared outside the palace. Examining far in front of him, the passageway which was separated by 12 arches. Outside each archway, there were all several thousand forbidden guards standing by. The forbidden guards were a special army that guarded the peace of the palace. There were a total of 50,000 of them, and each of their strength realms was above the 8th grade. Among them, the strength realm reaches the 9th grade, can become the control of 500 people of the small guard chief. The middle of the 9th grade was the chief of the middle guard, who could control 5 small guards and 2,500 forbidden guards. Late 9th grade, for the David, in charge of 2 chief guards, 5,000 forbidden guards. The peak of the 9th grade was the commander of the forbidden guards. There were a total of 3 commanders in the entire forbidden guards army, 1 head and 2 deputies. When Qin Haoran appeared at the outermost archway, on the side, wearing golden armor, thick eyebrows, big eyes, tiger's back and waist, very righteous-looking Gao Shudi, took a proper step. Appearing beside him, he said with a grave expression, Pavilion Master Qin, General Lin is at least the descendant of a Duke of State. If His Majesty is treating her like this, isn't he afraid that the Duke of State Lin will come back and make a scene? To send out the entire forbidden guards just to deal with Lin Chaoyan alone. To be honest, while Gao Shudi thought that it was a bit petty, more than that, he still thought it was excessive. Nay. As a subject, one always just shares the ruler's worries. Fuming? Qin Haoran glanced at him, then snorted, Your Majesty, this time, I'm afraid that you want the Lin family to completely disappear. As a subject, just do your part. As for whether or not General Lin can walk out of these 12 palace gates, it's up to her destiny. Qin Haoran looked out at the other end of the palace gate and couldn't help but feel sorry. Experiencing the battle just now. Truth be told, he was terrified of Lin Chaoyan's methods. But Pavilion Master Qin, General Lin caused a vision just now. If Commander Gao can rest assured, that kind of vision, she can only cause it once. Reaching out, he patted Gao Shui's shoulder and gave him a calm look of comfort. On the other end, Lin Chaoyan stepped out of the first archway. All around. Kill! Shouting and shouting, several thousand forbidden guards, drawing their swords, swarmed up. Nearly 29th grade experts stepped and flew in. She raised her eyes and swept across the week. Suddenly her gaze condensed, her right hand was raised, and a stream of dazzling golden light swung out. Boom! A terrifying impact was formed, and in an instant, the forbidden guards who had rushed up, all of them lifted out. Poof! 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 The forbidden guards who flew out backwards, spat out blood and fell to the ground. Unable to fight again. Lin Chaoyan didn't pay too much attention to them and continued to stride along, very leisurely. Idle steps. Easily and naturally, he passed through the first archway. Then, the second archway. The third arch. The fourth arch. Until the 11th arch. She all remained in a clouded expression, and then she looked behind her. 11 arches down. There were wounded all over the place, going so far. Almost all of them were just one move, and then they directly and heavily injured several thousand forbidden guards. These included early 9th grade and mid 9th grade experts. Without exception. All of them were spitting blood and lying on the ground. The last arch. Lin Chaoyan smiled faintly and looked at Qin Haoran and Gao Shui in front of him. Pavilion Master Qin, remember what I said just now? I'm very confident in my own strength. Qin Haoran's face was that ugly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock as he gazed deathly at the forbidden guards lying behind her, in every archway. There were more than 40,000 forbidden guards, over 100 9th grade experts. Surprisingly, they were directly re-injured by a few of her hands and feet. Terrifying. No. It was simply apt to describe it as terrifying. If this is all the great Xia has to offer, then I'm disappointed. Lin Xiaoyan turned back and looked at the over 40,000 forbidden guards who had fallen to the ground. What? Gao Shui, so shocked that his lips were dry and his eyes were wide open, he simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. More than 40,000 8th grade or above martial cultivators. Over 100 9th grade. This was all the reserves that had been accumulated since the founding of the dynasty in Grand Xia. Every single one of the forbidden guards was the best of the best selected from amongst the major military camps of the Grand Xia. Taking out any one of them, they were all existences that could fight 1 to 5 in the same rank. However, such an outstanding expert. More than 40,000 people together couldn't stop her alone. What kind of monster was this? Only you guys are left, looks like you won't be able to stop me today. Lin Xiaoyan smiled contemptuously, her smile was like a flower, and within her eyes, a flash of golden light flashed through. It directly passed through the 11 archways. It was as if they were trying to see through the depths of the palace. In an instant, the scene in front of her eyes changed, an incomparably huge abyssal mouth was opening. It was rapidly approaching towards her. Sculptor's trick. With a cold snort, her right hand made a move and golden spiritual energy shot over. Immediately, it turned the giant abyssal mouth into nothingness. At this time, the deepest part of the palace. Inside a dim and damp, secret room, the surroundings were covered with cobwebs, appearing very old. In the center of the secret room, there was a futon, on which sat an eerie withered bone, glowing with a gleam of silver light. Surprisingly, this withered bone was not even stained with half a bit of dust. Suddenly, click, click, click. The withered bone actually slowly stood up, twisting a few times, swish. A silver light covered. Phew! Immediately after that, in all directions quickly gathered up a huge golden dragon power. It surrounded towards the withered bones. After being baptized by this golden power, the withered bone gradually glowed with a burst of vitality, a blood-red blood vessels as if it were a spider's web. From the heart position, it began to spread towards the circumference. In the blink of an eye, covering the entire withered bone. A long time. Golden light, silver light receded and dispersed, a delicate-looking, wearing silver clothes, young girl-like figure appeared. It's been 100 years, finally awakening with the help of the great summer's fortune. There really are immortals in this world. The silver-clothed young girl, so excited that her hands danced, her eyes surveying her hands in surprise. Outside the palace, Lin Xiaoyan vaguely sensed something, her face gradually became grave, her beautiful eyes kept staring behind that archway. What a powerful aura, non-advanced can compare. It seems like that's where the great summer's true underbelly lies. She whispered softly. At this moment, inside Gao Shuyi's heart, he was beating a drum of retreat, not wanting to fight Lin Xiaoyan. It was too terrifying. So far. Didn't even know what realm the other party actually was. What kind of enemy is the most frightening? Naturally, it was the enemy who didn't know the bottom line, that was the truly terrifying existence. Pavilion Master Qin, why don't we not stop them? He swallowed nervously and asked bitterly. Stop? Lin Xiaoyan sniffed, his gaze filled with playfulness as he sneered. Black girl? The words just fell. Whoosh! From her shoulder, a black light quickly flew out, heading straight into midair. In a blink of an eye, the black light gradually enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into 100 feet huge body. It covered the sky and the sun. Roar! Like a small mountain-like head, charging at Qin Haoran on the ground, Gao Shuyi roared angrily. A gust of sound waves impacted down. Weird, monster. Gao Shuyi panicked and shouted in fear. Monster ah! What a big monster! Mother! Help! What to do? What kind of monster is that? Those forbidden guards who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries looked at the behemoth in mid-air. They were so scared that they were screaming like ghosts. Lin Xiaoyan leaped and transformed into a shadow, appearing directly on the augur dragon's head. Standing proudly with his arms crossed, he looked down at the bottom.